Dear family, what a spectacle! A notorious pirate, Blackhead, with a bounty of 45 million, raised his hammer intending to crush a naval colonel. Yet our protagonist, Victor, effortlessly caught it with his bare hands. This tale begins with his superiors dispatching him to assist at Williamport, to which he replied, "Acknowledged. No need to rush." The ensuing events are even more exhilarating. Allow me to elaborate on the absurdity of the situation right from the outset. Can you believe it? A pirate with a bounty of 45 million, named Blackhead, towering over 5 meters like a diminutive giant, wielding a hammer heavier than myself, poised to reduce a naval colonel to a mere pulp. And then, unexpectedly, our protagonist, Victor, appears like a knight in shining armor, nonchalantly extending a hand and catches that enormous hammer with his bare hands. The expression on the pirate captain's face was akin to seeing a ghost, his jaw nearly touching the ground. Now, don't rush me, let us rewind the narrative to its inception. This incident transpired in the year 1494 of the Great Sea Calendar in the South Sea. At that moment, I, Victor, was basking in unparalleled leisure. Lying in a hammock beneath a coconut tree at my base, the 191st Division, with 4 bikini-clad maidens fanning me and a book in hand, my life was utterly delightful. Though merely a colonel at a branch, one might mistake me for a celestial being on vacation. Just as I was on the verge of slumber, the telephone buzzed insistently beside me. My subordinate promptly handed it over. I could barely muster the energy to lift my eyelids and casually took the device. On the other end, a grim visage materialized at me, superior, Major General Hagen of the South Seas 6th Division. This fellow was in a frenzy, exclaiming, "Victor, Williamport is under attack by pirates. Hurry and take your men to assist." I simply replied, "Understood," and placed the telephone bug down, languidly instructing my subordinate, "Gather the troops, await my command." And then, there was nothing more. I resumed my reading, utterly unperturbed. My comrades, accustomed to my demeanor, remained expressionless, continuing with their tasks. Ah, family, who could comprehend? While my superiors were in a state of urgent distress, I maintained a stance of acknowledged, no need to rush. Why, you may wonder. Let me shed light on the underlying circumstances. Williamport falls under the jurisdiction of the 189th Division, commanded by a stubborn fellow named Malin. Previously, I attempted to sell a batch of armaments, passing through his territory, only to have him, in a fit of misguided righteousness, detain me. I sent emissaries to negotiate, yet he refused to engage. Quite the predicament. Severing my means of incoming enmity was thus forged. Now, when trouble arises on his end, he expects my assistance. Certainly, I would assist, but the timing and manner of my aid would be at my discretion. The scene shifts to Williamport, which lay in utter devastation. The air was thick with smoke, and the sounds of cannon fire filled the atmosphere. The Blackhead pirate crew, with over 30 ships and more than 5,000 men, wreaked havoc, pillaging and burning with abandon. Colonel Malin of the 189th Division bravely led his 3,000 men in a desperate defense, the port on the verge of collapse, flailing like ants on a hot skillet. His aide rushed to him, exclaiming, "Report. Major General Hagen has dispatched the 191st Division to provide support." At that moment, Marlin was likely on the verge of tears, relieved yet somewhat dazed, muttering to himself, "I hope they don't hold a grudge. Hurry up and come." My dear friend, you are overthinking it. 6 hours had elapsed. The pirates had stormed the harbor and commenced urban warfare. I had not yet shown my face. Marlin's men were nearly decimated, and he could only send more to urge for reinforcements. Meanwhile, at the 191st Branch's base, my troops were indeed preparing, polishing their weapons, and sharpening their blades. Yet no one exhibited any urgency. Major Hagen's phone line was close to being overwhelmed with incessant calls. The phone rang again. I answered to find the familiar, almost distorted visage of Hagen. "Victor, are you not there yet?" I responded with calm assurance. "Almost there, on my way." I had likely repeated this phrase to him 800 times. Hagen could no longer contain his frustration and, suppressing his anger, asserted, "Colonel Victor, I know you have men at headquarters, but this is the South Sea. You are under my command. You must obey orders." I thought to myself, why the loud outburst? Nonetheless, I maintained my composure. "Sir, I understand, and I assure you I will arrive as swiftly as possible." After hanging up, I turned to my subordinates and declared, "We set off in 5 hours." The brothers roared in unison, "Yes." Their response was a testament to discipline. Thus, the battle raged from daybreak until dawn. Over at William Harbor, Colonel Marlin had become an isolated figure, bloodied and encircled by a horde of pirates. His body bore the marks of numerous wounds, and his once proud justice coat was reduced to tattered rags, yet he refused to fall. At that moment, a path opened in the throng of pirates, and a colossal figure emerged standing over 5 meters tall, clad in heavy black iron armor, wielding a hammer capable of pulverizing a man. This was the infamous captain of the Black Deed pirates, Black Deed, with a bounty of 45 million berries. He surveyed the beleaguered Marlin and unleashed a villainous laugh. "Haha, Haiti Navy." With that, he charged like a humanoid tank. Marlin, having sustained a gunshot wound to his leg, could barely evade, resorting to a desperate roll on the ground. Black Deed swung his hammer down with a thunderous crash, creating a massive crater in the earth. With another blow, a nearby building collapsed entirely. Marlin fought desperately to evade, but his strength was utterly depleted. With a sinister grin, Black Deed raised his hammer for a third strike, proclaiming, "You cannot escape this time." With no options left, Marlin braced himself with his sword. What was the outcome? The blade shattered into shards of iron. Marlin was smashed into the ground, his chest caved in, meeting a fatal end. Black Deed flicked the flesh from his hammer and waved his hand. "Move quickly. Leave not a single soul behind." The pirates, howling in frenzy, commenced their final plunder. Gold, silver, weapons, ammunition, food, and wine none were spared, including women and children, destined for the slave market to fetch a handsome price. These scoundrels epitomized the principle of taking advantage of every opportunity. Just as they were engrossed in their looting, the lookout suddenly sounded the alarm. Southwest direction. 6 naval ships detected. Upon hearing the news, the officers of the Blackhead pirate crew erupted in laughter. Reinforcements from the Navy? They arrive now? Are they here merely to collect our corpses? Ha ha ha. The commander must be a coward. Having just annihilated a naval branch, their morale soared, and they dismissed us entirely. Blackhead, in particular, brimming with arrogance, seized a telescope and, spotting our warships anchored in the distance, laughed uproariously, declaring, "These worthless fools dare not approach. Men, charge forth. Let us send them beneath the waves to feed the fish." He mused that if he could obliterate another branch, his bounty would surely skyrocket, positioning him as the formidable leader of the South Sea. Meanwhile, aboard my warship, my aide, Colonel Mata, leaped down from the mast to report, "My Lord Victor, they are indeed charging towards us." I took a leisurely drag from my cigarette and replied, "They truly underestimate my resolve. I was hoping they would flee, allowing us to profit further." The crew chuckled knowingly, grasping my intent. Once the pirates sold the slaves they had captured, we could engage in a bit of black market dealings ourselves, seizing both the money and the people far more lucrative than a straightforward rescue. Alas, these pirates, lacking in cunning, chose to deliver themselves to us. Yawning, I declared, "Let us resolve this swiftly." Oh, the crew's spirits soared. Though I may appear relaxed, I have diligently trained my troops. Each soldier of my 191st Division is a master in their own right, and with my inscrutable presence overseeing the operation, the Blackhead pirate crew was but a trifling concern. "Fire the cannons." At my command, 6 warships unleashed a thunderous barrage. The pirates, relying on their smaller, swifter vessels, attempted to retaliate while flanking us. Soon, the vessels were alongside each other. The pirates, howling with fervor, leaped onto our deck, with Blackhead leading the charge, brandishing his massive iron hammer, poised to smash a gaping hole in my ship. However, we were already arranged in formation. From the rear, rifles fired in unison, and rows of pirates fell into the sea like dumplings. Blackhead, clad in heavy armor, absorbed the bullets with a cacophony of clanging, utterly unfazed. As he surged forward, swinging his hammer in a sweeping arc, my aide Colonel Mata clashed with him, barely managing to keep her weapon steady. Just as Blackhead reveled in his triumph, a chilling voice resonated behind him. "What are you laughing at?" Startled, he spun around to find me, impeccably dressed in a colonel's uniform, standing less than a meter away. A pang of dread struck him. When did this man approach? With no time for contemplation, driven by instinct, he swung his 500-kilogram hammer at my face, bellowing, "Die!" And thus, the scene began anew. I extended my right hand and effortlessly caught his full force strike. Gazing at his face, which was etched with disbelief, I smiled and inquired, "Is this the extent of your 45 million in strength?" Blackhead's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his mouth agape, as if to accommodate an egg. How could this possibly be? I placed my left hand upon it, and in an instant, a layer of pitch-black haki enveloped my hand. With a firm grip of my fingers, I heard a resounding crack as the solid steel giant hammer was crushed beneath my grasp. Fragments of iron scattered across the ground. At this moment, the expression on Black Death's face shifted from astonishment to sheer terror. The surrounding pirates stood frozen, as if paralyzed by an unseen force. Who Who are you? Black.The stammered, trembling with fear. With an impassive demeanor, I replied, the dead have no right to know. This cunning fellow attempted to strike me with a punch from his other hand while questioning me. I did not indulge him instead. I countered with a punch of my own. The two fists collided, and with a thunderous sound, Black.Th's arm, clad in an iron gauntlet, was shattered from fist to shoulder. The arm exploded into a mist of blood. He screamed in agony, clutching his severed limb. How noisy! I wrinkled my brow in disdain and pressed my left hand against his abdomen. A surge of dark energy coursed through him, and moments later, a gaping hole erupted in his midsection, his internal organs splattering the surrounding pirates. Meanwhile, I had already sidestepped, untouched by a single drop of blood. At this point, the pirates were utterly shattered. Their captain had been defeated in an instant. What was left to fight for? One of the officers attempted to rally the troops, shouting that we were outnumbered. But before he could finish his sentence, I appeared before him like a specter, seizing his throat and lifting him off the ground. I smiled at the terrified ants before me, relishing their despair. With that, I exerted pressure with my right hand, crushing his throat. The Navy erupted in thunderous cheers, while the pirates had completely lost their will to fight. The ensuing battle could no longer be termed a battle. It was a one-sided slaughter. After the conflict, we counted the spoils, seizing 3 billion berries, not including the gold and jewels. We captured over 6,000 civilians. I ordered their release, providing each with an additional 20,000 berries for living expenses. This was a matter of public relations. You see, I'm here to save you as a righteous navy. Furthermore, every brother who participated in the battle received a bonus of 200,000 berries, with officers receiving additional amounts based on rank. The compensation for the fallen was provided at the highest standard. Though I am avaricious, I am generous to my comrades. Once the funds are distributed, they were willing to fight for me. News of this reached Major General Hagen, who was nearly driven to apoplexy. The 189th Division had been entirely annihilated, and we leisurely arrived, having not only eradicated the pirates but also claimed all the spoils. He immediately sent a telegram to the Navy headquarters at Marinfando, accusing me of negligence, extortion, and arms trafficking, 3 grave charges, each a death sentence. The marshal of the headquarters, Sengoku, received the telegram, and his head began to throb. He knew there was a high likelihood of truth in these accusations. But addressing me was a complicated matter. Why? Because of my formidable background. My mentor is the former naval admiral, Haiwanza Zepha, and my parents are naval heroes who perished in the Valley of God while protecting the celestial dragons. Every elder in the Navy owes my family a debt of gratitude. Additionally, I possess exceptional talent, fit to become an admiral. As Sengoku grappled with this dilemma, the chief advisor, Vice Admiral Crane, entered. After reading the telegram, she frowned. This matter had escalated significantly and was sufficient for a military tribunal. Ultimately, the two decided to dispatch an investigative team to the South Sea to ascertain the situation and fulfill procedural obligations. I received the inquiry fax from headquarters and concocted a casual excuse to send back. We encountered a storm at sea, and our ship was damaged, hence the delay. Believe it or not, that was my response. Consequently, the headquarters dispatched a vice admiral named Wood, notorious for his ironclad impartiality, to establish the investigative team in the South Sea. Upon hearing this, Hagen was overjoyed, convinced that this time he would surely bring me down. He immediately sent someone to the kingdom of Talos within my jurisdiction, contacting the nobles and wealthy merchants I had solicited donations from, instructing them to prepare as witnesses against me. Days later, at Lunt's port, the king of Talos, nobles, wealthy merchants, and Major General Hagen, accompanied by a host of senior naval officers from the South Sea, were all impeccably dressed at the dock, awaiting the arrival of Vice Admiral Wood. I mingled among the crowd, yawning and appearing as though I had just awakened. Hagen observed me, a smirk perpetually gracing his lips, likely already plotting my downfall. Just then, someone in the crowd excitedly shouted, "Here he comes! Vice Admiral Wood's ship has arrived." Everyone turned in unison to behold a colossal naval vessel, standard issue from headquarters, slowly making its way into view. Standing at the bow was a figure whose presence was palpable even from 800 meters away, exuding an aura of authority. The naval officers on the dock remained utterly silent, their heart rates likely skyrocketing. Major General Hagen, the very individual who had previously reported me, gulped nervously, sweat pouring down his forehead. Internally, he reveled in the moment. Here he comes, the iron-blooded Vice Admiral Wood. This time, Victor is finished. But guess what happened? I, Victor, stepped forward as if nothing were amiss, waved, and called out, "Uncle Wood." I nearly sputtered out my drink at that moment. Uncle Wood. Those in the know understood the significance of that title. Hagen was frozen in disbelief, and the surrounding nobles and merchants were equally bewildered. What was happening? Wasn't he here to investigate corrupt officials? Why did it feel like a family reunion? Victor's subordinates, previously glum, now had their eyes alight, sensing a potential twist in the narrative. Victor, ever the standout, strode confidently towards the towering Vice Admiral Wood. The two were of similar height, appearing as two mountains side by side. Upon seeing him, Vice Admiral Wood laughed heartily, clapping a hand on his shoulder. "I knew you'd cause trouble wherever you went." Victor, unfazed, shrugged his shoulders. What can I say? Being two exceptional invites jealousy. Wood's expression shifted instantly to seriousness. Cut the banter. If I uncover any issues, I won't let you off easily. Victor was unperturbed, retorting, "Uncle, feel free to investigate. If any problems arise, it's on me." With just a few exchanges, the onlookers were quick to realize the gravity of their connection. They understood that this relationship surpassed the ordinary. As they observed Victor's demeanor of innocence, their hearts began to race. If Vice Admiral Wood were to protect him, any testimonies they provided might backfire. No, they needed to observe further. Subsequently, Vice Admiral Wood, known for his decisiveness, skipped meals and immediately led the investigative team to the 191st Division, commencing rigorous interrogations. Each day, several sailors were randomly selected and taken to a small dark room for repeated questioning. Once questioned, they were not allowed to return and were kept in isolation. This created an atmosphere of fear within the base, with everyone anxious that someone might inadvertently let slip a secret. Colonel Marta, one of Victor's subordinates, was nearly in a panic and approached him. "Sir, can we withstand this?" Victor, lounging comfortably, replied, "Rest assured, it's Uncle Wood. There will be no issues." Marta remained uneasy, cautiously asking, "Are you quite familiar with Vice Admiral Wood?" Victor chuckled, ready to drop a bombshell. "Familiar? More than that. He is a sworn brother of my father. I even urinated on him when I was a child. So even if something does come to light, he will cover for me." I must say, this was a blend of truth and embellishment. Wood was indeed a close friend of his father, but to suggest favoritism in his investigations was out of the question. That man was as upright as a steel beam. Yet, this was precisely the effect Victor sought. He then instructed Marta, "Go. Casually spread the word about my relationship with Vice Admiral Wood, along with my family background. Let the brothers feel secure and make those plotting mischief reconsider their actions." Marta understood immediately and set off to carry out the task. Once this news circulated, the entire 191st Division felt as though they had taken a calming tonic. Whoa! It turns out Lord Victor is the descendant of a martyr. Both parents are rear admirals. No wonder he's so formidable. He's a native of Marin Fando, a military second generation. Vice Admiral Wood is his uncle, so this investigation is merely a formality. The morale of the men soared, and their narratives became remarkably unified. When this information reached Hagen and Marquis Charlie, their faces drained of color. Hagen regretted his actions profoundly, wondering why he had provoked him in the first place. Now, with such a powerful background, he could only await the inevitable reckoning. Marquis Charlie and his group felt immense relief, grateful that they had not acted impulsively. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they would meet their end. The following day, Hagen arrived with a large entourage of officers, bearing gifts and local specialties to extend his apologies. "Colonel Victor, it was all my fault. I misunderstood the situation and misjudged you. How humble of me." Waikichuo smiled as he accepted the gift. I weighed the box in my hands. It was heavy. Upon opening it, I discovered a layer of pastries on top, while beneath it lay neatly stacked gold bars, worth at least 10 million Bailey. The gifts from others were also cash. After they departed, Waikichuo opened his safe, and I caught a glimpse of it. The money was nearly overflowing, comparable to my annual financial report, entirely abstract in nature. This fellow seems to be here solely for the purpose of amassing wealth. Otherwise, why would he abandon his base to come to this desolate place in the non-high? Now, the whistleblower has voluntarily withdrawn their report, and the witnesses have conveniently lost their memories. The investigative team checked the warehouse and found that not a single weapon was missing. Everything was too perfect. How could this case possibly be investigated? A few days later, Wuda and Waikichuo strolled along the beach as the sun set, creating a warm atmosphere. Wuda lamented, 10 years have flown by. I remember when I fought alongside your parents in Shinji-gu. Waikichuo nodded in agreement, likely already calculating his next scheme in his mind. Wuda patted him on the shoulder, earnestly advising, return to the base soon and become a Navy officer even more distinguished than your parents, upholding justice. Waikichuo feigned innocence, replying, yes, I will, uncle. Wuda was deeply moved by his demeanor, likely thinking, what a fine child. How could he possibly indulge in corruption? Surely, he's been wronged. Just then, a fax arrived from the headquarters, urging Wuda to return promptly. Waikichuo had even prepared a large assortment of non-high specialties for Uncle Wuda to bring back to share with the aunts and uncles at headquarters. As soon as Wuda boarded the ship, and before it had even set off, Waikichuo turned to Mata and instructed, contact the arms dealer and have him remove all the weapons from the warehouse, converting them to cash. What a swift change of face. This kid must have known he was going to be investigated, so he deliberately kept the weapons to prove his innocence, intending to liquidate them once the storm passed. Over at Zhanghua, having received Wudi's thick 200-page investigation report, he didn't believe a single word. He knew Waikichuo too well. The boy had always been as cunning as a monkey. However, the outcome was favorable. Despite his unscrupulous methods, Waikichuo had indeed eliminated a great pirate, restoring dignity to the Navy. Therefore, Zhanghua couldn't be bothered to delve deeper, issuing a straightforward order. Kid, stop fishing in the newbie village and return to headquarters to prepare for training in the new world. Waikichuo received the order without surprise. He had reaped substantial rewards during his year in the non-high. Before departing, he promoted his most loyal subordinate, Mata, to take over his financial operations in the non-high, promising all his officers that he would assist them in advancing their ranks upon his return to headquarters. At the docks, boxes upon boxes of safes were being loaded onto the ship, filled with gold, silver, jewels, and cash. All the officers and soldiers of the 191st Unit expressed their gratitude, collectively chanting, "Long live Lord Waikichuo." This was not merely a navy. It was akin to a local emperor on parade. Upon returning to Malinfondwa, Waikichuo headed straight to Zhanghua's office. Zhanghua wasted no time, stating directly, "Prepare yourself. You're heading to the G5 branch in the New World." Waikichuo stood at attention, saluting yes. Zhanghua looked at him and added, "All your subordinates in the 191st Unit will receive promotions." This cunning old fox was doing him a favor while subtly reminding him, "Kid, I know all about your little schemes. Make sure you work diligently from now on." Waikichuo understood and promptly replied, "Please thank Uncle Zhanghua on their behalf." Thus, Waikichuo embarked on the military vessel heading towards the New World. On board, he encountered a junior of teacher Zifa named Late, an earnest admirer, whose eyes sparkled upon seeing Waikichuo. He eagerly recounted Waikichuo's glorious achievements in school, including his self-created six-style combat techniques and training insights. Upon reaching the G1 branch for transfer, it was quite a reunion with old classmates. The future Akina Sakasi and the future Kizura Bolusalina were all present. Sakasi still wore that expression as if the world owed him a debt, while Bolusalina appeared as if he had just woken from a deep slumber. Dinner that evening in the cafeteria was even more amusing. Sakasi sat at a table with his two lackeys, Gazizi and Daobing, creating an atmosphere so tense that the air pressure within 3 meters could freeze a fly. Meanwhile, others, including Huashishin, mingled with several rear admirals and brigadiers, clearly in a different social circle. Bolusalina sat alone in a corner, quietly eating, embodying a spirit of indifference. Waikichuo, holding a plate, boldly took a seat directly across from Bolusalina. Bolisalina raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Waikichuo smiled and asked, "Is the seat taken?" "Suit yourself," Bolisalina replied. Waikichuo made himself comfortable and began to eat. At that moment, the two young admirers, Late and Kangana, approached excitedly, inquiring if they could sit beside him. Waikichuo nodded, and they quickly obediently took their seats at the adjacent table like school children. Bolisalina observed this scene, likely thinking, so that's why he wrote those 2 books, to win people over. What a sly one. While enjoying his chicken nuggets, Waikichuo suddenly asked Bolisalina, "It's been 2 years. Have you still not been promoted to colonel?" Bolisalina raised an eyebrow, suspecting Waikichuo was looking for trouble. They were both still majors after all. However, Bolisalina, being quite clever, teased, "You should write another book titled How to Rapidly Increase Your Rank. It might benefit me." Waikichuo earnestly nodded. "Good idea. I'll write one when I have the chance. I hope it helps you as well." Upon hearing this, the two admirers' eyes lit up, as if they had discovered treasure. A few days later, they sailed towards the G5 branch on the military ship. Midway, the lookout suddenly shouted, "Flying Sky pirate crew spotted." The deck instantly buzzed with excitement. Everyone grabbed their binoculars and saw several pirate ships flying the Golden Lion flag charging towards them. The pirates were incredibly brazen, not only refusing to flee upon seeing the naval vessel, but even waving at them from their ships, with some audaciously urinating over the side. Young recruits like Late, fresh out of training, were furious, their fists clenched and faces flushed. The captain leading the team, a rear admiral, wore a grave expression, clearly troubled by this group. Sakasi coldly observed, remaining silent. He had likely witnessed such humiliating events numerous times over the past 2 years and had learned to endure. Waikichuo stole a glance at him, thinking, no wonder this fellow will eventually become a dormant volcano. As for Bolisalina, I tell you, he was yawning, utterly indifferent, exuding an aura of not my problem, I just want to clock out. Only Late, Kungana, and other hot-headed youngsters were visibly fuming, their faces turning green, feeling that being in the Navy was unbearably frustrating. Then, Waikichuo stepped forward and, in front of everyone, asked Rear Admiral Kalufu, "May I take action?" Late and Kungana's eyes instantly sparkled, seeing him as a savior, eagerly awaiting Kalufu's nod. But what happened? The old man shook his head, claiming it would be meaningless. In plain terms, he was being cowardly, afraid of provoking the sea overlord, the Golden Lion. Waikichuo listened and simply muttered a nonchalant hum, his expression inscrutable. As they watched the Flying Sky pirate crew speed away without a trace, the big shots on the deck returned to their cabins as if nothing had happened. Late, unable to contain his frustration, leaned over to Waikichuo and complained, "I really want to eliminate all those scumbags." Kungana echoed his sentiment, his face dark with anger, fists clenched. Yet Waikichuo merely leaned against the railing, gazing at the sea, casually stating, "Once I have power, I will cleanse this world." I tell you the tone, the demeanor. Late and Kungana were utterly captivated, believing him without a doubt. And then guess what? Upon returning to his quarters, Waikichuo immediately began to write fervently. What was he writing? How to rapidly ascend the military ranks. My dear friends, who possesses the knowledge? This individual not only excels in combat, but is also a master of strategic maneuvering. He has meticulously compiled his insights on advancing from a recruit to a colonel into a comprehensive manual. This is not merely a book. It is clearly a pathway he is laying for himself, establishing his own faction. Just as he was engrossed in writing, Lieutenant Colonel Wright and Lieutenant Connor arrived. Without lifting his head, Victor remarked, "Wait a moment, I am almost done." The two youngsters leaned in to see dozens of pages densely packed with text. Upon completion, Victor promptly handed the manuscript to them, expressing his hope that it would assist them. As they perused the content, their eyes widened in astonishment. From navigating interactions with superiors to achieving merit, it was all laid out in remarkable detail. Wright, observing Victor's dark circles, was deeply moved. "Senior, have you been burning the midnight oil for this?" Victor maintained his serene demeanor. A promise made must be fulfilled. He encouraged the two to make several copies to aid more individuals. Such ambition is truly extraordinary. Not long after, the warship docked at the stronghold of G5. I assure you, as soon as we entered the harbor, the group of interns aboard was left utterly astonished. The sailors on the dock wore their caps askew, their attire disheveled, exuding an air of rebelliousness. One might believe they had just descended from Liang Shanbo. This was not a naval base. It resembled a lawless territory straight out of a pirate saga. Once the ship stabilized, Major General Koloff swiftly disembarked to hand over command to a certain Vice Admiral Tucker. The handover process was straightforward and brusque. A brigadier general began calling names from a list. Colonel Victor, Major Sakazuki, Major Borisolino. After the roll call, Vice Admiral Tucker simply stated to Koloff, "You may return." There was no farewell feast, as G5 was always prepared for action. We newcomers were assigned to a dormitory, which was in a deplorable state, with dust covering the tables, cobwebs in the corners, and the trash bins overflowing with bloodied bandages. As I pondered whether to take the initiative to clean up, a sudden alarm blared outside, accompanied by a cacophony of whistles. "Prepare to embark. Hurry up, you bunch of starving layabouts." The officers berated us as they urged everyone onto the ship. A poker-faced major general, around 40, summoned all the newcomers, disregarding our ranks. In his eyes, we were all mere rookies. Once aboard Fire Mountain, in a hurry, inquire where we headed. The major general shot him a cold glance and replied, "Rookie, you have two choices. Do 2,000 push-ups or spend 3 days in confinement." Fire Mountain immediately caved in, shouting in affirmation, and dropped to the ground to commence his push-ups. Such an imposing display of authority left no room for dissent. Everyone promptly echoed, "Yes, sir." Satisfied, the major general nodded. "Welcome to the world of monsters." Our mission was to capture a notorious pirate named Jonathan, with a bounty of 360 million. In that era, such a sum was astronomical. Under the cover of darkness, 3 warships stealthily approached Hylingson Island, lights extinguished as the sailors quietly paddled their landing craft toward the shore. Meanwhile, the pirates on the island were reveling around a bonfire, drinking, playing cards, and singing joyously. Unfortunately, a hapless pirate ventured to relieve himself by the sea, only be met with a gunshot, a bullet striking his forehead, and he collapsed into a sandpit. I assure you, this was undoubtedly the most humiliating fate for a pirate, as a simple trip to the restroom led to the demise of the entire crew. As the gunfire erupted, the G5 Navy surged toward the island like a tempest. Though the pirates were caught off guard, they were seasoned veterans of the New World, quick to respond and retaliate. The pirate leader, Jonathan, towering nearly 8 meters tall, rose to his feet, wielding 2 massive spike clubs. However, just as he stood, a languid voice emerged from behind. "You best not go anywhere." Turning around, he found Victor standing there. Simultaneously, chaos erupted on the beach. The pirates had fortified the island with artillery, unleashing cannonballs like a torrential downpour. The seasoned veterans of G5 charged forward, shouting, "Do not concern yourselves with the fallen." Yet, fresh graduates like Wright and Connor had never encountered such turmoil. Upon witnessing their comrades injured, they instinctively sought to assist, only to find snipers targeting those attempting to rescue, leaving them unable to retreat or rescue effectively. Nevertheless, these two were incredibly brave. Driven by fervor, they forged ahead, dispatching almost 100 henchmen in their wake. This, however, drew out the elite foes. A behemoth over 6 meters tall, with a bounty of 170 million, known as Big Shield Lore, charged forward. Brandishing a metal shield taller than himself, he barreled through the Navy personnel, sending them flying without a second thought. Connor attempted a powerful kick, yet it left no mark on the shield. Wright followed up with a piercing strike, but it proved equally ineffective. Lore laughed heartily, raising his shield to crush Connor into a pulp. Just then, Ghost Spider rushed forward, but before he could close the distance, another figure, a bandaged man named Rex, intercepted him. Goodness, officers emerged one after another. The zombie swordsman Rex had a bounty of 190 million. Just as Ghost Spider appeared to be faltering, Sakazuki, my beloved Captain Akainu, arrived. He swiftly subdued Rex with a single strike, severing his head. On the other side, Borisolino, who would later become Admiral Kazuru, casually toyed with the fishman ultimately incapacitating all of his joints with precise strikes. Meanwhile, in the heart of the island, the ultimate adversary, Jonathan, swung his 2-ton spiked clubs with ferocity, creating gusts of wind as he relentlessly attacked Victor. Yet, despite his efforts, he failed to even graze Victor's attire. "Who are you?" Jonathan was bewildered. He had previously dispatched numerous naval officers, yet found himself outmaneuvered by a young colonel today. Victor smiled softly and articulated, "Is it so surprising for someone my age to possess such strength?" Then, with a calm demeanor, he uttered a chilling declaration. "Let me share a secret with you. I have never considered myself weaker than anyone, not even in the face of Roger or Garp." Jonathan was momentarily stunned by these words, then bellowed in rage, activating his devil fruit ability, the Zoan-type bull fruit, transforming him into a massive black bull creature over 12 meters tall. He swung his club, enveloped in haki, aiming to crush Victor. That strike could undoubtedly cleave a warship in two. Yet, Victor did not evade. Instead, he raised his haki-imbued fist to meet the blow. A thunderous impact resounded, and I felt the very island tremble. The terrifying shockwave uprooted the surrounding trees. Jonathan exerted all his might, his face turning purple. Yet the club would not descend. Victor, unfazed, inquired, "Is this truly your full strength?" Frustrated, Jonathan swung the other club, but once again it struck nothing. In that fleeting moment as he turned, Victor appeared before him, delivering a high kick that struck his bull-like face. Jonathan's enormous form was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through a swath of trees before embedding into a mountainside. Before he could recover, Victor approached with graceful strides, pressing his palm against Jonathan's chest, and commanded, "Shatter the firmament." The haki penetrated him entirely. In the next instant, the mountain erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, burying Jonathan alive. Once Victor had dispatched the boss, he returned to the main battlefield as if nothing had transpired. Observing around, I noticed that Sakazuki and Borsalino had also concluded their battles. Sakazuki had effortlessly eliminated Rex, his head rolling on the ground. Borsalino, on the other hand, was mercilessly toying with the fishman, culminating in a few precise strikes that rendered his opponent utterly incapacitated. At this moment, the formidable shield-bearer, Luo was still engaged in a fierce battle with Huashishin and his companions. Le and Kungana had already sustained injuries and could only watch from the sidelines. Suddenly, a crescent-shaped white slash descended from the heavens. Luo hastily raised a shield to defend himself, but the shield, which could withstand even the strikes of the underworld king, Lele, shattered with a loud crack. Everyone looked up in astonishment as Waikichuo gracefully descended from sky. Luo gazed at the wound on his abdomen, disbelief etched across his face. He relinquished his shield, enveloped himself in Huzhuang, and charged at Waikichuo with a furious roar, delivering a downward cannon punch. As the dust settled, all present were left in shock. Waikichuo effortlessly blocked Luo's full force attack with just one hand. "You have done your best," Waikichuo remarked as his arm trembled lightly, sending Luo's massive frame flying over 1,000 meters, obliterating everything in his path. The G5's rear admirals and vice admirals stood agape, their eyes nearly popping out. They finally understood that Marshal Zhanghua did not summon them to hone the newcomers, but rather to allow these three monsters to accumulate experience and merit. This was not cultivation. It was akin to raising a venomous insect, with Waikichuo as the mightiest of them all. After the battle concluded, the medics commenced treating the wounded. Waikichuo approached Le and Kungana, who had several broken ribs but still attempted to feign indifference. Waikichuo patted them on the back, advising, "Sweat more in training. Bleed less in battle. You must practice diligently." The two young men, invigorated, shouted in unison, "Yes." Once Waikichuo departed, they excitedly discussed, "That move, Lanjiao, was so cool. I believe it's called Yuya Tianchong." Subsequently, the sailors discovered Kyanazin amidst the ruins. Miraculously, he was alive, though his bones were shattered and his internal organs were in disarray. Were it not for the strong regenerative abilities of a Zoan-type devil fruit user, he would have perished long ago. The examination report was delivered to Rear Admiral 9. who noted the lack of external injuries but severe internal damage. A glance at Waikicho not far away sent a chill down his spine. News of the battle reached Navy headquarters, where Marshal Zhangguo reviewed the report, noting the monstrous evaluations of Waikichuo, Sakasiji, and Bolisalinuo, and smiled with satisfaction. Particularly, the assessment of Waikichuo was succinctly summed up by Rear Admiral Nyan in 2 words: monster. Who could fathom that all these achievements were wrought by a mere 20-year-old? At such a young age, he was already so formidable, leaving little room for others to compete. Moreover, I must emphasize, he is yet to consume a devil fruit, a pure martial arts prodigy. If he were to acquire a remarkable fruit, the consequences would be unimaginable. The higher-ups in the Navy were already in a fervor. Zhangguo, the bespectacled elder who would later become the marshal, trembled as he clutched Waikicho's report, rushing to find his superior, the then Marshal Kong. Upon reviewing the report, Kong gasped in astonishment and immediately set off for the Holy Land, Mary Geos. Why? To convene a small meeting with the 5 most powerful elders in the world. The Wulaoxing. I assure you, the atmosphere was akin to a boardroom interview. The 5 elders sat lined up, with Kong presenting like a department manager delivering a performance report. One curly-haired elder spoke first, inquiring, "Can you guarantee the loyalty of these young ones?" Kong, being a seasoned veteran, quickly pledged, despite their minor quirks, they currently exhibit unwavering loyalty to the world government. The elders then began to murmur among themselves. One remarked, "Indeed, all 3 possess the potential of admirals and warrant close observation." Another concurred, "Absolutely, the Navy must strengthen itself. We cannot afford a repeat of the God Valley incident from a decade ago. What a disgrace." Who can comprehend the unique thought processes of these elders? Finally, the elder wielding a katana perused Waikicho's dossier, which was not provided by the Navy, but rather acquired by CP0 agents, and it was astonishingly detailed. It noted that Waikichuo was avaricious, prone to forming cliques, and had even resorted to ruthless means for financial gain, including turning a blind eye to those in peril. Yuan-Ti believed this, but upon finishing, the elder with the sword actually chuckled. He declared, "This young man may not be loyal to justice, but I foresee he will remain devoted to the world government." Unbelievable. They favor individuals with flaws and desires because they can be manipulated. Such a perspective reflects a top-tier understanding of workplace dynamics, believing that those with weaknesses are more controllable. While the senior executives were engrossed in grand plans, Waikichuo was not idle. He immediately began teaching at the G5 base's training grounds. He became a gold medal instructor, personally guiding his 2 junior brothers, Le and Kangana, on how to master the 6 styles. The scene was nothing short of a Hollywood blockbuster. From over 30 meters away, with a mere flick of his finger, he unleashed a barrage of finger shots. Several deep bullet holes appeared in the specially made steel pillars. Then, with a single lanjiao, one could almost mistake him for a character from the neighboring set, proclaiming the name of the technique, Yuya Tianchong. With a swift motion, a wave of white, slashing energy shot forth, cleaving through hundreds of steel pillars in unison. The veteran soldiers of G5, witnessing this display, were left slack-jawed. As if that were not enough, he tore off his shirt, revealing muscles akin to those of ancient Greek sculptures. He then proceeded to demonstrate his unique ability, known as Xingming Huan. In essence, it allowed him to control every cell in his body, augmenting any muscle he desired. Right there, he thickened his arm by an entire circumference and then thrust it outward, producing an explosive force that penetrated steel plates. After concluding his lesson, he returned to his dormitory. Did you think he was going to rest? No. He began writing a book titled Baki Xiulian Xinluan. In the Navy, this was considered a legendary martial arts manual, and typically, one would have to kneel to learn it. Yet he decided to open source it for public access. His elder, Rear Admiral 9, was taken aback and rushed over to inquire, "Have you lost your mind? Why would you share such a precious resource so freely?" Waikichuo, unblinking, solemnly replied, "Uncle 9, had our Navy been this formidable a decade ago, so many lives would not have been sacrificed." Remarkable indeed. This character development was spot on. 9 was moved, perceiving the ambition within this youth. But who can comprehend the depth of this performance? Waikichuo was meticulously crafting his persona, aiming to become an idol, amass followers, and eventually establish his own faction. This young man adeptly played 1,000 roles. Before his superiors, he was a vengeful youth for his parents. While in front of his juniors, he was the selfless, perfect senior. In the eyes of the world government, he was merely a flawed pawn. Thus, half a month passed, and Waikichuo's popularity at the G5 base soared to unprecedented heights. Wherever he went, he was greeted with Colonel and Senior. The opportunity soon arose. A directive was issued to establish a special operations unit at the G5 branch, with Waikichuo appointed as commander, with the liberty to choose personnel and equipment at his discretion. This was splendid news. The majors and captains, who had been thoroughly charmed by him, clamored to join. Within mere hours, the unit was fully staffed with 1,000 recruits. Shortly thereafter, their first mission arrived, to track down the Roger pirates. My heart sank. This was a hellish difficulty level right from the start. Yet, shortly after departing, they encountered a place called Jiaer Island. Waikichuo, as if he had a weather forecast, warned, extreme weather is approaching. Prepare yourselves. True to his words. One moment the skies were clear, the next, thunder rumbled, and colossal waves crashed down like cucumbers being struck. Had he not issued the warning in advance, we would have found ourselves feeding fish. Once the storm passed, and we set foot on the island to replenish supplies, what did we find? To our astonishment, we stumbled upon a wild boss monster. A contingent of soldiers dispatched to scout the forest suddenly heard a blood-curdling scream. One of the brothers came tumbling back, his face drained of color, exclaiming, "The Red Count! The Red Count is on the island." I must tell you, this Red Count is no mere foot soldier. He is a legendary figure, renowned alongside Roger and Whitebeard in the New World. We sent more men to investigate, but alas, they found nothing but chaos. Over 100 brothers. Not a single intact corpse, all torn to shreds by that wretched umbrella. The scene was a river of blood. Everyone was paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, Victor stepped forward. He regarded us, a bunch of cowards, and calmly stated, "He is merely a Red Count. I shall deal with him." Ignoring our pleas, he strode boldly into the forest. His silhouette was, I must say, utterly magnificent. We dared not venture in, instead waiting outside, hearing the thunderous sounds within, akin to a demolition. Upon entering, Victor was met with a ground strewn with shredded flesh. His gaze turned frigid as he addressed the Red Count standing not far off. "How do you intend to atone for the loss of my subordinates?" What followed was a battle of titans. Victor, with a flourish of his justice cloak, signaled his intent. The cloak soared through the air while he transformed into a streak of darkness, charging forward. With a resounding crash, his foot collided with the tip of the Red Count's umbrella. Their armed haki clashed, sparks flying. The Red Count was taken aback. He had intended to ambush Victor during the cloak's throw, but Victor not only anticipated his move, but was also faster. He must have been cursing inwardly. Where did this kid come from? How can his strength surpass that of a monster? The ensuing battle was a dazzling spectacle. Victor's speed was such that only afterimages could be seen. With a single downward kick, he created a massive crater in the ground. The Red Count was consistently on the defensive, and when pushed to his limits, unleashed his deadly strike, a torrent of sword energy akin to venomous serpents. Yet, Victor evaded them with the ease of a master, leisurely maneuvering as if he were reading a script. The Red Count, now utterly rattled, roared, "Can you see the future?" Victor merely smiled faintly, his expression suggesting, "Did you just realize that?" This infuriated the Red Count, who bellowed, "To eliminate a genius like you would surely grieve the higher-ups of the Navy." Victor chuckled at this, shaking his head as if to say, He taunted, "Kill me? Do you possess the strength for that? Prepare to meet your demise." The Red Count, in a fit of rage, thrust his umbrella sword forward, unleashing a blood-red arc that tore through the air, aimed straight at Victor. Victor, with a smirk, tilted his head, gracefully dodging the strike. With a whoosh, the old man, Red Count laid field, executed a swift maneuver, vanishing from sight. Remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared before Victor. Yet, Victor was no novice. He had already deciphered the old man's actions and delivered a powerful punch aimed squarely at Ladefield's aged visage. Boom! The blow landed. However, the old rascal had intentionally taken a hit. Using the momentum from the strike, he executed a side kick aimed at Victor's abdomen. Ouch! This one was no joke. Victor was sent sliding back several paces. I must tell you, the force behind the Red Count's kick was formidable, infused with armed hockey. A single strike could puncture a warship. Victor managed to steady himself. When experts of their caliber clash, relying solely on observation hockey leads to a drawn-out battle. To achieve a swift resolution, one must engage in a test of physical prowess. The one with the strongest body, the one who can endure the most punishment, shall emerge victorious. At 44 years old, the Red Count was in the prime of his life, at the peak of his physical capabilities, unyielding in bodily confrontations. Moreover, he was a seasoned warrior, having braved countless fierce battles and faced death numerous times. In contrast to the Red Count, Victor appeared to be a mere novice. Despite his extraordinary talent, he had yet to undergo a true trial of life and death. In terms of physical resilience and willpower, he could not compare. Once more, the Red Count launched his attack, his blood-red cloak swirling like a vampire's, darting through space. Victor let out a cold snort, clenching his fists as he began to channel his energy. 6 styles, King Gun. My friends, who understands this? This is a signature technique of Lucci. Mastery of the 6 styles and reaching its utmost understanding is no small feat yet. Victor's talent was extraordinary. Every martial art he had witnessed in his past life, he could employ. With both fists together, a shockwave surged toward the Red Count. Puffed. The Red Count was struck, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. However, his counterattack arrived simultaneously. The umbrella sword swung, delivering a blood-red slash that struck Victor. Victor, too, was injured, yet both men bore their wounds stoically, quickly adjusting before vanishing once more. Whoosh, whoosh. They both disappeared and reappeared at the same time, their speed reaching an almost transcendental peak. Victor unleashed a kick, and the Red Count retaliated in kind. Boom! Their feet collided, the armed hockey crackling, shockwaves radiating outward. Madness filled their eyes. You are quite strong, the Red Count conceded. You are not weak yourself, Victor replied. The Red Count's face twisted into a grimace, a cold smile forming as he remarked, given a few more years, even Roger and Whitebeard may not stand a chance against you. Victor merely smiled faintly. I have never considered them my targets. A flicker of surprise and curiosity crossed the Red Count's eyes, but quickly faded. In the next instant, Victor's heavy fist was already upon him. The Red Count raised his umbrella sword, armed hockey coiling around it. Bang! Their powers collided once more, a deafening explosion resonating. The shockwave obliterated the surrounding forest. Massive trees snapping in half, shattered into a shower of wood chips beneath the overwhelming force of armed hockey. The Red Count garments were reduced to tatters. At that moment, their figures finally appeared within the sight of the Navy. The surrounding forest lay in ruins, the ground a chaotic mess, a sight too grim to behold. Eric and the others were left dumbfounded. The Red Count's armed hockey was peculiar indeed. The Red Count's eyes widened as he swiftly distanced himself from Victor. In their recent skirmish, he had discovered a disturbing aspect of Victor's armed hockey. It could penetrate his defenses. You see, in the Red Count's understanding, armed hockey had only 3 applications: hardening, wrapping, and external projection. Hardening and wrapping could enhance both offensive and defensive capabilities. External projection involved gathering armed hockey in one's hands or weapons and releasing it to form tangible attacks or defenses. However, the armed hockey that Victor had just unleashed penetrated his body like a drill. While it had not inflicted severe damage due to his defenses, it was sufficient to raise his alarm. Have you figured it out? Victor asked with a slight smile. The application of flowing cherry is akin to the dark energy found in martial arts novels, a unique technique from Wano country. Due to its isolationist policies, this technique had not reached overseas until Kinneman and others set sail, subsequently imparting the method to Whitebeard and the Roger Pirates. It seems that to eliminate you, a considerable price must be paid. The Red Count's gaze turned cold, realizing he had underestimated Victor. This kid was formidable, though young. He was adept in advanced applications of hockey. To eliminate him would require a fierce commitment. And such commitment comes with a price, perhaps a hand, a leg, or even a more severe disability. The Red Count's expression sharpened, fierce and determined, as he gripped his umbrella sword, veins bulging. The ground beneath him began to crack with numerous fissures. He was prepared to fight to the death. In the face of a formidable opponent, there is no room for luck. One must fight with all their might. Very well, you make for a worthy stepping stone, Victor calmly declared, assuming a peculiar stance. This posture was unfamiliar to the Red Count, yet it was well known to Light and his companions. It was the Life Restoration 8 gates, the opening of the door. Excitement filled the eyes of Light, Connor, and others. Victor had previously mentioned in the 6 Styles derivative techniques that the Life Restoration 8 gates could unleash 100% of physical capability by lifting the constraints of the brain domain. Of course, the cost was an overwhelming consumption of bodily energy, which served to enhance strength and speed. However, they had yet to master this technique, as releasing the brain domain's constraints was simply too perilous. Eric murmured, "Colonel Victor intends to make a swift resolution." Indeed, under the excited gazes of the crowd, Victor vanished from his original spot in an instant. How astonishingly swift! If Victor's speed had previously seemed ghostly to the Red Count, it was now beyond belief. Was what they had witnessed not Victor's full strength before? Was this the true extent? As Radefield's heart was shaken, Victor raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick towards him. Radefield attempted to intercept the attack with his umbrella sword. However, he was sent flying. With a clatter, Radefield slid across the ground for some distance before barely coming to a stop. Is such strength possible without charging? Radefield was deeply astounded. Yet, before he could regain his footing, Victor launched another assault from behind. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of explosive air, Victor relentlessly struck Radefield with heavy punches. Each blow was infused with 100% power. That previous kick as well. A punch connected with Radefield's cheek, causing him excruciating pain, his nose crumpling, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. But before he could react, Victor's other foot struck his abdomen fiercely, sending him flying once more. The assault was far from over. Victor pursued relentlessly. Boom! Another heavy kick. Radefield spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as though his insides were being shattered. At this moment, Radefield had yet to consume a devil fruit, lacking the abilities of a vampire or the regenerative powers of a Zoan-type mythical beast. Thud! 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 Victor's fists and kicks rained down like a tempest upon Radefield, who could only muster all his strength to defend and evade. Damn it! Radefield gritted his teeth, holding on. He had anticipated a brutal life-and-death struggle, but he found himself utterly suppressed in speed and strength. Victor said nothing. His current state would impose an extreme burden on his body. Thus, the sooner he concluded the battle, the better. He aimed to finish it within 2 hours. Time ticked away. The two engaged in high-intensity combat for 1 hour and 50 minutes. Radefield's chest heaved violently, while Victor felt a piercing pain in his muscles and bones. Light and the others were left in a daze. Victor had mentioned in his writings that the duration of the 8 gates usage should be controlled as much as possible. Exceeding 10 minutes could lead to ruptured blood vessels, torn muscles, and shattered bones. At that moment, Victor once again vanished from sight, appearing before Radefield with terrifying speed, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. A flaw. Before Radefield could react, Victor launched a sudden attack, landing a kick squarely on his chin. This blow sent Radefield soaring to a height of 1,000 meters. At that moment, Victor disappeared, propelling himself skyward with astonishing speed. My goodness, he's actually caught up. Victor was unbelievably fast. Light, Connor, and the others exclaimed in astonishment. Victor then approached Radefield from behind, wrapping his arms around him, and began to spin rapidly in midair, hurtling towards the ground. Radefield's head struck the ground first. A thunderous crash reverberated, shaking the entire island as though an earthquake had occurred, cracks appearing everywhere. This collision inflicted immense damage upon Radefield. Thankfully, his physique was robust and his life force resilient. Had it been anyone else, This maneuver would have been fatal. It was the life restoration 8 Gates bloom of Lotus. Light, Connor, and the others held their breath, witnessing this technique for the first time. Victor gazed at the incapacitated raid field, releasing the door-opening state, feeling an overwhelming fatigue akin to having run 1,500 meters in his previous life. Though exhausted, it was bearable. At that moment, Light, Connor, and the others rushed over. The Navy personnel raised their weapons, pointing them at the fallen raid field. "Do not worry, he has lost consciousness," Victor reassured Light and the others. "The Red Count has been defeated by Colonel Victor." The Navy personnel snapped out of their shock, erupting into cheers. Despite the recent loss of so many comrades, capturing raid field alive was more than sufficient for them. Victor instructed Eric, "Send a report to headquarters." "Understood." Eric immediately set off to transmit the message. Marine Ford, Navy headquarters. Sengoku was devising a new operational plan when a jubilant Rear Admiral rushed in. "Admiral Sengoku," the Rear Admiral exclaimed, holding the transmission. "Colonel Victor has captured the Red Count alive." "What did you say?" Sengoku was momentarily stunned, taking several seconds to respond. "What was it you just said?" The Rear Admiral repeated. "Colonel Victor has captured the Red Count alive." Sengoku was astonished. Victor had indeed captured the Red Count. Simultaneously, within the Navy headquarters, figures like Vice Admiral Tsuru and Vice Admiral Wood were informed of Victor's capture of the Red Count. As the Fleet Admiral, Kong was naturally aware of this development. And like Sengoku, he was equally taken aback. It is worth noting that Kong had aspired to capture the Red Count during his tenure as a general, but had failed to do so. "Knock, knock, knock." At that moment, a knock sounded on the office door. "Come in," Kong called out. Sengoku opened the door and entered. "Colonel seriously. Are you here to discuss Victor's promotion?" Capturing Jonathan had already been a significant achievement. With the capture of the Red Count, failing to promote him would be unreasonable. Regarding the promotion to Rear Admiral, Kong hesitated, not because he was unwilling to elevate Victor, but because the rank of Rear Admiral felt disproportionate to Victor's accomplishments. The Red Count was, after all, a notorious pirate, and capturing him was a monumental feat. Sengoku, however, was quite decisive, stating, "Let's first promote Victor to the rank of Commodore, and then elevate him to Vice Admiral after a year." Kong looked at Sengoku, somewhat astonished. He had intended only to promote Victor to Commodore, yet Sengoku was directly proposing a promotion to Vice Admiral at the age of 21. Was that not too swift? Reflecting on their own military service, having started as a private and gradually climbed the ranks, Sengoku seemed to perceive Kong's thoughts and remarked earnestly, "The swift resurgence of pirates following the downfall of rocks is a fact we cannot ignore, and we must cultivate a new generation within the Navy." Implicit in his words was that the Navy needed not only to nurture formidable forces, but also to maintain deterrent power. After a moment of contemplation, Kong nodded in agreement with Sengoku's suggestion. Although Kong was the Fleet Admiral, he acknowledged that Sengoku surpassed him in matters of personnel and strategy. Holy Land, Mariehua. In Panga City, amidst the power struggles, the 5 elders received Victor's battle report, along with the documents submitted by Kong. They were astonished to learn that he had captured the Red Count alive. At merely 20 years of age, had he already achieved the strength of a general? The white-haired elder and the golden-haired elder furrowed their brows. It was not unusual for a genius capable of developing such martial arts to defeat the Red Count. At that moment, the elder in a white robe, wearing glasses, appeared unfazed. He held a copy of the 6 Styles derivative techniques, which detailed the life restoration opening of the Lotus, revealing how to unleash 100% of one's speed and strength by lifting the constraints of the brain domain. However, the cost was steep, requiring one to bear the burdens of excessive bodily consumption. According to reports from agents embedded within the Special Forces, Victor had indeed employed the life restoration opening of the Lotus to vanquish the Red Count. "You are indeed correct. He is a genius." At this moment, the elder with white hair spoke. The report submitted by Kong elucidates the intention to cultivate them into the future of the Navy. Since they are the face of the world government, let us make him even stronger. There happens to be a suitable devil fruit ability for him. However, do not rush to bestow it upon him. The elder, who sported a mustache and bore a birthmark on his forehead, stated seriously, his loyalty still requires testing. Let us wait until he is promoted to Rear Admiral before granting him this power. The bespectacled elder understood what type of devil fruit it was. It possessed a power that transcended even the natural type. It was the most fitting for Waikichuo and would best enable him to unleash his potential. Due to the encounter with the Crimson Count, the mission of the Special Forces was temporarily halted. The military doctor also provided a report on Waikichuo's injuries. Consequently, Waikichuo led the Special Forces back to the G5 branch. As the gates opened, the military vessels of the Special Forces slowly sailed in. At the port of G5, Rear Admiral Nan and others were already waiting. Waikichuo, wrapped in bandages, stepped down from the ship one step at a time. Salute. Rear Admiral Nan took the lead in saluting, and all the Navy personnel within the G5 branch saluted Waikichuo. The Crimson Count had previously slain countless Navy members and committed innumerable crimes, but Waikichuo's capture of him not only earned him military merit, but also avenged his fallen comrades. Thus, Waikichuo was deserving of the respect from the G5 branch. Waikichuo also saluted Rear Admiral Nan and the others. Subsequently, the Crimson Count was carried down from the ship. Latifier, now in a wretched state, was bound tightly with chains as thick as an arm. With his eyes closed, he feigned indifference to the surrounding gazes. However, in truth, he felt quite displeased as he felt like a beast in a zoo, being observed and critiqued. Is that the Crimson Count, surviving such severe injuries, yet still alive? Living is even worse. He must be suffering immensely. The Navy personnel whispered among themselves. At that moment, Waikichuo approached Nan. Nan patted Waikichuo's shoulder and said, "Well done." It was merely good fortune to have encountered him, Waikichuo replied nonchalantly. Nan held the appointment letter and remarked, "Rest well. You are indeed a star of the Navy." Waikichuo received the appointment letter, as the Navy headquarters officially conferred upon him the rank of Rear Admiral. In just over 2 years since graduating from military school, Waikichuo had already ascended to the rank of Rear Admiral. On the high seas, a newsbird landed on the Golden Jackson. Rayleigh paid 500 berries to the newsbird to purchase a newspaper. Upon seeing the headline news, Rayleigh was taken aback. "Mr. Rayleigh, what has happened?" Buggy approached, noticing Rayleigh's astonished expression. Just as Shanks was about to approach, Roger held him back by his straw hat. "Brother, what is the matter?" Roger inquired of Rayleigh. "A remarkable figure has emerged from the Navy." Rayleigh handed the newspaper to Roger, stating it was even more formidable than the two he encountered last year. Roger took the newspaper and saw 2 photographs. One was of Waikichuo, and the other was of the Crimson Count. Waikichuo, 20 years old, Navy colonel, has captured the Crimson Count. Truly impressive. Roger read Waikichuo's personal introduction. He had traversed the seas for many years. His experience and strength reaching their zenith as a formidable pirate, aware of the Navy's intentions to create a hero, much like Carp from a decade ago. Capturing the Crimson Count, Jonathan, Waikichuo had already achieved remarkable military exploits at such a young age. Buggy jumped up, trying to see the contents of the newspaper. At that moment, Barrett leaned in to take a look, and in the next moment, he exclaimed, "I was directly called away. It was Uncle Nan. He summoned me to the office." Goodness, this old man usually has a poker face, but today he was smiling. A fax was slapped right on my face. "Congratulations, Rear Admiral Waikichuo." I picked it up and thought, hey, Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters. My special forces have also been upgraded, directly under the headquarters command. Does anyone understand? This means that Rear Admiral Nan will no longer have authority over me. I am directly aligned with the admirals and marshals. The taste of power surged immediately. I returned to the barracks with the appointment letter and called an all-hands meeting. My brothers below were a sea of faces, their eyes gleaming with excitement. I cleared my throat and raised 3 fingers. 3 matters. First, from today onwards, I, Waikichuo, shall be the Rear Admiral of the headquarters. Our special forces are also officially renamed, directly under the headquarters. As soon as the words left my mouth, the crowd erupted. Their excitement was akin to winning the lottery. They understood the principle. When one achieves success, all associated benefit. I calmed my hand, waiting for them to quiet down, then raised my voice an octave higher. Second, All my brothers following me shall be promoted one rank. The cheers erupted once more, nearly lifting the roof of the G5 branch. This was the effect I had been waiting for. Finally, with a flourish, I declared, "Third, tonight, we will hold a celebration. All expenses will be on me." Young Master Waikichuo, the atmosphere reached its zenith. I then called over my junior lieutenants, Light and Connor, patting their shoulders. "You two, from today onward, shall be lieutenants," temporarily serving as my advisors. They were momentarily stunned, their eyes wide as saucers. Interns, within a few months, promoted directly to lieutenants. This was far more exhilarating than passing an entrance exam. As this news spread, the entire G5 went wild. Look at Sakazuki and Borisolino. They have just been promoted to lieutenant colonel, but compared to my pace, they seem to be moving at a snail's pace. Meanwhile, my interns have already become lieutenants. What does this mean? It means that being with me brings rewards. In no time, the threshold for those wishing to ally with me was nearly trampled down. Of course, I did not forget my brothers back home. I promptly wrote a recommendation letter to Sengoku, directly promoting my former subordinate, Aluin, from Branch 191 to commander of Branch 189. It is all about sharing the benefits. Just as I was busy, Sengoku's phone worm rang, instructing me to escort the Crimson Count back to Impel Down. Well, work has arrived. On the day of departure, the scene at the dock was astonishing. Sakazuki, Borisolino, and the future admiral stood straight, respectfully saluting me, the rear admiral. That feeling was indescribable. As I escorted the prisoners on the road, my little brother Aluin had already begun generating revenue in the new territory. Following my teachings, he established a veterans fund, compelling all passing merchants and nobles to voluntarily donate. This operation was remarkably efficient, reaching the 5 elders without delay. Guess what? The 5 elder gentlemen were not only unperturbed, but delighted. With desire and greed, they expressed, "Excellent. Such people are our favorites." They immediately decided to meet with me. The escort mission proceeded smoothly. Upon arriving at Impel Down, I spotted a young man, resembling Satan, with his eyes fixed intently on me. I recognized him as the future poison master, Magellan. In front of his superiors, I pointed at him and said, "This lad is the future of Impel Down." I made a personal favor, which would facilitate future dealings. Once back at Marineford, Fleet Admiral Kong awaited me in person at the dock. Without a word, he directly led me onto the ship, heading for the Holy Land, Mary Geos. In that legendary realm of power, the 5 elders dismissed Kong in my presence, sending a clear message. "You see, even your superior must stand aside here." Thereafter, the ultimate interview commenced. An elder with spectacles spoke first. "We know what you desire. However, what are you willing to offer in return?" I stood tall and responded with conviction. "Absolute loyalty." They all laughed. The golden-haired elder asked, "What does absolute loyalty mean?" Without a hint of hesitation, I unleashed my ultimate declaration. "What the Navy dares not kill, I shall eliminate. What the Navy dares not do, I shall accomplish. As long as it is the command of the world government. It is better to wrongfully execute 1,000 than to let one escape." Upon hearing this, the 5 elderly gentlemen burst into laughter. The elder with white hair stood up and handed me a box from his side. I opened it and, to my astonishment, discovered a purple, pineapple-shaped devil fruit. A mythical beast type, the Renren fruit in its Titan form. Wasn't this an instant ticket to ascendance? Without a moment's hesitation, I took a bite in front of them. The taste, I must say, was worse than the most dreadful debate imaginable. I nearly retched on the spot. Just as I acquired this ultimate cheat, a new mission from Jean Gua arrived. The Demon Slaughter Order. The target was a nation called Ladder. On the warship heading to Ladder, the 2 youngsters, Light and Connor, were quite exhilarated, thinking they were off to vanquish some great demon. I called them over for a lesson. "Remember, you are soldiers, and your duty is to obey orders." This phrase should be etched in your minds for a lifetime. Upon arrival, everyone was dumbfounded. Zhangua issued a direct order over the loudspeaker. "Fire." Hundreds of ship cannons unleashed a relentless barrage upon the island. When Light and the others looked through their binoculars, their faces turned pale. Under the hail of gunfire, civilians were obliterated, frail as kindling, covered in grotesque sores, desperately running through the streets only to be blown to pieces. Connor's eyes turned red as he rushed over to ask, "Senior, why must we attack civilians?" I took a drag from my cigarette, my mind as clear as day. This was undoubtedly the five elders scrutinizing my performance. What could I do? I could only extinguish my cigarette and coldly tell him, "Just carry out the orders." After more than an hour of bombardment, the entire island was reduced to charred remains. The cold voice of Jean-Gua echoed through the broadcast, "Prepare to land. Leave no one alive." I turned to my men and commanded, "Land on the island. Not a single living creature, even a rat, must be spared." My special forces began to disembark, with only one task, to kill anyone they encountered. Gunfire erupted in the charred village. As fate would have it, a soldier named Omar discovered a group of children in a cellar, all gravely ill. This lad, overcome by compassion, was unable to pull the trigger and even aimed his gun at his superior. I approached him, and upon seeing me, his hands began to tremble. I swiftly seized his weapon, patted him on the shoulder, and concocted a flimsy excuse. "They are infected with a virus. If we do not eliminate them, it will spread and claim more lives." I then turned and ordered my subordinate, "Blow it up." With a deafening explosion, the cellar collapsed, and Omar fell to his knees. At that moment, Light made a startling discovery. He found a diary amidst the ruins. I must tell you, the truth within that diary sent chills down my spine. It turned out that the island was not afflicted by a virus, but rather by water contamination. Where did the pollution come from? It was from the mining area they had previously exploited, which was tributary to the world government. When resources were depleted and they could no longer pay the heavenly tribute, the world government completely sealed off the island, destroying all ships and preventing anyone from entering or leaving, effectively allowing them to perish in isolation. So what was the purpose of this demon slaughter order? Who among us understands? This was not an expedition. It was a cover-up. It was an attempt to conceal the sins created by their world government. I assure you, the evidence is irrefutable. Light handed the diary directly to our leader, Victor. Upon reading it, a profound expression crossed Victor's face, and he promptly handed the diary to his senior. And guess what? That senior barely glanced at it before tossing it into the fire, incinerating it completely. I stood beside, utterly astounded. That senior even patted Victor on the shoulder, asking, "Do you remember what I said?" Victor snapped to attention and bellowed, "Obey orders." Good heavens, what kind of riddle were these two playing? This maneuver was a blatant message to me. Young lad, some things are better left unknown, understand? This was not merely a destruction of evidence. It was enough to fry my CPU. Behind this, the world government was committing more vile acts. Take the white town of Fervans, for instance. Due to something called lead, or the entire population fell ill, and what happened? The world government remained silent, watching as they were exterminated by neighboring countries like a plague. Unbelievable. Switching the scene, let us observe what those old men in Mariahua are up to in the power struggle. The five elders were gleefully reviewing a report submitted by CP0, each one beaming with delight. The report was filled with praise for Victor, commending his exceptional performance, his unwavering execution of orders, and his proactive destruction of all evidence. I tell you, those old men were positively elated. One remarked, "He certainly did not disappoint us." Another chimed in, "This aligns perfectly with our expectations." The bald one even popped open a bottle of champagne. The youngest and most formidable admiral in the history of the Navy will be the new face of our world government. Good heavens, he even claimed Victor was far more reliable than Garp. If Garp were to hear this, would he not be enraged enough to perform an impromptu demonstration of barehanded ship tossing? These old foxes aimed to mold Victor into the sharpest, most obedient blade. After completing this dirty job, our special forces were granted a month of paid leave. Victor, in a moment of generosity, reached into his own pocket and pulled out 3 small objectives, allowing the brothers to indulge in merriment on the Shambody archipelago. The brothers were immensely grateful. But what of Victor himself? He chose not to partake, for he had more pressing matters to attend to. On the first day of leave, he ventured alone to the Navy cemetery. What for? To pay his respects to his parents. I must tell you, this fellow was akin to an Oscar-winning actor. He brought along his parents' favorite red date wine and chestnut cake, laid them at the gravestone, and then quietly sat there, remaining for an entire day. His primary focus was companionship. For whom was he performing? For all the passing sailors, yet more so for those few discerning eyes above. Think about it. If a person were to portray a good character their entire life, would they not become a good person? Victor, the dutiful son, has been playing this role for a decade. Who in the Navy headquarters does not commend him as a dutiful child? Just then, Granny Crane arrived, mistakenly believing Victor was expressing genuine emotion, urging him not to be too extreme or to dwell on vengeance. Who among us understands? Granny Crane truly cared for him, but she had no idea that this lad harbored no sorrow, only his grand ambitions of revenge. The next day, Victor was summoned by his teacher, Zephyr, to the Navy Academy. I tell you, Victor was a living legend at the Academy. His image adorned textbooks, and his name graced the honor roll. Upon entering the school gates, the younger students gazed at him in awe. Teacher Zephyr called him up to the podium, and guess who he encountered? A young version of Admiral Akiji. At that time, Akiji was not yet the laid-back elder, but a spirited, justice-driven youth. Victor immediately asserted dominance over Akiji, reprimanding him for not saluting the superior officer, leaving Akiji visibly embarrassed. Thereafter, Victor commenced his personal tour of speeches. In the first session, he spoke on physical training, covering topics such as health maintenance, strength training, and energy cultivation with great eloquence. In the second session, he discussed the 6 styles of combat, even sharing his own insights on the 8 gates of the Hashiman. The students listened intently, not daring to miss a single word. The most remarkable was the third session, a personal stand-up comedy. He stood on stage, passionately recounting, "At the age of 10, I lost my parents and began to dream big, declaring my ambition to purify the seas and create a world devoid of pirates and crimes." His speech was deeply moving, causing the young audience to tear up. Even teacher Zephyr was profoundly touched. Yet I was left with goosebumps. This guy's inner monologue was undoubtedly, acting is exhausting. To maintain this persona, I am truly sacrificing too much. With this maneuver, he stood on the 5th tier while we were still in the troposphere. Having concluded his speech, he remained steadfast, assuming the role of a devoted senior for yet another week, patiently addressing every query posed by his juniors. By the time he emerged from the military academy, he was nearly on the brink of exhaustion. And guess what? He fortuitously encountered the future candidates for the position of Grand Admiral, Ji Yuan and Jia Ji, also known as Tao Tu and Cha Tun. Ji Yuan was incredibly close to Wei Ku Tuo, immediately linking arms with him and declaring a celebration for his promotion. Meanwhile, Jia Ji looked on with fiery eyes, embodying the quintessential resentful third wheel. The trio then ventured to the Shambodi Islands. Wei Ku Tuo had become something of a celebrity. Upon stepping foot on the island, he was instantly recognized. Just then, in a fleeting moment, Wei Ku Tuo's sharp gaze caught sight of a young child pilfering an elderly woman's wallet. Jia Ji, with remarkable swiftness, apprehended the child. What followed from Wei Ku Tuo was nothing short of extraordinary. He returned the wallet to the elderly woman and handed the child some change, advising him to buy something to eat and to refrain from stealing again. At that moment, I thought to myself, this character portrayal is impeccable. Onlookers were awestruck, exclaiming how gentle and compassionate Major Wei Ku Tuo was, resulting in thunderous applause. And can you guess who that child was? The future Golden Emperor. He that Dai Suoluo. Indeed, the wheels of fate had begun to turn. But that was not the end of it. In front of everyone, Wei Ku Tuo extended an invitation to Ji Yuan to join his Special Forces unit, to which Ji Yuan readily agreed. Jia Ji, desperate to keep an eye on Ji Yuan, shamelessly followed suit. The month-long holiday swiftly came to an end, and our Special Forces were once again setting sail, this time targeting the New World. The 5 elders promptly dispatched a death list, featuring names like Whitebeard, Gold Lion, Roger, Big Mom, and Kaido. Upon reviewing the list, I thought to myself, this is a thin volume of bookings, yet a thick tome of life. Were they sending us to our doom? Jia Ji was astonished, exclaiming, "Are they treating you like carp?" And who did you think Wei Ku Tuo chose? He pointed to a fellow named Crocodile Gustav on the list. With a bounty of 665 million. Jeet exploded. Have you lost your mind? That guy's a man-eater. Days later, our warship arrived at a desolate island. Light atop, the mast surveyed the scene through a telescope, observing several pirate ships docked in the harbor, all flying the flag of a giant crocodile, biting a skull. Wei-Katuo held a small piece of a life card, a covert agent placed by Sengoku long ago. He leisurely lit a cigarette, exhaling a ring of smoke, and simply uttered the words, "Attack." Boom! 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 The cannons aboard the warship unleashed a barrage of projectiles, instantly igniting the pirate ships. The island's pirates erupted in chaos, howling as they charged out of the forest. Let me tell you, pirates in the New World are on an entirely different level compared to those from the earlier arc. They were like rabid dogs, invigorated by bloodshed. In an instant, the beach transformed into a meat grinder, filled with cries of battle and screams of agony. Ji Yuan and Jia Ji were also caught in the frenzy. One wielded the famed sword Jin Pai Luo, while the other was a top-tier swordsman, both wreaking havoc amidst the fray. However, the opposing forces were also in the fray. A dual-wielding warrior known as Mad Dog Johnson directly engaged Jia Ji, while a towering giant named Cannonball Golding, standing over 10 meters tall, unleashed a cannon blast that sent dozens of our comrades flying. To make matters worse, a fisherman officer named Lori, wielding a trident, confronted Ji Yuan. That fisherman was exceptionally powerful, forcing Ji Yuan into a defensive stance. Just as the battle reached its most critical juncture, a resounding wolf howl pierced through the trees. The sound sent chills down my spine. Suddenly, two towering werewolves, one black and one white, erupted from the forest, resembling gatekeepers, with one swipe each shattering the skull of one of our brothers. These two were the ace officers of the giant crocodile brigade, the elder brother named with.The and the younger named Chinua Air. One had consumed the coyote fruit, while the other had devoured the main wolf fruit, specializing in ambushes, lying in wait in the woods for this very moment to strike at us. Our comrades, Eric and Kennard, were equally valiant. Without hesitation, they charged forward with their blades. But my friends, these two were indeed ferocious. The black wolf, with.The, initiated a spinning kick, and while Eric evaded just in time, the wolf retaliated with a leap, jaws agape, ready to bite. Eric attempted to block with his blade. And guess what? The knife was caught between the wolf's teeth. What a formidable bite. Eric, quick-witted, realized the dire situation, discarded his weapon, and executed a swift escape, narrowly avoiding disembowelment. On the other side, Kennard's plight was even graver, as the white wolf, Chinua Air, darted around him like a phantom, leaping atop his head, claws poised to strike down. At that moment, I thought his brain would surely be scrambled. Just as calamity loomed, an enormous stone, larger than a man, hurtled through the air like a cannonball, crashing down upon the white wolf and leaving it bloodied on the ground. We were all taken aback. Who was responsible? Turning around, we were astounded to see it was Wei-Katuo. He had thrown the stone from a kilometer away. Such strength and precision. It was a shame he wasn't competing in the Olympics. Now, let us shift our focus to Wei-Katuo. He had already engaged in a fierce battle with the leader of the giant crocodile brigade, Gustav. The scene was nothing short of cataclysmic. The ground around them pockmarked, as if it were the surface of the moon. Seeing Wei-Katuo still had the leisure to provide remote support to us enraged Gustav, prompting him to unleash his ultimate move. The spectacle was extraordinary. His body seemed to be encased in a layer of concrete. His skin turned gray. His head transformed into that of a crocodile, growing taller until he became a colossal 50-meter-tall emperor crocodile. With a sweep of his tail, a small hill was obliterated. He boasted, "I know you are formidable, which is why I sought assistance." Wei-Katuo's words were spoken lightly. Yet the old crocodile believed he was merely calling for reinforcements to gang up on him, boasting that no matter how many arrived, he would not be afraid. However, Wei-Katuo smiled and clarified, "You might be mistaken. The assistance I refer to is to ensure my subordinates are cared for, allowing me to unleash my full power upon you." Then, my friends, something extraordinary happened. He declared it was his first time wielding this power. His height surged to 30 meters, his muscles resembling granite, adorned with tattoos of mountains and rivers. The aura he exuded was celestial, almost divine. The old crocodile was left dumbfounded, questioning the nature of this phenomenon. Wei Kutuo raised his hand and delivered a punch, murmuring, "Divine judgment." A golden fist descended like a nuclear bomb, crashing down with a thunderous explosion. The entire island trembled. Those of us engaged in battle paused, believing it to be the eruption of an underwater volcano. The old crocodile was paralyzed with fear, exclaiming, "It's a mythical beast." I must tell you, among the Zoan types, the most rare and formidable is this one. Ancient types like the emperor crocodile are mere subordinates in comparison. Realizing he was outmatched, the old crocodile panicked, awakening his fruit's powers and transforming into an even larger crocodile giant, akin to the beasts of Impel Down. Two 30-meter monsters clashed. The scene was reminiscent of Godzilla battling King Kong. Every punch landed with palpable force, sending shockwaves that tore through the ground. Yet, discerning eyes could see the truth. The old crocodile was faltering, while Wei Kutuo fought with unparalleled finesse, maintaining the upper hand throughout. The old crocodile bore wounds all over, while Wei Kutuo had yet to sustain even a scratch. After several minutes of combat, Wei Kutuo paused and inquired, "Would you like some time to recuperate?" I thought this was akin to the latest 2025 electronic ibuprofen, precisely targeting vulnerabilities. The old crocodile exploded in rage, unleashing his conqueror's haki, darkening the skies as he lost control, his eyes bloodshot, ready to fight Wei Kutuo to the death. Yet, Wei Kutuo was even more ruthless, unleashing a powerful technique known as the Life Restoration 8 Gates. I did not fully comprehend it, but it effectively removed physical limits, causing his strength and speed to surge exponentially. As the old crocodile charged recklessly, Victor deftly dodged and delivered a powerful kick, sending the massive creature flying several dozen meters. Without allowing it a moment to regain its footing, he followed up with a devastating punch to the abdomen, resulting in a thunderous impact. The old crocodile rolled away like a bowling ball, shattering numerous mountains before finally coming to a halt. Driven to madness, the old crocodile clawed its way up from the debris. Its skin transformed into a dark red hue reminiscent of molten lava, roaring as it barreled toward Victor once more. This time, Victor stood firm, enveloped in a brilliant golden light, and unleashed a punch that radiated such brilliance that it blinded us all. When the light dissipated, I must tell you, a vast area in front of Victor, spanning hundreds of meters, had been completely cleared. The earth had been gouged down to a depth of 3 meters. And what of the old crocodile? It lay motionless thousands of meters away. We all believed victory was ours, and as Victor approached to deliver a finishing blow, the old crocodile feigned death. But as Victor drew near, it snapped its jaws wide open to bite. What was the result? Victor's arm was fortified with a hardening ability as unyielding as diamond, and it failed to pierce his flesh. Victor then began to showcase his prowess, seizing the creature's head and hammering it into the ground with resounding force. The entire island trembled as fissures erupted everywhere. After a relentless barrage of several hundred blows, the old crocodile finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Exhausted after the fight, Victor deactivated his transformation, gasping for breath, his heart racing like an engine. Yet he persevered, lifting the colossal body of Gustav above his head and proclaiming to us, "Eliminate all pirates." I must say, he was merely performing for an audience, feigning weakness for those above him. Such cunning, I tell you. He then called Admiral Sengoku, casually stating, "Admiral Sengoku, I have captured Gustav." On the other end, Sengoku was momentarily stunned into silence. Upon inquiring about injuries, Victor played the role, responding, just a minor injury to my right hand. It is temporarily immobilized." Upon hearing this, Sengoku exclaimed, "Oh, injured, I see. That's more like it. This lad truly deserves an Oscar." After the call ended, within the ship's cabin, Victor was in fine spirits, leisurely swirling a glass of red wine, boasting to his subordinates, declaring that this would surely earn him a promotion to Rear Admiral. His ambition was monumental, He was not merely serving the world government, but rather playing a game of nurturing enemies while elevating his own status, seeking power. A week later, this incident was reported, and the world erupted with disbelief. Consider who Gustav is. He is a fearsome figure capable of silencing the cries of children at night. Having obliterated several nations, now defeated single-handedly by a 20-year-old naval prodigy. On Roger's ship, Rayleigh stared wide-eyed at the newspaper, while the crew buzzed with discussions, noting that the Navy had produced an extraordinary monster. Meanwhile, on Whitebeard's side, Marco and the others began to worry if Victor intended to systematically challenge the four emperors. On Whole Cake Island, Big Mom's sons were in a state of heightened tension. Katakuri acknowledged that he surpassed Gustav in strength, but was nonetheless stunned by the news. Big Mom, ever defiant, burned the newspaper, dismissing it as merely the actions of a Navy officer, yet it was evident to all that she had begun to harbor apprehensions. Victor, with his solitary strength, had undeniably altered the entire landscape of the New World. While everyone was in a state of alarm, I must tell you, on Beast Island, Kaido was perusing the newspaper. His subordinate, the masked Jean, whose face was obscured, was radiating anxiety, urging Kaido, "Boss, should we consider relocating? This place is too conspicuous. That Navy monster could easily track us down." But who is Kaido? Fueled by drink, he raised an eyebrow and tossed the newspaper aside. Does he dare come here? I will finish him off. The cadre surrounding him, equally intoxicated, joined in the raucous cheer. The boss is invincible. Crush the Navy. The cave was filled with chaos. Seeing this, Jean realized his efforts were futile and resigned himself to the situation. Kaido, still chuckling like a giddy child, reassured him, "Don't worry, I'm incredibly strong." Strong indeed. But who among his family could comprehend that Victor was now executing precise strikes against his enemies? Who wouldn't feel a twinge of unease? On another front, Victor's subordinate, a young man named Orin, epitomized the pinnacle of workplace competitiveness. His ambitions extended far beyond that of a mere junior commander. He aspired to ascend the ranks. I must tell you, his approach was remarkable. Daily, he compelled his subordinates to recite Victor's sayings as if they were in a cult, and before drills, they would chant praises for Lord Victor, effectively molding himself into Victor's most devoted follower. His primary mission was to amass wealth for Victor. But finding his territory's income too slow, he set his sights on the neighboring allied nation of Arthur Kingdom, plotting to fabricate an excuse for a significant heist. Who did he learn these tactics from? They were simply remnants of Victor's strategies. The five elders, upon observing this, were astounded by the explosive return on investment. Victor's reputation shone brighter than ever, instilling fear across the globe. With the desired effect achieved, the five elders slammed their fists on the table and made a startling decision. In the Marine headquarters, within the Marshal's office, Sora handed a document to Sengoku. Upon opening it, Sengoku's expression remained remarkably composed, as if he had anticipated this moment. Victor was appointed as the commander of the G1 branch and promoted to Rear Admiral. Sora lamented, "This lad is growing at an alarming rate. He is like a surprise box. Every time you open it, there is something new." Indeed, his contemporaries, Sakazuki and Borsalino, were left in his dust. The youngest Rear Admiral in naval history, now commanding the formidable G1, this news, once disseminated, would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the world. At this moment, where was Victor? He was on a vacation in Dressrosa. After concluding the handover of Gustav, this lad dashed off to bask in the sun and enjoy the beach. King Riku treated him like royalty, hosting feasts and gladiatorial contests in his honor. It was at this juncture that a phone call rang out. It was Sengoku delivering a formulaic message. "Victor, congratulations on your promotion to Rear Admiral and appointment as commander of the G1 branch. Report for duty in 1 month." Victor simply replied, "Understood," and promptly hung up, his expression betraying no emotion. Nearby, Shurian and Kaji were taken aback, with Kaji muttering, "You really became the G1 commander?" Shurian smiled and congratulated him. King Riku and his entourage were beside themselves with excitement, collectively exclaiming their congratulations to Rear Admiral Victor. Victor's subordinates, Eric, Light, and the others, were all aglow with anticipation. Their leader's rise meant that they too would soar, a tangible realization of their champion's dreams. Days later, when this news hit the papers, the chambered archipelago erupted with commotion. What? Promoted again? Wasn't it just the other day that he was made a rear admiral? Not merely that, but now he's the G1 commander, overseeing 10,000 elite troops. In Shucky's bar, Shucky gazed at the newspaper, murmuring to herself, the Navy is truly attempting to create another Carp. As this news spread, Oren, the previously mentioned competitive spirit, trembled with excitement as he clutched the newspaper, nearly bursting into dance. The G1 commander. That was the epitome of real authority. He felt his bright future was within reach, and he quickly began drafting his fundraising plan, eager to present a grand gift to his new superior. 1 month later, at the G1 branch, the handover ceremony commenced. The former commander, Rear Admiral Boris, clapped Victor on the shoulder, beaming with pride. Well done. This place is now yours. Victor, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, I will continue to strive. As Boris's ship sailed away, Victor's expression shifted dramatically, addressing Shiryan, Kaji, and all his subordinates with a single proclamation. From this moment forward, the G1 branch will enter a state of full combat readiness. I must tell you, those present were utterly bewildered. A new officer typically ignites a spark, but this blaze was insatiable. Full combat readiness implied the cancellation of all recreational activities, with preparations to engage in battle at any given moment. The sailors of the G1 branch were left dumbfounded. Their days of leisure had abruptly come to an end. Wei Kurtoa transformed his special operations unit into an inspection team, patrolling the barracks daily, scrutinizing dormitories and posts. Anyone daring to indulge in alcohol or gambling would receive immediate education. The officers were equally tense, their nerves tauter than a violin string. After 10 arduous days, Ji Yuan could no longer restrain himself and approached Wei Kutuo, inquiring, What exactly are you trying to achieve? If this continues, we shall all go mad. Jia Ji chimed in, What mischief are you plotting now? Wei Kutuo merely smiled enigmatically for the sake of justice. No one believed him. At that moment, Light entered with a report. Sir, the intelligence on the underground forces of the New World is ready. Wei Kutuo perused the documents, his finger resting on a name. Emo Shou Ka Li, the king of the black market. Ji Yuan and Jia Ji leaned in for a closer look, with Jia Ji commenting, He doesn't seem to be wanted, does he? Of course, Ji Yuan replied. The Navy often frequents places like the black market to procure information. It's a gray area. Ve kiskivi koto agrined, no meto. We shall have a word with him. On Salati Island, a neutral territory in the New World, both the Navy and pirates could come as long as they maintained order. Mo Shoka Li was the local kingpin, enjoying his leisure until he received a sudden report. Master Kali, the Navy has arrived. Kali dismissed it casually. So what? Let them come. CP0 are our regular guests. However, his subordinate added timidly, It's Vice Admiral Wei Kuta. Kali paused, momentarily taken aback by the new commander of G1, before instructing someone to fetch him, recognizing the importance of maintaining a good relationship with a significant client. Yet, Wei Kutua boldly entered with 5 warships and a large contingent of Navy personnel, striding into the black market as if to raid it. Kali awaited him atop a castle that resembled a fortress. Upon Wei Kutuo's entrance, Kali attempted to assert his authority, laughing heartily. I didn't expect to see you so soon, Vice Admiral Wei Kutua. However, Wei Kutua ignored the theatrics and stated plainly, from today onwards, the black market shall fall under the jurisdiction of the Navy. Kali was momentarily stunned, his face a canvas of confusion, before erupting in laughter. Vice Admiral, do you realize what you are saying? This is a neutral zone recognized by the world government. Wei Kutua, maintaining an impassive expression, retorted, That was before my arrival. I am informing you that it is now under regulation. All client lists must be submitted to the Navy. At this, Kali's mirth evaporated, his countenance growing cold. Please leave, you are not welcome here. Wei Kutua smiled. And what if I choose not to depart? Kali, towering over him, clenched his fists with a menacing grin. It seems you do not comprehend my terror. Come, let us see. Wei Kutua merely beckoned with a finger. Kali's colossal fist swung through the air, Yet astonishingly, Wei-Kuo did not even flinch. He effortlessly caught the blow with one hand. Kali was left dumbfounded, realizing his punch could have obliterated a sea king. As he contemplated a retort, Wei-Kuo interjected, "I shall offer you one last chance. Comply with my orders, and I assure you, your business will continue. Otherwise, you will meet a most dreadful fate." This provocation ignited Kali's fury, and he charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches like a torrential downpour, each capable of breaching a warship. Yet, he could not even graze Wei-Kuo's attire. The office floor was shattered beneath his own strikes, leaving the security guards downstairs in a state of panic, fearing an earthquake. Kali, regaining his composure, utilized his observation haki to pinpoint Wei-Kuo's location, but Wei-Kuo was quicker, executing a technique that sent Kali flying from the 7th floor with a resounding blast. Although Kali emerged unscathed, he was covered in armed haki and prepared to fight to the bitter end. However, Wei-Kuo coldly declared, "Surrender. You cannot defeat me." Unwilling to concede, Kali unleashed his ultimate ability. Ji Yuan shouted, "Beware of his devil fruit powers. This fellow's ability is utterly revolting. He possesses the paramecia-type deterioration fruit. Anyone he touches will rapidly age and wither, becoming a mere corpse." To intimidate Wei-Kuo, Kali seized an unfortunate security guard, who withered in his grasp like a deflating balloon, ultimately transforming into a charred remains. Kali smugly taunted, "Apologizing now would still be timely." Wei-Kuo regarded the lifeless body and remarked, "A mere scare tactic." Enraged, Kali unleashed a torrent of thick, dark liquid from his pores, attacking indiscriminately. Any surrounding guards who came into contact were instantly reduced to corpses. Kali believed he had sealed Wei-Kuo's fate, only to hear Wei-Kuo's voice behind him. "Where do you think you're going?" Kali was paralyzed with fear, utterly bewildered by how Wei-Kuo had evaded the attack. Before he could react, Wei-Kuo delivered a powerful kick, exclaiming, "Lan Jiao Yi Tianchong." A colossal white slash erupted, severing Kali's left arm. As Kali screamed in agony, Wei-Kuo appeared unfazed, lighting a cigarette. He had refrained from delivering a lethal blow, recognizing the potential utility of the black market. Addressing the writhing Kali, he stated, "From this day forth, if you wish to conduct business in the new world, you must cultivate a good relationship with me. Provide me with the client list from recent months." With that, he departed, taking his men with him. Outside the castle, Light and others curiously inquired how Wei-Kuo had avoided Kali's liquid. Jiaji disdainfully explained, "It's simple. Just use armed haki to repel it." He demonstrated by sending a handkerchief flying with a mere punch. To true masters, Kali's ability was as innocuous as a child's plaything. Once understood, it was child's play. As Wei-Kuo and his team left, a CP0 agent wearing a clown mask arrived shortly thereafter. Kali, furious, vehemently cursed the world government for their lack of martial integrity. The CP0 agent, equally vexed, promptly reported to his superiors. This incident soon reached the ears of Admiral Kong and the 5 elders. Both Kong and Sengoku sighed, lamenting the recklessness of the young officer. The 5 elders were particularly exasperated, with one elder remarking, "Has he become overly diligent?" while we tasked him with intimidating pirates. "He has disrupted our plans in the new world." Emosho Kali, in essence, was their dog, now left maimed by Wei-Kuo. After deliberation, they decided he must not be allowed to remain idle and assigned him to pursue Roger or confront the Golden Lion. Consequently, the phone in Wei-Kuo's office rang once more. It was Admiral Kong, his tone exceedingly diplomatic. "Wei-Kuo, I understand your desire to cleanse the seas, but some matters require patience." The implication from the 5 elders was clear. He was to focus more on the movements of Roger and the Golden Lion. After listening, Wei-Kuo simply replied, "Understood," before hanging up and instructing Light to relay a command to stand down from full alert. As soon as the order was issued, the Navy personnel at the G1 branch erupted with joy, their taut nerves relaxed as if celebrating a festival, feeling rejuvenated by years. Previously, under Wei-Kuo's stringent state of alert, the inspection team had been relentless, with officers being scrutinized even for minor infractions. Now, however, they understood that Wei Kutoa was not merely causing chaos. He genuinely aimed to eradicate the pirates of the New World. Consider the audacity. He had stormed into the black market and severed Kali's arm, all for that client list. Where do pirates procure their armaments? From the black market. Acquiring that list equated to possessing the delivery addresses and timings of all major pirates, essentially marking them for capture one by one. Alas, such a formidable plan was swiftly curtailed by higher authorities. There was an old soldier named Wei Te, whose entire family perished at the hands of pirates. He lamented, expressing a fervent desire that if only Victor could be unleashed, he would be the first to charge alongside him. Simultaneously, the headquarters initiated subtle maneuvers. Ji Yuan and Jia Ji swiftly issued a transfer order. What did it signify? The intentions of Sima Zhao were plain for all to see. They feared that if Victor grew too powerful, surrounded by formidable allies, he might truly upend the New World, leaving them unable to intervene. The five elders merely wished for Victor to serve as a thorn in the side of the four emperors, to annoy them rather than act as a bulldozer. Meanwhile, news spread within the G5 branch. Let me tell you, the reactions of the future admirals were starkly contrasting. The lazy Kizaru, Borisolino, remained as nonchalant as ever, lounging with a coffee cup, his legs crossed, perusing the newspaper as if it were none of his concern, embodying the spirit of idleness while receiving his salary. However, Sakazuki, who would later become known as Akainu, was a different story. Seated alone in a corner of the cafeteria, he consumed his meal with palpable intensity. Ghost Spider and Doberman whispered nearby, astonished that Victor was genuinely taking action against the black market. Such audacity was shocking. Though Sakazuki remained silent, believe me, he had already mentally bestowed countless accolades upon Victor. He admired Victor's courage and despised the cowardice of the headquarters. He thought that if power rested in their hands, the New World would have been pacified long ago. As for Victor, his two subordinates, Light and Connor, were quietly discussing matters. Light remarked, "I truly hope our senior becomes a marshal soon. Then no one will be able to control him." This notion mirrored that of Akainu. And what of Victor himself? He remained remarkably composed, diligently responding to a letter from my younger brother, Aluin, who was stationed far in the South Sea. Aluin, a talented individual, had previously garnered considerable sponsorship under Victor's name at Williamport and was now eyeing the Arthur Kingdom, a legitimate member state of the world government. Yet, he was uncertain how to proceed, for the Navy could not simply demand protection fees from such a legitimate ally. He wrote to Victor, seeking advice. What did Victor's reply entail? Let me tell you, he provided no specific strategies. The entire correspondence was filled with vague encouragement, stating, "I believe in your capabilities. You shall overcome all obstacles." When Connor delivered the facts of this letter, he likely wore a bewildered expression. But who could comprehend it? My younger brother Aluin possessed an extraordinary mindset. Upon receiving the letter, he broke into laughter, turning to his aide and exclaiming, "This is sufficient. This letter alone is enough." The aide, perplexed, inquired, "Sir, what brilliant strategy has Lord Victor provided?" Aluin slapped his thigh, declaring, "Lord Victor did not oppose. No opposition is tantamount to approval. It means you should proceed boldly. If the sky falls, I will bear the weight for you." What a remarkable level of reading comprehension. It would be a shame not to be a captain. Aluin promptly resolved to adopt a strategy of courtesy before aggression. He sent invitations to the nobles, wealthy merchants, and officials of the Arthur Kingdom, inviting them to a banquet. And guess what? These aristocrats, with their noses held high, completely disregarded the presence of a mere South Sea branch colonel. After all, they were paying tributes to the celestial dragons. Why should they show any deference to the Navy? Consequently, attendees were either butlers or, in some cases, simply absent. Observing this, Aluin decided that if they refused the wine of courtesy, he would not hesitate to unleash his wrath upon them, intensifying their comfortable lives. That night, the grand performance commenced. Several ships bearing black skull flags stealthily approached the port of Arthur Kingdom. Aboard were pirates, clad in ragtag attire, yet standing with a discipline reminiscent of military training. Aluin led the charge, donning a white wig, an eye patch, and adorned with gold chains, embodying the very essence of a nouveau riche pirate captain. Lowering his voice, he issued the final battle command. Listen well. Set fire. Loot. Cause chaos. Our objective is to plunder this place completely. Even if captured, do not fear. Maintain silence. For Lord Victor will come to our rescue. With a resounding command, over 1,000 pirates charged into the port, exhibiting unparalleled professionalism. They struck at anyone in sight, set houses ablaze, and stormed shops to seize goods. Soon, the entire port of Fast was engulfed in flames, cannonballs raining down indiscriminately, turning the city into utter chaos. The previously arrogant nobles and merchants were now paralyzed with fear. A prominent merchant, clutching his head, screamed, "How is this possible? We are a member state. How dare pirates attack us?" The local Count Reinhardt still possessed a modicum of courage, attempting to contact the Royal Army 50 kilometers away while organizing a private militia for resistance. But consider this: when disaster strikes, self-preservation reigns. Which merchant or noble would not flee with their gold and bodyguards? As for the city guards, their equipment was inferior and their training lacking. They were utterly overwhelmed by these Navy impersonators disguised as pirates. The defense crumbled under pressure. Some pirates even climbed rooftops, positioning cannons with ease, as if they were playing a game, moving through the chaos as if it were a deserted land. By the time the Royal Army's 5,000 infantry leisurely arrived, the pirates had long since vanished, leaving only the smoldering ruins of the port. The following afternoon, Alwyn finally arrived aboard a warship, fashionably late. Count Reinhardt's face darkened as he muttered, "When Colonel Malong was here, he arrived within 3 hours. Did you crawl here?" Alwyn disembarked, feigning innocence, and asked Count, "Do you know who the assailants were?" The Count had no clue, only stating that it was too dark to see clearly, merely noting the purple skull on the pirate flag. Alwyn acknowledged this with a sound, instructing his aide to take note, then displayed an air of indifference, as if to say, "All is well. I shall take my leave." The Count, growing anxious, seized his arm. "Colonel Alwyn, what if the pirates return?" Alwyn, feigning righteousness, replied, "We will do our utmost to pursue them." Was this not mere platitude? The Count implored, "Then send some troops to garrison here." Alwyn shook his head vigorously. "That is not possible. The Arthur Kingdom is a member state, and our navy has no authority to garrison here." With that, he turned and boarded the warship, leaving the Count bewildered in the wind. At that moment, the Count's steward reminded him, "Did you not decline Colonel Alwyn's invitation to the banquet a few days ago? Could there be a connection between these two events?" The Count's mind suddenly clicked into place. Good heavens! It turns out that we have been extorted right under our noses. Not one to be foolish. He hurried back to the capital to seek his brother, Duke Richard, the heir to the throne. They both concluded that they could not swallow this insult. As a dignified member state of the world government, how could they allow a mere colonel to pull the wool over their eyes? What would the world think of their reputation? Thus, they promptly drafted a denunciation letter to the world government, detailing the sequence of events: Alwyn's invitation, their absence, and a subsequent attack on the port. The letter swiftly reached Mary Geos and fell into the hands of the 5 elders. I assure you, upon reading it, those 5 old men had a clear understanding. One elder with white hair remarked, "We have investigated. This Alwyn is one of Victor's men." Another chimed in, "Oh, I remember now. The incident at Williamport was orchestrated by Victor, wasn't it?" This has become quite intriguing. They pondered how to handle the situation. To address it would mean striking at Victor's reputation, alienating a rising star in the Navy over a member state, which seemed unwise. Conversely, neglecting the matter would be equally problematic. Ultimately, a bespectacled elder decisively stated, "Let's CP for investigate." What a brilliant maneuver. CP serves as an intelligence agency, separate from the Navy, and sending them would convey the government's seriousness, silencing the member states' grievances. Furthermore, they dispatched none other than the highest-ranking official of CP4, Ghana. What sort of individual is he? Notorious for his greed and adaptability. Assigning him to this task was akin to inviting a weasel to a chicken's feast. It was clearly a ploy to placate the situation. Ghana accepted the mission, arriving with 100 subordinates, displaying a swagger that betrayed any semblance of decorum. Count Reinhardt had long since inquired into the details of this individual and promptly invited him to his residence, whereupon 10 large chests were brought forth without further ado. Upon opening them, Ghana was astonished to find each box brimming with currency, a total of 200 million berries. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he immediately pounded his chest, assuring, "Rest assured, I shall investigate this matter without delay. Once the evidence is established, those who have transgressed will face stringent retribution." Having received the money, Ghana was now compelled to act. He mused that the task was quite straightforward. He would simply head to Branch 189 and interrogate the naval personnel one by one, coercing confessions as necessary. Thus, he and his entourage marched boldly toward Williamport. Upon arrival, he noticed a queue of individuals entering the port, all engaged in donating money. Entry was conditional upon contribution, and failure to comply resulted in arrest for questioning. Ghana felt a surge of delight. This was akin to a gift of points. The evidence was laid bare before him. With an air of bravado, he brandished his CP4 credentials, intent on breaching the entry, only to be halted by a naval lieutenant who insisted on verifying his identity first. After a prolonged wait, Colonel Oren finally emerged with his men. Ghana slapped the investigation document before Oren, declaring, "We have received a report. Effective immediately, Branch 189 is subject to investigation." The officers behind Oren grew tense, for they were aware of the weight that CP carried. Yet, to Ghana's surprise, Oren leaned in with a smile and whispered, "Brother, are you familiar with Vice Admiral Victor?" Ghana hesitated momentarily before replying, "Of course, he is a rising star within the Navy." No sooner had he spoken than Oren raised his hand vigorously, shouting with all his might, "Long live Lord Victor!" In the next instant, the entire naval contingent of Branch 189, numbering in the thousands, echoed this declaration with a thunderous roar. "Long live Lord Victor!" Ghana was left dumbfounded, cold sweat cascading down his brow. He realized that the celestial dragons had assigned him this task as a form of execution. His once arrogant demeanor was swiftly replaced by a sycophantic smile, and he quickly uttered, "A misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding. Colonel Oren, I am convinced that this matter has nothing to do with Branch 189. Oren had essentially laid his cards on the table. "I am a man of Victor. Dare you challenge me?" Ghana dared not defy him. Offending Victor would jeopardize his future prospects. Observing Ghana's trepidation, Oren humorously offered him a cigarette. "Commander Ghana, care to join me for a meal?" Ghana could hardly refuse, nodding vigorously in agreement. During the meal, Oren began to enlighten him on a new concept. "Commander Ghana, have you heard of the Blue Ocean Plan?" Ghana appeared baffled. Oren elaborated passionately. "This is the dream of Lord Victor. He aims to purify the entire sea. We are all members of the Blue Ocean Society, voluntarily following Lord Victor and dedicating our lives to his vision." Ghana's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. The Blue Ocean Society? Wasn't this the elite force directly under Victor's command, his core cadre? Oren was effectively conveying to him that they were members of the princely faction. In the end, Oren, with a smile, looked at Ghana and stated, "If Commander Ghana shares our aspirations, you are welcome to join us." Ghana was momentarily taken aback, but then the glimmer in his eyes shone even brighter than when he had first laid eyes on the 200 million berries. Oren, noticing Ghana's reaction, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Brother, as long as you are willing to ally with Lord Victor, we welcome all." Oren was indeed a remarkable talent. The Blue Ocean Society was not a directive from Victor. It was merely Oren's own initiative to pledge loyalty and embellish his own importance. He pondered how best to demonstrate his utmost fidelity to Victor, through securing funds and personnel, the ultimate expression of loyalty. Ghana was blissfully unaware of the intricate machinations at play. He believed this was Victor's official fan club, and thought that joining would bring him closer to being trusted. Without hesitation, he nodded enthusiastically, "I am willing, I am willing. Of course I am willing." The meal concluded with great camaraderie, and when the bill arrived, over 300,000 berries, Ghana insisted on covering the cost. Little did he know, he had not come to conduct an investigation. He had essentially come to join the ranks, even hosting a welcome gathering at his own expense. However, this was not the end. Upon returning, Ghana promptly penned a report detailing the 200 million berries given to him by Count Reinhardt. Armed with this document, he made his way back to the Kingdom of Arthur to confront Duke Richard. Upon receiving the report, Duke Richard's complexion turned pale. He had initially believed the situation to be secure, only to discover that Ghana had turned the tables on him. Suppressing his fury, he coldly inquired, "Mr. Ghana, what is the meaning of this?" Attempting to assert an air of authority befitting a future king. But Ghana was no longer the avaricious CP for he once was. He was now a loyal acolyte of Victor. He responded with righteous indignation, "I found no issues within Branch 189. On the contrary, upon my arrival at Fast Port, your people attempted to bribe me. I am merely stating the truth." He paused, denying Duke Richard any opportunity for rebuttal, and raised his voice, "Though our systems differ, CP4 and the Navy are ultimately both dedicated to justice. You now seek to bribe me to falsely accuse an honorable naval officer. Such an act is beyond my moral compass." Had I been Duke Richard in that moment, I would have been utterly bewildered. This maneuver left me utterly astonished. The information he had gathered painted Ghana as a mere gold seeker, someone who would act for money. How had he returned with a tongue full of righteousness? The transformation was astonishingly swift. Ghana concluded, stating, "I shall submit this report to my superiors," and turned to leave. Duke Richard's spirit nearly fled in terror. Submit it to the superiors? That would mean delivering it directly to the celestial dragons. He hastily called out to Ghana, "Wait. Commander Ghana." Believing Ghana was merely dissatisfied with the amount offered, he quickly extended 5 fingers. "We can raise the offer to 500 million, adding the previous 200 million. That amounted to 700 million berries, all to eliminate Orin." In his eyes, money could resolve any problem. But Ghana merely cast a cold glance at him and replied, "What you just mentioned will also be duly recorded." Duke Richard's face turned ashen. He finally realized the gravity of the situation. This was not a problem that could be solved with a mere bribe. Meanwhile, Orin had already sent a fax to Victor, eagerly reporting, "Report to Lord Victor. The investigator sent by the world government has not only been dealt with by me, but I have also recruited him into the Blue Ocean Society." He even lauded the society, declaring that they were all his most devoted followers, willing to sacrifice their lives for his vision. Victor, while in his office at Branch G1, reveled in the letter. The Blue Ocean Society? This young man possessed a flair for creativity. He promptly decided to promote the Blue Ocean Society into a legitimate organization. With a stroke of his pen, he wrote a recommendation letter, promoting Orin from colonel to commander of Truro Fortress, a position equivalent to a brigadier general. The speed of this ascent was unprecedented. Duke Richard, on the other hand, was thoroughly cowed. The accusations of bribing CP4 and framing the Navy were serious charges. He had no choice but to invite Orin and Ghana to dine, hoping for an amicable resolution. Orin accepted, but with an air of superiority, insisting that Duke Richard come to Williamport instead of him traveling to the Kingdom of Arthur. Upon arriving at Orin's office, Duke Richard sought to apologize, but Orin preemptively accused him of many wrongdoings. "Your Grace, I can endure personal grievances, but what of the integrity of a navy? What of the world government's reputation? As the most devoted follower of Lord Victor, my affairs will impact not only his standing, but also the esteem of the entire Blue Ocean Society." He had fully absorbed Victor's teachings, invoking notions of righteousness at every turn. Duke Richard understood immediately. This was a demand for money, and a hefty one at that. He had completely surrendered, realizing that Orin had powerful backing and that the world government had no intention of moving against him. Thus, with a resolute determination, he declared, "I am willing to publicly apologize and donate 3 billion Bailey to the Navy Foundation." Orin remained unresponsive. Duke Richard, steeling himself, countered 50 billion. Only then did Orin leisurely respond. "In addition to the 50 billion, Fastport must be on par with Williamport." Good heavens! This was not merely a financial shakedown. It was an attempt to convert extortion into a sustainable source of income. The implication was clear. If they did not comply, they would face relentless harassment. Beside them, Ghana played the supportive role, patting Duke Richard on the shoulder, Lord Victor is destined to become an admiral, perhaps even a marshal. What more could Duke Richard say? He could only nod, I understand. Following this, the news of Oren's promotion to brigadier general spread like wildfire within the Navy. Within a matter of months, he had ascended from colonel to brigadier general without any notable military achievements to his name. The others under Victor were driven mad with envy. Soon, the secret to Oren's success became widely known: the establishment of the Blue Sea Society, which involved fervently flattering Victor. Rumor had it that the 189th Division was required to chant "Long Live Lord Victor" daily. The barracks were adorned with statues and photographs of Lord Victor. Everything he had ever said was compiled into books. It was evident that everyone had discovered the shortcut to success. Concepts such as purifying the seas and fighting for justice were mere illusions. Joining the Blue Sea Society and becoming a staunch supporter of Victor was the sole pathway to promotion and prosperity. Victor himself had not anticipated that a sycophantic organization created by his subordinates would become so popular. However, he welcomed it, as he needed influence and countless followers. He readily took the initiative to design the Blue Sea Society's emblem, featuring the word justice on a vast azure sea. He donned it first, then sent it to the G1 Division, the South Sea Fortress, the 189th Division, the 191st Division, and even to the Navy headquarters in Marineford. In no time, the number of individuals sporting the Blue Sea Society emblem within the Navy surged, and this trend even reached the Naval Academy. The young Kazan, who would later become known as Akiji, entered the dining hall only to find a group of students gathered, holding banners that read, "Join the Blue Sea Society. Purify the evil forces on the seas." The line for sign up was nearly overflowing. One of his classmates proudly pointed to the emblem on his chest and urged Kazan, "You should join too." Kazan frowned and shook his head. He idolized Garp and was not particularly fond of Victor's radical interpretation of justice. Yet, he could not dampen the enthusiasm of others. Victor even began dispatching missionaries to the East Sea, West Sea, and North Sea to promote the Blue Sea Society's ideals and expand its influence. By 1495, this matter had reached the higher echelons of the Navy. Garp, while enjoying Sinbei in Crane's office and reading the newspaper, spotted an article about a naval colonel in the East Sea who had captured a pirate, prominently wearing the Blue Sea Society emblem. Garp muttered, "Victor really has his fingers in every pie." Crane, however, was unfazed. The boy's intentions are good. Just then, Sengoku entered, summoning Garp to the marshal's office. The younger officers outside were buzzing with speculation, convinced that Vice Admiral Garp was about to be promoted to admiral. Upon entering the office, Garp was met with the appointment letter tossed at him by Admiral Kong. Without even glancing at it, he flatly refused. "Kong, I have no interest in the admiralty. Please refrain from bringing it up again." Garp was truly remarkable. While Victor was striving to ascend the ranks, Garp was resolutely against promotion. Even Admiral Kong found himself at a loss. Garp casually suggested, "To enhance our deterrence, we could consider Victor. He is more than qualified to be an admiral." Kong implied that the five elders would inevitably arrange this, and Victor's promotion to admiral was a foregone conclusion. Just as they were entangled in this discussion, a brigadier general rushed in, bringing startling news. Report: Roger and the Golden Lion have encountered each other at Edver Beach. Kong's expression instantly changed. If these two notorious pirate overlords clashed, the world would tremble. He immediately ordered, "Notify Sengoku to assemble the fleet. G1 and G5 divisions must mobilize at once." Raid any semblance of decorum. Upon hearing Roger's name, Garp's eyes sparkled, and without waiting for Kong to finish, he dashed out. He rushed to the dock, where Sengoku was organizing troops, and without hesitation, leaped aboard Sengoku's ship. Sengoku's face darkened. "Garp, I am in charge of this matter. Do not interfere." Garp chuckled. "Rest assured, all the credit will be yours." As he spoke, he brought along Kazan and his fellow trainees. Meanwhile, Victor from the G1 Division also received the news. He had long awaited this day. The battle at Edver Beach was the perfect opportunity for him to rise to prominence at the expense of the Golden Lion. He promptly commanded G1 Division, "Assemble immediately." The Navy's formidable figures, Sengoku, Garp, and Victor, were set to join forces for the first time. However, as their fleets converged and they hastily made their way, Sengoku's transponder snail rang. It was Admiral Kong calling. Sengoku, the battle between Roger and the Golden Lion has concluded. Sengoku was stunned. How could that be? Just as they began to engage, they encountered an unprecedented violent storm that sank half of the Golden Lion's fleet. Now, the Golden Lion had retreated with his remnants, and Roger was also missing. Therefore, you should return as well. Once the call ended, the atmosphere in the command room became tense. The older officers understood the implication. It was better to keep the Golden Lion alive, allowing him to contend with the monstrous dogs of the New World, while the Navy's target remained solely Roger from the beginning. Thus, a meeting was convened, with the theme being succinctly stated, retreat. Good heavens! Upon receiving this order, the younger naval officers erupted in outrage. Each one, like a firecracker, protested vehemently, demanding to know why. The Golden Lion was now a severely weakened boss. This was a rare opportunity to claim his head. How could they simply retreat? Sakazuki stood there, silent, his face dark as coal, radiating discontent. With his companions reassigned, he found himself isolated, grappling with acute social anxiety, ignoring everyone around him. I approached him, offering a cigarette, and inquired, "Have you acclimated to this feeling?" He remained silent. I then got straight to the point. "Care to join me at G1? I am preparing for a significant operation and require someone of your caliber." Only then did he lift his gaze, his face a canvas of confusion. I explained, "We are on the same path. We both wish to cleanse the filth from these seas, albeit by different means." This was, of course, mere flattery, but surprisingly effective. Sakazuki, being straightforward, nodded. "I share your dream." That settled it. I seized the opportunity to propose. "Shall we collaborate? The Golden Lion is now vulnerable. With our G1 forces, we can execute a lightning strike with an exceedingly high success rate." He finally spoke, his voice cold and firm. "When? The sooner, the better. We must strike while he is down." "How do we locate him?" he inquired, hitting the nail on the head. The Golden Lion's floaty fruit made his lair a veritable moving fortress, akin to a wandering celestial body, who knew where he might drift. I smiled, projecting confidence. "I have a clever plan." Seeing my assured demeanor, Sakazuki refrained from further questioning. "All right, count me in. Await my word." I handed him a transponder snail, solidifying our agreement. Observing his solitary figure, I realized that the position of Admiral was drawing ever closer to my grasp. What was my clever plan? Simple and straightforward. The Golden Lion's fleet, having been severely damaged, would undoubtedly require medical supplies and materials for repairs. In the entire New World, only the Sarati black market could fulfill such a substantial order. The black market leader, having previously lost a hand to me, was quite resilient. The Golden Lion would surely trust him and believe he would not betray him. Little did he know, my people had already infiltrated. At the dock of the Sarati black market, the pirates of the Golden Lion were wielding whips, urging slaves to transport mountains of goods. One of my subordinates, a young lad named Mavi, stealthily climbed aboard a cargo ship, blending seamlessly with the merchandise. A few days later, my fleet of 10 warships lay in silent wait upon the sea. Inside the cabin, Sakaski, Ghost Spider, and Dogman had all arrived. Ghost Spider muttered in disbelief. "Is this it? Are we ambushing or marching to our doom?" I disregarded his concerns as the transponder snail rang. "Lord Victor, I've reached the location. Just follow the life card," came Mavi's voice. I extinguished my cigarette and spoke a single word, "Go." Our destination was Ao Shaanxi Island, the lair of the Golden Lion. Upon our arrival, his remaining 16 pirate ships lay quietly at anchor in the harbor. The Golden Lion himself had awakened. A ship's steering wheel lodged firmly in his forehead, rendering him a comical sight, akin to a clucking chicken. He inquired of his crew, "Have you found Roger yet?" In his mind, only Roger was worthy to be his rival. Little did he know, death was silently approaching. I gazed towards the distant island and instructed Sakaski, "You lead the charge directly towards the port." Ghost Spider furrowed his brows. "You want us to be bait?" I fixed my gaze on Sakaski, asking, "Is there a problem?" Sakaski coolly shook his head. Thus it was settled. Under the cover of darkness, with the moon concealed by clouds, we prepared to strike. The Golden Lion's men, heavily intoxicated, were utterly unprepared. After all, they were the overlords of the New World. Who would dare to provoke a tiger? 3 signal flares shot into the sky, and Sikorsky, accompanied by nearly 1,000 sailors, surged onto the dock like phantoms. In an instant, cries of battle erupted, gunfire crackled like popping beans, and those still lost in drunken slumber fell in droves, as if reaped like wheat. A captain named Dirty Beard Andre, with a bounty of 300 million, awoke to the chaos and charged out, brandishing a large saber. He immediately spotted Sikorsky, surrounded by a sea of corpses, all burned by magma. "You brat, I'll take your head," Andre roared, leaping with his weapon cloaked in ArmamentHaki, swinging it toward Sikorsky's neck. I assure you, Sikorsky didn't even blink. At the very moment the blade was about to strike, he moved. Hellhound, a gray-black magma dog, head cannon erupted forth. Andre had no time to react. His head exploded in an instant. A 300 million bounty pirate was slain in a heartbeat by a mere naval colonel. Not only the pirates, but even our own navy stood in stunned silence. How can one describe this visual impact? It was overwhelming. Ghost Spider reacted swiftly, shouting, "Let us finish them all." I, on the flagship's deck, puffed on a cigar, observing as the beachhead was rapidly secured. This bloody battle had only just begun. The Golden Lion was no easy adversary. The world government wished to leave him be, hoping he would serve as a disruptor, but I had other plans. The sounds of battle reached the center of the island, and the Golden Lion, growing impatient, rose to his feet. "What is all that noise outside?" A subordinate reported, "Boss, the Navy is attacking." "The Navy?" The Golden Lion chuckled. "Are they here to die? How many have come? Is Carp with them?" "Just 10 warships." The Golden Lion laughed, even louder. 10? I alone am enough. His monstrous crew of captains eagerly prepared for battle, assuming it was Sengoku or Carp leading the charge, clamoring to take our heads. "Boys, give them a warm welcome." With that command, the island transformed into a fortress of war. Cannonballs rained down upon our ships, and bullets flew across the beach. The first wave of my suicide squad suffered heavy casualties. Light reported from behind me, "Senior, over a third of the suicide squad is down." I maintained a stoic expression, "Prepare the second assault team." Indeed, the first wave was merely bait, meant to draw the Golden Lion's main forces to the beach and ignite the fighting spirit on both sides. Though brutal, it was the most effective strategy. Waves of naval forces surged forth, turning the beach into a slaughterhouse. Ghost Spider and Dogman were both battered and on the verge of collapse. At that moment, a lanky figure resembling a bamboo shoot appeared. He was Captain Black of ship number 11, with a bounty of 400 million. With a single swing, he sent dozens of sailors flying. Seeing the moment was ripe, I said to Light, "I leave this to you." With that, I leapt into the sky. Meanwhile, the Golden Lion received reports of his captains being taken down by a mysterious naval colonel. Just as he pondered this, a short, rotund sniper from his crew suddenly aimed and fired at me. Wind foot crescent moonstrike. In midair, I executed a slicing kick that shattered the bullet, sending shockwaves towards the sniper. The Golden Lion reacted swiftly, drawing his twin blades to unleash a formidable sword wave. Boom! The 2 strikes collided in midair, the resulting energy gouging a deep trench into the earth. The Golden Lion disregarded the fates of his men, his gaze fixed on me, eyes filled with astonishment. Just then, another eruption began on the ground. Great fire! Sikorsky's magma fist erupted like a volcanic explosion, sending hundreds of pirates flying towards the Golden Lion. Another nature type? The Golden Lion barely glanced, effortlessly cleaving the massive magma fist in twain with a single stroke of his sword, the blade even leaving a cut on Sikorsky's face. He chuckled disdainfully. "Little brat, the world of the strong is still too early for you." He completely disregarded Sikorsky, his attention solely on me. Sikorsky, however, despised being underestimated. Without hesitation, he rushed forward while I dove from the sky, preparing for a 2-on-1. Lion's Cut Valley. The Golden Lion grinned wickedly, unleashing a flurry of sword strikes that forced us to evade. Then he soared close to the ground, targeting Sikorsky. "I'll take you down first." Sikorsky bore the brunt of a blade, a deep gash opening on his chest, blood flowing profusely. Yet he seized the opportunity to retaliate with a hellhound aimed at the Golden Lion's head. The Golden Lion's combat experience was immense. He blocked with another blade, barely escaping disaster. Let us not forget, we were 2 against 1. I landed firmly, coldly stating, "This is just the beginning." At that moment, the most elite captains of the Golden Lion rushed over, each with bounties that were staggering, for exceeding 10 billion. That magma brat is yours. The Golden Lion pointed at Sikorsky, revealing a confident grin. Instantly, Sikorsky found himself surrounded by 5 top-tier masters. The task I had assigned him was not merely to serve as bait, but to absorb all the pressure, granting me the chance to engage in a one-on-one duel. Their teamwork was impeccable, employing dual blades, sniping, and vine control in a seamless combination against Sikorsky. Captain Fenner, wielding a massive scythe, cloaked in haki, cleaved Sikorsky in half. They believed they had succeeded, but guess what? Sikorsky transformed into his elemental form, his upper body soaring above, retaliating fiercely. It was a clear divide. You strike yours, I strike mine, utterly astonishing. 2 magma claws nearly incapacitated 2 captains. When he reformed, he beckoned provocatively with a finger, the air thick with challenge. Meanwhile, my battle with the Golden Lion officially commenced. This old fox was indeed powerful. He ascended to the skies, utilizing aerial advantage to bombard me relentlessly. We plunged from the heavens to the earth with a resounding crash, creating a colossal pit several hundred meters deep upon the island. You are far superior to that fellow comb. The Golden Lion sneered. Stronger than all of you combined. As soon as I finished speaking, he launched his attack. With a ferocious roar, he unleashed the lion's might. To my astonishment, he uprooted the surrounding ground, rocks, and forest, molding them into enormous lion heads that came crashing down upon me. Such a power is utterly absurd. You dare play this game with me? I chuckled coldly and, with a single punch, obliterated those towering earthen mounds. As the gods battled, mere mortals suffered. The aftermath of our clash threatened to dismantle the entire island. Realizing that brute force was futile, the Golden Lion sought to exhaust my stamina, endlessly conjuring his creations. Would I allow him to succeed? I immediately activated my Titan form, transforming into a 30-meter-tall giant. Growing so large, you wish to become a target? The Golden Lion mocked. You truly are tiresome. My blue lightning tattoos began to glow. Dark clouds swiftly enveloped the sky, and thunder rumbled ominously. In an instant, a bolt of lightning descended, aiming directly at my crown. The Golden Lion watched in disbelief as I extended my right hand and grasped the lightning. Amidst the crackling of electricity, the lightning coalesced into a nearly 50-meter-long spear of thunder. I raised the spear, targeting the airborne Golden Lion. Divine punishment. The thunder spear, imbued with an earth-shattering momentum, tore through the air in a lethal trajectory. And guess what? The old lion attempted to evade, despite his successful sidestep. My comrade Victor had thrown the spear equipped with GPS tracking. With a stylish tailspin, it pivoted and came hurtling back. The Golden Lion could no longer dodge. Perhaps he felt the weight of his pride. He retaliated with a sword strike, infused with formidable spirit, aiming to cleave me in 2. What was the outcome? The instant the sword met the thunder spear, a tremendous explosion erupted. That weapon was a bomb. The violent lightning sent the Golden Lion flying, and when he regained his footing, he was left with a frizzed golden mane and charred clothing, looking utterly disheveled. The old lion's expression darkened as he glared at Victor, demanding to know the origin of this extraordinary ability. My brother, exuding an air of arrogance, lifted his chin and declared, "This is divine authority, the power of the gods." At that moment, I thought to myself, "Buddy, isn't it time to outgrow this juvenile phase?" Yet, he truly was formidable as a member of the Titan divine lineage. He inherently commanded the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, showcasing unparalleled versatility. Upon hearing this, the Golden Lion let out a cold snort, seemingly reminded of Kaido and his mythical dragon, which possessed equally unreasonable powers. Initially, he contemplated using the capabilities of the Fua Nomi to exhaust Victor through aerial maneuvers. but now he understood that he needed to fight with all his might. I assure you, the stakes had escalated dramatically. The golden lion extended his arms, invoking his powers to consolidate the floating islands, mountains, and colossal boulders hovering in the sky. He was crafting an enormous stone lion, several hundred meters tall and kilometers long, right before our eyes. Who among us could comprehend this? If that thing were to fall, not only would we perish, but the entire island would be submerged beneath the waves. His pirate minions were instantly filled with terror, fleeing in panic. Yet with such a massive construct, where could they escape? Despair hung thickly over the battlefield. And then, my brother Victor stood his ground, unyielding, a blinding, sunlight, golden light erupted from him. At the precise moment the cataclysmic stone lion descended, he astonishingly reached out with both hands and caught it. My eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. This man was insane. A 30-meter giant, bracing against a falling mountain. The ground beneath his feet cracked like brittle cookie dough, the entire island sinking under the strain. The golden lion seized the opportunity. Victor was preoccupied. He had long since infused his two swords with overwhelming spirit, their blades gleaming ominously, and charged towards Victor. It was a sneak attack. Our allies screamed in a frenzy, urging Victor to be cautious. However, Victor paid no heed, channeling all his strength and spirit into the stone lion. Suddenly, with a thunderous bang, the kilometers-long stone lion erupted in a cascade of golden light from within, shattering like an eggshell, transforming into mere rubble and dirt. With a single Titan Nova, Victor had effortlessly dismantled the golden lion's grand scheme. But the encounter was far from over. The golden lion's sword aura surged forth. He emerged from the cloud of debris, swinging his sword at Victor. Having just unleashed his technique, Victor could only raise his arm to defend. The wily old lion seized the moment, launching a flurry of slashes at lightning speed, leaving only afterimages in his wake. In an instant, Victor found himself with multiple deep wounds visible to the bone across his chest and abdomen, blood gushing forth like a fountain. My heart sank. This was dire. We had pushed too far, and his stamina was waning. His devoted fans were on the verge of tears. And then, what do you think happened? It was all an act. My brother was fishing. Just as the golden lion was reveling in his assault, Victor suddenly roared. 6 styles, 8 gates, rest gate, open. Incredible. He had kept this ace up his sleeve. Instantly, all fatigue vanished, and his stamina was fully replenished. This moment was reminiscent of a foolishly naive 2025 remake. The golden lion was ensnared. The moment he sensed something amiss, it was already too late. Victor's lips curled into a smirk, ignoring the slashes landing upon him, and retaliated with a powerful punch squarely to the golden lion's chest. Titan detonation. Boom! That punch caved in the golden lion's chest, sending him soaring like a cannonball, crashing through dozens of mountains before finally halting. A mouthful of blood spewed forth. His insides were likely shattered. What we call this is an exchange of wounds, but my constitution is superior, while his is not. Victor offered no respite, his body glowing with azure patterns, the wind swirling beneath him, and he soared into the air, pursuing the golden lion. With another thunderous punch, he collapsed the mountain wall from which the golden lion had just risen, burying him alive. Of course, the golden lion was no pushover. Having once severed his own leg to escape impel down, he would not be so easily vanquished. He roared in fury, unleashing his spirit, shaking off the debris from his body. Victor, grinning widely, declared, "Allow me to step upon you, ascending to the rank of admiral." With that, he unleashed another radiant titan horn. The golden lion was sent skidding across the ground, carving 2 deep trenches hundreds of meters long, and another spurt of blood erupted from him. He was terrified now, understanding that he could not engage in a direct confrontation. He turned and ascended into the sky, seeking to leverage his aerial combat advantage. Yet Victor followed suit with a swift moonwalk, and the two engaged in a new bout of combat high above the clouds. The golden lion was bewildered. How could this lad's spirit seem inexhaustible? Little did he know, Victor had activated the rest gate, rendering him a perpetual motion machine. As long as his body could endure, his stamina was limitless. The sky was filled with sword auras and lightning, each exchanging blows, wounds for wounds, as blood stained the heavens. Victor, relying on his mythical beast lineage, was unafraid of the blood exchange. As the Golden Lion attempted a sneaky attack from behind, Victor countered with a gust of wind, disrupting his balance. Seizing the brief moment of vulnerability, Victor unleashed a flurry of punches, each one landing solidly on the Golden Lion. They fought from the sky to the ground and back again, engaging in a relentless battle for nearly 3 hours. The island was strewn with corpses. Rivers of blood flowed freely. At last, Victor released the 8 gates, reaching his physical limits. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes, softened by the blood, lit one, and was just about to catch his breath. At this moment, an oblivious individual, a captain from the Fakong Hatejuan, seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack and claim a trophy. However, Victor did not even glance back. With a swift motion, he struck the man's head into the ground with a resounding thud, akin to the splattering of a crushed watermelon, blood and brains spilling everywhere. Victor, calmly smoking, observed the scene and coldly remarked, "I've only just lit my cigarette." This provoked the remaining subordinates of the Golden Lion, who were incensed. 3 notorious pirates, whose combined bounties neared 15 billion, perceived Victor as exhausted, and with the Golden Lion gravely injured, they aimed to claim glory for themselves. The 3 encircled Victor, clamoring to end his life. Victor, with a cigarette clenched between his lips, cast a disdainful glance at them and stated, "You may all come at me. It makes no difference to me." No sooner had he spoken than one of them, wielding a steel ball, charged forward, swinging it like a tempest. Victor had yet to exhale a puff of smoke when he effortlessly evaded the attack, then stamped down upon the iron chain. The assailant exerted all his might, yet the chain remained immovable. Victor, still holding the cigarette, tilted his head towards the other 2, signaling them not to be stagnant. Another, brandishing a knife, bellowed as he rushed in, only for Victor to kick the steel ball away, sending both the wielder and a 3rd pirate with a gun crashing against one another. It was akin to an adult battling a child. They shattered upon contact. Victor swiftly appeared before the gunman, delivering a crushing blow to his chest, followed by a sidekick that sent the steel ball wielder flying. He then ghosted behind the knife wielder, smashing his shoulder blade with a single palm strike. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, concluding in less than 10 seconds, leaving the 3 so-called subordinates incapacitated. Meanwhile, Akainu had reduced his opponent to a mere shadow of themselves, blood pouring forth incessantly. The numerical advantage of the Golden Lion pirates became a mere jest in the face of overwhelming strength. At that moment, the Golden Lion struggled to rise again, gazing at the lifeless bodies of his crew without a flicker of emotion. His thoughts were solely consumed by Roger. Victor observed him and began to taunt, "Excessive blood loss has left you so weak. Shall I offer you the dignity of surrender?" The Golden Lion, unable to endure the provocation, roared in fury and attempted to unleash his lioness might. However, the assembled stone lions were pathetically small, clearly devoid of energy. Victor, uninterested, surged forward, disregarding the Golden Lion's final attempt at resistance, delivering a titan burst that sent the Golden Lion hurtling through the air like a tattered sack, rolling across the ground without a sound. Let me clarify, this is not some hot-blooded youth manga where the protagonist can miraculously survive by shouting. The Golden Lion had long since exhausted his strength, merely clinging to life by sheer will. Now that his spirit had faltered, it was entirely over. I employed Kin Bunchaku to assess the damage. He was in a dire state, lifeless as ashes. Yet, these legendary figures possess an extraordinary vitality, astonishingly. He was not completely defeated and could potentially recover with rest. I dared not underestimate him. These legendary warriors, even with a mere drop of blood left, could summon a fighting spirit that might awaken them from the brink of death for a final stand. Just as I confirmed his incapacitation, my comrades from the Navy erupted in cheers. We won. The jubilant shouts threatened to uproot the island. In stark contrast, the Golden Lion's crew, bereft of leadership, saw their morale plummet to 0, akin to a server crashing. Someone shouted to flee. and the pirates turned tail towards the sea in a chaotic frenzy. My men pursued relentlessly. Yet, truth be told, if the 45Million were determined to escape, even my 10,000 strong from G1 could not halt them. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The largest catch was already in my net. I pivoted to assist the Kainu, prioritizing the elimination of the enemy's elite combatants. The 45Million perfectly embodied the illustrious traditions of the Rock's pirates. When their leader fell, the subordinates scattered like frightened monkeys. Following the battle, I retreated to my tent, utterly exhausted and bandaged like a mummy. Shortly thereafter, a Kainu entered, his injuries less severe. I greeted him with a smile, saying upon our return, "You will undoubtedly be promoted to Rear Admiral." He maintained his stoic expression, yet I sensed a shift in the atmosphere. I continued, however, given the magnitude of this commotion, future endeavors of this nature will be far more challenging. To my surprise, he replied earnestly, "Should such an opportunity arise again, I will assist you." At that moment, my heart skipped a beat. It seemed I had fully brought a Kainu onto my side. Though his demeanor was not particularly affable, his intense dedication to justice resonated perfectly with my own. My reckless defiance against superiors, directly confronting the formidable pirates of the New World, had indeed won him over. Upon the news reaching the Marine headquarters at Marineford, Fleet Admiral Kong and Admiral Sengoku were likely glued to the transponder snail, their hearts racing. When the call connected and they learned of Vice Admiral Victor's victory and capture of the Golden Lion, the office must have fallen silent, as if someone had pressed mute. Fleet Admiral Kong, undoubtedly bewildered, murmured he actually accomplished it. It was worth noting that a decade prior, at God Valley, the Golden Lion had escaped. Now, he had been captured alive, a feat that was simply unprecedented. However, after the shock came the headache. Sengoku and the others, seasoned in the ways of politics, understood that I had shattered the delicate balance of power in the New World, something the higher-ups dreaded. This hot potato was too perilous for them to handle, so they promptly passed it to the Gorosei. The 5 elders likely convened that very night to deliberate on how to deal with my troublesome emergence. Where would I be assigned? Who would take the Golden Lion's place in the New World? Once the balance was disrupted, who knew what even more terrifying entities might arise? In truth, they required the New World to remain chaotic, so that the common populace would feel they could not survive without the world government. How to manage me became their greatest conundrum. The accolades were monumental. Logically, promotions and wealth were inevitable. Yet I was already a branch commander, and the next step would be to Admiral. They feared that if I ascended to Admiral, my power would expand, potentially paving the way for me to conquer the New World. These political players were as unscrupulous as they come. Ultimately, after much deliberation, they concocted an ingenious solution. They decided to promote me to Admiral and then assign me back to Mariewa. This effectively meant granting me the highest honor and status while tethering me nearby, ensuring I had no opportunity to stir trouble in the New World. This resolution, I must say, suited me perfectly. Of course, appearances had to be maintained. Upon returning to the G1 branch, I instructed that boxes of cash be brought to the training ground. In front of everyone, I proclaimed, "To the brothers who fell or were injured, each shall receive 1 million berries. Those who survive will receive a minimum of 300,000, with higher ranks receiving more. You risked your lives in battle. This money is rightfully yours." In that moment, the crowd erupted into frenzy. Akainu and the others watched from a distance. Their expressions won a shock. They likely wondered where I had acquired such wealth. Yet, Akainu summed it up succinctly, stating, "As long as it upholds justice, that is sufficient." You see, I knew he would understand my intentions. The source of the money was inconsequential. What mattered was utilizing it for my comrades, for the cause of justice, which was undeniably righteous. Then, the members of the Blue Sea Association I had arranged began to lead the crowd in chants. "Long live Lord Victor! Fight for justice! Fight for Lord Victor!" Instantly, the emotions of the thousands present were ignited, creating a wave of fervor that was simply overwhelming. 10 days later, newspapers flooded the world with headlines about me. The entire globe was set ablaze with the news. On the Roger's ship, the expressions of Lei Li and the others were grave. The emperors of the sea, such as Baihuzi, Dama, and Kaido, regarded me with utmost vigilance. My unconventional demeanor as a young man instilled an unprecedented sense of peril within them. Just as the world was still grappling with the news of the Golden Line's capture, a second monumental revelation emerged. I, Victor, was promoted to admiral, a 20-year-old admiral. Within less than a year, I ascended from colonel to admiral. This resume is unparalleled in the annals of naval history. The entire world was in an uproar, and my reputation momentarily eclipsed even that of Sengoku, nearly rivaling Carp. Upon returning to headquarters, various arrangements were swiftly made. I penned letters of recommendation for Akainu, Kuro Tsuzumi, and others, placing them in pivotal positions. I did not forget my nominal uncle, Nan, and recommended him to the scientific division, providing him with a comfortable retirement. My loyal associates must be meticulously arranged. After concluding my handover with a newly appointed G1 commander, I was summoned to the office by Marshal Kong. He informed me that the promotion ceremony would take place in a month, allowing me to enjoy a well-deserved holiday during this time. He then announced my admiral codename, Xianma. Xian signifies black. A dark horse? How Apartment Kong feigned concern and inquired if I had any requests, offering to select some favored subordinates to accompany me to marry Joa. I refrained from hastily deciding, as station at the Holy Land is a dreadfully tedious task, and I had no intention of burdening my trusted allies. Seizing this opportunity for leisure, my first course of action was to return to the South Sea. I must say, this is akin to spending a fortune to procure a fine steed. As a newly appointed admiral, rather than remaining at the epicenter of power before the promotion ceremony, I chose to visit my old unit and reconnect with my comrades. Upon hearing the news, my former subordinates in the South Sea were exhilarated. That fellow, Oren, went all out to honor my arrival. On the day I reached Lunsterport, thousands of naval officers lined the harbor to welcome me. With over 20 warships arranged in formation, everyone in the port was required to come out and participate in the enthusiastic reception. Standing at the bow of the ship, I slowly raised my left hand, forming the emblematic gesture of our Blue Sea Society. Oren was the first to shout at the top of his lungs, "Long live Lord Victor!" The roar of thousands surged into the sky. The following days saw the entire South Sea in a frenzy. All naval officers, nobles, and wealthy merchants clamored to present gifts to me. Previously, I had extorted them. Now, they implored me to accept their offerings. A certain rear admiral named Morgan presented me with 50 boxes of desserts, concealing 100 million berries within, simply to join my Blue Sea Society. I promptly approved his request and specifically assigned Oren to mentor him. This trip solidified Oren as my agent in the South Sea, demonstrating to all that following Victor guarantees prosperity. After spending a few days in the South Sea, I returned to headquarters to meet with my mentor, F.A. Upon seeing me, the pride in his eyes was unmistakable. I also took the opportunity to deliver a few lectures to the students, reinforcing my exemplary persona. Just 1 week before the promotion ceremony, while perusing the newspaper, a particular article captured my attention. Douglas Barrett, the Devil's descendant, after leaving the Roger Pirates, was wreaking havoc on the seas. This individual, now akin to Crocodile, had become a rising star among the pirate elite. I recalled that these two formidable figures were set to clash next year. As I continued reading, I was met with news of Roger vanquishing yet another pirate crew, or Whitebeard toppling a challenger, or Big Mom obliterating yet another nation. I lamented to my companions about the monotony of these reports, which were duller than yesterday's leftovers. Suddenly, the shrill sound of a phone bug shattered my drowsiness. Grasping the receiver, I immediately heard Kong's serious voice on the other end. "Victor, urgent situation. St. Angela T's ship encountered trouble at Grove Island, surrounded by sea kings, and they specifically require your swift rescue." My brow furrowed at the thought of yet another mess to clean up for the Celestial Dragons. The title of Admiral may sound imposing, but in essence, it merely designates a bodyguard for the Celestial Dragons. It is no wonder that old man Carp refuses to take the admiral position. He would want to cater to these ancestral figures all day. At Grove Island, a luxurious yacht lay stranded on the beach, chaos reigning all around. A group of agents and armored guards fought desperately to protect St. Angela T, fending off a colossal sea frog over 500 meters in length. The audacity of this creature was astounding. The agents fired weapons and launched rockets, attempting to divert the sea frog's attention, enabling St. Angela T to escape. However, their efforts bore little fruit, as the enraged sea frog unleashed its sticky, massive tongue, obliterating a swath of forest and sweeping away dozens of guards, reducing them to mere pulp. "Get the prince out of here," the captain of the guards bellowed, raising a 5-meter-long giant axe to strike at the sea frog. Yet, it was utterly futile. The axe struck the sea frog's body without leaving a mark. The guards were on the verge of collapse. This monster was terrifying and could not be harmed. Were we truly destined to perish here today? The captain gritted his teeth and shouted, "Think of your families. If we cannot protect St. Angela T, we will all be doomed." Upon hearing this, the guards regained their composure. Indeed, the life of a celestial dragon is more precious than anything. It matters little if one dies. But to implicate one's family would render them eternal sinners. "Kill it," the captain roared, leading the guards into a charge against the sea frog. However, before they could reach it, the sea frog's tongue shot out like lightning, snatching the captain away and swallowing him whole like an anteater. At this moment, all were left dumbfounded. St. Angela T was utterly terrified, cowering on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. It must be noted that St. Angela T had brought this upon himself, carelessly firing cannonballs into the sea to catch fish, only to provoke the wrath of this sea frog. "Where is the Navy? Where is the Admiral?" St. Angela T cried in despair. The agents could only offer comfort while silently criticizing. "Brother, we're 100,000 leagues away from Marineford. Even if the Navy took a rocket, it would take them a day to arrive." After considerable effort, St. Angela T finally found refuge in a cave, managing to catch his breath. Yet, before he could settle, he began his antics once more. "Why hasn't the Navy come to rescue me?" One agent attempted to offer reassurance, only to be met with a bullet to the head from St. Angela T. "Do you dare deceive me? Are you trying to harm me?" This individual suffered from severe paranoia, constantly suspecting those around him of plotting against him. The surrounding agents and guards dared not breathe, fearful of becoming the next victim. At that moment, the sea frog leapt onto the island, wreaking havoc in search of food. Outside the cave, massive trees toppled, and the ground trembled. Within the cave, St. Angela T's emotions spiraled out of control. 2 hours later, he began to go mad, indiscriminately firing upon his guards, ruthlessly killing several as if chopping vegetables. "Run for your lives. St. Angela T has gone mad." The agents and guards wailed as they fled in every direction. St. Angela T followed suit, but as he reached the cave's entrance, he witnessed several guards being snatched away by the sea frog's tongue, swallowed whole before his eyes. This jolt of reality snapped him back to his senses, and he screamed in terror, "Help me! Someone protect me!" Boom! The sea frog's tongue struck the very spot where St. Angela T had stood moments before, creating a massive hole. Had it not been for an agent risking his life to save him, he would have already met his demise. Meanwhile, upon the vast expanse of the ocean, a lookout aboard a pirate ship suddenly exclaimed, "What is that?" A person is flying in the sky. The crew members, startled, gazed upward to behold a colossal figure enveloped in azure currents, soaring toward Grove Island at an astonishing velocity. Indeed, it was I, transformed into a titan. To hasten my arrival at Grove Island, I wielded control over the wind element, propelling myself far more swiftly than any naval vessel could manage. Upon reaching Grove Island, I immediately spotted the immense sea frog and the beleaguered Angelotti Shung, who was hiding within a cave. What intrigued me further was witnessing Angelotti Shung pursuing her own guards and agents in a fervent chase. Amused, I stroked my chin, devising a plan. Were it Sengoku or Zephyr, they would undoubtedly have charged forth to vanquish the sea frog and escort Angelotti Shung safely back to Mariewa. However, I was not so straightforward. I contemplated that Angelotti Shung might serve as a pawn in my grand scheme, much like Muscarud Shung did in the past. Though few celestial dragons experience an epiphany akin to Muscarud Shung's, it mattered not, for I merely required an opportunity to draw closer to him. After all, My ultimate ambition was to overthrow him and ascend to the throne of nothingness. Inside the cave, the destruction wrought by the sea frog persisted, with the walls trembling perilously. What should I do? Who will save me? Angelotti Shung cried out in despair. The remaining guards and agents conferred briefly and resolved to make a final stand. We will charge out to divert the sea frog's attention while you escape with Her Highness. Yet, as they burst forth from the cave, they were ensnared by the sea frog's tongue and devoured whole. Angelotti Shung fell to the ground, utterly despondent, her countenance ashen. The sea frog began to excavate the earth, intent on unearthing the entire cave. We could not remain passive. One agent, gritting his teeth, declared to his companions, "We must scatter. Every one of us who can run must do so. Buying time for me. As long as Her Highness survives, your families will be cared for." The implication was clear. The sacrifice of all was necessary to safeguard Angelotti Shung. Everyone understood, and none opposed. After all, as celestial dragon guards, they had long accepted this reality. Thus, they dispersed in a frenzy, rushing out of the cave, only to be captured by the sea frog's tongue. Observing this, an agent silently counted the seconds, then hoisted Angelotti Shung upon his back and leapt from the cave. Whoosh! A flash of cold light darted by as the sea frog's tongue narrowly missed their feet. Before they could touch the ground, a second tongue lunged at them. Just as they were about to be swallowed whole, a crescent-shaped, white arc of energy suddenly manifested, severing the sea frog's tongue with precision. Blood gushed forth like an oil well, drenching the air. The sea frog emitted a pained roar, its voice reverberating with such intensity that it threatened to rupture eardrums. I, Victor, descended like a divine being before Angelotti Shung, leaving behind an aura of righteousness. Is the Navy. The Navy has come to rescue us. Angelotti Shung, filled with overwhelming emotion, wept tears of gratitude, her heart racing with exhilaration. Step back. Leave this to me, I stated resolutely without turning around. With that, I advanced slowly toward the sea frog, which glared at me with fury, raising its forelimb to strike down upon me. This blow, imbued with cataclysmic force, would undoubtedly reduce a common person to mere pulp. Yet I stood my ground, unwavering, allowing the strike to descend. Boom! A thunderous crash resounded as the sea frog's limb collided with my left palm. Thud! The sea frog was sent hurtling backward for hundreds of meters, crashing to the ground and creating a massive crater. Such remarkable strength. Witnessing the spectacle, all present were taken aback. Though the agents were aware of my prowess, they could hardly fathom it reached such heights. The sea frog, a creature of the ocean depths, had been effortlessly dispatched by my mere touch. How could this be possible? Before the sea frog could emerge from the crater, I vanished from my position and reappeared in midair, plummeting like a meteor and landing squarely upon the sea frog's pale belly. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed as the sea frog's abdomen caved in. With a desperate wail, the sea frog let out one final cry before succumbing entirely. I then rose slowly, brushing off the dust from my attire. In truth, I could have dispatched the sea frog in one swift stroke, but I deliberately showcased my prowess to impress Angelotti Shung. Are you unharmed, Angelotti Shung? I turned to her, my expression softening. You are the newly appointed General Schwanma, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Upon learning of your peril, I rushed to your aid, I replied calmly. Thanks to your timely intervention, I have survived. I am eternally grateful. Angelotti Shung exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. It is the duty of the Navy. I responded with a slight smile. Ha ha! Angelotti Shung laughed joyfully. You saved my life. I must reward you splendidly. Thank you, Angelotti Shung, I bowed slightly. What do you desire? Wealth? Power? Or perhaps women? She gestured grandly. A glint of ambition flickered in my eyes as I replied, if given the choice. I would seek your trust. Ha ha! Angelotti Shung laughed heartily. Victor, I shall remember you. The agents, overhearing this exchange, thought to themselves, Victor is indeed astute, swiftly aligning himself with a powerful ally. It seems he intends to leverage Angelotti Shung's influence in his pursuit of the future admiral's position. Subsequently, I escorted Angelotti Shung safely back to Mariewa before returning to Marineford, awaiting the commencement of the promotion ceremony. On the day of the ceremony, as I had anticipated, the world government initiated a global broadcast. In the bubble square of Sabeti Archipelago, 3 enormous screens had been erected in advance. Journalists from around the world wielded their cameras, capturing this historic moment. The youngest admiral in the history of the Navy. Long live justice. Long live the Navy. Long live Admiral Victor. The prearranged crowd on Sabeti Archipelago shouted in unison, fervently cheering for me as I appeared on the screens. The world government sought to deify me, crafting a new hero. Leaning against a tree, Shaki calmly smoked a cigarette, appreciating the world government's orchestrated spectacle. The screens displayed the front of Marineford, where warships lined the harbor in a magnificent display. The plaza of Marineford was filled with Navy personnel, tens of thousands of elite sailors, their flags fluttering dramatically. According to the meticulously arranged script, I would stride from the center of the plaza toward the platform, where I would receive my commendation. With steady strides, I approached the platform. In attendance were not only the empty fleet admiral, but also Admiral Sengoku and Zephyr, Vice Admiral Karp, Admiral Tsu, and the commanding officers from G1 to G10, all gathered to witness this momentous occasion. The cameras focused not only on me, but also on the esteemed figures behind me. The world government aimed to utilize this promotion ceremony to showcase their might to the world. At long last, I ascended the platform and stood before the empty fleet admiral. A commodore stood beside him, holding a square tray containing a medal, a sword, and the insignia of admiral rank. Victor. The fleet admiral's voice resonated with solemnity. I stood tall before him. The fleet admiral personally adorned me with the shoulder insignia and medal, then presented me with the sword. Accepting the sword, I turned to face all the Navy personnel and the global audience, raising the sword high and proclaiming, "Justice shall prevail." Upon the conclusion of the commissioning ceremony, I was formally elevated to the rank of Admiral in the Navy, embarking on my tenure at Maligieo. Safeguarding Maligieo, ensuring the sanctity and safety of the celestial dragons, is the solemn duty of every admiral. However, this role often involves basking in the sun and perusing newspapers. Nonetheless, I remain industrious, for there are numerous tasks that demand my attention. As an admiral, I possess considerable authority to appoint my own personnel throughout the Navy. For instance, I have assigned Ilek to the G2 Division as a Brigadier General and Kenner to the G3 Division, both of whom are members of the Lanhai Hue. Following my promotion, I extracted them from the perilous New World to spare them from potential demise. Simultaneously, relocating them to other divisions serves to expand and fortify the Lanhai Hue. For me, martial achievements have become less significant. The paramount concern now lies in performance and strategic positioning. It is essential to impress the Gorosei while simultaneously attracting more followers. I retained Light and Connor by my side to oversee the daily patrols of Maligieo. On a sun-drenched day, I reclined in a chair, indulging in the warmth while engrossed in literature. This marked my second month stationed at Maligieo. My daily routine consisted of reading in the mornings, guiding Light and others in their training during the afternoons, and honing my haki in the evenings. Additionally, I would review letters from Lanhai Hue members sent to me and offer responses, all of which were penned by Light and Connor. The content of these letters primarily expressed admiration for me and detailed recent endeavors, challenges, and obstacles encountered. Most of these correspondents were disciples of Zhe Fa, my juniors. I had previously assured them that they could seek my assistance regardless of their location. After perusing their letters, I would provide them with advice, encourage perseverance, adjust their positions as necessary, and offer some financial support. Consequently, my reputation among the members of Lanhai Hue would continue to ascend. Those who survive will receive a minimum of... They would idolize me, believing that following my path would lead to their own improvement. In truth, this was indeed the case. Only I would selflessly extend such assistance. Of course, I harbored my own ulterior motives. To become a great leader, one must inspire reverence. Why is it that Akainu, despite his rank as Fleet Admiral, struggles to gain genuine respect? It is precisely because of his poor character and the scarcity of those willing to follow him. Unbeknownst to me, the meal hour was fast approaching. Just as I was about to set my book aside, I suddenly heard the Navy shouting, "A ship approaches." It is the vessel of Unbeatable. Unbeatable? Since rescuing him and returning him to Maligieo, I had not encountered him again. I surmised he had been traveling yet again and was only just returning. During my month at Maligieo, I had become accustomed to seeing the celestial dragons daily. To the eyes of the world, residing in Maligieo is akin to living in paradise. However, the celestial dragons find it quite the contrary. While they relish their identity and power, Maligieo becomes exceedingly dull for them. Here, their days are filled with nothing but tormenting slaves, devoid of any other amusement. They would much prefer to indulge freely across the world. Shortly thereafter, I encountered Unbeatable, who was perched atop a tall slave's back. This slave had once been a great general from a kingdom in the West Sea, a revered warrior and hero. However, he fell victim to the machinations of the new king during a power transition and ultimately became enslaved. Such slaves, with their illustrious pasts, are favored by the celestial dragons, as dominating them greatly satisfies their sense of accomplishment. I greeted Unbeatable. "Greetings, Unbeatable." "Ha ha, Admiral Victor." Upon spotting me, Unbeatable leaped with excitement, waving enthusiastically. After all, I was his savior, and his fondness for me was palpable. "It seems you have made quite a haul today," I remarked with a smile, glancing at the slaves behind Unbeatable. "These are my newly acquired slaves," he boasted, then turned to lash a whip at a girl. "Ah!" she cried out in anguish. Is her voice not particularly enchanting? I must say, what transpired next utterly shattered my worldview. The blood gushed forth from his palm as if it were free. The leading man watched in despair as the blade plunged into his chest. Just then, a feeble voice pleaded, "Please, spare us." One of the guards, who had merely feigned his role, removed his helmet, revealing the renowned singer Talia, whom Unbeatable had purchased. What is happening? Connor, accompanied by a group of Navy personnel, arrived and also recognized Talia. Upon removing the leading man's helmet, it became evident that he was none other than Unbeatable's steed. Talia lifted her gaze, her sapphire-like eyes beseeching. "Please, let us go. We have been wronged, and we are innocent." Her pitiful demeanor would soften the heart of any man. Connor whispered, "What should we do?" This was an unprecedented scenario for them. Light furrowed his brow, although he admired Talia's songs. He could not afford to embroil Victor in trouble or jeopardize his family and comrades. With gritted teeth, he declared, "Let the agents handle it." Upon hearing this, Talia's face drained of color. She understood that being returned meant a fate worse than death. "Please, please," she implored, bowing repeatedly until her forehead bled. Light and Connor turned away, gesturing, "Return them." Alas, reality has a way of expediting one's growth. Since arriving at Maligieo, they have been forced to witness the tragic spectacles of humanity each day. This hallowed ground for the celestial dragons was, in stark contrast, a veritable inferno for the slaves. Their sense of justice had long been trampled beneath the weight of reality, and their fervor had been extinguished. Justice? Evil? If vanquishing malevolence is justice, then oppressing the weak is indeed wickedness. Viewed through this lens, the world government and the nobility of Maligieo are the greatest tyrants of all. Yet, the Navy remains bound to heed their commands and ensure their safety. This is the greatest irony of justice. At some point, Victor approached Light and Connor, gently placing his hand on their shoulders. "Let us liberate them." Light and Connor were momentarily taken aback. Victor, with a stoic expression, stated, "Within the bounds of one's capabilities, do what one can to the fullest. This is justice." In an instant, Light grasped Victor's definition of justice. Any justice that exceeds one's capabilities is mere folly. "Well then, I shall take my leave to rest," Victor mused, his heart swelling with pride at their maturation. Upon returning to my quarters, I settled cross-legged, retrieving a blade, infusing it with haki, and commencing the tempering of a black sword. Since I had nothing else to occupy my time, this would serve both as training in haki and as a potential gift for outstanding members of the Lanhai Hue, encouraging their continued progress. Surely, such finely crafted weapons would be cherished by them. In the year 1496 of the Sea Circle, in the morning, Victor reclined in his chair, perusing the newspaper as usual. Today's headline featured Barrett. Ever since departing from the Roger pirates, this fellow had remained restless. Moreover, the news was rather intriguing. Barrett and Crocodile, two pirate supernovas, had clashed, resulting in a stalemate. Victor recalled that Barrett's strength was comparable to Rayleigh's. Does this imply that Crocodile now matches Rayleigh's prowess? After perusing the front page, Victor flipped through other articles and discovered a report about Roger. The Navy had encountered Roger in Alabasta, only to let him escape once more. Whitebeard and Roger were likely to converge soon, followed by Odin boarding Roger's ship to assist in translating the historical text. Victor murmured to himself. In truth, he was quite eager to locate Roger. Despite Roger's terminal illness, his formidable strength remains undeniable. Should one manage to vanquish him, their renown could rival that of Carp. However, this is merely a manifestation of his competitive spirit. While reputation can indeed confer power, it is through Roger's hand that the age of pirates is set to commence, allowing for substantial gain, which constitutes a segment of Victor's grand design. As for Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, Victor harbors no interest in them. The Roger pirates clashed fiercely with the Whitebeard pirates, the battle raging for 3 days and nights. As night descended, the island lay in ruins, resembling an apocalyptic scene. Yet, by the bonfire on the beach, a group of men gathered. Although they bore wounds and were wrapped in bandages, their faces radiated joy. Moments ago, they had been locked in a life-and-death struggle, yet now they laughed heartily. Ha-ha, kula-la-la-la. Roger, Whitebeard, Kazuki Odin, and others sat on the ground, drinking and feasting, reveling in merriment. Their laughter was infectious, uplifting those around them. Shanks and Buggy were similarly affected, wholly immersed in the celebration. The flames illuminated the faces of Roger, Whitebeard, and their comrades. They were titans of the sea, having ascended to the pinnacle of an era. In the past, their encounters were marked by mortal combat. Yet, through these countless skirmishes, they forged a bond that transcended mere friendship, evolving into profound respect. Amidst drinks and idle chatter, Roger confided in Whitebeard and the others. I wish to journey to the end of the world, yet no matter how I attempt, I cannot reach that final island. Whitebeard and the others listened intently. As a member of the Rocks Pirates, Whitebeard had heard whispers of the final destination. Later, he learned that 4 red road markers inscribed with historical texts were necessary to point the way to the ultimate location. Although one could listen to the voice of all things to locate the historical texts, deciphering the inscriptions proved elusive. Roger's dissatisfaction was evident. Whitebeard and his crew had encountered the historical texts as well, and the writings bore intricate ties to the Kazuki clan. Kazuki Odin spoke up, I can comprehend them. Should you require a translation, I can assist. Odin's purpose in setting sail was to establish Wano, but upon encountering the historical texts, he realized that the key to Wano's founding lay within those historical events. Thus, he too sought to uncover the mysteries of 8 centuries past. Upon hearing this, Roger set down his cup, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He fixed a serious gaze upon Whitebeard and made a request, though it may be impolite. I wish to invite Odin aboard my ship to journey to the final island, Raftel. At that moment, Whitebeard's smile faltered, and Odin was taken aback. Openly attempting to lure away a crew member, especially one who was the captain of Whitebeard's 2nd Division, was audacious. You scoundrel! Whitebeard's forehead throbbed with veins. Odin had been aboard for quite some time. They had grown as close as family, with Odin treated like a brother, and Whitebeard had witnessed the birth of Momonosuke. Just 1 year, accompany us for a journey, I implore you. Roger stood firm before Whitebeard, who was seething with anger, unwavering in his request. Simultaneously, he turned to Odin, giving more, bowing his head with earnest words and an unwavering determination to succeed. You rascal! Whitebeard was at a loss for an appropriate response. Yet, Odin held great admiration for Roger. Despite Roger's superior strength, he humbly requested Odin's assistance. Thus, Odin addressed Whitebeard. Let me go. I shall return in a year. With a taut expression, Whitebeard acquiesced. "Do as you wish." Kazuki Odin and his companions boarded Roger's ship, bidding farewell to the Whitebeard pirates. News of a new Sarai joining the Roger pirates swiftly reached the ears of the Gorosei. Through the newspapers, Victor learned that Roger's crew had visited Water 7 and successfully evaded the Navy. However, he believed that the Gorosei could no longer remain passive. Should Roger reach the final island, the truth of history would be unveiled. As Victor had anticipated, the Gorosei summoned him. Victor arrived amidst the corridors of power. The Gorosei regarded Victor. "Carp has failed once more," remarked the elder with white hair. "We wish for you to capture Roger," the bespectacled elder continued. The blonde-haired elder fixated on Victor. "CP0 will assist you. Choose how many men you require." Listening to the Gorosei, Victor recognized that Roger had touched upon a sensitive point for the world government. "I shall exert every effort," Victor affirmed. The Gorosei nodded in approval. The Navy headquarters had made numerous attempts at capture, and Carp had repeatedly cornered Roger. Yet, like a figure blessed by fortune, Roger managed to evade calamity time and again. A phenomenon bordering on the supernatural. While summoning Victor, the Gorosei also issued orders to Sengoku, instructing him to guard Mariewa in Victor's stead. Before the lift, Victor addressed Sengoku. "Uncle Sengoku, I entrust the security here to you." Sengoku, with a stoic demeanor, reminded Victor, "Be mindful of the weather and geographical factors." During their attempts to capture Roger, Sengoku and his allies had accrued considerable experience from their failures. For instance, during the Battle of Eitwall, Roger had been surrounded by the Golden Lion, only for a sudden storm to not only rescue Roger, but also decimate half of the Golden Lion's fleet. Such occurrences were not limited to the Golden Lion. Sengoku and Carp had encountered similar phenomena, which was nothing short of eerie. "I will approach this with caution," Victor responded. "Indeed," Sengoku acknowledged. Subsequently, Victor turned and entered the lift, departing from Mariewa. Sengoku watched Victor's retreating figure, then gazed toward Panga City. It had been a long time since he had guarded Mariewa. Was the Gorosei's action a subtle indication that they sought to replace him with Victor? Though Sengoku had remained impassive, the thought of such a possibility made his forehead pulse with veins, and he clenched his fists tightly. His sense of justice was one that reigned supreme, and it was only natural for him to aspire to the position of admiral, leading the Navy. Yet, that was no longer a certainty. In Panga City, amidst the corridors of power, what if Victor were to capture Roger? Who then would be better suited to lead the Navy, Sengoku or Victor? If one were to consider strength and capability alone, Victor stood as the more fitting candidate. Victor's personal ambitions, however, rendered him less manageable than Sengoku. Sengoku possessed the ability to balance the seas, a talent Victor lacked. Nevertheless, fostering competition between them regarding who would command the Navy was of utmost importance. As the Gorosei conversed, they could not help but chuckle. The art of manipulation was an essential skill for those in power. Should Carp ascend to the rank of admiral, he would become a rival to Sengoku. In such competition, the weaker party would increasingly rely on the support of the Gorosei. The Gorosei wielded their influence to manipulate the Navy, fostering discord within its ranks. A routine operation for them. After all, a unified Navy posed a significant threat to the world government. At Marine Ford, the Navy headquarters, Victor reclined in his new admiral's office. This marked his inaugural experience working within the confines of such an office. Victor retrieved a cigarette, lounging in his chair with his feet propped on the desk, puffing smoke while gazing out the window. At that moment, a rear admiral approached the office door, knocked gently, and saluted Victor. "Admiral Victor, the intelligence has been compiled and is ready for your review." Upon hearing this, Victor straightened his posture. "Come in," he called out to the door. Rear Admiral Mike entered the room. Mike, having been personally promoted by Sengoku, was responsible for intelligence analysis and compilation. With Victor and Sengoku having exchanged roles, Mike dutifully reported to Victor as per Sengoku's directives. "We did not discover Roger's crew in the Sabaody archipelago. The staff analyzed that they may have already proceeded to Fishman Island," Rear Admiral Mike reported. After hearing the briefing, Victor inquired, "What of our informants on Fishman Island? If Luagia were to enter the Fishman Island, it would be impossible for him not to be discovered. Vice Admiral Mike replied, "No discoveries have been made thus far. Now, you may leave." After Victor finished speaking, he dismissed Vice Admiral Mike. Mike furrowed his brow, but ultimately decided against further arguments. If Victor possessed abilities comparable to those of Zhangguo, he must already have made his own assessments. Conversely, if his own judgment were to influence Victor's decisions, it could jeopardize their relationship. Mike had no desire to engage in fruitless endeavors, especially since he was not Victor's subordinate. Once Mike departed, Victor picked up the microphone, prepared to announce an internal broadcast within the fortress, intending to convene a strategic meeting. A newly appointed officer often seeks to assert their authority. The role of an admiral encompasses more than mere combat. It involves effectively commanding subordinates. Victor also aimed to leverage this opportunity to elevate his presence within the Navy headquarters. He called upon all vice admirals, rear admirals, and commodores to gather in the second operations room for a meeting. Upon hearing Victor's announcement, Vice Admiral Crane and others set aside their tasks and proceeded to the second operations room. Within minutes, the room was filled to capacity, with even the Commodore ranks lacking seats. After taking his seat, Victor leisurely lit a cigar and inhaled deeply before stating, "I have just received orders from the 5 elders to take charge of the pursuit of Luojia. The Navy has become a laughingstock due to Luojia's repeated escapes. Of course, I understand this does not concern you." Victor calmly surveyed every individual present, including his elders like Crane. He continued, "However, I can comprehend that neither the world government nor the global populace can fathom this. They will merely perceive the Navy as ineffective, helpless against Luojia. Therefore," Victor clenched his cigar, forcefully striking the table with his hands, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he declared, "Even if we cannot capture Luojia, we must sever his hands and feet. We must be ruthless. We must instill such fear in Luojia that he dares not openly traverse the seas. They must scurry like rats, trembling before the justice of the Navy." Victor addressed the assembly. "I expect you to accomplish this, especially the operational forces. If Luojia and his crew manage to escape unscathed again, I suggest you transition to logistics." This operational meeting was, in essence, an assertion of authority. Though Victor was still quite young, barely in his 20s, and undeniably strong, most high-ranking officers at headquarters did not regard him as possessing true leadership qualities. Thus, Victor needed to establish his authority to demonstrate to everyone how he differed from Zhangguo. Crane and the others attentively listened to Victor's personal exhibition. Victor's implication was clear. If they could not capture Luojia, they should apprehend those around him. It was unacceptable to fail even at that. In the marshal's office, Kong, who did not attend the meeting, had access to the surveillance in the operations room and could hear the entire proceedings. He recognized the significant differences between Victor and Zhangguo, yet Kong understood Victor's motivations. In his view, Victor had always aimed to purify the seas, thereby striving to propel and transform the Navy. The Blue Sea Society was established with this very objective in mind. Kong also learned that many graduates from the Navy headquarters had joined the Blue Sea Society. Suddenly, the phone on Kong's desk rang. He picked up the receiver. It was Commander Glenn. Glenn instructed Kong to come to his office, as he had matters to discuss. Kong acknowledged the request. During Zhangguo's tenure, many responsibilities had been delegated to him. Thus, although Kong remained the marshal, he was not required to be involved in every matter. Departing from Marineford, Kong made his way to Mary Geos. Meanwhile, in Victor's office, a special visitor from CP0 arrived. The visitor stood approximately 2 meters and 80 centimeters tall, a head shorter than Victor. Dressed in a distinctive white suit, he wore a mask adorned with 2 blood-red tear streaks, creating an impression of eeriness. "This is my first encounter with a Navy officer below the rank of Marshal," the CP0 agent remarked to Victor. Victor maintained a stoic expression. CP0 was notorious for its unpleasant demeanor. Even Akainu had been confronted directly by Lucci. Yet, they arrogantly exploited their status as direct subordinates of the Celestial Dragons, displaying contempt for others. Nevertheless, the distinction between a Navy admiral and a marshal was negligible. Both excelled at disappointing others. Observing Victor's lack of reaction, the The CP0 agent leaned closer, continuing to provoke. CP0 harbored a disdain for the Navy, believing they contributed more than the Navy, while the latter basked in accolades, applause, and adoration, remaining anonymous behind their masks until death. This disparity in identity warped their psyche. "Are you truly a CP0 agent?" Victor suddenly inquired. The CP0 agent looked bewildered. "I suspect you're a pirate in disguise." Victor abruptly reached out, grasping the agent's neck. "The 5 elders dispatched CP0 to assist me, not to meddle unnecessarily. Therefore, if necessary, I shall return to Mary Geos with your head to verify your identity with Angela T. Shang." As Victor tightened his grip, the CP0 agent felt his neck might snap at any moment, a grim warning of impending death. Unlike Akainu, Victor understood the rules of the game. CP0's greatest reliance was the celestial dragons, and before them, they were always compliant. Victor was quite familiar with Angela T. Shang and could leverage the celestial dragons to deal with the agent before him. At that moment, the CP0 agent froze, feeling as though a hydraulic clamp was gripping his neck rather than a hand. He had no doubt that this madman, Victor, could indeed sever his head in an instant and bring it back to Mary Geos for confrontation with the celestial dragons. This incident stirred the hornet's nest in the entire Sabaody archipelago. As Victor and his substantial force landed, the scene was akin to a rapid acceleration of events. The local brigadier general, named Torres, who typically profited handsomely from corruption, was now filled with a desperate will to survive, more proactive than anyone else, loudly demanding cooperation or immediate execution, rushing into shop after shop. Even Shaki, the bar owner, was not spared, although the place had long been vacated. Shaki crouched behind a wall, watching in disbelief, wondering if this group of Navy officers had collectively lost their minds. She suspected they were targeting Luagia and Rayleigh. Victor, however, had no time to concern himself with such details. His din mushy was incessantly ringing. First, it was Eric reporting that there were too many shipwrights at the shipyard, and they couldn't manage to apprehend them all, requesting reinforcements. Then came Kennard, announcing that the outlaws on Hotel Street had started fires in their frantic attempts to escape, turning the scene into chaos. Victor, unfazed by this news, instructed Connor beside him, "Contact Judicial Island and have them send judicial ships to apprehend individuals." This was a departure from protocol. He intended to round up every suspect, as he deemed fit, and send them all to the underwater prison. The most amusing part involved those at the human auction. The overseer, named Shios, who typically served the celestial dragons with great servility, felt a sense of superiority. Yet, he was unceremoniously kicked over by a third-class soldier named Leon, face down on the ground, a cold barrel shoved into his mouth. Those present understood the absurdity of the situation. One moment, he felt himself part of the upper echelons of society, and the next, he faced the barrel of a gun. An exhilaratingly swift shift in status. Furthermore, I must mention that the main force of this operation consisted entirely of Victor's own people, a group named the Blue Sea Society. They all wore matching emblems on their chests, donned white gloves and high boots, striding with an air of arrogance. Their noses nearly pointed skyward. The ordinary Navy personnel below were utterly astonished, engaging in hushed discussions, speculating that entry into this blue ocean society would catapult one's career as if riding a rocket. Who wouldn't feel envious? Their internal dynamics were equally intricate. A major named Luo, having illicitly procured 35 billion in cash from an auction, promptly recorded only 30 billion in the accounts, discreetly skimming 5 billion for himself. However, rest assured, he would not hoard it all, but rather share it with his subordinates. Such cunning maneuvering, deftly navigating the unspoken rules of the workplace, explains why his followers were fiercely loyal. On the other hand, Xiachi, a resourceful individual, deftly infiltrated an abandoned dock. The Navy had searched this location thrice without uncovering any secrets. Upon contacting her associates with a communication device, the dock's ceiling slowly opened, revealing Luagia, Rayleigh, and their crew who jumped down from the hidden compartment. Xiachi informed them of the heightened alert, mentioning that the Navy was even considering a purge, advising them to remain discreet for 3 days. Luagia, displaying remarkable composure, chuckled upon hearing of the impending purge. His audacity was commendable. Soon after, a more severe announcement echoed across the island, declaring a curfew to commence in 1 hour. Anyone found outdoors would be treated as a fugitive. The residents, panicking, scrambled home, leaving the streets of the Zyangabadi archipelago deserted. Only Victor strolled leisurely down the empty thoroughfare, akin to a sovereign surveying his domain. Xiachi, observing from her vantage point in a nearby loft, was taken aback when Victor suddenly lifted his gaze, his piercing stare akin to daggers, sending her hastily retreating behind the wall, her heart racing like a drum. It became evident to me that the pursuit of Luogia was merely a ruse. Victor had orchestrated a grand performance to establish himself as a formidable adversary, while simultaneously siphoning off the island's resources, a quintessential display of workplace bravado. At that moment, a tremendous explosion resonated from the direction of the hospital. Victor, unfazed, continued towards the soap bubble park, where he planned to stage his spectacle. Within the hospital, one of his ruthless subordinates, named Luadini, swiftly subdued a one-armed, one-legged old pirate hiding there. However, another adversary, a bomb enthusiast named Shandy, emerged, armed with explosives and a host of doctors and nurses as hostages. As onlookers hesitated, Luadini remained undeterred, firing precisely to eliminate the threat. Unfortunately, the assailant managed to detonate a device before perishing, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that claimed numerous hostages and injured several Navy personnel. Luadini, shaped by his harrowing past of witnessing pirates threaten the Navy with hostages, adhered to a life philosophy of never compromising with criminals. Under Victor's command, he surrounded himself with similarly minded zealots. Meanwhile, the ever-cunning Kong, a seasoned veteran, also emerged. Among Victor's ranks was a captain named Phalike, who was engaged in a fierce battle with a notorious fisherman pirate named Bazer, whose bounty exceeded 100 million. Just as Phalike seemed poised for disaster, Kong intervened with a laser strike, dispatching the fisherman in an instant while lazily remarking on the audacity of Victor's crew, likely inciting Phalike's frustration at having his kill snatched away. To put it plainly, the elite of the Blue Ocean Society were merely warm-up acts for Victor's grand showcase. He had already arrived at the soap bubble park, where an enormous stage was being hastily constructed. His followers scoured the entirety of the Zyangabadi archipelago, forcing all concealed pirates toward the park, regardless of their willingness. The pirates mistakenly believed they had discovered a safe haven amidst the Navy's defenses, only to find familiar faces upon arrival. As they gathered, they recognized former legends from the New World, now retired and residing in seclusion, with bounties totaling in the billions. Realizing the dire situation, they decided to unite and fight their way out. Just as they reached a consensus to launch a counteroffensive, the park's lights flared to life, and a massive spotlight descended, illuminating the stage where Victor sat nonchalantly, smoking a cigarette and observing them as if watching a play. Simultaneously, every large screen across the island flickered to life, showcasing Victor's visage. The live broadcast commenced. Addressing the legendary pirates below, Victor exhaled a smoke ring and, with a voice loud enough for all to hear, declared their encirclement. One man, encircling a multitude of legends. The elder pirates turned pale, finally realizing they had fallen into a trap. With no alternative but to fight for their lives, they had made their choice. As Victor rose, he vanished from the stage in an instant. Moments later, a colossal golden figure materialized, its brilliance piercing through the clouds. Then came a single punch. He did not strike at anyone specifically. Rather, he simply smashed his fist into the ground. The ensuing shockwave was akin to a tsunami, uprooting the very earth beneath the park. Grass, soil, and debris were sent careening in all directions, and the legendary pirates were tossed about like mere flotsam in a tempest. Some collided with towering mangroves, shattering trunks, while others tumbled through the air, bloodied and unconscious upon impact. The pirate named Goer, with a bounty of 37 million, was the most defiant, charging forth with his naginata. Yet Victor, embodying the Titan, effortlessly appeared before him and delivered another thunderous blow. Goer was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing through several buildings before becoming embedded in the rubble, his body shattered and lifeless. The remaining pirates stood in utter disbelief. Victor wasted no time, unleashing another radiant fist, sending a multitude of them screaming as they were flung away. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters in Marinfando, the station Navy personnel were transfixed, their jaws nearly hitting the ground as they witnessed this divine clash. Even the Marine Admiral Kong and Advisor Hay were taken aback. Hay gasped in astonishment, remarking that this young man bore an uncanny resemblance to the formidable Carpavure. Kong, cigar in hand, remained silent, yet his expression conveyed a myriad of complex emotions. At that moment, one foolhardy soul, the pirate named Xiaopu, charged at Victor with a dramatic move dubbed the Aurora Slash. Yet, Victor, with barely a hint of effort, raised his arm, enveloped in haki, and absorbed the blow without a scratch. Xiaopu, momentarily stunned, found himself swiftly dispatched, as Victor casually swatted him away as one would a pesky insect. Now, the remaining few were thoroughly demoralized. Their resolve to fight evaporated, leaving only one instinct: to flee. But Victor had come with a purpose. He was there to deliver justice, and escape was not an option. He leapt into the air, and with a resplendent golden fist, he descended, crashing down with a thunderous boom, reducing the colossal red tree and the unfortunate soul named Leolunisai to ashes. This was not merely a skirmish. It was an unequivocal massacre. In the span of merely 3 days, the entire Xiangbidi archipelago was turned upside down. Over 26,000 individuals were captured, with nearly 1,700 executed on the spot. This incident stirred up quite a commotion, and Victor managed to offend every significant businessman on the island. Upon his return to Malinfando, the first thing he encountered was a summons to the office of Marshal Kong. Pointing to a pile of documents, Kong remarked, "Look, these are all complaints against you." Victor simply replied with a nonchalant hum, his expression suggesting it was hardly a matter of concern. Observing his unflappable demeanor, Kong, disinterested, inquired about his next course of action, questioning whether he intended to continue stirring trouble at Fishman Island. Victor responded that he would only venture there if he received intelligence indicating that Roger was present. When Kong asked where he believed Roger might be, Victor speculated that Roger might still be lurking around Xiangbidi, demonstrating a rather remarkable line of thinking. Exiting the Marshal's office, Victor returned to his own quarters, where today's newspaper awaited him on his desk. The front page was dominated by a striking image of him transformed into a titan, wreaking havoc across the island like a deity, looking extraordinarily dashing. This was all orchestrated by his subordinate, Connor, expertly managing public opinion. Victor was acutely aware that to ascend to the pinnacle of naval command, he had to contend with 2 formidable obstacles: Carp and Sengoku. As for Akainu and Kizaru, he hardly regarded them as worthy adversaries. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Entering was Rodney, a formidable figure. Victor reclined casually, gesturing with his hand. "Your complaint letter is quite substantial." Rodney maintained an impassive expression, resembling a piece of wood. Victor suddenly chuckled. "However, I admire you. I intend to establish a special task force named SS, and I appoint you as the commander of the Special Operations Team, granting you the rank of Brigadier General." Rodney did not even blink as he saluted, affirming yes. Just as Rodney turned to leave, Victor casually remarked, "Your brother is a hero. He simply made an irrational decision. Who understands family matters?" This deft combination of kindness and coercion demonstrated that Victor had mastered the art of psychological manipulation. Rodney's body stiffened, and he paused for a moment before exiting. Outside, a long line of young officers awaited their audience, all of whom were closely affiliated with him in the Blue Sea. One after another, they entered, only to emerge moments later with expressions of exhilaration. "Sonny, how did it go?" "I've joined the SS task force. I'm the district commander of G2, Brigadier General." The crowd erupted in excitement. "What is SS?" "It is a direct unit personally established by Lord Victor." Now, those who entered were rapidly promoted, with ranks of captain and lieutenant being distributed as if they were mere trifles. Finally, it was Felix's turn. Though his talents were moderate, he was relentless in his training. Victor wasted no time, directly appointing him as a lieutenant and granting him the rank of major. He then retrieved a box from beneath his desk, revealing a devil fruit inside. "Your talent has its limits," Victor declared, tossing the fruit to him. "This is a Zoan type. The Nico no Mi, Lynx form. It will compensate for your shortcomings. Consume it." Felix accepted the fruit, which was rumored to taste akin to chewing rubber. But he steeled himself and took a bite. Instantly, he felt a surge of new power coursing through him. He expressed his gratitude, and Victor waved him off, adding before he departed, "Remember to write home and inform them that you are now a remarkable man." Felix froze on the spot. He had originally run away from home to join the Navy, and he hadn't anticipated that Victor would uncover such personal details. In that moment, he truly understood the saying, "A soldier dies for his confidant." The stack of documents on Victor's desk contained thorough background investigations of these core members. The SS unit he intended to create must consist of individuals exhibiting absolute loyalty, with not a single traitor among them. His ambition was to carve out a domain within the Navy's structure, establishing his own independent kingdom, with these individuals rooting themselves like vines throughout the Navy's various branches, voraciously absorbing resources to strengthen their own power. While Victor was busy restructuring the naval ranks, Roger's crew finally emerged from hiding. After 3 days and nights of searching, the Navy had found not a single trace, while the crew appeared on their own. Kazuki Odin stood by the shore, inhaling deeply as though freshly liberated. The Golden Jackson re-emerged, with Shaki bringing drinks aboard as she bid farewell to Rayleigh. Roger approached, patting Rayleigh on the shoulder, assuring him that he would return shortly. However, Shaki solemnly warned them that Victor is far more dangerous than Sengoku. It would be wise to avoid crossing paths with him again. Roger merely laughed heartily, dismissing her concerns. Diving to a depth of 10,000 meters and traversing the Red Line, they finally reached Fishman Island. Yet, upon entering the island, Roger furrowed his brow. His extraordinary observation, Haki immediately sensed that they were being watched. Without hesitation, he unleashed his conqueror's Haki, causing several individuals at the dock, spies for the world government, to collapse. Rayleigh recognized the gravity of the situation and understood that they needed to leave swiftly. Nevertheless, Roger insisted he must first meet a few old friends. Utilizing his ability to hear the voices of all things, they soon located 2 pieces of historical text within the sea forest. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in Mariewa. The agents on Fishman Island suddenly went missing, and it was clear something was amiss. News traveled swiftly up the chain of command until it reached Victor's ears. In the Naval Headquarters Operations Room, Victor was mobilizing troops, preparing to make a show of force at Fishman Island. Just as the meeting commenced, the door was forcefully kicked open. "Who is it?" It was Carp. The old man had just returned and, bursting in with fervor, declared, "Count me in. I must capture him with my own hands." The expressions of Vice Admiral Tsuru and the others turned pale. Previously, Kong and Sengoku might have indulged him, but now with Victor as the commander, such behavior was disrespectful. Yet Victor's expression remained unperturbed, internally reveling in the situation. He readily acquiesced, then let Vice Admiral Carp lead the team to Fishman Island. Carp, brimming with pride, replied, "Leave it to me." With Victor's command, Carp and Tsuru set off. Once they departed, Victor's loyal subordinates wore expressions as dark as soot. On the way, Tsuru could no longer contain herself and quietly advised Carp, "If you're late for such meetings in the future, don't bother coming. Kong and Sengoku may overlook it, but Victor needs to maintain authority." Carp chuckled foolishly, responding, "I understand. I'll be more punctual next time." Tsuru was left speechless. This old man, accustomed to his carefree ways, failed to realize that the internal dynamics of the Navy were about to change drastically. Victor intended to cultivate this very effect, leveraging Carp's arrogance to exacerbate conflicts and create factional divides, thus providing the opportunity to bolster his own influence. On Roger's side, things progressed smoothly. At Fishman Island, they not only obtained the log pose, but also learned from Shirahoshi's prophecy that the mermaid princess would be born in 10 years. After leaving Fishman Island, their next objective was the log pose in the possession of Charlotte Linlin. Upon hearing they were heading to Whole Cake Island, Buggy turned pale. That was Big Mom's territory, a maniac who wouldn't hesitate to devour anyone. Rayleigh and Jabba also found the situation daunting. Ultimately, Roger flashed a grin, proclaiming he had a brilliant plan that required no fighting. Buggy's eyes lit up. Really, Captain? Roger affirmed, indeed. I'll sneak in alone and make a copy of it. Buggy was left dumbfounded. How was that a good plan? However, Rayleigh and the others considered it feasible. Having too many people would only increase the risk of exposure. Thus, the plan was set. The main force would act as bait to draw Big Mom's attention, while Roger would venture in alone. Meanwhile, on Cake Island, Big Mom received intelligence from CP0 indicating Roger's imminent arrival. She cackled maniacally, declaring that should he dare come, he would meet his demise there. She instructed her eldest son, Kosapalu, to enhance their vigilance, preparing to ensnare Roger like a turtle in a jar. However, in the holy land of Mary Geos, the Gorasii had a different perspective. CP0 reported directly to them. Victor was not suited for the pursuit of Roger. What they desired was balance. Not for Victor to eradicate all the pirates of the New World. Consequently, the Gorasii convened and resolved to recall Victor, replacing him with Sengoku. They intended to teach this audacious youth a lesson, making him comprehend that power could be revoked at any moment. At the G1 branch, Victor received a call devoid of any content. Return. Sengoku will take over your duties. In the operations room, everyone heard this. Is this an order from the Gorasii? Victor inquired. Indeed, came the response. Understood. Victor ended the call, and his subordinates erupted in outrage. Senior, Lord Victor, why replace you with Sengoku? Victor's expression darkened, and he sternly admonished. Our duty is to obey orders. Though his men were infuriated, they could only suppress their anger. Victor lit a cigarette, muttering to himself. I had hoped to seize this opportunity to eradicate some malignant elements. I hope Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp do not leave me with regrets. As the meeting concluded, Akainu observed as a group of young officers gathered around Victor, their discourse rife with terms such as Sengoku, weakness, and compromise. Outside, Kizaru leisurely smoked while watching the scene, exhaling a cloud of smoke. The contradictions are multiplying. Meanwhile, Big Mom had indeed fallen into a trap. Perospero rushed in a frenzy to report the discovery of the Golden Jackson. Big Mom immediately assembled all her forces, setting sail with a fleet of vessels. Just as she departed, Roger's small boat arrived at the shore. With a mere glare, his conqueror's haki swept through, causing all the homies of Cake Island to roll their eyes and faint. He swaggered into the castle, where he made an imprint of the road poneglyph in the treasure chamber and casually took some gold and jewels. On board the Golden Jackson, Buggy, terrified, yelled from the mast, "They are coming." At that moment, the din-din mushy rang. It was Roger. "Brother, we have secured the items." Rayleigh immediately commanded, "Retreat." Midway through the chase, Big Mom's strategist, Perospero, suddenly realized, Lingling, we have been deceived. By the time they hurried back to Cake Island, they found the homies sprawled in a faint and the treasure vault door cleaved open, with traces of ink still visible on the road poneglyph. Thief! Big Mom's roar nearly toppled the entire Cake Island. Upon taking command, Sengoku was swiftly met with grim news. Roger had acquired the second road poneglyph. A heavy weight settled in his heart, realizing that Roger was nearing the final island. Days later, the newspapers reported Sengoku's failure in the pursuit, resulting in the loss of several warships. Victor's aide, Wright, gleefully presented the newspaper to him. Senior, Sengoku has failed again. Victor remained expressionless. All of this was within his expectations. Subsequently, Roger's journey surged forward. They discovered the third road poneglyph in Wano and the final one on Zo Island. With all four road poneglyphs gathered, they pointed to the final island. Although the Navy's pursuit never ceased, Roger's crew ultimately reached that legendary place. Upon learning the truth of the great treasure, laughter erupted among them. Roger named this island Raftel. From that moment on, the world began to refer to him as the Pirate King. Victor sat in his office, quietly gazing at the glaring headline in the newspaper. Pirate King, Joel D. Roger. I tell you, the way this newspaper is written is something to behold. The eyes of the world are firmly fixed on the words Pirate King in one piece. Yet the most crucial letter, D, is conspicuously omitted, as if physically obscured. These old schemers play their game with such finesse. They deliberately adorned Roger with the title of Pirate King, which sounds impressive, yet in reality, it places him on a pyre for roasting. Consider this. Once the title is out, the Navy has every reason to pursue him, and other pirates will inevitably seek his treasure, effectively marking him as a target. However, Roger was indifferent. His dream had been fulfilled, and his time was running short. He needed to accomplish something significant. Thus, the first thing he did was to disband the Roger Pirates. I assure you, although the crew had long anticipated this, upon hearing the words disband, they wept as if they were 200-pound children. Roger was the first to disembark, his silhouette exuding an air of nonchalance, while behind him, cries resounded. Each member understood that this parting was final. Later, Roger met with Whitebeard for their last encounter. The two old men, beneath the cherry blossom tree, shared drinks, and after several jars, Roger divulged the secret of the D clan to Whitebeard. Upon hearing it, Whitebeard erupted in laughter, exclaiming that the historical truth was utterly absurd. Roger responded, "One day, someone will stand up and unveil this truth." Thereafter, Roger vanished entirely, retreating with his wife and child into obscurity. The world government searched frantically, but could not locate him. As for me, I knew that this man would emerge a year later, voluntarily surrendering and heralding the dawn of a new era. Therefore, what was I to do during that year? I needed to amass strength. While I was formidable, a solitary figure could not aspire to be the ruler of the world. I needed allies. The first I set my sights on was Akainu. My comrades, who understands? Akainu's temperament is entirely incompatible with Sengoku and the other old fossils. He certainly would pay lip service to the Gorosei. If we joined forces, we could establish the foremost faction within the Navy, and this plan was simply flawless. Conveniently, I was already a general, stationed in Mary Geos, wielding considerable power. I discreetly sent a note to Akainu, facilitating their promotion to Rear Admiral. Wasn't this merely a favor in return? As for Akainu, he took over my former intelligence unit. And the Navy personnel, they were utterly resentful. Previously, under my command, their benefits and atmosphere were akin to a celebration. Now, under Akainu, the base was so tense that it felt like a pressure cooker. They longed for my leadership, though they dared not express it openly. Upon returning to his quarters, Akainu was approached by Ghost Spider and Dogman. Ignoring them, he focused on pruning his prized bonsai. Ghost Spider remarked, "I heard you're being promoted to Rear Admiral?" Without lifting his head, Akainu replied coolly, "I received a fax from Victor." The two were taken aback. What does this have to do with Victor? Akainu handed them the fax, and after reading it, they were left in shock. Not only was Akainu being promoted, but all of them were as well. Wasn't this Victor extending a helping hand to them? Ghost Spider pondered aloud. Why is he being so kind to us? Dogman speculated. Could it be he wants to draw us into that Blue Sea Association? Ghost Spider replied, that is possible, but it works in our favor. I heard that Kazan has also been promoted to Rear Admiral, and both Zifa Sensei and Vice Admiral Garp appreciate him. Dogman retorted, why is that? Why didn't Zifa Sensei recommend us? Ghost Spider sighed. Fortunately, Victor supports us. Throughout this entire process, Akainu remained silent, diligently tending to his bonsai, concealing his merits and fame. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Then, an explosive piece of news broke. Roger had surrendered in the office of the Fleet Admiral. Sora and Sengoku were nearly pulling their hair out in frustration. The wise Sengoku could not fathom what scheme Roger was concocting. Finally, Sora slammed the table. What does it matter? Since he has surrendered, let us execute him publicly to serve as a warning. Meanwhile, in Impel Down's prison, when the cell door swung open, Roger initially thought it was Garp arriving. After all, they had been adversaries and allies throughout their lives. He raised his head with a smile, ready to greet, only for his smile to freeze in an instant. The person who entered was me. I gazed at him with an impassive expression and said, "It seems I have disappointed you." Roger reacted swiftly, breaking into a smile. "This is our first encounter, isn't it?" I lit a cigarette and calmly replied, "Indeed. I had contemplated seeking you out to defeat you." Upon hearing this, Roger erupted in a hearty laughter, not underestimating me. For my prowess in single-handedly vanquishing the Golden Lion was well known. I took a drag from my cigarette and continued. However, after some reflection, I decided against it. Although defeating you would bestow immense prestige, it ultimately holds little value. The look in Roger's eyes transformed, brimming with curiosity, as if my words suggested that overcoming him was as effortless as eating or drinking. He chuckled. Hearing you say that makes me feel somewhat regretful. An early encounter between us would undoubtedly have been entertaining. It is indeed a pity. I nodded, realizing that should I triumph over a man acknowledged by the world's strongest, I would be instantly recognized as the mightiest of all. Roger laughed. You're overly fixated on reputation. I retorted, everyone has their own desires. For instance, you, knowing your days are numbered, still aspire to overturn the world. Upon uttering these words, Roger's smile vanished, replaced by a wary gaze. I grinned and asked, are you concerned that I might discern your intentions? Dispense with your unfounded worries. I shall not interfere. On the contrary, I owe you my gratitude. Gratitude? Roger was utterly bewildered. I refrained from divulging my reasons, lest he inform Carp. I extinguished my cigarette and declared, well, I shall take my leave. Thank you for ushering in a new era for the world. After my departure, Roger's countenance turned grave. He understood that I was a perilous individual. Indeed, no sooner had I left than Carp arrived. Upon witnessing Roger in chains, Carp felt a profound sense of disappointment. Roger looked at him and dropped a bombshell. Carp, I have a child. Carp was instantly stunned. Roger continued, the child is innocent. I implore you. Carp's temper flared. Why must I take care of it? Roger replied, the bond between us was forged through battle. I trust you. This statement not only affirmed Carp's character, but also left him with no alternative. Who could have anticipated that the son of the Pirate King would grow up under the protection of a naval hero? Carp sighed and ultimately acquiesced. He was a soft-hearted man. Before leaving, Roger added gravely, by the way, Victor has also been here before you. He poses a danger. Remain vigilant. Goodness, Roger, even in his final moments, chose to be cryptic, dropping hints instead of revealing the full truth. He could not disclose to Carp my intention of igniting the great pirate era, nor could he reveal my knowledge of his plans. He could only allude to it. As Carp exited the prison, he fortuitously encountered me in the corridor. We stood face to face, our eyes locking, his gaze seemingly piercing through to my very core. I politely inquired, Uncle Carp, is there something you need? He shook his head and proceeded to walk away. Just as he passed me, he paused and asked, why did you seek out Roger? I had prepared my response. I lament the lost opportunity to capture him personally. Carp nodded in agreement. It is indeed a pity. And with that, he departed. Watching his retreating figure, I could scarcely contain my smile. I knew that Roger's words had sown a seed of doubt in Carp's mind, precisely as I intended. Subsequently, I made my way to the Admiral's office. Admiral Kong promptly assigned me a task. You are to personally oversee the public execution in Logtown. As a supernova of the Navy, my presence would undoubtedly amplify the deterrent effect. I nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. Before departing, I added, after the execution, I would like to take a leave of absence. Admiral Kong readily approved. I intended to use my time off to cultivate a loyal companion. On the day of the execution in Logtown, the atmosphere was electrifying, filled with the sounds of drums and firecrackers. A throng of people gathered in a sea of humanity. The square was so packed that not a drop of water could seep through. I must say, it resembled a future all-star gathering. Among the crowd were Carp's son, Dorag, the future Shichibukai, Crocodile, the Nightmare, Don Quixote, Doflamingo, Moonlight Moria, and Dracula Mihawk, all present. One might easily mistake it for a grand lottery event. Shanks and Buggy were mingling among the crowd, crying inconsolably. I sat atop a carriage, escorting Roger. My gaze swept over the crowd, catching Dorag's eye, then Mihawk's, and finally spotting Doflamingo hiding behind a wall. Each of these future titans was merely a spectator today. As Roger ascended the execution platform, despite being shackled, he exuded the aura of a triumphant general returning from battle. As the moment approached, I checked my pocket watch. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, Pirate King, where's your treasure? Is it the legendary One Piece? The entire arena fell silent. Upon hearing this, Roger burst into laughter. You seek my treasure? If you desire it, then it is yours. Go seek it. My riches are hidden there. I tell you, as soon as those words left his lips, the crowd erupted into chaos. The executioners, frightened, sprang into action, plunging their blades into Roger's body. Yet, Roger died with a smile, for he witnessed the spark of freedom igniting in countless eyes. An era had ended, and another, more frenzied age was dawning. After the execution, I hastened to Sabiti Archipelago for my vacation. I possessed a villa there, worth billions of berries, gifted to me by the owner of a human trafficking ring. Last year, under the guise of capturing Roger, I had raided his establishment, and in a bid to secure his people, he had generously donated funds in this luxurious residence. Naturally, I accepted his gift while stipulating a condition. He must provide me with all the information regarding his merchandise. I needed to intercept a few valuable children from the list, waste not, want not. After poring over the records, I finally identified a target, a girl named Stella. I instructed my subordinate, Light, to bring her to me. Before long, Stella was delivered. She wore a collar around her neck and was led by a staff member, much like a pet. That staff member, with a lecherous grin, assumed I had taken a liking to the girl. Meanwhile, a young man named Tesalo was approaching, flowers in hand, intending to find Stella. They had met in the human trafficking market, and Tesalo had developed feelings for her, working tirelessly to earn enough to buy her freedom. However, upon arriving today, he discovered she was gone. He grabbed a staff member, only to be met with a brutal beating. Afterward, a nearby woman whispered to him, I heard she was purchased by Admiral Victor. Tesalo's eyes reddened upon hearing this. He inquired around and eventually located my villa. He clandestinely observed from outside, seeing Stella dressed beautifully, preparing afternoon tea for me in the garden, her collar absent and seemingly thriving. Tesalo felt a tumult of emotions. The freedom he wished to provide her had been effortlessly granted by another man. This sense of defeat threatened to crush him. After several days of covertly watching, he seized the opportunity during my afternoon rest to scale the wall and confront Stella. Upon seeing him, Stella was taken aback, yet her face radiated happiness as she expressed her fortune in meeting me. Tesalo, however, was filled with sorrow. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Stella, I will take you away from here and grant you a life of happiness. No sooner had he spoken than he felt himself lifted from behind. It was my subordinate, Light. Light intended to throw him out, but I intervened from the balcony. Bring him to me. I wish to meet him. In my study, Tesalo stood before me, trembling. I deliberately exuded an oppressive aura, akin to an ant facing a prehistoric beast. I inquired, what is your relationship with Stella? He stammered, friends. He believed I viewed Stella as a mere plaything, prompting him to rescue her and offer her true freedom. I maintained a stoic expression and replied, you should know she is no longer the same as before. You may leave now, and do not seek her out again. After listening to the words, Taizwa not only did not leave, but instead mustered the greatest courage of his life and trembled as he said, I want to give her freedom. I gazed at him with keen interest and inquired, why? She said I sing well, and she is my friend, Taizwa replied loudly. For that reason? Victor asked with an impassive expression. Taizwa nodded. His mother despised his singing, which deeply wounded him, and his friends had abandoned him time and again. Only Stella remained an exception. Victor then questioned, but what can you do now? I will work harder, save more money, Taizwa began but faltered, becoming anxious as he glanced at Victor. Victor, smoking casually, articulated Taizwa's intention. You wish to buy her back from me? Yes, Taizwa affirmed. Victor replied. But I lack neither money nor the desire to sell her to anyone. Upon hearing Victor's words, Taizwa was left utterly stunned. Money, though useful, is not omnipotent. Victor told him. Taizwa fell into contemplation. If today a celestial dragon were to purchase Stella, could you reclaim her from them? I understand you cherish your friends, but without sufficient strength, protecting what you hold dear is mere fantasy. Victor's words rendered Taizwa completely silent. He recognized his own insignificance and acknowledged his immaturity. Victor advised, go grow stronger. When you have done so, return to me. Victor did not directly mentor Taizwa, although Taizwa had a knack for making money. That was after he had endured the death of Stella and had himself become a slave, descending into darkness. The current Tizwa was still too tender and required significant honing. The best way to refine him was to let him venture forth. "I will return," Tizwa declared as he turned to leave. He needed to grow stronger. Only then would he be qualified to negotiate with Victor. Victor observed Tizwa's departing figure, a smile gracing his face. As long as Stella remained by his side, Tizwa would inevitably return. Some things in this world cannot be purchased with money, such as friendship and trust. At the very least, Tizwa had received both from Stella. However, Victor was not entirely neglecting Tizwa. He still arranged for someone to look after him, introducing new challenges into Tizwa's already arduous life, adding further suffering to his existence. For Victor, these matters were trivial. Both the underworld and the legitimate realm of the Chambord Archipelago were eager to curry favor with him. The more pain and trials a man endures, the quicker he matures. After returning, Tizwa began seeking ways to earn money. Although wealth cannot buy everything, it becomes easier to grow stronger with riches. Thus, Tizwa devised various methods to accumulate wealth, even resorting to unscrupulous means. During Tizwa's journey of growth, significant events unfolded in the world. For instance, following the onset of the Great Pirate Era, numerous pirates began to wreak havoc on Fishman Island. Consequently, Whitebeard claimed Fishman Island as his territory, saving it from destruction. Whitebeard seemingly emerged as the ruler of the New World, with his pirate crew supplanting the Flying Lantern Pirates. Additionally, the Big MOM and Beast Pirates were also expanding. As a Marine Admiral, Victor received an influx of intelligence regarding the developments of Whitebeard, Big MOM, and the Beast Pirates, all under the watchful eyes of the Navy. However, Victor was not particularly concerned with affairs in the New World. His true focus lay on Water 7. Due to Tom constructing a ship for Roger, he had been sentenced to death. Yet, as a condition for designing and building the sea train, the execution was postponed by 10 years, and Tom's workshop commenced the construction of a sea train. Victor knew that Tom possessed the design for the ancient weapon Pluto. The legendary ship, said to be the most fearsome, could obliterate an island with a single shot. If he could acquire it, it would serve as a valuable trump card for the future. Water 7. Victor took Stella and the others here for leisure. It was still Victor's holiday, allowing him the freedom to roam as he pleased. At this time, the sea train had already begun construction. Stella, munching on roasted meat, marveled at Tom's ingenious ideas. Although the sea train was not yet operational, the concept of laying tracks on the ocean had captivated countless travelers. Tom and his companions had grown accustomed to being watched. "It's Admiral Victor! Admiral Victor!" At that moment, someone in the crowd recognized Victor. As a rising star in the Navy, he was the youngest admiral in its history. His unwavering determination to punish wrongdoing had garnered him considerable public support. Stella walked proudly beside Victor, who waved to the tourists, exuding a friendly demeanor. This was an image he needed to cultivate. This was Water 7, the world's largest shipyard, not the port of Lunst in the South Seas. Victor was now mindful of his public persona. At this time, Tom and his companions also noticed Victor. Upon hearing that the Navy had arrived, Iceberg and the others immediately grew wary. Victor waved to Tom and the others. Seeing Victor dressed casually, Tom and his companions sighed in relief. After a while, they approached Victor. Victor asked Tom, "I heard you built Roger's ship?" "Yes," Tom replied. "That was a fine vessel." "You are an excellent shipwright," Victor praised. Before Tom could respond humbly, Victor continued, "I also heard that after completing the sea train, you will be sentenced to death?" "Yes." Tom and his companions looked dejected. An absurd verdict, Victor stated coldly. Frankie and the others felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps there was a chance. Victor continued, "If you are to be sentenced to death for building a ship for Roger, then those who provided him with food should also face the same fate. Roger lived for decades and traveled to many places. If no one had fed him, he would have starved long ago." Victor added, "Such a ruling reflects the incompetence of the Navy, stripping it of its dignity." "Light," Victor called out, and Light perked up, sent a telegram to headquarters, informing them of my thoughts to calm. Additionally, sent a message to Judicial Island in my name. As long as Tom completes the sea train, he should be pardoned. Victor's words reignited hope in Tom and his companions, who had previously sunk into despair. Victor then turned to Tom, stating, Those ships, like weapons, possess no morality. You constructed a fine vessel for Roger, aiding him in reaching his final destination. If you are to be pardoned, I hope you will refrain from building ships for pirates in the future." His reasoning was sound. Frankie, Iceberg, and the others found no grounds for rebuttal. Simultaneously, they knelt before Victor, bowing their heads in gratitude. Victor remarked, "There is no need for such measures. Although I hold the rank of admiral, I cannot influence the outcome of this case. Even if the verdict cannot be altered, we are still grateful to you. You are a good person," Frankie and Iceberg said in succession. The case concerning Tom was nearly impossible to change, a fact they all understood. Yet, Victor, despite having no familial ties to them, was willing to speak on Tom's behalf, which was indeed commendable. Victor nodded before turning to leave. He and his companions continued their leisurely exploration of the city of Water 7. Stella quietly inquired, "Sir, is it true that your intervention cannot alter the judgment?" Victor's expression remained impassive. Connor interjected, "Justice Island, the Navy, and Impel Down are three branches of the world government. Although the Navy can exert some influence over decisions made by Justice Island and Impel Down, ultimately, it is the world government that makes the final call." Light concurred. "In simpler terms, there are many matters where we, the Navy, are not at liberty to act. It is not that we do not wish to take action, but rather that we cannot contravene the will of the world government." Upon hearing this, Stella stole a glance at Victor. If he possessed greater authority, perhaps he could sway the decisions of the world government. Light muttered quietly. Victor remained silent, for he felt no need to explain himself. Whatever actions he undertook would be rationalized by his followers. This was the persona he had meticulously crafted. Regardless of his actions, followers such as Light and Connor would always perceive him as a figure of justice. Moreover, this time, Victor had indeed performed a commendable act. As for whether he could save Tom, Victor was indifferent. What truly mattered to him was the design of Pluton in Tom's possession. The intention behind his noble advocacy was unforeseen. It inadvertently earned him a commendable reputation in Water 7. The following day, as Victor and his party prepared to board a warship bound for the city of the Spring Queen, the residents they encountered greeted him warmly, their eyes filled with reverence. Overnight, the tale of an admiral valiantly defending a humble shipwright spread throughout the populace, garnering Victor the respect of the common people. Stella followed closely behind Victor, feeling an indescribable sense of pride. Meanwhile, Spandam, the instigator of this incident, hastened his journey to Water 7. However, upon his arrival, he discovered that Victor had already departed for the city of the Spring Queen. Quickly, to the city of the Spring Queen, Spandam urged. In his pursuit of the ancient weapon Pluton, Spandam had wronged Tom. Now, having learned of Victor's suggestion to reconsider the judgment, he was determined to clarify matters with Victor. As an admiral, Victor could easily extinguish Spandam with but a mere flick of his pinky. A gentleman stands unperturbed, while a scoundrel remains anxious. Spandam sought to leverage Tom's misfortune to bolster his own prospects for advancement, yet he feared retaliation from Victor. The city of the Spring Queen was not far from Water 7, a quaint town perfect for leisurely vacations. In the original narrative, the CP9 group, after being defeated by Luffy, had concealed themselves here to recuperate and subsequently vanquished the Candy Pirates. When Spandam finally located Victor, Victor and his companions were engrossed in a street acrobatics performance. Admiral Victor, Spandam instructed his subordinates to wait at a distance while he approached Victor with two confidants. However, before Spandam could draw near, he was intercepted by Light and others. Hastily, Spandam produced his CP5 credentials and explained, "I am the chief of CP5. Seeking an audience with Admiral Victor to report some critical information." "Let him through," Victor said to Light. Yes, Light obliged, allowing Spandam to approach Victor. He leaned closer and whispered, "Admiral Victor, I wish to report some matters to you privately." Victor nodded, and they proceeded to a nearby tavern. After Spandam instructed his agents to clear the tavern, only Victor and Spandam remained inside. Spandam addressed Victor, "Admiral Victor, Tom is connected to a secret that could endanger the world." "What secret?" Victor inquired. Spandam elaborated, "Admiral, you are aware of ancient weapons, correct?" Victor acknowledged with a nod. Spandam continued. 800 years ago, Water 7 constructed a most fearsome ship known as Pluton. While I lack definitive proof, I suspect its blueprints are in Tom's possession. Victor stated, so that is why he has been sentenced to death. Spandam justified. I act for the safety of the world. Should Pluton fall into the hands of villainous individuals, it would spell disaster. He spoke with a facade of righteousness, despite his self-serving motives. Victor scrutinized Spandam, asking, "Do you know Ghana?" "We are quite good friends," Spandam replied. As a former chief of CP4, he undoubtedly knew Ghana. Only those with connections could rise to such positions within the world government's intelligence agency. Victor queried, "Are you aware that he is now a member of the Blue Sea Association?" Upon hearing this, Spandam's expression shifted from confusion to delight as he comprehended instantly. "Admiral Victor, can I also join the Blue Sea Association?" Joining the Blue Sea Association would undoubtedly yield numerous advantages. After Ghana joined, he was able to complete his missions with ease, earning recognition for his efforts and facilitating his rise within the ranks. Hearing Spandam's eagerness, Victor smiled. "I believe you could be a valuable addition." Spandam's face lit up with a smile as he proclaimed, "I will certainly strive to prove myself worthy of your favor." As expected, Spandam pledged his loyalty. "Your father is the commander of CP9, Victor remarked. "Indeed," Spandam promptly responded. "If I identify any promising children, they could be sent to the Navy for training," Victor mentioned. The world government would take in numerous orphans, filtering through to find those with exceptional talent, nurturing them from a young age. The selection process for CP9 was stringent. Only the elite among the elite were chosen. Victor had no desire to raise children himself, but he could utilize CP9 for such endeavors. Spandam readily agreed. "I will convey this to him. From now on, should you encounter any troubles, feel free to contact the various branches of the Navy's Blue Sea Association. If they cannot assist you, you may reach out to me." "Understood. You may depart now," Victor instructed. "Yes." Spandam turned and left. After Spandam's departure, Victor indulged in a cigarette and summoned light in the others. "Senior, is this classified?" Victor nodded, "Rather so. The matter of ancient weapons is one the world government prefers to keep concealed. What preparations must we undertake?" Light inquired. "I have already communicated with them. We shall endeavor to remain uninvolved," Victor replied. "Indeed." Light nodded once more. On Judicial Island, Spandam entered the office of his father, Spandane. "Father, I have something to convey," Spandam said. "What is it?" Spandane asked. "I encountered Admiral Victor, and he has invited me to join the Blue Sea Society," Spandam disclosed. "The Blue Sea Society?" Spandam nodded. Spandane, being in the channel business, was well aware of the Blue Sea Society. It is an extensive organization boasting tens of thousands of members. Particularly, the hunting incident in the Shambati Archipelago has rendered the Blue Sea Society globally renowned. "You have joined the Blue Sea Society?" Spandane queried. "Yes," Spandam affirmed. Spandane nodded. "In that case, you must perform admirably. You may seek Admiral Victor's counsel if you require assistance." "Understood," Spandam replied. Spandane observed Spandam and advised, "Remember, to ascend, one must leverage the strength of the powerful." "I comprehend," Spandam responded. "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." "Very well," Spandane nodded. "You may go." Spandam acknowledged and departed. Spandane rose, grasped his teacup, and took a sip. However, after a brief interval, Spandam returned to inform Spandane that Lord Victor was seeking gifted children. Spandane nodded. While Admiral Victor continued his vacation, the number of pirates worldwide was steadily increasing. Roger, with his very life, had ushered in the era of the great pirates driven by greed. The Navy headquarters, in an attempt to manage the ever-growing tide of pirates, found itself beleaguered. For the Navy, the current military strength was utterly insufficient to halt the advent of the great pirate era. "Have you heard? Major Kazan is set to be promoted to Rear Admiral," a Navy lieutenant remarked to another lieutenant nearby. The latter's eyes widened in surprise. "I hear it's to bolster the ranks in response to the great pirate era." "Don't even think about it. It won't be our turn. You lack connections." "Does Kazan have connections?" "Admiral Sakazuki is still a major. Yet Kazan is being promoted directly to Rear Admiral. If we speak of merits in battle, Admiral Sakazuki is no slouch." True, without a background, one cannot ascend in headquarters. Upon hearing this, the Navy lieutenant fell silent. All right, the lieutenant observed. Stop pondering aimlessly and focus on your work. Understood, the lieutenant replied, though he felt discontented yet could not rebut. If our application were approved, we would also have connections and backing, another lieutenant suggested. Indeed, the first lieutenant nodded in agreement. I must strive to cultivate my skills, he declared resolutely. While Sakazuki remained taciturn, Gazebo and Dogman felt a sense of indignation. Why does Kazan get promoted to rear admiral? They acknowledged Kazan's excellence in capturing numerous pirate crews, but they questioned the fate of others. Sakazuki has also earned his share of merits. Yet what is the outcome? It is merely a matter of having connections. What is so remarkable about that? Dogman exclaimed furiously. Sakazuki chose not to engage him, aware that everyone harbors feelings of envy and resentment. Why hasn't T. Victor granted us promotions yet? Dogman inquired once more. He is likely observing your performance. If you meet the criteria, promotions will undoubtedly follow. Sakazuki replied with an impassive expression. Let us hope so, Gazebo remarked, yearning for a promotion but merely venting his frustrations. Compared to Sengoku, Victor had been quite considerate, at least in attending to their needs. At the Navy headquarters, not only Kazan, but also others like Akainu had received promotions. The issue was not scarcity, but inequality. The General Navy officers like Kuzan had all been elevated. In contrast, Gazebo and his ilk seemed to have hit a plateau. The most unfortunate among them were the few neutral parties like Kizu, who worked diligently but lacked the ability to ingratiate themselves with the fleet admiral or admirals. Consequently, their promotions had been particularly sluggish. Kizuru, however, was unperturbed. He had long since seen through the internal power struggles of the Navy. Yet, he still aspired to grow stronger and secure a better position within the Navy, knowing that in such circumstances, a higher status equated to greater security. Thus, he exerted himself diligently, hoping for an early promotion. Once he attained the rank of admiral, he could finally take a breather. However, not everyone possesses Kizuru's mindset and patience. Consequently, an increasing number of individuals sought to join the Blue Sea Society or align themselves with Sengoku's faction. The internal divisions within the Navy grew increasingly pronounced. Earning a livelihood is no simple endeavor. Originally, Tai Solo intended to set up a modest stall to sell fruit. However, he not only failed to earn money, but also had his fruit stall overturned. Tai Solo's money was stolen, and he was beaten. It was only later that he realized the area where he set up shop was the territory of the Wild Wolf Gang, requiring him to pay a protection fee monthly to have the right to conduct business. After paying the fee, Tai Solo believed he could commence his trade, but by day's end, he had scarcely made any profit. Meanwhile, the gambling stall next door was a veritable money-making machine, raking in profits at an astonishing pace. Tai Solo thought to himself, legitimate business is far too challenging. Perhaps I should also establish a gambling stall. Having a penchant for gambling himself, Tai Solo understood how addictive it could be for people, and indeed, it did yield quick returns. Thus, he resolved to abandon legitimate business and venture into the gambling trade. However, reality swiftly taught Tai Solo a harsh lesson. His gambling stall not only failed to generate income, but also attracted thugs hired by competitors who gave him a severe beating. Tai Solo realized that not everyone is entitled to earn quick money. He needed strength. Without strength, he could lose everything. Consequently, Tai Solo joined a Wild Wolf gang and became one of its members. At sea, a warship sailed steadily. The commander of this vessel was named Sayla. Sayla had joined the Blue Sea Society last year and had just been promoted to Rear Admiral this year. Presently, Sayla had departed from the G6 branch, tasked with transporting 3 devil fruits back to the Navy headquarters. At that moment, a Navy officer stationed in the crow's nest spotted a distressed ship ahead. The individuals aboard were calling out to the warship, seeking assistance. Sayla, possessing a kind heart, noticed several children on the distressed vessel. If they were not rescued, they would surely perish in the ocean. He commanded the warship to approach and effect a rescue. Rear Admiral, is this action prudent? Cela est exécution, acknowledged his immaturity. What if it is a trap set by the enemy? Victor advised. That is unlikely. They have no reason to do so, Sayla firmly believed in his judgment. But what if? The aide remained deeply concerned. If it is a trap, then we shall eliminate both the trap and our enemies. If it is not, then we shall save them, Sarah stated with utmost seriousness. Very well. The adjutant had no choice but to concur. Consequently, Sarah resolutely issued the rescue order. The naval ship has arrived. We are saved. Upon hearing the naval vessel issue a rescue command, the distressed individuals erupted with excitement, calling out to the ship. One by one, they approached. The Navy personnel promptly set up a soft ladder, assisting those from the distressed vessel onto the ship, one after another. On the deck of the naval ship, tents, beds, and other amenities had already been erected. The sailors arranged nutritional supplements, water bottles, canned goods, bread, meat products, and various food and beverages for easy access. In the deep of night, Sarah and the others were immersed in slumber. On the deck, the Navy personnel were patrolling, while the medical team was tending to the rescued individuals, changing dressings, and checking their health conditions. However, they suddenly felt increasingly drowsy. Unknowingly, they collapsed to the ground. Not only the medical team, but also the sailors on deck fell into a deep sleep. When Sarah awoke, he discovered that the crew was in a stupor, sprawled across the deck. He keenly sensed that trouble had befallen them. Thus, Sarah immediately went to inspect the transported goods. Indeed, 3 devil fruits were missing. He realized they had been attacked. He swiftly contacted the headquarters of the Blue Sea Association. We have been assaulted, and the 3 devil fruits are missing, Sarah reported anxiously. What happened? Eric inquired immediately upon receiving the news. I am uncertain. They employed some means to render us unconscious, Sarah replied. I will promptly consult Lord Victor, who will dispatch a naval fleet for rescue. Please wait for further instructions. Eric reassured Sarah. Victor was not particularly concerned about Taizwa. After all, he had already delegated the matter, and others would naturally keep an eye on Taizwa. Currently, Taizwa was with the Wolf Gang, which primarily profited from arms smuggling and gambling. Taizwa was quite astute and should learn a great deal. The leader of the Wolf Gang was doing everything possible to curry favor with Victor. Although Victor had not targeted the Wolf Gang, the adage once bitten, twice shy rang true. Victor had apprehended so many individuals in the Shambadi archipelago that it instilled fear in them. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a series of knocks interrupted the silence. Victor casually called out, "Come in." Light entered and approached Victor's side. "Senior, Major General Sarah has arrived." "Let him in," Victor instructed. "Moments latte." A nearly 40-year-old Major General entered the study and greeted Victor. Major General Sarah saluted first, then stood at attention. "Do not be so formal. Feel free to sit," Victor said, tossing a cigarette to Sarah, who caught it. "Thank you, Lord Victor," Sarah replied. Victor asked, "Are you here to report your situation?" "Yes, Lord Victor. The failure of this mission is my dereliction of duty," Major General Sarah confessed. He then detailed the sequence of events leading to the situation. Sarah had also joined the Blue Sea Association. Currently, apart from Victor, Sarah now held one of the highest ranks within the organization. Not long ago, Sarah's escort of the devil fruits had failed, resulting in their theft. Of course, the enemy did not employ brute force, but rather a despicable method. I do not intend to blame you. However, you must remember one thing. You are under my command, and as long as I am here, I will take full responsibility for you, Victor declared, pouring a drink for Sarah. Nevertheless, you should take some time to rest. Wait for my notification before returning to duty. Yes, Sarah stood up. Now, relax your mind. Spend more time with your family during this period. As Victor spoke, he took out a checkbook and wrote a check for 5 million berries for Sarah. Take your family out for a while. Thank you, Admiral Victor, Sarah said, accepting the check and turning to leave the study. Once Sarah had departed, Light whispered, "Senior, Sarah lost 1 ancient Zoan type and 2 Paramecia type devil fruits. Do you know who took them?" Victor inquired. Light shook his head and replied, "No leads for now. Then continue the investigation, and as for Sarah's situation, let it be on leave while we conduct our inquiries," Victor instructed. Understood, Light nodded. If someone without connections were to lose 3 devil fruits at once, they would undoubtedly face imprisonment. However, Sarah was a member of the Blue Sea Association. Victor's persona is one of protection. Thus, he would never allow Sarah to be punished. In Marineford Town, there exists a tavern exclusively for the Navy. During breaks, the tavern is always packed, especially after completing a mission. Sailors long to spend the entire day relaxing in the bar to rejuvenate their minds and bodies. Upon entering the tavern, Sarah immediately heard someone greeting him. Major General Serra. We are over here. A fellow Major General waved him over. Sarah turned to see that the left corner of the tavern was filled with members of the Blue Sea Association. He walked over. What is going on? How will Lord Victor handle this matter? One of them inquired. Sarah had lost 3 devil fruits, one of which was an ancient Zoan-type. If the headquarters pursued accountability, Sarah would surely be imprisoned. Seated before them, Sarah responded under their watchful gazes. Lord Victor advised me to take it easy, to spend time with my family during this period while awaiting the investigation. You said a vacation? A vacation. The surrounding generals and officers widened their eyes. Other sailors in the tavern also perked up their ears. From their expressions, it was evident they were astonished. According to normal procedures, Sarah should now be cooperating with the Judicial Department's investigation and temporarily confined in a small cell, losing his freedom. However, not only was Sarah not incarcerated, he had also been granted a period of leave. This was utterly inconceivable. It must have been Lord Victor's intervention. That was inevitable. Otherwise, the military police would have already come to apprehend him. Truly, it is the hallmark of Lord Victor. As everyone praised Victor, Sarah recalled Victor's words to him. You are my subordinate. As long as I am here, I will take full responsibility for you. Thank goodness for Lord Victor. Sarah mused while sipping his rum. Meanwhile, in the Marine headquarters within the Marshal's office, Kong, Sengoku, and Victor were seated in the room, smoking. On the empty table lay a file folder recently organized by the Judicial Department. The folder had been sent by Sengoku. The Minister of the Judicial Department, Vice Admiral Fowl, was Sengoku's subordinate, having been promoted by him. Under normal circumstances, if the Navy fails a mission and encounters any irregularities during execution, the Judicial Department would promptly dispatch military police to conduct an inquiry, confining them in a small cell for investigation. However, this time, Fowl did not proceed in such a manner. Due to Victor's prompt communication with him, the Ministry of Justice was instructed not to continue the investigation. As for the missing devil fruits, Victor would take responsibility for their recovery. Fayer, a meticulous individual, was well aware of the power wielded by the Admiral and recognized that he could not provoke Victor. Thus, he handed the issue over to Sengoku, his former superior. Being both admirals, it was appropriate for them to negotiate together. After a moment of silence, Sengoku was the first to question Victor. Do you comprehend the severity of this situation? Victor understood precisely what Sengoku was referring to, yet feigned ignorance, replying, Are you referring to the loss of the 3 devil fruits? With a stern visage, Sengoku replied gravely, I am aware that Sela is a member of the Blue Sea Guild. However, the foundation of the Blue Sea Guild was never intended to shield individuals from accountability. Victor took a deep drag from his cigarette and turned his gaze towards the sky, asking, Admiral, if you encountered civilians in peril at sea, would you choose to save them or not? Sora, furrowing his brow, replied, Naturally, I would save them. Victor turned to Sengoku and inquired, And you, Uncle Sengoku? Sengoku's expression darkened. To refuse to save would not only tarnish his reputation, but also impact the world government. However, Sengoku had no intention of answering that question. He coldly stated, This is not merely a matter of saving lives. As an admiral, you should not interfere with the normal legal processes of the Ministry of Justice. Victor smiled as he responded, Uncle Sengoku, if you assert that saving is not an option, then I shall apprehend Sela immediately and deliver her to the Ministry of Justice. Henceforth, if the Navy encounters civilians in distress, they will all be left to their fates. Conversely, if you too cannot ignore their plight, then Sela has exhibited no unusual behavior during this mission and should not be subjected to an investigation by the Ministry of Justice. Victor maintained his cheerful demeanor. Before Sengoku could interject, Victor produced a den mushi from his sleeve. This particular den mushi was capable of recording and projecting images. Victor instructed Oinkur Sengoku. Speak to it. The word Sengoku was about to utter suddenly caught in his throat. He had not anticipated Victor employing such a tactic. Victor then pointed the den mushy at Sora, who massaged his forehead, appearing visibly distressed. Victor chuckled, saying, "Everything is for the sake of justice. I believe Uncle Sengoku, like Sela, would not abandon the victims to their fate." Sengoku fell silent, as did Sora. Victor added, "Furthermore, I assure you, as an admiral, that the 3 devil fruits will be recovered." Upon hearing this, Sora found a way out, stating seriously, "If you can guarantee it, then you shall retrieve them. However, this shall not be a precedent." With that, Sora glanced at Sengoku, who merely grunted in agreement, indicating that this was a one-time exception. Victor chuckled swiftly, then rose to leave the office. As he pulled open the office door, 2 Navy personnel outside hurriedly stood at attention, having just been eavesdropping. Victor exited the office with a smile, and upon witnessing his retreating figure, the 2 sailors could not help but give him a thumbs up. Having served alongside the admiral for many years, they had never seen such a protective and supportive superior. News within the Navy spread swiftly. Victor's endorsement of Sela, coupled with his assurance as an admiral, sent shockwaves through the ranks. Such actions had never before been witnessed from a Navy admiral, and Victor's decision elevated both his and the Blue Sea Guild's reputation to unprecedented heights. Who would not wish for a powerful ally? Who would not desire to attach themselves to a formidable figure? Those who had previously disdained the Blue Sea Guild or Victor began to reevaluate their perspectives. At the very least, Victor was proving to be a trustworthy individual. Following Victor would not lead to betrayal, nor would one need to fear taking the blame for their superiors. This was a reputation, an invaluable asset that could not be purchased with money. Victor was elated to hear Light's feedback. To realize his ambitions, he required a loyal following. Their fortunes would rise and fall together, creating a community of shared interests, perfectly aligning with Victor's needs. As the news spread to various branches, many were surprised by Victor's reliability. Guizhu muttered under his breath, while Dogman lounged on the sofa, his feet propped on the coffee table, casting a furtive glance at Akainu, who was engrossed in a newspaper discussing Victor's affairs, choosing not to engage in the conversation. At times, Dogman pondered whether, should they ever find themselves in a predicament similar to Sela's, Akainu would stand up for them and offer his protection. Given Akainu's temperament, would he? With 3 devil fruits stolen, this matter required resolution. Thus, Victor summoned Rodney, who had performed admirably and had recently been promoted to brigadier general. The Blue Sea Guild was well aware that Victor was nurturing Rodney. Upon entering Victor's office, Rodney stood straight and saluted, reporting, "Sir." At that moment, Victor had his back turned to Rodney, perusing the newspaper. After a moment, he leisurely inquired, "What are your thoughts on the theft of the devil fruits?" Rodney answered earnestly, "This is not a random occurrence." Victor nodded slightly, encouraging him to continue. Rodney elaborated, since Rock's demise and the disbandment of the Rock's pirates, the number of scoundrels bold enough to attack the Navy has dwindled significantly. For instance, in the post-Rocks era, we have figures like Shiki the Golden Lion, who seized the mantle of power, and the world destroyer, Bondi Walt. However, these individuals share a common trait. They always leave traces after attacking the Navy. Victor maintained an impassive expression. Rodney, glancing cautiously, noted that Victor showed no signs of wanting him to cease. Thus he continued, "This time, the villain evidently acquired the route of Rear Admiral Sela in advance and made preparations accordingly." Victor turned to face Rodney and demanded, "Give me a conclusion." Without hesitation, Rodney, who was not one to be indecisive, responded, "There is someone within the Navy leaking information." "I concur," Victor replied, lighting a cigarette and slowly adding, "I entrust this matter to you. Apprehend those who must be captured, eliminate those who must be killed, and retrieve the devil fruits." "Understood," Rodney immediately affirmed. Victor stood and approached Rodney, adjusting the latter's shoulder insignia with sincerity, saying, "Brigadier General Rodney, my reputation and position rest in your hands." Hearing Victor's words, a warm feeling surged within Rodney. To be trusted and valued by Victor. Victor patted Rodney's shoulder, saying, "Go and get to work." "Yes." Rodney turned and exited the office. Rodney was a man of action. He did not understand the art of flattery, nor did he grasp the intricacies of workplace dynamics. However, Since joining the Blue Sea Guild and earning Victor's recognition, he felt as though he had entered a vast ocean, free to roam. A soldier is willing to die for one who understands him, although Rodney could not articulate it. Being entrusted with such a crucial task by Victor meant he must not disappoint him. Thus, Rodney promptly commenced his investigation. Concurrently, Sengoku was also probing this matter. The emergence of an internal traitor within the Navy was intolerable. This was merely a case of 3 devil fruits being lost. If there were a more significant intelligence leak, the consequences would be unimaginable. Naturally, if the case could be resolved swiftly, then Victor's situation would indeed become dire. After all, Victor had guaranteed with his position that he would personally retrieve the 3 devil fruits, even if Victor ultimately retained his position as admiral. This incident would undoubtedly influence the 5 elders' assessment of him. The selection of a marshal is not solely based on individual combat prowess, but also requires capability. For both public and private reasons, Sengoku must intervene. Light approached Victor. "My Lord Victor, as you anticipated, Admiral Sengoku has dispatched personnel to investigate this matter. Furthermore, the Ministry of Justice has already taken relevant personnel from the G6 branch. Truly a wise strategist. His speed is remarkable," Victor remarked with a smile. Light displayed concern. "My Lord Victor, if Admiral Sengoku resolves this case ahead of time, it would have a substantial impact on you." Victor, puffing on his cigarette, inquired with a smile, "How much are these 3 devil fruits worth?" Light paused for a moment, then estimated their value and replied, 2 of the Paramecia type are worth 200 million berries each, and 1 ancient Zoan type is worth 500 million berries. Victor noted, "That totals less than 1 billion berries." Light nodded. Victor then asked, "If you were among those at sea, would you expose your informant for 1 billion berries?" Light pondered for a moment and shook his head. Victor stated, "Trust Rodney. He will not disappoint me." It was evident to Light that Victor was entirely unperturbed. Rather than simply trusting Rodney, it seemed Victor was already confident in his plans. Upon arriving at the G6 branch, Rodney was informed that all officers involved in the matter had been taken by the Ministry of Justice. "Commander, what should we do?" "Rodney est incroyable." Rodney, with a stoic expression, requested the complete personnel records of the branch. "Huh?" Rodney's aide was taken aback. "Execute the order," Rodney commanded, striding towards the G6 branch headquarters. The commander of the G6 branch was Admiral Jamal, nearly 70 years old and highly respected within the Navy. Now, Admiral Jamal was on the brink of retirement. "Report." Rodney saluted as he approached Admiral Jamal. The Admiral smiled warmly, resembling a kindly neighbor. "Do we have any leads?" Jamal asked. The incident involving the loss of the devil fruits would not impact Jamal, especially as he was soon to retire. However, having served the Navy for 45 years, he understood that this incident had escalated and could affect the selection of the next marshal. After all, Victor was a dark horse whose rise posed a threat to Sengoku. If Sengoku resolved this matter, it would reaffirm the 5 elders' perception of his competence over Victor's. Rodney replied, "Yes. Well, as long as there's direction. I hope you young people can bring change to the Navy," Jamal said earnestly. As an elder in the Navy, Jamal had once aspired to uphold justice. Yet, time in reality had taught him that enforcing justice is no simple task. Victor's methods might be radical, even extreme, but they may not necessarily be detrimental. The Navy indeed requires transformation, while Sengoku's cautious approach might prevent major issues, but fails to alter the status quo. "Lord Victor will surely achieve it," Rodney asserted earnestly. "I hope so," Jamal thought, recognizing the determination and fervor in Rodney's eyes. Victor's personal charm was likely superior to Sengoku's, Jamal mused. After exchanging pleasantries, Rodney turned to leave, needing to review the officers' files to identify those within the G6 branch who felt unappreciated. Only such naval miscreants would betray justice. Rodney meticulously examined the personnel records of the G6 branch. After filtering through the information, he identified Lieutenant Colonel Magnum as the primary suspect. At 35 years old, Magnum had been in the Navy for 15 years, participating in numerous large-scale operations and earning considerable merit. Based on his accomplishments, he should have been promoted to Rear Admiral. However, Magnum's repeated insubordination and questionable character had led to multiple anonymous complaints, delaying his advancement. While his peers had risen to the ranks of brigadier general or even rear admiral, he remained a lieutenant colonel. Moreover, Magnum had previously applied to join the Blue Sea Society but was rejected due to his poor conduct. When one finds themselves without a path to promotion, they are prone to extremism. Rodney had encountered many such naval miscreants before. However, this was merely suspicion. He currently possessed no evidence. And Magnum had shown no unusual behavior recently. The phone snail rang 3 times before Victor picked up the receiver. At that moment, the phone snail mimicked Rodney's expression. Victor asked, "Any progress?" Rodney responded, "My Lord Victor, we have currently identified a suspect, though there is no evidence implicating him." Victor expressionis replied. "What do you intend to do?" Rodney stated, "I wish to apprehend him." Victor acknowledged with a sound, then proceed with the arrest. Understood. Rodney concluded the call. Light, standing beside Victor, furrowed his brow upon hearing Rodney's report. "Senior, is this truly permissible? It's quite unreasonable to arrest a naval officer without any evidence." Victor reassured him. "I have faith in Rodney's capabilities, just as I do in yours. Since I have entrusted this matter to you, I am confident you will not disappoint me." "I understand." Light nodded, refraining from further comments. Meanwhile, after receiving permission, Rodney swiftly dispatched personnel to storm Magnum's quarters. Magnum was still bathing when Rodney and his team entered, leaving him bewildered. "What is happening? What do you want?" Magnum questioned the surrounding sailors, who had already drawn their weapons against him. At that moment, Rodney entered the bathroom, coldly declaring, "You're under arrest." Magnum, utterly confused and seemingly innocent, maintained a high level of composure, though he felt a mix of joy and panic. He quickly regained his calm, knowing that evidence was necessary for an arrest. If the Ministry of Justice had not implicated him, how could Rodney and his men possibly have evidence? "This is an order from Lord Victor," Rodney stated as the sailors bound Magnum. "What is going on? Why was Lieutenant Colonel Magnum arrested? Is it possible he is connected to the devil fruit theft? It is inconceivable that Colonel McGunning would possess any knowledge of the escort mission." At that moment, naval officers surrounding the barracks engaged in hushed whispers. In their eyes, despite McGunning's dubious character, there exists no evidence to substantiate claims of his collusion. Rodney offered no explanation and departed with his men. He led McGunning to the interrogation room, where McGunning complied, seated in a chair with his hands and feet shackled, unable to escape. Rodney positioned himself before McGunning and inquired if he had ever encountered a particularly troublesome case. McGunning furrowed his brows and responded, "What do you mean?" Rodney continued, "I have faced many such instances, including this one. Each time we are pressed for results, we typically resort to an age-old method. Surely, you have employed it as well." Rodney approached McGunning and proffered him a cigarette, which McGunning accepted. After lighting McGunning's cigarette, Rodney lit one for himself. "You are aware, within the naval ranks, such occurrences are all too common," Rodney remarked enigmatically. While he refrained from explicit statements, McGunning understood the implication. They were seeking a scapegoat. "I have investigated you. Within the G6 division, you possess no connections. Furthermore, your rapport with superiors is notably poor, and your relationships with peers are fraught, even resulting in anonymous reports due to allegations of soldier maltreatment. There are far too many individuals like you within the Navy." Rodney, calmly smoking, stated, "What we require now is a confessor. Of course, there are benefits. A few years in prison could lead to a life of wealth upon release." Upon hearing these words, McGunning silently scoffed, realizing that Rodney possessed no evidence and merely sought an unconnected individual to bear the blame. Indeed, he had experienced such situations numerous times, even shouldering blame for his superiors on occasion. In a cold tone, McGunning asked, "What if I refuse?" Rodney chuckled lightly, cautioning against foolishness. "You know this would not bode well for you. I am aware of your methods." McGunning retorted coldly, "I know how to think it through. You still have chance." As Rodney spoke, he produced a small brown vial containing an unknown liquid, uncapped it, and poured its contents into a teacup. McGunning observed this scene, suspecting that Rodney intended to silence him permanently. Even in death, it would create an appearance of suicide due to guilt, a scenario not unfamiliar within the naval ranks. Taking a deep breath, McGunning conceded, "Fine, I am willing to confess. Rodney smiled at this. That is the spirit. McGunning added, however, I have one condition. Rodney nodded. Speak. As long as it is not too excessive. McGunning inhaled deeply, stating, I do not wish to serve time. Rodney shook his head. That is not yours to decide. McGunning smirked disdainfully. I will escape during transport, which would further solidify my guilt. After a moment of contemplation, Rodney did not acquiesce. McGunning continued, the persuasive power of fleeing from guilt is stronger than that of suicide due to guilt. Rodney nodded slightly. McGunning went on, I have saved some money over the years. I can use it to buy my freedom. Though he had limited understanding of the Blue Ocean Society, he scoffed at their mission to cleanse the seas and uphold justice, believing no one was free from corruption. After 15 years in the Navy, he had witnessed corruption from the top down. The members of the Blue Ocean Society were no exception. Their motives for joining were likely to gain power and wealth. Rodney feigned interest, resting his chin in contemplation. McGunning secretly mocked him, having seen through the upper echelons of the Navy. Each time a crisis arose, they would find scapegoats. This time, it was his misfortune. Yet, this could work to his advantage, for McGunning had long desired to leave the Navy and embrace a life of piracy. The dawn of the great pirate era presented the perfect opportunity for him to make his mark. Furthermore, he had already acquired 3 devil fruits. With his strength combined with the powers of the fruits, he would soon establish a name for himself at sea. In due time, Rodney would certainly regret letting him go. Those foolhardy naval officers, Victor and Sengoku, are fools. All unfolded precisely as McGunning had envisioned. After fulfilling his promise and providing Rodney with a sum of money, Rodney cooperated willingly. During the transport back to headquarters, the guards fortuitously dropped the keys to the cell. Seizing the opportunity, McGunning liberated himself from his shackles and leaped from the ship to escape. Little did he know that the prison garb he wore was specially crafted, with life cards sewn into the lining. Rodney not only sought a confession from McGunning, but also aimed to recover the devil fruits. On Kaga Island, McGunning utilized a hidden transponder snail to contact his comrades, all of whom were pirates and childhood friends. While McGunning had donned the naval uniform, they had embraced the life of piracy. This band of pirates operated near the G6 Division and, with McGunning's assistance, remained undetected by the Navy. As dawn broke, a pirate ship approached Kaga Island. Upon seeing the ship, McGunning's face lit up with excitement. He was on the brink of rebirth. Leaving the Navy behind to pursue the life of a pirate was finally within reach. Soon, the pirate ship docked, and the crew disembarked on Kaga Island. Big Brother McGunning, we have brought you wine and meat. Several pirates waved bottles and cuts of meat, their faces brimming with exhilaration. Ha ha ha! McGunning joyfully rushed forward, embracing the leading figures before seizing the food and heartily consuming it, truly famished. However, at that moment, a cannon fired with a loud boom, striking the pirate ship with precision. Flames erupted upon impact, and cannonballs rained down relentlessly, soon shattering the mainmast. What is happening? The pirates beside McGunning were dumbfounded, and the food fell from McGunning's mouth. He gazed into the distance and spotted several naval vessels stationed far off. A thought flashed through his mind. This was all a trap set by Rodney. He had been manipulated into reuniting with the pirates. Enraged, McGunning gritted his teeth, cursing Rodney internally. Big Brother McGunning, what should we do now? One pirate inquired. McGunning, through clenched teeth, roared, we fight back. But the others hesitated, trembling at the overwhelming number of naval forces. Big Brother McGunning, perhaps we should surrender? Surrendering means at most a prison sentence, faced with the naval forces vastly outnumbering them. Along with their formidable weaponry, the pirates lacked the courage to engage in battle. However, Maginong would not surrender. He seized a handgun and pulled the trigger, shooting a pirate dead. It was a matter of either fighting desperately or facing death. Veins bulged on Maginong's forehead, his expression fierce. He had no desire to languish in prison, especially in such a splendid era. The opportunity was right before him, and he simply needed to seize it. Colonel Maginong, surrendez, came the voice of Rodney, urging capitulation from the sea. Maginong glowered at the naval vessel on the horizon. Rodney continued, if you choose to surrender, you may yet preserve your life. Maginong surveyed his surroundings, then wrested a rifle from a pirate sharpshooter. He aimed at Rodney's ship, his sights set firmly on his target. Despite the distance of 3 kilometers between them, with a deep breath, he enveloped the bullet in the aura of his armed color. His right index finger gently squeezed the trigger. Bang! The bullet soared towards Rodney's forehead, a testament to his exceptional marksmanship. Rodney extended his hand, his right arm shrouded in armed color, catching the high-velocity bullet with ease. Maginong's heart sank at the sight. Unfortunately, the path chosen was a misguided one, Rodney muttered. Annihilate them. Rodney issued his final command. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, the phone snail rang 3 times before Victor finally picked up the receiver. Lord Victor, Maginong has been executed, and the 3 devil fruits have been recovered, Rodney reported earnestly. Indeed, they have been retrieved. Light was astonished. He had no doubts about Rodney's prowess. But the extent of his investigative abilities was surprising. It was worth noting that the Justice Department had thoroughly investigated all personnel related to the G6 branch, yet failed to identify Maginong as a suspect. However, the truly remarkable figure was still Lord Victor. Victor had anticipated Rodney's success all along. Well done, upon your return. Take a week's leave. There will be more crucial tasks awaiting you, Victor said with satisfaction. Thank you, Lord Victor, Rodney replied before ending the call. Victor rose and exited his office. In the marshal's office, Kong and Sengoku were discussing Rodney's indiscriminate arrests. Arresting a branch colonel without any evidence had significant ramifications for the Navy. Moreover, that colonel had escaped from the ship just days prior. Sengoku believed this incident warranted serious scrutiny and could be leveraged for a compelling narrative. Victor, though a Marine admiral, was not above accountability. After all, his subordinates' reckless actions had driven a Marine colonel to defect. Shouldn't Victor bear some responsibility for this? Knock, knock, knock. Upon hearing the knock, both Kong and Sengoku set down their teacups. Come in, Kong called towards the door. At that moment, Victor entered, clearly seeking them out. I was just about to look for you, Kong said, frowning. Noticing Sengoku, Victor observed as Sengoku covered the documents on the table. Though Victor could not see their contents, he could easily surmise that Sengoku was reporting him. Nevertheless, Victor was unconcerned and replied, "The 3 stolen devil fruits have been recovered." They have been recovered. Shock was written all over Kong's face. How is that possible? Sengoku exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Victor took a seat, propping his feet on the coffee table. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, flicking it lightly, and one flew out, which he stylishly placed between his lips. As he smoked, Victor remarked, "Uncle Sengoku, I'm not targeting you. I merely believe your methods are outdated." He gazed at Kong and Sengoku, acknowledging Sengoku's dissatisfaction with his approach, yet expressing his respect for his elder. Sengoku remained silent, while Kong picked up a cigar from the table, lighting it and taking a gentle puff. I know what you're implying, indeed. Your success this time is notable, but not every endeavor will unfold so smoothly. Victor interjected, following the rules and procedures will at least ensure no errors occur, correct? Kong affirmed, relieved that this time the evidence was irrefutable. Otherwise, it could have had disastrous consequences. I understand, Victor chuckled. The Navy and the world government both value their reputations. Silence fell between them. Victor had reclaimed the devil fruits. What more could they say? Well, since this matter is resolved, we shall leave it at that. A report regarding this incident will be delivered to you in a couple of days. Victor did not press further and departed. Observing Victor's retreating figure, a smile crept across Kong's face, while Sengoku wore a grim expression. I never anticipated you would have a rival, Kong remarked with a grin. Sengoku remained silent. Kong continued, nonetheless, do not take it to heart. Ultimately, the decision lies with the 5 elders. Indeed, Sengoku nodded. At that moment, Kong set the report on the table ablaze and tossed it into the ashtray. Such documents could not be retained. The Navy must uphold its dignity. Internal discord should only be discussed verbally. In Mary Geos, at Panga City, amidst the corridors of power, the 5 elders were perusing a report submitted by CP0 concerning the incident of the stolen devil fruits and how Victor and Sengoku handled the situation. Victor displayed flexibility and boldness in his personnel choices, while Sengoku remained steadfast in his adherence to protocol. The contrasting styles of two generations were indeed intriguing. Sengoku began to take the matter seriously. Competition is always advantageous, and both were acutely aware of who would ultimately decide the fate of the martial position. The five elders engaged in casual conversation. They stood as one above, all beneath them, their daily tasks revolving around maintaining world order and governance on behalf of Emu. As for the internal struggle for the martial position within the Navy, the five elders already had a candidate in mind. Both Sengoku and Victor were obedient. However, the five elders favored those who adhered to regulations. Moreover, Sengoku's proactive strategies to maintain world order were commendable. Not long ago, he had proposed the Wuhai Plan, suggesting the recruitment of pirates to combat fellow pirates. The five elders deemed this plan feasible. On the Sabeti archipelago, Taizuo donned a sharp suit, polished shoes, and slick-back hair. Though his age and attire seemed incongruous, he walked with an air of pride. He had joined the Wild Wolves gang and had become a member, a noteworthy achievement in his own right. Hey! Suddenly, someone called out to Taizuo. Taijuo turned around and saw several members of the Wild Wolf gang approaching. Of course, these members were now all under the command of his elder brother. Taizuo immediately stood up straight. The Wild Wolf gang had its own rules and emphasized seniority. As a newcomer, Taijuo had to bow and show respect to any senior member. Otherwise, a brutal beating awaited him. "Where's the money?" one of the leaders asked while reaching into his pocket. Taijuo hurriedly pressed down on his pocket. This was the money to be given to Brother Tony. If he failed to hand it over, he would be doomed. Brother Tony would surely punish him. What a joke! The leader raised his hand and slapped Taijuo. The blow left Taijuo dazed, his ears ringing incessantly. The leader's underlings quickly came forward, not only taking all the money from Taijuo's pocket, but also kicking him several times. Each kick landed heavily on Taijuo's abdomen. The sharp-tipped shoes felt like daggers. Clenching his teeth, Taijuo turned red with humiliation, curling up like a boiled shrimp. He dared not fight back, for the more he resisted, the worse the beating would become. Despite this, he was beaten to the point of losing control of his bladder. Afterward, the leader, filled with arrogance, strode toward the bar with his subordinates. Passers-by who saw Taijuo covered their mouths and noses, their faces twisted in disdain and contempt. They circled around him, offering no sympathy. In their eyes, Taijuo deserved this fate, a consequence of his own actions. "Brother, are you okay?" At that moment, a little girl ran up to Taijuo, lying on the ground. He looked at her face and was about to shake his head. However, before he could speak, a woman hurried over, scooped up the girl, and said, "Vina, stay away from people like him." Taijuo awkwardly stood up, a surge of unnameable anger boiling inside him. Nevertheless, he had to endure. He believed there would come a day when he would rise above this. Thus, Taijuo sought out his boss, Tony. Within the Wild Wolf gang, Tony was merely a low-ranking officer. The gang's means of making a living relied on extortion, blackmail, and collecting protection fees. Gang members went out daily to collect money, with 80% of the earnings going to their elder brother. Upon seeing Taijuo beaten, Tony did not inquire about the reasons. "Did you collect the money?" Taijuo replied, "I was stopped by Brother Jimmy on the road. They not only beat me, but also took the money." Bang! Before Taijuo finished speaking, Tony kicked him away. "You fool! Why would he rob you if he doesn't rob others?" Tony shouted at Taijuo. Feeling utterly wronged, Taijuo was frustrated. Time was running out. Tony glanced at the clock on the wall, then pulled out a dagger from his waist and tossed it to Taijuo. "Go out and find some money." The so-called finding money meant stealing. Taijuo stared at the dagger before him, too afraid to take it. Tony stepped closer, viciously stomping on Taijuo's face. His face pressed against the muddy ground. The humiliation was unbearable. "If you don't bring back today's money by 8 o'clock, you'll be finished." Tony slashed a line beneath Taijuo's eyebrow with the dagger. Blood streamed into Taijuo's eyes. Fear and anger consumed him. He could not understand why the entire world seemed to conspire against him. He had been trying so hard, returning to his cramped, damp abode. Taijuo curled up in a corner, contemplating his situation while searching for a righteous path. Undoubtedly, Taijuo believed in his ability to earn money. He was articulate and perceptive, easily making a profit from street vending. However, mere financial acumen was insufficient. Without strength, he would continue to be bullied. He needed power, not only to protect himself, but also to change his fate. But how could he become stronger? Remaining in the Wild Wolf gang was certainly a path to nowhere. At Marineford, Connor approached Victor and said, "Senior, Bart from the Wild Wolf gang reports that he has severely punished Viola as per your instructions." Victor acknowledged. These matters were all orchestrated under his direction. Now, the underground forces on the Sabati archipelago must learn to bow to Victor, for that was the only way for them to survive. The Wild Wolf gang was naturally one of them. Bart, the leader of the Wild Wolf gang, was known to be diligent in serving Victor. Recently, the gang had seized every opportunity to torment Viola. Connor continued, "However, that kid has quite the endurance. He is still hanging around the Wild Wolf gang." Initially, Connor had no expectations for Tavalo. However, after dispatching someone to keep an eye on him, Connor realized that Tavalo could indeed endure. He was searching for an opportunity. Victor, while reading a newspaper, remarked, "The more one can endure, the greater the accomplishments they can achieve." Indeed, Connor concurred with Victor's perspective. At that moment, the office's intercom crackled to life. Upon hearing the announcement, Victor stood up and patted Connor, saying, "That kid is your responsibility now." Victor acknowledged with a sound, then proceed with the arrest. "As long as he doesn't die, just leave him be." "Understood." Rodney concluded the call. "Light." "Understood." Connor replied earnestly. Victor, cigarette in mouth, led Light toward the operations room. Inside the operations room, Kong, Sengoku, Carp, and others were gathered in the conference room. Today was quite lively. Victor's peripheral glance revealed that Akainu was also present. Akainu had recently been promoted to Rear Admiral. His ascension was rapid. As expected, one either had a strong background or was ruthless and obedient. Only these two types of individuals could rise swiftly within headquarters. Victor took a seat across from Sengoku. At that moment, Tsuru activated the Den Den Mushi. The Den Den Mushi began projecting an image. It was a photograph of Douglas Bullitt. "You are all aware of the threat this individual poses, especially since Roger's death has driven him into madness," Kong addressed the assembled officers. Upon hearing Kong's words, the generals in the conference room nodded in unison. Bullitt was known as the Demon Heir, possessing strength that rivaled Roger's. However, after Roger fell ill, he suffered a setback and went astray, recklessly attacking pirates and the Navy, causing chaos throughout the seas. In terms of madness, even Bondi Waldo could not compare. At that moment, a Rear Admiral spoke up. "Do we have any news on him?" Sura nodded. "Yes, we have tracked Bullitt's location to prevent his escape." Kong looked at Victor, then at Sengoku. Victor, smoking, had already interpreted Kong's body language. This mission could be assigned to either Victor or Sengoku. That seemed fair. Victor smiled slightly. "Then I shall take charge of this task." Subsequently, Victor turned his gaze towards Jean Gua, expressing his proficiency in capturing these elusive individuals. "I have no objections," Jean Gua replied, showing no resistance. Kong then addressed Victor, stating that the responsibility would henceforth fall upon him. Following this, Kong directed his attention to He, who nodded and continued, "The most significant threat posed by Barrett lies in his solitary nature and the aimlessness of his current actions. To apprehend him, we must exert our utmost efforts." At that moment, Kong turned to Victor, inquiring about his thoughts. Victor rose and affirmed, "Though I have yet to engage with him directly, I share your perspective." Indeed, according to the original narrative, the Navy had initiated a demon hunting order against Barrett, with even Carp and Jean were mobilizing. Although Barrett fiercely clashed with the Navy, fatigue gradually accumulated. As his stamina waned under the strain of the demon hunting order, the pirates he had previously vanquished launched a sudden ambush, ultimately leading to his defeat and imprisonment in Level 6 of Impel Down. This individual is a veritable monster. Victor surveyed the assembly, intent on ensuring Barrett's capture. His gaze first settled on Carp. "Uncle Carp, we require your strength this time." Carp nodded, willingly stepping forward. Having apprehended countless pirates, he recognized Barrett as one of the most perilous among them. Victor then turned to Jean Gua, who smiled faintly, anticipating Victor's call. "Uncle Jean Gua, the security of Mariewa shall be entrusted to you," Victor stated, to which Jean Gua responded with a nonchalant hum of agreement. Victor then addressed I shall heed your command. He affirmed her willingness to cooperate. Victor subsequently sought the assistance of Akainu, Gueji, and Dogman, all of whom displayed palpable excitement at the prospect of capturing the progeny of the devil, a task of monumental significance. Akainu acknowledged Victor with a nod. Victor's gaze then shifted to Kizaru, who pointed to himself, expecting to be included. However, Victor did not call his name. Victor proceeded to summon members of the Blue Sea Association and those closely allied with Akainu. A sense of exclusion washed over Akiji, Fire Mountain, and Doperman. As they felt sidelined, Victor appeared to have exclusively summoned his own allies and those with whom he shared a close bond. Let us endeavor with all our might this time to capture Barrett, Victor declared to the assembly. Yes, Akainu and the others responded in unison. Upon hearing their reply, Victor looked to Kong, who nodded, signaling the conclusion of the meeting. You are to depart immediately. Understood, Victor replied, rising to exit the conference room, with Light and the others promptly following suit. Akainu, Gueji, Dogman, and the rest also vacated the premises. After their departure, 2/3 of the personnel remained in the operations room, all of whom were moderate factions, now feeling excluded. Jean Guo frowned, taken aback by Victor's overt actions in openly delineating factions and forming alliances. In a new world, on a desolate island reminiscent of a small garden, lay a sanctuary of prehistoric creatures. Towering dinosaurs reached heights of 100 meters, while pterosaurs soared with wingspans of several dozen meters. Additionally, rare venomous insects inhabited the terrain, carrying lethal viruses. The waters themselves harbored ancient pathogens, with a survival probability of less than 1% upon infection. This was decidedly an inhospitable island. Experienced adventurers and pirates alike would avoid setting foot on it. Had this madman been on the island for 3 days? More accurately, it had been 76 hours and 35 minutes. It was decidedly unusual for someone to linger here for such an extended period. That was his affair. Our duty was to keep watch over him. Beneath the sea, within a submarine, for Navy personnel clad in military attire, engaged in casual conversation. There were members of the Navy's Sea Eagle unit, a special forces division tasked with monitoring and tracking the monsters of the New World. 2 weeks prior, Barrett had attacked a Navy base, slaughtering all personnel within. This was not an isolated incident. Barrett had become a bloodthirsty menace, indiscriminately killing any living being at sea, from naval vessels to pirate ships. Thus, the world government and Navy headquarters took this matter with the utmost seriousness. CP0 and the intelligence division of the Navy headquarters united their efforts, sparing no expense in their relentless search, ultimately locating Barrett. However, while the submarine was surveilling the island, a far larger red submarine appeared behind them. One submarine resembled a tadpole, while the other appeared akin to a frog. At that moment, the red submarine extended its mechanical arm, equipped with pincers reminiscent of a crab's claw, ensnaring the Navy submarine. The members of the Sea Eagle squad aboard the Navy submarine felt a jolt as their vessel was struck. As the submarine was pulled to the surface, the 4 crew members were tossed about like candies in a tin. Before they could comprehend the situation, the mechanical arm tightened, warping the submarine's hull. The massive red submarine emerged from the depths, resembling a colossal crab. Its operator was none other than Douglas Barrett. This immense submarine was a manifestation of Barrett's ability to amalgamate his powers with a combined fruit. He maneuvered it as if it were an extension of his own body. Quick escape. The squad leader, Rivers, managed to grasp a lever, regaining some semblance of control as he urgently alerted his comrades. Yet, as they attempted to do so, they discovered that the warped hull was astonishingly resilient. No matter how much force they exerted, they could not breach the hull. Barrett had reinforced the submarine's walls with his haki, rendering them indestructible. What should we do? What are his intentions? The members of the Sea Eagle squad were consumed by panic. Their distress was clearly audible to Barrett, who wore a cruel smile. Many children capture grasshoppers in cages and toss them into water, where they struggle desperately until they fall silent. The submarine was now in a similar predicament. Having lost its integrity, it could no longer maintain its seal. Barrett submerged it in the sea, allowing it to sink. Quickly notify headquarters. Rivers realized they would not escape today. Therefore, he resolved to report to headquarters, conveying the situation accurately. On the open sea, a formidable fleet of 20 warships sped through the waters. Within the flagship's conference room, the Sea Eagle 09 unit responsible for tracking had gone entirely dark. Prior to their disappearance, they had been ambushed by Barrett, and now their life cards had shattered. He conveyed the tragic news of the Sea Eagle squad's demise to Victor, who remained expressionless. The young officers present clenched their fists in anger. Victor stood, and Akainu cast a glance at him. Taking a deep breath, Victor instructed everyone to rise for a moment of silence in honor of their fallen comrades. Chi Inu, Gue Jiju, and Dao Goman all stood up, as did Karp and he. After 30 seconds, Victor declared, "In my personal capacity, I shall donate 1 million berries to their families. Additionally, in the name of the Blue Sea Society, I will contribute 5 million berries." Victor's actions garnered nods of approval from Karp and he. "He is provoking us." Victor sat back down, smoking a cigarette, and spoke coldly. The generals and officers present offered no dissent. "Those monsters in the New World are under our watchful gaze, and are quite pleased to be so, for they are aware that the Navy possesses the means to observe them, and they are sufficiently arrogant to act as they please under our surveillance. Barrett is weary now, finding it troublesome. He is indicating to us that it is not we who have found him, but rather he who awaits us. He is right there on that island, anticipating our arrival." Victor's gaze swept across the faces of everyone present. He chuckled softly, deeming the decision to launch the demon-slaying order worthwhile. "Since he is so audacious, the Navy, must capture him," Victor asserted solemnly. "Yes." All the generals and officers in the conference room responded affirmatively. The sky was overcast, and the sea was pitch black. At this moment, the desolate island lay eerily quiet. All life had seemingly vanished, as if the island had been meticulously cleaned, devoid of any vitality. Not even a single insect remained. At this time, the Navy fleet appeared on the horizon. 20 warships lined up in formation. Victor stood at the bow, peering through a telescope at the island. Meanwhile, Barrett sat cross-legged atop the central peak of the island, surrounded by the remnants of consumed dinosaur skeletons. Sated, he awaited the Navy's arrival. "This fellow is exceedingly arrogant. Lord Victor, allow me to charge onto the island. Lord Victor, please assign the Vanguard mission to me." Victor's subordinates clamored to be the first to engage. Capturing Barrett would indeed be a significant achievement, especially with Victor personally supervising the operation. Naturally, they were eager to perform well. Gue Jiju and Dao Goman looked towards Victor, equally eager to participate. Victor lowered the telescope, a smile gracing his lips. He turned to Chi Inu and said, "Sakazuki, you may go first. Prepare." With a command from Chi Inu, Gue Jiju and Dao Goman readied themselves to rush onto the desolate island. Fire. The 20 naval warships unleashed a barrage simultaneously, hundreds of cannonballs raining down upon Barrett. After several rounds of bombardment, Gue Jiju, Dao Goman, and their respective subordinates surged towards the island at breakneck speed. However, as soon as they set foot on the island, fortifications abruptly rose from the ground. Dart gun barrels emerged from the bunkers, and the sound of machine gun fire erupted, mowing down the Navy ranks. The island? It was merely a facade. In reality, Barrett had transformed the entire island into a battlefield. He had single-handedly assembled an army and resolved to defeat the Navy here. Indeed, Roger's demise had inflicted profound psychological trauma upon him. He needed something to occupy his time. Engaging the Navy alone was undeniably exhilarating. He could hardly contain his anticipation, should the Navy dare to approach. He would turn this place into a paradise of blood and fire. Suddenly, the fortifications erupted from the ground like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Their emergence was so swift that the Navy had no time to react. The fallen Navy personnel collapsed in droves, akin to wheat being harvested. Blood mist billowed from the beach, resembling the blossoms of the other shore on the road to the underworld. "Damn it!" Gue Jiju leaped into the air, his blade cleaving towards the fortifications. With a glint of cold light, he sliced through a row of bunkers. However, the Navy did not breathe a sigh of relief. The severed bunkers were enveloped in a red glow, merging once more. This time, they fused into a massive mechanical arm. Before Gue Jiju could strike again, the ground trembled. Countless turrets emerged from the earth. Gue Jiju had just swung his scythe, knocking one of the bombs away, when another explosive whistled towards him. He swiftly dodged to the side. With a deafening explosion, the beach trembled violently, debris scattering, and smoke billowing, completely obscuring Gue Jiju's figure. These fortifications, akin to undying phantoms, relentlessly rose from the earth. The Navy finally recognized the root of the problem. Attacking them was futile. Barrett must be dealt with. He turned to Victor. Victor acknowledged with a sound, and then glanced at Chi Inu. Beneath his military uniform, Chi Inu wore a hooded sweatshirt. He leaped into the air, dashing towards Barrett with the grace of a moonwalker. At that moment, Barrett was manipulating the turrets and mechanical arms on the beach. The mechanical appendages writhed like the tentacles of an octopus, sending the Navy flying. Barrett's body melded with the slope beneath him. Grand fire! Chi Inu unleashed a strike. A colossal fist of magma, far larger than the slope itself, aimed at Barrett. Boom! The slope shattered. Lava erupted, and black smoke darkened the sky, resembling a scene from the apocalypse. As the smoke cleared, Chi Inu stood in place. Once the dust settled, Barrett casually brushed off his chest, as if merely flicking away a speck of dust. A cold smile crept across his lips as his muscles bulged, resembling an ancient behemoth. Observing this, Sakazuki leaped high into the air. Then, with a heavy landing, he leaned forward, crashing into Barrett like a cannonball. With a resounding explosion, the ground beneath Barrett erupted. Beneath Chi Inu's feet lay a dark red pool of lava, the force of his previous strike akin to a volcanic eruption. Barrett was sent flying as well. A wicked grin formed on Chi Inu's lips as he swiftly maneuvered through the air, tracing an elegant arc towards Barrett. He extended his right arm, aiming for Barrett's chest. Hellhound! The magma-clad claws, shrouded in black smoke, sought to pierce Barrett's heart. Just then, brilliant red light ignited around Barrett. The ground behind him split open, transforming into a sharp spear. The spear lunged towards Chi Inu's heart. Magma surged from Chi Inu, forming a protective barrier that deflected the spear's assault. Boom! The magma claws missed Barrett, crashing onto the beach and leaving a deep crater. You're quite formidable, Barrett grinned, then turned to continue manipulating the mechanical arms charging at Chi Inu. Chi Inu remained silent, his words scarce. Barrett, unfazed, persisted in controlling the mechanical appendages. At that moment, Akainu's gaze suddenly narrowed as he sensed a chilling wind sweep past him. He swiftly sidestepped, yet it was too late. Barrett's sidekick grazed his left shoulder, causing blood to gush forth. Gritting his teeth, Akainu clenched his fist and swung it fiercely in that direction. Barrett, however, twisted his body and narrowly evaded Akainu's strike. Undeterred, Akainu staggered and lunged towards Barrett's chest once more. Barrett shifted his position again, deftly avoiding Akainu's assault. His movements were remarkably agile. After a few rolls in the air, he landed on the sandy beach. On the sea, Victor and the others were observing the battle. Akainu was formidable, but Barrett was equally strong, possessing even more combat experience than Akainu. In close-quarters combat, Barrett held a significant advantage in technique. Sakazuki was too impatient at this moment. Crane murmured, "In battles among the strong, victory is not determined by a single move." Akainu's desire to eliminate his foe is palpable. Yet, Barrett is a warrior forged from the ashes of death, with far more experience in life and death struggles. To expect to kill Barrett in an instant is clearly unrealistic. The best strategy is to wear him out, to deplete Barrett's stamina, and only then to defeat him. In the original narrative, Sengoku employed a similar tactic to capture Barrett. Dark red magma erupted from Akainu's body as he pursued Barrett once more, maintaining his aggressive strategy and denying Barrett any opportunity to breathe. He raised his leg, transforming his right limb into searing magma, and struck fiercely at Barrett's abdomen. Barrett raised his hand to block the blow, but the assault was far from over. In the next moment, Akainu's left hand shot forward again. No matter how swift Barrett was, he could not outpace a volcanic eruption. This time, instead of blocking, Barrett tilted his head to evade Akainu's claws. Yet, Akainu followed up with another powerful kick. Caught off guard, Barrett took the hit directly. Bang! His body was sent flying back, crashing heavily onto the beach. He landed a hit. The Navy gasped. Blood trickled from the corner of Barrett's mouth. "No wonder it's you," Victor remarked from afar. Akainu was indeed less skilled than Kizaru or Akiji in technique, a fact attributable to his iron-fisted nature, favoring brute force. Having allowed Barrett to evade once, he accelerated his onslaught until no evasion was possible. However, Barrett merely wiped the corner of his mouth, revealing a sinister grin. "Then let us have a proper fight." Instead of showing any signs of weakness, he became increasingly bloodthirsty. Akainu lunged forward, his right fist charged with power, intent on delivering a more devastating blow. Yet, Barrett had no intention of retreating. He charged straight at Akainu. Akainu scoffed, his right fist crashing towards Barrett. In an instant, Barrett's right fist turned black, his eyes gleaming with a crimson light, causing the very air to tremble and the stones beneath them to shatter into dust. This spectacle, coupled with Barrett's current momentum, caused Garp to frown. He was reminded of someone. The Conqueror's haki enveloped him. This rare ability was possessed by but a few, and the mastery of such a skill was reserved for the most elite. At that moment, Garp saw a shadow of Roger and Barrett. In a fleeting instant, there were striking similarities. Barrett was not only pursuing Roger, but also learning from him, for Roger was his ultimate goal. A tangible dark red lightning coiled around Barrett's fist as he launched a tremendous blow towards the magma volcano. Boom! A deafening explosion ensued, engulfing the world in flames. As if the apocalypse had arrived, Barrett was consumed by the magma. For an ordinary person, after such a punch, there would be no doubt. The intense heat of the magma would reduce them to cinders. However, Barrett was no ordinary individual. Both Akainu and Barrett remained poised to strike. At this moment, they stood motionless. "Uncle Garp, Aunt Crane, you should assist," Victor urged Garp and the others. It was time for the elite forces to surround Barrett. Garp furrowed his brow. Surrounding him? After all his years in the Navy, he had never engaged in a coordinated attack against a single opponent. This was not a fair competition. Since they had come in such numbers, they could not merely stand by and watch or cheer from the sidelines. Victor smiled. Indeed, Crane nodded in agreement. Barrett was incredibly strong. Relying solely on Akainu to determine the outcome in a short time was simply unfeasible. Naturally, I could intervene, but I'm the commander of this mission. It would be unbecoming for the leader to engage directly in such a task. With that, Crane leaped into action, utilizing the moonwalk technique to rush onto the battlefield. Following her lead, Rodney and the others, also employing the moonwalk, departed from the warship. Victor continued, "Everyone should take this opportunity to hone their skills. Chances to spar with powerful foes are few and far between." Yes, more Navy personnel disembarked from a ship. Garp, still frowning, regarded Victor. Confronting top-tier adversaries requires a numerical advantage. Sheer numbers can exhaust their strength. Garp remained silent. Victor added, "Uncle Garp, had you employed such forces during your pursuits of Roger, he might have been captured 10 years ago." Garp crossed his arms, visibly displeased. "You lot lack the insight of Uncle Sengoku in this regard." Victor began to critique Sengoku. Each time Garp pursued Roger, he relied solely on a handful of elite forces. In contrast, Sengoku spared no effort, employing both the Navy and pirates alike. Ultimately, he would use whatever means necessary to ensure success. Garp grew increasingly irritated by Victor's commentary, finding him more bothersome than Sengoku. A smile crept onto Victor's face. He relished in such banter. Soon, Victor's attention returned to the battlefield. Rodney's fist, enveloped in ArmamentHaki, struck forcefully at Barrett's back. Humph! Barrett let out a cold snort. Having just repelled Crane and engaged Akainu in a direct clash, he had no time to turn. In an instant, his entire body was cloaked in ArmamentHaki. Bang! Rodney's fist connected with Barrett's back, yet Barrett remained unmoved. As Rodney stood astonished, Barrett's right hand suddenly shot back. A look of horror crossed Rodney's face as he beheld the stones around Barrett levitating, coalescing into a metallic tail, which was also enveloped in ArmamentHaki. This combat style was unprecedented for Rodney, something he had never witnessed before. The tail of steel lashed out, striking Rodney's chest with tremendous force. Rodney raised both hands in a futile attempt to shield himself from the blow. However, The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Blood sprayed forth as Rodney was sent flying, landing in a nearby lake. Ha ha! Barrett's laughter echoed, reveling in Rodney's misfortune. Oof! Rodney roared in defiance, rising from the water. Is this the chasm between us? The gulf that separates me from the top-tier warriors. The fighting spirit ignited in Rodney's eyes pleased Barrett, though he could not dwell on it for long. A swift kick from Crane struck Barrett's abdomen with precision. A sharp pain surged through him as he cried out in anger, reaching for Crane's ankle. Yet, Crane was quick to evade, noticing Akainu approaching from behind. A sneak attack. Unlike Carp, Akainu Victor shared a somewhat similar temperament to Sengoku. As long as victory is assured. What is the harm in ambushing? Crane hastily dodged to avoid being caught in Akainu's onslaught. Akainu, with a heart dedicated to justice, was indeed admirable. However, he lacked discernment in his attacks, indifferent to the potential harm to his allies. Upon witnessing Akainu's strike, the surrounding Navy personnel quickly retreated, including the likes of Ghost Spider and Dogman. Just moments ago, several Navy soldiers had already been burned by magma. Akainu's assaults were ferocious, lacking any sense of restraint, relying solely on speed and power. Yet, he found himself matched against Barrett. The stronger the opponent, the more exhilarated Barrett became. Barrett swiftly turned. Though his movements were hurried, he did not flinch. Bang! Akainu's magma-infused fist struck Barrett's chest, exploding into a fiery inferno. The raging flames did not deter Barrett's advance. His fighting spirit was thoroughly ignited. Barrett charged forward, breaking through the magma. Akainu attempted to evade, but his speed was insufficient, allowing Barrett's powerful blow to connect with Akainu's shoulder. Blood streamed from Akainu's mouth, yet he did not falter. With a fierce hook, Akainu struck Barrett's nasal bridge, causing it to cave in. Immediately, Akainu's left leg swung out once more. Barrett narrowly avoided the kick, seizing Akainu's leg in an attempt to snap it. Akainu's face contorted in agony, his expression twisted. Barrett's grip was as unyielding as a vice, leaving Akainu no choice. Resolute, Akainu decided to sacrifice his leg to deliver a devastating blow to Barrett's head. With all his might, Akainu's right hand shot forth, aimed squarely at Barrett's left cheek. Barrett, however, remained composed. He relinquished his hold to evade Akainu's strike. Yet this was not the end. Akainu's body twisted midair, his knee thrusting into Barrett's chest, propelling him away to crash into a nearby hill. In terms of desperation and sheer will to fight, few in the Navy could rival Akainu. Bang! Barrett hit the ground hard. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he rose again. The surrounding Navy personnel looked upon Barrett with fear in their eyes. Is this still a human? What defines a monster? To the ordinary observer, if you cannot slay him, a single blow from him can leave you crippled. That is the essence of a monster. Without a doubt, in the eyes of the numerous Navy present, Barrett epitomized monstrosity. Meanwhile, casualties among the Navy continued to mount. Light approached Victor, clutching a report. Carp caught a glimpse of Light from the corner of his eye. Light, standing beside Victor, said, "Senior, I've just compiled the statistics. Since the battle began, we have lost 415 men, with 941 severely injured." Upon hearing the casualty figures, Carp's brow furrowed. To capture Barrett, they had already paid a toll of nearly 5,000 lives. This was precisely why the Navy needed to deliberate care. Goeju muttered fully under his breath when attempting while Dogman lounged on the sofa to apprehend monsters in the New World. Just as Sengoku had to consider the immense loss required to eliminate Whitebeard. How many lives would it take to bring him down? And could they accept such a cost? After incurring such significant losses, could the balance of power at sea be maintained? These were considerations for the commander. Carp faced far less complexity. He personally engaged in missions, striving to minimize casualties. Thus, many Navy personnel willingly followed Carp, gaining promotions while reducing the likelihood of death. If one lacks the courage to face a monster, what right do they have to call themselves Navy? Victor spoke matter-of-factly. Indeed, Light replied, falling silent. The senior was correct. Light mentally reinforced himself. Of course, this statement was also directed at Carp. Victor did not mind being labeled as a man of iron and blood, or even as cold-hearted. Such tags were beneficial to him in the current context. At the very least, they would serve as an advantage in future power struggles. If Akiji also possessed such awareness, he would undoubtedly ascend to the rank of admiral within the original narrative. As Light reported, Barrett, undeterred by his own exhaustion, once again seized control of his surroundings. The fallen weapons of the Navy and the munitions Barrett had long buried on the island were all melded together under his will. He appeared tireless, his Busashoka haki enveloping his body, utterly disregarding the toll on his stamina. Akainu wiped the blood from his nose, having just exchanged a solid blow with Barrett, landing a strike to Barrett's cheek while Barrett returned the favor to his nose. Ha ha ha! Barrett grew more emboldened as the battle raged on, his heaving chest and rapid breaths signifying his waning stamina. This should have been a cause for concern. Normally, such a state would invariably lead to defeat. Uncle Carp, how many more lives do you think will be sacrificed to defeat him if this continues? At this moment, Victor interjected. Carp furrowed his brows, remaining silent. Victor continued. Had you intervened from the outset, the casualties would have been significantly reduced, perhaps avoiding the loss of 5,000 lives. Carp clenched his teeth, displeased by the implication of Victor's words. Was he insinuating that the Navy's losses were his responsibility? As the commander of the Demon Slayer Order, you should at least bear some accountability. Victor added, you believe that with so many attacking him, it is unfair. However, we cannot simply stand by and watch you engage in a one-on-one duel. Furthermore, the youth require opportunities for real combat. We cannot handle everything ourselves. The more Carp listened, the tighter his brow furrowed. Victor seemed to occupy the moral high ground, instructing him despite being his junior. Victor remarked, this is merely a preliminary engagement with Barrett. If we were to face off against Whitebeard, and I say if you continue to observe in this manner, the Navy would undoubtedly suffer casualties in the tens of thousands. Although this is a hypothetical situation, it is a fact that during the Marineford War, Carp and others were merely treading water, resulting in increased losses for the Navy. Of course, if you can bear to witness these young lives being squandered, enough. Carp could no longer tolerate Victor's words, finding him more irksome than the most tedious of monks. Was this a moral bind? He was merely a CPU. Do not take offense. I did not intend to blame you. You are an elder, and at your age, such battles should rightly be mine to engage in. Alas, I'm now commander. Before Victor could finish his thought, Carp leaped into action, stepping onto the battlefield with a grace akin to the moon's ascent. Light and others stood in awe. What a remarkable senior. Lord Victor is truly impressive. How could they not be overwhelmed? Victor smiled faintly and resumed his seat, puffing on a cigarette as he continued to observe the unfolding battle. He was unafraid of high casualties. He could always recruit more. As for his finances, now was the time to utilize them. Once the dust settled, he would provide ample compensation to the bereaved families, thereby winning their loyalty. As long as he continued to care for the families of the fallen, he would remain a commander worthy of admiration within the Navy. Under Victor's watchful eye, Carp suddenly charged into the fray. With a thunderous crash, he descended from a height and struck at Barrett. Barrett swiftly leaped aside, evading Carp's attack. A titanic crater, exceeding 100 meters in diameter, was formed upon impact, sending plumes of dust into the air and shaking the entire island for 3 seconds. Having missed his strike, Carp utilized his shave technique, vanishing into the pit. Barrett, equally swift, created a distance of 100 meters from Carp. He was no stranger to Carp. Their past encounters aboard Roger's ship had often seen Carp in pursuit of Roger. On occasions when Roger chose not to flee, they would engage in combat, only to part ways afterward, as though playing a game of cat and mouse. Nevertheless, there was no doubt about Carp's formidable strength, having been able to stand toe-to-toe with Roger without faltering, earning Barrett's respect. However, just as Barrett managed to create distance, a wave of heat surged from behind him. With no time to evade, he braced himself as a colossal magma fist struck him. The explosion sent magma splattering, engulfing the surrounding earth in flames. Barrett wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as Carp, Tsuru, and Akainu surrounded him in a triangular formation. It became evident that with Carp's entry into the battle, Barrett could no longer maintain his full armed haki. His focus split, The strain of observation haki and armament haki took their toll. No matter how monstrous he was, he could not withstand such intense combat. This was the essence of encirclement. Victor mused with a chuckle. The notion of one-on-one duels was utterly mundane. He harbored no naive belief that strength in numbers was dishonorable. With Karp's involvement, the outcome of the battle was no longer in question. Collaborating with Akainu and Tsuru, the trio captured Barrett in less than half a day. Had Karp been more serious, the apprehension would have been even simpler. Despite being gravely injured and exhausted, Barrett still displayed resilience. Yet, regardless of his tenacity, capture was capture. The world would not recognize the nuances of this battle, only its conclusion. As the commander of this demon-slaying operation, Victor's leadership was exemplary, securing military accolades. However, the cost was over 5,000 casualties among the Navy. For the sake of the esteemed Victor, funds would still need to be allocated. Although Victor was wealthy and adept at generating wealth, the expenditure was nonetheless painful. Compensation for the families of the fallen amounted to 1 million berries, with ongoing monthly payments for medical and nutritional expenses. Indeed, when cannons roar, gold flows. Of course, all of this was worthwhile. The swift capture of Barrett would surely please the five elders. On the return journey, Victor ordered a stop at an island known as Pono Island. The kingdom of Aino on the island was a member of the world government. Upon learning of the Navy fleet's arrival, King Aiden III of Aino rushed to greet Victor with nobles and ministers in tow. Admiral Victor, you have worked hard. Vice Admiral Karp, you have worked hard. Vice Admiral Tsuru, you have worked hard. I have prepared a few humble gifts. Please accept them. King Aiden III, a ruler who had seized power through a coup, wore a sycophantic smile. As a small nation, he lacked the privilege to attend the World Conference. Surrounded by formidable nations, powerful pirate crews, and other underground forces capable of obliterating him, he held the Navy in utmost reverence, particularly given the prominence of the three individuals before him. Victor, the youngest admiral in the Navy, had personally captured the notorious Gold Lion. Karp was a legendary hero, the man who had defeated rocks. Tsuru was the chief of staff. These three were influential figures in the Navy, and Aiden III dared not offend them. Having heard of Victor's avarice, Aiden III was eager to empty his treasury, knowing that as long as his nation endured, he could continue to extract wealth from his people. I have long heard of your Majesty's amicable disposition towards the Navy. It is indeed true. Victor laughed heartily, thoroughly pleased with Aiden III. The treasures presented by Aiden III were of considerable value. Victor estimated them to be worth at least 10 billion berries. This was no trifling sum. Countries like Dressrosa, impoverished as they were, would struggle to amass even 100 billion. It is our honor to serve the world government and the Navy, Aiden III beamed. Ha ha ha. Victor clapped Aiden III on his rotund shoulder. Your Majesty, I wish to befriend you. It would be my utmost honor, Aiden III replied. We shall stay here for the night. Everyone is granted leave, and I will cover all expenses. Indulge yourselves. Victor turned to the Navy behind him and called out. The sailors aboard every ship's deck erupted in excitement. Young and triumphant in capturing the devil's progeny Barrett, they truly needed to unwind. Karp, Tsuru, and the others exchanged glances and shook their heads. Victor certainly knew how to win hearts. They witnessed his charisma firsthand. Akainu and others observed the scene as their own troops cheered. Let us go for a drink, Victor said, placing an arm around Akainu's shoulders as he led him away. Wei Kurdoa did not forget to introduce to Aiden III that he was called Sikaski, and that upon his return, he would surely be promoted to Rear Admiral, destined to become a great general of our Navy. Sikaski Rear Admiral? No, it is Sikaski Admiral. Aiden III, with a lively mind, was already preparing gifts. Do not wear a solemn face. It is a holiday, so let us all be joyful. Victor called out to Gue Jiju and Dujman, urging them to laugh and make merry. Brothers, do not hold back tonight. Victor, devoid of the demeanor of a great general, animated the atmosphere in no time. Gue Jiju, Dujman, and others, who usually followed Akainu, were all rather taciturn. Akainu was not one to be as jovial as Victor. At Marine headquarters in Marineford, Sora was perusing a fax. It was a list of accomplishments and rewards sent back by Victor. At the top of the list was Akainu's name. followed by the names of Rodney, Guizhiju, Dujman, and others. Garp and Tsuru were also on the list. In addition to the merit requests, there was also a list of compensations, a substantial sum of money. Sora rubbed his forehead, realizing that the Navy had paid a significant price this time. However, capturing Barrett was undoubtedly good news. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a series of knocks sounded at the door. Come in, Sora called casually. Sengoku entered. Is there something you need? Sora inquired, setting aside the facts. Sengoku held a folder in his hand and approached Sora. What is this? Sora asked. Sengoku placed the folder down and explained, to curb the rise of pirates, I have devised a plan called the Wuhai Plan. Wuhai? Sora opened the folder with curiosity. Upon seeing its contents, Sora's expression contorted in pain, his face betraying shock. Was this idea not too extravagant? Sengoku explained, in the coming years, perhaps even a decade, we will reach the peak of the era of pirates, with countless powerful pirates and great heroes emerging. Such a force of the times will be difficult for even the world government to handle, making the enhancement of armed forces a necessary choice. Indeed, Sora nodded in agreement. To counter the increasingly powerful pirate forces at sea, the development of a navy was indispensable. However, Sengoku hesitated. Sora, puffing on a cigar, reassured, there are no outsiders here. Speak freely. Sengoku continued. However, the world government has maintained the balance of power for 800 years, and the internal checks and balances are quite stable. If the Navy were to suddenly grow strong, the world government may not be pleased. Sora smiled faintly, a hint of bitterness in that smile. Both Sora and Sengoku understood the Navy's dynamics. As pirate forces grew stronger, the Navy merely needed to respond in kind. Yet, the Navy stubbornly maintained its original structure. Why? The world government would not allow the Navy to dominate. Balance, the balance of power, this was the essence of authority. In the original narrative, Sengoku also favored playing the balance. He wielded justice as a sovereign to balance the seas. The world government similarly aimed to balance the world. I will propose this to the Gorosei. I believe they will accept it, Sora stated. The following morning, Sora arrived at Mariewa. Within Pangu City, amidst the interplay of power, Sora had already presented Sengoku's proposal to the Gorosei. After reviewing it, astonishment mingled with satisfaction appeared on their faces. The Wuhai Plan was indeed an excellent strategy, recruiting pirates to combat pirates. Not only would it diminish the pirate strength, but it would also bolster their own. Although the Shichibukai were recruited, they could be treated like disposable tools, utilized when needed and cast aside when not. Moreover, rather than strengthening the Navy, which might leave hidden dangers for the world government's rule, it was far more prudent to placate the pirates at minimal cost. Without hesitation, the Gorosei exchanged glances, nodded in agreement, and approved the plan. You may commence execution, the Gorosei instructed Sora. Understood, Sora nodded, preparing to turn away when the Gorosei called him back. If we were to select a successor for the fleet admiral now, who would you choose? Upon hearing the Gorosei's inquiry, Sora replied without hesitation, they are all suitable. Very well, you may leave. The Gorosei did not press further. Sora turned and departed. The Gorosei exchanged glances, smiles illuminating their faces. Sora was a competent commander. During his tenure, the Navy had performed admirably, contributing positively to the stability of the world government. Furthermore, Sora was absolutely obedient to the Gorosei's commands, never defying their orders. This was precisely why the Gorosei had chosen him as fleet admiral and intended to make him the supreme commander of the three armies in the future. However, the tides of a new era brought uncontrollable changes, necessitating continued observation by the Gorosei. As Sora left Pangu City, he contacted Sengoku via Den Mushi. Holding the Den Mushi, Sora stated, the Gorosei have approved the Wuhai Plan. It can commence. The Den Mushi mimicked Sengoku's expression in response. I will contact them immediately. To them, Sengoku referred to the candidates he had selected for the Shichibukai. Barrett was imprisoned and impelled down. Akainu had been promoted to rear admiral, and Guizhiju and others had also received promotions. The demon-slaying order had come to a close. Victor's life returned to normal. the only difference being the addition of a task to capture the scholars of O'Hara. As a time traveler, Victor understood the cause and effect at play. The scholars of O'Hara had sought to unveil the truth of history, inadvertently touching upon the sensitive issue of the celestial dragons. Naturally, the celestial dragons would not spare them. Victor recalled that this task was assigned to Sengoku. Why had it fallen to him? Was it a butterfly effect? Had his exceptional performance garnered the attention of the Gorosei? Regardless, the matter of O'Hara must be handled with care to provide the Gorosei with a satisfactory resolution. After all, this issue implicated the vulnerabilities of the celestial dragons. Perhaps him would take notice as well. If him were to notice him, it might be a fortuitous development. To become the king of the world, one must eliminate him, who sits upon the empty throne. Presently, Victor was entirely unaware of Im's strength or the national treasures under Im's control. Entering Im's line of sight prematurely might assist in gathering intelligence on Im and the national treasures. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, a series of knocks resounded at the door. Come in, Victor called towards the entrance. The door opened, and Rodney stepped inside. Lord Victor, Rodney announced, having also been promoted to Rear Admiral. In just a year, he had ascended 2 ranks, now considered an outstanding representative of the Blue Sea Association. I have a task for you to handle. Victor tossed the folder from his desk to Rodney. Rodney caught it with both hands and opened the folder. The contents inside were related to the arrest of Alvia and other scholars from O'Hara. Why are we arresting them? Rodney was perplexed. From the information, it appeared that these scholars were all PhD-level intellectuals engaged in archaeological work. They had committed no theft or heinous acts. However, Luadini refrained from asking. He understood the essence of being a Navy officer, as articulated in the insights penned by Waikato, which also instructed them on how to interact with superiors. I can sense your confusion. Waikato tossed another cigarette to Luadini, who caught it and settled down to smoke. Indeed, Luadini positioned himself opposite Waikato. As Waikato inhaled his cigarette, he inquired, "Do you know what history is?" Taken aback, Luadini shook his head. Waikato continued, "History is a young maiden adorned by the victors. She can be made beautiful or rendered ugly. Do you comprehend?" Luadini nodded thoughtfully. Waikato proceeded, "There exists a century of obscurity in history. What transpired during that time piques the curiosity of scholars. Are you curious?" Luadini hesitated briefly before nodding gently. "This is also the reason I summoned you today," Waikato said, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. "I do not wish for you to stray from the right path." Luadini listened intently. In truth, does it matter what unfolded during that century of silence? It does not hold significant importance. Whether the 20 kings salvaged the world and became heroes of humanity is equally inconsequential. The crux lies in the fact that the descendants of the 20 kings are now the Tenryubito, the true rulers of the world, while we, the Navy, uphold the dominion of the world government. Thus, regardless of what occurred in that century, our duty is to— Waikato deliberately paused. Luadini earnestly responded, "Uphold the dominion of the world government." Precisely, Waikato smiled. "As long as you grasp this awareness, go forth and apprehend them." "Yes." Luadini rose to his feet. After Luadini departed, Leb beside him seemed hesitant to speak. "Are you curious about the century of obscurity?" Waikato asked with a smile. Len nodded. Waikato chuckled. "It is better not to inquire too deeply. Those who are privy to this matter likely do not survive long. Could the history of that century pose a threat?" Le was about to voice his thoughts when he noticed Waikato gesture for silence. Le fell silent. Waikato remarked, "We are the Navy. Our task is to fulfill our duties." "Understood, Senior," Le nodded. Just then, Waikato picked up the newspaper on the table and suddenly asked, "Has Vice Admiral Karp taken leave?" "Yes, how did you know?" Le inquired curiously. Waikato did not respond. Le continued with his work. Waikato turned to gaze out the window, overlooking the naval plaza of Marinfander. Karp must have gone to the South Sea. Before his demise, Roger entrusted Ace and his mother to Karp. Reflecting on Ace, Waikato narrowed his eyes. Had he not intervened, would the Marineford War have transpired 2 decades later? In the year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar, in Mary Geos, Waikato had been assigned to duty at the Holy Land during this period. Beyond the regular affairs of the Navy, he He also dealt with matters pertaining to the Blue Sea Society. As the Blue Sea Society expanded, trivial matters became increasingly numerous. Waikitu's intention in establishing the Blue Sea Society was to forge alliances and cultivate his own faction. While that goal had been achieved, internal issues within the Blue Sea Society began to surface, especially as it grew. Among the Navy members joining the Blue Sea Society, not all, but at least half sought to follow Waikato to rise in rank and wealth. However, the Navy structure was limited, with a substantial portion occupied by factions led by the Doves. Thus, it was indeed a case of many monks and little porridge. Advancement was far from easy. Waikato sometimes found himself in a quandary. He was merely a general, not a wish-granting turtle. He could not fulfill everyone's desires. Ultimately, what he lacked was a capable individual to manage affairs. If someone could assist him in overseeing the Blue Sea Society, matters would be much simpler. A tool was sorely needed. Recently, Waikato had been contemplating potential candidates. Fortunately, current conflicts and issues had yet to escalate. Otherwise, he would be even busier. Lei approached Waikato with a golden-haired young officer. "Felix, I hear a girl has been pursuing you lately," Waikato said with a smile directed at the golden-haired officer. Felix, the young officer, was one of the key nurture talents within the Blue Sea Society. He graduated alongside Akiji, who had since risen to the rank of Vice Admiral. Under Waikato's guidance, Felix had also attained the rank of Rear Admiral, with the potential to ascend to Vice Admiral in the future. "Yes, she is a gentle girl, but I have already turned her down," Felix replied candidly. His purpose in joining the Blue Sea Society was to purify the seas and eradicate all pirates. In light of the rampant piracy, he had little inclination for romance. Truly a heartless lad, Waikato mused while smoking. "How is your mastery of haki coming along?" Waikato inquired. Felix answered, "Thank you for your concern, Senior. I have currently grasped both ArmamentHaki and observation haki, yet I require further practice." As graduates from the same military academy, Felix and his peers addressed Waikato as senior in private, fostering a closer bond. Waikato nodded, then patted a box at the side of his desk. Felix glanced at the box, which was perfectly sized to contain a devil fruit. "This is for you." Waikato handed the devil fruit to Felix. Felix accepted the devil fruit. "This is the Tori Tori no Mi model. Falcon, quite suitable for you, and it will also compensate for your physical shortcomings," Waikato remarked. Upon hearing Waikato's words, Felix trembled. Being a contemporary of Akiji, he was relatively mediocre in their cohort due to his inferior physical attributes. Had he possessed physical talent akin to Akiji's, he would have garnered significant favor from the world government. "Thank you, Senior," Felix said sincerely. "Continue to strive. There are greater responsibilities that I will entrust to you," Waikato emphasized earnestly. Felix felt even more invigorated by Waikato's words. After Felix departed, Waikato gazed upward at the sky. Could Felix truly serve as an effective tool? Perhaps it would be prudent to observe further. Alternatively, he might seek out several promising youngsters. However, cultivating them would require considerable time. Yet, perhaps it was worth attempting. For instance, there was Lucci, who was right before his eyes. If Waikato wished, he could summon Lucci at any moment. In the West Sea, aside from this woman, her companions were all deceased. At sea, the Navy intercepted a cargo ship. According to intelligence provided by CP5, a scholar from O'Hara was concealed within the vessel. 30 nautical miles after setting sail, the cargo ship was halted by a warship. At that moment, Luadini boarded the military vessel. He accepted Waikato's orders to apprehend the scholar from O'Hara. However, the scholars from O'Hara did not surrender meekly. In the ensuing struggle, CP5 agents killed them. Only Alvia remained alive. Luadini gazed at the white-haired woman on the deck, tears streaming down her face, and frowned. "Head to the nearest Navy base," Luadini commanded. "What have we done wrong?" Alvia inquired as two Marines attempted to escort her away. Rodney, smoking a cigarette, gazed at Olivia and declared, "If the world government is unwilling to permit your investigation, then you should refrain from pursuing it. Yet, is it erroneous for us to seek the truth of history?" Olivia's voice resonated with sorrow. Over the past 8 years, Her husband and companions had gradually succumbed to death. They were merely ordinary scholars, yearning to comprehend what transpired during the enigmatic blank century. Rodney coldly commanded, "Take her away." "Yes," responded the two Navy officers as they dragged Olivia away. At that moment, CP5 agents on board had discovered a substantial cache of historical documents and scholars' notes. This was indeed significant. One agent, upon reviewing the notes, sensed impending trouble, for the extent of Olivia and her companion's investigation into the blank century exceeded their expectations. The phone bug on Victor's desk incessantly buzzed. Victor, sipping wine, was indulging in Stella's massage service. Stella, eager to express her gratitude towards Victor, was keen to learn and reciprocate in her own way. In her eyes, Victor represented her entire world. As Victor lay on the bed, Olivia brought the phone bug to him. "Lord Victor," it was Rodney's voice that emerged from the device. Victor murmured, eyes closed. "Except for the woman. Everyone else is dead," Rodney reported. "Let them die," Victor responded, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Rodney continued, "I've observed CP5's reaction. This matter could be quite serious." Victor replied, "Then remain in the West Blue for now and await further instructions." "Understood," Rodney concluded the call. Victor set the phone bug aside, aware that the extermination order for O'Hara was imminent. Since this task fell under his jurisdiction, it was only fitting that he execute the extermination order himself. His relationship with the Dove faction was already strained, and this destruction of O'Hara would likely exacerbate their discord. The mere thought of it brought a smile to Victor's lips. He anticipated the ensuing conflict and discord. Without conflict, without discord, how could one instigate turmoil and gain advantage? As expected, shortly after Rodney's report, Victor received the order from the Empty. The Empty demanded Victor to immediately dispatch a fleet to carry out the extermination order against O'Hara. Victor retrieved the golden phone bug and issued the extermination command. This time, the lineup included Akainu and Akiji, alongside Rodney and two senior vice admirals. However, Victor suddenly recalled something. Since the headquarters entrusted the task to him rather than Sengoku, the vice admiral executing the mission would also be replaced from Soro to Rodney. Careless, Victor thought. He initially intended to use this opportunity to foster Rodney's development, allowing him to gain recognition. Unexpectedly, the plot had shifted. In the original narrative, after interacting with Olivia, Soro expressed sympathy for their plight and thus took the risk of releasing Olivia. Later, after sustaining grave injuries, he was swept to O'Hara by the sea and fortuitously rescued by Robin. This led to Soro protecting O'Hara, ultimately resulting in his demise at the hands of Akiji, who too acted out of compassion by sparing Robin. For over 20 years, Robin endured the darkest facets of humanity until she encountered the Straw Hat crew. What monumental implications would arise if Robin were to perish at O'Hara? Victor began to evaluate. Dispatching Soro to replace Rodney now seemed imprudent. Wait, a flash of inspiration struck Victor. Wasn't he in need of an instrumental aid? Wasn't this opportunity ideal? Robin's capabilities rendered her the optimal choice for an assistant. When she served as Crocodile's subordinate, he was quite pleased with her performance. As for sending her to the Straw Hat ship as a historian, that held little merit. There were others capable of deciphering historical texts. If Kazuki Oden still lived, and if the Straw Hats were indeed fortunate, let them test that theory. Light, Victor called. Light set aside the documents in hand and approached Victor. Victor instructed, "Fetch Felix." Understood, Light nodded. Felix, now a Commodore, had recently been retained at headquarters for training. Though Victor had ascended to the rank of Admiral, positions at the Navy headquarters were fiercely contested, each one occupied by a multitude of aspiring candidates. Many within the Blue Sea sought to elevate their status. Consequently, Victor conceived a new initiative, the Stellar Cradle Program. This program aimed to periodically summon promising and accomplished commanders back to headquarters for training, with the potential for them to receive more significant roles thereafter. This approach not only appeared equitable, but also fostered greater enthusiasm among them. Felix was among the first cohort of this initiative. Having acquired a devil fruit, Felix was now dedicated to his training, striving to enhance his strength. He and Akiji belonged to the same generation, Yet Felix's brilliance was overshadowed by Akiji's. Not to mention, Zifa's first disciples were a formidable group. Currently, Felix focused solely on his cultivation, harboring no concerns for future arrangements, as he trusted Victor to guide him. Upon receiving Victor's summons, Felix swiftly prepared and soon stood before Victor. At that moment, only Victor and Felix occupied the office. Victor addressed Felix. "A task has been assigned to you. Please instruct me." "Senior," Felix responded. "You are to journey to O'Hara and bring back a child named Nico Robin. This must be done discreetly, without the knowledge of others." Felix nodded solemnly, understanding the importance of the confidential mission. Victor added, "Go to O'Hara, locate the child named Nico Robin, and bring her back." Understood. Felix turned to leave. O'Hara was renowned in the West Blue for being home to an abundance of scholars and the most extensive library, the Tree of Knowledge. As on any other day, Robin was at home, tending to her chores. Utilizing the powers of her Hannah know me, she swiftly completed her tasks. Afterwards, she retrieved some bread and, following her usual routine, carefully spread a modest amount of jam, aware that too much would upset her aunt. After finishing her meal, Robin planned to take a stroll along the beach. She often visited the beach alone, a secluded paradise where she could play without the scorn of other children or the isolation imposed by the town's residents. Walking on the cool, soft sand, she relished the waves lapping at her feet, fully relaxing in that moment. However, Robin remained oblivious to the large bird soaring above her, shadowing her every move. As Luo Bin arrived at the beach, a great bird swooped down from the sky. The shadow of the bird enveloped her, prompting Luo Bin to turn and gaze upwards, only to behold a colossal eagle preparing to pounce. Terrified, she fled, but how could she outrun the eagle? The bird landed before her, and in a moment of astonishment, it transformed into a man. Darkness enveloped her vision as the man struck her unconscious. 2 days later, off the coast of O'Hara, a fleet comprising 5 vice admirals, 10 rear admirals, and 10 warships stood ready. Due to the absence of Soro, Akiji remained on deck, now languishing in idleness. He lay on a chair, wearing an eye patch and dozing off, showing little concern for the current mission. Akanu's ship was docked nearby. He had traded his hoodie for a suit and shirt, donning a naval cap. Influenced by Victor, Akainu had adopted a brighter demeanor, no longer solitary on his quest for justice. Rodney glanced at his wristwatch, awaiting orders from Lord Victor. Meanwhile, agents of CP5 had already landed on O'Hara. They dashed through the streets, causing residents to cower in fear along the roadside. Spandine hummed a tune, buoyed by his recent accomplishments and the prospect of promotion, especially with Victor's backing. With a powerful figure like Victor shielding him, what did he have to fear? His orders were to apprehend all scholars and seize any suspicious items. Spandine's mission was to ascertain the research progress at O'Hara, as commanded by the Gorasii, who were particularly concerned about the void of the century. Although Spandine harbored some curiosity, he was wise enough to know that knowing too much could lead to peril. Soon, the scholars of O'Hara were ushered out by the agents, guns trained on them. Yet, none, including Dr. Kloba, exhibited fear. They did not consider themselves guilty. If they had committed no crime, why should they fear? Within the Tree of Knowledge, CP5 agents toppled bookshelves and smashed walls in search of evidence, hoping to uncover proof of the scholars' historical research. If they could find such evidence, it would justify the eradication of these scholars as violators of world law. Although the world government could obliterate them outright, the scholars of O'Hara were among the most renowned in the world. Thus, sufficient evidence was imperative for any action against them. These scoundrels, be careful. Those books are priceless treasures, some scholars cried out. However, the CP5 agents remained indifferent. Spandine approached Dr. Kloba with 2 subordinates, smoking a cigarette as he scrutinized Kloba. "You need not feign ignorance. I am aware of your clandestine historical research. Hand it over now, and you may suffer less." "I know not what you speak of." "We are merely studying history," Dr. Kloba retorted, engaging in a verbal spar without admitting to the research. "Your pursuit of Lu has nothing to do with me." His bold demeanor only served to irk Spandine further. "You shall wait." Spandine spat through gritted teeth. While Olvia denied being a scholar of O'Hara, the items found on them were enough to suggest their identities. Yet, she steadfastly refused to acknowledge it. For now, they would have to await the discovery of further evidence before taking action. Suddenly, an explosion rocked the Tree of Knowledge. "Commander, we have located historical texts in a basement." An agent excitedly reported to Spandine, who was momentarily stunned. The scholars had concealed the texts well, but CP5 had dug deep and unearthed them. Spandine laughed triumphantly, immediately retrieving a Din Mushi to report to the Gora CI. Soon, he connected with the Gora CI. "Spandine, have you found evidence?" The Din Mushi mimicked the deep voice of the goat-bearded elder. Spandine's earlier bravado waned, and he spoke respectfully. "We have confirmed the historical texts are related to the scholars of O'Hara. Allow me a moment to discuss the research progress with the Gora CI." At that moment, Dr. Klova called out to Spandine, who frowned but heard the Gora CI instruct, "Hand the Din Mushi to him." "Yes," Spandine acquiesced, allowing his subordinate to pass the device to Dr. Klova. Taking the receiver, Dr. Klova engaged the Gora CI in discussion about the century of history, speculating on the knowledge they had acquired. When he mentioned the ancient kingdom, the Gora CI ordered a gunshot that silenced him. The Din Mushi continued to emit its persistent sound. Victor picked up the receiver. "Irajikachi Ohara." This command did not originate from Sora, but was issued directly by the Gora CI. Understood, Victor recognized the gravity of the Gora CI's directive. Grasping the golden Din Mushi, he declared, "It has been confirmed that the scholars of O'Hara have violated world law by secretly researching ancient weaponry. From this moment forth, once the CP5 agents withdraw from the island, commence indiscriminate attacks on O'Hara." On the deck of the warship, Rodney, Akiji, Akainu, and others heard the command. Only Akiji furrowing his brow. Researching ancient weaponry? Such a frenzied bunch of scholars. What are ancient weapons, anyway? Though I don't fully comprehend. I've heard they can annihilate the world. The thought of world annihilation is truly terrifying. The naval soldiers engaged in spirited discussions. As lower-ranking soldiers, they lacked the opportunity to discern good from evil. The command that the scholars of O'Hara were demons sufficed to label them as such. Disobeying orders would lead to arrest or execution. Quickly evacuate. Hurry, retreat. Upon receiving the withdrawal order, the CP5 agents hastily departed from O'Hara, as did Spandine. Upon hearing of O'Hara's impending destruction, the townsfolk rushed frantically towards the port to board evacuation ships. The scholars of O'Hara gazed at Dr. Klova, who lay mortally wounded by bullets, certain he would not survive. "Let me aboard." "Don't shove, let me go first." At the dock, the residents of O'Hara clamored to escape, while the scholars remained steadfast, refusing to abandon their ground. Akiji raised his binoculars, observing the scene of people scrambling for evacuation vessels. As long as they boarded the ships, they could evade the demon extermination order. Suddenly, Victor's voice echoed once more. To prevent scholars from masquerading as ordinary citizens, it is better to mistakenly eliminate 1,000 than to let one escape. As Victor's voice reached Akiji's ears, his pupils constricted. To prevent the world from being destroyed by ancient weaponry, for the sake of justice. No sooner had Victor spoken than Akiji heard the sound of cannon fire. The ship of Akainu opened fire first, its cannonballs striking the refuge vessel. Upon being hit, the refuge ship ignited rapidly. After a series of bombardments, the ship was shattered and sank beneath the waves. Witnessing this scene, Akiji clenched his fists. Victor and Akainu, these two individuals, is this their version of justice? Gritting his teeth, Akiji suppressed his fury as cannonballs flew toward the Tree of Knowledge. Upon impact, a great fire erupted, engulfing the scholars who attempted to salvage the books. The Tree of Knowledge, one of the world's most crucial treasures, was about to be erased from existence. Gripping the ship's railing, Akiji felt powerless, forced to watch as events unfolded beyond his control. "Where am I?" When Robin awoke, she discovered herself confined within a locked room. However, given her capabilities, she was determined to find a way to unlock it. With a click, the door lock released. Robin feigned sleep, preparing to ambush her unsuspecting captor. Stella entered, pushing a cart. "Still not awake?" Didn't Brigadier General Felix say you would wake up by now? Stella muttered, leaving the cart behind before exiting the room. The door closed gently, and Robin rose from her bed, approaching the cart and unveiling the silver lid. The dishes within exuded an enticing aroma. Unable to resist, Robin picked up a fork, spearing a piece of steak to savor. The meat was exceptionally tender, yielding a delightful flavor, the most exquisite meal she had ever tasted. "You're awake." Just as Robin was about to take another bite, a man's voice reached her ears. Who? Who is speaking? Startled, Robin, who had just feigned sleep and was now caught in the act of stealing food, felt a rush of anxiety in this unfamiliar environment. Soon after, she discovered a surveillance snail in the room, its gaze fixed upon her. Was it the one communicating with her? Although Robin had become a doctor at the tender age of 8, she was still merely a child, unfamiliar with the world. Such a large snail? And it can talk. As she pondered, Victor observed her from within the room. Finish your meal. Wasting food is not the mark of a good child. Upon hearing Victor's words, Robin cast her eyes upon the tempting food once more. But if you suspect my identity, there is no need to. You're just a child, even if sold. You must eat well to have the strength to escape. Am I correct? After Victor's statement, Robin began to eat earnestly. The food was indeed delectable. She lifted a piece of cake adorned with a variety of sweet fruits, reluctant to set it down. Gently wiping her hands, she took a bite. The sensation was exquisite. Robin had never tasted such a delightful cake. Was she in paradise? She had once watched townsfolk enjoy similar treats through a shop window, never imagining it could be so delicious. Once Robin finished her meal, Stella re-entered, instructing her to follow. Under Stella's guidance, Robin found herself in Victor's study. Upon entering, she beheld Victor, tall, handsome, and exuding an air of authority. Dressed in a black robe, his expression was cold and unwelcoming, portraying an intimidating presence. "Please have a seat." Victor gestured toward the sofa. Nodding, Robin approached, and after sitting down, faced the proud man, inquiring, "Why have you brought me here? What do you want me to do?" "No need to do anything," Victor replied indifferently. The simplicity of his response left Robin momentarily stunned. No need to do anything? She had anticipated being captured as a slave. Having heard tales of such occurrences where townsfolk frightened children to prevent them from being taken by slavers. At that moment, under Victor's direction, Stella produced a sheet of paper filled with writing. "This document contains the most detailed information I possess. Take a look," Victor instructed. Receiving the paper, Robin studied it closely. The content was brief, comprising only a few dozen lines. "Your father has passed away. Your mother is still alive, and her name is Nico Alvia." Victor began recounting the tale of Alvia. Robin listened intently, absorbing the events that transpired between Alvia and the scholars of O'Hara. At this juncture, Victor gestured to Stella, who lowered a curtain and dimmed the lights. Subsequently, images of the destruction wrought upon O'Hara by the Buster Call were projected, revealing the shooting of Dr. Clover, the obliteration of the Tree of Knowledge, and even the demise of the refuge ship. In that fleeting moment, Robin felt a profound ache within her heart. It was an overwhelmingly tragic narrative. Once the presentation concluded, Victor continued, "I have thoroughly investigated. The reason O'Hara was destroyed by the Buster Call is that you violated the laws of the world by conducting unauthorized historical research." Robin sat in stunned silence, unable to comprehend what crime they had committed. "We harmed no one." Dr. Clover asserted that history belongs to all humanity, and we need to understand the blank century. "Your aunt wouldn't allow you to add extra jam. What would happen if you did?" Victor queried. "She would be angry and scold me," Robin replied. "The world government prohibits the investigation of history. You violated that rule. Hence, the world government was enraged. Do you understand?" Victor spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, Robin fell silent, realizing the gravity of the situation. She had thought it was merely a standard academic inquiry, never anticipating the severity of the consequences. "What about my mother?" Robin eventually asked Victor. "She is likely to be publicly executed. The world government has branded her as a demon," Victor answered. Robin was taken aback, unable to fathom such a fate. Yet, she remained astute, turning her gaze to Victor. "And what about me? I'm also a doctor. I participated in the research of historical texts." Victor smiled slightly, making a gesture for a cigarette. Stella placed a cigarette in Victor's hand and lit it. Amidst the swirling smoke, Victor addressed Robin. Your mother will surely die, and I will provide you with a new identity to keep you by my side. Why? Robin questioned, perplexed as to why Victor would want to retain her. Because Victor stated, you are a promising talent. I do not understand, Robin inquired of Victor. Victor chuckled lightly. He did not require Robin's understanding. If you can obediently comply and behave like a good child, I may assist you in seeing your mother one last time. Victor's words left Robin in a state of shock. Do you wish to see her? Victor asked. Robin nodded, tears streaming down her cheeks. Now, follow Stella. She will teach you some manners. Upon finishing his statement, Victor instructed Stella to escort Robin away from the study. Once outside the study, Robin looked at Stella and asked, can he truly help me see my mother? Of course, Stella replied with admiration. Lord Victor is capable of anything. But can he save my mother? After Robin uttered this, she shook her head. Stella, upon hearing this, expressed some frustration, urging Robin to cherish all that Lord Victor is doing for her, and to dedicate everything in return for his grace. Robin was momentarily taken aback and chose not to speak further, sensing Stella's anger. Stella led Robin to the maid's quarters, where she would teach her obedience and the skills necessary to serve Lord Victor. This was also Victor's intention. He wanted Robin to learn compliance through exposure and be trained into the tool he desired. In addition to that, there was much more for her to learn, all of which Victor would impart. The process of cultivating Robin had commenced. Alvia was not a figure of the same stature as Roger. Thus her public execution garnered little attention. The world government merely symbolically publicized the event, labeling the scholars from O'Hara as demons. Ordinary people are easily deceived. For them, it was merely an opportunity for gossip. Even if someone raised doubts, who could truly challenge the authority of the world government? Consequently, the destruction of O'Hara would soon fade from public discourse. Alvia's execution was scheduled for a month later. Victor Simon Felix. Upon arriving before Victor, Felix inquired, is there something you need, senior? Victor, expressionless and smoking, asked, how much do you know about Nico Robin? Felix responded, her mother violated the laws of the world, secretly researching ancient weapons with the intention of destroying the world. She is now a death row inmate. At this point, Felix glanced at Victor furtively, concerned that Robin might cause trouble for him. What do you think my intentions are in taking Robin in? Victor retorted. Felix shook his head, admitting he could not comprehend. In truth, Felix had worried about Robin's identity being exposed after seeing the newspapers. Fortunately, there were no survivors from O'Hara, and they had managed to take Robin away before CP5 could intervene. CP5 does not recognize Robin. Currently, the world government would not focus on Robin. Even if they were aware that Alvia had a daughter, they would assume she perished on the escaped ship. However, Felix could not fathom Victor's reasons for sheltering Robin. Was it for the ancient weapons as well? Although Felix had doubts about the charges leveled against O'Hara, after all, who would believe that a group of harmless scholars could aim to destroy the world? Felix, do you believe ancient weapons can annihilate the world? Victor inquired. Felix paused for a moment, pondering for several minutes before responding, perhaps it is possible. Victor took a deep breath of smoke, revealing that the world government was also in search of them. Really? Felix was taken aback by this revelation. Victor did not directly answer, but instead posed another question. Can a gun kill? Yes, Felix nodded. If a child would hold a gun, would you be afraid? Victor continued. Felix shook his head. A gun in a child's hands could accidentally discharge, but it would not pose a significant threat. If the gun were in the hands of a pirate, would you be afraid? Upon hearing Victor's words, Felix nodded. Pirates know how to use guns, and they are enemies. If the gun were in my hands, would you be afraid? Victor pressed on. Felix vigorously shook his head. At that moment, he grasped the implication behind Victor's inquiries. Ancient weapons are similar. They're merely more powerful weapons. The issue lies in who wields them. In the hands of villains, they can obliterate the world. But in our hands, they could help us eradicate pirates and eliminate evil. Victor stated as he approached Felix, this mission is of utmost importance. The Gorsi are taking it very seriously. Do not disappoint me. A mission. Felix tensed up, never expecting it to involve the Gorsi, nor that Victor would regard him with such significance. There are matters I cannot disclose to you at present. They involve numerous individuals. And we have many moles within our ranks. If Robin's existence is leaked, the consequences would be dire. Victor firmly patted Felix on the shoulder, proclaiming that from this moment on, he would officially become the commander of the Knights, entrusted with protecting the princess until they locate the ancient weapon. This is not solely about the potential to eradicate pirates. If the Revolutionary Army and pirates find the ancient weapon first, it would be a true disaster. Victor's words sent chills down Felix's spine as he felt the weight of the mission placed upon him, along with Victor's trust in him. He could hardly believe such a significant task had been assigned to him. Remember, this is a secret. Only you and I are to know Robin's identity, Victor said sternly. Yes, Felix replied earnestly, vowing to keep Robin's identity a secret at all costs. If the pirates and Revolutionary Army were to learn of her existence, the ramifications would be unimaginable. For the world, for peace, for justice. Felix accepted the responsibility without hesitation. Indeed, as long as you understand, Victor concluded, allowing Felix to depart. After Felix left, Victor summoned Robin. Robin followed Stella to the entrance, where Stella departed first. Robin entered the study, respectfully addressing Lord Victor. Stella has taught you well, and your adaptability is commendable, Victor remarked to Robin. Robin maintained her maid's posture, yet her eyes were red, clearly indicating she had recently wept. Victor inquired, "Have you seen today's newspaper?" Robin nodded. In a month, her mother was to be publicly executed. Gazing at Alvia's photograph, she recalled the moment her mother had abandoned her at the age of 2 to seek the true history. The mother she longed to see would face execution before they could even meet. Only Robin understood the depth of her sorrow. Victor asked, "Do you wish to see her?" Robin nodded. Victor instructed, "Come here." Robin obediently approached Victor's side. Victor raised his hand and gently stroked Robin's head, as if comforting her. "Smile," Victor added. Robin was at a loss for how to smile, especially now, when it felt utterly impossible to do so. Stella must have told you. with.This addressed to Abian, urging her to heed his words. Whatever he commanded must be executed without fail. Luobin responded, her mind ensnared by Shrdaila's relentless indoctrination, perpetually compelled to devote herself entirely to with.This. Find a way to smile, regardless of the difficulty. This is your trial, he insisted, until I am satisfied. Upon hearing his words, Luobin endeavored to produce a laugh, even forcing a smile by stretching her lips with her hands. with.This, sipping tea, observed her performance. This was a process of taming, a means to condition Bean to obey commands, thus transforming her into a competent tool. After half an hour, with.This had yet to call for a halt. Luobin persisted, striving to display a smile that would please with.This. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. "Come in," with.This commanded. Kana entered, casting a glance at Abian before leaning close to Pito's ear, whispering, "Senior, he has killed someone." with.This instructed Luobin to seek out Shirdaila. "He is killed?" Progressing swiftly indeed, with.This mused internally, maintaining a calm exterior. Tava, an essential tool he had nurtured, was expected to provide a continuous stream of income. Without such resources, sustaining a vast army would prove challenging. The transformation of from a lowly youth to a formidable figure was not a swift endeavor. He needed to endure further suffering and trials to hone his body and will to meet with.This' expectations. While with.This listened to Kungna's report, Taijaloa had already slain his superior and ascended to power, now an officer within the Ylangbang. He needed to establish authority and accumulate wealth to solidify his strength. Nearby, several lowly henchmen trembled, having witnessed this act of violence, fearing for their own lives. Fools, Taijaloa scoffed, harboring no pity for them. Among the Ylangbang, he despised deception, and these insignificant underlings had once deceived him. Thus, he bore no qualms about eliminating a few. His gaze swept over the crowd, finally settling on a strikingly beautiful woman. A recent acquisition of the Ylangbang, destined to work within their nightclub, exploited for her beauty. A cruel smile curled upon his lips. "Since you dare to deceive me, prepare for death." With that, he advanced toward the henchman. The woman, upon meeting us icy gaze, quaked in fear, frozen in place. At that moment, a man rushed forward. shouting, Taijalua, do not act recklessly. Ha ha, what a foolish boy. Taijalua sneered, grasping the man's neck and effortlessly tossing him to the ground. The man struggled momentarily before losing consciousness. Taijalua continued toward the remaining henchmen, who scattered in terror. However, they had barely fled a few steps before being seized back by Fo. Soon, the street fell silent. The woman, now paralyzed with fear, retreated, her face as pale as a sheet, lips trembling. Taijalua approached her, crouching down to observe her terror with a smirk. Not bad, a rare beauty. But rest assured, I'm unlike those scoundrels. Taijalua declared with pride. He would not exploit women for profit, for that would render him no different from the beasts who trafficked for the law. Shortly thereafter, Taijalua arrived at the nightclub's entrance, a venue belonging to a rival gang. Though adversarial, they typically maintained a non-aggression stance, both factions refraining from conflict unless confident in their ability to eliminate the other. However, today, Taijalua intended to shatter that peace. Armed with a submachine gun, he strode inside, flanked by a dozen men, all recent recruits eager to follow him, funded by the spoils of his predecessor's wealth. As they entered the nightclub, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. What were these men planning? Did they not realize they were in the territory of the Dahabi family? Hey, buddy. Suddenly, a burly man in a black tank top approached Taijalua. He halted, narrowing his eyes at the man, the nightclub's proprietor. Taijalua recognized him from previous encounters and understood his role as the establishment's covert owner. Hello. At that moment, another man, appearing disreputable, approached with a grin. He was Kabi's cousin, responsible for maintaining order. He dealt with unruly outsiders when they dared to disrupt the peace. Yet Taijalua had no intention of engaging in dialogue. He raised his weapon and unleashed a barrage of bullets at both men. The gunfire rang out thrice, and the two fell to the ground, howling in agony. The patron screamed in terror. Taijalua coldly declared, Tabi, come out and face your doom. His words incited further chaos. Just then, a tall, slender young man descended the staircase. He appeared to be around 20, with a lithe frame, pale skin, and cascading golden hair. His demeanor exuded an effeminate elegance, reminiscent of a noble scion. This was Tabi, the head of the Tabi family. Who are you? Tabi descended the stairs, his expression darkening as he glared at Taijalua. Do you wish to die? Taijalua ignored Tabi and unleashed a hail of gunfire in his direction. Tabi reacted swiftly, evading the onslaught. Yet Taijalua's frenzy had only begun. He hurled prepared explosives at Tabi and his associates, instantly claiming the lives of over 10 individuals. Among them, half were Tabi's subordinates, while the others were innocent bystanders. Help! Save me! Tabi and his crew shrieked, scattering in a desperate bid for survival. Taijalua coldly regarded the fleeing crowd, stating, you will emerge now. Although Tabi's face was ashen, he steeled himself to confront Taijalua. With a sinister chuckle, Taijalua seized Tabi by the hair, forcefully slamming him against the wall. Tabi cried out in pain. You bastard! I will kill you! He screamed, writhing in agony. Despite his struggle, Taijalua held his head firmly, relentlessly smashing it against the wall. Each blow accompanied by the sound of shattering bone. Tabi felt a cacophony ringing in his ears, his vision blurring. This torment persisted for a full half-minute. As the surrounding patrons fled, only Taijalua and Tabi remained. Bastard, bastard! Tabi groaned in agony, his mouth emitting cries of despair, yet unable to alter his fate. Taijalua leisurely rose to his feet, one hand grasping the collar of Tabi, while the other retrieved a pack of cigarettes, igniting one and inhaling deeply. As the smoke swirled around him, his expression grew increasingly menacing, resembling that of a malevolent specter. I want you dead, he growled. Tabi, ensnared below, struggled to breathe. His cheeks flushed and eyes rolling back, feeling as though death was imminent. He erupted into a violent coughing fit, his lungs ablaze with pain. Suddenly, Taijalua's fist struck his chest, and in that instant, Tabi felt as though his very organs had been displaced. He opened his mouth to speak, yet no words came forth. Before Tabi could complete his thought, his eyes widened in horror, pupils constricting as he fixated on Taijalua. He beheld Taijalua plunging a knife into his own abdomen, blood cascading down the blade. Tabi's eyes bulged, filled with a potent sense of disbelief, as a guttural sound emanated from his throat. Withdrawing the knife, Tato wiped it clean and remarked nonchalantly, "This place isn't bad. I'll take it." With a dull thud, he kicked Tabi's lifeless body aside. The assault on the Tabi family had commenced, a ruthless strike aimed directly at the heart of power, culminating in Tabi's demise. The night's madness had only just begun. In his brutal act of killing Tabi, Tato understood that to seize power, one must be merciless. Killing should be as simple as slaughtering a chicken. This world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest, where strength commands respect and admiration, while the weak are destined for oppression and degradation. By eliminating Tabi, Tato proclaimed his dominance over the city, instilling fear in all who witnessed his ruthlessness. He sought to ensure that everyone recognized him as a formidable force. After accomplishing this, Tato turned and exited the bar, his silhouette exuding an aura of profound loneliness, akin to a bloodthirsty wolf. The night breeze rustled his garments, his presence radiating a palpable sense of menace that instilled trepidation in those around him. Individuals inevitably evolve, especially in their yearning for transformation. Tai Jalo's development aligned perfectly with Wei Kurto's expectations. In truth, Wei Kurto did not demand unwavering loyalty from Kala. He merely sought to control him and have him generate wealth on his behalf. The evidence affirmed Wei Kurto's assertions. A free-ranging dog possesses far more vitality than one confined to a cage. Unbeknownst to Kala, his fate had been orchestrated by Wei Kurto. He had grown callous, becoming adept at employing violence to accrue greater rewards. Having tasted the sweetness of this path, he became convinced of its righteousness. Meanwhile, Wei Kurto continued to assign Connor to monitor Kala. The Power Prison stands as the largest penitentiary, housing some of the most dangerous criminals, including those attempting to overthrow the world government. Aoyar resides in the prison's deepest recesses, among death row inmates and those serving life sentences. With a clang, the cell door swung open, and the guard addressed Miss Anya. "A gentleman wishes to see you." "Who?" she inquired. "You will understand once you meet him," replied the guard, escorting her from her cell. Soon, the guard led Ya to the topmost level of the prison, where she encountered them in the interrogation room. The man wore a naval uniform, sunglasses obscuring his eyes, and his demeanor was icy, not even sparing Ya a glance. Beside him stood a girl whose eyes glistened with tears as she regarded her. Despite their years of separation, Boyar recognized Sabine. A pang of dread gripped her heart, fearing that the world government intended to use her daughter as leverage against her. How despicable! Yet, to shield her daughter from harm, she resolved not to acknowledge Sabine. "Miss Via, please take a seat," Wei Kurto urged. Aoyar complied and sat down. At that moment, Shola entered with 2 cups of coffee, placing one before Ya and the other before Sabine. "You have the time it takes to drink a cup of coffee," Wei Kurto said to Sabine. He then instructed Shradella, "You may leave." "Yes," she nodded, turning to exit. "The destruction of Allah has occurred, and the scholars and books of the island have vanished," Allah stated, unfazed. "Now, you have a cup of coffee's worth of time to bid farewell. I hope you cherish it." He gestured toward the surveillance bug on the wall, now rendered unconscious. "During this period, you needn't worry about being monitored." Aoyar was overwhelmed with questions, yet Wei Kurto paid her no mind. Trusting her instincts regarding Sabine, she asked, "You are Sabine, correct?" Sabine nodded. "You must know who I am," Aoyar continued. Sabine nodded again. "How did you find your way here? And how did you escape?" Aoyar pressed. "I was rescued," Sabine replied. "Rescued?" Aoyar exclaimed, astonished. Who rescued you?" After a moment's hesitation, Sabine glanced at Wei Kurto. Aoyar fell silent for a brief moment, realizing that this revelation would undoubtedly stir significant repercussions. However, why would the general rescue her daughter? His demeanor did not suggest that he intended to use her as a bargaining chip. At that moment, Wei Kurto, exhaling smoke, cast a sidelong glance at Aoyar and remarked, "There is no need for you to know too much about this matter. Just understand that Sabine will be safe under my care. Beyond that, you need not concern yourself." "Thank you, General Kurto," Aoyar replied, reassured by his words regarding Sabine's safety. Wei-Kurt-To exhaled a ring of smoke, saying, "You might want to share some final words, lest you run out of time." General Wei-Kurt-To, may I have a moment alone with the bean? Our Wei-Ya requested. After a moment's contemplation, Wei-Kurt-To nodded, saying, "Very well." He then rose to leave. As soon as Wei-Kurt-To departed, Oh Ya could no longer contain her emotions, embracing Mubin as tears streamed down her face. "Mama, Mama, Mama," Lobin cried, as though trying to reclaim every moment lost. Outside, Wei-Kurt-To smoked, while Shrala wept uncontrollably. He gently patted her head. With tear-streaked cheeks, Shrala gazed at him. On the day Ya was to be executed, the sky loomed dark and foreboding. As she was escorted to the execution site, Luobin witnessed the crowd hurling stones and rotten eggs at Oya. Bound in heavy prison garb, Oya was thrown onto a metal frame, her hands and feet tightly bound, left vulnerable to the taunts of the onlookers. Which, hang her! The gathered crowd, swayed by the world government's rhetoric, condemned Oya as a demon. This harrowing scene was etched in Min's memory, as Allah covered her mouth to stifle her cries. Yet, witnessing her mother's plight, Luobin felt as though her heart was being cleaved in two. "I will not let you get away with this. Please have a seat." Suddenly, this phrase emerged in her mind. She gritted her teeth, glaring fiercely at the group of people before her, until she witnessed her mother being led to the gallows. "Kill her! Kill her! A devil! She is a devil!" Amidst the chaos, emotions ran high. Victor remained expressionless, patting Robin on the head, and said, "Are you very angry? Do you wish to kill them?" Robin nodded. She watched as her mother was hanged, the rope tightening around her neck, turning it crimson. Robin felt her heart racing in her chest until Olivia was utterly lifeless. Since returning from the West Sea, nightmares had haunted Robin every night. In her dreams, she repeatedly witnessed her mother being executed. The people she encountered in her dreams were filled with rage. Was O'Hara's study of history truly a mistake? Robin questioned herself more than once, until one night a month later, Victor returned to the villa. Victor did not often come back. He primarily spent his time at the naval headquarters or on duty in Mariewa. He summoned Robin to his study to assess her academic progress, having arranged for numerous teachers to cultivate her in a comprehensive manner. Robin did not disappoint him. She was diligent in her studies. "Lord Victor, may I ask you a question?" Robin inquired. Victor instructed her to stand before him. "Well, go ahead." Robin asked, "What is justice, after all?" Upon hearing this, Victor smiled, recognizing a prime opportunity to indoctrinate Robin. "As long as you act according to the will of those in power, you are considered just. Conversely, if you oppose them, you are deemed evil." Indoctrination must begin from a young age, teaching Robin the harsh reality of the survival of the fittest. Justice and evil, who delineates the boundary between them. Victor believed Robin would cultivate her own thoughts. However, the principles he imparted would undoubtedly influence her. As expected, doubt began to cloud Robin's mind. Her previous worldview clashed entirely with the one she had recently adopted. She yearned for answers. Are pirates truly evil? Victor asked Robin. She nodded. They have committed many heinous acts. Such as? Victor pressed further. Murder, burning towns, plundering wealth and food. Robin replied, after some contemplation. The celestial dragons have destroyed many cities. They can kill anyone at will and seize whatever they desire. Are they then not evil? Victor spoke patiently. Robin nodded in agreement. However, the Navy must protect them, and their duty is to uphold justice, Victor continued. Robin looked up at Victor, confusion evident in her starkly contrasting eyes. Her limited experiences rendered her incapable of comprehending the adult world. There exists no absolute justice or evil in this world. Remember this phrase. Victor gently caressed Robin's face, finding the situation rather amusing. If the celestial dragons were not the world aristocrats, shielded by the king of the world, they would have long faced execution for their crimes. The existence of the celestial dragons itself tramples on justice, Victor candidly asserted. Simultaneously, he introduced the concept of the king of the world. After a moment of contemplation, Robin remarked, Lord Victor, so according to your reasoning, my mother was not wrong. She merely angered the king of the world, correct? Indeed. Just as you are forbidden from indulging in too much jam at your aunt's house, here, You may indulge, Victor responded. If you were the king of the world, would you prohibit O'Hara from studying history? Robin cautiously asked. Of course not. The existence of history is to serve as a warning and a lesson. To prevent people from making the same mistakes, Victor replied, albeit insincerely. In truth, if he were Emu, he would erase history. For it is through unscrupulous means that the world was seized. History is akin to a doll dressed up by the victors, and the vanquished are fortunate to not be vilified, let alone hope for glory. If only Lord Victor were the king of the world, Robin mused internally. In the year 1500 of the sea calendar, the first half was relatively smooth, at least for the Navy, with no major upheavals. However, when news of the Golden Lion's escape broke, the Navy, which had just relaxed, felt the tension rise once more. What? The Golden Lion has escaped. Impossible. How could this happen? Escaping from Impel Down. How is that even feasible? At the naval headquarters, nearly everyone was discussing the matter. Kong convened a military meeting, which was particularly special as even Zephyr was invited. The Golden Lion has escaped. Given his temperament, he would undoubtedly retaliate against the Navy. Kong's greatest concern was the impending retribution. Sengoku, Zephyr, Carp, and others wore serious expressions, fully aware that Kong was not being alarmist. Victor, smoking a cigarette, glanced at Akiji, who was awake and upon noticing Victor's gaze, returned it. So, Victor inhaled deeply. What shall we do? After a moment of silence, Sengoku suddenly spoke. I propose that the Navy temporarily withdraw from the New World. Akiji and Akainu were taken aback, as were the other Navy personnel. Withdraw from the New World? Gecko Moria exclaimed. Admiral Sengoku, is it not a bit excessive to withdraw from the New World just because of one Golden Lion? Not only Gecko Moria, but even Fire Mountain expressed confusion. Indeed, Admiral Sengoku, if what you say is true and the Golden Lion possesses great strength, then we should dispatch troops to eliminate him, rather than retreat. Admiral Sengoku, I believe withdrawing from the New World is a mistake. It will lead the world to believe we fear pirates. Gecko Moria, Fire Mountain, and others countered, convinced that the Golden Lion's power was formidable, yet certainly not terrifying enough to instill fear in the entire Navy. I believe it is more than that. Amidst the heated debate, Kong interjected, this is an order from the higher-ups of the world government. Authority supersedes all. Moreover, this directive comes from the upper echelons of the world government. Victor, as a transmigrator, viewed the world through a lens distinctly different from Akainu and the others. The latter were outraged at the prospect of the Navy withdrawing from the New World and allowing pirates to flourish unchecked. Akainu and his associates were furious, yet remained silent, well aware that they were not part of the decision-making body of the world government. At this moment, Kong turned to Victor, entrusting him with the task of capturing the Golden Lion. Victor nodded, acknowledging the challenge ahead. Kong then glanced at Zephyr. You must also ensure your safety. Kong feared that the Golden Lion would seek vengeance against the Navy, targeting naval vessels, especially the trainees who were particularly vulnerable to attacks. Zephyr nodded. I will be cautious. The Golden Lion is indeed a legendary pirate, capable of posing a significant threat to the Navy. I, along with Zhanghua, am set to convene at Panga City. The meeting here shall be entrusted to you. After speaking to Victor, Kong turned and departed, followed closely by Zhanghua. This scene stirred the imagination. Could it be that the five elders have chosen Zhanghua? Once Kong and Zhanghua left, Victor approached ZFA and the others, inquiring, what shall we do next? We must pursue the Golden Lion. At that moment, Gue Jiju stood up, asserting that the Golden Lion subordinates would surely seek to reunite with him following his escape from prison. Then I shall leave this task to you. Victor entrusted Gue Jiju with the mission. Gue Jiju responded affirmatively, yes. To avert the Golden Lion's revenge, it is imperative to heighten our vigilance. Moreover, we must ensure the safety of our families. If feasible, we should relocate them to Marineford, and the expenses will be covered by the headquarters. Additionally, those who require naval vessels for transport should register their names, and the fleet will be dispatched for escort. Victor's words were undoubtedly considerate. Only ZFA remained somber, acutely aware of the anguish associated with losing family, understanding all too well the terrifying nature of pirate retribution. The threat of open confrontation is far less daunting than the hidden dangers that lurk. At that juncture, Victor addressed Akainu, stating that while it is necessary to withdraw from the New World, the G1 branch must remain. "You shall go to the G1 branch," he directed. Akainu nodded in response, expressing no dissent regarding Victor's arrangement. After escaping from Impel Down, the Golden Lion did not immediately seek revenge against the Navy. Instead, he chose to conceal himself, finding refuge in a village to recuperate. Despite successfully escaping, he paid a steep price, losing both of his legs. Now, he was relying on the prosthetics crafted from Ingmu and Kushur. Though he had substitutes, the substantial loss of blood necessitated a period of adjustment. Thus, rest was the most prudent course of action. "Victor, wait for me." The Golden Lion cursed vehemently within the village, never anticipating that he would fall into Victor's hands. Yet, one cannot deny Victor's formidable strength. The Golden Lion was indeed plotting vengeance against Victor. 2 months later, in the New World at Haratov Island, the Moby Dick and 3 smaller replicas lay anchored in the bay. "How did you escape?" Whitebeard furrowed his brow, astonished as he gazed at the Golden Lion on the deck of the Moby Dick. Upon seeing Whitebeard, the Golden Lion smiled and remarked, "Whitebeard, you are now the sovereign of this era." Whitebeard, unfazed by the Golden Lion's words, countered with a query, "What scheme are you concocting now?" The two were old acquaintances, both having been members of the Rocks Pirates. Whitebeard understood the Golden Lion well. He sought family, while the Golden Lion craved power. The implication of the Golden Lion's words was a willingness to cede authority to Whitebeard. "I need some time to prepare," the Golden Lion stated. "What are you preparing for?" Whitebeard queried, alert. The Golden Lion answered with malevolence, "The pain that fellow inflicted upon me will not go unpunished." "That fellow?" Whitebeard pondered, then inquired, "Are you referring to Victor?" "Indeed," the Golden Lion confirmed, caressing his knee, "that insidious and treacherous individual. To have bested you, he is indeed formidable." Whitebeard was acutely aware of the Golden Lion's strength and cunning. Capturing the Golden Lion was no simple feat in any case. "I will vanish for a time. During my absence, the sea will be yours to command," the Golden Lion declared, rising to leave. He had no intention of staying for a meal, and Whitebeard had not anticipated extending an invitation. Whitebeard ignored the Golden Lion. Under Whitebeard's watchful gaze, the Golden Lion ascended into the sky and swiftly disappeared. Marco, observing the direction in which the Golden Lion had departed, asked, "Old man, what does Shiki intend to do?" Whitebeard shook his head. "How should I know his thoughts? However, it certainly cannot be anything good." Ever since the Golden Lion's escape, the Navy had been relentlessly pursuing his remnants, hoping to ascertain his whereabouts through them. Nevertheless, the Golden Lion had not re-established contact with his former allies. Rumors circulated that the Golden Lion had met with Whitebeard, but what transpired afterward remained a mystery. Presently, few were concerned about the Golden Lion, as the Navy had abandoned more of its bases in the New World. In light of this, pirates engaged in increasingly fierce struggles over territory. Battles erupted across the New World, marked by relentless bloodshed. Whitebeard found himself amidst the great pirate era, where defeated pirates, those who had lost their territories, and those seeking powerful allies flocked to him for refuge. The strength and influence of the Whitebeard pirates were continually expanding. Even if Whitebeard had no desire for dominance, his sons were steadily propelling him towards that position. During this time, the Bigman pirates and the Beast pirates were also growing in power. Nevertheless, Whitebeard remained formidable, and both Charlotte Linlin and Kaido held a certain trepidation towards him, refraining from instigating direct conflict. Shortly after Akainu arrived at the G1 branch, Victor recommended him for the position of commander there. Goei Jiju, Dugman, and others had also received significant assignments, and their subordinates were promoted. In the eyes of Goei Jiju and Dugman, Victor was a good person. Despite his less than stellar reputation and a troubled past, they now considered him a friend who would harbor ill feelings toward a friend. In contrast, Victor was genuinely loyal and committed. Akainu's sentiments aligned with those of Goei Jiju and Dugman. Within the Navy headquarters, he too belonged to the less favored faction. Without Victor, he would have had no comrade to march alongside. At Marineford, within the Navy headquarters, Victor was in his office, indulging in a cigarette while perusing the day's newspaper. At that moment, the phone snail on the desk rang. Victor picked up the receiver. "Victor, come to my office." The phone snail mimicked Kong's voice. Victor set down the phone snail and made his way to Kong's office. Upon entering, he took a seat and reached for the dessert on the table. Kong glanced over and commented, "Sent by Carp." He truly was laid back. Had he known I would not be promoted to admiral, being a vice admiral would be far more comfortable, Victor remarked as he enjoyed his treat. Kong dismissed Victor's words, stating, "There is a matter that requires your attention." "Me?" Victor inquired, puzzled. "But I must capture the Golden Lion. That fellow is currently untraceable, likely plotting yet another conspiracy." Kong was also well acquainted with the Golden Lion. Though brash, the Golden Lion possessed the wisdom of restraint. His complete disappearance rendered him less intimidating. At least he was not the Navy's primary adversary at present. "What do you need me to do?" Victor asked Kong. Kong spoke to Victor about the Wuhai project, to which Victor nodded in acknowledgement. Kong addressed Victor, stating that prior to the initiation of the Wuhai plan, the world government must demonstrate a show of force. "May I take a brief excursion?" Victor inquired. Kong replied, "In a couple of days, a cruise ship will depart from Marihoa, embarking on a journey around the world." Victor frowned. "You cannot be suggesting that I accompany you." Kong continued, "St. Angelotti will also be aboard, and he specifically requested your presence." Victor smiled and remarked, "Very well, after all. Another facet of our marine admirals is to serve as the private forces for the celestial dragons." "I am pleased that you understand," Kong concluded, allowing Victor to return and prepare. As Victor exited the office, Sengoku happened to approach. Victor greeted Sengoku, who then entered Kong's office. "The old-timers still favor Sengoku," Victor muttered. He coldly smirked, accepting the situation with equanimity. Sengoku's extensive experience and accomplishments far surpassed his own, and his steadiness made him more favored by the five elders. Nevertheless, this matter was of little concern to Victor. The position of Marine Admiral was adequate for him. Moreover, accompanying the Celestial Dragons on this journey would provide an opportunity to bring back some promising youths. In Marihoa's Shartina Palace, St. Angelotti introduced Victor to a female Celestial Dragon. This woman appeared to be around 40 years of age, with small, elongated eyes that tapered slightly toward her temples. Although her irises were not dark, sparks of intensity occasionally flared within her deep gray pupils, while her sclera radiated a faint blue luminescence. Her single eyelids were adorned with thick, black lashes, shrouding her gaze in an air of enigma and allure. Shartina Palace regarded Victor with a slight smile, stating, "St. Angelotti has spoken highly of you. You are an exemplary and loyal warrior." "Your Highness is too kind," Victor replied. "I must now attend to Princess Ida," Shartina Palace announced before turning to leave. Victor's understanding of this global journey deepened. It was clear that this was no mere excursion for a handful of celestial dragons. In fact, there must be individuals of significant importance among them. Although they bore the same title, it was evident that some held a more esteemed status. Victor contemplated how he might extract information from St. Angelotti. As anticipated, numerous celestial dragons would participate in this global voyage, totaling 16, including St. Angelotti, comprising men, women, and children of various ages. In addition to the celestial dragons, their retinues included CP0 agents, maids, and slaves, amounting to over 2,000 individuals. Fortunately, the mode of transport was a cruise ship. Otherwise, accommodating such a multitude would be impossible. The Navy had dispatched 10 warships for escort, a force capable of annihilating any nation. "Major, do the world nobles always travel with such grandeur?" "I wouldn't know. This is my first experience," came the reply. "With so many of us, just the supply ships will require numerous vessels. This will waste a fortune. The world nobles are indifferent to money." "Shoo, keep your voice down. We wouldn't want CP0 to overhear and cause trouble." Amidst the discussions, a tall, elegant woman clad in a white suit ascended to the bridge. She wore a light blue long-sleeve shirt and black fitted trousers, accentuating her figure exquisitely, complemented by matching casual shorts. Approaching Victor, she introduced herself, Angelina. Victor responded in kind. "Victor, this mission is quite special," Angelina informed him. Victor refrained from rushing to respond. I sincerely hope there are no unforeseen events. Otherwise, you will be in grave trouble. She warned in a gentle, yet chilling tone. This was a veiled threat. Victor nodded, assuring her, as long as I am present, no mishaps will occur. I hope so, Angelina replied, turning to depart. At that moment, the CP0 agents accompanying her showed her utmost respect. Victor was aware that the world government selects gifted orphans from around the globe, training them for CP roles. The most talented among them may rise to the ranks of marine admirals or serve as shields for the celestial dragons, some even possessing the potential to become fleet admirals. This seemingly graceful woman might well be one of those shields within CP0. A smile crept across Victor's face. It seemed he was fortunate with this protective assignment. So far, his understanding of the celestial dragons was limited. He recognized that the world nobles were not solely descendants of the 19 kings. Royal families from the allied nations of the world government could also attain nobility. This journey presented an opportunity to learn more about them. Their first destination was Lobetown in the East Sea. The 10 warships provided a protective escort, ensuring the cruise ship's safety. The vessel's speed was deliberately moderate, prioritizing comfort and stability. Should the cruise ship experience severe turbulence, all crew members and their families would risk becoming slaves. Accompanying a ruler is akin to walking with a tiger. Victor observed the crew, all visibly tense, fearful of any misstep. He inhaled deeply, watching the celestial dragon children frolicking below. 2 of them rode their respective slaves, engaging in a mock battle game. Nearby, several female celestial dragons watched slaves fight, giggling and covering their mouths in amusement. Even those merely enjoying the scenery were seated upon their slaves. Victor then turned his gaze to Shartina Palace, who was accompanied by a strikingly beautiful woman with fair skin and a captivating figure. However, what truly captured Victor's attention were the woman's eyes, sharp and piercing like those of a hawk. Anyone who dared meet her gaze would tremble in fear. Noticing the surroundings, aside from Shartina Palace, Angelina remained close by, ever vigilant for the woman's safety. Victor's mind began to calculate. This woman was no ordinary celestial dragon. Her eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to those of Emu. Could she be Emu? While Emu's gender remains ambiguous, Victor was inclined to believe Emu was male. Yet, even if the woman before him was not Emu, the similarity of their eyes suggested a significant connection. How might he approach her? To claim the throne of the world, Victor understood he must accomplish 4 tasks, the first being to acquire the military power of the Navy, and the second to obtain ancient weapons. The third matter involves understanding the strength of Emu and the national treasure of the celestial dragons. The first 2 tasks are relatively simple, but the third is exceedingly challenging. Even if the first 2 are accomplished, without completing the third, one cannot ascend to the position of World King. This is due to the celestial dragon's national treasure possessing the ability to erase anyone at any moment. This is also the reason why Victor chose to remain in the Navy. Only by continuing his service can he hope to approach Emu. As Victor pondered this, the woman turned her gaze towards him. In the fleeting moment of their eye contact, Victor did not shy away, but instead, like a true gentleman, bowed politely. The woman regarded Victor with a touch of curiosity. For anyone who met her gaze typically fell into a state of panic. Victor's composed demeanor marked him as an exception. The woman then averted her eyes and returned to the cabin, accompanied by Shartina Gong. From her arrival to her departure, the oppressive aura she exuded was profoundly different. Light and the others sensed a palpable unease, feeling diminutive in her presence. This overwhelming sense of dominance was so tangible that they dared not look her in the eye, let alone resist. "Senior, who is she?" Light whispered. Victor replied, "A world noble. Who else could she be?" Victor deliberately refrained from providing a straightforward answer. Even among the celestial dragons, Shartina Gong did not inspire such dread. What lay behind this stark contrast? Light and the others were determined to uncover the truth. Yet, Victor already held the answer within him: bloodline. Why did the world government seek to eradicate Roger's lineage? The woman's gaze bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Emu. The latent power concealed within their bloodlines could not be cultivated through mere effort. The fleet arrived at Rogatown. The celestial dragon's global journey was undoubtedly unlike that of ordinary people. Bow your heads. Under the coercion of the celestial dragon escort, from the port to the town, all civilians were compelled to kneel, not even permitted to raise their eyes to behold the faces of the celestial dragons. They truly regarded themselves as deities, reigning above all. Woof woof. At that moment, a black dog dashed out from the crowd, barking at a distance. Its barks startled the celestial dragons. Behind it, a girl emerged, attempting to pull the dog back. Two armored guards of the celestial dragons immediately raised their axes, executing both the dog and the child. The girl's mother covered her mouth, horrified by the scene. Meanwhile, a female celestial dragon riding on a slave appeared to take great interest in the unfolding tragedy. Consequently, she intervened, preventing the guards from slaying the girl's mother. To derive pleasure from the suffering of others is one of the methods through which the celestial dragons find joy. Light and the others witnessed this atrocity firsthand, clenching their fists in silent rage. Although filled with indignation, they felt powerless to act. Was this the justice they upheld? Those who had spent considerable time in the Navy and experienced such events would inevitably question their beliefs. Victor, smoking a cigarette, approached Light and the others, placing a reassuring hand on their shoulders. Someone is watching you. Be mindful. He cautioned them, before his gaze shifted to the nearby CP0. Victor then strode toward a member of CP0. Stop staring at my subordinates. They are merely youths, he remarked to the CP0 agent. The duties of CP0 extend beyond protecting the world nobles. They are also responsible for managing crises. Any threat to the celestial dragons must be dealt with preemptively. No hostile groups are permitted in proximity to the celestial dragons. Admiral Victor, I hope there will not be a second incident, the CP0 agent replied. The recent behavior of Light and the others could warrant execution or enslavement. Huh. Victor raised his hand and patted the CP0 agent's back. I will take care of my subordinates. You need not concern yourself. After delivering his statement, he departed. Light and the others noticed Victor's private exchange with CP0. Just then, Victor returned and whispered to Light, learn from this, regardless of the occasion. Always remember you are merely a soldier and do not allow emotions to interfere with your duties. Yes, Senior, I will remember, Light nodded. I will resolve this issue for you. But if you encounter a more troublesome situation next time, it may become problematic. Victor concluded, moving forward naturally to join Angela Tishum, engaging in cheerful conversation with her. Even Sengoku would hesitate to speak so casually with CP0, given their association with the celestial dragons. Yet Victor was different. He too was backed by the celestial dragons, allowing him a degree of forthrightness in addressing CP0. The celestial dragons remained in Rogatown for 3 days. Each of their outings incited chaos throughout the small town. In a state of panic, the populace would kneel in submission. Such an atmosphere was typically only witnessed during pirate incursions. Those who failed to kneel in time were executed by the celestial dragons' guards. The celestial dragons reveled in this amusement. 3 days later, the cruise ship departed Rogatown, and the residents finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shortly after setting sail, they encountered an ordinary passenger vessel, which had gathered travelers from various docks, heading to Rogatown for work or leisure. Let us see who can sink it. A celestial dragon suddenly proposed. Jayachloshung, you were my subordinate's defeat last time. This time, I shall surely win. The celestial dragons selected their game, and soon, the guards rolled out cannons, aiming them at the distant passenger ship. Boom! Jayachloshung fired the first shot, the cannonball soaring over the passenger vessel without hitting it. You've lost your chance. Let me try. Angela Tishung joined in the game, firing consecutively. The cannonballs rained down on the passenger ship, leaving its occupants bewildered as they tried to comprehend the unfolding chaos. The sailors aboard only saw the military ship and the cruise liner, utterly confused by the situation. Evade the cannonballs. The captain shouted urgently. Evading the cannonballs was one thing. Escaping was another. They're trying to flee. Pursue them. The celestial dragons, witnessing the passenger vessel attempting to escape, immediately commanded a chase. It was akin to a hunt, with the passenger ship as their prey. At that moment, Angela Tishung called out to Victor. Victor approached her side. She pointed at the passenger ship and instructed, "Have your men intercept it. Do not let it escape too far." Understood. Victor signaled to Light, who nodded and proceeded to relay the order. "What? We are to intercept the passenger ship?" The officers and soldiers aboard the military vessel were taken aback. This was a command from the celestial dragons, and it must be executed. You would not wish for your family to become enslaved, would you? Laite gritted his teeth, providing a reminder. Although the Navy was filled with fury, they could only acquiesce. After all, no one desires their loved ones to be subjected to servitude. The celestial dragons were quite pleased to witness the Navy's warships intercepting the passenger vessels. The citizens aboard the ships felt a flicker of hope upon seeing the Navy approach, believing they had come to their rescue. "Please save us," the passengers cried out in desperation. However, the Navy personnel on the warships raised their weapons, aiming at the passenger ships. "Turn back." At that moment, the passengers and sailors aboard the ship found themselves engulfed in despair. The passenger vessel was ultimately sunk before the eyes of 10,000 Navy personnel. Such events were trivial to the celestial dragons, their guards, and CP0. The celestial dragons were capable of committing even more egregious and horrific acts. Yet, most of the Navy personnel were merely ordinary individuals prior to their enlistment. They found it difficult to comprehend one particular notion: why, despite sharing humanity, some were treated as prey or playthings. For the sake of the celestial dragon's amusement, the Navy was compelled to intercept civilian vessels. This filled them with indignation and resentment. Yet what could they do? Such occurrences were not new. Those in high command within the Navy were well aware, but who dared to intervene, and who had the authority to do so? The celestial dragons wielded unparalleled privilege. Being the descendants of gods, only officials were permitted to set fire, while the commoners were forbidden from lighting lamps. As night fell, Laite approached Wei-Kutuo and said, "Senior, I cannot find sleep. Is it due to the events of the day?" Vei-Kiskivikutuo Inkud, Siping Vishnu. Knowing Laite was troubled. "Senior, I understand the principles. I know I'm a soldier and must obey orders, but..." Laite inhaled deeply, a sense of profound dejection weighing upon him. His beliefs had been utterly shattered. This was entirely comprehensible. Among the youth in the Navy, how many joined for the sake of promotion and wealth? The majority enlisted to champion justice and protect the weak. Yet now, they found themselves complicit in wrongdoing, serving as accomplices to malevolence. The repercussions of shattered belief are unfathomable. One may resort to extremism, becoming a red dog, or become jaded, akin to a green pheasant, or turn into a mere drifter, resembling a yellow ape. Wei-Kutuo calmly stated, "If justice cannot achieve fairness and impartiality, then justice holds no persuasive power." "You're grappling with this, aren't you?" "Indeed," Laite nodded. Wei-Kutuo set down his beer bottle and retrieved a cigarette, offering one to Laite. Laite accepted the cigarette as the sea breeze enveloped them. Wei-Kutuo continued, "Thus, my vision of justice is one of absolute fairness and equity. Merely eradicating pirates cannot realize true justice." Laite shook his head. Even if all pirates were annihilated, evil would still persist. The gravest evil lies within those whom the Navy protects. "You are mistaken," Wei-Kutuo said, patting Laite's shoulder. "I aspire to achieve absolute fairness. Anyone who commits a crime must face punishment. Only such a degree of justice aligns with my vision." Laite murmured, "Is that truly achievable?" "This is my dream." Wei-Kutuo smiled and then earnestly stated, "I know it is difficult, but if we do not strive for it, nothing will ever change." "Senior," Laite responded, "I will surely follow you to realize your dream. Let us work together to create the world we desire." Wei-Kutuo encouraged Laite. Indeed, Laite felt a renewed sense of hope. If the senior's dream could indeed come to fruition, such a world would be truly anticipated. Upon entering the East China Sea, the cruise ship followed its designated route. The celestial dragons aboard sought amusement, causing chaos. The citizens trembled in fear, neither daring to express anger nor voice their grievances. Only after the celestial dragons departed did the populace breathe a sigh of relief, akin to sending away a plague, hoping the celestial dragons would not return. Finally, they arrived at the kingdom of Goa. Wei-Kutuo gazed at the map, murmuring to himself, Lai curiously inquired, Senior, is there something special about the kingdom of Goa? Wei Kutuo replied, this is the hometown of Rear Admiral Karp. Ah, Lai was momentarily taken aback, then expressed concern, if this place were to be destroyed, then Rear Admiral Karp. Wei Kutuo chuckled, there is no need for concern. Even if this place were annihilated, Rear Admiral Karp would not act foolishly. Karp's feeble disposition meant that even faced with the murder of his own son or grandson, he would not dare to cause a scene. That is a relief, Lai sighed. Wei Kutuo reminded him, keep a close watch here. Although no one nearby would dare to act against the celestial dragons, it is still necessary to maintain appearances. Understood, Lai replied earnestly. Wei Kutuo recalled that Sabo's birthplace was the high town of the kingdom of Goa. This place is truly beautiful, remarked Shah T. Nagong. Is it? A woman beside her gazed into the distance. The kingdom of Goa was indeed stunning, as it had meticulously eliminated unnecessary elements, making it a paragon of a successful, isolated society. However, this led to the formation of garbage mountains and the existence of those who subsisted upon them. The kingdom of Goa was divided into two sections. One comprised the city center, consisting of civilian streets with commoner residences, noble quarters, and royal palaces. The other section encompassed the suburbs, such as Windmill Village, which was isolated from the kingdom of Goa. Additionally, there were the mountain bandits residing in Bo Mountain and the gathering of vagrants in Duanjin. Wei Kutuo's purpose in visiting the East China Sea was also to bring Sabo along. Among the trio of brothers, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, Sabo's potential was the strongest, and he was the most obedient. Moreover, despite coming from an aristocratic family and having been groomed as a noble until his departure, his character remained untainted. He saw through the hypocrisy of aristocratic life and chose to follow his own will. Yearning for freedom, he believed that a man should protect himself. Simultaneously, Sabo possessed leadership qualities, having become the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army at the tender age of 20 and holding the second highest position within the Revolutionary Army. Often consulted for actions in Dressrosa, the essence lay in his values. Sabo had seen the world's ugliness. Wei Kutuo believed Sabo could become his tool, much like Robin. After all, Wei Kutuo was confident that his dream would compel Sabo to follow unconditionally. He envisioned a world of fairness, freedom, and justice, where everyone enjoyed human rights. Any passionate youth would surely be inspired. Wei Kutuo was certain that his dream would surpass that of Dragon. However, raising Sabo would prove to be a challenging endeavor. After all, Sabo was still quite young, likely just past his first birthday. If he waited until Sabo grew older to coax him, it might be too late. Thus, Wei Kutuo resolved to bring Sabo back with him. The king of the kingdom of Goa, along with the royal family, nobility, and officials, gathered at the dock to welcome the celestial dragons. Among them was, naturally, Sabo's father, Otto Luck III. The celestial dragons remained as arrogant as ever, riding on the backs of slaves as they made their way to the palace. Victor and Angelina, among others, followed closely behind, ensuring their safety. In the bustling heart of the Goa kingdom, surrounded by a throng of people, Victor could only bide his time, awaiting the opportunity to rescue Sabo. Meanwhile, the isolated Windmill Village lay in serene tranquility. Karp held a significant regard for Ace. Whenever he could take leave, he would undoubtedly refrain from lingering at the Navy headquarters. Additionally, the younger generation within the Navy was advancing rapidly, with ample combat prowess. The primary reason for this, of course, was the Navy's decision to retract its influence, withdrawing from the New World and allowing the pirates there to engage in chaos. The Navy merely observed from afar, thus reducing Karp's obligations. However, as dusk fell, Victor arrived at Windmill Village. Descending from the sky, he carried with him local delicacies from across the East Sea, appearing very much like a guest. Having gained fame as a star admiral in the Navy over the years, he was quickly recognized by the villagers upon his arrival. After a brief exchange, guided by the villagers, he made his way to Karp's residence, where Karp happened to be at home. Recently, Karp had either been at home or visiting Dayton's Sea Ace. In his earlier years, Dayton had been a notorious mountain bandit, but Karp chose not to capture him, instead holding his status as leverage. Fearing arrest, Dayton had secluded himself in Galbo Mountain, allowing the bandit to roam free while raising the child of the pirate king, Roger. Thus, Carp was hardly in a position to speak of justice. This visit was to escort the celestial dragons, passing through the Goa kingdom, prompting Victor to come by. Upon seeing Carp, he entered unceremoniously and set down the delicacies. Carp acknowledged him with a grunt and invited Victor to sit. Carp's home was quite ordinary, indistinguishable from that of any regular resident, and he was alone at home. Dragon was out leading a revolution, and Luffy's mother had yet to join him. "Uncle Carp, I brought some pickled vegetables." A girl entered Carp's home at that moment. She appeared to be around 11 or 12, wearing a headscarf. With large eyes and fair skin, her ponytail reflecting the innocence of a simple village girl. Upon seeing Victor, she froze momentarily in surprise, then exclaimed in delight, "You are Admiral Victor." Victor recognized the girl as well. Carp smiled and said, "Machino, could you help prepare some appetizers?" "Sure," Machino replied, often assisting with household chores for Carp. Her culinary skills were quite commendable. Soon, she had prepared several small dishes and warmed a pot of rice wine in the kitchen. Victor and Carp sat down to eat and converse. "Nothing out of the ordinary happened on the way, did it?" Carp inquired, referring to the celestial dragons. "That depends on one's definition of out of the ordinary. To them, these are merely daily amusements," Victor replied calmly. "Indeed," Carp nodded, refraining from further inquiry or anger, muttering a few words of his own. "For instance, those bastards should stay put in Mariehua. I hope they don't linger in the Goa kingdom for too long." In Carp's eyes, the celestial dragons were akin to a plague. At this moment, Victor turned to Machino and said, "Your culinary skills are remarkable. Would you consider joining us at the Navy headquarters as our chief chef?" Carp frowned at the suggestion. "You flatter me. How could I possibly serve as the Navy's chief chef?" Machino chuckled softly, her demeanor warm and approachable. Victor had a favorable impression of her. She was indeed a good woman. Carp's instincts flared with caution. Was Victor contemplating something untoward regarding Machino? In Goa Kingdom, at the High Town, night had fallen, and the nobles were fast asleep. During the celestial dragon's visit, the nobles had been thoroughly troubled. Particularly, one celestial dragon had a penchant for married women, causing chaos throughout the kingdom, leaving those with wives in a state of anxiety. Consequently, quite a number of individuals had been cuckolded. Fortunately, the celestial dragons had departed, allowing for a collective sigh of relief. At that moment, King Otterluck III and his wife were deep in slumber. The past few days had been fraught with anxiety, nearly leading him to a state of nervous exhaustion. While the nobility was notoriously scandalous, with infidelity commonplace, he had no desire for his own crown to be tarnished. However, upon the Dawn's arrival, Otterluck III received dreadful news. His son, Otterluck Sabo, had vanished. The child, barely a few months old, had inexplicably disappeared from their home. In the year 1501 of the Sea Circle calendar, Victor concluded his global voyage and returned to the Navy headquarters. Throughout the journey, no unforeseen incidents occurred, as the presence of an admiral and 1,000 elite sailors deterred any potential threats. After exchanging greetings with Sora, Victor retreated to his villa on the Shambadi archipelago to rest. In the villa's yard, Robin was diligently practicing her physical techniques. During Victor's year-long absence, Robin had not ceased her studies. Although she possessed a natural aptitude for historical research, her combat skills were rather mediocre. Besides physical training, Victor had arranged numerous other classes for Robin, including lessons on noble etiquette. Upon hearing of Victor's return, she wiped her sweat and followed Stella out of the yard. "Welcome back, Admiral Victor. You must be tired," Stella and Robin greeted him at the villa's entrance. Indeed, Victor gently patted Stella's head, expressing gratitude for her efforts in his absence. He then turned to Robin, saying, "I have heard you performed admirably, receiving high praise in all your courses." "I will not disappoint you," Robin replied earnestly. At that moment, Robin summoned light to bring in 2 children, 1 boy and 1 girl. The boy was Sabo, over a year old, while the girl was Kuina, just over 2. It was relatively easy to take Sabo, but there was a slight challenge with Kuina, as the warriors of Shimatsuki village were notably formidable, especially Shimatsuki Kosaburo and Shimatsuki Kenzaburo. Fortunately, Victor's strength made the task feasible. Otherwise, it would have been quite difficult to steal the children. As for the potential impact of losing Kuina on Zoro's swordsmanship in the future, Victor was indifferent. He only cared about Kuina's swordsmanship talent. Nurturing her would ensure a reliable combat force. Next, Victor would require considerable time to foster a bond with Kuina and Sabo, aiming for them to regard him as a father. Who are they? Stella asked curiously, gazing at the two children. Did these two children belong to Admiral Victor as illegitimate offspring? Or had he perhaps married during his recent voyage? Stella's mind began to race with possibilities. I leave them in your care. Please look after them well, Victor instructed Stella. Yes, Stella nodded, fully committed to Victor's directive. In the year 1503 of the Sea Circle calendar, within Victor's villa on the Shambadi archipelago, Guena and Sabu were in the courtyard, celebrating another year of life. Guena, now 4, had begun her physical training, while the 3-year-old Sabu observed eagerly. Victor frequently made time in his busy schedule to return home and spend moments with the two little ones, embodying the role of a devoted father. This was a new persona he intended to maintain. At that moment, Si Daila approached, carrying a plate laden with the flesh of deep-sea fish, rich in nutrients and easily absorbed by the body, nourishment not typically afforded to ordinary children. Si Daila firmly believed that Victor treated the children exceptionally well. Come and eat, she called to Guena and Sabu, who promptly rushed over. The two children were now scheduled for 5 meals a day, with additional snacks available if hunger struck. Their high energy levels were a testament to their active lifestyles, leading to swift appetites. As the children indulged in their meal, the telephone rang nearby. Si Daila picked up the receiver. I will be back this afternoon. The telephone echoed Victor's voice. Upon hearing this, Guena and Sabu beamed with joy, perceiving Victor as a father who cared deeply for them. Victor hung up the phone and was about to leave the headquarters to see the children when Kana rushed in. Is there another issue with Taizwa? Victor inquired casually, aware of Taizwa's increasingly erratic behavior since he ascended through violence, waging wars and seizing territories to expand his influence, particularly having acquired casinos and nightclubs, along with engaging in arms smuggling last year. Not precisely, Kana replied, stepping closer to Victor. 3 individuals you requested have surfaced in a human trafficking market. The underworld of the Shangboidi Islands had come under Victor's dominion, with any faction wishing to survive there needing to heed his authority, including matters of human trafficking. Victor took particular note of Han Kook. Prior to her abduction by the celestial dragons, he intended to intercept her. Acquiring Han Kook's distinctive devil fruit was not particularly challenging. He could seek assistance from An Jielatishan. The auction house, recognizing the names of the Han Kook sisters, promptly contacted Victor. Send them all to the villa, he instructed Kana. Understood, Kana nodded. Once Victor had conveyed his instructions and stepped out of the office, he spotted Akiji, who had just ascended the stairs en route to Sengoku's office. Their eyes met, yet Akiji chose not to acknowledge Victor, passing him by as though he were an inconsequential stranger. Over the years, Victor had strategically positioned his allies within the headquarters, favoring members of the Blue Sea Society and Akainu's faction. This had exacerbated the tensions between him and Sengoku. Akiji had no desire to engage in the power struggle for the position of Fleet Admiral. However, Sengoku sought to leverage Akiji's influence, for he was Zifa's most trusted disciple, and many of the young commanders in the Navy were also his protégés. Gaining Akiji's favor would undoubtedly bolster Sengoku's bid for the admiral title. Naturally, in this process, Akiji was accumulating considerable merit. Victor surmised that Sengoku aimed to elevate Akiji to the rank of admiral. If you do not wish to remain in the Navy, no one is compelling you, Victor remarked, turning his back to Akiji. Akiji continued forward, undeterred. If you wish to continue in the Navy, then you must summon some resolve. Moreover, enacting change requires sacrifice. With that, Victor proceeded toward the elevator. As the doors opened, Akiji paused. He was perceptive enough to understand Victor's underlying message. It was easy to speak of change, but how could one transform an already decaying institution? A self-deprecating smile crossed Akiji's lips as he entered Sengoku's office. His current role in the Navy felt merely like a job, devoid of passion, merely a task to complete. Upon returning to the villa, Victor was met at the entrance by Na and Sabu, who rushed him. He knelt and embraced the two children, embodying the image of a loving father. "What did you learn today?" he inquired of Na. "I can now do 100 push-ups in one go," she responded proudly. "That's impressive," Victor smiled, then turned his gaze to Sabu. "I can do 70, Sabu interjected eagerly. "Both of you are remarkable," Victor affirmed, carrying the children inside the villa, followed closely by Sidala. Who had also watched Na and Sabu grow, felt joy in witnessing their maturity and understanding. Inside the villa, Han Kuk observed Victor. The three sisters bore slave collars around their necks. Should they attempt to flee, the collars would detonate. They had been delivered to Victor as slaves, and even to remove the collars required his consent. Terrified of the consequences witnessed by those who had attempted to escape, the sisters dared not run. "You need not fear. Master Victor will not harm you," Robin reassured, sensing their anxiety. In truth, after being captured by traffickers, the sisters had been sent to the Shangbuodi Islands, where they remained imprisoned until their names were requested before the auction. Fortunately, they were the very individuals Victor sought. Otherwise, they would have already been put on the market. The ordeal of captivity had left the sisters deeply shaken. Han Kuk eyed Robin warily, struggling to trust anyone since their encounter with the traffickers. As Robin comforted the sisters, Connor reported the details to Victor. He smiled faintly, brushing off the situation as trivial. "It's merely a minor issue," he remarked. Taming Han Kuk posed no challenge for Victor. After all, winning a woman's heart merely required time and finesse. In truth, had Robin not already developed complete trust in Victor? Approaching Han Kuk, he observed her and then moved closer. The sisters huddled in a corner, trembling. They were gripped by fear of anyone, particularly men. "Robin, I leave them in your care," Victor instructed. "Me?" Robin replied, puzzled. "Ensure you all get along," he said, affectionately ruffling Robin's hair. Luabin nodded gently and uttered a soft Before they acclimated to their new life here, it was best not to remove their collars, Victor remarked. He added, "If they escape and fall into the hands of malicious individuals, it would spell trouble." Stella nodded in agreement, acknowledging Victor's wisdom. The three children of Hancock were indeed fortunate to have encountered Victor. Otherwise, their current plight would be utterly deplorable. "All right, let's take them to rest," Victor instructed Robin and the others. Robin led the three sisters of Hancock to the dining hall, where Stella prepared food for them. Seated at the dining table, they gazed at the food before them, yet they did not make a move. They resembled pets that had just changed homes, still unaccustomed to their new surroundings. After all, transitioning from hell to heaven necessitates a period of adjustment. Observing their hesitance, Robin took the initiative to eat a piece of cake from Hancock's plate. Seeing this, the three sisters picked up their forks and began to eat, albeit in a manner devoid of grace, while Robin maintained an elegant demeanor. "So delicious," they exclaimed. It was astonishing that such delectable fare existed in the world. The reason the three sisters left Daughter Island was their overwhelming curiosity about the outside world, the clothing, the food, the scenery. All that was separated from them by the ocean was fresh and mysterious. "Lord Victor is a kind person. You need not worry about him harming you," Stella said gently. "Remember, there are many villains in this world. Had you not encountered Lord Victor, your fate would have been tragic," she continued, recounting the destinies of slaves. Stella herself hailed from a background of slavery, and her narrative, while not directly aimed at the CPU sisters, was nonetheless effective. At the very least, the sisters realized that it was in their best interest to remain at Victor's villa, for it promised safety, clean food, and the absence of coercion or punishment. Judgment Island, established by the world government, serves as a nominal court where any individual brought there is deemed a prisoner. The prisoners are escorted through the desolate courthouse until they reach a cold, colossal iron gate known as the Gate of Justice. Typically, those who pass through this gate do not return. Using Judgment Island as a symbol of the world government's absolute justice can sometimes be ironic, yet might makes right, and the truth of the world is held firmly in the hands of absolute power. Victor held no reservations regarding the darkness of Judgment Island. Today, he had come to seek an individual from Spandam. Since the remarkable achievements during the O'Hara incident, Spandam had been promoted and now served as the commander of CP9. Upon learning of Victor's impending visit, Spandam promptly assembled all forces on Judgment Island. Carpets, flowers, salutes, and welcoming parties. Everything was prepared to ensure a grand spectacle. Salute! 1,000 naval soldiers saluted in unison. Following this, the cannons roared, creating a particularly magnificent scene. General Victor, I have prepared the performance, along with food and drinks. Please enjoy as you watch, Spandam obsequiously stated. Victor stroked Robin's head and remarked to Spandam, since the conclusion of the O'Hara incident, your talents have been recognized by the Gorosei. Robin looked at Spandam. Was he one of her enemies? In Victor's presence, Spandam dared not take credit, hastily asserting, it is all due to General Victor's adept command. At this moment, Victor produced a golden den mushi, asking, would you like this? Upon seeing the golden den mushi, Spandam was taken aback. Naturally, he desired it, for possessing a golden den mushi would allow him to initiate the buster call. Only admirals and those of higher rank in the Navy headquarters are entitled to possess a golden den mushi. Once a buster call is activated, it grants command over 5 vice admirals, 10 rear admirals, and 10,000 elite Marine Corps. Lord Victor, you are exceedingly generous. Rest assured, I shall remain utterly loyal to you. Spandam quickly expressed his gratitude, but before he could flatter further, Victor's next words left him astonished. I am currently in need of an individual named Lucci. His talents are unparalleled among children, perhaps the finest in the 800-year history of CP9. Victor had already considered the arrangement. Robin would serve as his assistant, managing daily tasks, while Hancock would become a warlord of the sea, recruiting pirates under her banner. Lucci's mission would be to gather intelligence for Victor and undertake clandestine assignments. Sabo would emerge as an exceptional battlefield commander, and Kuina would be Victor's sword, aiding him in combat. Victor's primary objective was to nurture these 5 children. This is for you. Victor then handed the golden den mushi to Spandam. At this moment, Brian casually noted, I heard that Oimo and Kashi from the giant warrior pirates are guarding the gates of Judgment Island. Spandam felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Losing one potential talent was one thing, but now Victor aimed to recruit Oimo and Kashi as well. Did the Navy headquarters not have enough giants? Why seek to recruit from Judgment Island? Victor assured Spandam, I have some matters that require their assistance. Spandam replied, no problem, it would be their honor. Do well, and I trust you will achieve great things. After Victor finished speaking, he handed the golden den mushi to Spandam. Upon receiving it, Spandam's face lit up with joy. Losing 2 giants and 1 Lucci was a small price to pay for the golden den mushi. With the backing of an admiral, he could now pursue any ambition he desired. To those who give, we must repay, Spandam said eagerly to Victor. In addition to Lucci, there are other children whose talents are notable. Shall I send them to you as well? The strength of CP9 was no longer a consideration for Spandam. He was now intent on unearthing the entirety of CP9's resources to present to Victor. As long as Victor provided protection, he would obtain everything he desired. On Guanhao Island, a place where the world government trains orphans, Rob Lucci was undergoing training. Lucci, aged 11, had already been selected by CP9 and stood ready to join at any moment. However, considering his youth, Spandam had not rushed to transfer him. At this moment, Instructor Clarkson approached Lucci. Lucci, Clarkson called out. Lucci was practicing his kicking techniques, while his pigeon, Hadoli, accompanied him, quietly observing as Lucci transformed the steel pipes before him into various shapes. Lucci heard Clarkson calling him and promptly halted his steps. Come here, Clarkson beckoned with a gesture. Lucci approached Clarkson's side. Clarkson instructed him, go take a shower. A ship awaits you at the dock. Understood, Lucci replied without hesitation. He did not pose any questions, having been ingrained with the concept of unconditional obedience since childhood. Thus, he never inquired about his destination, the purpose of his actions, or the rationale behind them. After completing his shower, Lucci made his way to the dock, where a warship awaited him. Upon boarding the vessel, he encountered Spandam, who approached him directly. Upon seeing Spandam, Lucci immediately raised his hand in salute. Lucci, you are fortunate. Admiral Victor has taken a liking to you. Make sure to perform well in his presence, Spandam advised him. Lucci listened with a stoic expression. At the Shambadi archipelago, within the confines of Victor's villa, Lucci followed Spandane into the grand estate. The courtyard was expansive, and several children were engaged in physical training. Lucci could discern their intense focus, rivaling that of the children training on Guanhao Island. Among them, the most formidable was a girl with long, jet-black hair styled and heim-cut. Robin, Hancock, and the other sisters noticed Lucci, who was easily identifiable by his distinctive black hat. Soon, Lucci accompanied Spandane to the villa's study, where Victor awaited them. "Lord Victor, I have brought him," Spandane said with a sycophantic smile. "Come sit." Victor gestured towards Spandane, who promptly took a seat beside him. At that moment, Stella entered with 2 cups of red tea and a small plate of pastries. Victor's gaze was sharp as he assessed Lucci, who remained expressionless. Throughout his life, he had grown accustomed to the scrutiny of others, often perceiving satisfaction in their gazes. Victor's was no exception. "From this day forth, you shall remain with me," Victor declared to Lucci. Lucci remained impassive and silent. Spandane, feeling a mix of irritation and fear of Victor's displeasure, quickly reminded Lucci to heed Lord Victor's words. "Yes," Lucci finally responded. "You have trained him well," Victor remarked with approval. "Very well. If there are no further matters, you may take your leave." "Yes, yes," Spandane replied with a forced smile before exiting the study. Spandane's demeanor was not lost on Lucci, who observed his instructor, Clarkson, exhibiting similar deference before Spandane, indicating Victor's higher authority. "Stella, take this child to eat," Victor instructed. "Yes," Stella responded, then turned to Lucci. "Let's go eat," Victor said to Lucci. "Understood." Lucci followed Stella. "You are truly fortunate to be chosen by Lord Victor," Stella remarked as they left the study. Lucci remained silent, akin to a cold piece of wood. However, Stella was unfazed. Robin and Hancock had also been quiet when they first arrived, yet over time, they had integrated seamlessly. Hancock and her sisters had grown increasingly talkative, now able to converse normally with Robin and others. Victor was pleased with their progress and offered more praise to Stella, who relished the admiration. The strength of one's physique determines the measure of their power. Regardless of one's martial prowess or destructive capabilities, if one cannot withstand their opponent's assault, their life may be forfeit. That evening, Victor instructed all the children on the proper path of training in the courtyard. "Before you strike, first learn to endure blows. Resistance training is fundamental." As Victor lectured the children, Lucci listened intently. The principles Victor imparted differed from those of his instructor, while the latter emphasized physical strength. Few taught the importance of enduring strikes, focusing instead on the art of offense. "Lucci," Victor called, directing his gaze towards him. "Lucci mit Victor es eyes." "Step forward," Victor commanded. Lucci complied. "Attempt to strike Light." Lucci nodded, assuming his stance and attacking Light with rapid speed. Light remained stationary. Lucci unleashed a flurry of kicks for several minutes until he ceased, realizing Light was unscathed. Years of training alongside Victor had significantly enhanced Light's abilities. "Light, deliver a punch to Lucci," Victor instructed. "Yes," Light replied, turning to Lucci and striking without hesitation. Lucci intended to block the blow with full force, but was stunned by the sound of an explosive impact. Light's powerful punch left him momentarily dazed, and he felt as though his insides had shattered. The intense pain and searing sensation rendered him unsteady, clutching his chest, his face pale as a ghost. Light withdrew his hand and turned to Victor. Lucci collapsed to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, barely clinging to consciousness. Victor glanced at Lucci and said, "Go tend to your injuries. You have much ground to cover. Today was merely an appetizer, meant to illustrate your current lack of strength." Lucci was carried away for treatment. Light turned to Victor, "Senior, did I hit too hard?" "Too hard," Victor chuckled, patting Light on the shoulder. "You must train harder, otherwise you will fall further behind Connor." "Is that so?" Light asked, startled. "Indeed," Victor affirmed. Although both Light and Connor were his assistants and classmates, they were also rivals, as the Navy was a realm governed by strength. Light worried about being surpassed by newcomers, fearing his position might be usurped. To cultivate loyalty among subordinates, one must instill a sense of urgency alongside benevolence and authority. essentially fostering internal competition. At present, Victor had managed this quite well, particularly within the Blue Sea organization. Thus, those around Victor were acutely aware of their status, each desiring to remain by his side indefinitely. Will Lord Victor not return home this week? I heard Sister Stella mention he must remain on duty at headquarters. I wanted him to witness my recent progress, just as I'm sure my sisters did too. Hancock, Sandersonia, and Marigold conversed in the courtyard while enjoying their lunch. Upon hearing this topic, Hancock, with a hint of pride, remarked, I have no need for him to see my improvements. At this moment, Robin's peripheral vision caught sight of Lucci. Lucci was continuing his intense training under the sunlight, beads of sweat cascading down his muscular physique. Despite his injuries still not fully healed, he exerted himself with fervor. Lucci, have you finished your meal? Stella approached, inquiring gently. Lucci paused and nodded. Although he possessed a cold demeanor and rarely spoke, he was not devoid of human warmth. Stella, being a kind-hearted individual, radiated goodwill that he could perceive. Due to his daily rigorous workouts, Stella often prepared additional meals for him. Guena and Sabo were engrossed in their meals, with Sabo devouring a large bowl, while Guena insisted on an even larger one. Victor had once told Guena that to strengthen her physique, she must eat well after training and train hard after eating. Deep down, Guena harbored a competitive spirit, one that was no less fierce than that of any man. Moreover, she yearned for more praise from Lord Victor. In Marineford, the naval headquarters, Victor stretched lazily, loathing the days of duty. He relished the joys of being a vice admiral. However, such thoughts were fleeting, quickly dissipating. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, someone knocked at the door. Come in, Victor called casually. A CP0 agent entered and approached Victor. What brings you here? Victor inquired nonchalantly. This is for you from Angela, the CP0 agent said, handing over a box. Victor accepted the box, and upon opening it, he discovered the Suintien fruit. Victor nodded, saying, please convey my gratitude to His Highness. The CP0 agent turned to leave. Light glanced at the fruit, recognizing it as the Suintien fruit. Senior, what do you need it for? Light asked with curiosity. Victor had a preference for Zoan-type devil fruits and was less interested in Paramecia types. Is indeed of great use, Victor replied with a smile. The Suintien fruit is most compatible with Hancock. Only her beauty can truly unleash its potential. Imagine if it were in the hands of someone like Blackbeard. Just the thought sends chills down the spine. Oh, Light still did not comprehend, but refrained from further questioning. Knock, knock, knock. The office door sounded again. Come in, Victor called as he stowed away the Suintien fruit. The door opened. Senior, Connor approached Victor, whispering in his ear, Senior, Teselo wishes to see you. Is that so? Victor chuckled. How fortuitous, for I too wished to meet him. Teselo's power had grown considerably of late. He had amassed a fortune through casinos, nightclubs, and arms smuggling on the Sabati archipelago. Following this, he sought to win the hearts of many. His subordinates had swelled from dozens to hundreds. Today, Teselo was indeed a notable figure in the underworld of the Sabati archipelago. However, with his expanding influence, he encountered a barrier, or rather a bottleneck. The manner in which he had been developing made it challenging to break through to the next level. To further expand, he required backing. Having risen from a mere street thug to his current position was commendable, yet finding such backing was no simple task. Any support that could be bought with money was inherently unreliable. Teselo now understood the concept of value exchange. If he could not provide sufficient value to these influential figures, they would naturally refuse to collaborate with him. Thus, Teselo thought of someone, a powerful figure who had become a god in the Sabati archipelago's underworld, feared by all. Victor, the only man capable of sweeping through the Sabati archipelago. Consequently, Teselo sought connections to arrange a meeting with Victor. Notably, he refrained from seeking Stella's assistance, preferring to rely on his own merits. As night fell, Teselo opened a lavish golden bar in a prime location of the commercial street. The establishment could only be described as extraordinarily opulent, with all its furnishings being one of a kind, each decor item valued over 10 million berries. He also trained a group of exclusive female companions who accompanied guests throughout the night, engaging them in drinks, dances, and even offering advice on romantic matters. Due to its high level of privacy, government officials frequently visited, either bringing their own partners or hiring companions from the bar. In essence, patrons could indulge in a life of pleasure here. However, tonight, the Golden Bar was set to host an esteemed guest. Tesalo had been waiting eagerly at the entrance. The current Tesalo was no longer a mere underling clad in a suit. He had begun to dress flamboyantly, donning a pink suit and shoes, complemented by golden accessories that undeniably caught the attention of passers-by. Standing at the door, he naturally drew the gaze of the crowd, who were curious about the significant figure for whom Tesalo awaited. It was well known that Tesalo had recently risen to prominence, having absorbed several gang territories, making him an undeniable force. Amid the curious glances, a vehicle pulled up to the entrance. Tesalo personally opened the door for Victor, bowing respectfully as though he were an ordinary servant. This display of humility left onlookers astounded, as the rumors portrayed Tesalo as a ruthless killer with an unpredictable temperament. Angering Tesalo often led to dire consequences. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a polished shoe stepped out of the car, followed by Victor. Despite not wearing military attire and sporting sunglasses, exuded an undeniable aura. Passers-by immediately recognized him as Admiral Victor. Good heavens, they murmured, realizing that Tesalo's patron was none other than Admiral Victor. Victor settled into the VIP sofa, while Tesalo stood before him. With his feet propped up and a cigar in hand, Victor playfully regarded Tesalo and calmly remarked, "Now everyone on this street knows that I am your backing." "Thank you, Admiral Victor," Tesalo replied earnestly. "You have matured significantly since our first meeting." Victor chuckled and continued, "However, I hope your maturity is directed wisely." Tesalo listened intently. "There are many who wish to work for me, even those willing to serve as my dogs." Victor observed Tesalo, puffing on a cigar. "Thus, you must understand your position." "I understand," Tesalo replied, recognizing the implication in Victor's words. The thought of being a dog sounded quite insulting. It was evident that many sought to be in his favor. Victor added, "Even if you follow me, you should discern what is permissible and what is not." "Understood." Tesalo bowed his head in acknowledgement. Waker Toa stated, "I shall assign you certain tasks and ventures, for there are many areas where I require financial resources. Thus, you must devote yourself wholeheartedly to the pursuit of profit." "I will not disappoint you," replied Taisua with unwavering confidence. In matters of wealth acquisition, Taisua possessed absolute assurance. "Well, I shall first arrange for some funds to be transferred to you," said Victor as he rose from his seat. "Funds?" Taisua was momentarily taken aback, for he had not anticipated that Victor would provide him with money. He had assumed that from this point forward, he would need to pay protection fees monthly. "Very well, I take my leave. I hope you can achieve results swiftly," Victor concluded before departing. Taisua followed him to the door, held it open, and bowed respectfully as Victor exited. The following morning, while Taisua was still ensconced in slumber, a sudden knock echoed through his door. "Boss, boss," called his subordinate Fan. Taisua typically slept in the office of the casino, as it was the place most prone to incidents. "What is it?" he inquired, hastily awakening and drawing back the curtains to peer outside. The casino was not under siege, and dawn had only just begun to break. Fan spoke through the door. "Boss, the Tasro establishment is willing to sell to us." "Huh?" Taisua was momentarily stunned. Tasro referred to a notorious gang family from the Shambadi archipelago, with a history spanning over a century and the backing of high-ranking officials within the world government. Recently, Taisua had engaged in a violent clash with Tasro over a dispute involving customers, resulting in casualties on both sides. He never expected them to sell their casino to him. Wait, Taisua suddenly realized the influence of Victor. Tasro must be intimidated by him. The entire Shambadi archipelago was aware that Victor served as Taisua's protector. The forces behind Tasro, when confronted with Victor, had evidently backed down. To strike at the dog, one must consider its master. Light turned to Victor, Sr. Victor was not someone the high-ranking officials of the world government could afford to offend, especially since those so-called elites would not dare provoke an admiral of the Navy. Indeed, ever since aligning himself with Victor, Taisua's endeavors had progressed smoothly. What astonished Taiso even more was Victor's financial prowess. Victor had astonishingly provided him with a staggering sum of 20 billion berries for investment. Whether it was establishing a casino, engaging in usury, smuggling arms, or trafficking drugs, Taiso required both capital and manpower. Naturally, with ample funds, the recruitment of personnel would pose no challenge. Armed with such wealth and Victor's protection, Taiso was resolved to make his mark. Thus, Taiso envisioned the establishment of a new entertainment complex within the Shambadi archipelago, a comprehensive venue for dining, revelry, and leisure. It would feature exquisite cuisine, fine wines, beautiful women, and various exhilarating entertainment activities. The casino would take precedence, followed by a nightclub. Everything would exude opulence. However, this endeavor would need to be executed in phases, as 20 billion berries would not suffice to realize Taiso's ambitions. Moreover, Taiso's proactive expansion would occur under Victor's watchful eye. Connor would keep tabs on Taiso, for this 20 billion berries represented more than mere funds. It was intertwined with the pensions and compensation for the Navy's veterans. In the North Sea, in the southern town, lay the territory of Don Quixote da Flamingo. Members of the Don Quixote family indulged in every imaginable form of violent crime. The name Gilda Taiso was not one he had heard before. At that moment, da Flamingo was perusing intelligence reports pertaining to Taiso. The Shambadi archipelago had always been a battleground for underground forces, involving human trafficking, arms smuggling, and drug trafficking. Any profitable venture necessitated passage through the Shambadi archipelago. Currently, Taiso was rising in prominence within the Shambadi archipelago, demonstrating monopolistic tendencies in gambling, drugs, and arms trafficking. I say, da Flamingo, shall we have a conversation with him? Toripol suggested. Backed by the Admiral of the Navy, da Flamingo frowned. He could no longer afford to underestimate Taiso, especially given that the Admiral's name was Victor, an individual who had apprehended the likes of the Red Count and the Golden Lion. Kurosaki remained silent, listening intently, following Sengoku's orders. He was undercover beside da Flamingo, now a high-ranking member of the Don Quixote family. Toripol continued, but what of our business? Especially regarding the arms we need to sell to the New World, all of which must pass through the Shambadi archipelago. Kurosaki listened closely, determined to uncover the route of the arms smuggling. Da Flamingo's operations had resulted in countless civilians being displaced each year. With his arms smuggling, Da Flamingo not only amassed wealth, but also seized a multitude of slaves, refugees displaced by war. These unfortunate souls were sold across the globe. One could assert that every berry Da Flamingo earned was stained with blood. Engaging him in dialogue was far less appealing than negotiating with Victor. Da Flamingo, puffing on a cigar, felt a glimmer of insight. It was time to collaborate with the Navy. Upon hearing the word collaboration, smiles spread across the faces of Toripol, Diamante, and others. Da Flamingo aspired to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, yet he had never received recognition from the Navy, which infuriated him. Of course, this was not Victor's fault. Da Flamingo had learned that Sengoku was responsible for matters concerning the warlords. Nevertheless, Da Flamingo had discerned Victor's nature. He had a penchant for wealth and a disdain for pirates. Da Flamingo could use both pirates and money as offerings, hoping to cultivate a favorable relationship with Victor. Could Victor truly be fit to serve in the Navy? Due to Sengoku's influence, Kurosaki harbored a deep-seated disdain for Victor, especially as he delved into Victor's sordid dealings while undercover with Da Flamingo. How could such a person ascend to the rank of admiral, let alone aspire to eradicate piracy? Kurosaki found it hard to believe. Nonetheless, he held a belief in justice. He was convinced that with sufficient evidence, he could bring both Da Flamingo and Victor to justice. Victor, a veritable money-making machine, smiled as he praised Taiso's acumen for profit. Taiso's ability to generate wealth was nearly swifter than that of a robbery. He had a keen grasp of human nature. Understanding that women cherish beauty, he utilized luxury taxes to appeal to them. Furthermore, he provided interest-free installment loans, allowing even those without immediate funds to acquire their desired items for a minimal service fee. Women's consumer desires were insatiable. With a platform for spending and available funds, they were naturally inclined to indulge in shopping. One must commend Taiso for his astute intellect. Additionally, he had arranged for vices to cater to men, In the archipelago of Xiangbedi, Thai's Luo's casino and nightclub are perpetually teeming with patrons, raking in profits through unscrupulous means on a daily basis. The casino strictly prohibits cheating, levying only a service fee of 5%. Furthermore, it offers low-interest loan services, allowing those without funds to borrow money to continue gambling. As debts accrue, so too do the interest rates. Victor is quite pleased, yet he ponders the involvement of the Navy. Should the Navy engage in illicit activities, Victor squints, recognizing the need for preemptive measures regarding military discipline. In the year 1505 of the Haiyuan calendar, January brings an increasingly frigid climate to Dongdao. During winter at sea, vessels are nearly absent, save for sporadic patrol boats and pirate ships, leaving only seabirds and dolphins in their wake. On a small island, a modest dock brims with cargo. Stacked high, seagulls swoop low, flapping their wings and stirring up clouds of dust. A ship gradually approaches the shore. As it docks, dozens of men clad in black suddenly emerge onto the deck. Leading them is a man dressed in a black trench coat and sunglasses, tall and striking, with sharp features that render him exceptionally handsome. He ascends to the top deck of the cargo ship, surveying the area below. Surrounding the cargo ship are 3 other vessels, each guarded by hundreds of men in black, all wielding firearms. The man scans his surroundings, his gaze drawn to a room, where he softly utters, "Where is he?" At that moment, another man appears behind him. It is Don Quixote Doflamingo, who confirms the man's ambitions. Taizuo turns to face Doflamingo, inquiring, "Where's the cargo?" Doflamingo assures him that there is plenty and the quality is superior. As he puffs on a cigar, he gestures, and soon a group begins unloading boxes at the dock. Doflamingo points to the boxes, declaring, "These are all our goods, capable of yielding you immense profits." Taizuo opens the boxes to reveal arms and narcotics. After securing funds and resources from Victor, Taizuo has set forth on a path to expand his empire. However, his supplies suddenly ceased. Upon investigation, he discovers that Doflamingo is the mastermind behind it all. Doflamingo has invited Taizuo to meet him in Dongdao, although Taizuo is uncertain of Doflamingo's true intentions. He consults Victor, who advises him to accept the invitation. In truth, Doflamingo seeks not Taizuo but Victor himself, yet his unique position prevents him from meeting Victor directly, thus necessitating the intermediary of Taizuo. Pleased with the arms and drugs before him, Taizuo contemplates, "How much do you require?" Doflamingo casts a glance at him, stating that the matter is not merely about money, but rather their camaraderie. "If you can convey my regards to General Victor," he adds before departing with his subordinates. Taizuo watches Doflamingo's retreating figure, lost in thought. It becomes evident that he has been in the dark throughout this encounter. Nevertheless, Taizuo bears no resentment. He willingly serves as Victor's dog. Though a mere dog, he is still cared for by Victor. Gazing at the cargo, and then Doflamingo's vanishing silhouette, he acknowledges his role as a mere hound. At Marineford, the naval headquarters to the north lies an artificial island, vast in size and capable of mobility. It serves as a base for numerous naval personnel, known as the St. John. The families of the Navy reside on this island. On the bridge of the St. John, Victor conducts an inspection. At that moment, Light arrives to report, "Senior Victor, all preparations are complete." Victor nods and inquires about the status of certain individuals. "All is proceeding smoothly." Light responds, "Excellent. Have them assemble at the naval headquarters." "Understood, Senior." Additionally, inform headquarters to expedite the delivery of the cargo. "Yes." Victor is orchestrating a significant endeavor, having used his earnings to construct an island akin to the mobile kingdom of Gaji, formed from ships. He strives to bring as many families of the Blue Sea Society as possible to reside at sea, enhancing cohesion and alleviating concerns for the military. Moreover, these individuals have become pawns in Victor's game. Suddenly, the phone bug emits a series of beeps. Victor answers, "What is it?" The panicked voice of a naval officer responds, "Lord Victor, dire news. The Golden Lion has attacked us." "Continue," Victor prompts. "They have destroyed our fortress." "What is the casualty count?" "Regrettably, there are no survivors," comes the chilling response, followed by the mocking laughter of the Golden Lion. "Ah, Golden Lion, You truly have a penchant for causing chaos. Victor scoffs, dismissing the threat. After a brief pause, the phone bug mimics the sinister visage of the Golden Lion, proclaiming, "Just wait, I will end your life. I shall await your arrival." Victor retorts before terminating the call, unperturbed by the Golden Lion's menace. After recuperating, the Golden Lion seeks revenge. At this juncture, Connor approaches Victor, stating, "Senior, Law has met with Doflamingo, who has sent several ships of goods as a gift for you. Please arrange a meeting time." Victor contemplates employing pirates against pirates, pondering whether he might elevate Doflamingo's standing. A pirate ship adorned with flamingos rests in the harbor of Dongdao. The residents of Dongdao have fled, leaving the village deserted. Within, Doflamingo and his associates sip steaming tea, awaiting positive news. The phone bug's ringing captures their attention. Doflamingo answers, "It is I." The phone bug mimics Tai Zwilaw's voice. "Lord Victor wishes to see you. I truly appreciate your efforts. I shall prepare a generous gift for you." Doflamingo replies with a smile. Once the call concludes, Doflamingo stretches his limbs and addresses Toripol and Diamante. "Brothers, our opportunity is at hand. To expand, pirates must navigate the complexities of the world government and the navy. Take the beast pirates, for instance. They have long engaged in trade with the world government, a fact unbeknownst to the lower-ranking navy and the populace. Yet its existence is undeniable. Through their dealings with the world government, the beast pirates in Kaido not only reap significant rewards, but also expand rapidly under the government's indulgence. Doflamingo is acutely aware that mere strength is insufficient in the world he inhabits. One must also possess influence and connections, lest one be reduced to a mere trifler. Under the cover of night, he stealthily infiltrated the Shangbodi Chiwandao. The following day at noon, Taizhua arranged for and his associates to await the arrival of Victor. From 12 o'clock in the afternoon, they remained in anticipation until 8 o'clock that evening. Both Tuolaibo and Diamante felt as though they had been duped. Meanwhile, a sense of unease gnawed at Doflamingo, for feeling toyed with is an irksome experience. Yet, he chose to remain, suppressing any manifestation of discontent, patiently awaiting Victor. "Do you think Victor General will not come?" Tuolaibo inquired, unable to restrain himself. Doflamingo, with a stoic demeanor, responded, "I have heard that Lord Victor is a man of his word. If he intends to meet us, he shall certainly appear." Diamante opted for silence. Outside, Taizhua was also waiting for Victor's arrival, having refrained from visiting the casino that day. However, he too was taken aback by Victor's tardiness. Was it a deliberate act? Taizhua mused to himself. As time trickled by, it was not until nearly 10 o'clock that Victor's vehicle finally came to a halt outside the bar. Taizhua approached the car, opening the door himself. Victor emerged, casually inquiring, "Are the others still here?" Taizhua replied, "We have been waiting for you," without even stepping away for a moment. Victor regarded Taizhua, recognizing him as a decent man, especially for having spoken favorably of Doflamingo. He entered the bar, proceeded to the VIP room, and instructed Taizhua, "Bring them in." Subsequently, Taizhua returned to the adjacent room, announcing to Doflamingo and his companions, "Lord Victor has arrived." They rose and followed Taizhua into the VIP chamber. Upon seeing Doflamingo, Victor observed his understated attire, wearing sunglasses, a black and red shirt, and white cropped trousers, complemented by pointed shoes. In Victor's presence, Doflamingo maintained a more subdued demeanor. However, the sight of Victor instilled a deeper fear than he had anticipated. The silent authority emanating from Victor conveyed an unprecedented sense of oppression. Even during his past encounters with the crane, he had never felt such trepidation. At that moment, Taizhua had exited the VIP room, leaving only Victor and Doflamingo in an atmosphere of profound silence, where even the sound of their breathing was distinct. Doflamingo felt akin to a child confined within a beast's den, the predator beside him embodying the king of all beasts. The tension was palpable, suffocating him, as he understood that any misstep could lead to dire consequences. "You are aware that the Golden Lion has resurfaced and attacked a naval fortress, correct?" Victor initiated the conversation. As Doflamingo contemplated a response, Victor continued, "Your informant within the Navy. Let him be. I am disinclined to eliminate him." The mere mention of an informant sent a jolt through Difeng. How could Victor possibly know of such a person? Victor, observing the shock on Difeng's face, remarked, I realize you are quite astonished. However, nothing escapes my notice, especially under my watchful eye. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Difeng's forehead. Relax. I have no intention of removing him. If you wish to keep him to continue eavesdropping on naval intelligence, that is your prerogative. Victor lit a cigarette. They murmured, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly. You have been stirring up quite a bit of activity lately, aspiring to become one of the Shichibukai. Am I correct? Doa Fulong Mingura remained silent. If you desire something, simply articulate it. There is no shame in expressing your ambitions. After all, Shakurokuru has already attained the status of Shichibukai. Although Victor smirked, he is a fool for choosing to confront Whitebeard. Hearing Victor's words, Dofeng felt an overwhelming sense of vulnerability, as if he had no secrets left before Victor. Victor continued, I can endorse you as a Shichibukai, granting you the leverage to pursue your ambitions. However, remember that nothing comes without a price. I am ready to do anything for you, Dofeng Mingo asserted. Victor chuckled, then mobilize your underground network to locate the Golden Lion. I will do my utmost, he vowed. Indeed, should you perform well, you may attain everything you desire, Victor concluded, waving Dofeng away. As he exhaled a sigh of relief and prepared to depart, Victor called out once more, I require the gongong fruit. Assist me in locating it. In the original narrative, the gongong fruit was initially sought by Doa Fulong, intended as a tantalizing auction item, only to be seized by Taijua. Without the gongong fruit, the Golden Emperor lacks substance. I shall ensure its acquisition, Doa Fulong Minguru promised. Once outside the VIP room, he exhaled deeply. Are you all right, Doafu? Tuolaiboer inquired anxiously. Doa Fulong Mingo shook his head. In truth, his shirt was drenched, as if he had emerged from a water tank. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, utilize all our channels to search for the Golden Lion. Senior, I fail to comprehend why we should send to pursue the Golden Lion. Laita expressed his confusion after D's departure. Surely, the Navy's intelligence network would not require his assistance. Victor, overhearing, chuckled softly. Laita, had you ever owned a dog? Laita shook his head. I've never been fond of dogs. Victor, puffing on his cigarette, remarked, when raising a dog, one must engage in interaction, such as throwing a frisbee for it to fetch. Not only will the dog retrieve it, but it will also present it to you as if saying, Master, I have accomplished my task. Despite Victor's analogy, Laita remained puzzled. At that point, you must reward it, praising it as a good dog before tossing the frisbee again. Victor explained, by repeating this process, the bond between you and the dog will deepen. Upon hearing this, Laita began to grasp the implication. Doafungur is akin to a dog. Instruct him to complete a task, and he will return to you seeking recognition. Then, reward him, praise him, and he will continue to work. Victor's words illuminated Laita's understanding. Thus, Doafungur promptly engaged his network to search for the Golden Lion. It is undeniable that his years of managing underground forces had allowed him to weave an extensive web of influence across the globe. We have scoured the black markets. Yet there is no trace of the Golden Lion, Tuolaiboer reported days later. Could it be that they fear detection by the Navy, thus exercising extreme caution? Diamandi speculated aloud. Even if the Golden Lion is exceedingly cautious, he still requires the procurement of supplies. With a grim expression, Doflamingo stated, Unless what? Inquired Toribol and the others. Unless he controls a certain nation, Doflamingo replied. It is only by dominating a kingdom and utilizing its resources that he can forego the need to purchase supplies. I remarked to Doflamingo, even if the Golden Lion did manage to seize control of a nation, do not forget his abilities. Even the Navy finds him a challenge to capture. Diamante reminded us that the Golden Lion's Fua Nomi allows multiple islands to float in the air, making his capture an arduous task. Victor has tasked us with finding him, not capturing him, Doflamingo asserted. Doflamingo, what will you tell Victor if we cannot locate the Golden Lion? Toribol questioned. Doflamingo's face darkened. We must find him. Upon hearing this, Diamante and the others' expressions turned grim. Should this operation fail, our collaboration with Victor would come to an end. Doflamingo, seeking greater profit, must demonstrate his strength to Victor. In the New World, G5 base serves primarily to monitor pirate movements, gather intelligence, and maintain ship repairs. Within the Navy, the G5 division is no longer regarded as a combat unit. Currently, the commander stationed at G5 is Vice Admiral Maka, a subordinate of Sengoku. Maka is a prudent individual, unlike the younger generation who often call for violence against pirates, especially with the recent vengeful actions of the Golden Lion against the Navy. Maka has become acutely aware of the gravity of his responsibilities. He is tasked not only with overseeing the New World's activities, but also with staying vigilant against potential ambushes from the Golden Lion to mitigate significant losses to the Navy. Commander, here is the intelligence collected today. Vice Admiral Maka received and began to review a report. The intelligence indicated that the Golden Lion had engaged in combat with 3 Navy ships from G1. Those 3 vessels ultimately fell silent, resulting in the loss of over 3,000 Navy personnel. Still too young, Maka mused, believing that not only Akainu but also Victor are too inexperienced. If they could evade confrontation with the wisdom of Sengoku, they would not have suffered such losses. Just as Vice Admiral Maka sighed, the base was suddenly filled with the blaring of alarms. An alert? What does this mean? Could it be that the Golden Lion has arrived? Maka rushed to the window, gazing out over the sea. Soon, a figure emerged in his line of sight, cloaked in a loose black coat. He approached the base with 2 swords in hand. In no time, that menacing visage came into focus for Vice Admiral Maka. "Is it him?" Maka exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the man. Indeed, it was the Golden Lion. How can this be? He was near G1 only this morning. As the Golden Lion entered the gates of the base, he spotted Vice Admiral Maka. Frowning slightly at the sight of him, the Golden Lion inquired, "Who are you?" Maka pointed to himself and replied, "I am Maka. Do you not recall me?" The Golden Lion regarded him, dismissing him as a nameless pawn. With that, he turned to leave. "Stop!" Maka shouted urgently. "Do you know what you are doing?" The Golden Lion halted, turning to face Maka, and said, "Are you attempting to thwart me?" "Yes, indeed. I will not allow anyone to disrupt this place." Maka's eyes were resolute. This was his duty as a member of the Navy, a task assigned to him by Sengoku. Upon witnessing this, the Golden Lion laughed. "You think you can stand in my way?" With a cold scoff, he swung his sword forward. The blade's ferocity sliced through the air, creating a formidable arc of light. The speed of the attack was too swift for Maka to react. Even as a vice admiral, he could not withstand the onslaught of the Golden Lion. "This is bad." Maka's complexion changed drastically. He could not afford to confront the attack head-on and hastily retreated. Unfortunately, there was nowhere left to retreat. He watched helplessly as the blade struck his shoulder, blood gushing forth. With a muffled groan, Vice Admiral Maka collapsed. The Golden Lion scoffed, placing a foot upon Maka's chest before delivering another decisive blow. With a sickening sound, Maka's head was severed from his body, landing gruesomely on the ground, blood splattering everywhere. The Golden Lion withdrew his sword, surveying Maka's lifeless form. Vice Admiral Maka is dead? As the soldiers of the base stood frozen in shock, struggling to comprehend the scene before them, they were incredulous. Vice Admiral Maka was slain by the Golden Lion. One Navy soldier trembled. "Indeed, a monster," another Navy member concurred. "He is a madman, a reckless lunatic." As the Navy personnel quaked in fear, an island began to drift ominously above the fortress, casting its shadow over the G5 base. The destruction of G5 by the Golden Lion was something Victor had anticipated. However, he remained unconcerned, as few members of the Blue Sea were stationed within the G5 division. Would the Golden Lion's vengeance escalate? Victor was indifferent. These matters were for Kong and Sengoku to fret over. They were not his concern. Moreover, he was disinclined to involve himself in such affairs. After all, even if G5 were demolished by the Golden Lion, as long as there were individuals capable of operating it, it could be rebuilt time and again. Nonetheless, Sengoku and Kong faced considerable dilemmas. The Golden Lion's revenge was merely the beginning, and subsequent issues would prove more troublesome. The powers of the Golden Lion's devil fruit destined him to be one of the most troublesome figures on the seas. Unable to capture him, the Navy could only watch as he wreaked havoc indiscriminately. The golden lion has returned. Splendid. I shall follow him. Bring me along. I no longer wish to ally with Whitebeard. In terms of charisma, Whitebeard pales in comparison to the golden lion. The latter possesses ambition, making it a far more promising prospect to follow him. With the golden lion's resurgence marked by chaos directed at the Navy, Whitebeard's cautious demeanor, constantly compromising with the Navy to maintain a safe distance, seemed utterly timid by comparison. Thus, upon his return, the golden lion swiftly became a prominent figure in the world. Yet, where is the golden lion now? Not only the pirates and the Navy are searching for him, but even his subordinates are in pursuit. Since his return, he is yet to reunite with them. However, at this very moment, the golden lion is aboard the Moby Dick. I thought you had perished, Whitebeard remarked to the golden lion. For 2 years, the golden lion had remained unseen, and some of his subordinates had even sought to ally with Whitebeard. Whitebeard, being a man who revels in paternal relationships, welcomed them all. The golden lion has returned, and those who once allied themselves with Whitebeard are filled with trepidation. They are well acquainted with the nature of the golden lion. Any act of treachery will not end well. I shall not meet my demise until I have dispatched that scoundrel, Victor. The golden lion's hatred for Victor runs deep. It is not merely due to Victor's defeat and capture of him, but also because of Roger's death. Roger perished in the East Sea, the weakest of all seas. The golden lion cannot accept such a departure for Roger. He believes it was Victor who deprived him of Roger as a worthy adversary. Furthermore, Roger possessed secrets regarding ancient weaponry. With Roger's demise, the golden lion has not only lost a rival, but also the knowledge of ancient weapons. This intertwining of bitterness fuels an overwhelming desire for vengeance, which becomes palpable whenever the golden lion utters Victor's name. Whitebeard gazed at the golden lion and remarked, "Your quest for revenge against the Marines may invite considerable trouble." The golden lion scoffed, "What of trouble? If I must suffer, then they shall not find solace either. I intend to send those despicable bastards to hell, where they can greet Roger on my behalf." Whitebeard sighed, choosing not to press further. He recognized that his counsel would bear no fruit. The Whitebeard pirates, as one of the 4 great powers of the New World, merely need to remain aloof from the fray. Well then, since this matter has been settled, I shall make arrangements for what lies ahead, the golden lion stated to Whitebeard. Nodding in comprehension, Whitebeard acknowledged the situation. With the return of the golden lion, it could indeed bode well for their crew. The golden lion ascended into the heavens, disappearing from sight. At that moment, Marco approached Whitebeard, inquiring with confusion, "Father, what is the golden lion planning? We are under constant surveillance by the Marines. His visit will undoubtedly intensify their scrutiny." Whitebeard replied, "His intentions are clear. The golden lion seeks to divert attention toward us. I shall not oblige him." Thus, Whitebeard decisively led his sons into hiding. Due to the golden lion's affairs, Victor had not returned to the villa for many days. In the villa's courtyard, Hancock and Lucci were engaged in a sparring session. Though Hancock is a girl, her skills in technique, strength, and speed are unmatched by any man. As Lucci was forced to retreat from her relentless kicks, Hancock pursued him without relent. After 2 hours had passed, Lucci found himself cornered against the wall and suddenly exclaimed, "Watch out from behind." In that moment of distraction, Lucci seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, delivering a sidekick aimed at toppling her. However, Hancock remained unfazed, raising her knee to block the kick. "Impressive indeed," Lucci remarked, taken aback. Hancock surged forward, throwing a punch aimed at Lucci's head. He leaned back to evade the strike, only for Hancock to follow up with another kick. As he dodged again, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his ankle. Hancock's kick was as hard as steel. "Enough. It's over." At that moment, Victor's voice resonated in their ears, bringing them back to their senses. "Lord Victor," they exclaimed in unison, their voices harmonious and devoid of hesitation. Victor gestured for them to dispense with the formalities and continued, "You have completed today's training tasks. I will evaluate your performances and award the highest scores accordingly. Your cultivation has reached a plateau. With diligence, you shall soon break through your limitations and ascend to greater heights. However, continuous effort is required, for in our realm, there are no limits to cultivation. The further you progress, the more challenging it becomes. Your task is to persevere and elevate yourselves. Upon hearing Victor's words, they all nodded in understanding. Next, Connor will assign you your tasks. After speaking, Victor turned to Connor before departing. The group then turned their attention toward Connor, eagerly awaiting his instructions. After a brief moment, Connor began, "Everyone, I will now explain the task guidelines and related matters." While Hancock and Lucci listened to the task briefing, Victor summoned Robin to his office. Robin had been growing increasingly capable. Although her physical combat skills were still average, she surpassed her former self. Yet, Victor was not primarily concerned with Robin's combat prowess, but rather her ability to execute tasks. Thus, he said to her, "I need you to undertake a mission. Inform everyone that ancient weaponry exists in Water 7. Robin tilted her head, contemplating Victor's words. Inform everyone? How should I disseminate this information? Should I shout it in the streets with a megaphone? Or plaster notices all over town? This is your challenge to solve. You must learn to navigate it," Victor said, gently ruffling Robin's hair, confident in her intelligence to find a solution. After pondering for a moment, Robin nodded. She would surely devise a plan. "Very well. Felix will also provide assistance," Victor added. MMHM. Robin turned to leave. She regarded Major Felix as a reliable ally. After exiting the study, she sought out Felix, who had been by her side for several years, tasked with her protection. Naturally, he also took the opportunity to train alongside Victor. With no pressing duties and a focus on the development of his devil fruit abilities, Felix's training yielded significant results. In terms of strength, he could hold his own against formidable foes like the likes of Fire Mountain and Ghost Spider. "Felix," Robin called out from the courtyard. "Moments-late." A figure descended from the second floor. Felix, clad in military attire with a sword at his waist. "What is it?" he inquired. "I wish to visit Water 7. Is Lord Victor aware of this?" Felix asked, his brow furrowed. His primary duty was to ensure Robin's safety, and he understood the sensitivity of her position. "Lord Victor has assigned me a task requiring me to go to Water 7, Robin explained. "Is that so?" Felix contemplated. He knew Robin would not deceive him. From his observations over the years, he recognized her as a good person. "Then let us depart." Felix transformed into a giant condor, carrying Robin aloft into the sky. "Sister, where is Robin going?" Sandersonia inquired of Hancock. Hanku Kura shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. "I do not know," she said, suggesting that a secret mission was underway. At that moment, Victor approached them, gently patting the heads of the trio. "Huh?" The three of them were taken aback by his words. Nearby, Lucci furrowed his brow slightly. If a secret mission were to be executed, he would be the most suitable candidate. Why, then, did Lord Victor not assign them to it? As the trio pondered this, Victor remarked, "You still have much to learn. Was it that we are not yet capable of standing on our own?" A hint of displeasure flickered across Hancock's face. For children, after all, are often filled with competitive spirit. "There will be opportunities in the future," Victor smiled before taking his leave. "I will prove myself," Hancock pouted. Meanwhile, Robin strolled through the town of Chishui, having donned casual attire alongside Felix. As they walked along the streets, they appeared as mere travelers. With Felix by her side, Robin explored various locales, including bars, inns, and casinos. She listened intently to the conversations of those around her, absorbing intriguing snippets of gossip. Tales of pirate crews being apprehended by the Navy, assaults on naval strongholds by pirates, and uprisings in distant nations filled the air. In more confined spaces, the discussions grew even more sensational, with grievances against the world government being voiced. "We, the common folk, cannot govern our own fates. Look at me. I cannot even find a wife. I possess nothing," one lamented. "I truly wish for these days to come to an end." Robin spent the day absorbing these captivating tales, a true lesson in intelligence gathering. Contemplating her surroundings, she turned to Felix and inquired, "Why did Lord Victor choose Chishui?" Felix pondered briefly before responding. "Lord Victor never undertakes endeavors without certainty. His decision to send you to Chishui implies." Before he could finish, Robin interjected with a smile. "It implies that the ancient weapon may indeed be hidden in Chishui." "Indeed," Felix nodded in agreement. "What do you intend to do?" he asked. Robin reflected for a moment before replying, "This is a matter of high secrecy. If I were to speak openly, few would believe me." "That makes sense," Felix conceded. Robin continued. The agents of the world government are also in search of the ancient weapon. We could utilize their efforts to our advantage. Felix smiled faintly, saying, I shall follow your lead. Robin instructed Felix to summon the Navy, directing them to masquerade as agents of the world government, dressed in black suits. The foe agents moved with urgency, drawing the attention of the public. What are the agents of the world government up to? They searched meticulously, determined to uncover the elusive artifact. If it fell into the hands of pirates, the consequences could be dire. Information inadvertently leaked by these foe agents quickly reached the ears of those in the underground world, setting the stage for what was to come. In the New World, several uncharted islands floated amidst the sky. On one such island stood numerous palaces, surrounded by individuals toiling tirelessly, all captured and forced to work under the watchful eye of the Flying Sky Pirates. At this juncture, a subordinate of the Golden Lion had just received some news. Boss, we have information regarding the ancient weapon. A pirate named Grays, who had recently allied with the Golden Lion, approached. The Golden Lion was engrossed in reading a newspaper. What news? He inquired casually. Grays replied, it concerns the ancient weapon. The ancient weapon? The Golden Lion paused, intrigued. He had long sought the ancient weapon, a desire shared by many within the Rock's pirate crew, all believing that possession of such a relic would grant them dominion over the world. What is the reliability of this information? The Golden Lion asked, his brow furrowing. The agents of the world government have appeared in Chishui, searching for something significant, Grays explained. After hearing Gray's response, the Golden Lion narrowed his eyes, stating, then it may indeed be true. Although the Golden Lion was primarily focused on exacting revenge on the Navy, this did not deter him from pursuing the ancient weapon. If he could acquire it, he would annihilate the Navy entirely. Let us depart for Chishui, the Golden Lion declared with a sinister grin. Victor had intentionally revealed the existence of the ancient weapon in Chishui, his true objective being to lure the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion, consumed by a desire for vengeance, might be persuaded to delay his revenge in exchange for the weapon. Victor had deftly grasped the Golden Lion's psychology and planned to set a trap in Chishui, awaiting the return of the Golden Lion. At Marine headquarters in Marineford, within the office of the Admiral, take a look. Victor relayed his strategy for capturing the Golden Lion in written form to Kong. After reviewing the report, Kong summoned Sengoku. Upon reading it, Sengoku's expression turned grave. Initiating operations in Chishui is not a prudent choice. Both Sengoku and Kong understood the potential consequences. Chishui was not only the most renowned shipyard in the world, but also a hub for the Navy's large-scale shipbuilding and maintenance. Should Victor turn Chishui into a battleground, the ramifications would be catastrophic. The chaos of a battle between monsters could spell doom for ordinary citizens caught in the fallout, especially considering the destructive power of the Golden Lion. However, without such an approach, how could the Golden Lion be captured? Just then, Victor's voice was heard from outside. Upon hearing him, both Kong and Sengoku frowned. Rest assured, I am confident. If I capture him once, I can do so again, Victor declared, turning with self-assuredness to depart. Worry etched across the faces of Kong and Sengoku. In Chishui, while the surface appeared tranquil, beneath this calm lay a turbulent undercurrent. The Golden Lion had dispatched individuals to infiltrate Chishui, seeking the ancient weapon. After several days of searching, they uncovered a vital piece of information. The design blueprint of the ancient weapon, Pluton, was hidden within Chishui. This revelation thrilled the Golden Lion, prompting him to resolve to seize control of Chishui entirely and turn it upside down. His laughter echoed ominously in the air, brimming with arrogance and hubris, sending chills down the spines of those who heard it. The moment the Golden Lion set foot in Chishui, the island trembled violently. The walls of buildings cracked, the streets fractured, and the entire island shook as if the end of the world had arrived. It is the Golden Lion. He has come. What could be his purpose here? The citizens of Shuai-Do have discovered the Golden Lion. The CP-9 stationed in the city of Seven Waters, along with the Navy, rushed towards the Golden Lion. Putting on a full show, it was only natural to gather more people for the search of the ancient weapon, the Pluto design. Victor had meticulously arranged for a force of 10,000, effectively laying a trap for the Golden Lion. Rather than feeling fear, the Golden Lion became even more convinced that the ancient weapon Pluto lay within 7 waters. Capture him. The Navy surged forward. Observing this, the Golden Lion scoffed. At that moment, the ground split open and stone slabs flew into the air. Under the Golden Lion's control, the Navy, once organized, were now struck by the stone slabs, rolling on the ground in agony, blood flowing profusely. Victor remained remarkably calm as he watched hundreds of Navy personnel defeated in an instant, remarking, "The float fruit is indeed quite useful." Just then, the Golden Lion let out an enraged roar and ascended into the sky, wielding the sword Sakura and dry wood. Pointing them at Victor, "Golden Lion, I have awaited your arrival for a long time," Victor declared, stepping forth into the sky with a graceful stride. A trap. The word suddenly flashed in the Golden Lion's mind. Hovering in the air, he swung his dual swords, unleashing sword waves that rushed toward Victor. It was astonishingly swift. Victor was taken aback. Despite having sacrificed both legs, the Golden Lion's strength remained formidable. Nevertheless, Victor deftly evaded the attack. "No need for me to seek you out." The Golden Lion chuckled coldly and dove down from the sky. As he did, Victor moved with a fluidity that seemed to dance with the wind, exuding elegance. Hurricane Fist. Victor unleashed a powerful punch toward the Golden Lion. The Titan could control the wind, and under Victor's command, the hurricane force surged toward the Golden Lion. At that moment, the Golden Lion also swung his sword towards Victor. Boom! The sword waves clashed violently with the punch, both combatants enveloped in haki. The collision not only produced a piercing sound of friction, but also sent sparks flying into the air. However, after that punch, both warriors sensed the formidable power within one another. "Do you understand? I need to defeat you here, in front of the entire world. This is a perfect stage," Victor proclaimed, immediately unleashing a flurry of punches at the Golden Lion. Boom! Boom! A torrential downpour of fists fell like rain, moving so swiftly that most spectators only caught a glimpse of the black wind racing past. The Golden Lion did not withstand the blows head-on. Instead, he was pushed back like a kite caught in a gust. Thunderblade. At that moment, 2 blades forged from condensed lightning appeared in Victor's hands. Blade mit Blade. Victor then surged forward, propelled by the wind, charging at the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion did not shy away, confronting Victor head-on. "You may be quick, but I am swifter." Amidst the flashing blades and blinding speed, a ferocious battle ensued. In the fierce exchange of strikes, both warriors sustained cuts on their faces, blood streaming freely. Zulfast. Felix watched in awe. He knew Victor was powerful, yet every time he witnessed Victor in battle, it ignited a fire within him. Meanwhile, the surveillance insect stationed on the rooftop of the city hall broadcasted the clash between Victor and the Golden Lion to the world. Victor was determined to showcase his strength, to demonstrate to the entire Navy who the true, strongest was. As Victor declared, this was his stage. The Golden Lion unleashed a flurry of sword waves, striking toward Victor. Victor leaped backward. Although he avoided the attack, entire blocks of houses were cleaved apart, collapsing like felled trees in a thunderous crash. The destruction was visually overwhelming, making the common folk acutely aware of the Golden Lion's terrifying power. The Golden Lion, unfazed by his missed strike, thrust his famed sword downward, causing countless houses and ground beneath to rise into the air. The entirety of 7 waters appeared to have succumbed to apocalyptic devastation. The populace screamed and wailed, scrambling for safety. Hearing tales is one thing, but witnessing such might is another. It is difficult to comprehend the extent of Victor's power and the sheer destructiveness of a monster. Now, Victor intended to reveal everything to the world through this battle. Under the scrutiny of millions, Victor transformed. He became a titan towering over 30 meters tall. Simultaneously, the airborne debris and earth, under the Golden Lion's influence, formed a massive lion several hundred meters long. The lion opened its jaws and charged at Victor. In response, Victor met the charge with a powerful punch. Infused with haki, the impact surged through the lion from within, obliterating it into dust. But that was not the end. Victor's left hand reached into the void, gathering the power of thunder once more. Zeus's spear. He hurled the lightning spear toward the golden lion. The golden lion met the spear with a fierce slash. The sword wave severed the spear, yet Victor, now riding the tempest, hurled another lightning spear, each throw closing the distance between him and the approaching golden lion. Aware of Victor's enhanced speed and strength after his transformation, the golden lion chose not to confront him directly. Instead, he slightly shifted his body to evade the lightning spear and continued his advance. In the face of Victor, he would not cower. True warriors do not falter. The golden lion's resolve elicited a satisfied smile from Victor. Very well, you could die now. With a roar, Victor's demeanor shifted to one of fury. The tattoos on his body ignited in fiery red, flames flickering in his eyes. Accompanied by his roar, he unleashed a barrage of heavy punches, one after another. The golden lion continuously dodged, but the more he evaded, the more ferocious Victor's onslaught became. Under the destructive force of Victor, the city of Seven Waters saw buildings collapse, not merely falling but engulfed in flames that rapidly spread. Meanwhile, civilians watching from places like the Sabaody archipelago experienced a profound visual shock. Was the golden lion terrifying? Indeed, he was. However, the Navy admiral was equally fearsome. Their combat prowess appeared evenly matched. Who would triumph in the end? The tension hung palpably in the air. Simultaneously, Kong and Sengoku observed the battle through the curtain, their expressions grave. Seven Waters was on the brink of annihilation. Sengoku's demeanor was serious. Kong remained silent. He had no time to ponder the losses and casualties of the civilians. Victor's plan to capture the Golden Lion had succeeded, drawing him out. Now, capturing the Golden Lion again would conclude everything. However, the Golden Lion was not as simple as he appeared. Capturing him was no easy feat. The entire city of Seven Waters was shrouded in black smoke, obscuring the light. On the island, no piece of land remains intact. The devastation wrought by Waikichuo and Jinsizi upon the city of Kishwizidu is absolute, devoid of any restraint. These two titans of the world have held nothing back. Jinsizi unleashes his utmost might, channeling long-suppressed fury and resentment. You truly are a master of pretense, Jinsizi muses, aware that Waikichuo has yet to exert his full strength. At that moment, Waikichuo wields a thunderblade, forcefully pressing against Jinsizi. Suddenly, Jinsizi withdraws his strength, causing Waikichuo's body to lurch forward. He raises his foot, transforming his calf into a lethal sword, and with a swift rotation, he strikes fiercely at Waikichuo's carotid artery. Jinsizi's might is not solely reliant on his fengfeng fruit. His prowess is also fortified by his haki and swordsmanship, especially his dual-wielding technique. Jinsizi prioritizes speed, making his movements unpredictable. This unexpected kick catches Waikichuo off guard, and Jinsizi anticipates that Waikichuo will consequently abandon his attack. After all, losing his target would significantly slow Waikichuo's actions. However, contrary to expectation, Waikichuo does not relinquish his assault. Instead, he seizes the opportunity to accelerate, pushing his speed to the limit. With a single stride, he covers a distance of 30 to 50 meters. This velocity surpasses even Waikichuo's earlier explosive speed. Jinsizi is taken aback by Waikichuo's capabilities, momentarily paralyzed by shock. Instinctively, he retracts his own attack. Bang! Waikichuo's right arm collides with Jinsizi's chest. A pained howl escapes Jinsizi's lips. Waikichuo delivers a hammer-like punch to Jinsizi's abdomen, unleashing an unmatched force that sends Jinsizi hurtling backward, crashing into the ground and toppling several buildings. Gushing blood, Jinsizi realizes he has underestimated his opponent. In that instant, Waikichuo's gaze mirrors that of a certain man, not merely similar, but indicative of their shared essence. Jinsizi erupts in laughter, discovering newfound enjoyment. Roger, it is a pity you will not witness this. Wiping the blood from his lips, Jinsizi fixes his manic gaze upon Waikichuo. A man like you is too valuable to waste as a Navy officer. Join me. Together, we shall seize the world. Though Jinsizi remains oblivious to Roger's desires, he recognizes that Roger must pursue something of significance. Waikichuo feels the same. Cooperate? Waikichuo scoffs. Do you truly believe that a just Navy admiral would ally with a nefarious pirate? With that, Waikichuo lunges once more at Jinsizi. Boom, boom, boom. Waikichuo swings his iron fists in a frenzied assault, landing blow after blow upon Jinsizi. Jinsizi defends against Waikichuo's relentless strikes with his dual blades. At that moment, an ice spear hurtles toward Jinsizi. His kin Bunchiko Haki senses the threat, yet he has no time to evade. The ice spear pierces through his back, instantly encasing much of his body in freezing energy. It is Akiji. Onlookers gather as Akiji strides forth, his visage adorned with frost, exhaling clouds of icy mist. The aura he radiates instills a sense of dread and power. It seems Sengoku has chosen a meddle. Waikichuo feigns displeasure, furrowing his brow. In truth, he had anticipated this intervention. Sengoku would never allow Waikichuo to monopolize the stage. What exactly have you protected? Akiji's expression remains cold as he surveys the scorched earth beneath his feet, flames erupting all around. Waikichuo may be intent on capturing Jinsizi, yet this is a densely populated city. Engaging in battle with Jinsizi here, without evacuating the citizens, would surely lead to countless innocent casualties. As the commander of this operation, I did not authorize your involvement, Waikichuo states flatly, having contemplated all potential outcomes, including Sengoku's interference. In the original narrative, Akiji's actions during the Marineford War were indeed disruptive. Were it not for his interference, the Whitebeard pirates would have had no chance for escape. Akiji's expression grows increasingly frigid. The death toll in Kishwizidu has already far surpassed that of O'Hara. The streets are littered with the fallen. Children weep beside the ruins of their homes, their parents trapped within, uncertain of their fate. Meanwhile, a mother, bloodied and desperate, attempts to dig through the wreckage in vain. "Mama! Mama!" a child cries, his anguish piercing the air. The mother gazes at him, despair flooding her heart as the flames encroach ever closer. Jimu's mother reaches out with her emaciated hands, yearning to touch her child. Yet, in the next moment, an overwhelming force strikes, sending her sprawling to the ground. Her body tumbles amid the debris, eliciting pained moans. Moments earlier, Waikichuo and Jinsizi had clashed, the collision of their haki sending shockwaves through Kishwizidu. Yet, for those of immense power, this is merely a trivial matter. Conversely, for ordinary citizens, the tremors from the monster's casual strikes can prove fatal. Akiji observes this devastation, his grip tightening around the ice spear. His face is as cold as frost, yet the fury within him surges uncontrollably. Waikichuo, having deflected Jinsizi's attack, unleashes a furious punch. Titan shatter. Waikichuo focuses his energy, launching a cataclysmic strike at Jinsizi. This fist appears to possess the power to annihilate worlds, akin to a supernova's eruption. Bang! The punch drives deep into the Earth's crust, unleashing a terrifying explosion of energy from beneath. Stones erupt around Waikichuo, raining down like meteors. The shockwave obliterates thousands of lives. Moreover, the residual force continues to reverberate, shaking the city further. This calamity exacerbates the already ravaged urban landscape. At this moment, structures perched at higher elevations tremble, threatening to collapse. Akiji, witnessing this, swiftly raises his hand, conjuring an ice bird from the freezing energy, directing it towards the crumbling buildings. In an instant, the ice bird encases the structures, halting their descent and saving hundreds of citizens from certain doom. These survivors, having narrowly escaped the clutches of death, cast grateful glances toward Akiji. However, Waikichuo and the assembled navy remain wholly focused on the duel between him and Jinsizi. Even as Jinsizi employs his haki for defense, he is still hurled over 500 to 600 meters, ultimately crashing through several buildings before coming to a halt. As the smoke clears and dust settles, Jinsizi grits his teeth, wiping the blood from his lips, loathing this sense of helplessness. Recently ambushed by Qingji from behind, the icy spear has caused partial frostbite to the blood vessels of the Golden Lion, leaving one side of his body numb. In this predicament against Victor, he finds himself at a significant disadvantage. Yet, the Golden Lion observes a curious fact. Qingji seems to have no intention of continuing his assault. Moreover, Qingji is busy aiding the ordinary citizens. What a foolish individual. A thought flashes through the Golden Lion's mind. If Qingji wishes to save lives, then let him do so abundantly. With a flourish of his hands, the Golden Lion unleashes the lion's might, causing the surrounding structures and earth to lift into the air, forming a colossal lion. Simultaneously, he swiftly moves to a more populated area, intending to draw more people into this conflict, thereby distracting Qingji from attacking him. Victor perceives the Golden Lion's intentions and snorts disdainfully before murmuring, "Life restoration, open the 8 gates." With a shift in his breathing, Victor's demeanor transforms entirely, becoming sharp and fierce like a drawn blade. At this moment, Victor expends his physical energy to enhance his attack power and speed. He intends to conclude the battle. The Golden Lion, having witnessed this tactic before, grins wickedly, remarking, "You Navy are always so despicable, preferring to outnumber your foes. Last time it was a fire-wielding brat, and this time it's an ice user." Victor retorts nonchalantly, "Indeed, we in the Navy enjoy the advantage of numbers. Do you find this objectionable? Someone like you is unworthy to be my opponent." The Golden Lion is determined to best Victor, for he senses a presence within Victor akin to that of Roger. He believes that Victor is no weaker than Roger. However, the battle today is decidedly unfair. As the Golden Lion directs the giant lion toward Victor, he ascends into the sky. Should he choose to flee, none could hinder him. Yet at that moment, a massive eagle swoops by at astonishing speed, far surpassing the Golden Lion's velocity. Upon its back stands a man whose visage the Golden Lion will not forget, Akainu. Akainu is a hidden soldier orchestrated by Victor, tasked with intercepting the Golden Lion should he attempt to escape. At this juncture, Felix transports Akainu into the air, and Akainu unleashes a strike of Hellhound. Dark gray claws shoot forth, targeting the Golden Lion's cheek. The Golden Lion's pupils constrict as he twists his body, performing aerial rolls to evade Akainu's relentless assault. Nonetheless, his frostbitten side restricts his agility. Ultimately, Akainu's claws collide with the Golden Lion's chest. Despite the Golden Lion raising his blade in defense, he is still sent crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Damn it, he grits his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Just as he is seething with rage, he hears Victor's furious roar. 6-style ultimate. Chitão Gênesis Nova. Victor hovers in the air, his body enveloped in lightning, as dark clouds gather behind him, with bolts of lightning surging forth, transforming into serpents of electricity that he deftly captures. Victor then entwines the lightning serpents with his haki, merging them into a singular entity imbued with terrifying energy, capable of rending the heavens. With the gaze of the crowd upon him, Victor condenses a massive crimson lightning sphere in his hand, within which the serpents still writhe. He bellows, launching the sphere directly at the Golden Lion below. Realizing he cannot evade the impending strike, the Golden Lion braces himself, wrapping his twin blades in haki. Lion's 1,000 blades. He roars, hastily swinging at Victor. The blade cleaves through the lightning sphere, striking Victor's shoulder. Simultaneously, the lightning serpents penetrate the blade and surge into the Golden Lion's body, intertwining with the haki, wreaking havoc from within. Once again, the Golden Lion collapses. Victor approaches the fallen Golden Lion, releasing the life restoration state. Under the witness of millions, he extends his right hand, conjuring a blade of azure energy. This wind element blade severs the Golden Lion's hands. Victor then grips the Golden Lion's head with one hand, lifting it high, a declaration of the Golden Lion's utter defeat. Now, deprived of both hands and legs, the Golden Lion is rendered akin to a useless husk. Meanwhile, on the warships surrounding Water 7, Navy personnel cheer loudly in celebration of their victory. Through live broadcasts, people worldwide witness this moment, erupting in jubilant exclamations. The Golden Lion, a paragon of evil in an era, meets his demise, bringing a sense of relief to the populace. Yet, no one seems to acknowledge the devastation wrought upon Water 7. All that concerns them is the triumph. Victor stands with the Golden Lion, embracing victory and glory. Qingji observes Victor's retreating figure, silently reflecting on the scene. He feels no envy toward Victor. Rather, he ponders the righteousness of it all. Who has ever cared for the victims of Water 7? This once beautiful city lies in ruins. Is this the justice Victor seeks? The ruthless extermination of all pirates? Qingji clenches his fists. Thank you, uncle. At that moment, a young girl approaches Qingji, expressing her gratitude. Her mother stands behind her. Glancing at the girl and her mother, Qingji gives a gentle nod before silently turning away. At Marineford, the Navy headquarters, Kong remarks to Sengoku. Once again, he has captured him. Following the apprehension of the Golden Lion, Victor's reputation within the Navy has soared to unprecedented heights. They say Garp is a hero of the Navy, having once defeated rocks, but for the younger generation, such tales are mere legends. Young people have never witnessed Garp's might. In contrast, Victor is far more astute. Not only has he defeated the Golden Lion, but he has also broadcasted it to the world. Hearing is one thing. Seeing is believing. Whether Garp is formidable remains uncertain, but Victor is undeniably powerful. Moreover, capturing the Golden Lion twice, his strategies and strength are beyond reproach. After all, no one at the Navy headquarters has achieved such a feat. Sengoku remains silent. Time is running out for you, Kong tells Sengoku. I understand, Sengoku nods. I hope you will take over as admiral. That would put my mind at ease. Kong sighs, his words genuine. The prospect of Sengoku succeeding the admiral is not merely Kong's ambition. He believes it aligns with the desires of the five elders. Victor is indeed strong and capable, yet he is also exceedingly radical. Although Victor can carry out the tasks assigned by the five elders and the celestial dragons, the world he envisions diverges from theirs. Nevertheless, Victor's prestige has surged dramatically. Regardless of the context within the Navy or on a global scale, the most formidable general is undoubtedly Waikichuo. Unless, of course, Sengoku manages to capture Whitebeard. Deep within the sanctum of Mariewa, amidst the flowers in Panga City, the five elders find themselves kneeling, heads bowed. In all of Mariewa, the only individual capable of eliciting such a response is the king of the world, M. The five elders, acting as mere puppets, wield authority on behalf of him. However, this does not imply that M remains idle each day. Everything that transpires in the world escapes M's gaze, including the confrontation between Waikichuo and the Golden Lion. He is quite an intriguing character, M remarked suddenly, referring to Waikichuo. Upon hearing this, the five elders exchanged glances, communicating silently. It is often said that serving as sovereign is akin to walking alongside a tiger. The five elders are no exception as they constantly speculate on M's thoughts, striving to avoid uttering anything that might displease him. But if the Navy had more individuals like him, would you be able to manage? M continued. A shiver ran through the five elders at his words. Could it be that Lord M intends to eliminate Waikichuo? This thought crossed their minds. For the time being, let us not take action against him. M discerned their thoughts and replied at a measured pace. I wish to observe just how far he can spiral into madness. Understood. The five elders responded in unison. News of the Golden Lion's second capture spread like snowflakes across the globe. Soon, the entire world learned that the Golden Lion had once again been apprehended by Waikichuo. Furthermore, it was not merely a capture. Waikichuo had rendered the Golden Lion's two hands useless. The Golden Lion, now devoid of limbs, resembled a mere husk of his former self. Compared to past naval actions, Waikichuo's methods truly appear rather ruthless. At least Sengoku, Garp, and Zifa would never resort to such measures. On board the Moby Dick, Whitebeard furrowed his brow after perusing the newspaper. Old man, Shiki is finished, Marco informed Whitebeard. The Golden Lion's escape from Impel Down was already a miracle in itself. Although he had lost both legs, his reputation continued to soar. After all, the Golden Lion remained the sole individual to have escaped from Impel Down. However, he had encountered his fated nemesis. When he was once again captured by Waikichuo, the Golden Lion's era came to a definitive end. Even if he managed to escape a second time, few would be willing to follow him. Moreover, after being defeated a second time, would the Golden Lion still possess the spirit to rise again? Indeed, Whitebeard nodded, agreeing with Marco's assessment. The seas have never lacked for ambitious individuals, yet in the end, They either meet their demise in the depths or are cast aside by the tides of time, vanishing from existence. We should steer clear of that madman in the future. Marco suggested. Indeed, to think he chose to capture individuals in Water 7, a place where over 500,000 lives were lost and countless others were injured. Josu and others remarked, discussing the matter. Below the front page, the current state of Water 7 was depicted, a truly harrowing sight. At this moment, Teach gazed at Waikichuo's photograph in the newspaper, savoring a cherry pie, murmuring, "What a dangerous fellow." Concurrently, discussions regarding this event unfolded across various locations in the New World, including Cake Island and Wano Country. Waikichuo's madness instilled a sense of threat among the monsters of the New World. On a small island named Takron in the East Sea, recently ravaged by pirates, corpses littered the beach in town, both civilians and pirates alike, in a house reduced to mere ruins. Shanks and Jesus Burgess were grilling meat amidst the surrounding piles of pirate corpses. Each corpse bore a uniform fatal wound upon the neck, a single blow to extinguish their lives. The expressions on these pirates' faces reflected anger as they had witnessed the strength of the monster, an instantaneous slaughter. Shanks, casting a solemn glance at the newspaper, appeared pensive. Noticing Shanks's unusual demeanor, Jesus Burgess inquired, "What is it?" Shanks continued to scrutinize the paper, responding, "He is indeed a madman." "Who?" Jesus Burgess asked, having never seen Shanks so intensely focused on the news since being lured away from home. Shanks replied earnestly, "Admiral Schwanma." "Schwanma, I know him. What about him?" Jesus Burgess questioned curiously. Though typically disinterested in political news, Jesus Burgess could not ignore the notoriety of Waikichuo. "He has captured the Golden Lion once more," Shanks stated. "Again?" Jesus Burgess was taken aback. "Look at this photograph." Shanks handed the newspaper to Jesus Burgess. As Jesus Burgess prepared to examine the headline, Shanks interjected, "Look below." It was only then that Jesus Burgess glanced downward, and upon seeing the accompanying photograph and the staggering figure, he was astounded. The death toll had exceeded 500,000. Furthermore, there were comparative photographs of Water 7 before and after the conflict. The post-war state of Water 7 lay in ruins, unrecognizable from its former glory. To capture the Golden Lion, such a tremendous cost was incurred. Has the Navy lost its senses? Jesus Burgess could hardly fathom the sight before him. So, Roger's actions were justified, Shanks mused, sipping his drink. Roger had, at the cost of his life, thoroughly disrupted the order of the seas in an attempt to overturn the world. Some concepts that Shanks may not have comprehended in the past gradually began to resonate with him. Perhaps Roger's methods were flawed, yet they were the only means he could conceive and enact. At Marine Ford, the Navy headquarters, with Waikichuo having once again apprehended the Golden Lion, it seems that the next marshal's position is destined for Waikichuo. Although Sengoku has greater seniority and commendable abilities, Waikichuo truly shines with unparalleled brilliance. Lord Waikichuo, have you indeed joined the Blue Sea Association? Some mid-level officers within the Navy headquarters began to speculate on the next successor to the marshal's position. This was not uncommon, as the age of the current fleet admiral loomed large, and a transition was imminent. I heard that Vice Admiral Sakazuki will be promoted to admiral. Who said that? He has aided Admiral Waikichuo once more. The last time he assisted Admiral Waikichuo, it led to his promotion to Rear Admiral. If anyone were to be promoted, it would be Vice Admiral Kazan. Vice Admiral Kazan has also contributed significantly this time, saving many lives. Even without him, Admiral Waikichuo would still capture the Golden Lion. If not for Vice Admiral Kazan, even more lives would have been lost. Can one easily capture the Golden Lion without incurring some cost? That cost refers to the lives of over 500,000 civilians. If we do not apprehend him, even more lives will be lost. How many brothers have we lost during the Golden Lion's escape? We are the Navy, prepared to sacrifice for justice, while there are civilians, innocent bystanders. Wherever there are people, there will inevitably be debates, especially when individuals hold steadfast to their own opinions. Currently, at the Naval Headquarters, the radical Navy led by Lon Hai and the traditional justice-seeking Navy are at a boiling point due to recent events. Although the situation has not yet escalated to outright hostility, Heated arguments have become a common occurrence. In this regard, Ko has no means to intervene. He cannot suppress the situation. Victor's influence and charisma are on the rise, both within the Navy and globally. At this moment, Ko is in his office, engaged in discussions with Victor and Zhangguo. Ko inquires, "There's a vacancy for the promotion of a general. Whom do you wish to recommend?" Victor, puffing on a cigarette, responds with a smile, "Naturally, I would recommend Sakaski." Ko then turns to Zhangguo, who states, "I recommend Kazan." Zhangguo further asserts, "During the recent operation to capture the Golden Lion, Kazan performed exceptionally well, which is evident to all, preserving the dignity of the Navy." Implicitly, he indicates that Victor has tarnished the Navy's reputation. Victor, still smoking, remarks, "I initially intended to capture the Golden Lion through a one-on-one duel. You all understand the nature of the Golden Lion. Unless he is utterly irrational, he would not engage in a reckless fight to the death." Before Ko and Zhangguo can respond, Victor chuckles. "Remember the God Valley incident? The Golden Lion fled when surrounded by the Navy, did he not?" Zhangguo, about to counter, is interrupted by Victor's question, "If you face an opponent you could defeat, would you flee?" Zhangguo finds himself at a loss for words. "The last time I lost to him was due to our numerical advantage. This time in a duel. The Golden Lion believes he can win, which is why he dares to challenge me. However, during the battle, if Kazan suddenly appears, the Golden Lion nearly fled then. It could have resulted in a catastrophe." Victor's voice grows louder. "Uncle Zhangguo, you understand tactics. If no cost is incurred, how can a strategy succeed? Let alone losing 50,000 men, capturing the Golden Lion is worth the sacrifice of 500,000. Zhangguo struggles to respond, but his expression reveals his frustration with Victor's lecture. Indeed, Kazan has merits to his name. Victor shifts his tone, suggesting, "Let this time be a credit to Kazan. I shall not hold him accountable." Zhangguo's face darkens. "Very well," Ko states, furrowing his brow. "Let us allocate the promotion to Sakaski for now." "Understood," Zhangguo nods, resigned to comply. After all, capturing the Golden Lion is Victor's responsibility, and allowing Kazan to intervene would be overstepping boundaries. Victor relishes Zhangguo's discomfort and courteously adds, "Uncle Zhangguo, I am merely discussing matters as they are, without any intention to target or criticize you. Please do not take it to heart." At Victor's villa on the Shangbodi Islands, Stella is bustling about, preparing for a grand banquet. Today marks the 7th day since the capture of the Golden Lion, and Victor intends to invite Akainu and others to his home. Naturally, high-ranking officers from the Lanhai faction will also attend. Fresh ingredients from across the globe are being transformed into exquisite dishes by the chefs. Among the busy kitchen staff is Jessica, the wife of Rear Admiral Jonathan. Jessica is thrilled to receive an invitation from Admiral Victor. Throughout the Navy, rumors abound that Victor is destined to become the next fleet admiral. Although Victor is not yet the fleet admiral, he is undoubtedly the rising star of the Navy, poised to succeed Garp and become a new hero. Being invited by Victor can significantly enhance Jonathan's prospects. While Jonathan is already a Rear Admiral and a friend of Akainu, garnering Victor's attention is even more beneficial. In addition to Jessica, many other officers' wives are involved. The wives' circle holds considerable influence within the naval headquarters. The gathering is quite large. Hancock sits atop the roof, observing the busy women below, all vying for Victor's favor. With a chuckle, Hancock snacks on freshly fried squid skewers, savoring their flavor. Sandersonia and Marigold share her sentiments. Guena glances at the trio from a distance, feeling a twinge of envy. She, too, wishes to join them atop the roof, but Victor has prohibited it. Stella has emphasized that Victor does not permit her to climb to high places. The reason remains unclear. If girls are forbidden from climbing walls, why are Hancock and her sisters exempt? If it is a matter of age, then Sabo climbs walls without reproach. Guena cannot comprehend this. Now, climbing onto the roof has become an anticipated endeavor for her. "Do you wish to go up?" Robin approaches Guena, inquiring about her desire. Guena glances at Robin, shakes her head, and resumes her sword practice. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Victor converses with Akainu over drinks. Rodney and others accompany them. "I have secured the promotion slot for you," Victor announces. Sakaski is to be promoted to Admiral. Guizhu, Dogman, Jonathan, and others widen their eyes in astonishment. They are even more delighted than Akainu, for when one rises, all benefit. If Akainu is promoted, how far can they be from advancement? Before Akainu can express his gratitude, Victor interjects, there is no need for thanks. He pauses, patting Akainu on the shoulder. Securing this promotion slot came at a considerable cost, straining my relationship with Uncle Zhangguo. Although Victor's rapport with Zhangguo is not particularly strong, this marks the first time he has openly acknowledged it. Victor continues, after all, Kazan is the one they favor and wish to promote. Indeed, Akainu instinctively nods. Guizhou, Dogman, and others likewise nod in agreement. This sentiment resonates within the Navy. Kazan, being their junior, has no right to ascend so rapidly. In terms of strength and contributions, how does Akainu fall short of Kazan? Therefore, without Victor's intervention, the promotion slot would undoubtedly go to Kazan. Thus, you owe me a significant favor, and I expect you to express your gratitude. Victor smiles. How shall I thank you? Akainu inquires earnestly. He is genuinely serious. Guizhou, Dogman, and others anticipate Victor to propose certain demands, for the essence of survival lies in reciprocal value exchange. Victor, with utmost sincerity, replies, once you are promoted to Admiral, please cover my shifts more often, allowing me time to relax. Upon hearing this, Akainu and the others are taken aback. Ha ha, Victor chuckles, patting Akainu's shoulder. We are comrades and we must stand together. Indeed, Akainu nods. Now let us feast. I can already smell the delicious aromas. Today we have specialties from the North Sea. Let us celebrate Admiral Sikorsky together. Victor warmly addresses the gathering. Akainu hails from the North Sea, and Victor's gesture not only endorses Akainu, but also positions him as the guest of honor at the banquet. This has certainly granted a considerable amount of face to Chi Inu. Human emotions are inherently tender. Is Victor kind to Chi Inu? Indeed, he is, as evidenced by the likes of Guizhou and Dugman. As for forming cliques, which member of the Navy does not engage in such activities to establish their own influence? Associating with Victor is undoubtedly preferable to aligning oneself with Sengoku. In the year 1506 of the Haiyuan calendar, under Victor's recommendation, Chi Inu successfully ascended to the rank of admiral. Naturally, the entire Navy headquarters is aware that this advancement was orchestrated by Victor. Had it not been for Victor's influence, the individual receiving promotion would have been Akiji. Although Kong remains the fleet admiral, and the Gorosei have yet to appoint a new fleet admiral, some have already sensed a shift in the winds. The current atmosphere within the Navy headquarters has decidedly tilted in Victor's favor. Simultaneously, although it remains unspoken, the contest for the position of fleet admiral between Victor and Sengoku has quietly commenced behind the scenes. The Blue Sea Society, led by Victor, embodies the progressive youth. With Victor having secured Chi Inu's allegiance, his power within the headquarters has grown substantially. It is indeed difficult to predict who will ultimately occupy the position of fleet admiral. It is entirely possible that it could be Victor himself. Should Victor ascend to the role of the new fleet admiral, he would become the youngest in the annals of the Navy's history. In the holy land of Mariehua, the phone snail incessantly rings upon the desk. Chi Inu awakens from his slumber. As a newly appointed admiral, his first duty is to stand guard at Mariehua. Protecting the Holy Land and ensuring the safety of the celestial dragons is the solemn responsibility of an admiral. Initially, it was rather uneventful. However, after 2 months, Chi Inu found the routine to be rather monotonous. Moreover, being in Mariehua, he was constantly exposed to the celestial dragons, coming face to face with their arrogance and cruelty. Witnessing the slaves treated as mere livestock deeply affected him. All he could do was avert his gaze and suppress his thoughts. He repeatedly admonished himself, convincing his mind that these slaves were sinners. Only by doing so could his sense of justice remain unshaken. The complete eradication of pirates and the unwavering enforcement of justice. At this moment, Chi Inu picked up the receiver of the phone snail. Navy, a slave has escaped. You are to dispatch personnel immediately to assist in the search. The individual contacting Chi Inu was not a celestial dragon, but rather an agent of CP0. They shadow the celestial dragons daily, wielding their influence. Chi Inu had long harbored disdain for them. Nevertheless, he must comply, for such cooperation is part of an admiral's duties. The escaped slave is a fishman, adorned with a headscarf, sporting thick curls, a broad mouth, and a goatee with a hint of stubble on his upper lip. The fugitive fishman is none other than Fisher Tiger. Although Chi Inu's tenure at Mariewa has been relatively short, he has already dealt with multiple incidents of escaping slaves. In such circumstances, what could Chi Inu do? He could only send people to search far and wide. After all, the slaves couldn't truly escape unless they could leave from the Red Line or descend from it. However, after a day and a night, the Navy soldiers found no trace of Tiger. Perhaps he had indeed jumped. Yet, from such a height, survival was nearly impossible. It is conceivable that he chose to end his own life rather than endure the shackles of slavery. Chi Inu did not dwell on the matter, and the agents responsible for the pursuit hastily concluded their efforts. Nevertheless, after escaping from Mariewa, Tiger finally returned to Fishman Island. For a long time, the relationship between humans, led by the world government, and the inhabitants of Fishman Island had been fraught with tension. Due to a lack of understanding, humans held a discriminatory view towards the fishmen and merfolk. The world government's oppressive stance only exacerbated this. Moreover, the celestial dragons, as the world's aristocracy, continually purchased various races, including fishmen and merfolk, as slaves through human traffickers. Shortly after embarking on his last voyage, Fisher Tiger was captured by traffickers and enslaved. Over the course of 3 years, he endured imprisonment and maltreatment, bearing witness to the depths of human madness. Upon returning to Fishman Island, Tiger immediately made his way to Ryugu Palace. In Fishman Island, Tiger is a renowned figure. Not only is he an experienced adventurer, but he also leads Fishman Street, which wields considerable influence on Fishman Island. For instance, Jinbei, hailing from Fishman Street, is now the leader of the Ryugu Kingdom's military forces. In Ryugu Palace, Tiger meets with King Neptune and Princess Otoheim. Upon seeing Tiger's appearance, Neptune furrows his brow. Otoheim covers her mouth, nearly gasping in shock. For the current Tiger bears none of his former glory. Just looking at him reveals the extent of his horrific mistreatment. For the past 3 years, I have lived in Mariewa in conditions akin to hell. Each day we were subjected to torture, and lives were extinguished one after the other as the celestial dragons devised countless methods to torment us. We witnessed people perish beside us, their bodies dragged away and discarded into the beast pens. I recall a child, merely 11 years old, who fell ill with a fever. All he needed was some medicine to save his life, yet they cast him into the beast pen, where we watched him be torn apart and consumed. Even after escaping, nightmares haunt me each night. Tiger recounts the harrowing experiences of his 3 years. Tiger, I can feel your pain. You need time to recuperate. Otoheim possesses the innate ability of NavalColonel's and perceives the profound cries of anguish within Tiger's heart. Tiger speaks the truth. However, he is neither as fragile nor as broken as Otoheim. He declares to both Otoheim and Neptune, "We have all had enough. I have resolved to create a commotion in the holy land of Mariewa and liberate all the slaves there." Neptune's brows knit together. Otoheim's expression shifts dramatically. This is particularly concerning as she has just advocated for the residents of Fishman Island to sign a petition for relocation to the surface. At this critical juncture, jeopardizing relations with humans could lead to dire consequences. I understand the princess wishes for peaceful coexistence with humans, but as Tiger continues, his fury is palpable. I cannot sit idly by while they languish in hell awaiting death. Neptune speaks in a low tone. Do you comprehend the consequences? Tiger responds earnestly, of course I do. Therefore, should my endeavor succeed, I will not return to Fishman Island. Though not a complete severance of ties, Tiger is unmistakably delineating boundaries. In the North Sea, and Nantown, you lot, go over there and move those boxes. Hurry up. This shipment must be expedited to the Sabati archipelago. Members of the Don Quixote family are currently loading boxes of goods onto the ship. These goods are highly profitable, as they consist entirely of contraband. Since Don Quixote da Flamingo has allied himself with Victor, his business has flourished immensely. Indeed, Aligning oneself with the powerful is the path to success. Meanwhile, Trafalgar Law observes from a distance. He wishes to remain here, as all the orphans in the North Sea desire to stay. This is a familial haven. Baby 5 and Buffalo approach Law, intent on teasing him, for he is currently afflicted with a rare illness, rendering him quite vulnerable. At that moment, Clausen pushes open the door, standing in the corridor and watching the ruffians unloading the cargo. This shipment is destined for the Shangbodi Chuandao. It belongs to Taizulu, an associate of Waikichuo. However, Kelisong lacks evidence. Had he possessed such evidence, he could undoubtedly have toppled Waikichuo. I asked Dofu, "Are we truly going to deliver it to Waikichuo?" Tulliball, holding a box, seemed reluctant. Dufulangminj chuckled, asserting that we could acquire even more. The box contained a devil fruit, specifically the coveted Jingjing fruit that Waikichuo desired. Although he had not completed the task Waikichuo had assigned him to find the golden lion, Waikichuo did not hold it against him. Dufulangminj understood that he must provide value. After all, Waikichuo sought the Jingjing fruit, and he must first locate it. Tulliball remarked that the celestial dragon's demand for mermaids was increasing significantly. We should deploy more personnel to capture them, even venturing to Fishman Island. Dufulangminj laughed heartily, confident that as long as there was demand, supply would follow. As a professional trafficker, he possessed numerous methods to assist the celestial dragons in capturing mermaids. For instance, he could raid the island directly. Though Fishman Island was the domain of Whitebeard, Dufulangminj was undaunted. As long as he concealed his identity, how could Whitebeard trace his actions back to him? The world was rife with undercurrents, yet this did not impede Waikichuo. With Akainu on watch, Waikichuo enjoyed greater freedom. Sengoku was preoccupied with his machinations at headquarters, allowing Waikichuo to return home and strategize for the future. On Shangbodi Chuandao, Waikichuo's household had welcomed several new children, all chosen by Lucci. Among them were Kaku and Califa, who were training on Guanxio Island, each possessing a solid foundation. Coupled with Waikichuo's training methods, they were bound for remarkable growth. Waikichuo intended to integrate these children into the Navy while establishing a clandestine unit, the Umbu. Lucci would lead this unit, which would heed only Waikichuo's commands. In Waikichuo's vision, the Umbu's ostensible tasks would involve reconnaissance and assassination. Yet, their primary function would be to undertake the unsavory tasks for Waikichuo. Due to the nature of their operations, all information regarding Umbu members would remain classified. Furthermore, they would be required to wear masks during missions. Waikichuo crafted a set of zodiac masks, with Lucci's codename being Tiger. Within Waikichuo's villa on Shangbodi Chuandao, Dufulangminj arrived with a gift, presenting himself before Waikichuo. "Admiral Waikichuo, this is the item you desired," he announced, as Tulliball presented the box containing the devil fruit. Dufulangminj opened it, revealing a resplendent golden devil fruit, the superhuman Jingjing fruit. Quite efficient," Waikichuo remarked, a smile gracing his lips. Laita approached to accept the gift. "Admiral Waikichuo, regarding the Shichibukai." At that moment, Dufulangminj broached the subject of the Shichibukai, expressing his need for their status and privileges. Waikichuo chuckled softly, responding, "Your influence is insufficient. Even if I were to appoint you as a Shichibukai, those monsters would not regard you highly." Dufulangminj maintained a smile outwardly, yet internally he felt discontent. He had anticipated that presenting the Jingjing fruit would concurrently secure him the Shichibukai title, especially since Waikichuo had previously promised him that fulfilling his tasks would grant him everything he desired. Waikichuo, seemingly reading Dufulangminj's thoughts, puffed on his cigar and remarked, "Do not rush. It is I who promised you. Be patient. If I wish to deny you, your impatience would be in vain." "Understood," Dufulangminj replied with a forced smile. "Very well, you may return." Waikichuo waved him away. After Dufulangminj departed, Waikichuo instructed Laita to summon Taizulu. Yes, Laita nodded. Soon, Taizulu arrived at the villa, always quick to respond to Waikichuo's summons, setting aside all tasks at hand. Like a loyal dog, it would rush to its master regardless of play. Taizulu stood before Waikichuo, who inquired, "How is business lately?" Taizulu replied, "The casino's revenue has quintupled. Other entertainment venues have also seen over a twofold increase, with loan services growing at the fastest rate, currently up 20-fold, and human trafficking has also exceeded a one-fold increase. Taizulu reported the recent performance growth with meticulous detail. Gambling, drugs, arms smuggling, and usury were the primary sources of income. Additionally, Taizulu had plans to explore other ventures for revenue generation, aiming to maximize profits. Indeed, he possessed a natural talent for making money and relished the pursuit. "You have done well," Waikichuo expressed his satisfaction, then gestured to the box on the table. "This is your reward." Waikichuo addressed Taizulu. Now a significant figure, Taizulu was no stranger to devil fruits. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what kind of fruit Waikichuo would bestow upon him. As Waikichuo opened the box, Taizulu was immediately captivated by the gleaming devil fruit. "It is perfectly suited for you and will likely be your favorite," Waikichuo smiled at Taizulu, who instinctively nodded. Upon seeing it for the first time, he felt an immediate affection for it. Perhaps this was love at first sight. Waikichuo remarked, "Being able to generate wealth is commendable, but one must also possess strength. The weak cannot safeguard wealth and power." "Indeed," Taizulu affirmed. At that moment, Waikichuo added, "By the way, I will have Ruben intern with you for a while." Taizulu's expression remained neutral, though internally he began to speculate. Did Waikichuo doubt him and intend to groom a successor? Waikichuo reassured him, "Do not overthink. I genuinely need to cultivate an assistant, but not to serve you." Upon hearing this, Taizulu felt relief. Retaining his position was paramount. Waikichuo, observing Taizulu's reaction, felt content, signifying his successful taming of Taizulu, this loyal dog. In the year 1507 of the Sea Circle calendar, in the Holy Land of Maligieo, as usual, during the late hours, the Navy tasked with guarding the Holy Land struggled to keep their eyes open. In truth, even slacking off or dozing off at this hour would not matter, since no celestial dragons would be entering or exiting at such time, and the officers would not conduct inspections. However, under the cover of night, a man was scaling the almost vertical and smooth red earth. This man was Taish. He had made extensive preparations for tonight's operation. Taiga unexpectedly arrived at Shengdi Maligieo. He was quite familiar with this place and quickly located the shed where the slaves were imprisoned. A new female slave had arrived yesterday, and she was truly stunning. A veritable beauty, rumored to be a dancer. Unfortunately, her father had incurred substantial gambling debts and sold her to repay them. To spend a night with her would indeed be a dream come true. Yet, such fortune seemed unlikely to befall him. At that moment, two guards were casually chatting while smoking. Their conversation inevitably drifted toward money, power, and pleasure. As night fell, their thoughts were consumed by their baser desires. They remained oblivious to the fact that a man was stealthily approaching. Without hesitation, Te subdued the two guards, swiftly grasping their throats and ending their lives. After dispatching the guards, he continued his assault until he opened the door to liberate the slaves. Some of the slaves recognized Te and expressed their gratitude upon being freed. However, was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. To truly liberate the slaves, he needed to escalate the situation that night. Otherwise, escaping from Maligieo would prove exceedingly difficult. On Xiangbidi Chuandao, Shadala lay peacefully asleep in Vikechuo's embrace. Vikechuo harbored no genuine feelings for Shadala. He merely found her alluring when he had once seen her in a maid's outfit, bending over to clean. Thus, he allowed her to share his bed, and that was the extent of their relationship. Suddenly, the telephone buzzed. Vikechuo answered the receiver. "Master Vikechuo, this is Dinua. We have a serious situation." A panicked voice of a naval officer echoed through the line. Vikechuo furrowed his brow at the news. The one reporting was an officer from Maligieo, now holding the rank of vice admiral. Dinua had joined the Blue Sea Society 2 years prior and had already been a rear admiral before his promotion, having lingered too long in that position. Without Vikechuo's elevation, he would surely retire as a rear admiral. "What has happened?" Vikechuo inquired, his frown deepening. The individual responsible for guarding Maligieo was a Kainu. Was there anything he could not handle? Wait, perhaps there was. A name surfaced in Vikechuo's mind, Fischertage. Vikechuo recalled that Tava had scaled the Red Earth continent and caused quite a stir in Maligieo, successfully liberating a group of slaves and instilling a sense of crisis in the Tenlungren. After all, it was the first time in 800 years that anyone had posed a direct threat to their safety. Is the situation dire? Vikechuo asked after a brief silence. Dinuo responded hurriedly. Maligieo is in chaos. Many buildings are ablaze, and we will only know the specifics once the situation stabilizes. Dinuo reached out to Vikechuo due to the magnitude of the incident. If the Tenlungren sought accountability, the consequences would be grave. Akainu, as an admiral with monstrous strength, would likely be treated leniently by the Tenlungren. However, Dinuo was merely a vice admiral, his power not commensurate with his rank. Given the numerous capable vice admirals in the headquarters, had Dinuo not joined the Blue Sea Society, he would have retired as a rear admiral at best. Consequently, Dinuo feared being held accountable, even worried about being made a scapegoat. The burden of such blame could be devastating. Do not panic. I will intercede on your behalf. You are a member of the Blue Sea Society, a comrade of like mind. I will not abandon you, Vikechuo assured him. Thank you, Master Vikechuo, Dinuo replied, relief washing over him. He feared the repercussions of being blamed. If the Tin turned their wrath upon him, enslaving him and his family, the consequences would be unimaginable. Now, your task is to assist Sakazuki in managing the situation in Maligieo, Vikechuo instructed. Understood, Dinuo acknowledged before ending the call. Vikechuo set down the receiver, rising from the bed. Shidala also got up and began to change Vikechuo's attire. She was a perceptive woman, aware that Vikechuo was about to address important matters. Having overheard Dinuo's report, she recognized the urgency of the situation. Flames continued to ravage the luxurious palaces, their charred remains silhouetted against the night sky, accompanied by sporadic explosions that sent chills down the spine. Vitelan awoke in a state of terror, believing Maligieo to be his safe haven, only to confront such a horrifying reality. Meanwhile, CP0 agents were escorting the Tenlungren to safety, their primary mission being to ensure their protection. While capturing individuals was also crucial, any casualties among the Tenlungren would be inexcusable. The Navy had joined a fray, prioritizing rescue operations. Taiga's judgment was not in error. Only by creating sufficient chaos could the slaves hope to escape. Akainu's expression was grim. He had executed no fewer than 100 slaves, and upon their liberation, they sought vengeance, setting fires and seizing weapons from guards to retaliate. They had become targets for retribution. Screams erupted from the Tenlungren, with children crying out for their mothers. Fools, save the people first. A CP0 agent shouted at Akainu, showing him no respect. Akainu frowned. Suddenly, his telephone bug rang. It was Vikechuo. Akainu answered. What is the current situation? Vikechuo asked. Akainu replied, we are in the midst of rescue operations and extinguishing fires. Vikechuo stated, the safety of the Tenlungren is paramount. Everything else is secondary. Do you understand? Akainu paused momentarily before acknowledging with a sound of agreement. In that moment of distraction, thoughts of Water 7 and its citizens flitted through his mind, but he quickly dismissed the notion. Akainu had been a Navy officer long enough to discern priorities. In the depths of night, Maligieo was ablaze, with flames consuming the buildings without effective control. Relying solely on guards untrained in firefighting was futile. The Navy faced the same predicament. Their weapons were not fire extinguishers, and they could only resort to primitive methods to combat the flames. As for Akainu, he could only stand by helplessly. Unlike Akiji, his magma fruit was of no use in a fire. At that moment, Vikechuo harnessed the winds and arrived at Maligieo. Before the gathered crowd, he transformed into a titan, and the tattoos on his back glowed blue. Under the command of Vikechuo, the water elements in the air coalesced into a grand sphere above Maligieo. The sphere grew larger, gradually enveloping the architectural marvels of Maligieo. Eventually, it descended slowly, resembling a blue blanket draping over the area. Once the water blanket settled, the flames extinguished, giving rise to wisps of white smoke that ascended into the air, creating a mist above Maligieo. The fire was finally quenched. A CP0 agent, adorned with a monkey mask, exhaled a sigh of relief. The incident at Maligieo had left CP0 agents more anxious than anyone else, despite their usual air of superiority and dominance. The thought of any harm befalling the Tenryubito would spell doom for them. Waikichuo transformed back into his human form as Akainu, and others approached him. He patted Akainu on the shoulder, instructing him to wait while he dealt with the situation at hand. Akainu nodded, watching as Waikichuo advanced towards several CP0 agents. With a swift motion, Waikichuo raised his hand and struck one CP0 agent fiercely across the face, shattering the agent's mask and sending him flying. This spectacle left the Navy, agents, and guards utterly astonished. How could these slaves create chaos in the Holy Land? Waikichuo remarked with a tone of derision, as the bewildered CP0 agents stood in a state of shock. They had intended to cause trouble for the Navy, but had not anticipated Waikichuo's preemptive strike. I will investigate this matter thoroughly, Waikichuo declared, casting a stern gaze at the still-dazed CP0 agents. The implication of his words suggested that the responsibility lay solely with CP0, absolving the Navy of any blame. Calling out to his subordinate, he summoned Vice Admiral Denaw, who promptly ran over and stood at attention. Waikichuo instructed him to seal all exits and verify the identities of those present, suspecting that slaves may have infiltrated their ranks. Understood. Denuo responded before setting the Navy into action. Who extinguished the fire at Maligieo? It was Waikichuo. Hence, upon his arrival, he commenced his assertive actions, first assigning blame to CP0 and subsequently taking charge of the situation in Maligieo. This multifaceted approach served several purposes. Firstly, Waikichuo aimed to enhance his rapport with the Tenryubito. Having previously served as their guardian during their world voyage, his reliability and favorable impression would undoubtedly be bolstered following this incident, paving the way for closer ties and access to their secrets. Secondly, Waikichuo was there to assist Akainu in damage control, thereby strengthening their alliance and ensuring that Akainu owed him a favor. Thirdly, Waikichuo's intervention portrayed him as the savior of the Navy, coming to the aid of Denuo and others. Had he not intervened, they might have faced dire consequences as scapegoats. In summary, this situation was advantageous for Waikichuo. As for the CP0 agents who had been struck, he still harbored intentions to deliver additional blows, relishing the sight of their stunned expressions. Having successfully intimidated several CP0 agents, Waikichuo sought out Angelotti Shung. Currently, Angelotti Shung was Waikichuo's ally, and his assistance was crucial for absolving the Navy of any wrongdoing. Guided by the guards, Waikichuo quickly located Angelotti Shung, who appeared somewhat disheveled, barefoot, and without shoes. The night's events had resurfaced unpleasant memories for Angelotti Shung, akin to PTSD. Upon Waikichuo's arrival, Angelotti Shung's demeanor shifted, relief washing over him. Waikichuo, you have finally arrived, he said, a smile gracing his face as color returned to his cheeks. Waikichuo expressed concern, inquiring about Angelotti Shung's well-being. I rushed here upon hearing of the villainous attack on Maligieo. Angelotti Shung waved his hand dismissively, assuring Waikichuo of his safety before asking, have those villains been captured? Waikichuo replied, I have ordered a lockdown of all exits and initiated a search. Results will emerge by dawn. Angelotti Shung gritted his teeth, insisting that upon capturing the assailants, they must face severe punishment. Rest assured, they will not escape justice, Waikichuo assured him. At that moment, a quick-thinking guard crouched down to serve as a seat for Angelotti Shung, who took advantage of the opportunity. Waikichuo continued, Your Highness, the circumstances surrounding this attack are suspicious. I wish to confer with the CP0 officer on duty and the guard captain to trace the intruder's infiltration route and prevent a recurrence. The mention of this struck a chord with Angelotti Shung, the CP0 agents, and the guards, all feeling a pang of unease. This insinuation implied a lapse in duty on the part of CP0 and the guards. Although CP0 did not fall under Angelotti Shung's jurisdiction as a Tenryubito, his words could incite doubt and prompt investigation among the others. Given the plethora of uncertainties surrounding the incident, it was imperative to conduct a thorough inquiry. Very well, I shall entrust this matter to you, and I will ensure their cooperation, Angelotti Shun conceded, wishing to avoid further distress. The other Tenryubito shared his sentiments, as none desired a repeat of such an event. After conferring with his fellow Tenryubito, Waikichuo was granted investigative authority. The following day, as dawn broke, the Navy, including the headquarters and surrounding branches, mobilized to search for suspects involved in the assault on Maligieo. Upon learning of the attack, Sora and Sengoku immediately thought of God Valley, their hearts heavy with trepidation, fearing a repetition of that catastrophic event and its repercussions for the Navy. Just then, the telephone snail before Sora rang. He promptly picked up the receiver, where the voice of Waikichuo echoed. I have uncovered the identity of the assailant. It is the fishman Fisher Tiger, a former slave. He climbed up to Maligieo from the Red Line last night. As Waikichuo relayed this information, both Sora and Sengoku exhaled in relief. Since the assailant had ascended directly, bypassing the Navy's stationed forces, the Navy was absolved of blame. Thus, the responsibility for the chaos caused by Tiger's intrusion fell squarely on CP0 and the guards on duty. Of course, the treatment of CP0 and the guard team remained a matter for the Tenryubito to address. Waikichuo continued, you may now proceed to apprehend the culprit. It is imperative to capture Fisher Tiger. Understood, Sora replied, placing the receiver back down. Is Victor commanding them? Kong shook his head. Sengoku has already set the Navy into motion, working tirelessly throughout the night. As Victor emerged from the barracks, he could not suppress a yawn. At that moment, Akainu approached, offering him a cigarette. Victor accepted the cigarette and lit it for himself. Standing beside Victor, Akainu remarked, I've caused you trouble again this time. You are my comrade, and they're my allies. It is to be expected, Victor replied with a smile while puffing on a cigarette. Indeed, Akainu agreed, not being overly sentimental. He indeed owed a significant favor this time. If Victor had not taken charge and established a good rapport with Anjarati Shung, he might have borne the brunt of the blame. The wrath of the celestial dragons would have been redirected toward him. Victor chuckled, saying, just hang in there. Wait for Kong's promotion, and someone will take over your position. Every carrot has its hole. Now, they awaited Kong's ascension to free up the position of Fleet Admiral. Whether it be Sengoku or Victor, as long as someone filled the void of Fleet Admiral, a new admiral would be required. Indeed, Akainu acknowledged. You keep watch here. I'm going to take a nap. Em utterly exhausted. After saying this, Victor discarded the cigarette butt and sought out a barracks to sleep. Upon entering the barracks, all the Navy personnel stood at attention and saluted Victor. Although it is a rigidly structured military unit, this does not apply in Mary Geos. Generally, the Navy stationed in Mary Geos does not rotate, but remains stationed for extended periods. They have witnessed too many Navy personnel and guards being dealt with over time. Given the significant events that transpired in Mary Geos last night, someone was bound to suffer the consequences. Typically, the Navy bears the brunt of the blame. Thus, as they watched the fierce flames engulfing the night, they even imagined their families being reduced to the status of slaves. However, Victor saved them. The Navy has now begun investigating the agents and guard teams to identify those who neglected their duties, allowing the intruders to infiltrate and cause a series of damages. Once they assign blame appropriately, the Navy can clear its name. Fisher Tiger has liberated thousands of slaves who had been enslaved by the celestial dragons. This incident has been dubbed the Mary Geos Incident. Due to this event, many slaves who suffered under the celestial dragons have been freed. Consequently, Fisher Tiger emerged as the leader of the slave liberation movement and a great hero of Fishman Island, at least according to some newspapers and public opinion. However, this has brought significant embarrassment to the world government. The Gorosei demanded that CP0 and the Navy exert all efforts to apprehend Fisher Tiger. It is worth noting that only Monkey D. Dragon currently enjoys such treatment. This clearly positions Fisher Tiger as a formidable enemy of the world government. Nevertheless, Fisher Tiger's bounty is rather modest, set at 230 million berries. Although he is the first to have caused such an uproar in Mary Geos and the first to dare challenge the world government, his strength is deemed insufficient. Naturally, the task of capturing Fisher Tiger has fallen upon Victor. After all, Victor has personally apprehended many prominent figures, including the notoriously elusive Golden Lion, whom he has captured twice. Boom! This also affirms the Gorosei's confidence in Victor's abilities. Of course, Andrade Shun's contributions cannot be overlooked. Compared to capturing Golden Lion, apprehending Fisher Tiger presents minimal difficulty. Although Tiger and his associates are fishmen, skilled in swimming and diving, as long as they cannot fly, they cannot escape the Navy's pursuit. Furthermore, Tiger possesses a significant vulnerability. He is a genuinely kind-hearted individual. Good people do not live long. At Marine headquarters in Marineford, Victor, as the commander of this mission, presided over a meeting. At this moment, Suru addressed Victor, stating, "We have yet to ascertain Tiger's whereabouts. I believe they must be hiding. I suggest we search the islands, particularly uninhabited ones." Victor took a drag from his cigarette and turned to Sengoku. "Uncle Sengoku, what is your perspective?" Upon being asked by Victor, Sengoku furrowed his brows and replied, "Tiger is a fishman who was once a thug in Fishman Street, where he held considerable prestige. His involvement in such a significant crime must be connected to Fishman Island." Sengoku did not hold back and did not mislead. "I share the same sentiment," Victor smiled. "I have dispatched personnel to Fishman Island to monitor that group of fishmen. In fact, when Tiger was put on the wanted list, many fishmen felt compelled to assist someone brave enough to challenge the world government. Thus, figures like Jinbei and Arlong, who had once admired Tiger, resolutely left Fishman Island to stand by him in battle." Hearing this, Sengoku could not help but adopt a stern expression. "Well, since it has already been done, why bother seeking my opinion?" Victor continued, "This capture mission is not particularly challenging, especially when compared to capturing the Golden Lion. From this point forward, we must focus on Fishman Island and meticulously search every island along the Grand Line, ensuring we apprehend anyone associated with the Celestial Dragon's authority, particularly fishmen and merfolk. It is better to arrest the wrong individuals than to let anyone escape. The world government has lost face this time, and the Navy will not fare any better." After finishing his statement, Victor extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray and declared, "This meeting is adjourned." Fishman Island. 10 warships, after being coated, entered Fishman Island. "Move quickly. The Buffalo Squad, assemble. The 4th Division, assemble. The Maker Squad, assemble." On the warships, Navy soldiers lined up on deck, ready for action. Thousands of Navy personnel marched onto Fishman Island in a grand procession, instilling fear in the hearts of the fishmen and merfolk on the island. Within Ryugu Palace, King Neptune and Queen Odoheim, upon learning of the Navy's arrival, promptly gathered their ministers to welcome them. Odoheim, wishing for peaceful coexistence with humans, naturally did not want any conflict between the two parties. At this moment, Victor descended from the flagship, followed by Licht, Connor, Rodney, Felix, and others. "I am Admiral Victor." Soon, Victor met with Neptune and Odoheim, introducing himself. He had come to Fishman Island on a mission. The fishman Fisher Tiger had attacked Mary Geos, committing an unforgivable crime. Therefore, I hope you will cooperate with the Navy's efforts to ensure a smooth search. Victor's seemingly gentle tone, however, instilled an indescribable sense of pressure in Neptune and Odoheim. "All right." Victor did not wait for Neptune's response and coldly commanded, "Commence." The various units began their search. Under Victor's orders, the Navy commenced its operation on Fishman Island. Navy soldiers stormed into the homes of fishmen and merfolk, not only ransacking and searching, but also forcing them to remove their clothing and expose their backs for identification. Soon, Fishman Island was thrown into chaos. Even Ryugu Palace was not exempt. The fishmen and merfolk trembled before the Navy. Jinbei, Arlong, and others, witnessing the scene, gritted their teeth, wishing to confront the Navy at that very moment. Not only on Fishman Island, but on land as well, the Navy began to scour for fishmen and merfolk. "You are responsible for guarding this dock. The rest follow me. No ship is to be allowed to set sail. Dispatch several vessels to patrol the sea. Fishmen need a surface for air." A large contingent of the Navy scoured every island, seeking out fishmen and merfolk. In the Shambadi Archipelago, in Water 7, in Alabasta, every nation allied with the world government was compelled to assist in the capture. This was evidently humanity's assault on the fishmen. Upon capturing a fishman or merfolk, the foremost task was to ascertain their identity, checking for the Tianxiang Longji seal upon them. This also implied that despite Tej liberating many fishmen into the sea. The indelible mark of their enslavement could not vanish. Should they be discovered, they would be apprehended, forever deprived of their freedom, and even face execution. In the Grand Line, on an island near Gaia, Tej and his crew were preoccupied with tattoos. Not long ago, desperate fishmen and merfolk sought refuge with Tej. Aware that neither Fishman Island nor the human world could accommodate them any longer, Tej established a pirate crew to shelter them. Not only the freed slaves, but also Jinbei and others departed from Fishman Island to join the Sun Pirates, to abolish the Tianxiang Longji mark on the individuals, and to ensure that the liberated slaves bore no visible distinctions from the other members. The crew designed a symbol akin to the Filong GT, but named it the Sun Mark, branding it upon the liberated Fishman slaves. New members joining the pirate crew would also bear the Sun Mark on their bodies. Consequently, due to the sun tattoos, Tej and his companions named their new pirate crew the Sun Pirates. The Sun Pirates became a new sanctuary for fishmen and merfolk. In the year 1507 of the Sea Circle calendar, 5 months after the attack on Mary Geos, in a certain maritime region of the Grand Line, pirates were spotted ahead. It was the Sun Pirates. Quickly report to headquarters. Steer left and prepare for battle. At sea, a Navy warship patrolling suddenly encountered the Sun Pirates. Since the formation of the Sun Pirates, Tej and his crew had vanished beneath the waves. Their disappearance was not out of fear, but rather a necessity to recuperate and divert the Navy's attention. Indeed, the Navy spent 3 months without locating Tej and his crew. Thus they were compelled to ease their pursuit. After all, involving the Navy of the Grand Line in a manhunt, while also requiring the cooperation of the world government's nations, was a considerable expense. The world government lacked sufficient funds. Moreover, with so many bountied individuals on the seas, it was impractical to expend all resources on Tej. However, today the Navy once again discovered the Sun Pirates. After a period of rest, the Sun Pirates were fully prepared. They resolved to resist the world government with force, responding to violence with violence. The Sun Pirates also detected the Navy. Yet, they had no intention of fleeing, for such encounters would only multiply in the future. Brothers, prepare for battle. Tej bellowed from the bow of the ship. Meanwhile, the Navy aboard the warship could see Tej through their telescopes, confirming that Fisher Tej was indeed on board. Captain Feslu of the warship, holding the telescope, instructed, report the situation to Lord Victor. Just as Feslu finished speaking, a thunderous boom erupted. The warship seemed to have been struck by some force. It rocked violently. What is happening? Feslu shouted. Something is beneath the water. At that moment, a Navy sailor peered down, only to see a colossal shadow swiftly swimming beneath the surface. Another thunderous crash echoed. After a series of impacts, the ship's hull began to take on water. Water is leaking into the ship. We're doomed. The ship is sinking. The sailors grew frantic, readying themselves to abandon ship. Let me send you to hell. At the seabed, the fierce dragon contemplated, then propelled himself forcefully toward the warship. Jinbei also launched his attack. Tej's offensive proved effective, diverting the Navy's attention while Jinbei, the dragon, and others struck from below. Although the land belonged to humanity, beneath the waves, fishmen and merfolk were the sovereigns. The skirmish commenced and concluded in mere minutes. The warship sank entirely, and the fallen Navy personnel were swiftly dispatched by the dragon and his comrades. Yet at that moment, Tej intervened. Do not harm them, Tej called out. He then addressed the Navy. We shall not take any lives. Having lost their ship, the Navy found themselves dragged underwater by the fishmen, devoid of any means to struggle or resist. Thus, only death awaited them. However, Tej's words offered them a chance at survival. Fesla's impression of Tej significantly improved. We have triumphed. They defeated the Navy at 0 casualties. The fishmen and merfolk began to celebrate and cheer. This victory bolstered their confidence. At Marine headquarters in Marineford, within Admiral Victor's office, Licht hurriedly entered and informed Victor, Sr. The 160th branch has discovered the Sun Pirates, but they have since lost contact. Victor, unfazed, solemnly replied, It seems their fate is grim. Indeed, Licht nodded. At that moment, Victor, puffing on a cigarette, announced, Summon a meeting. Unterstot, Licht nodded. Soon, under Victor's summons, admirals, vice admirals, brigadiers, and colonels gathered in the conference room. A spacious area accommodating hundreds. Victor, appearing before the assembly while smoking, spoke in a grave tone. Just now, Colonel Feslew of the 160th Branch engaged Fisher Tage and has since gone missing. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. The enemy's strength surpassed our estimates, particularly at sea. It was Viquetuo. From now on, including headquarters, everyone must enter a state of level 1 battle readiness, prepared to strike at any moment. Akainu answered. Victor continued, issuing combat orders to intensify the pursuit of Tage and his crew. However, at that moment, a transponder snail rang. Licht informed Victor that Feslew was still alive and that Tage had spared them. Victor, unsurprised, mused, how unfortunate. The world does not require good men. The Sun Pirates continued their journey across the seas, clashing with the pursuing navy and human pirates, seeking to defeat them and gain notoriety. Over the course of several months, Tage and his crew vanquished multiple adversaries, all while striving to reduce animosity. Fisher Tage adheres to a policy of peace during his maritime endeavors, urging the Sun Pirates to refrain from senselessly harming humans, including those engaged in battle with them. Although Jean Bay and the Dragon do not comprehend this philosophy, Tage explains that the essence of the Sun Pirates is liberation and freedom. Liberation? Freedom? Such concepts elude Jean Bay and the Dragon's understanding. However, who can challenge Tage? The leader they respect? Whatever Tage says is law. After all, they have been victorious thus far. Suddenly, an urgent knocking resounds at the door. Light promptly rises to open it, only to be confronted by two CP0 agents who stride into Victor's office. One agent, adorned with a hammer mask, addresses Victor directly, questioning why Fisher Tage and his filthy fishmen continue to roam the seas. This statement carries the weight of accusation, yet it is understandable. Months prior, Victor had shifted the blame onto CP0, accusing them of negligence. Seizing the opportunity, CP0 is now here to retaliate. Did no one teach you manners? Victor asks, reclining with his feet propped on the desk, his expression impassive. Victor, don't assume that the backing of Angela T. St. grants you impunity, the wolf-headed agent warns, approaching Victor. However, before he can finish, Victor raises his hand, pointing at him. With a swift sound, a projectile grazes the edge of the wolf mask, slicing across the agent's cheek, drawing blood. If you do not understand, allow me to enlighten you. Do you comprehend now? You scoundrel. The wolf-headed agent is taken aback by Victor's aggression, nearly meeting his demise within Victor's office. Now, you may leave, Victor dismisses with an impatient wave. Stung by Victor's rebuke, the wolf-headed agent retreats with his companion. Once they have departed, Light turns to Victor and inquires, Lord Victor, should we regroup our forces and have the allied nations cooperate with us? To Light, it is imperative to capture Fisher Tage swiftly, otherwise they cannot report to the Celestial Dragons. Victor chuckles lightly, replying, we previously mobilized numerous individuals, creating considerable uproar. And what was the outcome? After hearing Victor's words, Light asks, then how shall we address him? Victor responds, do not rush, I have a plan. For now, let them experience their final moments of madness. Understood, Light nods, trusting that Victor has a method in mind. In the year 1508 of the Sea Circle calendar, the attack on Mariewa is no longer a topic of discussion. However, the Sun Pirates have recently garnered a poor reputation, with rumors circulating that their fishmen indulge in the consumption of children's livers. It is said that many have fallen victim. The communication between humans and fishmen has always been fraught, and now, with rampant rumors, public sentiment has turned even more against them. Humans begin to harbor fear of both fishmen and merfolk, exacerbated by the fishmen's sharp teeth, which do not inspire trust. Ultimately, humanity fears all that is unknown. Even tamed beasts appear as mere oversized threats in their eyes. As reports of human attacks proliferate, the tide of fear engulfs not only the Sun Pirates but also the fishmen, making their existence precarious. Fueled by this fear, humans become increasingly cruel towards fishmen, incentivized by rewards for reporting them. The architect of this chaos is none other than Victor, who has incited rumors through Tesalo and Doflamingo, prompting a witch hunt within the human realm. Victor relishes the witch hunt, having studied its historical precedents. During the late 15th to 17th centuries, Europe was engulfed in flames as religious and secular authorities zealously hunted down so-called witches, employing unreasonable secret trials and harsh punishments to easily convict individuals. This terrifying movement disproportionately victimized women, with thousands unjustly accused and executed. The root of this madness lies in the folly of the majority, manipulated by the ruling class utilizing theology as the sole ideology. Thus, the devil's narrative gained traction, leading people to believe that all things were created by divine will, and any calamity was attributed to malevolent forces at play. Violations of societal norms or religious doctrines were deemed signs of possession or witchcraft. Consequently, humanity became entranced by this superstition, scapegoating witches whenever disaster struck. Witch hunts have persisted through the ages, fueled by the emergence of opposing ideologies. Ultimately, there can be no coexistence between thieves and honest men. On Tarina Island, the men are out at sea, fishing, while the women busily mend nets, care for the elderly, and nurture the young. This should be an ordinary fishing village. However, a child named Kurila arrives, dirty and shunned by the village children. She is brought back by a man named Tucker, an adventurer who had set sail 5 years prior and had since vanished. To everyone's surprise, he returns with a girl. Like Kurila, Tucker is also a former slave, having escaped with her during Tage's liberation of slaves. Their journey was fraught with hardship. During their flight, Tucker suffered a gunshot wound that became infected due to a lack of treatment. Fortunately, Tucker's resilience allowed him to bring Kurila back to the village, an achievement that would have been fatal for an ordinary person. Yet, even the strongest cannot evade death. Just days after returning with Kurila, Tucker succumbs. Before his passing, he entrusted the villagers with her care, expressing a hope that they might return her to her homeland, Fushao Island. As evening descends, golden rays of sunlight spill onto the beach, where fishing boats arrive laden with their catch. The elderly, women, and children await on the shore, including Kurila, who has grown accustomed to working despite being entrusted to the villagers. At this moment, a pirate ship appears on the horizon. Pirates, run! The villagers are gripped by terror. Their impoverished nation cannot afford to pay tribute to the celestial dragons, leaving them with no choice but to hide from the pirate threat. Chaos ensues in the village. Just then, another pirate ship approaches, and the two vessels engage in a pursuit. Suddenly, one pirate ship capsizes, and a fishman emerges from the depths. The skirmish occurs rapidly, concluding just as swiftly, yet the beach is deserted, save for Kurila, who has twisted her ankle and remains immobilized. At this moment, the pirates began to land. However, when Keela caught sight of their appearances, her fear diminished. Keela, is that really you? It is truly you. Tage and his companions passed by Tarina Island and thought of Taku, hence their visit. Both Taku and Tage were adventurers with dreams of traversing the world. During their time as slaves, Taku had cared for Tage, and without Taku, Tage would have perished long ago. Among the multitude of slaves, Keela was rather inconspicuous. Yet Taku had always looked after her. Due to Taku's influence, Tage and Keela also shared a good rapport. Where's Taku? Tage inquired of Keela. He has died. Keela replied in a soft voice. What? Tage exclaimed in shock. He took a bullet here to protect me. It is my fault, Keela said fearfully. Much like in Mary Geos, she dreaded punishment for her mistakes. Upon hearing Keela's response, Tage raised his hand and gently patted her head. He was a man, after all. Tage spoke to Keela. I remember your hometown is on Fushao Island. During their time as slaves, they would often share their past during breaks. One cannot avoid discussing their homeland. Everyone longs to return, even if it is merely to bring their ashes back for burial. Yes, Keela nodded. Let us go. I will take you home. Tage resolved to fulfill Taku's last wish and escort Keela back. Run. The man-eating ogre is coming. Quick, escape. Children, hurry. The ogre loves to eat children. In a small town, upon being recognized, the townsfolk panicked, fleeing as if from a disaster. Rumors of fishmen and man-eating ogres circulated the seas. Why not explain it to them? Keela asked, puzzled. She had been aboard for some time. On their way to return her home, they encountered the Navy. In a fierce battle, someone was shot. Although the injury was not fatal, the supplies on board were dwindling. They needed to replenish their medicine in town, making contact with humans unavoidable. However, Kila did not comprehend this. Clearly, Tej and the members of the Sun Pirates had harmed no humans. Even against those they fought, whether Navy or pirates, they tried their utmost to avoid killing. Yet, their adversaries sought to eradicate them, as if Tej and his companions were truly demons deserving of annihilation. Tej smiled and then patted Kila's head. "Would you like to eat some fried sugar cakes?" Kila nodded eagerly. Along, Tej called out. The fierce dragon approached. "Go accompany Kila to eat fried sugar cakes. Remember to bring some money," Tej instructed the fierce dragon. "Understood," the fierce dragon replied with reluctance. Not killing was one thing, but they were pirates. Did pirates need to pay for food? What kind of pirate was this? The fierce dragon had a multitude of complaints brewing within. Tej watched Kila depart. Having merely shifted the topic, he too wished to elucidate matters. Yet he understood that no one was willing to hear the fishmen's explanations. After all, they were wanted criminals by the world government, deemed dangerous elements. Humans would not seek the truth to validate the reality of this situation. Much like the scene in Let the Bullets Fly, the onlookers did not care whether Liozzi had eaten one bowl of noodles or two. They were indifferent to whether Liozzi was wronged, for it did not concern them. Similarly, whether the fishmen were truly man-eaters was of no consequence to the ordinary populace. Even if they were not man-eaters, they were still pirates. At Marineford, within the office of the admiral, a knock resounded. Victor rapped upon the office door. "Come in." The empty voice responded, prompting Victor to enter. Upon entering, Victor observed Kong engrossed in paperwork and thus took a seat opposite him. "Admiral, is there something you need?" After sitting down, Victor produced a cigarette, lighting one for himself. He inhaled the smoke, exhaling it effortlessly. Kong regarded Victor with seriousness. "What do you plan to do about Fisher Tej? When will you take action?" In Kong's view, if Victor could capture the Golden Lion, apprehending Fisher Tej would not pose a challenge. Victor smiled at this, responding, "Capturing them immediately is not difficult at all." Kong nodded earnestly. "Pray tell. If we accuse Fishman Island of harboring Fisher Tej and supplying the Sun Pirates, and then send personnel to Fishman Island to arrest them, capturing thousands for interrogation should be feasible. If Fisher Tej does not show himself, we can execute them," Victor stated, casting a glance at Kong. Kong's expression shifted to one of astonishment, as if confronted with madness. "This is not the first time such things have occurred. I believe Uncle Sengoku has employed similar methods. Moreover, did not the world government also apprehend Fishman Tom?" Victor continued. Kong shook his head. "No, that won't do. Though the fishmen and merfolk had long been classified as fish by humans and faced discrimination, 2 centuries ago, the Ryugu Kingdom became a member of the world government, and fishmen and merfolk began to forge friendly relations with humans. The king of Fishman Island was even permitted to participate in the World Conference. Despite still facing discrimination, they were at least a member nation. Now to go to Fishman Island to capture people and to apprehend thousands? Only a madman like Victor could conceive such an idea." Victor asserted, "This is the simplest method. Otherwise, we would have to continue tracking their whereabouts. Additionally, reports from concerned citizens have been pouring in recently. I believe we will capture them soon." Upon hearing Victor's words, Kong inquired seriously, "Did you fabricate the rumors of the man-eaters?" "Admiral, this is merely a strategy. I believe the wise strategist Sengoku would act similarly," Victor said candidly. "Being both literate and martial is not a bad thing, is it? Very well. You may leave for now," Kong acknowledged with a nod, choosing not to elaborate further. Since Victor was already taking action, they would await the outcome. Simultaneously, a knock echoed at the door of Sengoku's office. "Come in," Sengoku called out. Huang Yuan entered. "Take a seat." Sengoku gestured towards the chair before him. Huang Yuan sat down. He too had been promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral. Although he was not particularly proactive, he maintained an average performance. He sought not accolades, but merely to avoid mistakes. Furthermore, he refrained from forming factions, remaining neutral, which shielded him from targeting. However, Sengoku now sought to align with Huang Yuan. Huang Yuan, along with Akainu and Victor, were of the same generation, and some referred to them as the original trio. Today, both Victor and Akainu had ascended to the rank of admiral, with Victor even competing for the position of admiral. Huang Yan, a mere vice admiral, although recognized as the commander of the G2 branch, possesses minimal influence. Sengoku casually remarked, "It has been a while since we last met." Huang Yuan had previously worked alongside Sengoku, initiating a cordial exchange. "Mr. Sengoku, do you have matters to discuss?" Huang Yuan inquired directly, avoiding any circumlocution. Sengoku replied, "You are aware of the situation regarding Fisher Tiger, are you not?" "Indeed," Huang Yuan nodded. Sengoku continued, "The world government has expressed dissatisfaction with Victor's efficiency." "Oh." Huang Yuan hesitated momentarily. Sengoku elaborated. "However, Victor currently serves as the public face of the Navy, and the world government wishes to maintain its dignity. Thus, it is imperative to swiftly eliminate the Sun Pirates. Their existence is a continual embarrassment to the world government." "I see." Huang Yuan feigned understanding. In truth, the rivalry between Victor and Sengoku for the position of admiral was common knowledge within the Navy headquarters. Should Huang Yuan capture Fisher Tiger, it would be a significant embarrassment for the notoriously efficient Victor. Sengoku, smoking, remarked, "I have faith in you. Your strength and abilities make you more suited to the role of admiral than Victor." Implicitly, he suggested that Huang Yuan could ascend to the rank of admiral. Yet, Sengoku was cunning, hinting without offering any promises. Huang Yuan, with clarity of mind, responded, "I will make the necessary arrangements immediately." At Marine headquarters in Marineford, within Victor's office, Light approached Victor, stating, "Senior, Sengoku has met with Huang Yuan. He is likely to assign Huang Yuan to handle the Tiger matter." Victor replied calmly. Huang Yuan has always followed Sengoku. However, he has seldom received recognition, perhaps due to his unassuming demeanor or his lack of favor with Zifa. Ultimately, Sengoku often favors Akiji, maintaining a rather indifferent attitude toward Huang Yuan. Nevertheless, Akiji's lackadaisical approach, coupled with the failure to create complications during the mission to capture the Golden Lion, prompted Sengoku to reinstate Huang Yuan. Huang Yuan, Akiji, and Akainu are contemporaries and part of the renowned trio. Perhaps Huang Yuan's reactivation will yield different results. Sengoku has his own calculations in mind. Let be. Victor remained unconvinced, pondering the possibility of Huang Yuan getting ahead. Light expressed concern, to which Victor countered, "Do you believe he could outpace us?" Well, Light hesitated, as he did not know Huang Yuan well. In truth, Huang Yuan had maintained a low profile within the headquarters, dutifully executing orders without complaint. He accepted and completed every assignment without fail, leaving most of the Navy with little impression of his character or capabilities. "It matters not," Victor dismissed. "He has no secrets from me." At the G2 branch base, in the commander's office, Huang Yuan returned and summoned Major General Catalu. "Enter." Huang Yuan called towards the door. Major General Catalu saluted as he entered. "Please have a seat." Huang Yuan gestured to the nearby sofa. After Catalu settled, Huang Yuan shared the intelligence and information provided by Sengoku. Catalu examined the information and remarked, "Isn't this Admiral Victor's task? Capturing the fisherman Fisher Tiger is his responsibility. This is no secret within the Navy. Proceed with the investigation," Huang Yuan instructed, offering no explanation. Understood, Catalu complied, preparing to leave when Huang Yuan reminded him, "Remember, it is merely an investigation. Do not engage them, lest we alarm the prey." "Yes," Catalu nodded and departed. In the original narrative, Huang Yuan dispatched Major General Catalu for investigation. However, Catalu disregarded Paulusolino's orders and attacked the Sun Pirates, resulting in a catastrophic defeat. Upon returning to his office, Catalu did not hastily send out investigators, but instead picked up the Den Mushi. After a brief moment, he reported, "This is Catalu of the G2 branch, with an important situation to relay." "Please proceed," Catalu came the response. "Huang Yuan has accepted the task of pursuing Fisher Tiger and has dispatched me to investigate. Please ensure this information reaches Admiral Victor. I will relay it immediately." "Thank you, Catalu." Shortly thereafter, the Den Mushi on Victor's desk rang. "Understood," Victor said, placing the device down. Light was astonished. Sengoku must not have anticipated the extent of infiltration by the Blue Sea into the headquarters. Victor's eyes and ears were everywhere. Despite the near devastation of Water 7, Tom's dream had come to fruition. The sea train, a decade-long endeavor by Tom's workshop, was finally completed. On the day of its completion, Victor received an invitation to witness and ride the sea train. He attended the event, greeted warmly by the citizens of Water 7. Despite his indirect role in its destruction, which had caused significant casualties and property loss. Yet, Victor had become a star of the Navy, akin to a celebrity. The public's admiration for Victor overshadowed his past misdeeds, with many perceiving him as a hero. For instance, Victor's defense of Tom had ensured Tom's survival and facilitated the sea train's construction. A villain may commit numerous wrongs, but as long as these transgressions remain concealed and he performs good deeds publicly, he can easily be regarded as a benevolent figure. Upon seeing Victor, Tom expressed his gratitude. "Admiral Victor, I cannot believe you could spare the time to attend. The sea train is a monumental project. Its completion will save countless civilians." Victor generously praised, eliciting pride in the hearts of Iceberg, Frankie, and others. "I am aware of the suffering Water 7 has endured. However, I believe that the diligent, courageous, and remarkable citizens of Water 7 will rebuild their home. This place will thrive and flourish once more, filled with tourists during the peak season." Victor commenced his speech before the gathered citizens, who listened intently. "I assure you," he promised, "the Navy will deploy warships to patrol and ensure the train operates safely and smoothly." Upon hearing Victor's commitment, the citizens of Water 7 erupted into applause, their cheers resounding. Meanwhile, a live broadcast was occurring, including the plaza in Marineford, capturing the moment for all to witness. After reading the article, Chingji donned his blindfold and resumed his slumber. The hypocrisy of Victor revolted him, while the foolishness of the masses left him feeling helpless. The true culprits causing harm to the Seven Water City were receiving gratitude from the citizens. Truly, this world is perplexing. Meanwhile, Major General Catalu was secretly investigating the whereabouts of Tej and his companions, having traced them back to Tej's hometown. According to the villagers, Tej had taken a girl from the village, who had returned with him. Both bore the mark of Tianxiang Longjiti, and Tej had instructed the villagers to ensure that Kuerla was sent back to her homeland, Fuxia Island. As the intelligence became clearer, Catalu was preparing to report to Victor when suddenly his aide called out to him, "Wait, sir, do not rush to report." "Why?" Catalu inquired. The aide replied, "Sir, if you capture Tej yourself and then hand him over to Lord Victor." The aide intentionally left his sentence unfinished, hinting at the significant merit that could be gained. Catalu's eyes lit up with realization. The aide cautioned, "But what if Lord Victor assigns the capture to someone else? I almost made a mistake." Catalu raised his hand to pat his forehead, deciding to continue the pursuit. If he could capture Tej and present him to Victor, it would be a remarkable achievement. Once this mission concluded, not only could he be promoted to Vice Admiral, but it would also elevate his standing within the Blue Sea Society. With his objectives clear and resolve strengthened, Catalu was determined not to let this accomplishment slip into the hands of others. It seemed that fate was predetermined, much like in the original narrative. Catalu chose to pursue Fisher Tej on his own. He was akin to a shark sensing blood. He would not relent until he had seized his prey. Meanwhile, in Victor's villa on the Sabati archipelago, the phone insect buzzed. Victor picked up the receiver. "Lord Victor, according to reports from the G2 branch, Catalu has tracked down Tej and intends to capture him alone." "I see," Victor replied with a slight smile, not at all surprised. In this competitive environment, each person has their own niche. The internal rivalry within the Navy is fierce, and the same goes for the Blue Sea Society. Those with strength do not fear competition, while the weaker ones strive desperately to make their mark. Catalu belonged to the latter category, yet he was not alone. Many like him harbored their own ambitions, constantly seeking opportunities. The individual who reported to the G2 branch was none other than Catalu's aide, Damian Jones. Victor then pressed a button on his desk, summoning Lucci. After a moment, Lucci entered. Victor addressed him. "There's something I need you to do." Lucci's expression remained impassive. He would be informed of the specific task along the way. Victor, smoking a cigarette, remarked that it might be somewhat challenging, yet he believed they would manage. Understood, Lucci replied before leaving the study. He made his way to the yard, beckoning Bruno and Gabra, who were training. Come with me for a while, Lucci said indifferently. Not far away, Hancock, Sandersonia, and Marigold observed curiously. Sister, has Lord Victor assigned the mission again? Sandersonia whispered. Certainly, Hancock said with a hint of dissatisfaction. She could not understand why Victor did not assign her any tasks, especially since her strength had surged, and she was capable of handling matters independently. Meanwhile, Robin was preoccupied, and Lucci and others frequently undertook missions, leaving her feeling sidelined. At that moment, Victor's voice called out from the open window, Hancock. I'm here, Hancock responded, quickly jogging to Victor's side with a smile on her face. Despite being 17, she still appeared as a child in Victor's presence. Victor gently stroked her smooth black hair and said, There is something I need you to do. Hancock's excitement bubbled as she exclaimed, Really? Yes, Victor replied, caressing her cheek. I need you to undertake an important mission. The mention of an important mission thrilled Hancock, as she felt it was finally her turn. Victor then asked, Do you remember your hometown? Hancock nodded, recalling that her hometown was Amazon Lily, a place known for its fierce inhabitants. I want you to return there and become the Empress of the Amazon. Huh? Hancock was momentarily taken aback. Victor inquired, Do you have confidence in completing this task? Yes. Yes. Hancock nodded vigorously. Then go forth. I believe you will bring me great surprises. I will not disappoint Lord Victor, she earnestly replied. Sister, are we really going back to Amazon Lily? Sandersonia asked, her face filled with hesitance. She did not wish to leave this place. As much as Amazon Lily was their homeland, the current life was far more enjoyable. Victor had not restricted their freedom, and Sandersonia and Marigold often explored the vibrant Sabati archipelago, filled with delightful food and entertainment. In contrast, life in Amazon Lily felt monotonous. Marigold also expressed her reluctance. Sister, can we not go back? No. Hancock shook her head resolutely, stating, This is Lord Victor's task, and we must fulfill it. Upon hearing Hancock's words, Sandersonia and Marigold fell silent. Around 3 in the afternoon, the ship arrived. Victor personally escorted the 3 sisters to the dock. I will send a liaison to the island. There are many matters that I cannot address directly, and I need you to handle them for me, Victor instructed. We will, Hancock, Sandersonia, and Marigold replied earnestly. All right. Board the ship, Victor waved his hand. The sisters reluctantly boarded the vessel, and only after they could no longer see the Sabati archipelago did they return to the cabin. Long time no see, a familiar voice echoed within the cabin. The 3 sisters focused their gaze. Robin, what are you doing here? Hancock asked in surprise. Robin replied, This is Lord Victor's command. Hancock inquired, Are you going with us to Amazon Lily? However, ordinary vessels cannot approach Nur-Dao. Before Song Da Suania finished speaking, Luabin smiled and explained, Rest assured, this ship employs the latest advancements in the Navy's high-low-shore technology, enabling safe passage through the doldrums. This revelation left Han Kyuk and her companions initially astonished and subsequently filled with trepidation. For ages, Nur-Dao has been safeguarded by the doldrums. Fear not, for Lord Waikichuo shall protect you, Luabin reassured with a smile, then produced a prepared mission brief for Han Kyuk. What is this? Han Kyuk inquired. Luabin replied, This is a plan I devised to assist you in seizing the throne. Han Kyuk glanced at Luabin before dismissively tossing it aside, declaring, I do not require such assistance. In her view, with her current prowess, becoming the Empress of Nur-Dao would be a trivial endeavor. If you do not wish for it, that is fine, Luabin conceded, having been dispatched by Waikichuo to accompany Taijua. She not only became well-versed in the intricacies of the underground world, but also acquired greater interpersonal skills. Han Kyuk's proud disposition rendered her impervious to the words of anyone other than Waikichuo. By the way, Han Kyuk suddenly remembered something. What is it? Luabin asked. Han Kyuk earnestly inquired, When shall we return to Lord Waikichuo's side? Well, Luabin feigned contemplation for a moment before teasingly responding, That depends on your performance. What is our mission this time? Gabula asked out of curiosity. Lucci remained silent. I hope it is not some bizarre task, Gabula muttered. Bruno glanced at Lucci, who was in a meditative state. Had it not been for Lucci, they would have joined CP9. Although they currently served as members of the Dark Faction, the Navy remained oblivious to their existence, as they only operated under code names. For instance, Bruno was known as Ox, Gabula as Dog, and Lucci as Dragon. Their every operation left no trace, ensuring that no one knew of their involvement. When they removed their masks and blended into the crowd, they vanished without a trace. The warship sailed steadily until it delivered them to Talikadao. Talikadao is a modest island, home to but a single town with a sparse population. The inhabitants of this town, due to their impoverished state, lacked the means to pay the celestial gold, thus falling outside the protection of the world government. "Your supplies are ready," announced the officer aboard the warship before escorting Lucci and his companions to the island. Upon disembarking, they swiftly proceeded to their designated location. They discovered a vessel nestled in a cove, stocked with weapons, provisions, and fresh water. "I have a foreboding feeling. I detest ambush missions," Gabula expressed gloomily. Lucci disregarded him and boarded the ship directly. "What exactly is our mission?" Gabula persisted in his inquiry. As he spoke, Bruno had already stepped aboard. "Seriously, why is the mission never disclosed?" Gabula sighed in exasperation as he reluctantly followed suit. Fuer Xiadao, the homeland of Kuerla. In the original narrative, Tej arrived at Kuerla's hometown, Fuer Xiadao. After completing the escort, he was betrayed by the local residents, leading to an ambush by the Navy that had long awaited the Sun Pirates. On the island, Tej was also attacked by the forces of Rear Admiral Site Bailey. During the ensuing battle, Fisher Tej sustained grave injuries, and it was only through the sacrifices of Jinbi and others that he was rescued from the Navy's grasp, seizing a warship in the process. Due to the human vessels containing only human blood, Tej, repulsed by human blood, refused a transfusion, resulting in his untimely demise. At this moment, the residents of Fuer Xiadao continued their leisurely lives as usual. Elders engaged in chess, children frolicked with dogs, and women gathered to gossip, all brimming with vitality. Lucci observed all of this from a distance. He then donned his dragon mask, while Bruno followed suit with his ox mask, and Gabula adorned himself with a dog mask. "Our mission is to execute every inhabitant here," Lucci declared to Gabula and the others. "What?" Gabula was taken aback. "Are we to spare neither the elderly nor the children?" Bruno finally spoke up. Lucci replied, "These villagers are suspected of colluding with rebels. Hence, no one shall be left alive. Collaborating with the Revolutionary Army is the justification for this operation. In truth, some residents of Fuer Xiadao were indeed members of the Revolutionary Army, yet this served merely as a pretext." "This task," Gabula muttered quietly. "This is an order," Lucci stated coldly, fixing Gabula with a piercing gaze. Though obscured by their masks, the murderous aura emanating from Lucci silenced Gabula. Given the prowess of Lucci, Gabula, and Bruno, exterminating an entire village's populace would be a trivial feat. Fuer Xiadao lies ahead, Kuerla exclaimed with excitement. Her time spent with Tej and the others had significantly mellowed her character. "At long last, we have arrived," the dragon grumbled, as he preferred to avoid human company. Moreover, during their journey to return Kuerla home, they had encountered a pursuit by the Navy. However, despite the adversary being a rear admiral, he proved to be rather mediocre, failing to capture them and ultimately being vanquished by the Sun Pirates. Yet, such a lifestyle would become the norm, complicating matters as caring for Kuerla during battles would prove burdensome. Tej and his companions disembarked from the vessel. As the saying goes, to help a person to the end is to send a Buddha to the west, since they were committed to returning Kuerla to her homeland. A few extra steps were inconsequential. However, upon reaching the village, they were met with a gruesome sight. The ground was littered with corpses. "Let us see if any survive," Tej instructed the dragon and Jinbi. They swiftly began searching the village, yet not a single soul remained. "They're dead. All of them are gone." Kuerla's gaze was vacant. She could not fathom that upon finally returning to her homeland, there was not a living soul in sight. "Fishmen, the fishmen have attacked the village." Suddenly, a voice from outside the village cried out. The dragon and Jinbi rushed outside, only to witness merchants fleeing in panic. These merchants would daily carry their wares along the route, and upon seeing the fishmen invade the village, they hastily fled while calling for help. What is he shouting about? The dragon, incensed, demanded. He was known for his fiery temperament, and the current human accusations further fueled his wrath. However, Tej grasped the dragon's shoulder. "Let's bury the bodies and depart from this place," Tej suggested to the group. As for clearing his name, he was a fishman and a wanted criminal. Who would believe him? Thus, Tej and the others set to work, seeking an open area near the village to dig a grave for the deceased villagers. However, before Tai Gu and his companions could bury their dead, the sound of cannon fire echoed in the distance. Naval warships were advancing towards the island. There's no time left. Everyone, retreat quickly. Tai Gu commanded the withdrawal. The Sun Pirates, accompanied by Ku Erla, hurriedly boarded their ship once more. At Marine headquarters in Marinfander, in Victor's office, the telephone snail rang insistently. Victor answered the receiver. "Sir Victor, the Sun Pirates have attacked a village on Fuchsia Island, leaving no survivors among the men, women, and children." The naval officer reporting to Victor wore an expression of deep anger. "I understand," Victor replied, placing the receiver down. He then instructed Light, "Contact the World Economic News to report the atrocities committed by the fishmen." "Understood," Light nodded. In the past, rumors circulated about fishmen killing and consuming humans. Now, there was not only the scene of the crime, but also witnesses to the event. Tai Gu and the Sun Pirates were in a predicament, akin to being caught in a muddy quagmire, and even their defenses would be met with disbelief. Naturally, this was precisely what Victor desired, igniting conflict between humans and fishmen, fostering a blood feud that would lead to mutual annihilation. Hatred is a potent force. It can bring devastation as well as courage. To become the king of the world, Victor knew he must employ certain tactics. Clearly, both fishmen and merfolk were exploitable resources. Thus, Victor framed Tai Gu and the Sun Pirates for the massacre, as only through this deception could he enact retribution. The Navy would then retaliate against Fishman Island with similar measures, and public opinion would sway in Victor's favor, especially since it was the fishmen who first attacked the elderly and children. This way, his actions would be justified. Under Victor's orchestration, newspapers began to flood the public with reports of the village massacre. Before Victor's arrival, some Western nations and media outlets were adept at fabricating news. They would hire actors and directors to stage scenes. However, Victor lacked the luxury of time to gather extraneous individuals for such theatrics. The fewer people who knew the truth, the better. Thus, Victor resorted to framing and deceit. After all, Tai Gu and his crew were already beyond redemption. At Marine headquarters in Marinfander, Kong stared at the newspaper, his brow furrowed. Sengoku appeared puzzled as well. Why would Tai Gu and his crew commit such atrocities on Fuchsia Island? Had the island's inhabitants provoked them? Yet, Sengoku had no intention of investigating further. At that moment, Victor entered the office. "Victor," Kong addressed him seriously, "how long until we can apprehend them?" Victor, maintaining his composure, replied, "I do have a method to capture them soon, but I require authorization for a special operation targeting Fishman Island in the name of the headquarters." Sengoku frowned at Victor's words, uncertain of his intentions. However, Kong understood Victor's plan and coldly inquired, "Are you truly going to proceed with that?" "It is the quickest method, especially if we wish to prevent further casualties," Victor calmly stated. After a moment of contemplation, Kong consented. Very well. With Kong's approval, Victor immediately summoned his troops. Soon, Victor assembled 5 vice admirals and 10,000 elite marines, including Akiji, Kizaru, Akainu, and the Weasel. "Where are we headed?" Akainu asked, perplexed. Gathering 5 vice admirals, 10 rear admirals, and 10,000 elite marines, they were most likely preparing for a significant operation. However, why did Victor not include his own subordinates and instead summon Akiji, Kizaru, Akainu, and the Weasel? It seemed illogical. As everyone was engulfed in confusion, Victor stepped forward. "We set sail for Fishman Island." "Fishman Island?" Akiji and Kizaru were baffled. Hadn't they just been there? Why return? Moreover, deploying such a large force again. What could be the intention? Surely, he did not intend to annihilate Fishman Island? This is an order from the world government. Victor declared as he strode directly toward his flagship. Kizaru, smoking a cigarette, followed behind. Akiji and the others boarded their respective warships. 10 gleaming vessels departed in formation, soon submerging beneath the waves. Fishman Island was bustling today. With the rising demand for merfolk and fishmen, human traffickers were daring to raid the island once more. At this moment, fishmen and merfolk were fleeing in all directions, desperate to avoid capture. If caught by the traffickers, they would face a living hell. The flag of Whitebeard was prominently displayed on Fishman Island. However, the traffickers were well aware that the Whitebeard pirates were not stationed there. Even if Whitebeard arrived, it would take time. By then, they would have long since escaped. At this very moment, in the Ryugu Kingdom, Neptune had gathered his forces, preparing to expel the traffickers. Yet, just as he was about to act, 10 naval warships arrived at Fishman Island. The traffickers, who were currently capturing fishmen and merfolk, were left dumbfounded. What is happening? They stammered, bewildered. Victor observed this scene with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Were any of Doflamingo's subordinates among them? If so, they could only blame their misfortune for stumbling into the crossfire. Capture them all, Victor instructed, his expression unreadable. Yes, sir. Akainu and the others replied in unison. Capturing the traffickers? This was indeed a righteous act. Thus, Akainu's subordinates sprang into action. Soon, the traffickers were fleeing in all directions, some even facing immediate justice. The fishmen and merfolk, bound and helpless, could hardly believe their eyes. The Navy had come to protect them? This is a first. We are safeguarding Fishman Island? Kizaru gazed at Victor in disbelief, unconvinced of his benevolence. Akiji was equally perplexed. Had Victor lost his mind today? Just as they were trying to make sense of the situation, Victor issued a new command. Take them all away, including these fishmen and merfolk. Huh. Both Akiji and Kizaru were taken aback. What was he planning? Akiji finally spoke up, eager for clarification. Victor glanced at Akiji and calmly explained. They are covertly supporting Taigo, posing a continuous threat to the world. Them? Are you certain? Akiji questioned, staring at the women and children bound on the ground. Did these individuals truly support Taiga? Was this not utter nonsense? This is an order from the world government. Victor dismissed Akiji's concerns, uninterested in further explanation. What will happen once we capture them? Qingji clenched his fist in secret, yearning to deliver a blow to Victor, yet he restrained himself. The plan was to take him back for interrogation. If the evidence proved irrefutable, they would accept the judgment from Judicial Island. Victor replied nonchalantly, Are you out of your mind? Qingji's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of place was Judicial Island? Regardless of guilt or innocence, once inside, there was no escape. It was either life imprisonment or the death penalty. Moreover, among those apprehended were children barely of age. This was a command from the world government. Victor, disinterested in explaining further, indicated that if Qingji wished for clarification, he could consult Sengoku. Qingji's fists tightened, a surge of anger brewing within him. This fury stemmed from O'Hara, Water 7, and Fishman Island. He felt he could no longer contain it. Kizaru, smoking away, muttered to himself, It's truly terrifying, at such a young age. They pose such a significant threat to the world. If they grow any older, it's unimaginable. Victor smiled faintly, observing Kizaru. Do you have doubts regarding the orders from headquarters? Kizaru raised his hand, clarifying, I would never dare question them. That's good. Victor nodded in satisfaction. He then turned his gaze towards Qingji, Kizaru, and the others. Each of them was suppressing their rage. Good. Anger was warranted, much like the discord sown between humans and fishmen. Victor's arrival was also a strategy to foster conflict between Qingji and the headquarters. Had this mission been issued by Victor himself, Qingji and the others would only confront him. However, since it bore the approval of headquarters, any grievances they held would be directed towards the organization itself, not Victor. This internal strife within the Navy would serve to drive Qingji and his companions out or diminish their influence, ultimately allowing Victor to seize control. Victor had no intention of being a mere figurehead, unlike Akainu, who, despite attaining the rank of Fleet Admiral, struggled with a disobedient cadre of admirals and was overshadowed by the Gorosei. Victor would not endure such indignities. At that moment, Neptune hurriedly arrived with his troops. Upon seeing the fishmen and mermaids being taken aboard the warship, a look of confusion crossed his face. What was the Navy up to? Thus, Neptune sought to inquire with the Navy's commander. By chance, he spotted Victor amidst the crowd. Just as he was about to approach, he was intercepted by the Navy. Halt! The Navy members brandished their weapons at Neptune. I am Neptune, king of the Ryugu kingdom, and I demand to see Admiral Victor. Neptune maintained his composure as he addressed the Navy. Let him through. At that moment, Victor beckoned him over. It was not that Victor approached. Rather, he summoned Neptune, a gesture that held little respect. This signified that Victor regarded his status as far superior to that of Neptune. Furrowing his brow, Neptune stepped before Victor, suppressing a torrent of anger. Admiral Victor, why have you taken my subjects from Ryugu Castle aboard your warship? As a formidable knight of the sea, Neptune possessed great strength. Yet, for the sake of his kingdom and Odoheim, he had to endure. Representing the Ryugu kingdom, any act of aggression on his part would imply a declaration of war against the world government. Victor calmly stated, Headquarters has obtained undeniable evidence that Fishman Island has been covertly supporting Fisher Tiger. Therefore, these individuals must be taken back for interrogation and subsequently tried at Judicial Island. Neptune pointed at the bewildered and fearful women and children. How could they possibly support Tiger? Victor, expressionless, replied, You will need to seek an explanation from the world government or the Navy headquarters. You. Neptune's forehead pulsed with veins. Victor continued, Take them away. We have much to attend to. Qingji, Kizaru, and the others regarded Victor. Do you intend to defy military orders? Victor retorted to Qingji, his hands clenched behind his back. He contemplated whether to teach these individuals a lesson. Although feeling quite displeased, the others chose to follow orders. To violate military commands would bear grave consequences. If they wished to rescue these innocent fishmen and mermaids, they would need to devise a plan at headquarters. At Marineford, the Navy headquarters, the apprehended fishmen and mermaids were held in the fortress's prison cells. Following the interrogation, they would be sent to Judicial Island for sentencing. Of course, the interrogation was merely a formality, and it was not a task assigned to Qingji and the others. Victor entrusted the interrogation to Rodney and his associates, loyal confidants who would adhere strictly to Victor's commands. Upon returning, Qingji and his companions went to an unoccupied office to mitigate escalating tensions. Sengoku had come to the office to mediate and ease the discord between the parties. Within the admiral's office, Qingji's expression was as cold as frost as he coldly inquired, Do we possess irrefutable evidence that those innocent fishmen and mermaids conspired with Fisher Tiger? Kong, exhaling smoke slowly, responded, Women and children also covertly support Tiger. What assistance could they possibly provide? Qingji continued to question Kong. Kong refrained from elaborating, instead informing Qingji that this was an order from the world government. Humans feared fishmen. Consequently, when images of fishmen slaughtering villages were publicized, human fear of fishmen was magnified. Coupled with Tiger's assault on Mariehua, Kong now faced immense pressure. He needed to capture Tiger swiftly. Thus, Kong opted to accept Victor's proposal. As for the world government, they would undoubtedly endorse the Navy's request. Provided they could apprehend Fisher Tiger promptly, they would not object to the Navy employing extreme measures. Sengoku glanced at Qingji before placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, stating, You all come with me. I have matters to discuss with you. Qingji and the others hesitated to depart. I will inform you of everything, Sengoku assured them. Qingji and his companions exchanged glances before exiting Kong's office. Inside Sengoku's office, Sengoku's goat continued to munch on scraps of paper. Sengoku settled onto the sofa and addressed Qingji and the others. You may sit. However, Qingji and the others remained standing, awaiting Sengoku's response. Sighing, Sengoku remarked, This incident cannot be attributed to the admiral. If not the admiral, then who? Qingji countered. Sengoku elaborated. It was Victor's suggestion. But the admiral accepted it, Qingji pointed out. Sengoku intended to expose the puppet master, yet Qingji was no fool. Victor's actions had received Kong's approval. Sengoku continued, While it is indeed true that Kong consented, this was an unavoidable situation. Are you aware of the recent village massacre incident? Sengoku inquired of Qingji and the others. Qingji nodded in acknowledgement, as did Fire Mountain, Squirrel, and others. Then, Qingji remarked, "I cannot believe that Fisher Tiger would commit such an act. It is not in his nature." Tiger once rescued a drowning Navy officer. The Sun Pirates are generally restrained towards the Navy, pirates, and all those who seek to harm them, striving to avoid causing harm to humans. This is Qingji's understanding of Tiger. However, the current situation is peculiar. Why would Tiger perpetrate a massacre? There must be more to this story. Qingji is determined to uncover the truth. Sengoku sighed and said, "Whether or not it was Tiger who did it is of little consequence." What? Qingji and the others were taken aback by this statement. Sengoku, noticing their confusion, quietly sighed. Although Victor is quite bothersome, he is undeniably superior to them in intellect and cunning. Sengoku explained, "This incident has alerted the celestial dragons that Fisher Tiger is still at large. Moreover, the massacre provides the world government with a pretext, ample justification to enact extreme measures, including the implementation of a demon-slaying order against Fishman Island." Upon hearing this, Qingji and the others widened their eyes, reminiscent of the world government's actions against O'Hara. As long as they could label O'Hara as guilty, they could invoke the guise of world protection and human preservation, ensuring unconditional support from the human realm for the world government's decisions. Frost Island, in the Kingdom of Paris, is a land brimming with statues. Numerous wealthy individuals and nobles commission custom statues here, whether they be busts, life-sized figures, or towering sculptures in public squares. The Kingdom of Paris accommodates all such demands. Crafting statues is not only an art, but also requires a substantial labor force, particularly for the gigantic sculptures. The transportation from the production workshop to the docks, and then loading onto ships, necessitates considerable manpower. Thus, the Kingdom of Paris purchases a significant number of slaves each year, especially tall and strong fishmen who are highly sought after. We must act swiftly. The Kingdom of Paris is a member of the world government, and should we launch an attack here, the nearby navy will arrive within 3 hours. Tiger aims to liberate his compatriots within the Kingdom of Paris. Little 8 cheerfully declared, "Half an hour will suffice." The dragons snorted lightly, asserting that even if the navy arrives, they could defeat them all. "Enough. Did I not say we should avoid direct conflict with the navy?" Tiger shook his head. While he harbors no fear of engaging the navy, an increased frequency of confrontations signifies a greater likelihood of being pursued by them. "Brothers, prepare for action," Jinbei addressed the crowd. "Oh!" The Sun Pirates responded in unison, with Keela also raising her hand. Simultaneously, another group arrived at Frost Island with the same intent as the Sun Pirates, to rescue the slaves. This group is none other than the Revolutionary Army, led by a commander named Zino. Although only 20 years old, Zino is already an experienced warrior. He had previously surveyed Frost Island and believes it has revolutionary potential. The Kingdom of Paris epitomizes a slave society, with all its labor dependent on slaves. The citizens of the kingdom have oppressed the slaves to a degree that invokes collective outrage. Thus, liberating the slaves here could attract a large number of young men to join the Revolutionary Army. However, this kingdom possesses a mercenary army of nearly 5,000, some of whom are fugitives with formidable combat capabilities, in addition to the 30,000 strong royal army. Therefore, liberating the slaves of the Kingdom of Paris is no simple feat. Pirates! Pirates have arrived! Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the port. Boom! Boom! Cannons began bombarding the docks. Charge! The fishermen disembarked from their ships, shouting as they rushed ashore. The royal army stationed at the docks was caught off guard. They never expected an assault in broad daylight. It's the Sun Pirates. The man-eating Sun Pirates. Run! I do not wish to be devoured. Upon realizing it was the Sun Pirates, some soldiers of the royal army dropped their weapons and fled. Though the rumors of cannibalism were unfounded, ignorance led many to prefer believing that these fishmen were indeed man-eaters rather than risking their lives to verify the truth. As some fled, others followed suit. Despite the royal army being composed of citizens, their strength had diminished since joining the world government. Gaining external protection from the navy, while internal dissent was suppressed by mercenaries. Thus, the fighting capability of the royal army was negligible, akin to ornamental decor. More for show than utility. These cowards are pathetic, the dragon scoffed, brandishing his serrated blade as he observed the panicking foes. Enough of them. Let's rescue our compatriots. Tiger instructed the dragon. Yes, the dragon nodded and proceeded with his men towards the nearest sculpting factory. As the Sun Pirates landed, the royal army was also mustering. Their task was to remain in the capital to ensure its safety, necessitating the deployment of mercenaries to confront the Sun Pirates. Meanwhile, the Kingdom of Paris had already sought assistance from the navy. Zeno observed the mercenaries departing the capital and the royal army entering it, quickly sensing that something significant had transpired. Upon investigating, Zeno soon discovered the answer. The Sun Pirates have arrived? Initially stunned, Zeno's expression shifted to one of joy. According to intelligence gathered by Zeno and his comrades, the Sun Pirates were not villains. They do not harm humans, and when liberating their kin, they also assist in freeing other slaves. On the night Tiger attacked Mariewa, some slaves had joined the Revolutionary Army, all expressing gratitude for Tiger's benevolence. Thus, Zeno not only wished to liberate the slaves of the Kingdom of Paris, but also sought to make contact with Tiger. Let us aid them. Zeno resolved to assist the Sun Pirates. Zeno brought 500 revolutionaries, and, alongside the local slaves, they numbered 3,000. While not many, they were brave and unafraid of death. 5,000 mercenaries, led by General Rad, swiftly advanced towards the Sun Pirates. Brother Tiger, this battle is unavoidable, the dragon remarked upon seeing the mercenaries. However, Jinbei remained undaunted. Tiger clenched his fists and issued the attack order. Though the enemy outnumbered them, retreat was not an option. They could only engage. The two sides soon clashed. Jinbei charged at the forefront like a tank, bowling over countless foes, while the dragon swung his blade, toppling a horde of adversaries. However, despite the ferocity of the fishmen's assault, their numbers were relatively few. Soon, their charge began to wane, and the mercenaries closed in like a pack of ravenous wolves. The situation was dire. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire erupted behind the 5,000 mercenaries. Tiger looked afar and saw a group emerging from behind them. Some were clad in worker-s attire, while others donned the garb of farmers. Their clothing tattered and unkempt, clearly not regular soldiers nor well-equipped mercenaries. "Comrades, charge!" Zeno shouted as he led the way. "Why are the humans helping us?" Tiger pondered, just as the mercenaries began to sustain considerable casualties. Though the mercenaries were undaunted by death, it did not imply they were willing to die for the Kingdom of Paris. They were there to earn a living, after all, with no need to sacrifice their lives. Following their setbacks, the mercenaries quickly retreated. Zeno approached Tai Ji's side. "Greetings. I am Zeno, a soldier of the Revolutionary Army." Zeno introduced himself. "Revolutionary Army?" Tai Ge was momentarily taken aback when suddenly Xiao Ba rushed over in a panic. Xiao Ba clutched a newspaper in his hand. This newspaper had been found in a noble's chamber. It stated, "The world government is to publicly execute 10,000 fishmen on the Shambadi archipelago." Xiao Ba hurriedly reached Tai Ge. "What's wrong, Xiao Ba?" Tai Ge asked, perplexed. "Something has happened. Something has happened." Xiao Ba exclaimed in distress, handing the newspaper to Tai Ge. Tai Ge held the newspaper, scrutinizing its contents. After reading, Tai Ji's expression shifted dramatically. "What's the matter?" Jinbei and the dragon approached, but upon seeing that the navy was to execute 10,000 of their kin, they too were rendered speechless. "Those damn navy!" The dragon seethed, ready to confront the navy immediately. Zeno joined in, after a moment of silence, stating, "This is a ploy to force you into the open. They have employed similar tactics against the Revolutionary Army in the past, using the weak and vulnerable as bait to lure in larger prey. This is not a novel strategy by Victor. The Wano country has resorted to such tactics as well. However, both the Wano country and the world government justify their actions in the name of justice. The righteousness of the means is inconsequential, as long as the outcome is deemed just." "Brother Tai Ge, what shall we do now?" Jinbei inquired. Tai Ge took a deep breath. "What else can we do? We must capture 10,000 humans to exchange for our kin with the navy. the dragon said through gritted teeth. The dragon's reasoning was not unfounded. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Since the world government had taken the weak and elderly fishermen hostage, they would reciprocate by capturing humans for exchange. In the original narrative, after Tai Ji's demise, the dragon and Jinbei fell apart, diverging paths. The dragon employed humans against fishmen, thereby enslaving them in the East Blue to establish a fishman empire. Thus, the dragon would never yield or compromise. Zino was taken aback and was about to dissuade the dragon from such actions. If we do this, we will be as despicable as they are, Tai Gu coldly declared. He was a man of honor, incapable of committing such ignoble acts. Then what shall we do? Many of those they capture are children from Fishman Street, the dragon retorted. Suppressed by his frustrations, abandoned by his parents in Fishman Street during his youth, and often regarded as a rogue by the inhabitants of Fishman Island for his misdeeds. The dragon, like Luffy, cherished his companions dearly. The children of Fishman Street were, in his eyes, the most precious of allies. Tai Gu stated, "Aren't they searching for me? If I present myself, they will release the others." "Brother Tai Gu, we cannot do that," Jinbei exclaimed, alarmed, urging him to reconsider. "Brother Tai Gu, this is their trap. They will kill you." The dragon panicked as well. Xiao Ba and the others were equally fraught with fear. Zino advised Tai Gu, Fisher Tiger, perhaps there are alternative methods. "Otherwise, come with me to meet our commander. He might have a solution." Zino was a young man with vision. The slaves of Paris and the fishmen of Fishman Island were potential allies in the struggle for liberation. In his view, they embodied the revolutionary spirit. Fisher Tiger possessed the charisma to rally them. If he could be integrated into the revolutionary army, it would surely grow stronger. Tai Gu shook his head, addressing the group. "Time is of the essence. If I do not go, they will perish. I cannot let my actions endanger so many lives." When Tai Gu regained his freedom, he had sought out Neptune and Odoheim. He understood that the Navy and the world government would not let him escape unscathed. He had prepared himself to never return to Fishman Island again. Yet, he never anticipated that the world government would not relent in its pursuit of Fishman Island. Now, he was faced with the consequences of his choices. Judgment Island. The gates of Judgment Island stood wide open. The Navy and the island's law enforcers were lined up in formation, seemingly awaiting the arrival of someone significant. In the central square of Judgment Island, 10,000 fishmen knelt in rows, facing the entrance. Anyone entering through the gates of Judgment Island would immediately behold them. The Navy stood behind, eyes fixed upon them. The square was adorned with numerous den mushi, positioned at various angles. Simultaneously, a platform had been erected in the square, where a chair awaited. Victor sat upon it, reclining and anticipating the arrival of the day's main event. Through the live feed provided by the Den mushi, people from around the world would witness the execution. "Lord Victor, these delicacies have just been prepared in the Queen of Spring's castle. Please indulge," Spandam fawned, casting a knowing glance at the men behind him. Fusif and others bore platters of gourmet food and fine wine, presenting them before Victor. He cast a glance, showing no reluctance. With half an hour remaining before the execution, he could savor his meal while he awaited the event. Time ticked away. At that moment, the Sun pirate ship docked at Judgment Island. The Navy stationed at the island's entrance observed the vessel's arrival, maintaining stoic expressions with no movement, as if they had rehearsed this moment. Tai Gu descended the ship step by step, making his way toward Judgment Island. Under the gaze of thousands, he walked steadily into the square. "Pi-Doi-Gi. Brother Tai Gu has arrived." Tai Gu. The fishmen chorused, calling out his name in unison. Tai Gu wore a stoic expression, advancing forward. Fully aware that retreat was not an option, he approached Victor step by step. He truly had come. What audacity! A voice echoed. "Mother, did he really consume so many children?" The crowd in the square began to murmur, watching Tai Gu on the screen. Victor regarded Tai Gu, then waved his hand, signaling the removal of the table and its sumptuous offerings. Light had already prepared the Den mushi for the broadcast. At this moment, Spandam stood behind, appearing quite pompous and intimidating. Victor waved his hand dismissively. Before Spandam could react, Light approached him from behind and instructed him to wait below. Oh. Spandam hurriedly descended. Once he was gone, Light stepped aside and directed the imaging worm towards Victor. Although you have committed innumerable crimes and are beyond redemption, your courage to confess is commendable, Victor stated calmly. Can you spare them? Asked Tiger. Victor replied, though they conspired with you, as the principal offender, have chosen to confess. The world government will naturally be lenient. I represent the world government and can advocate for their clemency. I hope you remain true to your word. After Tiger spoke, he knelt down, awaiting his fate. At this moment, the fishmen gazed at Tiger. Let begin, Victor commanded. Two executioners approached Tiger from behind, wielding sharp, long blades capable of effortlessly slicing through skin and muscle, piercing the innards. In the name of justice, I hereby sentence the assailant of the Holy Land to death. As Victor proclaimed this loudly, the blades pierced Tiger's waist. In that instant, blood spattered, and tears involuntarily streamed from the eyes of the surrounding fishmen. Fisher Tiger was executed before the public, and his body was dragged away. For now, this matter was concluded. As for how it would unfold in the future, that depended on Victor's maneuvers. The seeds of hatred had already been sown, awaiting their time to take root and flourish under specific circumstances. Indeed, Victor could even find a pretext to launch a demon-slaying order against Fishman Island, but the timing was not yet ripe. In the year 1509 of the Sea Circle calendar, Judicial Island relegated 10,000 fishmen to slavery, sending them to the Bridge Kingdom for servitude. Those spared from execution, becoming slaves and being sent to the Bridge Kingdom offered little hope for a favorable outcome. Most slaves would perish in the Bridge Kingdom. The likes of Arlong and Jean Bay gazed upon the newspaper's contents, filled with unspeakable sorrow and anger. They believed Tiger's death was in vain. However, regardless of its worth, Tiger was already deceased. With their current capabilities, they could not seek revenge against the Navy. Yet, in discussing revenge, a rift emerged between Arlong and Jean Bay, leading to discord within the Sun Pirates. Victor entrusted the affairs of the Sun Pirates to Kizuru. As for subsequent developments, Victor had little concern. After handling his current matters, Victor decided to journey to the East Blue. He needed to meet someone there to prepare for his next plan. In Marineford, at the Navy headquarters, Victor entered an empty office. He addressed Kong. I wish to inspect the East Blue and attend to some personal matters. Personal matters? Kong furrowed his brow. Victor clarified, it cannot entirely be termed personal. Certain allied nations in the East Blue have invited me to address the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army? Kong regarded Victor, thinking that he must have received compensation again. Over the years, Victor had placed numerous individuals in the Four Seas. Kong turned a blind eye to their money-making endeavors, as long as the headquarters remained orderly. How long will you be gone? Kong inquired. Victor calculated for a year. A year? Must it take so long? Kong asked, frowning. At most a year. I may return sooner, Victor replied with a smile, adding, after all, you have a year left before your promotion. Implicitly suggesting that the position of admiral was still occupied, he would wait. Kong waved him off. The sooner you go, the sooner you return. He was eager to see less of Victor and sent him on his way. For now, Akainu was on duty. Akainu was diligent, albeit with an unpleasant demeanor, which Kong disliked. In the East Blue, at Windmill Village, Victor arrived under the guise of inspection, coincidentally passing by Karp's residence. He decided to pay a visit and subsequently rented a courtyard in the village for work-related purposes. Karp wished to prevent Victor from encountering Ace. Therefore, he instructed Dayton to keep Ace away from the village. Meanwhile, Victor lingered at Karp's home, even requesting Makino to clean the courtyard daily. CP9's Fusif was transporting a devil fruit when it was seized by the red-haired pirates, and now he was imprisoned and impelled down. It seemed that a reunion would occur soon. Hancock also successfully ascended to the title of Empress of the Kuja, and Victor casually recommended her for membership in the Seven Warlords of the Sea. Victor smiled faintly as he burned the intelligence compiled by Robin, then gazed at Makino outside the courtyard. Makino's figure had become increasingly alluring. Upon sensing Victor's gaze, her cheeks flushed. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the courtyard door. Makino approached and opened it, only to be taken aback upon recognizing the visitor. Oh my, Admiral Victor is here. How dare he return? She nearly exclaimed. although astonished. She quickly silenced herself upon seeing the man's gesture. The man entered and approached Victor's door. The aura of a powerful figure is unmistakable. From within, especially the sound of their heartbeat, resonated like thunder. With the perception of ArmamentHaki, it was deafening. Victor chuckled, "Please come in." The man silently complied and stepped inside. At that moment, Victor turned to face him. The man beheld the smile upon Victor's face. Victor feigned surprise, exclaiming, "What a marvel to encounter you here, Monkey D. Dragon." The man who entered was none other than the world's most dangerous criminal, Carp's son and Luffy's father, Monkey D. Dragon. Dragon calmly remarked, "You've stirred up quite a commotion. Haven to you? Were you merely waiting for me here?" Victor arrived in the East Blue under the pretext of inspecting the area. Using the excuse of assisting allied nations in maintaining order to remain in the East Blue and apprehend members of the Revolutionary Army. Moreover, he hinted that he would be staying in Windmill Village. This was a subtle message to the Revolutionary Army. If Dragon remained indifferent, Victor would continue to capture individuals until Dragon emerged. "Truly, you are the commander of the Revolutionary Army. Well worth the time I spent waiting here for you," Victor said with a smile. "Why specifically target Fishman Island? Is there something there that you seek?" Dragon inquired directly. He believed he had maintained sufficient composure. Had it been other warriors of the Revolutionary Army, they might have already taken action. After all, Victor's persecution of Fishmen was listed among the Revolutionary Army's grievances. It was a threat that must be eliminated. Victor replied calmly, "Indeed, there is something, and it is essential that I obtain it." Dragon's brow furrowed in contemplation. What could this indispensable object be? Dualiva, an undercover agent within the world government, failed to provide any intelligence on this matter. Observing his contemplation, a smile graced the corners of Victor's mouth. He required the Revolutionary Army to connect with Yurindao. Soidunli, Victor vanished. He was less than 20 meters away from Dualage when, in the blink of an eye, he appeared before him with astonishing speed. At that moment, Dualage's hands were shaped like dragon claws, his arms enveloped in a dark, overwhelming aura. Dragon Claw Fist. Dualage's Kinbunchika Haki remained firmly locked onto Victor. At this juncture, he struck first. One claw lunged directly at Victor's fist. Boom! The bluestone slabs beneath them shattered under the force of their combined might. Quite formidable, Victor remarked with a smile, releasing his grip. Dualage frowned slightly. His hands merely felt numb, akin to an ordinary person striking a boulder. Victor's punch was indeed powerful. It is important to note that Dualage practiced the Dragon Claw Fist and believed few could withstand the strength of his blows, including his father, Kapu. Although Dualage did not unleash his full power, one couldn't help but wonder about Victor's true strength. The endeavor to capture the Revolutionary Army would not conclude just yet. He suggested allowing them to lay low for a while to avoid capture. After speaking, Victor retreated into a room and closed the door, issuing an implicit dismissal. Dualage turned to leave, now faced with a significant mystery that required unraveling. He needed to contact Beijiao Panka to clarify Victor's intentions. What was Victor seeking from Yurindao? While this remained an enigma for the time being, one thing was certain. Victor harbored little animosity toward the Revolutionary Army, which was a positive development for them. In Kekiaxi village, the Navy had recently visited. Nukigo and Name held a disdain for the Navy, considering them a band of scoundrels. Particularly Enro, the ensign. In the original narrative, Enro colluded with the notorious Dragon and became a shameless disgrace within the Navy, oppressing the populace. Frequently bribed by Arlong, he turned a blind eye to Arlong's tyrannical reign over more than 20 villages in the East Sea. Though weak himself, he could not manage the situation. After all, Arlong could easily eliminate him with a mere flick of his finger. However, while Enro could not intervene, the Navy could. A report to headquarters would prompt them to take action. Yet, Enro failed to do so. Not only that, he misused the Navy's name to commit numerous vile acts. For instance, he led a raid on the Orange Grove, unearthing the 100 million berries concealed beneath the trees by Name. Under the influence of the Dragon, he seized all the wealth that Name had painstakingly accumulated over 8 years, even wounding Nikigo with gunfire before splitting the spoils with Arlong, rendering Name's years of labor in vain. Such behavior was utterly reprehensible. Nonetheless, Enro remained merely an ensign, harboring dreams of rising to the rank of Rear Admiral. He had recently joined the Blue Sea Association, becoming one of its members. The Blue Sea Association in the Four Seas differed entirely from that in the Grand Line. Members of the Blue Sea Association focused solely on amassing wealth, employing extortion and any means necessary to acquire money. Of course, not all the funds were hoarded. Most were donated to a foundation. Every member understood that they were contributing to the financial endeavors of Lord Victor. Each berry earned would serve as ammunition against evil and provide relief fund for the families of injured or fallen Navy personnel. This noble work was significant. Enro excelled in this realm. In his jurisdiction, he collected protection fees from villages, passing cargo ships, and even fishermen venturing out to sea. In summary, while Enro was not adept at dealing with pirates, his strength lay in financial pursuits. Every Navy officer contributing to Lord Victor's cause would have their names recorded in a merit book and promoted accordingly. One could rise in rank and wealth without resorting to violence. What could be more appealing? As Enro departed, Name made a face in his direction. His greed was truly insatiable. He would likely steal an egg from a passing rooster. Name, Nukigo called as he approached. Name turned to him as he shook a bottle in his hand. Take a whiff, he said, opening the lid and extending the bottle toward her. Name sniffed, and her eyes brightened. It's honey. This was a care package sent by the 16th Division, Nukigo explained. Why would the division send us something? Name asked, puzzled. Nukigo replied, I heard it was General Victor's request to improve the welfare of retired servicemen. Not only honey, but also a bag of flour and olive oil. So we can have honey cake tonight. Name exclaimed joyfully. You have been retired for so many years, and the Navy still sends items. Aegean remarked curiously, observing Belmai. Belmai, Name, and Nukigo were busy preparing the honey cake. Belmai stated, I heard it was General Victor's intention. He has been inspecting the East Sea recently. General Victor truly is commendable, Aegean mumbled. It's the first time in so many years that I've seen the Navy distribute items to retired soldiers. In truth, Belmai and the others lived quite modestly, sometimes struggling financially due to various fees they needed to pay. For example, when selling oranges, a trade guarantee fee was imposed. Only goods for which payment had been made could set sail smoothly. Otherwise, they would be deemed smuggled or accused of colluding with the Revolutionary Army. Upon hearing Aegean praise Victor, Belmai smiled without offering further comment. After meeting with Dulage, Victor remained in the East Sea for a while longer, during which he issued a wave of benefits to all Navy personnel in his capacity as a general. Active and retired servicemen alike received provisions. Flour, honey, and olive oil. While not worth much, they were excellent for winning hearts. After all, a few kind words could bring joy to over 90% of people, and a small gift could garner goodwill for more than 99%. As for the remaining 1%, they were not within Victor's considerations. They were akin to stones in a latrine, foul and unyielding. Victor returned to Malinfanguo, casually bringing Maquinho along. The diligent and down-to-earth village beauty would serve as an excellent cook by his side. In the year 1510 of the sea calendar, winter gave way to spring, and all things began to flourish. In Malinfanguo, the Navy headquarters, Victor's early return left Song somewhat disoriented. You're back so soon. Weren't you supposed to be gone for a year? Song frowned, revealing his current lack of need for Victor. Life without Victor had been quite comfortable for him. There remains much work awaiting me, so I returned after wrapping up matters in the East Sea. Wei Katoa sat opposite Kong, lit a cigarette, and replied, You must have reaped quite a fortune. Kong glanced at the exquisite gemstone ring adorning Victor's finger, a design he had never encountered before. Likely a gift from the royal family of a certain nation in the East Sea. Kong nodded thoughtfully and inquired, What was the purpose of the care packages you sent out recently? Victor responded, It is my duty to inspire hope among the entire Navy. Kong understood the implications behind Victor's words. This man had sent care packages to all naval personnel before his departure, clearly an attempt to curry favor and win hearts. Kong mused, Victor believes he can ascend to the rank of marshal. Well then, you may attend to your affairs, Kong said to Victor. Victor indeed stood and exited the office. Rather than returning to his own office, Victor made his way to Jean Guo's office, where Jean Guo was immersed in work. However, Victor could see that Jean Guo appeared weary and worn. Uncle Jean Guo, according to my informants, Doflamingo's brother is an undercover agent in the Navy. Is he one of yours? At the end of last year, Lu Qi reported two matters, one concerning the surgical fruit and the other regarding the assassination of Kelisong. As a time traveler, Victor was acutely aware of the causal relationship between these events and intentionally brought them up to provoke Jean Guo. Indeed, upon hearing Kelisong's name, Jean Guo's fist clenched tightly. Victor was pouring salt into an open wound. Kelisong was Jean Guo's adopted son, his beloved little fruit. Now a white-haired parent mourning a black-haired child. Jean Guo's fists tightened, his gaze radiating a lethal intensity akin to two sharp blades. Jean Guo fixed his stare upon Victor. Victor, observing Jean Guo, remarked, "Uncle Jean Guo, it appears my conjecture was correct. He truly is one of yours." Jean Guo affirmed, "Indeed, he is my subordinate, an agent I sent to infiltrate Doflamingo's ranks. It is a pity. He would have made an excellent naval officer." Victor Feignedrigret. Jean Guo, unwilling to indulge Victor's theatrics, retorted, "What brings you to mention him so suddenly?" Victor replied, "There are also undercover agents within our Navy." "Yes, indeed," Jean Guo stated solemnly. Victor continued, "I will uncover him." With that, Victor turned and departed. Jean Guo watched as Victor's figure disappeared, lost in contemplation. Why was Victor suddenly seeking undercover agents? What was his intent? In the year 1510 of the Haiyuan calendar, after Victor had diligently managed months of accumulated affairs at headquarters, he finally found time to return home. This was also Makino's first visit to the Chambord Archipelago, a bustling locale teeming with life, surpassing in population the entirety of those she had encountered in her lifetime. As Makino sat in the carriage, she gazed around with curiosity. While Victor attended to his duties, Makino assisted in the headquarters canteen, where she showcased her skills in preparing East Sea-style pickles, providing the naval officers with a novel culinary experience. Victor had arranged for her a formal position, granting her the rank of colonel and assigning her to the kitchen, specifically to manage his meals. If Victor wished, he could even arrange a position for the dog in his villa, a small indulgence of power. We've arrived. The carriage halted at the villa's entrance. Light and Connor alighted and opened the doors for Victor and Makino, respectively. "Thank you for your hard work, Sir Victor," they said. By this time, Stella and others were already awaiting at the door, greeting Victor with respect. Victor gently patted Stella's head and playfully pinched Guena's cheek, saying, "I hear you can now cut iron?" Standing tall, Guena replied, "Yes." The ability to cut iron was a fundamental skill for any swordsman. Guena possessed sufficient talent for the sword, but lacked physical strength. Being in Victor's company, she had enjoyed ample nutrition from a young age, coupled with rigorous training to compensate for her shortcomings in strength. Subsequently, Victor turned his attention to Sabo, who stood straight like a small warrior, stating, "My current combat power has reached 651. The Combat Power Index was a measure of a Navy officer's battle capability, with an ordinary soldier's power set at 10. In the original storyline, Gabra and Kaku had power levels around 2200, while Lu Qi's was 4000. Sabo was still young, with much room for growth. Victor responded, "Just barely acceptable." Sabo, expecting praise, felt disheartened, realizing he had failed to meet Victor's expectations. Didn't T. Gabra and the others say that a power level of 600 was impressive? He thought, looking glum, while Sabo was lost in his thoughts. Victor had already instructed Stella to take Makino to familiarize herself with the surroundings. Victor then returned to his study. "Knock, knock, knock." A series of knocks echoed. "Come in," Victor said casually. Robin entered, now a graceful young woman, clad in a beige trench coat paired with suede boots and a cowboy hat. "Sir Victor, here are the consolidated reports from today," she stated. "Could you please massage my shoulders? I'm quite fatigued." Victor replied nonchalantly, "Of course." Robin moved behind Victor and began to knead his shoulders, a skill she had learned in her youth as part of her training to serve men. She had never understood the reasoning behind it, but since Victor instructed her to learn, she did so. Over the years, Robin had acquired a wealth of knowledge, and with her innate aptitude, there was little she could not master. As Victor perused the information, he casually inquired, "What are your thoughts on the Revolutionary Army?" After a moment's contemplation, Robin responded, "Currently, they are within manageable limits." Victor shook his head. Robin continued, "It is not merely a rebellion. They genuinely seek to overthrow the world government." Victor asked, "Do you believe they possess the capability to do so?" After some thought, Robin shook her head. "I doubt it." Victor chuckled. "What if we were to assist them?" Robin was taken aback. Victor stated earnestly, literally. Robin was perplexed by Victor's sudden inclination to aid the Revolutionary Army. Victor clarified, "All doubts may remain concealed within your heart, but what is required of you?" Robin replied, "To obey Sir Victor's commands." Victor nodded in satisfaction, then, while smoking, said, "You will be responsible for this matter. Find a way to provide them assistance, and ensure that no one becomes aware of it. Can you manage that?" "Yes," Robin affirmed. Over the years, Robin had followed Victor's guidance, studying under Tizzolo, and as an envoy, had engaged with the Don Quixote family, thus beginning her foray into the underground world. Her accumulated learning and experiences had greatly contributed to her growth. She had become adept at subterfuge. "By the way, how is Lu Chi's mission progressing?" Wei Kuo casually inquired. Luo Bin replied, "As per your command, Lu Chi has dispatched individuals to infiltrate Haji country and Cake Island. Furthermore, we have yet to locate Trafalgar Law." Wei Kuo inhaled deeply, gesturing with his hand. "You may leave." "Yes." Luo Bin turned to exit. Just as he stepped out, Kang Na entered. Approaching Wei Kuo, Kang Na stated, "My lord, Tadalo has sent you a gift, requesting that you open it personally." "Oh." A flicker of interest crossed Wei Kuo's expression as he took the package for inspection. "Indeed." Subsequently, Kang Na signaled for the arrival of a large box. The box was substantial enough to accommodate a person, and Wei Kuo could distinctly hear a heartbeat emanating from within. It was a woman. Tai Jalo was increasingly adept at currying favor with Wei Kuo. A delicate scent of perfume wafted from the box. Upon opening it, he discovered the identity of the occupant. The woman enclosed within was the stage star, Lidulia Shindali, adorned in a sleek black gown that accentuated her flawless figure, her eyes betraying a sense of unease and despair. In the original narrative, when Ko Gubakur was still a doctor, Shindali had sought treatment for a foot injury and had sewn buttons on Oa Gubakur's clothing, leading him to develop feelings for her. As she departed the clinic, she had bestowed upon him her signature smile. Ola Gubakura intended to present her with roses after her performance, hoping to express his affections, but upon discovering her engagement, he refrained. Alas, her beauty was fleeting. Shindali tragically fell to her demise during a performance. At that juncture, Moliya extended an invitation to Gubakura, proposing an alliance contingent upon the revival of Shindali. Consequently, Gubakura pilfered her remains and subjected them to combat enhancements, allowing Wuliyar to resurrect her. Now, gazing at Shindali, Wei Kuo observed that she remained a living embodiment of beauty, exuding the essence of a starlet. Kang Na retrieved the gift list from the box, glanced at it, and informed Kuo, Senior, "She is the maid that Tadalo has presented to you. Her fiancé has incurred a substantial debt, much of which bears her signature." "Is that so?" Wei Kuo perused the list and mused, having a stage star serve as a maid may not be such a bad idea. Kang Na smiled subtly. Shindali was indeed a striking woman and a celebrated actress. Were he in Wei Kuo's position, he too would not refuse. "Very well, allow Sir La to enter and escort her out," Wei Kuo commanded. Kang Na nodded, and soon thereafter Shirala entered, leading Shindali away. After Shindali and Shirala departed the study, they were guided to a room on the first floor designated for the servants. "Do not be afraid. My lord Vikava is a good man," Shirala reassured to me. "I have heard that you are a gift from Kaivalo to Wei Kuo." Shirala began to inquire about Shindali's background after calming her. Being women, Shirala, though aware that she could never possess her entirely, aspired to be the most significant woman in his life. Hence, she sought to discern the character and capabilities of every new arrival. Shindali remained silent, still harboring doubts about Shirala's trustworthiness. Shirala elaborated, "I was once a slave, purchased by my lord Wei Kuo. Were it not for him, I would have perished. Remaining by his side is the greatest fortune of my life. Shudala, unhurried, sought to build trust by sharing her past. Following this, Shudala queried, "Are you also a slave?" Shindolit shook her head in response, stating, "I am an actress." "How did you come to be associated with Taijalo?" Shudala inquired, having severed ties with him. However, she knew that Taijalo frequently reported to Wei Kurtoa. Thus, she had witnessed his transformation from a mere youth to a scoundrel. Nevertheless, despite Taijalo's arrogance, he remained a dog to Wei Kurtoa. Shindoli confessed, "My fiancé succumbed to gambling and drug addiction. He deceived me into taking loans, burdening me with immense debt. Taijalo's men confronted me, offering me a choice, to come here or to be sold at an auction." "Ah, I see." Shrudaila comforted her. "You are fortunate not to have been sent to an auction." In the kitchen, Machino was preparing a meal, and Shrudaila brought Shinli, now dressed in maid attire, to assist her. Machino recognized Shinli's face, though she could not immediately recall where she had seen her before. "Machi Moashajit, is the dinner prepared for my lord?" Shrudaila inquired. Machino withdrew her gaze, smiling, "It is ready." "Shindali, come with me to serve the meal," Shrudaila instructed, pushing the dining cart forward. However, before placing the dishes on the cart, Shrudaila sampled each one, ensuring their safety and flavor for Wei Kurtoa's palate. If they were unsatisfactory, she would personally prepare dessert to prevent her lord from going hungry. Ultimately, after tasting, Shrudaila deemed the dishes rather average. Machino cautiously asked, "Is the taste acceptable?" With a smile, Shrudaila replied, "Delicious. No wonder my lord enjoys your cooking." "Really?" Machimo beamed. "The villagers also appreciate my dishes," with a smile gracing her features. Shrudaila reveled in her culinary triumph. In terms of cooking, she had triumphed. Wei Kurtoa would eventually tire of her fare after a while. Pushing the cart, Shrudaila led Shindoli to the dining room. Shortly thereafter, Wei Kurtoa, Levine, Lata, Kangna, and Bacho assembled at the table. The evening's main course was curry fish, made from deep-sea fish. As Wei Kurtoa savored his meal, Luobin's phone bug buzzed. "My lord, I must attend to something," Luobin informed Wei Kurtoa. Wei Kurtoa nodded. Subsequently, Luobin stepped outside. The goods he requested had been dispatched and were scheduled for delivery to the kingdom of Shiwa tonight. However, they were ambushed en route, and the cargo has been stolen. The phone bug mimicked Taylor's voice. Currently, the arms trade was under Wei Kurtoa's control. Doafalong managed production and transportation, while Wabin liaised with clients. Wei Kurtoa had become the puppet master, profiting from the shadows. Though Doafalong sustained some loss, he gained the protective umbrella of Wei Kurtoa. Without his patronage, the arms smuggling business would be at the mercy of the Navy. "Do we know who is responsible?" Luobin inquired, his expression stern. "We are currently investigating," Tolibur replied cautiously. "Provide me with the results within 3 days," Luobin concluded the call. Upon concluding his conversation, Luobing returned to the dining table. Although he had been speaking outside in the courtyard, Waikite and the others were still able to overhear. The outbreak of civil war in Shiwa must be the work of the Revolutionary Army, Late pondered. He was also aware of Waikite's involvement in arms smuggling. However, even if Waikite refrained from such activities, others would undoubtedly take his place. Whether it was Waikite who sold the arms, or they were sold to allied nations, it served as a means to maintain order. Moreover, the profits were utilized to enhance the welfare of the Navy. Waikite calmly remarked, "These individuals seek to exact revenge upon us." Late nodded gently. Makino appeared bewildered. Then Waikite addressed Late, asking who is nearby. Late replied, "The 135th Division is in close proximity." Waikite instructed, "Send them to assist the kingdom of Shiwa." "Understood," Late acknowledged. After dinner, Waikite requested Luobing to join him in the study. "Well done," Waikite mused, puffing on a cigarette while gazing out the window. He urged Luobing to devise a method to support the Revolutionary Army. Luobing's efficiency was impressive, without needing to intervene directly. He managed to provide a shipment of arms to the revolutionary forces. This consignment was, of course, the merchandise of Doflamingo. Waikite merely acted as an intermediary, earning a modest profit. Furthermore, as long as the war persisted, arms trading would continue. Doflamingo could still profit by sending more supplies to the kingdom of Shiwa. Luo Bing inquired. Should we continue to support them? Waikiki shook his head, indicating that it would be too conspicuous, and advised a more subtle approach. Luo Bing nodded, assuring I will arrange it. Indeed, Waikiki replied, settling onto the sofa. I need you to undertake another task. Luo Bing listened attentively. Waikiki continued, without revealing your identity, establish a collaboration with Shakrokudal. Understood. Luo Bing responded with a nod. Now, please summon Xinduo Li, Waikiki instructed, tilting his head to gaze at the ceiling. Yes, Luo Bing exited the study to fetch Xinduo Li. In the kingdom of Shiwa, the sounds of gunfire had not ceased since yesterday. The insurgents had seized a significant cache of arms. Had it not been for the Navy's support, the capital would have surely fallen. King Deku II of Shiwa was immensely grateful to Waikiki, believing that the protection fees paid annually had saved him. Each year, the Kingdom of Shiwa contributed a substantial sum to the Navy in exchange for safeguarding the port. The Navy, in turn, was compensated for their services. Whenever the Kingdom of Shiwa required assistance, the Navy would respond promptly. Indeed, being a member state of the world government was insufficient. An additional VIP service was necessary. Although the cost of the VIP service was somewhat exorbitant, amounting to 5 billion berry annually, it was still a considerable sum for the Kingdom of Shiwa. At this moment, the Navy was stationed in the capital of Shiwa and its most vital trade port. Despite the surrounding regions being embroiled in conflict, the Navy had no intention of launching an offensive. Each division comprised 3,000 personnel, with 2,000 stationed at the port and 1,000 in the capital, leaving no surplus forces for other endeavors. Naturally, a primary reason for their inaction was the inadequate financial compensation. If King Deku II were willing to increase the funding, Colonel Caning, the base commander of the 135th Division, would not hesitate to assist him. The principle of hierarchical influence applied here, under the pretext of pursuing pirates. The Navy could effectively treat the insurgents as pirates to be dealt with. Colonel Caning was confident that Lord Waikiki would comprehend his position, as Lord Waikiki was also in dire need of funds to sustain such a large number of personnel and to provide their welfare, without strategizing to generate revenue. How could such obligations be met? Report, a sailor burst into the room just as Colonel Caning was humming a tune and preparing to indulge in some wine. What is it? Caning responded with slight irritation. The sailor reported, someone bearing Lord Waikiki's pass seeks entry to the port. A pass? Caning extended his hand, taking the document from the sailor. After confirming Lord Waikiki's signature and seal, Caning instructed that a fax be sent to headquarters for verification. Once confirmed, he permitted entry. Diamante, accompanied by his men, entered Radloff Port. The arms had been seized en route to the port. The value of this shipment was estimated at 7 billion berry, with a production cost of 2 billion berry, yielding a profit of 2 billion berry for Doflamingo, while 3 billion berry was due to Lord Waikiki. However, with the arms now lost, it equated to a loss of 2 billion berry. At that moment, under the Navy's escort, Diamante met Colonel Caning. The higher-ups have instructed me to assist you and provide support, Caning informed Diamante. Prior to his arrival, Diamante had employed a simple disguise. Thus, Colonel Caning had yet to recognize his identity, mistaking him for a subordinate of Tesalo. I am here to investigate the case of the stolen pharmaceuticals, Diamante stated. Should we require assistance, we will notify you, Colonel. Understood, Caning nodded. We are all part of the same family. Please proceed with your investigation. While receiving protection fees from the Kingdom of Shiwa, Caning also supplied arms to them. He greatly admired Lord Waikiki's astuteness. I appreciate your assistance, Colonel. Diamante smiled as he exited the camp. Outside the camp, Senior awaited Diamante. Let us depart, Diamante instructed. They were set to capture the insurgents and conduct interrogations to uncover who had leaked information leading to the arms theft. In the year 1510 of the Sea Circle, under a radiant sun, Waikiki stirred awake, inadvertently rousing Xinduo Li beside him. As a maid, it was part of her duties to accompany him during the night. Initially unaccustomed to this arrangement, Xinduo Li had gradually grown accustomed to it over time. Lord Waikiki, allow me to assist you with your attire, Xinduo Li hastily offered, attending to Waikiki. Once dressed, Waikiki descended the stairs. In the courtyard, Guena and Sabo were already awake. Guena rose promptly at 4 o'clock each morning, while Sabo was more zealous, rising at 3:30 to practice for at least half an hour longer than Guena. After observing the children training for a while, Waikiki proceeded to the dining hall for breakfast. The table was already set with newspapers. As he perused the papers while eating, Lucci approached Waikiki. Having returned that morning while Waikiki was still asleep, Lucci refrained from disturbing him and waited for him to awaken. "I have brought someone," Lucci informed Waikiki. "Bring him to the study," Waikiki instructed. "Yes," Lucci clapped his hands. Bruno and Gabura entered with a child wearing a goat-headed mask, presenting him before Waikiki. Makino and Shindwali exchanged curious glances at the masked boy. Entering the study, Waikiki dismissed Lucci and the others. "Do you know who I am?" Waikiki inquired, lighting a cigarette and gesturing toward the snacks before him, indicating for the boy to partake. The boy nodded, but did not even glance at the treats. Victor remarked curtly, "Doflamingo is my dog. He can assist me in amassing considerable wealth. Should you wish to eliminate him, it is imperative to obtain my consent." The boy clenched his fists. The mere mention of the name, Doflamingo, conjured memories of that fateful day. To save him, Curaçao had sacrificed himself, ultimately falling victim to Doflamingo's hand. Victor chuckled, adding, "Of course, if you can offer greater value than him, you may take his place." The boy responded, "I will prove it to you." "Very well," Victor nodded with satisfaction, and continued, "From this day forth, you shall live only under a code name. Trafalgar Law no longer exists, do you understand? As long as power can be gained, as long as vengeance against Doflamingo can be exacted, Law was willing to pay any price." Lucci led Law to the courtyard, where Kaku, Khalifa, and others were engaged in their training. In recent years, Spandam had been quite adept at sending recruits to Victor. These children were promising prospects for CP9, and now they had all become Victor's private force. "Lucci!" Suddenly, a voice from behind broke the moment. Lucci turned to see Sabo approaching. "Is he new?" Sabo inquired curiously. "Yes." Lucci nodded. "He seems a bit weak," Sabo murmured under his breath. Law furrowed his brow. How could Sabo, who was younger, claim to be weak? Was Sabo truly formidable? At that moment, Sabo turned his gaze back to Lucci. "Let's practice together. I wish to ascertain my progress. While stats can be measured, true strength is forged through the crucible of battle." Lucci shook his head. "You are too weak. Let Kaku accompany you." With that, Lucci turned to leave. "Am I still that weak?" Sabo sulked, casting a glance at Kaku, who was snickering nearby. "What are you laughing at? I could take you down," Sabo retorted with annoyance. Kaku was of a similar age to Law, who could not help but frown. At that moment, Law's gaze shifted to Kuna. She was wielding a 5-meter-long steel pipe, laden with weights, practicing her swordsmanship. Law's eyes widened in astonishment. Remaining here would indeed allow him to grow stronger. He clenched his fists, silently vowing to become powerful. At Marine headquarters in Marineford, the day of Kong's departure was drawing near, a consensus among all Marines. However, there was still no announcement regarding who would succeed him. In terms of seniority, it was evident that Sengoku would take the mantle. Yet, in terms of military merit and capability, Victor was equally formidable. Moreover, as a rising star within the Navy, Victor wielded greater influence both internally and globally. Would it come to a confrontation between Admiral Victor and Admiral Sengoku? If it were that simple, it would undoubtedly favor Victor. Now, it remained to be seen whom the higher-ups would support. The current stance of the Gorosei was ambiguous. It should not be overlooked that Admiral Victor enjoyed the trust of the Celestial Dragons. In the office, several officers were engaged in discussions regarding the Marshal. Ahem. At that moment, a cough echoed from outside. The group turned to see the source, and the office fell silent. Teacher Zephyr. The chatting officers stood at attention, saluting the entrance. "No idle chatter during work hours," Zephyr admonished the group. "Yes," they replied in unison. The young commanders of the Marine headquarters were predominantly Zephyr's students. Upon seeing him, they resembled mice startled by a cat, for during their time in military school, Zephyr had not been lenient in his teachings. "Very well." Zephyr turned to depart. Once he left, the officers breathed a sigh of relief. Strange. Why has Teacher Zephyr suddenly come to headquarters? It's surely ISNT at the behest of Senior Victor. If not Admiral Victor, then it must be Admiral Sengoku. Clearly, Sengoku requires greater support. I wonder why Sengoku visited the military academy recently. Sengoku went to the academy? I was unaware. I heard it from my cousin. The officers resumed their chatter, exchanging insights. Zephyr arrived at Sengoku's office. I truly wish to remain uninvolved in such matters, he stated, settling into a chair with a weary expression. Sengoku was Zephyr's comrade, with decades of camaraderie between them. Victor was Zephyr's student, and an exceptionally talented one at that. Whom should Zephyr support? Sengoku or his own student? Empathizing with both sides, Zephyr leaned toward supporting Victor. Yet, how could he articulate that? Moreover, Sengoku had valid concerns. Victor's methods were indeed extreme and radical, with countless innocents dragged into the chaos of Water 7 and Fishman Island. Victor must bear responsibility. I do not wish for you to publicly declare your support for me. Sengoku shook his head. Then why did you summon me? Zephyr questioned, bewildered. Sengoku replied, Kazan is your student, and apart from Victor, he is the one you hold in the highest regard. What has Kazan been up to lately? Zephyr inquired, furrowing his brow. Sengoku responded, Kazan's current attitude towards work is quite negative. This will not only hinder his personal growth, but also affect the Navy's future. Indeed, Zephyr nodded, acknowledging Sengoku's assertion. Kazan's strength and capabilities could greatly benefit the Navy, but if he continued this negativity, it would indeed impact its future. Sengoku continued, it is not just Kazan. Others are similarly affected. Others? Zephyr asked with curiosity. Have the likes of the Fittest and others also been impacted? Sengoku confirmed, they're all like you. Decent and upright men. However, the current environment at headquarters is stifling. Sengoku's praise did not strike Zephyr as odd. He naturally responded, I understand your perspective. Victor and Sakazuki's methods are undeniably radical, and it is inevitable that they clash with Kazan and the others. Sengoku added, I wish for them to adjust, so they can contribute to justice rather than veering towards extremes, which would harm both the Navy and the concept of justice. Indeed, Zephyr nodded again, in agreement with Sengoku's sentiments. Sengoku continued, I would like to speak with Kazan and the others privately to provide them with psychological guidance. They must express their issues and grievances rather than keep them bottled up. Zephyr sighed. Yes, they cannot harbor such feelings. Otherwise, it will lead to greater issues. Sengoku felt a sense of relief. His strategy was already halfway successful. Regardless of Victor's expanding influence, the core of Marine headquarters remained moderate. What was the purpose of Kazan and others joining the Navy? Surely it was not for personal gain. They genuinely sought to uphold justice and assist the weak. Thus, Sengoku intended to gather these individuals under Zephyr's name, presenting it as psychological counseling, while subtly showcasing their call to action to the Gorosei. Is Victor influential in the Navy? Did he not have any standing during the Warring States period? At a single assembly, all the pacifist naval commanders were gathered together. The strength of his leadership was evident for all to see. I believe that the 5 elders, upon witnessing this, will earnestly evaluate who is the truly qualified candidate for the position of marshal. Meanwhile, Victor received news that Sengoku was meeting with Zephyr privately. Senior, should we meet with Teacher Zephyr? Light inquired with some trepidation, as he too sought Zephyr's support. Victor, exhaling smoke calmly, replied, Do you think Teacher Zephyr's endorsement could sway the decision of the 5 elders? Upon hearing this, Light hesitated. He was unfamiliar with the 5 elders. Cautiously, Light remarked, But Teacher Zephyr, I am his first student, and now, from the admirals down to the lower ranks, most of the headquarters are his students. Victor responded placidly, If the marshal were elected by vote, then indeed, Teacher Zephyr's opinion would influence the final outcome. Light listened attentively. Victor continued, however, the 5 elders are indifferent to how many students Teacher Zephyr has taught or what esteem he holds within the headquarters. The only person capable of influencing their decisions is but one. Light was taken aback and instinctively asked who. Victor smiled slightly and patted Light on the shoulder. You still have much to learn. Seeing Victor intentionally keep him in suspense, Light refrained from pressing further. Yet his curiosity deepened as to who could sway the decisions of the 5 elders. In Light's eyes, the five elders were already the highest rulers of the world government. Victor, inhaling smoke, suddenly spoke, "However, we cannot remain entirely inactive." Light, intrigued, looked at Victor. "Since Sengoku wishes to showcase his abilities, let us indulge him." Victor stubbed his cigarette into the ashtray and said, "Inform the members of the Blue Sea Association that on the day of Sengoku's meeting, we shall also hold a Jiao Hue, which will not be mandatory, but rather open for those who have the time to participate." "Understood," Light replied, invigorated by the prospect. The scale of the Jiao Hue organized by the Blue Sea Association would undoubtedly be grand. At the G1 branch, Major General Ghana was yawning. Since the world government requested the Navy to withdraw from the New World, the workload at G1 had significantly decreased. They merely followed fixed patrol routes to ensure that the ships of member states reached the Holy Land smoothly. Other than that, there was little else to do. Just as Major General Ghana was yawning, the fax machine stirred to life. Upon reading the fax, Ghana's eyes widened. Not only was he a major general at G1, but he also served as the secretary of the Blue Sea Association's G1 division. Although his daily duties primarily involved processing new membership applications and receiving tasks from Lord Victor, he was in fact the de facto leader of the G1 division of the Blue Sea Association. Anyone wishing to report to Lord Victor needed to go through him. Lord Victor is to hold a Jiao Hue. Naturally, Ghana would attend. He aimed to leave a favorable impression on Lord Victor in hopes of promotion. Thus, not only would Ghana attend, but he would also bring many others along. At the G2 branch, Admiral Kazuru was yawning in boredom. Recently, no significant events had transpired at G2, nor were there any special tasks assigned to him. Lord Victor is to hold a Jiao Hue. "Can I attend?" he inquired. "Anyone who wishes to go may do so." "When is it?" "In 10 days. "That works. Aren't you supposed to be on patrol?" "I'll take a leave." At that moment, a commotion outside caught Kizaru's attention. What sort of meeting is Victor organizing? Just as he was pondering this, he glanced downstairs and saw Kataru and several other Navy personnel gathered. "That Victor fellow has his people everywhere," Kizuru muttered as he took a drag from a cigarette. The Blue Sea Association branches at G3, G4, G5, and G6 also received the meeting notice. At the Holy Land, Mariehua, within Pangu City, the five elders engaged in their respective activities, some reading newspapers, others polishing swords, watering plants, or smoking. Despite their individual pursuits, they paid close attention to reports from their agents, which included matters concerning the Navy. What were they planning? Gathering everyone for brawl? Sengoku's desire for power is formidable. He would not easily relinquish the position of marshal. Victor also had no intention of yielding. So whom should we support? We cannot simply prolong this indefinitely. Kong is aging. He cannot hold the position of marshal for much longer. Let them compete. That would be more entertaining. Why not let them have a brawl and allow the victor to assume the role of marshal? That seems a reasonable approach. Victor will likely leave Sengoku battered. Ha. Sengoku isn't that weak. The five elders chatted idly, and their indecision regarding the marshal candidate was a tactic to incite internal conflict within the Navy. The more tumultuous the struggle between Victor and Sengoku, the more satisfied they were, as whoever emerged victorious would still require their support. This is a game of power, a mastery of manipulation. At the Shambadi archipelago, at Shaki's rip-off bar, Shank sat within, sipping his drink. It was incredulous that he would encounter Rayleigh here. Rayleigh was equally surprised, having not anticipated that Shanks would have lost his left arm, considering he was left-handed. However, Shanks appeared unconcerned, drinking and discussing Luffy with Rayleigh. When the topic of Luffy's dream arose, Rayleigh fell silent, for Luffy's aspiration mirrored that of Roger's. Shanks chuckled lightly, "Mr. Roger, I never imagined I would encounter someone in a small village in the East Blue who would echo your sentiments. Thus, I wager my left hand there." "Indeed," Rayleigh sighed. "Upon hearing you say that, I too wish to meet him." At that moment, Shaki entered. "You all should delay your departure for a few days." Shaki advised Shanks and the others. "What happened?" Shanks inquired curiously. "A considerable number of Navy personnel have arrived," Shaki responded. "A lot of Navy?" Lockie and Jesus Burgess left the bar to join the fray. Shaki did not stop them. She was adept at reading people. Jesus Burgess and his companions were clearly exceptional. Not the foolish and short-lived pirates. My people just discovered that these individuals are from the Blue Sea Association, hailing from various branches, Shaki remarked. Shanks said, the Blue Sea Association? So it's them. They're a group more terrifying than pirates or gangs. Huh? Shaki looked at Shanks in astonishment. Shanks, intrigued, asked, am I wrong? Over the years, Shanks had traveled across the 4 seas, seeking companions. Hence, the members of the Blue Sea Association he had encountered were from its branches across the 4 seas. Rayleigh explained, the Blue Sea Association was founded by Victor. Their ideology is to purify the seas and utterly eradicate all pirates. Victor? Shanks stroked his chin, murmuring, how unexpected. What brings them here? Rayleigh inquired of Xiachi. Xiachi replied, it is said that Wei Kutua is convening a meeting and all members are invited, hence their attendance. In the naval headquarters, Zhanghua, ZFA, and others were preparing for a heartfelt discussion. The conference room was filled to capacity, and Zhanghua was quite pleased. Hundreds of pigeon faction officers from the naval headquarters had gathered. ZFA glanced at Qing Ji, who appeared as lethargic as ever. As Zhanghua had suggested, it was imperative to guide him early. ZFA pondered, yet the situation of Hua Xiaoshan and the others seemed quite favorable, starkly contrasting with Qing Ji. ZFA furrowed his brow slightly. I understand you are somewhat discontent with the headquarters, Zhanghua suddenly spoke. ZFA turned his gaze toward Zhanghua, and at that moment, the attention of the officers in the room was drawn to Zhanghua. The justice we are currently upholding in the Navy conflicts with the justice you all believe in. You're not at fault. Your sense of justice is noble and commendable. Zhanghua began to affirm the principles of the pigeon faction. ZFA is my comrade, and you are his students. I can empathize with your sentiments. As Zhanghua mentioned ZFA, who sat beside him, many in the room, including Hua Xiaoshan, nodded lightly, having been influenced by ZFA. His approach to justice was gentle. Even when faced with the most heinous of pirates, he adhered to the principle of not taking lives, leaving the punishment to the law. Wei Kutua's actions were indeed extreme, causing you to lose faith in the headquarters. However, I assure you, my justice, the headquarters justice, the Navy's justice, has never wavered. Zhanghua solemnly declared his stance. The blame lies solely with Wei Kutua. It has nothing to do with the headquarters. All issues stem from Wei Kutua. Hua Xiaoshan and the others nodded repeatedly, expressing their dissatisfaction with Wei Kutua's methods. Compared to Wei Kutua, Zhanghua was a good man. Had it not been for Zhanghua assigning Qing Ji to the task of capturing the Golden Lion, even more lives in Water 7 would have been lost. Zhanghua scanned the room with a sidelong glance, satisfied with the support he had garnered. At that moment, the door to the conference room swung open. An officer approached Zhanghua and whispered in his ear, Admiral Zhanghua, the Marshal requests your presence in his office along with Admiral ZFA. Understood. Zhanghua nodded and informed ZFA, the Marshal is looking for us. All right, ZFA replied, rising to accompany Zhanghua to the Marshal's office. The curtains in the office were drawn. Both Zhanghua and ZFA were puzzled. Why were the curtains closed during the day? It was not a meeting room. Just then, Kong led them to the window and pulled back the curtains. Through the window, they could see a throng of Navy personnel gathered in the square. The members of the Blue Sea Society called by Wei Kutua stood in formation according to their respective divisions, from junior officers to high-ranking rear admirals and vice admirals, totaling over 10,000 individuals. Notably, it was the mid-level and junior officers who constituted the primary force maintaining justice and order. With a single call, Wei Kutua had summoned such a multitude. At that moment, the crowd began chanting Wei Kutua's name. He stood in the center of the square, raising his right hand to bask in the adoration of his members. As Wei Kutua clenched his fist, the square fell silent. Just moments ago, the air had been filled with thunderous cheers. Now, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. For the blue and pristine sea, Wei Kutua proclaimed. Light, Connor, Rodney, and others shouted in unison, their faces flushed, veins bulging, and voices hoarse as they exerted their utmost. This uproar reverberated throughout the naval fortress. Qing Ji and the others remained in the conference room, pulling back the curtains to gaze toward the square. Anyone witnessing the scene before them would be astounded. Wei Kutua had indeed gathered over 10,000 people. Jean Gua gritted his teeth, clenching his fists in frustration. Kong, exhaling smoke in rings, remarked, "You called ZFA for a meeting, and Wei Kutua called for one on the same day and at the same time." Jean Gua and ZFA remained silent. Kong rubbed his forehead, relieved that today's events had not leaked, or else the entire world would witness the Navy's disgrace. To outsiders, it might appear as if the Navy were embroiled in internal strife, on the verge of conflict. Kong shook his head, feeling a headache and a sense of helplessness. This indicated that he was unable to fulfill the responsibilities of a marshal. The role of a marshal is to command the entire Navy. Yet now he could not manage even the most rebellious, let alone the two admirals. ZFA's gaze remained fixed on Wei Kutua, who, holding a microphone, declared, "Since the establishment of the Blue Sea Society, we have accomplished three things. First, the capture of pirates, no matter their strength, should they encounter us. Their fate will either be prison or death. Second, we have improved welfare and benefits, ensuring that both active and retired Navy personnel can serve without worries. Third, we uphold fairness and justice, treating everyone equally. Those with capability will have opportunities for promotion. While I acknowledge that, as the leader of the Blue Sea Society, I have room for improvement, and I recognize that many of you have worked diligently, you have not had the opportunity to showcase your talents. This is my responsibility. I aspire to provide you with a better platform, more opportunities, and roles that suit you, enabling you to dedicate everything to justice." As he spoke, Wei Kutuo's gaze swept across each segment of the crowd, striving to make eye contact with everyone. The members of the Blue Sea Society who met his gaze were visibly stirred. "I am a soldier. From the moment of my birth, the blood of justice flows within me. My parents perished at the hands of pirates, losing their precious lives like many innocent others. I do not deny that I harbor deep hatred for pirates. I will never forgive these villains. Ask yourselves, can you forgive the murderers of your parents, siblings, or children? I am a flesh and blood human being, not a deity capable of compassion and forgiveness. If gods indeed exist, then it is their domain to grant forgiveness, while my duty is to deliver these scoundrels to them." Wei Kutuo's words were powerful and resonant, striking directly at the souls of the Pigeon faction. ZFA fell silent, reflecting on the loss of his wife and children, his fists clenched tightly. "Long live Lord Wei Kutua! Annihilate all pirates!" Someone shouted from the crowd. The voices of over 10,000 echoed in unison, and Jean Gua's expression turned ashen. The Blue Sea Society's membership extended beyond the headquarters. Branches and divisions were filled with its members. Moreover, it included not only high-ranking officials, but also mid-level and junior officers who had joined the Blue Sea Society. Jean Gua had brought ZFA in under the pretense of psychological counseling to display his charisma and leadership. However, Victor held disdain for playing underhanded games with Jean Gua. If it came down to numbers, let them compete. Kong, as the commander, observed everything keenly. In the eyes of the young Navy, Victor possessed a greater influence and charisma. Since being confronted head-on by Victor and suffering a setback, Jean Gua had grown increasingly irritable. His handling of official duties had also seen numerous blunders, with the GOAT tasked with shredding documents working incessantly. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of the knocking only added to Jean Gua's irritation. "Come in," he inhaled deeply, attempting to steady himself. The door swung open. Uncle Jean Gua, Victor entered and approached him directly. Jean Gua furrowed his brow. "What is it?" He feigned indifference. Victor spoke. "Uncle Jean Gua, there are rumors circulating within the headquarters about our competition for the position of marshal." Jean Gua remained silent, observing Victor intently. Victor continued, "I understand that Uncle Jean Gua has the capability to lead the Navy, and in certain aspects, may even excel beyond me." That was certainly true, Jean Gua mused. Throughout his life, he had always been at the top of his class, never faltering in any endeavor. He was a model student and a commendable subordinate. He would also realize his vision of justice, a justice that reigned supreme, maintaining order and stability across the seas by his will. However, if Uncle Jean Gua were to assume the role of marshal, then my dreams would be thwarted, Victor stated earnestly. Victor's dreams? Upon hearing his words, Jean Gua frowned. Assuming Victor's aspiration was to eradicate all pirates, Thus, Jean Guo replied, the stability of the world cannot merely rely on capturing those rogues. Jean Guo sought to maintain balance, a dynamic equilibrium. The monsters of the New World, the Shichibukai, and the Navy must intertwine and tug at one another to uphold the stability of the seas. This was no simple task. Though challenging, Jean Guo had devised a plan. If executed according to his design, success was assured. Jean Guo always operated with a strategy, and success was imperative. Uncle Jean Guo, our philosophies differ, and our interpretations of justice diverge. This is not a matter of you and me. However, I do not wish for our discord to ignite conflict within Navy. The supporters of both you and I, due to our opposing stances, would only deplete the Navy's energies unnecessarily. Jean Guo acknowledged Victor's sentiments. I agree, and moreover, the appointment of the marshal is not determined by our headquarters. Jean Guo was no longer inclined to compare numbers. Victor had rallied so many, while Jean Guo had failed to cultivate mid-level or even grassroots officers. If the marshal's position were to be decided by vote, the outcome was already evident. Victor said, nevertheless, I wish to approach this in a dignified manner. What manner? Jean Guo inquired with curiosity. Victor replied, let us duel. Jean Guo was taken aback. How could this be deemed dignified? Victor was capable of defeating even the likes of the Golden Lion. Jean Guo, unlike Carp, lacked such strength. Victor stated, Uncle Jean Guo, should the Gorosei choose me, you could use the reason of losing in a duel as an excuse. In other words, I am providing you a way out. You must seize this opportunity. Otherwise, you may find yourself devoid of both face and substance. Losing the duel would allow you to retain some dignity. After all, Victor's strength is acknowledged throughout the headquarters. Defeating Victor is not a disgrace. Are you so certain the Gorosei will choose you? Jean Guo's temper flared. He was somewhat agitated. However, this was understandable, for Jean Guo had never lost to anyone throughout his life. He had always been the victor. Even if his strength did not rival Carp's, he still believed himself to be the king of the Navy. Victor calmly replied, just as you believe you will win, I never consider myself defeated. Then let us wait and see, Jean Guo said with an air of tranquility. At Mariehua, in Panga City, the Gorosei had been summoned to the innermost chamber adorned with flowers. At that moment, Im sat upon the throne of nothingness. The Gorosei knelt before him. Im began, do you know why I summoned you? The Gorosei quickly responded, Lord, I must be concerned about the selection of the Navy's marshal. Upon hearing their response, Im simply acknowledged them with a sound. The Gorosei let out a sigh of relief. To accompany a ruler is to walk with a tiger. In order to maintain their current standing, they must comprehend Im's intentions. Im had taken an interest in Victor. Thus, this summons was undoubtedly related to Victor. I'm queried, whom do you wish to appoint as marshal? The Gorosei lowered their heads, furtively glancing at one another, exchanging silent looks. In truth, they had not reached a consensus. Either Jean Guo or Victor could be suitable. Im remarked, due to Victor, an unprecedented rift has emerged within the Navy, and it is only widening. Lord Im is wise. Victor has indeed affected the unity of the Navy headquarters, the Gorosei echoed. Isn't this rather intriguing? Although Im did not smile, the Gorosei could discern his amusement. Im stated, tools do not require unity. They simply need to be wielded effectively. Lord Im is wise, the Gorosei collectively praised. Then let us choose one through the toss of a coin. The side marked is Jean Guo. The face is Victor. Im produced a uniquely crafted golden coin. This coin was neither berries nor the currency of any nation in the world. The obverse bore ancient script, while the reverse displayed a vast map of a kingdom. If Dr. Kuroba were present, he would surely associate it with an ancient kingdom. Im then tossed the coin into the air. The coin spun endlessly before landing on the ground, continuing to rotate until it finally came to a halt. The result? The coin stood upright. The Gorosei were left speechless. Im gazed at the standing coin, a slight smile gracing his lips. In his long existence, he had not encountered so much joy in quite some time. With a puff of breath, Im blew gently, causing the coin to topple. The Gorosei simultaneously turned their eyes to the coin, witnessing the outcome. Why should Jean Guo become the marshal? The marshal should be entrusted to General Victor. In Marineford, the members of the Blue Sea Society were all aflame with excitement. They could not comprehend why the Gorosei, still chose Zhonghua. Zhonghua had the qualifications, but could he handle the Golden Lion? Victor had managed it twice. Could Zhonghua lead the Navy to greater heights? General Victor had performed exceedingly well. Every individual's welfare has been enhanced, and the safety of the Navy's families has also improved, allowing the Navy to operate without concern. Simultaneously, Admiral Vikechuo has provided numerous individuals with opportunities for promotion, which is evident to all. Inside the marshal's office, Soko was initially taken aback. To be candid, he had anticipated that the 5 elders would ultimately select Vikechuo. Vikechuo, being younger and more resolute, was favored by the Tenryu Bito. However, to his surprise, the final choice fell upon Sengoku. A knock resounded at the door, prompting Soko to say, "Come in." Vikechuo, Sengoku, and Akainu entered the room. Soko addressed the trio, "Please, take a seat." They complied, sitting down. Soko continued, "You should all have received the notification, directly issued by the world government, which Sengoku and I received simultaneously." Sengoku nodded, his expression neutral, yet internally he felt a sense of satisfaction. Ultimately, he emerged as the victor. Vikechuo also maintained a stoic demeanor. Akainu discreetly observed Vikechuo, believing he must be feeling quite displeased, akin to a student who, despite deserving the top honor, found it snatched away. Soko declared, "Starting tomorrow, I will be promoted to Commander-in-Chief of the 3 armies, and the role of Marshal will be entrusted to Sengoku." Indeed, Sengoku replied earnestly, "I shall lead the Navy forward." Soko, confident in Sengoku's capabilities, turned to Vikechuo and inquired, "Do you have anything to say?" Soko harbored concerns regarding Vikechuo's emotional state. Up to this point, Vikechuo had achieved all he desired, and this setback must be disheartening for him. Even if Vikechuo could process this disappointment, what of the Blue Sea Society? Many awaited his ascension to the position of Marshal. Vikechuo responded, "I have nothing to say. This is the arrangement of the world government, and I harbor no objections." "Well, it is good that you possess such awareness." Soko replied with a satisfied smile. After a moment of silence, Vikechuo looked at Soko and Sengoku, saying, "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." With that, he rose and exited. Sengoku watched Vikechuo's retreating figure, not perceiving him as impolite. The young man, filled with ambition, had initially believed he was guaranteed to become the youngest marshal of the Navy. Now, with his hopes dashed, it was only natural for his mindset to be unsettled. "I have matters to attend to as well. I will take my leave," Akainu stated, getting up to follow Vikechuo. Though he was not one to offer consolation and had never comforted anyone, he felt compelled to stand by Vikechuo during this difficult time. Upon returning to his office, Vikechuo found it brimming with members of the Blue Sea Society, all gazing at him with a mixture of resentment and anger. Sengoku's victory? They perceived it as unmerited, suspecting he had employed some underhanded tactics to usurp the marshal's position from Vikechuo. "Return to your duties," Vikechuo commanded without turning back. The members exchanged glances, uncertain. "Let us all return for now. The senior will have further arrangements," Late instructed the group. Meanwhile, Akainu and Vikechuo entered the office. Akainu proposed, "Would you like me to accompany you for a drink?" Vikechuo regarded him with curiosity. Akainu earnestly replied, "A drink can alleviate one's gloom during unhappy times." "Do you think I am feeling low?" Vikechuo queried. Akainu shook his head. "I do not know. I have never been able to read you. However, I believe you are not one to be easily disheartened. This situation will not defeat you." With a hearty laugh, Vikechuo responded, "Then let us share a drink." "Late?" He called towards the door, and Late entered promptly. "Prepare some appetizers," Vikechuo instructed. "Yes," Late replied hurriedly before departing. Shortly, 3 platters of cold dishes were served, accompanied by a warm jar of rice wine. As Vikechuo reached for the wine to pour for Akainu, Akainu, quicker on the draw, seized the vessel and poured for both himself and Vikechuo. "You have assisted me greatly over the years," Akainu stated sincerely. "We are classmates, comrades, and friends. Such formalities are unnecessary," Vikechuo smiled. "I remember everything," Akainu replied, raising his glass and downing its contents in one go. Vikechuo observed Akainu's demeanor, noting his loyalty. Though he seemed brusque, he had his own way of caring. Vikechuo emptied his glass as well, and Akainu refilled both their cups. I disapprove of Sengoku's methods, Akainu expressed. Is that so? Vikechuo smiled faintly, recognizing Akainu's stance. Akainu continued earnestly. I believe you would be Soko's successor, leading the Navy to eradicate the evils of the sea. Sengoku is capable, yet under his leadership, the order of the seas will remain unchanged. Vikechuo paused, then self-deprecatingly remarked, perhaps my views are too extreme, which is why those above do not wish for us to lead the Navy. Vikechuo's words were intentional, slightly disingenuous. He effectively categorized the 5 elders and Sengoku into the pacifist camp, while binding himself and Akainu together. The implication was clear. It was not a matter of capability that hindered the eradication of pirates, but rather the reluctance of the world government to pursue such a course. Regardless of the past, present, or future, I believe in your abilities. Only you can lead the Navy, Akainu stated earnestly. Let us strive together. Vikechuo extended his fist. Akainu mirrored the gesture, and their fists met with mutual resolve. After finishing their drinks, Vikechuo escorted Akainu out. At that moment, a smile graced Vikechuo's face. In truth, he had long prepared for contingencies. If all went smoothly, he would ascend to the role of marshal and subsequently expand the Blue Sea Society, purging the pacifists from power to prepare for his claim as the world sovereign. However, should he fail to attain the position of marshal, it would be of little consequence. He could utilize this opportunity to incite internal strife within the Navy, where there would be no right or wrong, only positions. With Akainu already indicating his support, this was indeed favorable news for Vikechuo. He also speculated on the intentions of the 5 elders, who sought to instigate discord within the headquarters, preventing Vikechuo from monopolizing power. If that was the case, he would show them what conflict entailed, ensuring Sengoku faced difficulties as well. In the year 1510 of the Sea Circle calendar, shortly after Sengoku was appointed as marshal, he promoted Akiji to the position of the new admiral. In the tumultuous era of the warring states, the current Navy headquarters has clearly divided into 2 factions, the hawkish group, led by Vikechuo, and the dovish faction, spearheaded by Zhanghua. Although Zhanghua does not perceive himself as a dove, he finds himself unable to rally the support of figures like Akainu. Consequently, he is left to rely solely on the strength of the dovish faction. Otherwise, his position as fleet admiral would be rendered impotent. Therefore, he delegates the daily affairs of the headquarters to the leaders of the dovish faction. Additionally, he entrusts the leadership of the direct branches to dovish generals. Hua Xiaoshan assumes command of the G1 branch. Gumi oversees the G2 branch, and Shurdai Lei Si leads the G3 branch, among others. These commanders were initially recommended by Vikechuo, yet now, most have been replaced by members of the dovish faction. A new ruler brings new ministers. Zhanghua is unlikely to reinstate Vikechuo's allies, a fact that Vikechuo comprehends. Moreover, Zhanghua seeks to sow discord and create a rift between Vikechuo and Akainu. While he suppresses Vikechuo's influence, he does not impede the generals aligned with Akainu. The only one remaining in a state of stagnation is Kizaru, whom Zhanghua has temporarily chosen to overlook, as there are currently no vacancies among the 3 admirals. Kizaru has neither sided with Vikechuo nor garnered favor from Zaifa. Thus his sentiments are of little consequence. Senior, are we truly not going to take action? Light inquired, his urgency palpable. It has only been a month since Zhanghua assumed the role of fleet admiral, yet a significant number of Blue Sea Society leaders have already been replaced. The atmosphere is fraught with anxiety, as no one knows when they might be purged. Daily, peers and juniors approach Light for updates, hoping that Vikechuo will step forward to lead them. Vikechuo remained expressionless. What do you wish to do? Counterattack. Show Zhanghua a thing or two. Light gritted his teeth in determination. His resolve is unwavering. This matter transcends justice. He and Vikechuo are in the same boat, naturally considering Vikechuo's interests. Unity in glory, unity in loss. The Blue Sea Society stands united. Vikechuo inquired, how do you propose to counterattack? Light paused, uncertain of the course of action, which is precisely why he sought Vikechuo's guidance. Vikechuo, while smoking, replied, "I am feeling rather fatigued lately and wish to take a leave of absence for recuperation." "Senior, taking a leave at this moment?" Light exclaimed, alarmed. It is evident to any discerning observer that Zhanghua is targeting the Blue Sea Society. Without Waikichuo's leadership, how can they stand against Zhanghua? Waikichuo patted Light on the shoulder. "Don't panic. Remember one thing." Light listened intently. "We have numbers." "Numbers?" Light fell into contemplation. Noticing Light's confusion, Waikichuo further emphasized, "During this period, you must strengthen the unity of the Blue Sea Society while diligently performing your duties." Upon hearing this, Light's eyes brightened. He understood. "Do not report daily affairs to me anymore," Waikichuo stated without looking back. The implication was clear. They were free to handle matters as they saw fit. Light summoned Connor, Rodney, and others, the core members of the Blue Sea Society. "Our senior has instructed us to bolster the unity of the Blue Sea Society while fulfilling our respective duties." Strengthen unity and focus on our duties? Connor scratched his head, puzzled. Rodney quickly grasped the situation. "I understand. Lord Waikichuo is indeed wise." "Huh?" Connor remained bewildered. He then turned to Felix and the others, realizing, since our senior supports us, we can act freely. After hearing Felix's words, Connor was even more baffled. Did our senior say that? He was utterly confused. At that moment, Light declared, "We must make them aware of our strength within the Blue Sea Society." Indeed, Rodney nodded in agreement. Felix clenched his fist, having long harbored discontent. "Wait, can someone explain what our senior wants us to do?" Connor finally lost his patience and asked the group. Light looked at Connor and explained. "Although Zhanghua is conducting a thorough purge at the headquarters, he has overlooked one crucial detail." "What detail?" Connor eagerly inquired. Light, with a sense of pride, replied, "Our influence extends beyond the headquarters." Rodney added, "Indeed, Lord Waikichuo possesses foresight. Over the years, we have established branches of the Blue Sea Society not only at the headquarters, but also in various divisions." Felix supplemented, "Even if Zhanghua becomes Fleet Admiral and replaces the commanders of direct branches with his own, they will still need to execute their commands." Finally comprehending, Connor smacked his forehead. "I see now. We must render Zhanghua's orders unexecuted. Lord Waikichuo has already indicated what we ought to do." Light declared earnestly, "As long as the Blue Sea Society stands united, continuing to expand our scale and influence, the Navy will be at our command." "Yes, the Navy will be at the command of the Blue Sea Society," Rodney scoffed. At the Marine Academy in Marineford, the cafeteria atmosphere is distinctly divided. Students who have joined the Blue Sea Society gather together for meals, while those outside the society feel a palpable sense of alienation. Moreover, during mealtimes, students who perceive Waikichuo and the Blue Sea Society as extreme are deliberately provoked. The tension is thick between both sides. In the academy, failing to join the Blue Sea Society invites hostility. This situation is merely a microcosm of the larger conflicts occurring within the Navy headquarters, direct branches, and various subdivisions. Members of the Blue Sea Society begin to stir trouble, scrutinizing and finding fault with others, creating an atmosphere charged with hostility. This discord is primarily evident among the officer ranks. Have you noticed that the food has been increasingly subpar lately? It's curry chicken every day. Previously, there was seafood and drinks, and fruits were plentiful after meals. We should be grateful for what we have. The new fleet admiral clearly does not care about our sentiments. Is this even fit for human consumption? The chicken is no longer fresh, and these potatoes and carrots are all rotten. In the G1 branch's cafeteria, Navy soldiers pick at their meals, each bearing a countenance of discontent. Previously, under Waikichuo's leadership, the Blue Sea Society would subsidize Navy dining costs monthly. Now, that funding has ceased. The newly appointed officers are expected to generate their own funds. Of course, the headquarters continues to allocate funds to various branches. However, Waikichuo has positioned numerous loyalists within the finance department, who have already begun to create obstacles. Consequently, military funding for each branch has not been dispersed. While Waikichuo remains in the shadows, Light and others have already commenced undermining Zhanghua's authority. Internal strife within the Navy is palpable. Zhanghua certainly cannot expel all members of the Blue Sea Society from Navy. Yet, even if he wishes to purge or reassign positions, where will he find sufficient personnel to fill these grassroots roles within a few years? Donghai, Fengche village. The village chief, Wupashalapu, glanced at the newspaper, a frown creasing his brow. The kingdom of Goya had been attacked by pirates? Such a notion was utterly preposterous. The nobles of the kingdom of Goya were exceedingly affluent, having contributed vast sums of money to the celestial dragons. Consequently, the world government and the navy provided robust protection for the kingdom of Goya. Whenever the kingdom faced peril, the navy would swiftly come to its aid. However, this time, the navy's response seemed rather delayed, at least according to the report. A band of pirates known as the Night Demons had pillaged the kingdom of Goya throughout the night. By the time the navy arrived, the pirates had vanished without a trace. At Marine headquarters in Marineford, within the office of the admiral, a new complaint letter had been added to the desk. It was sent from the kingdom of Goya. Days prior, a group of pirates had attacked the kingdom, resulting in significant losses for the nobles due to the navy's sluggish response. Therefore, the kingdom of Goya lodged a complaint with the world government against the navy. The Gorosei, preoccupied with other matters, had passed the complaint on to Kong, who then relayed it to Sengoku. How many times has this occurred? Sengoku inquired in a low voice. Vice Admiral Mozambia replied, "This is the third time this month." Sengoku tossed the complaint letter into a basket overflowing with similar grievances, at least 30 letters, all unique. Sengoku had been the admiral for 3 months. During this time, Victor had taken a 3-month leave, and Akainu remained stationed at Mariewa as the Navy's top combat power. Sengoku was left with only Akiji among the admirals at his disposal. Of course, Kazuru also possessed the strength of an admiral, yet he only attended to his assigned duties. Sengoku could not impose upon Kazuru to take on the responsibilities of an admiral. However, the primary issue was not merely the absence of top-tier strength, but rather the inadequacies at the grassroots level. In recent months, reports of insufficient naval power had emerged from various regions, including the Grand Line. Member nations of the world government repeatedly expressed their grievances, urging the Navy to enhance maritime patrols and uphold order upon the seas. With the era of great pirates upon them, countless young souls flocked to the oceans in pursuit of riches. The Navy's forces were already stretched thin, akin to firefighters struggling to keep up with an inferno. Presently, maritime order had descended into chaos. The number of wanted pirates was on the rise. Yet the arrests had paradoxically dwindled, suggesting either that the pirates had grown stronger and more cunning, or that the efficiency of the grassroots navy had diminished. Sengoku sought to uncover the truth. However, the feedback from various branches indicated that they were diligently fulfilling their duties. Yet, something felt amiss. Sengoku turned to Mozambia and asked, "What is your perspective on the recent events?" Mozambia replied, "Admiral, it is natural for the number of pirates to increase. After all, it has been years since Roger's demise, and the children of that era have now grown up." "Enough," Sengoku interjected, raising a hand to halt Mozambia's further comments. "You may leave now." "Yes," Mozambia responded, turning to exit. Sengoku watched him depart before picking up a transponder snail. He intended to dispatch his secret unit for an investigation. His instincts told him that something was amiss. Daughter Island lay amidst the calm belt adjacent to the Grand Line. Due to the presence of colossal sea kings in the calm belt, ordinary vessels were unable to approach the waters near Daughter Island. At that moment, a giant eagle descended upon the palace of Daughter Island, bearing a figure upon its back. "Felix, you may wait for me here," Robin instructed the giant eagle, which nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the eagle transformed into Felix's likeness. The surrounding guards maintained their impassive expressions, having long grown accustomed to Robin and Felix. Marigold informed Robin, "Sister is inside." Robin replied as she entered the palace. Within the palace, Hancock lay languidly upon her bed, lost in thought while gazing at a photograph of Victor. "Ahem," Sandersonia coughed to signal Robin's arrival. Hancock quickly concealed the photograph, reverting to her aloof demeanor. "What is it now?" Hancock inquired impatiently. Robin stated, "Lord Victor has requested you to eliminate a few individuals." "Is Lord Victor's command?" Hancock immediately perked up. Robin produced a file, saying, "All their information is here." Ensure it is done cleanly to avoid causing trouble for Lord Victor. I know how to handle this, Hancock replied, allowing Sandersonia to take the file. This is a gift from Lord Victor. At that moment, Robin revealed a bottle of perfume. Hancock had already risen and rushed to Robin's side. Robin remarked, Lord Victor believes this perfume suits your temperament splendidly. Lord Victor is so busy yet still chooses a fragrance for me. Hancock's cheeks flushed as she embraced the perfume. Pressing it to her chest, Robin shook her head, ignoring Hancock's infatuation, and turned to leave. Felix carried Robin away from Daughter Island, their next destination being Alabasta. Robin's intentions remained a mystery to Felix. However, he had heard one piece of news. Crocodile had been quite active in Alabasta lately. Although the warlords of the sea were tasked with aiding the Navy in eliminating pirates, Crocodile's enthusiasm seemed rather excessive. Recently, the number of pirates who had perished at Crocodile's hands was at least in the thousands, if not tens of thousands. Alabasta had become a nation conducive to commerce and tourism, thus elevating Crocodile to the status of a hero there. Traversing the vast desert, they finally beheld the oasis nestled within the arid expanse. Here lay Rain Base, the dream city of Alabasta, now the stronghold of Crocodile. He had established the nation's largest casino, Rain Feast. However, Crocodile was not the sole proprietor of the casino. Inside Rain Feast, Robin entered Crocodile's office, where he greeted her with a smile. What do you require of me this time? Though Robin had consistently concealed her identity, Crocodile was no ordinary individual. He had risen to prominence upon his debut, transitioning from pirate to warlord of the sea, and simultaneously served as the president of Baroque Works, bearing the codename Mr. Zero. Crocodile understood the intricacies of managing an organization. Now, he was both a hero in Alabasta and its greatest villain. Have your men attack these locations, Robin instructed, unfurling a map dotted with red marks indicating the targeted sites for Crocodile's assaults. Is the esteemed gentleman still aggrieved? Crocodile inquired with a chuckle. Only that man possesses the ability to control naval forces worldwide, allowing them to evade pirates and synchronize their movements perfectly with the pirates. Robin remained unfazed. Although Crocodile discerned that Victor was the mastermind behind the schemes, this revelation was anticipated by Victor himself. To be precise, Victor had deliberately exposed his identity. Over the past few months, Victor had orchestrated numerous nefarious activities through Crocodile. For instance, he instructed Crocodile to dispatch individuals disguised as pirates to assault multiple nations. While a single incident might be dismissed, the frequency of such attacks, occurring repeatedly across various locations, targeted only the member states of the world government. With so many member nations under siege, it was the Navy that found itself under immense pressure. The newly appointed Fleet Admiral Sengoku was in charge. Prior to Sengoku's appointment, rumors circulated regarding a rivalry between him and Victor over the position of Fleet Admiral, leading to conflict between the two. Thus, Crocodile deduced that Victor was the one pulling the strings. He has granted you numerous favors, Robin remarked calmly. He has brought me to Alabasta, invested in me, allowing me to establish a casino. Crocodile shook his head in response. This is neither what I desire nor what he has bestowed upon me. Despite the fact that Crocodile possessed everything he currently held with Victor's assistance, he did not find it particularly challenging. In Crocodile's view, acquiring his current assets was merely a matter of time, and Victor's help had only expedited the process, nothing more. Robin gazed at Crocodile and said, "He knows what you seek and where it lies, just as he conveyed in the letter he sent you." The collaboration and connection between Robin and Crocodile stemmed from a single letter, one which Robin had penned herself, crafting its contents independently. Nevertheless, Victor had approved her actions after reviewing the letter. In her heart, Robin invoked the ancient weapon, Pluton, hoping that Victor would fulfill his promise. Crocodile chuckled softly. Robin then turned and exited Crocodile's office. A warship departed from the Navy's secret base, following its original course through the calm belt towards the East Blue. The sailors aboard were members of a covert unit trained under Sengoku's command during his tenure as a vice admiral. This unit was known as Sword. The current commander of the unit, Reno, was 36 years old, a fifth-generation student of Zifa, adept in the 6 forms and Haki, and a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Each member of Reno's command was an elite among elites. They had left their original units 5 years prior and had since vanished from the public eye. Although shrouded in mystery, their information was solely in Sengoku's possession. Nevertheless, Victor had managed to track their location through eavesdropping. Why has the fleet admiral sent us to investigate the East Blue? Is there really a need for investigation? We could simply eradicate all the pirates in the East Blue. One member of SWORD expressed dissatisfaction. I agree. Our formation was established precisely to confront the monsters of the New World. At that moment, the members of the SWORD team felt a sense of being underutilized, as if they were using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Reno remained silent. Boss, say something. A young man with long golden hair implored. This youth was Yas, a 6th-generation student of Zifa who had previously served in the G9 branch. Stop it. Boss must be thinking about women again, another young man with a scar on his cheek joked. This young man, named Muller, was Yas's peer. Amid their banter, Reno discreetly tucked away an adult magazine. Reno was a man of strong principles, yet he harbored one significant flaw. He was particularly lecherous, unable to resist the allure of beautiful women. Most of Reno's salary was spent pursuing starlets, such as securing front-row seats for performances by the renowned actress Sindori, simply to be closer to beauty. Suddenly, the warship collided with an object, causing it to tilt. What happened? Reno and his companions swiftly exited the cabin. Upon their departure, they encountered the assailant, a massive sea serpent. The serpent was a ferocious and venomous sea snake, a creature that even the Sea Kings dared not approach. Measuring over 200 meters in length, our ship is embedded with sea prisms, isn't it? Yas questioned, puzzled. The sea prism stone is akin to the crystallization of the sea, composed of elements similar to those of the ocean, essentially its solid form. As a result, Dr. Vegapunk had embedded sea prism stones in the bottoms of Navy warships, allowing the Sea Kings to perceive Navy vessels as part of the ocean. Perhaps it simply spotted us, Muller suggested. However, passage through the comm belt was not absolutely secure. If a Sea King were to witness the ship in motion, it would inevitably launch an attack. Just as Reno and his team contemplated how to handle the sea serpent, a graceful figure glided onto the warship's deck, moving with an ethereal elegance. The woman wore a mask, yet Reno could discern her beauty from her figure and hairstyle. Who are you? What do you want? Muller inquired, pointing at her. All eyes were fixed on the woman as she raised her delicate hand, pale and slender, gently pressing against her mask. Do you wish to know my identity? Her voice was melodious, instantly captivating the hearts of Reno and his companions. In that moment, the woman slowly began to lift her mask, seemingly intending to reveal her true self before them. As she removed the mask and revealed her face, Reno and the others stood frozen in place. It is the Empress, they all exclaimed, realization dawning upon them. No wonder the sea serpent appeared so familiar. However, why was the Empress not on Amazon Lily, but on their ship? This was undoubtedly no chance encounter, and Reno and his companions were convinced of this. I have come here with a small request, Hancock said alluringly. Your Majesty, please tell us. We would comply with 100 requests, the Navy soldiers on the ship shouted. Just as Yas was about to turn and glare at the soldiers, Hancock formed a heart shape with her hands and released beams of heart-shaped light. Anyone struck by this light, particularly those previously enamored by the Empress's beauty, would be instantly petrified. However, for those who were not seduced by her allure, it would have no effect. Yet, including Reno, the entire SWORD team succumbed, as they were all plagued by issues within their ranks. Although they were powerful, their discipline was severely lacking, especially when faced with Hancock, causing them to let down their guard. After neutralizing them, Hancock prepared to report her achievements to Victor. Understood. Robin concluded her call. Robin now served as Victor's proxy, responsible for managing all matters that dwelled in the shadows. Currently, the SWORD team has been dealt with, leading to the loss of a significant force for Zhonghua. It is imperative to recognize that the SWORD team's primary function was to monitor the monstrous entities in the New World. Deploying them to confront the enigmatic pirates of the East Sea was indeed an underutilization of their capabilities. Yet, they have mysteriously vanished in the comm belt, which undoubtedly strikes a heavy blow to Zhonghua. In the study, Robin addressed Victor, stating, Lord Victor, both the personnel and the ship have sunk into the comm belt. Victor, maintaining a stoic demeanor, merely responded with a nonchalant hum. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Robin began to exit, only for Victor to call out, wait. She paused and turned back to him. Victor instructed, inform Taizwa to expand his business into the New World. Understood. Robin nodded and then departed. At Marine headquarters in Marineford, Zhangguo's expression was grim due to the annihilation of the sword team. What transpired remains unclear to him. Renault and his associates are trusted subordinates, particularly Renault, who, despite his flirtatious nature, is diligent and possesses considerable strength. Even when faced with formidable adversaries, he would typically have the opportunity to relay messages. However, there has been no communication whatsoever. A knock echoed at the door. Enter, Zhangguo replied casually. Reporting, announced a sunglasses-clad Vice Admiral who stepped inside. Vice Admiral Carlyle, an old subordinate of Zhangguo, now served in the scientific division, tasked with ensuring Dr. Vegapunk's operational needs. Zhangguo inhaled deeply as Carlyle placed a thick file folder on the desk. They had not reached a consensus. The folder contained reimbursement requests and additional expense applications for the scientific division, which operates under unique circumstances. Their expenses are not budgeted annually. Instead, experiments are initiated whenever Vegapunk conceives a new idea, necessitating materials that cost exorbitantly. Zhangguo scrutinized the reimbursement and budget requests, his pupils narrowing in disbelief. Special PFS steel, 5 tons at 50 million berries per ton. 12 units of premium high-concentration protein extract at 20 million berries each, and 12 milliliters of camate sea snake venom at 15 million berries per milliliter. The ensuing list was extensive, and Zhangguo struggled to comprehend the staggering total of 3,900 million berries. Could he not be a tad frugal? As Zhangguo's molars threatened to crack, he lamented that he was merely a marine admiral, not a wish-granting tortoise. Each item Vegapunk requested was exorbitantly priced, with some being scarce and difficult to procure, such as the camate sea snake, which resides at depths below 1,000 meters, making it incredibly elusive. Carlyle, feeling the awkwardness of the moment, stated, Dr. Vegapunk hopes to receive these materials within a week. Otherwise, he may escalate the matter to the 5 elders. I understand, Zhangguo replied, signing his name before pressing down the heavy admiral seal with a resounding thud. I shall take my leave. With that, Carlyle exited. Once alone, Zhangguo felt an indescribable fatigue wash over him. Despite wielding significant power within the Navy, he felt no ease. Numerous pirate attacks across various regions remained unresolved, alongside the pressing issue of military funding, all of which weighed heavily on his mind. As Carlyle departed the admiral's office, Kizaru encountered him. Observing Carlyle's retreating figure, he took a moment before knocking on Zhangguo's door. Admiral, Kizaru greeted as he approached Zhangguo. There are matters requiring your attention. Zhangguo nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Handing Kizaru a file folder, Zhangguo explained that pirates have been increasingly assaulting the ports of the Allied nations, even targeting the royal capital, prompting numerous complaints against the Navy. Kizaru examined the folder and assured, I will investigate. Indeed, Zhangguo sighed, recognizing that trust was now a scarce commodity, with Kizaru being among the few he could rely on. In the secret naval laboratory of Punk Hazard, photographs taken by Lucci could potentially shock the world. The laboratory was a site of inhumane human experimentation, and reports of missing persons had persisted over the years. While such cases are not uncommon due to the prevalence of human trafficking, Lucci was alerted by Gabra's voice, guards are approaching you. Lucci stored his camera and commanded, open the door. Suddenly, a door materialized before him, conjured by Bruno's door fruit, allowing Lucci to vanish from the laboratory. Following his disappearance, several researchers clad in lab coats approached, puzzled. I thought I saw someone, one remarked. Perhaps it was merely your imagination, another suggested, leading them eastward. Moments later, within another laboratory, a door opened in the ceiling, and Lucci leapt down. Upon witnessing the horrific scene within, he was momentarily frozen, clenching his fists in rage. 10 minutes later, Lucci rendezvoused with Gabra and Bruno. What did you capture? Gabra inquired, eager to see the findings of their investigation into the laboratory. Take a look for yourself, Lucci replied, handing over the photographs. Gabra's eyes widened in shock as he processed the images before him, his pupils trembling in horror. "What are these?" he gasped. Luachi is always composed and steadfast, approaching tasks with unwavering dedication and a serious demeanor. He refers to weakness as a sin. In the original narrative, during a mission, Luachi coldly executes 500 soldiers who were taken hostage by pirates, justifying his actions with the reasoning that their ease of capture posed a threat to the nation. He concludes, in an extreme manner, that such weak soldiers have no right to exist. Luachi adheres to the belief in necessary evil, championing a dark form of justice. His character allows him to accept this necessary evil, which is why he does not question Victor's orders. However, this time, Luachi is truly shaken. He witnesses horrific experiments that strip away humanity and morality, surpassing any conventional notions of evil. Compared to the slaughter of entire villages, these atrocities pale in significance. For instance, a child is eviscerated, organs connected to various tubes, while instruments around record data from each organ. Nearby, other children undergo comparative experiments with varying dosages of drugs. These are still relatively ordinary occurrences. What devastates Luachi most is the sight of the corpses of these children, discarded into incinerators along with the refuse of the experiments, devoid of any semblance of humanity. If Luachi is so affected, one can only imagine the impact on Gabra and Bruno. Gabra, particularly, is an emotionally volatile individual, prone to sudden reactions. Upon seeing the contents of the photographs depicting these human experiments, he is struck with intense turmoil. What is the world government doing? Why resort to human experimentation? Could they not use animals instead? Gabra questions Luachi. Luachi coldly replies, "Since Lord Victor has instructed us to investigate these matters, time will surely provide us with answers." At the villa in Xiangbidi, Luachi enters Victor's study. Victor has been on leave for 6 months, during which he has stirred considerable chaos at sea, causing much trouble for Sengoku. Of course, every action has its purpose. Victor's objectives are straightforward: to intensify infighting within the Navy, a benefit that is evident. In the future, the Navy will only have positions devoid of right or wrong, embodying a form of ideology. Secondly, he aims to make the Gorosei and the world government aware of the gravity of the situation, compelling them to intervene. Victor believes the Gorosei have been monitoring the Navy, as they prefer a divided Navy for easier control, while also wishing to prevent excessive internal strife that would provide opportunities for organizations like the Revolutionary Army to grow. Thus, the balance and order of the world would be disrupted. For 8 centuries, the Gorosei have acted solely with one purpose: to control the world and maintain dominance over it. They continuously adjust and refine the dynamic equilibrium to keep the world under their thumb, eliminating any uncontrollable elements, such as O'Hara or nations erased by the treasure. Lord Victor, Luachi states, handing over the developed photographs. After reviewing them, Victor, expressionless, remarks, "Well done. In a few days, new tasks will be assigned to you." "Understood," Luachi responds. Turning to leave. As usual, Qingji rides his bicycle to the headquarters. The ice stretches endlessly across the sea. Suddenly, a figure appears ahead of him. A man waits for Qingji, facing away, but Qingji recognizes him. "Victor," he frowns, puzzled as to why Victor is here waiting for him. Victor, smoking a cigarette, calmly turns. "Is there something you need?" Qingji inquires, his tone indifferent, showing little desire to engage with Victor. Victor states, "I recently received an anonymous tip." Qingji is bewildered. Victor hands him a file. "What's inside?" Qingji catches it, but does not open it, instead questioning Victor. Victor replies, "You'll find out if you open it." Upon opening the bag, Qingji discovers numerous photographs. The moment he sees the first image, his body freezes as if paralyzed. His fingers tremble as he flips through the unsettling pictures, each more horrifying than the last. Qingji's back teeth nearly shatter, frost escaping from his nostrils and mouth. The surrounding air instantly plunges to freezing temperatures, the cold radiating from Qingji inadvertently freezing the waters around him, except for the area near Victor, where an invisible barrier dissipates the frost. "Where were these taken?" Qingji demands. He refrains from questioning Victor's intent, demonstrating his inherently righteous nature. Victor takes a deep drag from his cigarette and replies, "Punk Hazard, a secret research base affiliated with the science unit." Understood. Qingji carefully stores the photographs and rides away. In the original narrative, Qingji previously traced missing persons cases back to Punk Hazard. Thus, part of the conflict between Qingji and Akainu arises from Qingji's desire to obliterate Punk Hazard completely, intending to end its nefarious experiments in his own way. However, Qingji's efforts are not entirely successful. He lacks sufficient strength and fails to understand the science unit. Many mistakenly believe the science unit is led by Vegapunk, but in truth, Vegapunk opposes human experimentation, favoring the use of lineage factors to cultivate materials for research. The world government, however, finds this process too cumbersome. Even when lineage factors verge on the divine, Caesar and his team utilize the lineage factors of several elite soldiers to clone and transform them into obedient and exceptional fighters, capable of producing clone soldiers within 5 years. The world government, however, is unwilling to expend 5 years cultivating resources, viewing even a year as excessively slow. Watching Qingji depart, Victor smiles slightly. Informing Qingji of the world government's truths is part of his plan. Both Qingji and Zifa, as doves within the Navy, pose obstacles and fail to realize their potential. Thus, utilizing their characteristics, it is more advantageous to eliminate them early, effectively removing nuisances while allowing them to create trouble for the world government. A perfect twofold benefit. Sengoku, how will you manage Qingji? Victor chuckles with satisfaction, then leaps into the air, azure wings sprouting from his back as he rides the wind away. At Marine headquarters in Marineford, Qingji begins searching for cases related to missing persons in the archives, now possessing the high-level authority of a Marine admiral. Unbeknownst to many, a startling revelation emerges upon investigation. Every year, a significant number of individuals go missing, with an alarming frequency of child abductions reported in recent years. These cases are often classified as human trafficking, ultimately leading to unresolved outcomes. Qingji discovered photographs of missing children and meticulously compared them in his office. Despite the considerable time invested, he identified numerous images that matched the records of children in the laboratory. Victor had not deceived him. With a furrowed brow, Qingji suppressed his anger and refrained from confronting Zhanghua. If Victor was aware of this matter, then Zhanghua must have known long before. After all, the scientific division remains directly under Zhanggua's command. Qingji was taken aback by Zhanggua's nature. Even if it was a directive from the world government, Qingji found it unacceptable. In comparison to Victor, Zhanghua appeared even more ruthless. What troubled Qingji most was the deceit. The concept of justice upheld by Zhanghua diverged starkly from that which Qingji and his companions cherished. Though both were individuals willing to resort to any means for their objectives, Zhanghua feigned righteousness. Nevertheless, this was not the moment for discord. Qingji was determined to thoroughly investigate the scientific division, not only to rescue the children, but also to eradicate the malevolence within the laboratory. On the archipelago of Chambord, Chibuta and Taudu entered Victor's villa in succession. Taudu had come of her own accord, while Chibuta followed suit. At that moment, Stella noticed the arrival of Chibuta and Taudu and approached them. Although their visits had been infrequent over the years, Stella still recognized them. "Is Lord Victor available?" Taudu inquired. "Yes, however, Lord Victor is currently occupied and will require a moment," Stella replied with a smile. "No worries, we shall wait." Taudu understood that although Victor was home, he had numerous matters to address. "Please follow me." Stella led Taudu and Chibuta to the living room. They had barely settled when Sindoli arrived, serving red tea and pastries. Chibuta thought she looked somewhat familiar. "She seems a bit recognizable," Chibuta murmured about Sindoli. Even if he recognized her, he hesitated to confirm it, as Sindoli was a stage star. Meanwhile, in the study, Victor was engaged in conversation with Robin regarding Alabasta and Crocodile. A knock echoed from outside the door. "Come in," Victor called. Stella entered and informed Victor, "Lord Victor, Lady Taudu, and Lord Chibuta have arrived." Victor nodded and said to Robin, "You may attend to your tasks." "Understood." Robin turned to leave. Victor rose and instructed Stella, Have Magino prepare lunch. Yes, Stella exited the study and headed to the kitchen. Victor then approached the living room. You seem to be living quite the indulgent life, Chibuta remarked enviously. The maids were not only beautiful, but also well-proportioned. In such a spacious house, a cadre of women attended to his every need. This was indeed the quintessential life for a man. What brings you here today? Victor disregarded Chibuta and turned his attention to Tautu. Tautu replied, It is Teacher Zifa who sent us to find you. Teacher Zifa? Why did he not come to see me directly? Victor feigned confusion, though he had already surmised the reason. Zifa felt guilt towards Victor. Although he had no intention of supporting Zhanghua, he had inadvertently assisted him. Now that the contest for the marshal had concluded, Victor had faced defeat, and Zhanghua had emerged victorious. Regardless of Zifa's motives, he felt too embarrassed to face Victor. Tautu and Chibuta exchanged awkward smiles. Victor pretended to ponder, then asked, Is this regarding the marshal? Tautu nodded. Yes. Teacher Zifa feels remorseful towards you. Ha ha. Victor laughed heartily, dismissively stating, It seems I must seek out the teacher and assure him not to dwell on this matter. Under the watchful eyes of Tautu and Chibuta, Victor elaborated. Regardless of whether I become marshal, the teachings of Teacher Zifa are an indelible part of my life, a debt of gratitude that I can never repay. Victor's magnanimity, coupled with his heartfelt words, relieved both Tautu and Chibuta. Victor continued to converse with Tautu and Chibuta until Magino entered. Very well, let us proceed to the dining room and converse while we dine. After bidding farewell to Tautu and Chibuta, Victor resolved to pay Zifa a visit. Having already provoked Qingji, he intended to capitalize on the momentum to further unsettle Zifa. The ideal outcome would be to incite defections from both Qingji and Zifa. Thus, that afternoon, Victor visited the military academy, bringing along Sabo and Kuina to expose them to the world. Sabo was naturally excited, as boys are often curious about the outside realm. Upon Victor's arrival at the academy, a stir ensued. General Victor is here. General Victor, both the guards and instructors, as well as the students, treated Victor's visit with the fervor of starry-eyed admirers. Victor greeted those around him with a warm smile, exuding an air of approachability, completely devoid of any pretense. Upon hearing of Victor's presence, Zifa immediately set aside his tasks. Are these two children yours? Zifa inquired, mistaking Sabo and Kuina for Victor's offspring. Victor, known for his romantic escapades, had garnered such rumors, yet Zifa chose not to concern himself with Victor's private affairs. Victor replied earnestly, Though they're not of my blood, they are my children, the children of our navy. Oh, Zifa nodded, presuming that Sabo and Kuina were orphans whom Victor had adopted. Feel free to explore the academy. Victor encouraged Sabo and Kuina. Yes, they nodded and departed. Victor then said to Zifa, Teacher, let us converse as we walk. Zifa nodded lightly, and the two of them strolled along the academy's path. Just as Zifa was about to apologize for previous matters, Victor interjected, Please, do not mention those affairs again. You are my teacher, and your guidance is a lifelong debt of gratitude I can never repay. Zifa, taken aback, forced a smile, feeling immensely awkward. His student was exceedingly considerate, yet he blamed Zhanghua for his machinations in this situation. Thankfully, Victor was not a petty individual. Otherwise, their teacher-student relationship would have been irrevocably damaged. By the way, teacher, I have heard something, Victor suddenly remarked. What is it? Zifa inquired curiously. Victor continued, It concerns Kazan. Upon hearing Victor mention Qingji, Zifa's brow furrowed, and he asked, What of Kazan? Is there a conflict between you? The events of the Warring States period led to Qingji being ensnared by Zifa. Now, with Victor mentioning Qingji again, one wonders what his intentions might be. Victor responded, indicating that it had nothing to do with him. As he spoke, he glanced at Zifa, who gestured for him to continue. Victor proceeded, Teacher, you know me well. I have always been dedicated to uniting my classmates and caring for the juniors and younger students. Indeed, Zifa nodded, acknowledging Victor's selflessness in this regard. His reputation within the military academy and the Navy was impeccable. Victor continued, However, you are aware of Kuzan's character. He is a good person, but in this treacherous world, such a disposition makes him susceptible to exploitation. Exploitation? Zaphon murmured. In truth, it is not only Kazan. It includes you as well, Victor remarked, surveying the surroundings before pausing. I trust you are more aware than I of how corrupt the hearts of those who play such games can be. Hearing this, Zaphon nodded in agreement and sighed. Indeed. Both he and Karp had risen from the ranks of the lowest seamen, lacking the shortcuts provided by the military academy. They had each ascended through hard work, yet had witnessed much darkness along the way. Within the Navy itself, numerous sordid affairs transpired, though no one dared to speak of them, burdened instead by the need to address the pirates. Thus, such matters remained unspoken. Victor continued, in fact, Kazan's character mirrors yours. He is a good person. While appearing to praise Kazan, Victor was, in truth, flattering Zaphon, who does not relish kind words. Just as Sengoku could manipulate Zaphon, so could Victor. Zaphon nodded lightly, finding no fault in the statement. Victor added, however, as he rises to the rank of admiral, he encounters increasing complexities, such as those involving the Science Corps. Zaphon paused. The Science Corps? What has transpired? His impression of the Science Corps was generally positive, as he understood it to be a dedicated research unit under the command of Sengoku, one that would not yield issues. Noticing Zaphon's lack of understanding, Victor opened his mouth as if to speak, but hesitated. Could they have done something? Zaphon queried, puzzled. Victor shook his head. Let's leave it at that. Hopefully, I am merely overthinking. He deliberately left a hint of mystery, subtly administering a cautionary message to Zaphon. Should Shinji truly sever ties with the Navy, Zaphon would seek an explanation from Sengoku. Although Sengoku now held the position of marshal, the younger officers of the Navy were all Zaphon's disciples. If Zaphon were to become enraged, would Sengoku be able to withstand it? Victor, Zaphon said sternly, what exactly has happened? Victor sighed and replied, Teacher, some matters are confidential, and you currently lack the clearance to know. Zaphon furrowed his brow. Since Victor indicated that he lacked the authority to share, Zaphon felt it inappropriate to press further. The Navy had its own discipline, and Zaphon understood he was already in a retired status. He advised Victor, regardless of what occurs, unity is paramount. Victor assured him, rest assured, teacher, I will look after Kazan. In the year 1511 of the sea calendar, although Sengoku dispatched Kizaru to handle the case of the allied nations under attack, such incidents did not diminish. Similar events continued to unfold worldwide, and the Navy often arrived too late. By the time they reached the assaulted cities, the pirates had already fled. Despite Kizaru being the fastest individual in the headquarters, he lacked the ability to teleport. Consequently, Sengoku had yet to resolve the issue fundamentally. Nonetheless, Sengoku had not been without accomplishments. Earlier in the year, the Navy successfully apprehended the Don Quixote crew, leveraging this to recruit the pirate Jinbe, who subsequently became one of the 7 warlords. With Jinbe no longer posing a threat, Sengoku could allocate a unit elsewhere. Furthermore, the Science Corps had made new advancements in research, much to the satisfaction of the world government, which resulted in Sengoku receiving commendation. However, Sengoku could not indefinitely serve as the commander of the Science Corps. As the marshal, his responsibilities were overwhelming. The question remained, to whom should he delegate command of the Science Corps? To Victor? That would not do. Victor's power was already substantial, and he could not be permitted to meddle in the affairs of the Science Corps. Akainu? That was also out of the question. Akainu and Victor were currently allied. As for Shinji, Sengoku shook his head. His temperament was ill-suited to lead the Science Corps. Kizaru, however, seemed quite fitting. He approached his work without favoritism, accepting any task assigned to him. Unfortunately, Kizaru was merely a rear admiral at present and lacked the qualifications to command the Science Corps. In the months spent observing Punk Hazard, Shinji had gained a preliminary understanding of the situation there. At the beginning and midpoint of each month, a ship would arrive at Punk Hazard, a fixed vessel carrying a rear admiral, 2 vice admirals, and 1,000 elite seamen for protection, all affiliated with the Science Corps. However, Shinji did not recognize the aging Navy commanders. In truth, the leaders and officers of the Science Corps were all trusted confidants of Sengoku. Just as in the original storyline, When Kizaru commanded Punk Hazard, he too would rely on those close to him, such as Bartolomeo. Seizing an opportunity, Qingji stealthily boarded the ship. Although Victor had provided him with numerous photographs, Qingji yearned to personally inspect the laboratory. With his strength, Qingji easily accessed the warship. He proceeded cautiously, aware that the materials were extremely valuable. Upon docking, the officers urged the soldiers to unload the materials. Dr. Caesar, please take charge of the receipt, a vice admiral instructed. Initially, Dr. Caesar Clown, along with Vegapunk and other scientists, had been part of the illicit research organization MADS, engaged in weapons research. Later, Vegapunk was taken by the world government, and Caesar joined Vegapunk in the world government scientific division, utilizing Punk Hazard as an experimental base for developing various weapons and pharmaceuticals, even employing criminals as test subjects for human experimentation. Understood, Caesar casually glanced over the materials, too indifferent to count them, and signed his name on the cargo list. As for whether the materials would be short, Caesar could hardly care less. In fact, he hoped the research progress of the scientific division would encounter issues. Those individuals looked down on him, especially Vegapunk. Constantly being restricted from engaging in various tasks had become quite bothersome. Caesar believed his suggestions were excellent. Expediting human experimentation could accelerate progress. However, Vegapunk was far too obstinate. The cargo underwent no rigorous inspection, allowing Qingji to smoothly enter the experimental base of Punk Hazard. Once inside, Qingji commenced his investigation. Soon, Qingji discovered the chamber where the children were confined. Upon opening the door, he beheld the sight of the children before him. Each child bore a vacant expression, devoid of vitality, resembling soulless shells. Qingji gently patted the faces of the children, yet their expressions remained rigid, as if they had lost all sensation. He surmised that these children had been administered some form of drug. In truth, to ensure the children remained subdued, the laboratory staff had resorted to the simplest method, through drug injections. Not only children, but even formidable beasts fell silent and became non-aggressive under such influence. Witnessing this scene reignited the flames of anger within Qingji. "Bring me 10 little demons," he commanded. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the door. For staff members entered to collect materials. Qingji chose not to hide. With a loud clang, the storeroom door swung open. As the 4 staff members stepped inside, a wave of icy mist surged forth, instantly transforming them into ice sculptures. Qingji, with an impassive demeanor, stepped outside. He felt compelled to take action. At the very least, he must save the children trapped within. If this were not deemed a crime, then what are the transgressions committed by pirates? Those who steal pearls are punished, while those who usurp nations are hailed as lords. Qingji could not accept such reasoning. All entrances and exits of the laboratory base were equipped with surveillance bugs, operating around the clock. Any approach will be captured on camera. Inside the surveillance room, personnel rotated in shifts, attentively monitoring the screens. Suddenly, the footage from passage A6 vanished. What is happening? The monitoring staff were perplexed. Send someone to investigate, suggested a colleague nearby. However, the feeds from passage 7, 8, and 9 also disappeared. "It feels a bit chilly," remarked a researcher patrolling passage 10, instinctively wrapping his arms around himself. "Could it be a coolant leak?" Another staff member murmured. Many experiments in the laboratory required low-temperature conditions, so a rupture in the coolant pipes and subsequent leakage was not entirely unexpected. "I'll go check," the researcher said as he moved to retrieve a ladder, but he was instantly frozen in place. "Hey, is something wrong?" A nearby staff member approached, curious. Upon seeing the researcher maintaining a walking posture, yet utterly still, he intended to investigate. However, he failed to notice the icy mist creeping closer. The frost rapidly enveloped him from his feet, rendering him immobile. Meanwhile, Kair was in his office, gazing at photos sent by his wife. His grandson had learned to walk, and the sight of him toddling about in his bare bottom was utterly amusing. His wife and daughter-in-law stood by, both smiling. How wonderful it was! Each time Kair viewed pictures of his family, he felt a pang of guilt for not being there. He was a naval officer, as was his son. Throughout the years of service, he had missed the moments of childbirth for both his wife and daughter-in-law. This lifetime, the youth of the family had to be sacrificed for the sake of justice. If all went well, his grandson would also become an exemplary naval officer. Fortunately, his son had now joined the Blue Sea Society. Once Kair retired, his son would have a promising future following Victor. Just as Kair had served as a loyal subordinate during the Warring States period, achieving a respectable standing. Suddenly, the phone bug on Kair's desk began to ring. He set the photo down and picked up the receiver. "It's me," he spoke into the microphone. "Kair, Admiral, we have a situation." The voice abruptly cut off. "Hello, what happened?" Kair queried loudly. However, the phone bug had fallen silent. Furrowing his brow, Kair seized his sidearm and exited. The area where Kair was stationed was located in the core of the experimental base. Beneath his feet lay the most crucial laboratory, housing numerous research findings of Vegapunk. Presently, Vegapunk no longer worked at Punk Hazard, as he required a more independent space. This was a request made by Vegapunk, which the world government acquiesced. Thus, the experimental base at Punk Hazard was effectively divided into two parts. One segment continued experiments per Vegapunk's specifications, while the other was dedicated to the world government's scientific military unit for weapon manufacturing. This arrangement satisfied both Vegapunk and the objectives of the world government. At that moment, Kaiser appeared somewhat anxious, incredulously gazing at the man before him. "How'd he come to be here? Are these your creations?" Qingji inquired, surveying the apparatus within the laboratory before turning to Kaiser. Actually, Kaiser was a profoundly deranged scientist, cruel, arrogant, cunning, and insidiously malevolent. To achieve his research goals, he would use children as experimental subjects, manipulating their actions, and would not hesitate to inflict detrimental effects on the environment. To test the lethality of his weapons, he would employ his subordinates as test subjects. Simultaneously, Kaiser was cowardly and craven, fearing for his life. Should someone grasp his vulnerabilities, he would not dare to act rashly and would plead for mercy, yielding to their commands. At present, he could not fathom Qingji's purpose for entering the laboratory. Did Qingji intend to take control of the scientific military unit? Kaiser did not know Qingji well, only that some of his research had been prohibited by the Navy. For instance, in the original storyline, Kaiser had developed slime for experimentation but was halted by the Navy due to the potential for collateral damage. Kaiser had refused, deeming those unintentionally harmed as fools and imbeciles, asserting that their deaths would be of little consequence. Vegapunk could no longer tolerate Kaiser's actions, dispatching the Navy to apprehend him, resulting in his expulsion from the scientific unit. Enraged, Kaiser pressed a button, triggering an explosion that generated a mushroom cloud. 2 of the 3 laboratories were blown away, and the immense heat and toxic substances annihilated nearly all life on the island, leading to Kaiser's capture. "What purpose do these serve?" Qingji inquired, pointing at a jar. Upon seeing the jar, Kaiser's face brightened with pride. "It is a neurotoxin. If deployed on the battlefield, it would poison and kill all life." Qingji murmured, "What a remarkable invention." Kaiser chuckled, his cheeks reddening slightly. He felt bashful when receiving praise. "There's something even more formidable. That is my masterpiece," Kaiser declared, gesturing to another child whose body had already become deformed. Yet Kaiser wore a look of pride. Qingji's expression darkened as he prepared to take action just as Kair arrived. "Kazan, what are you doing?" Kair shouted. Moments earlier, Kair had exited his office, and including the surveillance room, ice sculptures were strewn everywhere. All the guards of the scientific unit had been frozen. The only person with freezing abilities was Qingji. Kair was taken aback, as he had not anticipated that Kazan would appear in the laboratory. Kazan turned to face Kair, his expression icy as he coldly inquired, "Mr. Kair, could you elucidate why these experiments exist here?" Kair, upon hearing this, maintained a stern visage and hesitated for a moment before responding. "I am solely responsible for the security of the experimental base. The scientific content of the experiments is not within my purview. Is Mr. Zhangguo aware of this?" Kazan pressed further. Kair fell silent for a moment, then replied, "Our Navy is only responsible for the safety of the scientific team." "Mr. Kair, I recall that your grandson has just celebrated his first birthday this year," Kazan suddenly remarked. Indeed, Kair nodded, perplexed as to why Kazan mentioned his grandson. Kazan then pointed at the child in the incubation chamber and asked if your grandson were in that incubation chamber. How would you feel? Caesar found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Caesar realized the gravity of the situation. Kazan was demanding accountability as a naval admiral of formidable strength and high status. Kazan was not someone Caesar could afford to provoke. He contemplated making a hasty exit, considering that the head of Punk Hazard was Vegapunk, who also led the scientific team. However, just as Caesar attempted to step away, the floor beneath him froze solid. A bead of cold sweat rolled down his forehead as he cautiously regarded Kazan. Kazan cast a frosty glance at Caesar. "I have many questions for you, so I ask that you refrain from leaving." This statement sent shivers down Caesar's spine, prompting him to nod vigorously. Noting that Caesar had ceased his movements, Kazan turned his attention back to Caesar. "Mr. Caesar, could you assist me in contacting Mr. Zhangwa?" "Very well," Caesar sighed, producing a din-din mushi to reach out to Zhangwa. The din-din mushi on Zhangwa's desk at Navy headquarters incessantly rang. Frustrated, Zhangwa shredded the documents in his hands and tossed them under the desk, where a goat adeptly consumed the remnants. "This is Zhangwa." He answered the receiver. "Marshal, this is Caesar," came the voice of the din-din mushi. "Caesar, what is the matter?" Zhangwa inquired calmly. "There has been a situation," Caesar replied, casting a discreet glance at Kazan, who was also observing him, leading Caesar to reluctantly state, "Kazan is currently at the experimental base in Punk Hazard." "Kazan is with you?" Zhangwa's brow furrowed. "Have him speak with me." "Understood." Caesar nodded and passed the receiver to Kazan. Kazan took the receiver and said, "Mr. Zhangwa, I require you to answer some questions." Zhangwa responded sternly, "I can answer all your questions, but first, you must leave the Punk Hazard base." Kazan retorted coldly, "Mr. Zhangwa, I will not depart until my inquiries are addressed." Despite the considerable distance, Zhangwa sensed the chill in Kazan's tone. He understood that when Kazan was angry, he would maintain a significant distance from others. "Very well, proceed with your questions," Zhangwa said. Kazan asked, "Are you aware of the experiments conducted within Punk Hazard?" Zhangwa replied, "The experimental projects in Punk Hazard are devised by Dr. Vegapunk and are being executed as planned. Our Navy's task is to ensure the safety of the experiments and provide appropriate assistance." It must be noted that Zhangwa's response was quite astute. Implicitly, he conveyed that the content of the experiments was determined by Vegapunk, and neither the world government nor the Navy had any involvement. The Navy's role was solely to provide safety and resources, while remaining oblivious to other matters. This explanation effectively absolved both the Navy and himself from any culpability. Kazan pressed on. "Among the materials provided, does it include children for human experimentation?" "Children?" Zhangwa was momentarily taken aback, unable to recall any provision of children. However, there had indeed been a delivery of prisoners who, being heinous criminals, could be persuaded to voluntarily participate in experiments in exchange for reduced sentences. Kazan added, "Yes, but they are merely children, rendered akin to vegetative states, devoid of any awareness of their surroundings." After hearing Kazan's response, Zhangwa fell silent for a moment, comprehending the source of Kazan's fury. Nevertheless, Zhangwa had his own explanations. The headquarters would thoroughly investigate the matter, and if it were indeed true, they would promptly halt these experiments. "Mr. Zhangwa, there is no need for you to halt these experiments. I've already ordered them to cease," Kazan stated. He had, through physical means, halted all experiments at the base. Zhangwa's brow furrowed deeply. Some of the experiments were crucial and tied to the future. However, Kazan was no longer inclined to listen to Zhangwa's justifications. Kazan tossed the receiver back to Caesar. "Mr. Caesar, from this moment forth, all experiments on the island are to cease." Caesar's expression revealed his distress as he shook his head, saying, "Kazan, the world government will not permit this. Are you aware of the consequences of defying their orders?" Kazan disregarded Caesar's warning, gripping Caesar and asking, "Were the responses from Marshal Zhangwa and Admiral Caesar genuine?" Caesar glanced at Caesar, who glared fiercely at him. Caesar replied, "These are all demands from Vegapunk. He is the head of the scientific team." Given that Vegapunk was not present, Caesar quickly shifted the blame onto him. "I see." Kazan nodded, then inquired, "Where is Vegapunk?" Caesar shook his head. "I am unsure. There are numerous similar experimental bases." Of course, Caesar feigned ignorance. He was now terrified of confronting Vegapunk. Numerous? Kazan murmured, exhaling sharply, white frost emanating from his mouth, instantly encasing half of Caesar's body in ice. Even though Caesar possessed the abilities of the gas fruit, gas could still freeze under low temperatures and high pressure. Collier watched in shock, instinctively gripping his weapon. As the leader of the scientific unit responsible for the security of the Punk Hazard experimental base, he considered Caesar a key individual to protect, second only to Vegapunk. Just as Collier was about to draw his weapon, Kazan suddenly asked, Mr. Collier, when we ourselves are committing crimes, do we possess the right to execute justice? The Navy is justice. The Navy embodies justice. But is the Navy truly just? From unwavering conviction to uncertainty, this marked a devastating journey of faith as Kazan and his comrades, much like Zifa, had long believed in the Navy as the epitome of righteousness, the heroes, the virtuous. Yet, their current actions trampled upon the very justice they held dear. Collier pondered in silence before stating, Kazan, some matters cannot be assessed at face value. Although there are indeed some intolerable circumstances, the peace and order of the world are built upon such foundations. Sacrificing a portion of individuals for the benefit of the majority, that is Collier's rationale. Chinger, with an expressionless demeanor, inquired, Mr. Carlyle, would you still be willing if it meant sacrificing your family? Carlyle tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. It is in human nature to harbor selfish desires. Sacrificing one's own family for the sake of others? While there may be such individuals, they are exceedingly rare. At the very least, Carlyle does not belong to that category. Kazan, I cannot sway you, but your current actions are misguided, Carlyle sighed, reminding him. They are soldiers. What is the nature of Kazan's actions? As an admiral, he has assaulted a scientific unit's experimental base. I comprehend the sentiments you express as a soldier. Thus, I am prepared to engage you in battle, Kazan declared resolutely, evidently unwilling to reconsider his decision. Today's events are beyond Carlyle's capacity for negotiation. Finally, Carlyle drew his sword. His duty is to protect the Punk Hazard Laboratory, safeguarding the scientists who work within. Inaction would be tantamount to dereliction of duty. As Carlyle prepared to strike, Kazan remained impassive. Carlyle assumed a combat stance, his haki enveloping his weapon. With a low growl, Carlyle lunged forward, his right foot forcefully striking the ground as he propelled himself towards Kazan. Kazan clenched his left hand, and instantly, icy energy coalesced into a blade. At this moment, Carlyle had already leapt before Kazan, swinging his sword with intent to incapacitate rather than kill. However, Kazan's ice blade was swifter. The sound of metal clashing resonated as immense force surged through Carlyle's weapon. The impact left his right hand tingling, and his body was sent hurtling backward. Spinning in the air, he landed and staggered back several paces before barely managing to halt. Yet before he could regain his footing, the icy blade was already pressed against his throat. One round, just one round, and Kazan had bested him. The era indeed belongs to the youth, Carlyle sighed. Resisting the passage of time is futile. He is aged. Caesar observed in wide-eyed astonishment, taken aback by Kazan's formidable prowess. At the villa in the Shambordi archipelago, Victor, through eavesdropping, had gleaned the contents of Sengoku and Kazan's conversation. The seeds of discord had been successfully sown. Now, Victor's aim was to escalate the situation beyond resolution. Sengoku must be in a state of disarray. Just then, the snail phoned before Victor began to chime. After a moment, he picked up the receiver. It's me. The snail imitated Sengoku's voice. Victor inquired, Marshal, is there something amiss? Sengoku replied, Kazan has clashed with the scientific unit. I need you to bring him back. Scientific unit? Victor feigned confusion. Marshal, what exactly is happening? Sengoku would not divulge the truth to Victor. Immediately proceed to Punk Hazard and retrieve Kazan. That is an order. Understood. Victor hung up, concluding the call. Sengoku was wielding his authority. However, rank can indeed be a crushing force. Victor sneered derisively. Yet, all of this was within his expectations. Sengoku would undoubtedly seek him out. To subdue an admiral-level powerhouse, it necessitated the intervention of another admiral, or perhaps even two. Nonetheless, Sengoku recognized Victor's strength. Dispatching Victor alone would suffice to handle Kazan. Of course, Sengoku could also summon a Kainu. However, mobilizing two admirals simultaneously would only exacerbate the situation. As Victor approached the skies above Punk Hazard, he felt an intense chill. The docks and vessels were encased in ice, rendering escape from the island impossible for all. With a thud, Victor landed before the laboratory base and stepped inside. Everywhere he looked, he saw individuals frozen in place. However, Kazan had merely encased them in ice, sparing their lives. Victor could still sense their vitality. Even the elevators had succumbed to the frost. Truly, he lamented, I would prefer not to take the stairs. Victor muttered as he lifted his foot and delivered a kick to the completely frozen elevator. With a resounding crash, the ice shattered and Victor leaped down. What a vexing predicament you've created, he mused, puffing on a cigarette as he approached Kazan. Kazan regarded Victor coldly. Victor surveyed his surroundings, noting that aside from Kazan and the children used as experimental subjects, everyone else in the Punk Hazard laboratory was immobilized, unable to perceive the outside world. Kazan addressed Victor. Did Sengoku send you? Indeed, Victor replied, exhaling smoke. He instructed me to bring you back. Kazan retorted icily, have him come himself. These matters must be addressed face to face. Forget it. You want to come? Victor waved dismissively, speaking with disdain. In his eyes, only his sense of justice is correct. And what of you? Do you believe Sengoku's justice is right? Kazan asked Victor. Victor inhaled deeply. Me? Kazan nodded. In Kazan's view, Victor's disclosure of the situation implied that Victor desired him to take some action. Perhaps, Victor was not as contemptible as he had presumed. At the very least, compared to Sengoku, Victor was not as cold-hearted. Haha. Victor erupted into laughter upon hearing this. What are you laughing at? Kazan frowned in inquiry. Victor shook his head, then replied, Kazan, you are no longer young. Why do you still pose such juvenile questions? What? Kazan's expression darkened, his countenance turning grim. At that moment, Kazan was incensed, for he believed that Victor, like Carlyle, sought to expound on the notion of sacrificing a few to maintain global stability. He had grown weary of such rhetoric. Why must a portion of humanity always be sacrificed? What fault lies with those who are sacrificed? Victor's mirth faded, and he gazed intently at Kazan, stating, from a young age, I understood the importance of self-reliance. Kazan was taken aback, pondering Victor's implication. Victor continued, whether Sengoku's justice is right or wrong bears no significance to me, nor to you. In truth, there exists no absolute right or wrong in this world. Victor gently shook his head, elaborating. In the law of the jungle, it is either you perish or I do. Within such a brutal reality, where can one find genuine justice or evil? Kazan furrowed his brow. Victor's perspective diverged sharply from that of others, entirely distinct. From a perspective of the world government, is it morally justifiable to eliminate 100 individuals to maintain global order and preserve their dominion? When viewed through the lens of the warring states, how many lives can this experiment sacrifice? 10,000? Or perhaps 100,000? Yet, the research outcomes from these weapons could serve to uphold order, ensuring the Navy retains its supremacy at sea and deterring pirates. Is there wrongdoing in that? From the viewpoint of the pirates, their ventures are driven by the pursuit of wealth and fame. If they commit no crimes and engage in no malevolence, how then can they acquire riches and engrave their names in history? Their actions are not inherently flawed. What fault lies with those ambitious souls who venture onto these vast seas? Victor's words utterly overturned Qingji's worldview, rendering him momentarily perplexed. What exactly are you trying to convey? Qingji inquired earnestly. Kazan, we are adults now. Victor gazed intently at Qingji, stating, if you believe they are in the wrong, then you're justified in your stance. You must use your fists and your strength to persuade and sanction them, rather than behaving childishly by merely condemning their actions. Even if I were to agree with you and assert that the warring states are in the wrong, what would that ultimately change? Would the warring states abandon this experiment due to our mere words? Would the world government alter its governing methods because of our statements? Would pirates repent and transform into virtuous beings because of our utterances? As Victor spoke, he discarded his cigarette but on the ground and extinguished it with his foot. Qingji fell silent. Victor's words left him without a counterargument. Indeed, what purpose does it serve to criticize the warring states? What benefit arises from denouncing the world government? What effect does it have to chastise the pirates? None of it alters the situation. We are no longer children. Children can cry and throw tantrums when wronged. Adults, however, must confront their challenges head-on. As Victor continued, he lit another cigarette, saying, for instance, my goal is to eradicate all pirates. To achieve this aim, I am willing to resort to any means necessary, and I do not require your approval. Merely the accomplishment of my objective suffices. Simply achieving the goal? Qingji inhaled deeply. I believe I begin to understand. Thank you, Qingji said as he turned to leave. Observing Qingji's retreating figure, a smile graced Victor's face. It seemed his words had successfully guided Qingji. Qingji would not remain at headquarters for much longer. One troublesome individual had been removed. At Marineford, in the office of the Marine headquarters, warring states anxiously awaited the outcome. Tasking Victor with handling Punk Hazard was undoubtedly a risky endeavor. Otherwise, the five elders would certainly hold the Marines accountable. The mere thought of the five elders seeking retribution caused warring states a headache. Ring, ring, ring. At that moment, the din-din mushy rang. Admiral, it's me. The din-din mushy imitated Victor's voice. What is the situation? Warring states inquired hastily. Victor replied, Kazan has departed Punk Hazard, but the entire laboratory base is currently in a frozen state and requires thawing. Kazan has left? Warring States was momentarily taken aback. Did you have a conflict? Victor responded, no, we merely exchanged a few words before he departed. I see. Understood. Warring States chose not to delve into the details of Victor's conversation with Qingji. Since no conflict had occurred, it was indeed a positive development. Otherwise, with the strengths of both Victor and Qingji, Punk Hazard would have undoubtedly faced destruction. If there are no further matters, please dispatch personnel to take over here promptly. With that, Victor concluded the call. Warring States picked up another din-din mushy and contacted a unit to prepare for the takeover of Punk Hazard. The frozen scientific team members and soldiers of the science division were sent for medical attention by the supporting Navy. Fortunately, they all suffered only frostbite, with no threats to their lives. Learning that no fatalities had occurred among the scientific team, Warring States breathed a sigh of relief. However, Qingji remained missing. Qingji did not return to headquarters to confront him, nor did he contact anyone. After leaving Punk Hazard, Qingji vanished without a trace. Initially, Warring States assumed Qingji was merely upset and expected that after a few days, he would calm down. However, that wait extended to a month, and Qingji still remained unaccounted for. The Admiral is the highest combat force of the Marines. At present, Victor ostensibly pursued the Revolutionary Army, but was actually recuperating at home. Akainu was on duty at the Holy Land. The headquarters was devoid of any admirals on duty. In the third month of Qingji's disappearance, Victor continued to reside in his villa, orchestrating events from behind scenes. The sun shone brightly today as Zephyr arrived at Victor's villa. Upon hearing of Zephyr's arrival, Victor promptly went to greet him at the door. Makino prepared the meals. Sindori brewed tea, and Stella personally made some pastries. Teacher, this is tea from the Kingdom of Patria in the North Sea, a tribute to the world's nobility. Victor personally presented the tea to Zephyr. Zephyr accepted the tea, but lacked the inclination to enjoy it. Teacher, do you have something on your mind? Victor feigned ignorance. It concerns Kazan, Zephyr began. Kazan? Victor replied, maintaining a neutral expression. Teacher, Kazan simply went out to clear his mind. You will be fine. Zephyr shook his head, stating, I came today to inquire about what transpired. I asked Warring States, but he would not enlighten me. Victor hesitated for a moment. Zephyr furrowed his brow. Is it yet another secret? Victor replied, one could say so. Zephyr pressed further. Is Kazan's disappearance related to this secret? Victor regarded Zephyr, his arrival having been anticipated. Thus, he put on a facade of hesitation. Teacher, this matter should still be directed to Uncle Warring States. At Marineford, within the Marine headquarters, as Zephyr entered the fortress, various ranks of commanders and officers saluted and greeted him. At 63 years of age, Zephyr found that his contemporaries were dwindling, replaced by the students he had trained. Regardless of faction, dove or hawk, there was a universal respect for the teacher. Just then, Kizuru happened to pass by and, upon seeing Zephyr, paused to greet him with a smile. "Teacher Zephyr." Zephyr acknowledged with a brief response and continued past Kizuru. Kizuru bore no ill will. Zephyr had never favored him during their time at the military academy, and the sentiment was mutual. With Kizaru watching, Zephyr entered Warring State's office. Warring State's, Zephyr immediately queried what transpired prior to Kazan's disappearance. Warring States, feigning confusion, replied, "I am also uncertain." Warring States would not divulge the details regarding the scientific division to Zephyr. If this information were to leak, Zephyr's temper would surely flare. "I want to find Victor." Zephyr certainly would not believe it. So he laid his cards on the table. He informed me that it was confidential and urged me to seek you out. Upon hearing this, Zhanghua silently cursed Victor for being a scoundrel. Zephyr earnestly inquired, "What exactly has transpired?" Zhanghua pondered for a moment and replied, "Victor is not mistaken. This indeed is a matter of confidentiality." Zephyr furrowed his brow, thus indicating that Kuzan's disappearance is related to this secrecy. "I cannot provide you with an answer." Zhanghua shook his head. "However, I can assure you that we will locate Kazan and have a face-to-face discussion with him." Zhanghua's words were merely a stalling tactic, lacking a definitive timeline. Suddenly, there came a knock at the door. "Come in." Zhanghua exhaled in relief, calling out towards the entrance. He was currently troubled by the absence of an excuse to extricate himself from Zephyr. Regardless of what awaited him, Zhanghua could find a way to depart. Crane entered the room, and upon seeing Zhanghua, he informed him, "Zhanghua, the commander-in-chief has summoned us to marry Geos." "I understand." Zhanghua rose and addressed Zephyr. "Zephyr, I have a matter to attend to. Please return for now." After saying this, Zhanghua left the office with Crane. As they exited, Zhanghua glanced back. Zephyr had not yet emerged, and he quietly asked Crane, "I don't recall the commander-in-chief summoning us." Crane replied, "Upon seeing Zephyr come to find you, I anticipated trouble was brewing." "Thank you," Zhanghua sighed. Crane's expression turned serious. "Yet we must indeed consult with Kong regarding how to address Kuzan's disappearance. The absence of a general is no trivial matter." Observing the seagulls glide over the ocean, the sea breeze tousling his hair, Akiji reclined on the deck, his attire resembling that of a wandering adventurer. 3 months had passed since the conclusion of the Pankazad incident. During these 3 months, Akiji had traversed numerous locales. He had forsaken his bicycle in favor of maritime travel. Merchant ships, cargo vessels, passenger ferries, cruise liners, and even passing pirate ships had all served as his means of transportation. In short, every vessel save for military ships had become Akiji's mode of travel. "Sir, lunch is ready." A young girl with raven hair approached Akiji. Her name was Kajuri. Kajuri was the daughter of the ship's owner and typically responsible for cooking and laundry for the men aboard. Her father made a living by transporting goods. "Thank you." Akiji opened his eyes and expressed his gratitude. Lunch consisted of squid fried rice, garnished with chickpeas and carrots. Akiji, holding his bowl, casually found a spot on the deck akin to the sailors and sat cross-legged to eat. At that moment, Kajuri, carrying a basket, made her way towards the mast to deliver food to the sailors stationed there. They were a transport ship lacking combat capabilities. Therefore, the sailors atop the mast needed to remain vigilant, constantly observing the ocean for any signs of danger. Should they encounter pirates, they must issue a warning at once. In such a scenario, the sailors would jettison heavy cargo to lighten the ship and facilitate an escape from a pirate attack. Although the loss of goods would incur significant financial repercussions, preserving their lives was paramount. Akiji observed all of this. It was truly grounded in reality. The common folk, in their efforts to guard against pirates and survive, exerted every ounce of their strength. However, this also reflected another issue. The Navy still harbored many inadequacies. The presence of pirates had a profound impact on the lives of the populace. Fortunately, the cargo ship was fortunate as it encountered no pirates that day. The vessel arrived safely at its destination, the port of Antius. Antius was not a bustling port. One might even describe it as desolate. It belonged to the Radaria Kingdom, a member state of the world government. Port fees. One must pay 500 berries per person. Docking fees amounted to 100,000 berries per day. Cargo handling fees were 500 berries per ton. Fire protection fees and sanitation fees for the port were also applicable. On the dock, a tax officer from the Radaria Kingdom was collecting these various fees, causing Akiji to frown at the multitude of charges. "Sir, how has it increased again?" "This is double what it was last time. We won't even make a profit from this journey," expressed Will, the shipowner and Kajuri's father, with a hint of embarrassment. "I have no choice. This year, the price of heavenly gold has risen. Additionally, the maintenance and upkeep of naval vessels also require funding. Without their protection, do you wish to be sold into slavery?" The tax officer replied nonchalantly. "But it just increased last month," Will muttered. The tax officer, uninterested in idle conversation with Will, impatiently stated, "Pay the fees to dock or turn your ship around." Alas, these individuals are more odious than pirates. Life is becoming unbearable. Will shook his head, reluctantly handing over the payment. Pirates rob with force, but rulers engage in legalized plunder, leaving no choice but to comply. Noncompliance is a violation of the law. Akiji observed all of this with keen interest. During this period, he had witnessed many locations obliged to pay the Navy. Every branch of the Navy collected protection fees. Of course, these funds were not directly received by the Navy, but were collected by local officials and nobles on their behalf. Consequently, local officials and nobles could pocket a portion of the money as well. The heavenly gold and the protection fees for the Navy were critical. It was said that failing to pay these dues would result in dire consequences. The failure to pay heavenly gold would lead to the loss of status as a member of the world government, and the citizens would forfeit their human rights. Here, human rights are taken literally. The entire populace of a nation would lose their rights and be treated like livestock, freely sold. If the Navy did not receive protection fees and encountered a pirate attack, they would not respond proactively. Should the Navy arrive 3 to 5 hours late, the entire city would be lost. Akiji, carrying his bag, disembarked from the ship. He understood that even as a vice admiral of the Navy, he could not intervene in the affairs here. Victor had informed him that to achieve his goals, he must resort to any means necessary. Indeed, there were matters for which conventional methods proved ineffective. 2 months later, the Navy finally received word of Akiji. In a certain maritime region, he had frozen a human trafficking vessel, rescuing 193 women and children aboard. Shortly thereafter, Akiji had extinguished a wildfire in the Dombika Kingdom with his freezing powers, saving this small nation that lacked the qualifications to join the world government. Numerous similar reports emerged. Akiji resembled a wandering hero, upholding justice and aiding the weak. Occasionally, he also assisted beleaguered Navy personnel. However, he refrained from engaging in extensive dialogue with the Navy, departing swiftly after his rescues, just as Victor had advised. Akiji pursued his own brand of justice in his unique manner. Furthermore, there were some clandestine matters that could not be publicly disclosed. For instance, Akiji had encountered agents of the world government, some of whom were engaged in despicable tasks. Akiji had effortlessly saved individuals while freezing the agents in the process. In response to this, Zhangguo felt a deep sense of vexation. Suddenly, a man before him lit a cigarette, clad in a pristine white suit and matching shoes. He was accompanied by 2 other men donned in white suits and masks. They were members of CP0. The unmasked man, named Looney, held a prominent position within CP0. As he casually puffed on a cigarette, he propped his feet on Zhangguo's desk, utterly disregarding the presence of the fleet admiral. Looney boldly inquired, "I wish to ask how your Navy intends to deal with Akiji." Zhangguo remained silent. Looney scoffed, continuing, "Surely the Navy does not intend to shield him. You must be aware of the foolish deeds that scoundrel has committed. Not long ago, a CP0 agent encountered Akiji during a mission, only to be frozen by him, resulting in not only a failed operation, but also severe frostbite. As the private force of the world government, CP0 has always wielded its influence with arrogance, showing little regard for the Navy, even for the fleet admiral himself, though there were exceptions, such as Victor." Zhangguo continued to remain mute. Looney took a deep drag from his cigarette and extinguished the butt forcefully in the ashtray, fixing a cold gaze on Jean Gua. "Hey, are you playing the mute?" Jean Gua furrowed his brow and replied, "The Navy will handle this matter internally." "Heh," Looney sneered, surveying the office's outdated decor, perhaps suggesting that a change was due next time he visited. With that, Looney rose to leave, his words a thinly veiled threat to Jean Gua. If he failed to resolve the situation with Akiji, his position as fleet admiral would be at risk. Looney departed, slamming the door behind him. Jean Gua raised his hand and struck the table with force. After a moment, he regained his composure, inhaling deeply before reaching for the transponder snail. At the Chambord Archipelago, within Victor's villa, Victor, blindfolded, was deftly evading attacks from Sabo and Kuna. Despite their full strength, neither could land a blow on him, as he moved with impeccable precision. At this moment, Sabo was panting heavily. This was no ordinary spar. Both he and Kuina were clad in weighted training gear. "Senior," a voice called out. "It was light," reporting to Victor. "Anything concerning Jean Gua does not require my attention." Victor replied nonchalantly. "Understood," Light nodded. Victor then gestured to Law beside him. "Why not give it a try?" "Certainly." Law drew his sword and launched an attack at Victor. Felix, Connor, and others observed from the sidelines. Although Kuna and the others had grown strong, in Victor's presence, they appeared as mere children lacking skill. "What's going on?" Connor whispered. Light responded, "Jean Gua has summoned Kizuru to headquarters for a significant arrangement." "Ah," Connor exclaimed, astonished. Senior was right. How perceptive. Earlier, when the news of Akiji had been reported, Victor had predicted that Jean Gua would begin using Kizuru to replace Akiji. At Marineford, Kizuru entered the Fleet Admiral's office. "Please, take a seat." Jean Gua invited him to the sofa. As soon as Kizuru sat down, Jean Gua poured him a cup of tea. "Have you heard about Kazan's recent actions?" Jean Gua asked gravely. Kizara nodded. He had recently become quite active. Jean Gua continued. "Aside from what has been reported in the newspapers, there are matters that cannot be disclosed." "Such as?" Kizaru inquired. Jean Gua explained. Kazan not only disrupted CP0's operations, but also froze an agent, resulting in severe frostbite and nearly costing him his life. Kizaru's expression turned to one of surprise. The relationship between the Navy and CP0 is delicate. Although they seem unrelated, CP0 often commands the Navy to act in various ways. Akiji's interference with CP0's mission and injury to an agent would undoubtedly provoke CP0's wrath. Jean Gua stated, "I need you to bring Kazan back." Kizara hesitated. Jean Gua insisted, "I do not wish for Victor to handle this. Perhaps I should have entrusted you with it from the start. Is this truly wise?" Kizaru pondered. Within the headquarters, Kizaru was somewhat of an outsider. It was well known that the core and leadership of the Dove faction were held by Akiji, while the Hawk faction was led by Victor. Kizaru was merely seen as Jean Gua's man, as his standing was diminished due to Zephyr's disfavor, leaving the Dove faction indifferent towards him. A nod and greeting were considered friendly gestures. Should Kizaru engage Akiji in battle, it would spell trouble for him. Although Kizuru was confident in defeating Akiji, the thought of severely injuring him filled him with dread, especially while Zephyr remained in the headquarters, yet to defect. "I understand your concerns. I will promote you to Admiral," Jean Gua said earnestly, meeting Kizaru's gaze. "Admiral," Kizaru's eyes brightened. While he held little ambition for the position of Fleet Admiral, the distinction between Admiral and Vice Admiral was significant. Achieving the rank of Admiral would grant him substantial power. Jean Gua noted Kizaru's reaction and recognized his interest. Following this incident, Akiji would not continue as Admiral, at least for the time being. Jean Gua still hoped Akiji would come to understand his good intentions. As long as the sea could maintain its order and stability, any sacrifice or cost was acceptable. After concluding his conversation with Kizuru, Jean Gua publicly suspended Akiji from his duties and appointed Kizuru as the new Admiral. Following this announcement, the likes of Huashao Shan, Wu Shu, Peach Bunny, and Chahuan were left bewildered. What was happening? Akiji had been dismissed? Kizaru had replaced him? The news of Kizaru's promotion was swiftly followed by Jean Gua, dispatching him on a mission, seemingly neglecting any formal promotion ceremony. However, this could be understood. Holding a promotion ceremony now would evoke various sentiments among the Dove faction leaders. Moreover, Zhangguo was not inclined to organize a ceremony for Kazuru at this time. The news of Akiji's suspension quickly reached Zephyr's ears. This time, Zephyr did not seek out Zhangguo. He realized that Zhangguo was concealing certain truths. Furthermore, he refrained from approaching Crane, knowing she would side with Zhangguo. Thus, Zephyr returned to the Chambord archipelago, placing his trust in Victor. Despite Victor's radical methods, Zephyr could comprehend his actions. Losing his parents at the tender age of 10 had inflicted profound trauma on Victor. Yet compared to Zhangguo, Victor was remarkably forthright. Within Victor's villa, the atmosphere was tense. Recently, Victor has been spending time with Guéna, Sabwa, and others. It is essential to dedicate ample time to the children, allowing them to forge a bond with oneself. This is an investment in emotional value, akin to nurturing a pet, which necessitates a considerable time commitment. Still approached Victor, stating, "Master Victor, Lord Zifa has arrived." Victor set aside the wooden sword, allowing Sabwa and the others to continue their training independently. He proceeded outside the villa to await Zifa. "Master Zifa," Victor addressed him. Zifa responded and entered the villa alongside Victor. As they traversed the villa's courtyard, they observed the children diligently engaged in their training. They are the future of the Navy. Upon entering the study, Stella placed the refreshments down and gracefully exited. "Master, you are here regarding Kazan, are you not?" Victor offered Zifa a cigarette. Zifa accepted it, lit it, took a gentle puff, and remarked, "The situation is even more dire than I had anticipated." Victor replied, "I too did not foresee it escalating to this extent." Zifa sighed, "You had warned me." Noticing Zifa's expression of regret, Victor understood his current sentiments and suspected that Zifa sought him out because he had no one else to rely on. Sengoku and Crane were deliberately concealing matters. Only Victor remained a trustworthy confidant for Zifa. Thus, Victor reassured him, "Master, there's no need for guilt. This is also part of Kazan's trial." "I understand." Zifa inhaled another puff of smoke and said thoughtfully, "I wish to know what exactly transpired." Zifa now appeared somewhat pitiable. Being of advanced years, each student held the significance of his own child, particularly Kazan, who was a kind-hearted young man. Every time Kazan visited him, he would bring sherry wine and share a moment of camaraderie with Zifa. Victor, observing Zifa, retrieved 2 bottles of sherry wine from the cabinet beneath the desk. "Master, let us indulge a little. Should I become inebriated and utter things I should not, that shall be my personal issue." "Victor." Zifa gazed at him, comprehending the underlying implication. The intoxication served merely as an excuse, a means to express thoughts otherwise unspoken. However, Victor must also accept responsibility, which could lead to repercussions for him. "Do not worry. Master, I have the world's nobility to support me." Victor smiled faintly and proceeded to uncork the wine. 1 bottle for each. "Master, I previously mentioned the scientific battalions. Do you recall?" Victor downed half a bottle of wine before continuing. "Of course," Zifa nodded. "Victor elaborated. The scientific battalions are a division of the world government dedicated to the development of new weaponry, divided into 2 branches, one responsible for research, and the other for the protection of the research division." Zifa acknowledged, "I'm aware of this." Victor added, "You must have heard of MADS." Zifa responded, "It was an illegal scientific research team led by Vegapunk, disbanded after his arrest by the world government. Vegapunk is now the head of the research division." Victor inquired, "Master, are you aware of what MADS was researching?" Zifa shook his head, admitting he had not paid much attention to this area, especially since Vegapunk had been recruited by the world government. Victor continued, "Vegapunk and Vinsmoke Judge's team discovered the bloodline factor. The world government deemed this discovery too perilous, subsequently arresting Vegapunk and assimilating the team." "Bloodline factor? What is that?" Zifa was perplexed. Victor queried, "Master, do you know of the Vinsmoke family from the North Sea and their nefarious army?" Zifa nodded. "I do. They are a formidable force." Victor explained, "What makes this army formidable is their lack of emotion and fear of death. They can cultivate a warrior in merely 5 years and produce them en masse." "Produced en masse." Zifa was taken aback. Victor affirmed, "Indeed, mass production akin to manufacturing toys, each one rolling off an assembly line devoid of any emotions." only obeying commands and executing slaughter. Zifa, with a grave expression, asked, "Is it possible that the scientific battalions are conducting these experiments as well?" Victor Nindid, stating, "Vegapunk's research surpasses that of Vinsmoke Judge. The world government seeks even more potent killing machines, such as human gigantification, utilizing the genes of giants to transform an ordinary person into a giant." Victor's words widened Zifa's eyes in astonishment. Not only giants, but also the Lunarians. Zepha, unfamiliar with the Lunarians due to his lack of obsession with racial collections, was intrigued. Long ago, there existed a divine kingdom on the Red Line, and the Lunarians were revered as gods. Members of the Lunarian race can generate flames from their bodies and survive in various environmental conditions of nature. Upon hearing Victor's account, Zifa began to draw his own conclusions. He questioned, "Are they attempting to merge these races?" "Yes," Victor confirmed. "However, the experiment faces rejection, and cultivating a suitable individual requires years of effort." Some members of the research division deemed this process too slow, thus resorting to experiments on ordinary people, particularly children. Upon hearing Victor's words, Zifa clenched his fists. He had surmised the truth behind Kuzan's departure from the Navy. Sengoku, as the commander of the scientific battalions, had intentionally concealed the reality. "Master, we cannot blame Uncle Sengoku for this. It is the command of the world government." Victor recognized Zifa's rising anger and stoked the flames. His words seemed to defend Sengoku, yet were a reminder to Zifa that, although Sengoku was not the mastermind, he was still an accomplice. Zifa inquired, "Did Kazan uncover these experiments?" Victor replied, "Not only did he discover them, but he also froze the experimental base, including the scientific division and the scientific battalions." "Is that so?" Zifa's understanding deepened. He believed that Kuzan must have witnessed the dark side of the world government and the Navy, leading to his disillusionment and eventual departure. "Master," Victor advised Zifa, "I suggest you refrain from further involvement in these matters." "I understand your concerns." Zifa shook his head. "However, I am your teacher. I must guide you toward the right path." Upon hearing this, Victor ceased his persuasion. "Very well, I shall take my leave. Feel free to visit me for a drink sometime." Zifa raised his bottle of sherry, finished it, and stood to leave. Watching Zifa's retreating figure, Victor recognized that Zifa had yet to relinquish his sense of justice. However, that moment was approaching. The final straw that would break the camel's back was Zifa's love for his students. "I truly am rather wicked," Victor muttered to himself, contemplating the actions he was about to take against Zifa. On the ocean, a frozen warship stood out conspicuously. The warship bore no hull number, signifying it did not belong to the Navy. Boom! Chingdru cleaved the frozen door of the military ship with his blade and stepped inside. Within the cabin, the agents lay encased in ice, resembling frozen food in a refrigerator. Their bodies, rigid and unmoving, retained the postures of sipping tea and reading newspapers, having shown no response during the freezing process. Having spent considerable time in the Navy, Chingdru possessed a fair understanding of the world government's intelligence apparatus. He glanced over the agent's ship, discovering not only communication and imaging phone bugs, but also black, white, and horned phone bugs. The black phone bug, being smaller in size, favored exchanging information with its kind and was often used as a listening device. The white phone bug, rare in nature, could attach itself to communication phone bugs to emit disruptive waves, preventing eavesdropping. The horn phone bug had the ability to obstruct waves and was utilized for shielding communications. Clearly, the agents aboard this vessel were engaged in a mission. After reviewing the intelligence they had gathered, Chingdru prepared to depart. During this period, he had been diligently collecting information, uncovering many of the world government's darker secrets from the agents. Aware of his limited capabilities, he understood that he must act within his means. As Victor rightly stated, justice cannot be entrusted to others. It must be realized through one's own actions to achieve the aspirations within one's heart. Buzz, buzz. On the military ship, Oangyan rummaged through his belongings until he located the buzzing phone bug nestled in his pocket. "Admiral, Chingdru has attacked a CP-7 ship, leaving no agents unharmed. The assault occurred in the waters near Nada Island, reported the individual on the line, a brigadier general close to Sengoku. Over the past few months, Chingju had launched several attacks on agent vessels. Although he did not freeze anyone to death, one must be cautious about whom they provoke. These agents were affiliated with the world government, and attacking them was akin to assaulting the government itself. While the Wu Laoxing had yet to make a statement, CP0 had repeatedly pressured Sengoku to address the Chingju situation promptly. Consequently, the Navy mobilized all intelligence resources to locate Chingju and instructed Vian to proceed immediately upon discovery. Understood. Wang Yun concluded the call, muttering, "What a chaotic situation." Although his relationship with Chingju was far from amicable, capturing him was no trivial task. At times, he wished to voice his thoughts. Why not assign Victor to this task? Admiral, at that moment, Staloberry approached him, having been one of Wang's few trusted allies. Staloberry stood to gain from his recent promotion to Admiral. Following this mission, promotion to Rear Admiral was assured. Wang Yun glanced at Staloberry. The Weasel just sent a fax inquiring about Chingju's status. How should I respond? Staloberry asked. The Weasel and Staloberry were contemporaries. Yet the Weasel's superior strength led to a quicker rise in rank, whereas Staloberry's talents were rather average. Inform them, Wang Yun replied nonchalantly. He straddled the line of ambiguous justice, unwilling to offend either the Dove faction or the Hawk faction, or indeed, anyone at all. Simultaneously, his attitude towards the mission was indifferent. Whether accomplished or not mattered little as long as he had made an effort. Yes, Staloberry extracted the phone bug to contact the Weasel. Teacher, Zephyr spoke into the phone bug, mimicking the Weasel's voice. Chingju has attacked an agent ship in the waters near Nada Island. Understood, Zephyr concluded the call. The vessel Zephyr was aboard was a medium-sized military ship, carrying 300 personnel. He had personally embarked on this mission to retrieve Chingju. Meanwhile, on the Shangbo Di Chindak, within Victor's villa, he had received intelligence earlier than Sengoku. With Victor's assistance, Spandane had ascended to the position of deputy director within the world government's intelligence directorate. Though a subordinate role, it wielded significant power, overseeing CP1 through CP9, along with 21 other intelligence agencies, including the Intelligence Bureau, Reconnaissance Bureau, and Security Bureau. Spandane was responsible for dispatching independent missions and facilitating interdepartmental cooperation, ensuring that the world government's first-hand intelligence reached Victor promptly. At this moment, Victor, with his back to Lucci, spoke expressionlessly. You are to disguise yourselves as CP9 agents and seek an opportunity to eliminate Chingju. Understood, Lucci nodded, preparing to depart. Bring the sea-stone bullets, Victor added. Yes. Lucci exited the study. After Lucci's departure, Victor seized the phone bug to contact Light, commanding the nearest Navy fleet to assemble at Nada Island immediately to ensure Zephyr's safety and provide support if necessary. With that, Victor concluded the call. He dispatched assassins to eliminate Chingju. Though given Chingju's strength, Lucci's chances of success were slim. Yet, the attitude mattered. It was about the world government stance. Simultaneously, he allocated personnel to protect Zephyr. As a fiercely protective figure, Zephyr would undoubtedly intervene should Chingju face danger. The individuals Victor sent to safeguard Zephyr represented his commitment to his mentor. I am truly remarkable, Victor mused, moved by his own sentiments. In the year 1511 of the Sea Circle calendar, a ray of sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating Chingju's face. Clad in a dark green overcoat, black trousers, and black boots with a brown backpack and round glasses lying beside him, he suddenly twitched his ear, detecting a rustling noise. The sound was dense and rhythmic, unlike the wild beasts of an uninhabited island. However, Chingju kept his eyes shut, feigning slumber. Approximately 1,000 meters away, an agent adorned in a mask had set up a specially crafted sniper rifle, aiming at Chingju. This sniper rifle, unique to the scientific unit, fired sea-stone bullets. Moreover, an increasing number of agents clad in black suits approached from various directions on the deserted island, some leaping between branches with the agility of squirrels, while others slithered through the grass like serpents. There were at least 1,000 of them. Despite the distance, Chingju's observation haki allowed him to hear everything distinctly. Outside the island, 10 warships lined up in formation, with soldiers on deck poised for orders. Oven, however, remained unhurried, leisurely lighting a cigarette from his pocket. This time, to ensure the mission's success. During the Warring States period, Zhang summoned his elite forces to assist Huang Yuan. Despite the fact that these seasoned veterans were all rather advanced in age, with the youngest commander nearing 60. Within the Navy, not everyone possessed the prowess of Garp or Zhanghua. Even the formidable ZFA had seen his combat capabilities significantly diminished due to asthma. However, there was little recourse available. The vigorous new generation of commanders were all students of ZFA, some even classmates of Qing Ji, and naturally, Zhanghua was reluctant to deploy them. Huang Yuan, on the other hand, displayed greater pragmatism than Qing Ji. He was determined to rely solely on his own abilities without depending on others. At that moment, 3 agents clad in white suits from CP-0 appeared on a nearby warship, their distinct ghostly masks marking their presence. Given the potential for betrayal among the admirals and the risk of sensitive information being leaked, which could jeopardize the world government and the aristocracy, CP-0 had taken it upon themselves to oversee the Navy to prevent any leniency. Should anyone dare to falter, CP-0 would not hesitate to execute them. Stolberry approached Huang Yuan from behind and stated, "Admiral, everything is ready." Huang Yuan replied, "No actions are to be taken without my command." Stolberry hesitated, but, with CP-0 watching closely, any failure to act could result in repercussions. Huang Yuan jested, "Our opponent is Kuzan. That fellow is a monster. Even if you all charge at him, it would be futile. You would simply end up as ice sculptures. And that would be troublesome." "I understand," Stolberry nodded. "All right, just let me finish this cigarette." Huang Yuan, casually holding the cigarette, showed no urgency. Stolberry dared not rush him, while the 4 accompanying vice admirals remained bewildered. Time ticked by slowly, and CP-0 grew impatient. What was the Navy doing? Were they attempting to stall? One masked agent expressed his irritation. "Should we urge them?" The agent donning the red demon mask inquired. "No need," another agent replied coldly. "If they dare to show any leniency towards Qing Ji, they will face the consequences." As Huang Yuan's cigarette burned down to the filter, Stolberry reminded him, "Admiral." "Huh? Oh." Huang Yuan expelled the cigarette butt and yawned. "You all wait here." With that, Huang Yuan transformed into a beam of light, vanishing from sight. In the blink of an eye, he materialized above a deserted island. Although the island's forest was dense, making it nearly impossible to locate Qing Ji with the naked eye, the heartbeat of a strong warrior could be discerned. Employing Haki, Huang Yuan swiftly pinpointed Qing Ji's position. Simultaneously, Qing Ji's own Haki locked onto Huang Yuan. Quite perceptive, Huang Yuan mused as he raised his hand, his fingertips glowing with brilliant golden light. With a swift motion, a golden laser beam shot forth from his fingertip, striking a nearby tree where Qing Ji had been resting, erupting into a massive fireball. At the same instant, an ice spear shot up from the ground, hurtling towards Huang Yuan. He sidestepped the icy projectile just in time. "What a terrifying reflex," Huang Yuan remarked, touching his cheek. He then transformed into a point of light once more. Yaigaki no Magatama. Huang Yuan unleashed a barrage of dazzling light orbs downward, a technique designed for wide-area attacks, indiscriminately striking all in their path. The explosions rumbled as the light orbs detonated around Qing Ji, forcing the agents concealed on the island to retreat to avoid the fallout. Observing from the warship, the CP-0 agents frowned at the display. This new admiral was remarkably formidable, unleashing such a powerful attack right from the outset. Under the onslaught of countless light orbs, the island's landscape was obliterated, leaving the forest bare and the ground riddled with craters. The entire island had become devoid of any hiding places, exposing the agents lurking nearby. Yet, Qing Ji remained unscathed, shielded by a wall of ice, its surface smooth as a mirror. In terms of leniency, Huang Yuan was indeed an expert. Despite the ferocity of his attack, he had not truly harmed anyone. "Kazan, you're growing increasingly formidable," Huang Yuan called out to Qing Ji. Qing Ji responded with an exasperated expression. In a clash of strong warriors, such tactics were hardly appropriate. While that grand move might clear out the weaker foes, it proved utterly ineffective against an adversary of equal caliber. Qing Ji could scarcely believe that Huang Yuan was unaware of this. "Looks like I must exert my full strength," Huang Yuan declared, once again transforming into a flash of light, propelling himself towards Qing Ji. With an impassive visage, Qing Ji gathered frost in his right hand. In the next moment, Huang Yuan not only appeared before Qing Ji, but also manifested a radiant sword in his right hand. Amano Murakumo no Tsurugi versus Ice military knife. The clash of the light sword and the ice blade resonated as they collided, both weapons enveloped in haki. The fierce friction of their haki produced a sizzling sound, and the pressure from their swords sent soil flying in all directions, creating a deep pit with a diameter of several hundred meters around them. Huang Yuan steadied his grip on the sword's hilt, adopting a stance that pressed forward, aiming to overpower Qing Ji. Yet, Qing Ji remained resolute, his grip on the ice blade unyielding, refusing to retreat. Their confrontation appeared evenly matched. Just then, Lu Qi, wielding a sniper rifle, took aim at Qing Ji's heart. Although he had the target in his sights, he refrained from pulling the trigger, biding his time for the perfect opportunity. This moment of waiting served as a threat, creating a distraction for Qing Ji, who could sense the danger of being targeted by a gun. Despite his youth, Lu Qi had honed his skills under Victor's guidance and had become quite formidable. In the heat of battle, he exuded an aura of lethality, his eyes, even behind the mask, radiating danger, akin to a tiger lying in wait for its prey. Qing Ji sensed Lu Qi's presence. A CP9 agent, I presume? He contemplated, surprised at the emergence of such a strong, young individual from CP9. However, it was not unexpected. Aside from the agents of CP0 in white suits, the most powerful operatives in black suits belonged to CP9, and they shared a common trait of youth. Indeed, it was the very moment Qing Ji's focus wavered that Huang Yuan seized the opportunity. With a swift kick, he unleashed a light speed kick, channeling photons into his leg before executing a lightning-fast strike. The impact reverberated as Qing Ji raised his ice blade to defend, but just then, Lu Qi pulled the trigger. The C-prism stone bullet sped towards Qing Ji's heart, prompting him to evade in haste. In the fleeting moment when Qing Ji evaded, Huang Yuan's light-speed kick arrived. The explosion generated by the kick stirred up a cloud of dust, simultaneously pushing Qing Ji back several paces. Huang Yuan seized the opportunity to pursue relentlessly. The battle between formidable warriors is not a mere exchange of blows. It is an intricate dance where one must remain vigilant to avoid revealing vulnerabilities. Should one's weaknesses be exposed, the consequences could be dire. Huang Yuan transformed into light, instantly appearing before Qing Ji. With his left hand extended forward, Qing Ji released a torrent of freezing air, coalescing into an ice shield before him. However, in an instant, the ice shield was cleaved apart by Huang Yuan's sword. Qing Ji leapt backward just in time to narrowly evade the attack, but Huang Yuan closed in once more. Although his strike had missed, Huang Yuan now held the upper hand, wielding his light sword with deft precision, executing a series of left and right slashes. Qing Ji was forced to defend while retreating. ZFA's assessment was indeed accurate. Qing Ji possessed remarkable prowess in both martial arts and swordsmanship. Had Victor been present, he would surely have applauded Huang Yuan. While Huang Yuan's words seemed to commend Qing Ji, they were laced with sarcasm. Victor and Huang Yuan were contemporaries, and Victor was well aware of Huang Yuan's unpopularity with ZFA, due to Huang Yuan's reliance on the abilities granted by his devil fruit, rather than dedicating himself to the rigorous training of martial arts and swordsmanship. Thus, Huang Yuan seized the moment to flaunt his skills, ostensibly mocking Qing Ji, but in reality, ridiculing ZFA. Qing Ji remained silent. In an instant, the surrounding space was suddenly encased in ice. A vast amount of freezing air surged forth from Qing Ji, encasing Huang Yuan in an icy prison. Yet in mere moments, radiant golden light shone from within the ice, followed by an explosion of golden rays that shattered the ice into fragments. A thick mist of white enveloped the air, Just as Qingji frowned, a laser beam shot towards him. He leapt back repeatedly to evade it. The laser beams continued to pursue him, exploding as soon as his feet touched the ground. Seeing this, Lu Qi pulled the trigger once more. The bullet, imbued with Hailu stone, was aimed directly at Qingji's back. Qingji's expression hardened, and he exhaled a breath of white vapor. As he turned to slice through the bullet, his left hand was raised high above his head, coalescing into an ice shield. As the ice shield formed, countless light bullets rained down upon it, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that obliterated both the shield and Qingji into debris. The scattered ice shards began to merge once more as Qingji stood up again. "Defeating you is indeed no simple task," Huang Yuan muttered. Qingji wiped his cheek and chest, realizing he had sustained some injuries. Huang Yuan was stronger than he had anticipated. Previously, Qingji had believed that among Victor, Akainu, and Huang Yuan, Victor was the strongest, followed by Akainu, with Huang Yuan in third place. Now, he needed to reassess Huang Yuan's strength. This seemingly carefree individual was far more formidable than he had initially thought. Not far away, 3 CP0 agents observed with satisfaction Huang Yuan's performance. They relished the sight of discord within the Navy. The spectacle of dog-eat-dog was one they thoroughly enjoyed. However, what caught the attention of the masked agents was Lu Qi. Another promising talent had emerged from CP9. One of the agents narrowed his eyes, intrigued by Lu Qi. Although he wielded a sniper rifle, posing a threat to an admiral was no trivial matter. He could be cultivated, remarked the agent with the red mask. Indeed, the other agent replied, "Once this matter is resolved, you should proceed to retrieve the individual." As the CP0 agents conversed, a warship surged towards the deserted island. The vessel carried none other than ZFA. The ship grounded itself upon the beach. "Teacher ZFA. How had ZFA arrived here?" "Admiral ZFA." His appearance immediately captured the attention of the Navy, from the younger generation of commanders like Stoloberry to the seasoned veterans of Sengoku's faction. ZFA paid no heed to Stoloberry's reaction, striding forward with purpose towards Huang Yuan and Qingji. Just as Huang Yuan prepared to deliver a powerful slash, ZFA descended with a fist. The ground between Huang Yuan and Qingji was forcefully shattered, leaving a significant crater and a web of cracks resembling a spider's web. Huang Yuan furrowed his brow, but in the blink of an eye, a smile crept onto his face as he asked, "Teacher ZFA, what brings you here?" ZFA, with a stoic expression, replied, "This matter no longer concerns you. I will take Kazan back." "That would not be permissible." Huang Yuan waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he continued, "This is a mission assigned to me by the Marshal. Only the Marshal can give contrary orders. I will discuss this with Sengoku." Upon hearing Huang Yuan invoke Sengoku's name, ZFA dismissed it lightly. This could pose a dilemma, Huang Yuan mused while rubbing his forehead. What are they discussing? Why was that old man here? The agent with the mask was bewildered. The agent with the red mask explained, ZFA intends to take Qingji away. Despite being several kilometers away, the agent could hear clearly. "Humph," the other agent said coldly. "Let the people on the island take action. Anyone who dares to obstruct will be treated as a traitor." "Understood." The agent with the blue mask raised a signal gun. Boom! A red flare erupted in the sky. Upon seeing the signal, Stoloberry and the others changed their expressions. This indicated that the Navy aboard 10 warships was about to take action. Even after witnessing the flare, Stoloberry complied with the command. "Land on the island." The Navy personnel from the 10 warships boarded landing crafts, advancing towards the deserted island. Faced with an assault from 10,000 Navy soldiers, did ZFA really intend to take someone away? "Teacher ZFA, I advise you not to act recklessly," Huang Yuan kindly warned. However, his kindness was limited to mere words. ZFA was unlikely to heed him. Moreover, Huang Yuan was quite eager to witness ZFA in a predicament. The Navy swiftly regrouped on the beach, forming a square formation as they advanced step by step towards Qingji and ZFA. Simultaneously, the agents on the island also converged, raising their rifles to aim at Qingji and ZFA. The Navy, too, drew their swords and readied their guns. "ZFA, do not force us to act against you," an elderly vice admiral with graying hair shouted at ZFA. This vice admiral, named Mandy, was 66 years old and preparing for retirement. He had originally withdrawn from active duty to work in logistics at the headquarters. However, Sengoku knew that Shinji could not bear to strike against an elder. In facing the senior figures of the Navy, Shinji found himself at a disadvantage, unable to act decisively. Sengoku was indeed despicable. His malice lay in his truly sordid heart. He would avoid a fair and open contest whenever possible, always choosing to strike at his enemy's weak points. For instance, when apprehending global destroyers, the use of cunning stratagems is essential. In the original narrative, during the Warring States period, the strategy employed against Whitebeard capitalized on his protective nature, utilizing Ace as bait to set a trap. "Mandy, are you not yet retired?" Upon seeing Mandy, Zifa could not help but frown. He had fought alongside Mandy in numerous grand battles. Not only Mandy, but also the 4 admirals by his side, each had emerged from the depths of death. Given their familiarity, the situation became quite awkward. If it came to blows, it would be inconvenient indeed. "Zifa, this is not the moment for nostalgia." Another admiral, with graying temples, interjected, "Our mission today is to retrieve Aokiji. Should you obstruct us, we will have to apprehend you as well. Zifa, do not compel us to act. Although we are aged, so too are you. It is your age that has rendered me ageless. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us proceed to action." At this moment, the 4 elder admirals spoke in unison. From left to right, they were Vice Admiral Stad, known as Explosion, Vice Admiral Doman, known as Quickblade, Vice Admiral Todd, known as Swift Step, and Vice Admiral Kaloya, known as Blackblade. All 5 admirals had ascended through the ranks by virtue of their military accomplishments. While Sengoku was a strategist of remarkable intellect, his direct subordinates were a band of brutes. Including Mandy, these 5 admirals shared a common trait. They preferred action over words. Much like Carp. Moreover, they were not fond of intellectual engagement. Observing this, Kizuru intended to enjoy the spectacle of Zifa being besieged by 5 old friends. "Teacher Zifa." At that moment, Aokiji spoke up. "I shall not return with you, so please refrain from further interference." Zifa's brow furrowed deeply. Hearing this, Kizaru concurred. "Teacher Zifa, you are advanced in years and in poor health. It is best to abstain from this matter." While this appeared to be concern for Zifa, it was, in truth, a veiled mockery of his current state, both aged and ailing. Were these fellows reminiscing? Finally, the CP0 trio, observing the scene, could no longer contain themselves. What was the Navy doing? So many surrounded, yet did not strike. With the time spent conversing, they could have easily subdued both Zifa and Aokiji. Thus, the masked agent, stepping lightly, rushed toward the deserted island, followed closely by 2 CP0 agents. The trio gracefully descended upon the Navy's ranks before landing. Upon landing, the masked agent lunged at Aokiji, transforming his hand into a claw, enveloped in haki. Aokiji raised his military blade to deflect the masked agent's strike. "Engage." At the masked agent's command, the surrounding operatives surged forward. Aokiji furrowed his brow. With Zifa present, he found himself restrained. His freezing abilities were indiscriminate in their area of effect. Icebird. Aokiji gathered cold energy in his left arm and swiftly released an Icebird. Not only did this Icebird possess formidable impact, but it also froze all that it touched. As it flew, it formed a 10-meter-high ice wall between Aokiji and Zifa, isolating them. Kizuru discerned Aokiji's intention and smiled slyly. "Surely, you do not perceive Teacher Zifa as a liability." As he spoke, Kizuru brandished his light sword, striking fiercely at Aokiji. Aokiji exerted force in his right arm, pushing back the masked agent while hastily slashing to the right with his ice blade. Clang! The light sword struck heavily against the ice blade, forcing Aokiji's left foot to retreat a step. Before Aokiji could regain his footing, Vice Admiral Mandy, Vice Admiral Stad, Vice Admiral Doman, Vice Admiral Todd, and Vice Admiral Kaloya had already closed in. Although these 5 elder admirals were aged, their prowess remained commendable. Aokiji was not Kaido or Charlotte Linlin. He lacked impenetrable skin. Vice Admiral Mandy's battle blade was enveloped in haki, as were Stad's fists, Doman's rapier, Todd's feet, and Kaloya's twin blades. Simply contending with Kizaru was a formidable challenge. Now, with 3 CP0 agents and 5 admirals attacking, Stolberry hesitated but refrained from assaulting Akiji. Nevertheless, 9 formidable foes besieging one individual was overwhelming. In the face of this onslaught, Akiji took a deep breath. Instantly, the ground beneath him transformed into frozen earth. The cold energy spread forth. "Watch your feet," Mandy cautioned. Subsequently, the 5 admirals leaped into the air. However, in that fleeting moment, Akiji controlled the cold energy. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of ice spikes erupted from the ground, targeting Kizaru, the CP0 agents, and Vice Admiral Mandy. It appeared he was serious. Kizaru murmured. The previous skirmish between Akiji and Kizaru hardly constituted a warm-up. Akiji remained silent, concentrating all his focus on breaking free from the deserted island. "I apologize, but if it were that easy for you to escape, I would have no means to account to the fleet admiral." Akiji watched as Kizaru leaped into the air, transforming into a radiant sphere of light. The golden orb dispersed light and heat in all directions. The icy atmosphere and frost in the air were swiftly melted. The terrifying aspect of the natural type lies in its influence over the elements. Akiji's cold energy, once diffused, enveloped the entire deserted island under his command. Ice spikes emerged from all directions, rendering defense nearly impossible. Kizaru understood the properties of cold energy, and the nature of light was not limited to linear propagation and swiftness. Under the sun's rays, the ice and snow melted. The heat generated by the light was not to be underestimated. At this moment, the Navy and the agents witnessed an internal conflict at the admiral level, both wielding natural abilities. Akiji's powers were countered. Zifa sensed the melting of the cold energy and frowned. However, Akiji remained impassive. This level of heat was insufficient. White frost emanated from Akiji's form. Then Ice Age. In an instant, Akiji unleashed a torrent of freezing energy. The overwhelming cold energy surged forth, threatening to engulf Kizaru and all surrounding Navy personnel and agents. Truly a terrifying sight. Kizaru landed back on the ground, his body radiating a dazzling golden light. Those around him had no choice but to close their eyes. Accompanied by the blinding brilliance, a far more formidable heat was simultaneously released, akin to a miniature sun. Any cold energy attempting to engulf Kizaru dissipated upon encountering this radiant sphere. When Mandy and the others reopened their eyes, with the exception of those in close proximity to Kizaru, the majority of the surrounding agents and Navy personnel were frozen solid. Kizaru glanced around, feigning a sigh of relief, nearly having been frozen himself. Akiji regarded Kizaru with palpable disdain. How pretentious, clearly powerful, yet he chose to act in a ludicrous manner. At this moment, Shefa approached Qingjai. Teacher, Qingji frowned, feeling an overwhelming impulse to encase Fa in ice. Although there were numerous matters to reflect upon, they could only be addressed after today's events concluded. Upon finishing his statement, Fa charged towards Huang Yuan. "Teacher Fa, you are obstructing our mission," Huang Yuan declared, raising his leg to deliver a lightning-fast kick towards Fa. However, with the keen perception of Kinbunchiko Haki, Fa managed to evade the assault and swiftly closed in on Huang Yuan. As Huang Yuan lifted his arm, a resounding crash echoed as Fa's powerful fist struck Huang Yuan's left arm. "Teacher Fa's martial prowess remains formidable," Huang Yuan remarked, as he swiftly disappeared from Fa's sight after pushing off the ground with his right foot. Reacting quickly, Fa spun around, raising his arm to shield himself. Another thunderous impact resonated as Huang Yuan's kick landed forcefully on Fa's left arm. Fa furrowed his brow. The force behind Huang Yuan's kick was substantial. It was no wonder that teacher Fa's reflexes remained sharp. Just as Huang Yuan finished speaking, an ice spear whizzed past his ear. He turned a glance at Qingji, almost forgetting the primary objective. In the next instant, Fa's punch met empty air as Huang Yuan had already appeared before Qingji. Qingji's feet seemed to meld with the ground as he exclaimed, "Ice spire." Columns of ice erupted from the earth, aiming at Huang Yuan. Yet, each time they nearly struck, Huang Yuan vanished. Finally, when Huang Yuan stood before Qingji, he wielded a light sword, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Ice spike charge. A thunderous roar followed as countless black ice spikes, enveloped in haki, shot forth from the ground at blinding speed, exceeding the limits of human perception. Huang Yuan's body was pierced by the ice spikes, creating numerous holes. Despite his reliance on the powers of the devil fruit, Huang Yuan's head was also impaled by an ice spear. After this, his form transformed into countless specks of light, coalescing back into human shape. Then why is your attitude solely directed at me? A hint of mockery appeared on Huang Yuan's face as his left palm morphed into photons, gathering into a sphere. With a thunderous explosion, the light sphere generated immense heat, propelling the ice spikes and frozen earth away from the ground. In that moment, it became exceedingly difficult for the naked eye to discern the positions of Qingji and Huang Yuan. Just as the agents sought to clarify the situation, a figure soared through the air, prompting an instinctive evasion. A thunderous crash followed. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Vice Admiral Mandy, who had been sent flying by ZFA. ZFA, have you lost your mind? Mandy struggled to rise from the ground, disheveled. The madman are you? ZFA coldly retorted, glaring at Mandy and the others. Do you wish to drive Kazan away and leave him utterly disillusioned with justice? Mandy explained, we merely intend to bring him back to headquarters. Another masked agent shouted, stop wasting time, capture both of them. Then let us see you try, ZFA declared, his arms enveloped in haki. At that moment, he felt the need to support his student. Otherwise, how lonely and despairing would Kuzan feel? This thought crossed ZFA's mind. However, how could he strike hard against so many former comrades? Just then, a series of explosions echoed as artillery shells flew towards the beach, leaving craters in the sand upon impact. The crowd turned to see over a dozen warships emerging from the sea, flying the flag of the Blue Sea Society. What does Victor intend to do? Mandy furrowed his brow. Vice Admiral Starr's temper flared. ZFA looked on, his heart warmed. His students had arrived. At that moment, Felix, Rodney, Ghost Spider, and Dugman stood on the decks of the warships. Have these fellows betrayed the world government? Another masked agent glared coldly at the Navy. Felix picked up the microphone and called out, Teacher ZFA, the senior has sent us to ensure your safety. Another masked agent also grabbed the microphone and shouted at the Navy, CP0 is conducting an operation. If you dare intervene, you will be treated as traitors. The masked agents had long relied on the authority of the world nobles to impose labels upon others. Even admirals of the Navy were not immune to being labeled as disrespectful to the celestial dragons or traitors. However, Felix regarded this with indifference. He continued to announce, we have received intelligence that pirates are masquerading as CP0 agents, intending to assassinate Admiral ZFA. The masked agent and his two subordinates were momentarily taken aback. They had always been the ones to label others. How had the tables turned today? We repeat, we have received intelligence that pirates are masquerading as CP0 agents, intending to assassinate Admiral ZFA. Felix's proclamation caused the masked agent's fury to surge. These scoundrels! The masked agent leaped onto the warship where Felix stood, followed closely by his two subordinates. However, as soon as they landed on the deck, a chorus of synchronized gunfire erupted. Halt! Ghost Spider, dumb man! And the others drew their swords simultaneously. The prowess of Ghost Spider, Dugman, and their comrades far surpassed that of Mandy and the other old vice admirals. To be precise, the strength of the vice admirals in the Navy headquarters only experienced a qualitative leap after ZFA took over the military academy. Prior to ZFA's leadership, most of the Navy personnel ascended from the ranks of ordinary soldiers, gradually rising through the ranks. While this system was fair, many exceptionally talented recruits perished during their training. Since ZFA took command of the military academy, he guided the recruits through the most perilous stages and established a solid foundation for them. Consequently, the new generation of vice admirals in the headquarters grew rapidly, their individual strengths far surpassing those of the older generation. The agents known as the Blue Demon Mask and the Red Demon Mask exchanged cold snorts, having already begun their assault under the masked agent's orders. However, Ghost Spider's blade came slicing through the air. As the red demon mask attempted to dodge, he caught sight of Ghost Spider's hair billowing behind him. Life returns, six-sword style. Ghost Spider's hair, akin to limbs, grasped four blades, coordinating seamlessly with his twin swords in a relentless flurry of slashes. Clang, clang, clang. Amidst the shower of sparks, the red demon mask retreated, increasingly alarmed by the onslaught. Meanwhile, Dugman's approach was less flamboyant. His sword, enveloped in haki, unleashed a few strikes that forced the blue demon mask towards the ship's edge. In no time, both agents were subdued by Ghost Spider and Dumbman. Although their strength was formidable, surpassing that of typical CP9 agents, they could only reach the level of an ordinary vice admiral in the Navy, falling far short when facing the elite vice admirals from the Navy headquarters. In the original narrative, Doflamingo utilized the capabilities of the Ito Nomi to toy with Vice Admiral Mozambique. The masked agent furrowed his brow, although he refrained from taking action. The current circumstances were decidedly unfavorable for him. What do you intend to do? Are you rebels plotting insurrection? This marked the masked agent's inaugural encounter with such a situation, and he lowered his voice, issuing a fierce warning. However, Goeju, Dugman, and others completely disregarded the masked agent's threats. Rodney's blade was already pressed against the throat of the masked agent. Until your identities are verified, it would be prudent for you to remain compliant, Rodney stated. Felix added, "We have orders from Admiral Victor." Upon hearing Victor's name, the masked agent's eyes gleamed with recognition, and he scoffed. So, today's events are orchestrated by Victor, are they? Should Rodney and Felix dare to affirm this, the masked agent would not hesitate to cast aspersions upon Victor. Rodney smirked. Admiral Victor anticipated you would respond in such a manner. At that moment, a naval officer approached with a den mushy. Admiral Victor wishes to speak with you. Rodney extended the receiver to the masked agent. The masked agent grasped the receiver. I am Victor. The den mushy mimicked Victor's demeanor and voice. The masked agent sneered. Victor, you possess quite the audacity to obstruct CP0's mission. If you cannot learn to keep your mouth shut, you may as well feed the fish. Victor's voice was devoid of emotion. As Victor spoke, Rodney pressed the blade harder, causing it to pierce the masked agent's skin. You! The masked agent exclaimed, eyes wide. Do you think I would hesitate? Victor retorted. The masked agent had heard of Victor's reputation during his time in Mariewa, aware that Victor was a formidable adversary, not a mere admiral to be trifled with. He also recognized that Victor had powerful allies. I once heard a saying, if you must consume excrement, then swallow it without hesitation in your final moments. I hope you prove to be an astute individual. Victor was issuing a warning to the CP0 agent not to act foolishly. Rodney and the others maintained their smiles as they observed the three CP0 agents. These agents could intimidate even Sengoku, yet they always faced setbacks when dealing with Victor. This seemed to be the way of wicked individuals meeting their match. Cuff them, Rodney ordered. Soon after, a Marine brought forth handcuffs. The masked agent nodded slightly and extended his hands. After subduing the three CP0 agents, Rodney and his associates dispatched someone to the shore. Vice Admiral Mandy and others witnessed the CP0 agents, now handcuffed and submissive, remaining silent. At that moment, Rodney held the den mushy, which mimicked Victor's expression, stating, I hope for a dignified resolution. Mandy and his comrades exchanged glances. If you seek no dignity, I shall provide it for you. Raise your swords and guns. Victor coldly declared, currently, we suspect approximately 10,000 pirates impersonating Marines and CP0 agents. With a clamor, over 10,000 Marines raised their weapons, encircling Mandy and his group. Mandy and his comrades also brought a similar number of personnel, but presently, 7,000 to 8,000 had been frozen by Akiji. Now, they found themselves surrounded by Victor's subordinates. This marked an unprecedented event in naval history. Mandy and the others were at a loss for words. They had previously been encircled by pirates outnumbering them. Yet this was the first time they were surrounded by fellow Marines. Mandy asserted, you will face a military tribunal. Rodney, expressionless, approached Mandy and personally placed the handcuffs on him. At that moment, Rodney approached Zifa with the den mushy. Teacher Zifa. Rodney handed the receiver to Zifa. Zifa took the receiver. Teacher, your health is in decline. I shall handle the remaining matters. The Den Mushy emulated Victor's serious expression. I understand, Zifa sighed, his eyes slightly misty. I apologize for the trouble. Victor was indeed his most exceptional student. Sengoku often criticized Victor for being extreme, indirectly suppressing Aokiji and others. Yet, look at the present situation. It was Sengoku and the world government who sought to apprehend Aokiji, even contemplating his demise. Although Victor and Aokiji shared a rather indifferent relationship, Victor nevertheless stepped forward to protect Zifa, risking repercussions from the world government. In comparison, Sengoku appeared exceedingly hypocritical. Teacher, please refrain from such words. The kindness you have shown us is beyond repayment in this lifetime. As he spoke, Victor added, Borsellino, your pursuit of Aokiji is your mission, and I shall not interfere. However, should you harm Teacher Zifa, I will personally deal with you. This is not a threat, but a literal promise. Victor's words reached Kizaru's ears. Kizaru furrowed his brow momentarily, but soon relaxed. He comprehended Victor's intent. He could continue his pursuit of Aokiji, provided that neither he nor Aokiji involved Zifa in their conflict. This was manageable. After all, Kizaru had never feared anyone in a one-on-one confrontation. He could hold his own against any adversary. Let them depart from here and choose another location for their duel. The others shall return to the warship and await the outcome. Upon hearing Victor's orders, the Marines accompanying Kizaru breathed a sigh of relief. They had no desire to become embroiled in a general's battle. The entire expanse of the sea, including the islands encircled by it, had been completely frozen. Signs of battle were evident everywhere on the island, with flattened mountains and forests resembling the surface of the moon. At Marineford, within a marshal's office, Sengoku confronted Victor. How do you intend to explain the situation? Victor calmly replied, while sipping tea. What kind of explanation does the marshal desire? Sengoku, with a stern expression, retorted, had you not intervened, Aokiji would have already been captured. Victor responded, if anyone is to bear responsibility, it should be Kizaru. He failed to bring Aokiji back. The outcome of the one-on-one confrontation between Aokiji and Kizaru on a deserted island resulted in Aokiji's escape, a conclusion Victor had anticipated. The strengths of Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akainu were not drastically different. In a life-or-death struggle, Akainu could defeat Aokiji. What Akainu could achieve, Kizaru could also. However, the crucial premise was the willingness to fight with abandon. Would Kizaru be the type to risk his life to complete a mission? He was merely a diligent employee. Such recklessness was unnecessary. Upon hearing Victor deflect blame, Sengoku's anger flared. The use of force to control CP0 was unprecedented since the establishment of the Navy. Faced with Sengoku's inquiries, Victor remained unperturbed, retorting, Marshal, do you wish for me to witness an unfortunate incident befall Teacher Zifa? Do you truly wish to witness Teacher Zifa's demise, or his transport to the advanced city? Zhangwa furrowed his brows. Victor now sought to extricate Zifa from this predicament. Zhangwa found himself in a precarious position. After all, the veteran officers at headquarters were nearing retirement, and the younger generation was poised to take over. Offending Zifa would mean antagonizing an entire cohort of promising officers, regardless of whether they leaned towards the dovish or hawkish factions. They were all students of Zifa. However, swallowing this bitter pill would only exacerbate Zhangwa's discontent, akin to having ingested a fly, leaving a foul taste in his mouth. Observing the situation, Victor coldly remarked, if your ire stems from our inability to apprehend Kazan, we shall issue a warrant for his arrest, treating it as a demon-slaying decree. This time, I shall personally ensure Kazan's head rolls. Zhangwa was rendered speechless, utterly at a loss. To issue a demon-slaying decree against Kazan and send Victor to execute, it would render Zhangwa a mere puppet commander. Which of the dovish leaders at headquarters would still support him? Victor did not concern himself with such matters, whether it was the Blue Sea Society or Akainu's faction. They were all staunch supporters of Victor. Meanwhile, Zhangwa was left to ponder how many capable allies remained by his side. Please leave, Zhangwa waved his hand, wishing to avoid Victor for the time being. Victor acknowledged with an and exited the office. No sooner had Victor departed than he encountered CP0 approaching. As they brushed past each other, Victor understood that CP0 was there to pressure Zhangguo into dealing with him. Returning to his office, he found Rodney, Felix, and others waiting outside. Everything is fine. You may return to your duties, Victor said with a smile. Understood. Rodney and the others sighed in relief before departing. If Victor were to face punishment from Zhangguo, they would undoubtedly protest. With the current strength of the Blue Sea Society, united, they could exert considerable pressure on Zhangguo. Victor smiled slightly as he entered his office. Inside, Akainu was already waiting for him. "You're finally free," Victor said with a smile. Though Kizaru had failed to bring Kazan back, Zhangguo could not penalize him for it. It would be unreasonable to punish Kizaru simply for an incomplete mission. However, as an admiral, Kizaru was expected to fulfill his duties. Zhangguo had assigned Kizaru to guard Mariehua and had called Akainu into action. Zhangguo was indeed a pragmatic leader. Compared to Kizaru, Akainu's work ethic was exemplary, prompting Zhangguo to rely more on him, even though Akainu currently sided with Victor. Akainu, with a stoic expression, stated, "CP0 is mobilizing in large numbers. This matter is not likely to conclude easily." One of the advantages of guarding Mariehua is the constant monitoring of the celestial dragons and CP0's movements. "Do not fret. There will not be significant issues," Victor reassured with a smile. The world government does not wish to see another incident like Kazan's. Indeed, Akainu nodded in agreement, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The loss of an admiral-level combatant was substantial. Despite Kizaru's presence, the 5 elders would undoubtedly feel the sting of such a loss. "Very well, you shall remain on duty. I intend to return and rest," Victor declared as he rose to leave the office. As Victor exited within the marshal's office, as anticipated, CP0 was exerting pressure on Zhangguo. "As the admiral of the Navy, cannot you even manage your own subordinates?" A CP0 agent mocked Zhangguo, who remained unresponsive. "Excellent," the CP0 agent continued, seeing Zhangguo's silence as acquiescence. "You shall soon understand the severity of the consequences. Do not steam buns, rather, contest for pride." The CP0 agent had been detained by Victor's subordinates, sporting handcuffs during the process. Having lost face, they were determined to reclaim it. Thus, CP0 pressured Zhangguo to punish Victor. Upon returning to his villa, Victor found ZFA awaiting him. After returning from the deserted island, ZFA had been brought to Victor's residence, believing Victor was concerned for his safety. Given the failure of Kizaru's mission due to ZFA's intervention, should the world government seek accountability, ZFA would undoubtedly find himself in peril. "How'd it go?" ZFA inquired with concern. Victor placed a reassuring hand on ZFA's shoulder, saying, "Do not worry, teacher. Everything will be fine." "Is that true?" ZFA remained anxious. Although Kazan had successfully escaped, ZFA felt no joy, only guilt. He believed his actions had embroiled Victor in a conflict with the world government and even the celestial dragons. Victor calmly replied, "Teacher, Uncle Carp's son is a wanted criminal and remains unharmed. I shall be fine as well." "Let's hope so," ZFA mused, reflecting on Victor's mention of Carp. If the world government truly sought to pursue justice, Carp would have already been apprehended. The reason for his continued freedom was simple. Carp's strength and influence were considerable. As the future of the Navy, Victor's power would also be a factor the world government would consider. Even if the world government holds me accountable, I could simply establish a new Navy. Ultimately, it is all for the sake of justice, and I have comrades who share my ideals. Victor's words startled ZFA. Establishing a new Navy. Victor certainly dared to dream. "Teacher, if we were stripped of our military uniforms, could we no longer uphold justice?" Victor asked ZFA. Furrowing his brows, ZFA replied, "The Navy's law enforcement authority is granted by the world government." Victor countered, "If that is the case, then everything the world government does is deemed just. We cannot raise any objections against them. Kazan's actions warrant severe punishment." "Let us not discuss Kazan for now." ZFA sighed. Weariness etched on his face. He felt exhausted, both physically and mentally, and wished to avoid such discussions. Victor chose to remain silent, saying, "Allow me to escort you back, teacher." He understood that the notion of establishing a new navy would be seen as heretical in ZFA's ears. However, Victor deliberately intended to plant this idea in ZFA's mind, foreseeing that in the original narrative, ZFA would eventually found a new navy in response to his discontent with the actions of the Navy and the world government. Victor accompanied ZFA back to the military academy. At that moment, 4 female students approached from a distance. 3 walked ahead, while 1 trailed behind. Young, beautiful, vibrant. They were a delightful sight. The 4 individuals adorned with the emblem of the Blue Sea Society exhibit distinct personalities. The 3 in the front row appear extroverted, while the girl in the back exudes a quiet and shy demeanor. Upon closer inspection, Victor realizes that in the original storyline, Zephyr's naval training ship was besieged by pirates, resulting in the tragic demise of all his cherished students except for Ein and Benz. Zephyr himself suffered the loss of his right arm. Subsequently, Ein and Benz remained by Zephyr's side, assisting him in the establishment of the NEO Navy. "Hello, teacher." "Hello, senior." The girls approached, eagerly greeting Zephyr and Victor. A smile graced Zephyr's face upon seeing his students, as he genuinely regarded each of them as his own children, much like Whitebeard, whose affection for his children was evident in his gaze. "Hello, teacher." "Hello, senior." Ein shyly greeted. Hello." Victor acknowledged the 4 girls without excessive enthusiasm. The girls watched as Zephyr and Victor departed, pondering whether they would be assigned to work alongside their senior after graduation. At that moment, 1 girl voiced her desire. "I also wish to be by senior's side." "So do I." The admiration for senior was palpable. Not only was he handsome, but he also displayed deep loyalty, even confronting Marshal Sengoku for teacher Zephyr's sake. Rumor had it that senior was unmarried, and the girls fantasized about the possibility of marrying him. The 3 girls began to discuss Victor, dreaming of their future. In their eyes, Victor was the epitome of a perfect man. The thought of merely being near Victor was already fulfilling. "Ein, what about you? What do you think of senior?" 1 girl inquired. I nodded shyly. "I also wish to work by senior's side. Then we must strive together. I heard that only the most outstanding individuals can remain by senior's side. Let us work hard." The 4 sisters of dormitory 316 at Mariehua in the Panga City, Kong and Sengoku were summoned to the corridors of power. The 5 elders wished to converse with them. "Do you understand why you have been called?" Upon hearing the question from the 5 elders, Sengoku responded, "It concerns Akiji. Not only Akiji, but also your command over the Navy. As a marshal, if you cannot even manage the admirals beneath you, should you not reflect upon that?" The words of the 5 elders caused Sengoku to furrow his brow, to which he replied, "Indeed, I have encountered issues with my control over the headquarters." "What do you believe the problem lies?" "We do not wish to hear of similar incidents occurring again, especially with CP0. Any conflicts you have privately with them are your affairs, but apprehending them in front of so many witnesses is utterly unacceptable." The 5 elders began to hold Sengoku accountable. Sengoku remained silent. What could he say? Was it for Zephyr or for Victor? Victor's actions were motivated by Zephyr. Punishing Victor? How should he be punished? Should Victor's duties be suspended, or should he be sent directly to a military tribunal? What about Zephyr? Should Zephyr's position at the military academy be suspended, or should he be sent to Judicial Island for sentencing? If Sengoku were to pursue such actions, he would alienate both the Dove and Hawk factions within headquarters. Unless Garp could step in to quell the Doves, but Garp had returned to the East Blue. Why the silence? Are you protesting through your silence? The 5 elders pressed. Kong glanced at Sengoku before stating, "This incident indeed reflects Sengoku's shortcomings, as well as issues within the Navy, and we will address it." Kong then gave Sengoku a subtle wink. Sengoku understood. Kong was hinting that Zephyr's interference warranted suspension from his duties and a transfer to Judicial Island. Victor's unauthorized troop movements would also lead to a suspension of his duties, and all Navy personnel involved in this incident would face suspension as well. Simultaneously, investigations would be conducted into Victor and the Navy officers involved, as well as the inspectorate and the gendarmerie. The headquarters would show no leniency. Sengoku laid out his points in one breath. After hearing Sengoku's words, the 5 elders exchanged glances. Let it be so, they concluded, allowing Kong and Sengoku to depart. As Kong and Sengoku exited the corridors of power and traversed the long hallways of Panga City, Kong, leading the way, remarked, after this matter concludes, "Your situation at headquarters will become increasingly challenging. I am aware." Sengoku clenched his fists, feeling particularly constrained, as if filled with energy, yet having no outlet for it. "You should seek an opportunity to have a serious conversation with Victor." With that, Kong strode towards his office, while Sengoku left Panga City. He understood well the implications of punishing both Zephyr and Victor, along with the numerous leaders of the Blue Sea Society. Victor's hawkish faction and the leaders of the Blue Sea Society had never cooperated with Sengoku's command. Now that Sengoku had dealt with Zephyr, the Doves would not align with him. Kizaru could be commanded, but he was the only one, with his subordinates being almost negligible in number. In this transitional period, having lost the support of the two major factions within the headquarters, Sengoku risked becoming a mere figurehead, entirely sidelined. In contrast, Victor, despite his previous disagreements with the Doves, was determined to protect Zephyr at all costs. His loyalty was unwavering. With the loss of Akiji, the Dove leaders were likely to turn to Victor for support. Victor, instead, emerged as the most powerful figure within the headquarters. The Navy headquarters announced its disciplinary actions. Victor, Reidny, Felix, Kostspinidor, Dogmon, and others were all suspended and would undergo investigation by the gendarmerie. Zephyr, too, faced suspension from all military academy duties and was to be sent to Judicial Island for sentencing. The ripples of this decision were immense. Undoubtedly, while the outcome of this disciplinary action was within the realm of reason, it was still unexpected. At the villa of Victor on the Sabati archipelago, 3 CP0 agents led the charge, followed by a contingent of agents clad in black suits and a large squadron of gendarmerie wearing white helmets. These gendarmerie belonged to the world government's gendarmerie department. Furthermore, members of the inspectorate from the Navy headquarters were also involved in this operation. A throng of agents and gendarmerie surged into Victor's villa, with the Navy inspectorate trailing closely behind. Each member of the Navy inspectorate was over 60 years old, all retired veterans with significant prestige within the Navy. "What are you doing?" Sabo shouted. "This is Lord Victor's domain." Kuina gripped the hilt of her sword, ready to draw. Kaku, Khalifa, and others armed themselves as well. Sindori, frightened, appeared somewhat at a loss. The maids within the villa gathered around Stella, their fear understandable, as they had never encountered such an incident since their arrival. "What are you planning to do?" At that moment, Le stepped forward, frowning. "Bring Victor out and accompany us for an inquiry. From now on, he is subject to investigation." The leading CP0 agent was none other than the masked agent, who had come seeking vengeance. "I have just received notification, and you are already here. Were you prepared to capture me all along?" Victor emerged from the villa, his expression devoid of emotion. "Victor, I advise you against foolish actions," the masked agent warned. They were all aware of Victor's formidable strength. Should he resist, they would indeed be no match for him. "Foolish actions? What can I possibly do that is foolish?" Victor retorted. "Since you are willing to cooperate, then accompany us to the garrison apartment." As soon as the masked agent finished speaking, the Akama and Aoi Oni masked agents approached, intending to place handcuffs on Victor, C-prism stone handcuffs. Victor raised his hand, expressionless, retrieving a cigarette. After taking a puff, he smiled and said, "There's no rush. I happen to have a few questions for you." "What?" the masked agent inquired. Victor continued, "Is it mandatory to wear handcuffs when going to the garrison apartment?" "You have violated the world government," the masked agent began, but Victor interrupted him. "Wait. Do you not comprehend my words?" Victor suddenly vanished, reappearing before the masked agent. He extended his hand, gripping the masked agent's throat and lifting him before him. "What do you intend to do?" The surrounding agents, soldiers, and inspectors were thrown into disarray. "I merely wish to engage in some friendly interaction," Victor said, maintaining his grip. In the blink of an eye, the upper half of the masked agent's neck had already turned a purplish-black hue. Undoubtedly, if Victor so desired, he could crush the masked agent's neck in an instant. Even though the masked agent was strong, in Victor's eyes, he was merely a trivial opponent to be dispatched with a single move. "I will ask you again. Was it the Gorasii or the world nobles who instructed me to wear handcuffs to the garrison department? Should you dare to answer incorrectly, I will deal with you right now, Victor inquired calmly. After posing his question, Victor turned to the people around him, and the atmosphere grew tense. At that moment, a man rushed over, Spandane. Spandane first raised his hand and slapped several black-clad agents before approaching Victor. "My lord Victor, it's a misunderstanding, Spandane explained. "We merely wish for your cooperation in the investigation." "Is that so?" Victor looked at the masked agent, who was now at a loss for words. Spandane cautiously nodded. "Humph." Victor tossed the masked agent aside. "You all stay here as usual." After advising Stella and the others, Victor strode forward without looking back. "Let's go to the garrison department for a visit." Le, Connor, and the others followed Victor closely. The garrison department of the world government was undoubtedly a terrifying entity. In the past, the army and navy of the world government, once taken to the garrison department, would either emerge severely battered or not at all. The head of the garrison department was Hayward, renowned for his expertise in harsh interrogation. Inside the minister's office, Hayward listened to the latest dance tracks while observing the scenes in the interrogation room. He enjoyed jazz music paired with the grim realities of interrogation. Though somewhat perverse, it delighted him, enhancing his mood. "Minister," suddenly, a soldier entered the office, reporting to Hayward. "Are all the individuals captured?" Hayward asked, taking a drag from a cigarette. "Yes, they have all arrived," but the soldier hesitated. "But what?" Hayward frowned, visibly displeased. The soldier replied, "They beat up all our men." "What?" Hayward was taken aback. "This is the garrison department." He slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet. Grabbing a whip, he stormed out, declaring, "I shall see just how audacious these fellows are, daring to act recklessly on my turf." Hayward arrived in the first-floor hall, where he beheld individuals sprawled across the floor, garrison personnel. Surrounding them were CP0 agents and world government operatives, all watching intently. Meanwhile, Victor reclined on a sofa, casually smoking. "Victor!" Hayward's anger flared, his temper explosive. However, before he could approach Victor, Rodney and others had already encircled him. "What do you wish to investigate?" Victor asked, puffing on his cigarette. "This is my territory," Hayward asserted, as his body began to transform, sprouting 3 dog heads, his animal Zoan type, the Inu no Mi, Cerberus form. The 3 heads snarled at Victor in fury. Hayward had heard tales of Victor's formidable prowess and knew he was a challenging adversary. Thus, he felt compelled to assert dominance first. Victor continued to smoke, and, before Hayward's eyes, transformed as well. He morphed into a colossal titan, causing the ground to tremble with a resounding roar. Thud! Victor appeared before Hayward. Although Hayward's Unbeatable locked onto Victor, his reaction was still too slow. Victor raised his hand and forcefully pressed Hayward's 3 dog heads against the floor. "Is the Zoan type truly impressive? I could transform too." This was the first time the garrison department had encountered such an incident since its establishment. It is often said that even the strongest dragon cannot suppress the local snake. Victor showed no mercy to Hayward, toppling him to the ground. To be the head of the garrison department, one must command respect, especially when dealing with obstinate individuals. However, Hayward's temperament had grown increasingly volatile over the years. He never anticipated encountering Victor. Victor treated the elders of the department with respect and never put on airs with the younger generation. Yet, when it came to others such as CP0, he never extended them any courtesy. If CP0 was treated this way, one could only imagine how Hayward fared. At that moment, the garrison department was enveloped in a deathly silence. Victor maintained his Titan form, and the 3 dog heads he held down transformed from arrogance to sheer terror. Hayward's strength was not insignificant, but it depended on whom he was compared to. Within the garrison department, he was the strongest, yet when matched against an admiral-level monster, he would be utterly outclassed. Moreover, Victor was the mightiest admiral. Victor glanced at the Aoi Oni masked agents nearby. Humph. Subsequently, he reverted to his human form, reclined back on the sofa, and crossed his legs again. "Now, what shall we cooperate on for the investigation?" "Let's begin." Yes. The deputy minister of the garrison department, Wilkin, promptly replied. Wilkin then picked up the documents and began to inquire item by item. General Waikichuo, you wish to inquire. Yet Waikichuo cast a piercing gaze at Wei Erjin. Wei Erjin felt a shiver run down his spine. Was it not agreed to cooperate with the investigation? He had barely uttered a word. At that moment, Spandane comprehended the situation and hastily approached Wei Erjin, lowering his voice to discreetly advise. Did General Waikichuo instruct you to ask? Are you truly going to proceed with the question? Enlightenment washed over Wei Erjin, accompanied by a cold sweat. Do you desire the position of Haywode? Spandane remarked, observing Wei Erjin's reaction. A glimmer of understanding ignited in Wei Erjin's eyes. He grasped the implication instantly. Thus, he quickly said, General Waikichuo, you must be fatigued from your travels. Perhaps you should take a moment to rest. Indeed, Waikichuo replied with a faint smile, then turned his gaze to those around him. Of course, esteemed guests, you should also take a moment to rest. Wei Erjin presented himself in a servile manner, appearing even more obsequious than Deputy Director Hannibal upon entering the city. Waikichuo, with an impassive expression, stated, You may take a brief respite at the gendarmerie. Consider a holiday. Yes, late, Kungana, and others echoed in unison. Zifa had also been apprehended. However, Zifa's situation diverged from Waikichuo's. Zifa had not resisted. Faced with the judicial officers from Judicial Island, he chose to don handcuffs. Zifa was a man of integrity. He acknowledged his mistakes. Teacher Zifa, AIN and others watched as Zifa boarded the judicial vessel. What should we do now? We should seek out Senior Waikichuo. He will undoubtedly have a solution, suggested one student adorned with a Blue Sea Society emblem. Indeed, let us seek out our senior. The military academy students collectively boarded a ship bound for Xiangbidi Islands. Yet, upon their arrival, they swiftly learned from the conversations of passers-by that Waikichuo had been taken by the gendarmerie. Boss, did you just say General Waikichuo was taken by the gendarmerie? Binzi inquired of a street vendor selling grilled meat. The vendor, observing Binzi and his companion's attire, replied, Yes, many have come. We should head to our senior's residence. A student reminded. Indeed. Subsequently, a multitude of students arrived at Waikichuo's villa. Within, the maids continued their duties as usual. Upon noticing the students' arrival, the maids went to inform Shadela. Greetings, we are here to see General Waikichuo, but we just heard he was taken by the gendarmerie. The leading student proactively stated their purpose. Shadela emerged and responded, Yes, General Waikichuo has gone to the gendarmerie, but do not worry, he will be fine. That is a relief, the leading student replied. Observing his hesitation, Shadela inquired, Do you have any further matters? The leading student explained, Well, Teacher Zifa has been taken by Judicial Island, and we wish to seek General Waikichuo's assistance. However, now he is in a precarious situation. They dared not voice more. They were merely students yet to graduate, wholly incapable of managing these affairs independently. Seeing their helplessness, Shadela offered, You may stay here and await General Waikichuo's return, or I can ponder other solutions for you. Really? The students' previously dim expressions brightened with hope. Indeed, Shadela spoke with confidence, assured that Waikichuo would return safely. Before Waikichuo's return, Shadela had numerous contacts she could reach out to, such as Luabin, who would surely have a plan. Inside the villa, Shadela utilized the telephone bug on Waikichuo's desk to contact Luabin. Luabin, I will be brief. There's a matter requiring your strategic insight. She subsequently relayed the circumstances involving Waikichuo and Zifa. Luabin replied, There is no immediate urgency. Why not? Shadela pressed. Was this not urgent? In her view, Zifa's situation was grave. Being sent to Judicial Island undoubtedly meant facing charges. Luabin responded, I have a special mission. Please grant me 3 days. 3 days? Shadela's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, Luabin concluded the call. He stored away the telephone bug, donned high heels, and strode into Cloquidor's office. At that moment, Cloquidor had also received intelligence regarding Waikichuo's invitation for tea by the gendarmerie. Your boss has been captured, and you remain so composed, Cloquidor remarked, puffing on a cigar with a smile. Luabin maintained an impassive demeanor, responding, This is merely temporary. The Navy cannot function without General Waikichuo, just as fish cannot survive without water. Temporary? Cloquidor chuckled. I am quite curious how this farce will conclude. Luo Bin refrained from replying and instead produced a map, tossing it to Cloquita. Another operation? Cloquita chuckled as he unfolded the map, revealing numerous marked red circles. These circles indicated targeted locations for an imminent assault. Operations will commence in 3 days. With that, Luo Bin turned to leave. This was a task assigned to Luo Bin by Waikichuo, demanding strict adherence to the script. Each step from the inception of this incident to the present had been anticipated by Waikichuo with precision. The 3-day window was crucial, as tensions within the Navy escalated. People would become irrational. At the gendarmerie, in the minister's office, Waikichuo had been residing here for the past few days. Except for the office door, the windows remained unchanged. Everything else, including the desk, curtains, and furnishings, had been completely replaced with new items. The mattress had also been renewed. Recently, Waikichuo had been temporarily detained to assist the gendarmerie with their investigation. Late, Kana and others shared a similar fate. They had fared well during their confinement, as the gendarmerie dared not impose hardships upon them. Each day, the meals were prepared by a chef, featuring over 100 dishes, a buffet-style arrangement ensuring Waikichuo and his companions would not tire of their meals. In the evening, Waikichuo had just finished dining and was preparing to return to his room to read when a gendarmerie officer approached him. The officer whispered, "The personnel have gathered at the military academy. They will arrive at headquarters tomorrow." Waikichuo, with an impassive countenance, entered his chamber. The officer continued down the corridor. At the staircase's corner, a door in the wall unexpectedly opened. The officer stepped inside, and the door closed behind him. A few gendarmerie officers happened to pass by. One had just seen the officer leave. Strange, someone just walked past. Where did they go? The officer hastily pursued, gazing at the empty staircase, rubbing his eyes in confusion. On Judicial Island, Zifa's circumstances were starkly different from those of Waikichuo. Zifa resided in a cold, stark prison cell, sleeping on a frigid, unyielding iron bed. His daily sustenance consisted solely of rock-hard bread and a cup of plain water. Surprisingly, Zifa did not worry for himself. Instead, he was deeply concerned for Waikichuo. "I am uncertain about the well-being of Wei-Kutua and his companions. In an effort to protect him, they are now facing accountability." Sigh. Zifa let out a breath of exasperation. This marks the 3rd night since his arrival. For 3 consecutive nights, he has been unable to find slumber, not only due to his concerns for Wei-Kutua and others, but also because of the unrest among the prisoners. These inmates await their sentences, with some crying out their innocence throughout the night, yet their pleas are met only with the harsh strikes of the guards' batons. Clang! At that moment, the cell door swung open, and a young man was unceremoniously thrown inside. Covered in blood, he collapsed onto the floor. Clang! The iron door slammed shut once more. Zifa swiftly descended from his bed and assisted the young man. The injuries on the youth were severe, clearly a result of brutal torture. "Wake up, child, awaken," he urged, sensing the young man's faint breath. He hastily slapped the boy's face in an attempt to rouse his consciousness. The youth's lips moved, parched and dry. Zifa quickly fetched a cup of water and offered it to him. After sipping a little, the young man opened his eyes and attempted to sit up, but the movement elicited a pain groan. Zifa helped him up and laid him on the bed. "Child, your injuries are grave. It would be best not to move around recklessly," Zifa advised with concern. "Thank you," the young man replied in a weak voice. The cell was perpetually illuminated, its brightness unyielding. Zifa took a towel and wiped the blood off the young man's face. The youth appeared delicate and refined. No matter how Zifa looked at him, he could not perceive him as a villain. However, knowing a person's appearance does not reveal their heart. He refrained from making any subjective judgments about the young man's innocence. Sleep was through the night. Zifa casually inquired, "Child, what is your name?" The young man looked at Zifa, failing to recognize him. At merely 17, he had never encountered Zifa, who had long since retired to mentor the youth. "Uluo," he responded. Zifa followed up with another question. "What crime led to your imprisonment?" Uluo shook his head. "I committed no crime." "No crime?" Zifa furrowed his brow, pondering whether this young man might indeed be wrongfully accused. Uluo elaborated. My homeland lost its rights due to an inability to pay the heavenly gold. A few years ago, the world government invaded my hometown, and everyone was reduced to slavery. It was only last year that the Revolutionary Army rescued us, and we willingly joined their ranks. Upon hearing about the young man's affiliation with the Revolutionary Army, ZFA deduced the nature of his supposed crime. They seek to extract information about the Revolutionary Army from you, do they not? Luo nodded, then shook his head resolutely. I would rather die than divulge anything. Ah, you're a brave child, ZFA remarked. Luo shook his head. In truth, I am quite timid, not brave at all. During the charge, I hid behind a rock, watching as my comrades were shot by the enemy. However, if I were to reveal any information about the Revolutionary Army, my family would be doomed. I have 2 younger sisters. They are still small, and without the protection of the Revolutionary Army, they surely cannot survive. Luo's words left ZFA speechless. He believed Luo, for it is often the most challenging for an individual to acknowledge their own cowardice. You are indeed courageous. Your ability to confront your own fears is commendable, ZFA said. In truth, I have no desire for warfare. I simply wish to live an ordinary life. Yet, the world government regards us as less than human. We are treated worse than livestock. We have committed no wrongdoing. Our only crime is our poverty. Is being poor truly a sin? I see them dressed in clean clothes, enjoying delectable food, living in safety, while we toil in the mud, dragging logs and boulders to construct fortifications for the world government. Each day, lives are lost, and that bleak existence is too terrifying. Luo's sentiments weighed heavily on ZFA's heart. He recognized the truth in Luo's words. During his tenure as a general, he had heard of similar occurrences, but had never encountered them firsthand. You should rest now, ZFA encouraged, patting Luo's shoulder. At the Marine headquarters in Marivondo, within the office of the Marshal, Zhangguo had not returned home the previous night, opting instead to sleep in the office. Recently, he had been inundated with matters to address. For instance, the shipwreck of the celestial dragon Don Quixote Masquerade had reached Fishman Island, where Masquerade sought assistance from the Navy. Initially, it seemed that Masquerade was doomed, yet unexpectedly, Queen Odoheim provided him sanctuary. In return, Masquerade decided to embark on a global journey with Odoheim, gathering signatures from friendly human nations along the way. Zhangguo held a neutral stance regarding such matters, but the Navy was currently facing tumultuous times. With a shortage of combat personnel, dispatching reliable individuals to protect Masquerade for such trivial matters became a source of frustration for Zhangguo. Just then, a clamor arose from the square, penetrating the fortress and reaching Zhangguo's office. Upon hearing it, Zhangguo rose and approached the window to gaze outside. A vast throng of people filled the square, numbering in the tens of thousands. They donned headbands emblazoned with the word justice. Some held photographs, others carried placards, and still others unfurled banners. The signs proclaimed sit-in, strike, and justice. The banners demanded the release of teacher ZFA and General Wei Kutuo for the sake of the pure blue sea. The images of Wei Kutuo and ZFA were raised high. Zhangguo was taken aback. What on earth were they attempting to accomplish? Throughout his lengthy career in the Navy, he had never witnessed such a scene. Not only were personnel from the headquarters present, but also students from branch offices and military academies. Such a multitude protesting for the release of ZFA and Wei Kutuo was unprecedented. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Come in, Zhangguo instructed. Lieutenant General Mo Sangbaya entered, holding a letter in his hand. Marshal, this is a letter for you, he said, handing it to Zhangguo. Zhangguo opened the envelope and extracted the letter, beginning to read its contents. Upon finishing, his expression darkened. The letter outlined several demands. First, the unconditional release of Wei Kutuo, ZFA, and others. Second, a public apology in the newspapers. Third, the public disclosure of the reasons behind Akiji's departure from the Navy. And fourth, Zhangguo's resignation. Setting aside the release of Wei Kutuo and ZFA, Zhangguo found the latter 3 demands utterly unfeasible. Furthermore, The letter indicated that if the headquarters failed to comply, they would resort to strikes and class boycotts. This marked the first instance in the Navy's 800-year history of such unrest. A strike and a class boycott? The military academy had only been established for a few years. Zhang's face darkened as he compiled a list of the ringleaders. Understood, Imo sang Baiya responded promptly, setting out to uncover the identities of those instigating the chaos. He was incredulous, unable to fathom that he could not resolve the current predicament. Soon, Mozambique returned. So soon? Sengoku expressed surprise, not anticipating such efficiency from Mozambique. Marshal, this is their joint signature, Mozambique revealed, extracting a cloth inscribed with names, starting from the beginning. At the forefront were the names of Akainu, Magma Mountain, Squirrel, and Gumier. Sengoku felt disheartened, for indeed, what he feared had come to pass. He had worried that both the hawks and doves would lean towards Victor, and now, all the occurrences he dreaded had unfolded. However, Sengoku would not easily concede. He was the Grand Admiral, the sovereign of the seas. Continue with your duties, disregard this matter. He instructed Mozambique. Understood, Mozambique nodded, resigned. On the archipelago of Shambadi, within Victor's villa, 3 days had elapsed, yet Victor had not returned. The newspapers reported on the naval discord, but the headquarters remained silent. This silence instigated anxiety among Stella and the others, their hearts entwined with Victor's fate, thus causing them distress. Stella contacted Robin multiple times, but Robin merely advised them to wait. Wait for what? Robin remained reticent. After 3 days, were they to wait another 3? Moreover, Stella wished to summon Robin back, yet Robin was nowhere to be found. At that moment, in a bar on the archipelago of Shambadi, Robin sat alone, sipping her drink. The bar was nearly empty, save for her and the bartender. Though masked, her alluring figure captured the attention of any man. A man approached Robin, prompting the bartender to discreetly retreat. I hear you have a lucrative proposition to discuss with me? The man inquired. Robin set down her glass, elegantly retrieving a cigarette, exhaling smoke as she spoke. What do you think the insider information regarding Akiji's departure from the Navy is worth? How can I ascertain the veracity of this intelligence? The man asked with a slight smile. Robin replied, currently, it is exclusive. You could fetch a handsome price for it, as many would seek to acquire it. The man hesitated, contemplating, then asked, how much do you desire? 2 billion berries, Robin stated. 2 billion? The man was taken aback, muttering, that's rather steep. President, such an amount is trivial in your eyes, Robin countered. You. The man regarded Robin, astonished that she knew his identity. Who are you? He queried. Do you still think 2 billion is excessive? Robin pressed. 2 billion deal, the man conceded. He then produced a checkbook and inscribed the amount. After accepting the check, Robin remarked, at Punk Hazard, the world government's latest experiments are frozen, researching the most formidable weaponry based on the lineage factor, which includes human gigantification and the development of artificial devil fruits. With that, Robin rose to depart. Lineage factor? The most formidable weapon? Human gigantification? Artificial devil fruits? The man pondered, chuckling at the implications. He raised his hand and rang the bell on the table. Outside the bar, as Robin exited, her observation Haki sensed someone tailing her. She tightened her coat and stepped into a dark alley. 2 men followed closely behind, yet upon entering the alley, they found it devoid of any presence. Click, click. Journalists arrived in response to the commotion, setting up cameras before the Marineford Naval Fortress. Soon, news of the Navy's sit-in at headquarters spread across the globe, shattering the notion that family disgrace should remain concealed. Sengoku, upon seeing the paper, furiously tore it into shreds, feeding it to a goat. In the New World, aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard, after reading the newspaper, nearly laughed himself to tears. Kahara, he chuckled. After all these years of piracy and dealings with the Navy, I've never witnessed such a spectacle. A former admiral, now the head of the Naval Academy, sent to Judicial Island, while the current admiral is under investigation by the military police. The vice admirals are on strike, and the Academy students have ceased their studies. Old man, do you think Sengoku will yield? Marco inquired. Whitebeard, managing to suppress his laughter, waved his hand dismissively, stating, I care not whether he concedes. I only know that the Navy has not troubled us of late. Ha ha ha. His crew joined in laughter. Simultaneously, Charlotte Linlin perused the day's newspaper. Mama, mama, mama. She cackled, her gleeful expression betraying her mischievous intentions. Upon observing her reaction, Longbread asked, Linlin, are you contemplating something? I've heard that the Navy's scientific division possesses technology for gigantification. With the Navy in disarray, we have the perfect opportunity to seize it, she declared. Perisparrow and the others eagerly chimed in, Mother is brilliant. Linlin reveled in her cunning, proclaiming, the Navy has no time to contend with us now. Meanwhile, in Wano, in the realm of the Oni, Kaido had just received some news. Rumors suggested that the Navy was developing devil fruits. After consulting with Queen, who believed the rumors to be largely credible due to Vegapunk's capabilities, Kaido saw this naval discord as an opportunity to seize the moment. Jean, Kaido commanded, you shall venture to Punk Hazard. Punk Hazard, since Akiji had frozen the island, had turned into a winter wasteland, save for the frozen scientific division and the scientific team. Everything else remained solidly encased in ice. However, the world government had no intention of reactivating this laboratory for two reasons. First, because the experimental base had been exposed. It was more prudent to construct a new one. Second, all equipment had been frozen. The thickness of the ice was far beyond that which merely froze the scientific division and team. It was substantial enough to damage the equipment and materials if brute force were employed. Until the new laboratory was completed, the Navy would continue to be stationed there. At the dock, several naval officers huddled together, shivering and rubbing their hands for warmth. Akiji had not only frozen the entire island, but had transformed Punk Hazard into a winter island. Today, as far as the eye could see, Punk Hazard lay blanketed in white, with temperatures hovering around -50 degrees. Even with their insulated garments, the ordinary soldiers found it unbearably cold. Do you have any cigarettes? I've run out. What about you? Mine are finished as well. Who has any alcohol left? Just bear with it. A supply ship will arrive in a couple of days. If I could be reassigned, I wouldn't remain here where there's nothing at all. Just wait. The Marshal of the Warring States has no time to concern himself with us. The scientific team has already evacuated. The troops stationed at Pankahasade are from the scientific division's TE squad. With the scientific team gone, the supply of materials has become irregular. It's unfortunate, but in the eyes of the higher-ups, the treatment of these low-ranking soldiers is not a priority. I'm feeling sleepy. At that moment, a soldier yawned. In the bitter cold, it is easy for one to feel drowsy. Go to sleep. We'll switch you out later, another soldier suggested. While the soldiers engaged in idle chatter, they failed to notice a shadow swooping overhead. A black pterosaur spread its wings, circling in the air before selecting a landing spot. Once it landed, it began to observe the Navy on the island. The naval presence on the island was minimal. Even if it were just him alone, he could easily handle them. Just as Jean was preparing to act, he spotted a pirate ship approaching. From a flag of this pirate ship, he wondered if these ruffians had received intel as well. Jean furrowed his brow as he watched the Bigman pirates draw near. In the eyes of the world, Kaido might be seen as a madman. However, both Jean and Kaido shared a memorable experience, which made them cautious about certain matters. Upon arriving at Pankahasade, Kaido had privately instructed Jean to keep a low profile. Ideally, they should eliminate the enemy before they even had a chance to react. However, the Bigman pirates seemed to have no fear whatsoever, swaggering boldly toward them. Indeed, the Navy soon detected the presence of the Bigman pirates. Quick, notify headquarters. The Bigman pirates are invading Pankahasade. The Navy immediately went on high alert. Simultaneously, alarms rang out from the laboratory base at Pankahasade. Do not waste time. Eliminate all the Navy. As the commander of this operation, Perisparrow issued the combat order. Understood. Acknowledged, echoed his siblings behind him. To ensure the success of the operation, Charlotte Linlin had dispatched her elite forces this time. Not only were her eldest son, Charlotte Perisparrow, and her second son, Charlotte Kukuri, present, but also her third son, Charlotte Daifuku, her fourth son, Charlotte Oven, her fifth son, Charlotte Opera, her sixth son, Charlotte Candy, her seventh son, Charlotte Kadaz, her eighth son, Charlotte Cavalet, her ninth son, Charlotte Gala, her 10th son, Charlotte Cracker, her 11th son, Charlotte Zakit, her 12th son, Charlotte Nustardy, and her 13th son, Charlotte Bascaldi, among others. Although they had not sent out the entire force, two notable commanders were already deployed. At Marine headquarters in Marineford, the transponder snails on Sengoku's desk were incessantly ringing. Protests from headquarters and reports of pirate attacks flooded in. There was not a single matter that brought Sengoku any comfort. Brew, 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 brew. Morsambia and others were tasked with answering Sengoku's calls. Marshal Sengoku, this is Stock, responsible for guarding Pankahasade. We are under attack by the Bigman pirates. Upon hearing Stock mention the attack, Sengoku's eyes widened. It was an expression of fury that Morsambia and the others had never witnessed before. Sengoku had reached his limit. These scoundrels chose to stir trouble while the Navy was in disarray. Nonetheless, Sengoku remained rational. He quickly suppressed his anger and inquired, "Where is Charlotte Linlin?" Just as Stock was about to respond, the call abruptly cut off. "Stock, Major, please respond," Morsambia urgently asked. However, Stock offered no reply. Morsambia's heart sank. It was possible that Stock had already perished. At the entrance of the laboratory base in Pankahasade, the bodies of the Navy lay sprawled across the ground. Katakuri extracted a trident from Stock's lifeless body. Stock's body showed no signs of life. The trident had not only pierced Stock's heart, but, in its rapid rotation, had thoroughly obliterated it. There was no chance of Stock surviving. "Let us go inside," Perospero said with a triumphant smile. Bang! Bang! Sporadic gunfire erupted within the base, but it quickly fell silent. Jean stood elevated, surveying the scene below. He then took out his transponder snail and contacted Kaido. "The Bigman pirates have taken the initiative. What should we do?" The transponder snail echoed Kaido's expression and voice. "I have already sent Queen to support you. We cannot allow everything inside to fall into their hands." Understood. Jean comprehended the implication. It was clear that conflict was imminent. Indeed, Queen was on her way, though her main forces were slower and had yet to arrive. Meanwhile, Perospero and his group had ventured deep into the base, observing the surrounding sheets of solid ice. "Oven, this is your responsibility," Perospero instructed. Oven, who had consumed the heat fruit, was capable of transferring heat to any object he touched, causing it to instantly heat up. He could also generate heat within himself to burn anyone who came into contact, even transferring heat across vast expanses of the sea, resulting in boiling waters that could cook marine life. At this moment, Oven pressed his hands against the solid ice. Soon, the ice began to melt, transforming into white vapor. At that moment, Katakuri suddenly turned and hurled his trident down the corridor. Clang! The trident collided with a blade. Jean emerged from around the corner of the corridor, coldly stating, "I think you should put down what you have." "What are you doing here?" Katakuri glared at Jean. A member of Kaido's crew, Perospero thought, chuckling derisively. "Just you alone? Are you seeking death?" Ignoring Perospero's provocation, Jean replied, "There are things here that we need. It would be best if you do not interfere." Oomph. With a cold snort, Perospero and his allies were about to take action. However, Oven and Daifuku blocked Perospero, saying, "Brother, Katakuri will handle this." As Katakuri's sibling, Oven and Daifuku understood his pride. Katakuri's battles were not to be interfered with by anyone. As a formidable force within the Bigman pirates, second only to Linlin, Katakuri had long wished to test his strength against Jean. The chief disaster of the Beast Pirates, known as Flame Calamity, was Kaido's right-hand man. In terms of personal standing, Katakuri was on par with Jean. A flash of red light flickered in Katakuri's eyes. A murderous intent surged instantly. In an instant, Katakuri lunged at Jean with a strike. The trident was aimed squarely at Jin's face. If struck, Jean would certainly suffer a fatal blow. However, Jin's kin Bunchikahaki had locked onto Katakuri, and as soon as the latter harbored murderous intent, Jean prepared himself. He swiftly retreated, increasing the distance between himself and Katakuri. Flame Emperor. Simultaneously, a fireball materialized in Jin's left hand. As a member of the Lunaria clan, Jean possessed the ability to generate flames from his body. Regardless of whether he was in human form or had transformed into a pteranodon, flames enveloped him. The fireball hurtled towards Katakuri. Katakuri, a special Paramecia-type devil fruit user who wielded the powers of the Machi Machi no Mi, could transform his body into Machi. granting him the ability to alter his physical form, create substances, and store items among other capabilities. He could freely change his shape, stretching and enlarging himself, quite reminiscent of the Gomu no Mi. However, Machi is vulnerable to fire. Due to its high stickiness, when heated, the moisture within the Machi cannot evaporate quickly, causing it to expand rapidly and potentially explode. Moreover, when Machi comes into contact with water, it loses its adhesive properties. Although Jin had never directly confronted Katakuri, they both roamed the new world, possessing a degree of understanding regarding each other's abilities. Yet, Perispero and the others laughed, showing no concern for Katakuri. Grilled rice cake. Katakuri transformed the upper part of his hand into a rice cake, enveloped it in Busashoka haki, and launched it at the fireball. In this process, his rice cake fist compressed while enveloping hot air, subsequently firing off like a rocket. As the second-in-command of the big MOM pirates, Katakuri was well aware of the strengths and weaknesses of the Machi no Mi. Since the Machi would expand and possibly explode when heated, he decided to let it explode. Utilizing this characteristic, Katakuri developed the technique of grilled rice cake, which could serve both as a close-range and long-range attack. As a long-range assault, it possessed an impressive range. In the original storyline, its speed surpassed that of Luffy's Kong gun, with power comparable to it. Boom! Katakuri's strike created a massive hole within the laboratory base, filling the air with smoke. Suddenly, a pteranodon burst forth. At this moment, the flames on Jin's body had vanished. So fast, Perispero and the others furrowed their brows. Not only had Jin evaded the attack, but he also countered immediately. Katakuri noticed something. The flames enveloping Jin had disappeared. A distinctive trait of the Lunaria clan is that when the flames extinguish, their speed significantly increases, albeit at the cost of their defensive capabilities. Jin was aware of this. Hence he exploited his unique characteristic to evade the attack with accelerated speed. In the battle with Jin, should the opponent fail to react in time, it would be caught off guard. Dan Gong Huang. Jin utilized his pteranodon form to charge forward at incredible speed, unfurling his wings to deliver a fierce blow to Katakuri. Katakuri raised his trident, bracing himself. The ground trembled. Katakuri staggered backward, carving deep grooves into the ground before barely stabilizing himself. Such an unusual ability. Perispero and the others frowned. After Jin transformed, they deduced that he possessed the abilities of an ancient Zoan-type devil fruit user in the form of a toothless pteranodon. However, they were perplexed by one question. How could a pteranodon wield the power of flames? Horn rice cake. Yet, Katakuri had no time to ponder this. He first transformed his hand into a cylindrical rice cake using his Machi no Mi abilities, then hardened it with Busashoka haki and swiftly struck toward Jin. This move was designed for close combat and was immensely powerful. In the original story, it could swell Luffy's Busashoku haki-hardened hand with a single punch, even bruising Luffy's fist in his Snake Man form. Close-quarters combat, Katakuri had never shied away from it. If it came to a head-on confrontation, he was ready for it. However, Jin had already created distance. Engaging in a direct clash was not an option. Boom! Katakuri's fist swung through empty air. Diao Zi Zun Huang. With the distance established, Jin pulled his head back like a slingshot and then released it, generating a powerful shockwave. Its speed was rapid, akin to a laser beam, making it nearly impossible to defend against, and its might was formidable. Boom! Katakuri crossed his arms in front of himself, enveloping them in Busashoka haki, enduring the strike. Our intelligence on him is insufficient, Perispero thought. Although they were competitors, they had never engaged in direct combat, and Charlotte Linlin and Kaido had intentionally kept their distance. Therefore, the big MOM pirate's understanding of Katakuri was limited to surface-level information. Now, Perispero was convinced that Jin harbored a special secret. This secret was not merely a devil fruit ability. Wait a moment. Perispero licked his lollipop, suddenly recalling something. It pertained to a legendary race that had long since vanished. The characteristics of that race were manifested in Jin. Haha. Perispero chuckled coldly, producing a din mushy to contact Charlotte Linlin, eager to share this good news with her. Just then, Katakuri took a deep breath, his anger flaring. As the second son of Big Emon and a formidable member of the Big Emon pirates, Katakuri took pride in his advanced Kinbunchika haki and Busashoka haki. Yet neither could inflict harm upon Jin. To be precise, Jin had artfully evaded all of Katakuri's attacks using extraordinary speed, refusing to engage in a direct confrontation. A clever strategy. However, the king would never accept being toyed with. At that moment, Jin noticed the ground beneath him had turned sticky and soft. Awakening. Katakuri activated the awakening of his Paramecia-type abilities, a higher tier of devil fruit power. The awakening of a Paramecia type allows the user to impact things beyond themselves. In the case of Zoan types, awakening dramatically enhances recovery and combat capabilities, but failure to awaken can result in side effects. At this juncture, Katakuri had thoroughly transformed the laboratory base. If a fight was to ensue, it would be a serious battle. Katakuri acknowledged that Jin was remarkably swift. Even with the predictions offered by his Kinbunchika haki, Katakuri's assaults were still evaded by Jin. Jin suddenly accelerated, the momentary burst of speed allowing him to narrowly dodge the attacks, while simultaneously retaliating. Thus, Katakuri resolved to launch an all-out offensive against Jin, forcing him into a position where evasion was impossible, compelling him to confront the attacks head-on. At this time, Jin's form also transformed. In his hybrid form, Jin's horns elongated, and his arms fused with the massive wings of a pteranodon. He could unleash powerful wind blades while possessing the speed and strength characteristic of a pteranodon. If a battle was to occur, he would exert his full strength. Flowing Machi. This technique could only be utilized in an awakened state by a close friend. Katakuri assimilated the entire ground into Machi. Meanwhile, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido were engaged in conversation. Charlotte Lingling lay on the ground, scoffing as she spoke. Kaido, have you sent someone to hinder me? Kaido, undeterred, replied. Lingling, my men arrived on the island long before yours did. It is you who obstructs me. Mama, mama, mama. She laughed. Is this a matter of first come, first served? Kaido, do not forget, you owe me a debt that you can never repay. As she spoke, Charlotte Lingling indulged in the desserts brought by the chefs. Kaido frowned and inquired, what do you intend to do? Let me make it clear, I will not back down. Kaido firmly established his position. He had a keen interest in the artificial devil fruits. Acquiring them would bring him one step closer to dominating the world. Kaido, I merely seek to obtain what I desire. Mama, 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 she chuckled. Everything I wish for has always been within my grasp. Kaido, you know I do not jest. Should you obstruct me, you are well aware of the consequences. Charlotte Lingling began to threaten Kaido. Both Charlotte Lingling and Kaido were former members of the Rocks Pirates, and she had once looked after him during the Battle of God Valley. Had it not been for Charlotte Lingling handing the fish fruit in its divine dragon form to Kaido, he might not have escaped the encirclement of the Navy. Kaido fell silent for a few seconds, his mind racing before he asked, what do you want? Charlotte Lingling replied, I have heard that the Navy is conducting an experiment to enlarge humans. Upon hearing this, Kaido responded, what you seek is different from what I desire. I will concede what you wish for. Mama, 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 Charlotte Lingling lauded heartily. Kaido, just like in the past, let us coexist peacefully. Birubaru, Birubaru. Quinn led the fleet, advancing at full speed towards Punk Hazard. Upon hearing the call of the Den Den Mushi, Quinn picked up the receiver. It is I. The Den Den Mushi mimicked Kaido's expression and voice. Quinn inquired, brother, is there something amiss? Kaido stated, upon reaching Punk Hazard, we shall only take what we desire. Do not engage with Big Mom's crew. Understood, Quinn nodded. When Akainu arrived at Punk Hazard, both the Big Emon pirates and the Beast pirates had already withdrawn. The Navy found only the corpses of the scientific unit soldiers at the base. Akainu ordered, report to headquarters. He had come to Punk Hazard on Sengoku's orders. Although Akainu did not support Sengoku, he was informed that if the pirates acquired the weapons of the scientific unit, the threat to the world would be incalculable. Hence, Akainu rushed to Punk Hazard, but he had arrived too late. The pirates had taken everything from the experimental base, even dismantling the machines. Shall we pursue them? Jonathan asked Akainu. Akainu shook his head. Although he despised pirates, his current forces were insufficient to reclaim what had been lost. In the Marine headquarters, Victor sat in his office, sipping tea, when suddenly, a door in the wall opened. Lucci emerged and approached Victor. "Lord Victor, as per your instructions, the task has been completed." Victor nodded, instructing him to disseminate information regarding the events at Punk Hazard and to deal with that brat from Judicial Island. "Understood." Lucci turned and exited through the door in the wall. "What should be done now?" Victor smiled slightly, eagerly anticipating Sengoku's reaction, which would surely be more unpleasant than swallowing a fly. Sengoku could never have imagined that Victor, even while remaining in the Marine headquarters, could cause him such distress. Judicial Island was eternally illuminated, and to maintain their sleep, everyone had to adhere to the prescribed rest schedule. On this particular day, Zephyr was about to rise when he suddenly paused, glancing at Urol's bed. Urol lay motionless, his body rigid, and breathing ceased. He was dead. Zephyr clenched his fists. The shock Urol brought him led to a questioning of his own sense of justice. Had he acted rightly, or had he erred? Zephyr was not foolish. He could discern good from evil. Urol had certainly not lied. Yet, such an honest young man had perished. Had it not been for the celestial gold and the oppression of the celestial dragons, Urol would not have joined the revolutionary army. Who then was the true villain? Did his steadfast sense of justice still hold any meaning? Zephyr reflected deeply. During his confinement, countless thoughts raced through his mind. In contrast, Sengoku did not question his own sense of justice, nor did he doubt the world government. However, Sengoku now had to step forward to uphold the justice he espoused. This was necessitated by the news in today's paper, which reported the attack by the big MOM pirates and the Beast pirates on the scientific unit. It was astonishing that they clashed in the Navy's territory. Buru buru, buru buru. Sengoku, irritated, picked up the receiver. The den mushy imitated Sora's voice and demeanor. Sora addressed Sengoku. "Do you remember what I told you?" "Of course," Sengoku replied. Sora spoke sternly. "Since you remember, then have a serious discussion with Victor. What difference is there between the current state of the seas and chaos? The small pirates wreak havoc everywhere. The monsters of the New World are seizing the world government's technological assets right under the Navy's nose. The threat of the Revolutionary Army is growing ever larger. The Army assigns all the blame to the Navy. If the Navy could manage the affairs of the seas, the Army would not be under such pressure." In short, as the commander-in-chief, Sora now had to urge Sengoku to clarify matters within the Navy promptly. But did Sengoku not wish to resolve the issues? The question was how to resolve them. The number of Navy personnel protesting in the headquarters square was steadily increasing. If Victor and Zephyr were released, would that not amount to a concession? Moreover, releasing them would require an order from the world government. In the Marine headquarters, Sengoku entered the minister's office. Observing the lavish decorations and the unfinished food on the table, red wine, steak, foie gras, caviar, and deep-sea fish sashimi, this fellow dined exquisitely. Looking around the office furniture, Sengoku thought, good heavens, even a king's palace would not compare. Has the marshal eaten? Victor continued to eat. The formality in addressing him as marshal felt distant. Sengoku could discern Victor's dissatisfaction. "Not yet," Sengoku replied, sitting across from Victor, taking the opportunity to converse while dining. Despite the rivalry between Sengoku and Victor over the position of marshal, Sengoku still regarded Victor as the future of the Navy. The era of Zhanghua too shall age. Perhaps in a decade's time, as long as Victor conducts himself admirably, Zhanghua remains willing to bestow the rank of marshal upon him. Particularly now that Xing Ji has departed from the Navy, there's an urgent need for unity within the ranks. Undoubtedly, Victor possesses the capability to enhance the cohesion of the Navy. Yet, Victor remained engrossed in his meal, failing to initiate any dialogue. Zhanghua, while cutting into his steak with knife and fork, remarked, "Yesterday, the Beast pirates and the Bigman pirates attacked Punk Hazard and made off with a great deal of loot." Victor responded calmly. Zhanghua continued, "These rascals are quite cunning. They have sensed the Navy's vulnerability. I believe the Marshal can resolve this." Victor's expression remained inscrutable. Observing Victor's demeanor, Zhanghua realized that today's conversation would not proceed smoothly. With a sigh, he inquired, "Are you still dissatisfied with the world government's handling of matters?" Zhanghua was astute. The implication was clear. It is the Gorosei who wish to punish you, not I. Victor shook his head in response, stating, "I comply with the commands of the world government." Jean-Guo replied, "I will petition the Gorsi to restore your positions at the earliest opportunity." Naturally, Jean-Guo's words were anticipated by Victor, who understood that he had been given an avenue for retreat. It was not of Jean-Guo's own volition to come. Rather, he was compelled by circumstances. Jean-Guo added, "I will also seek to address the issue concerning ZFA." Victor reiterated, "I comply with the commands of the world government." "Very well. I have matters to attend to at headquarters," Jean-Guo stated before rising to depart. Victor acknowledged him with a brief sound. As Jean-Guo exited the military police department, Victor's demeanor remained frosty. There were no signs of thawing in their relationship. In the year 1512 of the C Circle calendar, following a 2-month investigation by the military police minister, numerous naval officers, led by Victor, finally had their positions reinstated. Exiting the military police department, Victor found Akainu and others awaiting him outside. Victor raised his left hand, forming a fist, and Akainu reciprocated, their fists meeting in solidarity. Journalists stationed outside seized their cameras, capturing the moment in rapid succession. This would undoubtedly make headlines the following day. Victor did not return home or to headquarters. Instead, he led the fleet to Judiciary Island. Outside Judiciary Island, dozens of warships anchored at the entrance. Victor disembarked from his vessel, greeted by thousands of naval personnel standing in formation. Spandane rushed over upon seeing Victor, with Spandam trailing closely behind. "My Lord Victor, you must be exhausted. I will ensure the military police department faces repercussions," Spandane said, ingratiating himself. Spandam nodded in agreement. This father-son duo exuded the demeanor of sycophants. Victor offered a slight smile, instructing, "Go and fetch teacher ZFA." Yes, Spandane promptly set about making arrangements. In truth, ZFA had been convicted the moment he was brought to Judiciary Island. However, ZFA was a special case. Following his conviction, he was not sent to impel down, but was instead confined on Judiciary Island. At this moment, ZFA arrived at the court. Within the courthouse, a jury of guilty stood, and the presiding judge, the three-headed Baskerville, awaited him. Clad in chains, with the word guilty inscribed on his left arm, the jury, known for their catchphrase of guilty, now proclaimed not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. Upon entering the courtroom, ZFA heard the judgment of Baskerville, released on grounds of not guilty. This was merely a formality. He had entered under one verdict and exited under another. Nonetheless, ZFA became the first individual to enter Judiciary Island, convicted yet subsequently exonerated. ZFA traversed the empty courthouse and made his way from the main island to the front island. At the entrance of the front island, a sea of dark figures awaited him. "Teacher, we have come to escort you away," Victor greeted ZFA. The sound of cameras clicking filled the air, capturing this historic moment. The purpose of the publicity extended beyond the world stage. It was also aimed at the Navy's internal morale. Having departed the military police department, Victor hurried to Judiciary Island to rescue his mentor. This display of loyalty and righteousness would surely resonate deeply. Following ZFA's return to the Naval Academy, Victor led the naval personnel back to headquarters. At Marineford, the Navy's headquarters square, 100,000 sailors were divided into 2 large blocks, forming 10 smaller squares. Awaiting Victor's return, Victor strode through the center, treading upon a red carpet towards the fortress of headquarters. Akainu trailed closely behind, resembling a king returning in triumph. At that moment, Victor raised his left hand, forming a fist, and 100,000 sailors simultaneously mirrored his action. Victor proclaimed, "For the pure blue sea, for the pure blue sea." 100,000 voices echoed in unison, their fervent cries resonating to the heavens. Victor paused, his gaze resting upon the window of Jean-Guo's office, where Jean-Guo peered back at him. "Justice!" Victor shouted. "Justice! Justice! Justice!" 100,000 voices followed suit, chanting in harmony. In the year 1512 of the C Circle calendar, upon leaving the military police department, Victor promptly presented 4 proposals to headquarters. The first proposal involved establishing a Navy Rights Protection Association, with Victor as president and Akainu as vice president. Representatives from the Doves, Hawks, and Victor's staunch allies from the Blue Sea faction would participate. The function of the Navy Rights Protection Association would be to safeguard the rights of the Navy. Should they face unfair treatment, they could appeal to the association, which would respond within 30 working days. The second proposal sought to increase the military budget, enhancing the income of mid-level, especially grassroots officers and soldiers. The third proposal aimed to extend naval leave, granting sailors time to return home and spend time with their families. The fourth proposal called for increased military expenditure for the G1 and G5 branches, expanding their scale to lay the groundwork for stabilizing the New World. The first proposal would effectively bind the Doves and Hawks together, fostering unity. The second and third proposals, while ostensibly aimed at boosting welfare, encompassed deeper implications. Since the Navy's funding originates from the world government, this would necessitate an increase in military spending by the government. Moreover, if naval leave were to be extended, a rotational system would be required, contingent upon having a larger naval force. The fourth proposal was straightforward, tailored to appease the Hawks, who are eager to confront the pirates of the New World. Thus, Victor's suggestion to expand G1 and G5 was perceived by the Hawks as preparation for potential conflict in the New World. In essence, these four proposals could be succinctly summarized as a means to resonate with all naval personnel while simultaneously elevating Victor's standing. Whether the world government and headquarters would acquiesce was of little consequence to Victor. In his previous life, Victor observed numerous elections held by foreign leaders. Before each election, candidates would make grandiose promises, yet ultimately, none of them were fulfilled. Nevertheless, they were elected. Currently, Victor is not running for office. Rather, he employs the tactics of an election to enhance his own prestige, striving to garner allies while simultaneously undermining adversaries. In the city of Pangu, Kong leisurely puffed on a cigar, contemplating the four proposals presented by Victor. Zhang was sat across from him. "What do you think?" Kong casually inquired. Taking a drag from his cigarette, Zhang Guo replied that Victor's plans for a guarantee association and the expansion of G1 and G5 were acceptable, but increasing military expenditure and expanding the armed forces were ill-advised. Kong shook his head, asserting that the Gorosei would likely reject such proposals, especially considering the exorbitant annual costs of the scientific unit. Research in science demands time, effort, and financial resources. Although the world government continually exploits the world, it is not as wealthy as one might assume. Moreover, the world government remains wary of a too powerful navy. What if the navy spirals out of control? Therefore, the world government prefers to maintain the Shichibukai system, utilizing pirates against pirates. It is willing to invest more in scientific research rather than augmenting military budgets and troop numbers for the Navy. "I concur," Zhang Guo responded. Kong cautioned, "Zhang Guo, I understand you find yourself in a difficult position, but the role of the marshal is inherently challenging. You must exercise patience." "I understand," Zhang Guo nodded. "Very well. You may return for now. I shall approach the Gorosei," Kong stated. "Understood," Zhang Guo replied before rising to depart. While Victor busied himself with consolidating the Doves and Hawks within his faction, significant events unfolded across the globe. For instance, Princess Odoheim of Fishman Island was assassinated. In the original narrative, this event was inevitable, as the Fishmen regarded Odoheim as a traitor. One must acknowledge the profound hatred that Fisher Tiger's death instilled in Fishman Island, a hatred not easily erased. However, this time, Odoheim's demise bore a slight distinction, as she was assassinated in the human world with a sniper rifle, shot in the presence of Saint Muskerud. Enraged, Muskerud regarded Odoheim as a benefactor and immediately ordered both the Navy and Army to investigate, determined to apprehend the perpetrator. Yet thus far, no leads had emerged. Victor remained unperturbed, echoing the sentiment that it was best to allow the bullets to fly a while longer. It is often said that hatred is a double-edged sword. Yet in Victor's eyes, when harnessed effectively, hatred could yield boundless power. Upon returning to his villa, Victor found a distinguished guest awaiting him, Don Quixote Doflamingo. In the original storyline, Doflamingo had already succeeded in his treacherous plot, usurping the Riku family to become the ruler of Dressrosa. In truth, Doflamingo was well prepared, possessing the means to seize and usurp the governance of Dressrosa. However, he refrained from taking action without first consulting Victor, out of respect for him. While in Victor's study, Doflamingo glimpsed a masked boy through the window. The boy's silhouette seemed familiar. He was practicing swordsmanship, demonstrating a considerable dedication to the art. Yet, when faced with Quina, he was swiftly defeated in mere exchanges. To be precise, Quina had shown him mercy. Had she truly wished to defeat him, it would have taken only a single strike. You must remain calm. If you cannot maintain your composure, you will struggle to focus, and that will not serve you well, Quina advised the boy. Beneath the mask, the boy gritted his teeth, consumed by an urgent desire for vengeance, for his enemies were but a short distance away in the study. Doflamingo's attention was captured by Quina's swordsmanship. At that moment, Victor inquired, "Have you come here for a specific purpose?" "Indeed, Lord Victor," Doflamingo replied. 900 years ago, the ruling family of the Dressrosa kingdom was the Don Quixote family. However, due to certain circumstances, the Riku family ascended to power. "And what of it?" Victor asked, calmly taking a drag from his cigarette. Doflamingo declared, "I wish to reclaim Dressrosa." Victor, intrigued, responded, "Do you have confidence in this endeavor?" Doflamingo affirmed, "Lord Victor, I have waited far too long for this day." "Very well, then proceed," Victor replied nonchalantly. "Yes," Doflamingo exclaimed, turning to leave but casting one last glance at the boy. At that moment, the boy was training with Sabo in martial arts. In the original narrative, Doflamingo's takeover of Dressrosa required little effort. Nevertheless, he remained cautious, as King Riku was, by all accounts, a good man, to avoid inciting unnecessary public outrage. Doflamingo employed Sugar's powers to transform King Riku and those who dared oppose him into toys. Now, with Victor as his backing, Doflamingo felt emboldened. Having previously interacted with Victor, seizing Dressrosa would pose no problem. He could act freely and decisively. In the future, Doflamingo would establish a casino in Dressrosa, engage in the slave trade, and produce weaponry. Compared to the Riku family, which struggled to muster even 10 billion berries, Doflamingo's financial acumen far surpassed that of King Riku. In the year 1513 of the Sea Circle calendar, the sun shone brightly and the weather was pleasant. Despite the many unhappy events of the previous year, Zephyr returned to the Naval Academy, recommitting himself to his duties as an exemplary teacher, dedicated to nurturing the future of the Navy. This day marked the beginning of the annual internship period. Zephyr led a naval training ship out to sea, accompanied by Ein, Binz, and others, their faces filled with curiosity. For this was their first assignment. Their mission was to proceed to Branch 85, with a duration of 3 months. During this time, they were tasked with routine patrols, pirate searches, and vessel maintenance among other responsibilities. Successfully completing this 3-month internship would grant them placement in various units, although they would still undergo a year of internship. Once assigned to a unit, they would essentially be regarded as true soldiers. At the 85th branch of the Navy, the base commander was named Greenham. At 29 years of age, he had entered the military academy at 20 and ascended to the rank of colonel in 6 years, a pace not considered slow by general standards. Greenham was acutely aware of his own capabilities. His goal in joining the Navy was clear: to amass wealth. Hailing from the West Sea, he had grown up witnessing how naval officers accrued riches. Thus, Hamu naturally joined the Lan Hai Hui, leveraging its connections to successfully attain the rank of colonel. Beyond that, he felt it was improbable for further advancement. Generally, if one fails to ascend, they would be reassigned to a civilian position. Fortunately, there remained 2 years in his term. He planned to accrue as much as possible during this time, and then glide into a civilian role at headquarters, continuing until retirement. After he retired, the internal pension fund of Lan Hai Hui, combined with his personal savings, would ensure a life free from financial worry, provided he survived. Hamu had a clear understanding of his priorities: to live, to earn, and to enjoy a comfortable life. Consequently, he would never create discomfort for himself. Recently, a monstrous pirate had invaded his territory, a formidable foe. Hamu cleverly utilized staggered travel times to evade direct confrontations with this beast. However, there was good news. Teacher Zay Fa had arrived to deal with the monster. This meant Hamu could easily fulfill his term. Teacher, ZFA. Hamu awaited the arrival of ZFA with all the Navy personnel from the 85th branch at the dock. The training ship docked, and ZFA, accompanied by his students, approached the pier. Hamu, upon seeing him, ZFA gently patted his shoulder. I wanted to see you ever since I received your letter last year. Although Hamu was somewhat of a slacker, he excelled in social skills, respecting teachers and valuing knowledge, a lesson he learned from Wei Kutuo. While Wei Kutuo amassed wealth, he earned ZFA's admiration due to his loyalty and righteousness. Hamu, mirroring this, said, Teacher, you've worked hard on your journey. I have prepared your favorite meals, reminiscent of the military academy's canteen. He led ZFA and the others towards the base cafeteria, where the menu was deliberately arranged to mirror that of the military academy's offerings. Normally, Hamu wouldn't indulge in such meals due to their monotony, but today was an exception to honor ZFA. ZFA nodded in satisfaction as they sat together to dine. Have you encountered any troublesome pirates recently? He inquired as they neared the end of their meal. After a moment's hesitation, Hamu replied, Teacher, there is indeed one. ZFA prompted, Oh, please elaborate. Hamu recounted the tale of the monstrous pirate, who left no survivors in his assaults on ships and villages. The enemy was cunning, vanishing by the time they arrived. Thus far, they had not gathered any pertinent information. After Hamu described the pirate's modus operandi, ZFA fell silent for a moment before asking, Have you reported this to headquarters? Hamu nodded, confirming that a report had been made and that headquarters would dispatch personnel for an investigation soon. ZFA remarked, I happen to have brought them along for training. This presents an excellent opportunity for them to gain practical experience. ZFA had been searching for a formidable pirate to provide his students with more real-world exposure. It seemed fate had smiled upon him, as he had just wished for a challenge. After the meal, he promptly gathered AI and Binzi and the others to assign them tasks. Naturally, Hamu cooperated, with 3,000 Navy personnel at ZFA's disposal, including himself, who followed ZFA's commands. ZFA was quite pleased with Hamu, considering him an outstanding student. Although Hamu's innate talent was somewhat lacking, his spirit was commendable. Under ZFA's direction, the 3,000 Navy personnel, along with 10 medium-sized warships, each capable of carrying 300 men, intensified their patrols. If any clues about the monster were discovered, they would immediately encircle and eradicate it. AI and Binzi and the others were eager and excited at the prospect of participating in such a large-scale operation during their first practical training. In the evening, outside a village named Gulai Tuaer, a tall yet disproportionate man appeared. His upper body was robust, while his lower body was notably slender, particularly his thin legs. Clutching a knife and adorned with scars, he exuded a menacing aura. Meanwhile, the villagers inside were celebrating their harvest festival, joyously dancing around piles of grain. They had prepared malt liquor, pancakes slathered with honey and cream, and fragrant smoked meats and sausages. Upon entering, the man made a beeline for the table laden with food, disregarding the villagers' attempt to stop him as he seized and devoured their provisions. Stop! A villager cried out in protest. However, the man effortlessly tossed him aside. With a thud, the villager crashed into the bonfire, igniting his clothing. This shocking scene left everyone in stunned silence. The once joyous atmosphere of the village transformed into a horrific tableau of death, with blood staining the cobblestone path, rendering it sticky underfoot. At that moment, an elderly woman with a cane rummaged through the pockets of the corpses, not even sparing the 10 belly coins she found. The woman had a distinctive appearance, with bold red lips, sunglasses, and a cane, her small stature adorned in a leopard print coat. She was Miss Bajin, a former member of the Rock Pirates. After the disbandment of the crew, she had assumed a low profile. These wretched paupers. Miss Bajin scoffed as she packed all the valuables she could find in her bag. Not far from her, the man who had entered the village with a knife was greedily consuming his fill. His face bore a crescent-shaped, white mustache reminiscent of Whitebeard's, though finer and longer. He was taller than Whitebeard, with a robust upper body, yet thin legs. His appearance was grotesque, with a perpetual flow of mucus from his nose. giving the impression of a dim-witted brute. His hair was long, cascading down to his legs, with braided sideburns, and his body was marked with numerous ghastly scars. This man was named with.This. with.This was simple-minded, obediently following his mother's commands in all he did. His actions were merely reflections of her wishes, and his intellect was decidedly below average. "Stop eating," Miss Bajin called out to with.This. "Okay, mother," he replied, shoveling food and drink into his mouth, swallowing without hesitation. In another location, where the Navy was inattentive, they could seize more territory. Having spent time with the rock pirates, Miss Bajin had a keen understanding of the Navy's operations. She knew that as long as they left no survivors, they would not be pursued. With their ill-gotten gains, they could indulge themselves, and when funds ran low, they could simply raid again. This idyllic existence was preferable to being hunted down, and as for world domination, such notions were for fools. Miss Bajin sought only wealth and enjoyment. "Teacher, another village has been attacked," Hamu reported, presenting a fax to ZFA at the 85th branch base. Upon reading it, ZFA's brow furrowed in concern. The entire village, comprising 489 individuals of all ages and genders, was brutally slaughtered, leaving no survivors. The village was completely looted. What kind of pirates emerged to commit such heinous acts? Ham discreetly glanced at Zephyr's expression before speaking. "Teacher, this is the second attack. We can deduce that the culprits belong to the same group." Zephyr nodded and replied, "Let us first examine the scene. 7th Division, 9th Division, assemble." Ham promptly summoned a portion of the Navy stationed at the base. 600 naval personnel, along with the trainees, swiftly boarded the warship and set sail for Grellitor. 3 days after the massacre at Grellitor, another village was attacked, with every inhabitant killed. Even those who hid in cellars could not escape their grim fate. The pattern of slaughter and robbery continued, with the assailants leaving no one alive and taking all valuables. Zephyr was certain that the attackers were driven by an insatiable greed for wealth. Even the gold teeth of the elderly had been forcibly extracted. Having served as a Navy officer for many years, Zephyr had encountered greedy pirates before, yet he had never witnessed such avarice. "What are your thoughts?" Zephyr inquired of his students. "Teacher, I believe they will strike again," one student posited. "Their intentions are clear. They aim to steal. Moreover, their route of attack deliberately avoids the 85th Division to evade reinforcements." The students shared their insights, echoing Zephyr's sentiments. He nodded and instructed Ham, "Bring out the nautical charts." Ham unfurled the navigation map. Zephyr meticulously marked the location of the 85th Division and the targeted villages. "They are quite cautious," Zephyr remarked. "They are unwilling to take risks or reveal their identities, indicating they are seasoned individuals." Indeed, AIN and the others nodded in agreement. They likely selected their targets using nautical charts without any knowledge of these villages. As Zephyr spoke, he used a pen and ruler to draw a radius on the chart. After searching thoroughly, he noted, "It is evident that their attacks fall within the patrol range of the 85th Division." Zephyr's expression grew grave as he turned to Ham. "They have calculated your weaknesses." Ham, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat. This implied his inadequacy, suggesting the enemy did not fear him. Before Ham could reflect on his perceived incompetence, Zephyr continued, "In that case, we shall wait for them here." He selected 2 islands, suspecting they might be the next targets of the enemy. Events would soon validate Zephyr's judgment, as they indeed encountered Miss Bakken and Weevil. At Marine headquarters in Marineford, Victor was perusing a newspaper detailing the outbreak of war in the Kingdom of Zakair on Kalaigana Island. The name Kalaigana Island rang a bell for Victor, though he couldn't quite place it. After some contemplation, he recalled that in the original narrative, the Kingdom of Zakair was destroyed and Mihawk made the ruins his home. However, without Mihawk's involvement, the Kingdom of Zakair was virtually forgotten, exemplifying the tragedy of small nations. Even their demise garnered little attention compared to the sensational news of a celebrity scandal in the Chambord archipelago. "Senior, it's bad." At that moment, Light rushed into Victor's office, his frantic demeanor indicating a grave situation. Victor furrowed his brow and asked, "What happened?" Light replied, "Teacher Zephyr was attacked by pirates and severely injured. Only 2 of his students survived." Victor's expression darkened as he closed his eyes, pondering, is this fate? In the original storyline, Zephyr's naval training ship was assaulted by pirates, resulting in the deaths of all students except AI, In, and Benzi, with Zephyr suffering a grave injury to his right arm. Senior, Light presumed Victor was distressed. After all, this was devastating news for them. Victor took a deep breath and asked, who was responsible? Light responded, it was a pirate who is not yet on the wanted list. Teacher Zephyr does not know his identity. However, it is certain that he is formidable. Victor said expressionlessly, once Teacher Zephyr is in stable condition, we will issue a bounty based on his description. Understood, Light nodded. Victor added, relay the order. Anyone who encounters that pirate or resembles his description is to be apprehended. If they resist, execute them on the spot. Miss Bakken realized she had landed herself in a dire predicament. She longed to hide, knowing that had she been aware of Zephyr's presence, she would never have come here. Fortunately, Zephyr's asthma acted up, providing Weevil with the opportunity to sever Zephyr's right hand, gravely injuring him. Otherwise, Miss Bakken and Weevil would have found it difficult to escape. Although Miss Bakken was greedy, she understood one crucial fact. Never provoke the Navy. The true rulers of the seas. No matter how formidable Rox was, he ultimately fell to the Navy's might. Miss Bakken only sought wealth. She wished to avoid trouble. Victor dispatched a medical ship to retrieve Zephyr and expedite his return to Marineford. At Marineford Hospital, Dr. Yugu checked Zephyr's injuries. Upon completing his examination and leaving the ward, a crowd had gathered outside. Doctor, how is Teacher Zephyr? Victor inquired. Dr. Yugu replied, his injuries are not severe, but he has suffered significant psychological trauma. Admiral Victor, as a student of Admiral Zephyr, you must understand how vital his students are to him. Yes, I understand, Victor affirmed. Dr. Yugu continued. I recommend allowing him some time to rest. After that, Dr. Yugu departed. Victor addressed the gathering, calmly stating, please return for now, allowing the teacher a peaceful environment to recuperate. Akainu, Momozu, Chafun, Fireburn, Dogman, Gimi Air, and others nodded in agreement before departing in an orderly fashion. Victor entered the ward and approached Zephyr's side. Tears stained the corners of Zephyr's eyes. His breathing and heartbeat indicated he was in a state of slumber. Was he dreaming of his deceased students? Victor sat beside Zephyr, gazing at his empty right arm, and gently held his left hand. He vowed, Teacher, I will avenge them. Miss Bakken and Weevil had concealed themselves, just as Miss Bakken had anticipated. The Navy had commenced a frenzied manhunt for them. Miss Bakken dared not show her face again, fully aware of the terrifying might of the Navy when they exerted their full strength. Thus, the Navy conducted a relentless search for 6 months. During this period, Miss Bakken and Weibu Air remained conspicuously absent. The pursuit of Miss Bakken led the Navy to temporarily overlook other pirates, granting many the opportunity to reach the Shambadi archipelago and ultimately penetrate the New World. Of course, the beneficiaries were not solely the pirates. The Revolutionary Army also reaped rewards during this time. With the Navy's absence from the seas, the transportation of food, medicine, and weaponry for the Revolutionary Army became significantly easier. The Revolutionary Army expanded at a frenzied pace over the course of 6 months, a rate of growth that alarmed the member states of the world government. Consequently, the world government resolved to convene a global conference next year at the Holy Land, Mary Geos, Panga City, amidst the power struggles. The 5 elders summoned Sengoku. The recent turmoil in the seas, spurred by personal grievances within the Navy, threatened to spiral out of control. I understand you wish to attribute this chaos to Victor. However, he is your subordinate, and you're the fleet admiral. If you cannot rein him in, you are unfit for the position. The 5 elders offered Sengoku no opportunity for defense. Their message was clear. If one is capable, they shall continue. If not, they will be replaced. They were witnesses to how I made decisions, and thus, this farce could end at any moment. I understand, Sengoku replied. Shortly after leaving Panga City, he encountered Kizuru, who had recently been stationed at the Holy Land. Unlike Victor and Akainu, Kizuru bore no complaints about his duty to guard the Holy Land. He complied with any arrangement made for him. Sengoku sometimes lamented that if Victor, Akiji, and Akainu were as agreeable as Kizuru, his burdens would be considerably lighter. After a brief exchange with Kizaru, Sengoku departed Mary Geos under Kizaru's watchful gaze. In Marineford at the Navy Academy, Sengoku visited Zifa. After a period of recuperation, Zifa had entered the recovery stage but chose not to remain in the hospital, instead resuming his teaching duties. The science division had developed a new type of material, crafting prosthetics with remarkable flexibility. Upon meeting, Sengoku brought Zifa good news. However, Zifa exhibited little emotional response, though the phantom pain from his severed right arm lingered. He remained a stalwart figure. Having endured the deaths of loved ones and students, his ability to continue teaching was no ordinary feat. Observing this, Sengoku continued, since last year, Victor has devoted immense time, energy, and military resources to capture them. I understand their urgency to apprehend the culprits, to soothe your pain and honor the memory of your fallen students. However, this cannot persist indefinitely. Sengoku sighed and added, the Order of the Seas has disintegrated, and if the Navy continues to pursue those two at any cost, more tragedies will unfold upon the ocean. Sengoku spoke with fervor, seeking to appeal to Zifa's sentiments. In truth, Sengoku recognized that he could no longer command the Navy. The Doves and Hawks alike had rallied around Victor, not to mention Victor's influence over the Blue Ocean faction. Presently, if Victor directed these individuals eastward, they would not venture west. If ordered to stand, they would not sit. Victor's charisma and prestige were beyond challenge. Even if Garp were to intervene, it would likely fail to sway the Doves. After all, good people are often bound by loyalty. Victor, risking his future to protect Zifa, exemplified the qualities of a good man. Moreover, Victor tirelessly advocated for the welfare of lower-ranking officers and soldiers, even personally funding provisions for retired Navy personnel. Within the Navy, who could possibly oppose Victor? Thus, Sengoku had to adopt a different approach, seeking a breakthrough through Zifa. As a good man, Zifa could not possibly condone the deaths of the innocent that might result from his actions. Though it was a moral appeal, its effectiveness was evident. Zifa regarded Sengoku and stated, I will speak with Victor and implore him to cease this pursuit. Upon hearing this, Sengoku felt a wave of relief. Zifa sought Victor, hoping he would temporarily ease the search for Miss Bikini and with.This, appealing to reason and emotion. Victor acquiesced, as he merely sought to exploit the situation. Matters were progressing as Victor had anticipated, and it was time to relent. Otherwise, the five elders would become restless. Consequently, at Zifa's behest, Victor concluded the pursuit of Miss Bikini and with.This. However, the two remained unaware of this development. To be precise, in order to evade the Navy, they had retreated into the deep mountains, living as wildlings. Sengoku finally sighed in relief, silently reflecting on his fortune that Zifa could reign in Victor. Yet, he also felt a sense of helplessness. As the fleet admiral, he ought to command the seas, yet he found himself constrained, beholden not only to the five elders, but also to Victor. This position as fleet admiral was indeed stifling. He even felt the impulse to resign, but he rationally suppressed it. If resigning were so easy, what a failure his life would be. In the year 1514 of the Sea Circle calendar, a world conference was convened at the Holy Land Mary Geos, where Victor, as a Marine admiral, was assigned the crucial task of maintaining order and ensuring the safety of the attending kings. As the kings emerged from the lifts, they greeted Victor with cordiality. The significance of the Navy had transcended its original purpose of combating pirates. With the revolutionary army's viral spread and expansion, the kings felt uneasy about the forces led by Monkey D. Dragon. At the end of last year, a riot erupted in the kingdom of Paratoni, where nobles were stripped of their garments and hanged on farms. Earlier this year, a rebellion occurred in Matodru, with mobs storming the royal capital, resulting in the king's execution in the public square. The enslaved people of Ingra set fire to that once beautiful land, and we would never again witness the splendor of the land of maple leaves. At this juncture, the kings attending the conference took turns expressing their fears to Victor. It was truly regrettable. King Matodru was a good man. Wait, what was his name? Victor turned to Light. Light replied, King William VI. King William was a close ally, and upon learning of the tragic news, Victor feigned profound sorrow. Yet the kings saw through the facade. They were indifferent to the demise of a single king, preoccupied solely with their futures. In truth, Victor regarded most commoners and kings as mere ordinary beings, often likening them to swine. Even when their companions are taken away for slaughter, they merely indulge in their meals, occasionally glancing at the commotion. It is only when the blade is poised at their own throats that they emit terrified wails, seeking assistance from their surroundings. General Waikato, if possible, could you station the branch base at the ports of our nation? At this moment, a king made a request. The presence of troops was his means of securing a sense of safety. Although as a member of the world government, once a member state is attacked by pirates or the Revolutionary Army, the world government will undoubtedly dispatch troops for rescue. However, by the time the army arrives, the grass would have grown over their graves. Thus, one cannot rely on the army, but rather on the more agile navy. Waikato neither agreed nor declined, smiling as he said, "If we can create favorable conditions together with the world government, then this matter can be discussed." The kings, seasoned in their ways, understood the implication behind Waikato's words. Waikato hinted to them, the stationing of troops is permissible, but only with the approval of the 5 elders. Of course, mere approval from the 5 elders is insufficient. Funds must also be provided. Particularly, the phrase creating favorable conditions carries significant weight. If the funds are not ample, then there is nothing to discuss. 2 months have passed since the conclusion of the World Conference, yet it is only the privileged class that remains concerned about it. The common folk fear pirates. After all, the Revolutionary Army only threatens the nobility and affluent merchants. On Jaya Island, Kulike puffed on a cigar, perusing the newspaper. The headline was striking. The World Conference had approved requests for troop deployments from various nations, stating that as long as member states apply and meet the conditions for troop stationing, the world government would send a military force to maintain peace and stability in the member states. "The world is becoming increasingly chaotic," Kulike muttered. At that moment, Xingxing and Masila approached. Hearing of Kulike's quest for the fabled land of gold, they joined him in the search. "Let them make a ruckus. We have work to do," Kulike told Xingxing and Masila. Just then, a fleet arrived. "The Navy has come." The pirates on Jaya Island began to scatter in panic. "Senior, the pirates are fleeing," reported Light as he approached Waikato. "Disperse the warships and pursue all pirates," Waikato commanded. "Understood." Light nodded and relayed Waikato's orders. This time, Waikato arrived with 10 warships and 10,000 elite sailors. Under Waikato's command, the warships immediately spread out, pursuing the fleeing pirate crews. The Navy advanced with great ferocity, forcing Kulike and his companions to retreat. Soon, the entire Jaya Island was cleared. Waikato gazed at the half-constructed house on the shore. That was Kulike's abode, with wooden planks serving as walls, expanded and decorated with castle motifs. However, Waikato's purpose for visiting was not to admire Kulike's dwelling. In Waikato's memory, Enelu had just destroyed his hometown, Baika, and led his subordinates to attack Sky Island. Not only did he expel the former god Gonfuor, but he also occupied the Shrine of the Gods to become the new deity, subsequently commanding the Divine Brigade to construct the Ark Prophecy. Waikato's target is Enelu. As for the Golden City, Waikato cannot say he is uninterested. Rather, the gold of the Golden City, in his eyes, already belongs to him. "Have you heard the tale of the great liar Nolan?" Waikato inquired of Light. Light responded affirmatively. Being from the North Sea, he had heard the story of the great liar Nolan in his childhood. He replied, "The great liar Nolan is a well-known fairy tale in the North Sea, where the protagonist, Nolan, is a foolish and deceitful character who insists on the existence of the land of gold until his execution." Waikato suddenly laughed and asked, "What if I told you Nolan was not a liar?" "Not a liar?" Light was momentarily taken aback. If anyone else had said this, he would have found it tedious to argue. Yet, coming from Waikato, he did not doubt it. However, before Light could respond, he saw Waikato looking at the sky, a smile on his face. "Senior?" Light followed his gaze. What is there to see in the sky? Waikato commanded the fleet to intercept all vessels near Jaya Island, arresting all pirates passing by. When this command reached Zhangguo, he was equally puzzled by Waikato's intentions. Nevertheless, Waikato was indeed capturing pirates, and managing to apprehend some was certainly a cause for celebration. Zhang Guo could not interfere. Let Waikato do as he pleased. After nightfall, only Waikato's warship remained around Jaya Island, while the other ships were still in pursuit of the pirates. At this time, Waikato said to Light, "We are almost there." "Almost there?" Light was perplexed. Waikato asked, "Have you heard of Sky Island?" "Sky Island?" Light nodded. He had heard classmates mention it during school, claiming that people lived in the sky and that objects often fell from above. Sky Island is located in the Grand Line, a place difficult for ordinary people to reach, leading many to believe it does not exist. Waikato stated, "What if I told you that Sky Island indeed exists, and there are many of them?" "Senior, what you are saying exceeds my understanding," Light replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Then let's go and see," Waikato chuckled. "Go up." Just as Light was about to speak, he witnessed the warship lifting off the sea. Under Waikato's control, the entire vessel soared into the sky. Waikato manipulated the wind, lifting the warship higher. The sailors aboard erupted in astonished cries. Waikato continued to ascend, revealing the existence of the White Sea at an altitude of 7,000 meters. A sea formed by sea clouds within the MD clouds that is navigable. Above the White Sea, there exists an even higher realm, the White Sea. At this moment, the altitude exceeded 10,000 meters. At such heights, the air is exceedingly thin, and the physical capabilities of those from the Blue Sea would drastically diminish due to the lack of oxygen. Fortunately, the soldiers on the warship were all elite Navy personnel. My goodness, Sky Island truly exists. Incredible. People actually reside there. The legends are true. As the sailors beheld the fabled divine realm, they were left in awe, having heard tales of Sky Island since childhood. Objects and even people were said to fall from the sky. Yet, due to uncertainty regarding its existence, the notion that no one lived in the sky gradually took root. The divine realm mainly comprises Angel Island and Apiato. The island where the gods dwell, known as Apiato, is actually a part of Jaya Island that was carried aloft by an upward ocean current for 400 years. Angel Island floats above the White Sea, serving as the dwelling place for the inhabitants of Sky Island, with its edges lined by Angel Beach. A bustling street known as Lovely Street runs through Angel Island, accessible from Angel Beach via Lovely Avenue. The island inhabited by deities is known as Xingyu. At this moment, the dominion of Xingyu has changed hands. Ainalu has invaded this place and has ascended as the new god. Qinghai people. At this juncture, the residents of the Sky Island have spotted a warship. Some of the islanders, having experienced the world, had previously executed several Qinghai individuals. In truth, there are two ways to reach the Sky Island. One is through regular routes, departing from the summit of Shiqian, where several Sky Islands can be encountered along the way. The other is to ride the so-called monster current, a raging sea current that leads directly there, albeit with a perilously low survival rate. "Senior, they have wings on their backs," Light remarked curiously while observing the islanders. "Do not pay them any mind," Victor replied, showing no interest in the inhabitants of the Sky Island. "Understood," Light nodded, steering the ship towards the island. Victor pointed to the distant Divine Island and commanded, "Yes." Light relayed Victor's orders, and the warship sailed toward the Divine Island. However, just as the warship approached the Divine Island, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. The onlookers from the Sky Island were filled with terror at the sight. Ainalo's Kinbunchiko Haki is immensely powerful. Anyone attempting to land on the island will face severe punishment. Moreover, this time he sensed the presence of over 1,000 individuals. Blue and white lightning descended from the heavens, aiming to obliterate the entire ship. Yet Victor merely raised his hand casually. Boom! The blue and white lightning collided with a dark energy wall, scattering plasma in all directions. Simultaneously, Ainalu within the Divine Palace opened his eyes. Utilizing his electric waves, he notified Omu, Geta, Shura, and Shablai. Soon, the priestly forces had assembled. At the same time, Gonfuer also sensed the situation and swiftly proceeded to investigate near the Divine Island. Capture all the people on the island, Victor commanded. Yes. Upon landing, Light and the others swiftly initiated their actions. Crack! Crack! At that moment, bolts of lightning rained down from the sky, targeting the leading Victor. Victor raised his hand to block the attack. At that moment, the final bolt of lightning transformed into a humanoid figure. The surrounding navy gazed at the newcomer, an individual possessing the powers of the Goro no Mi. The man wore a white headscarf, had long earlobes adorned with earrings, was bare-chested, donned baggy trousers, and was barefoot with rings on his toes. He bore thunder drums on his back, wore golden rings on his hands, and wielded a golden staff. Upon appearing, Ainalu immediately swung his golden staff fiercely towards Victor. The moment he sensed Victor's presence, he felt an imminent danger. An overwhelming fear akin to a wolf encountering a ferocious tiger. This was a primal fear. However, Ainalu, being the proud being he is, a god, should not know fear. He should be invincible. Thus, he actively chose to challenge Victor. Yet Victor did not dodge. He simply raised his hand to block Ainalu's assault. Clang! Ainalu's golden staff struck Victor's arm, producing a metallic resonance. Simultaneously, the force of the impact caused Ainalu to furrow his brow. Pain! How could this be possible? He is a god. How could a god feel pain? Ever since he consumed the god fruit and acquired divine powers, he had never been injured. Just as Ainalu pondered this, his pupils constricted and his form vanished. Boom! In the instant he disappeared, Victor unleashed a punch. His left fist sent shockwaves that struck the island's forest, carving a path through it. Wherever the punch passed, flowers, plants, and trees ceased to exist. An unprecedented sense of oppression enveloped the air. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Ainalu's forehead. Ever since he obtained the Goro no Mi, he believed himself invincible. No one, not even the gods of the Sky Island, could withstand a single exchange with him. Yet the man before him exuded an aura that suggested he could end his life at any moment. His heart raced uncontrollably, thumping faster and faster. Your heartbeat is quickening. Are you afraid? Victor inquired, his expression impassive as he gazed at Ainalu. Ainalu remained silent, preparing himself, with electric currents surging from the thunder drums on his back. Very well. Unleash your strongest attack. Victor gestured invitingly toward Ainalu. Gritting his teeth, Ainalu sensed the condescension in Victor's demeanor, igniting his fury. 200 million volts, Raijin. Ainalu wasted no time. If Victor sought death, he would oblige. He unleashed all 200 million volts of electricity that coursed through his body, surrounding himself with this unleashed lightning, transforming into a colossal thunder god. This was Ainalu's most formidable technique. Its destructive power should not be underestimated. I almost forgot, Victor mused. Ainalu's arc maxim had yet to be completed, thus he had not yet developed Reiku. Reiku required the extensive thunderclouds created by the arc maxim to release the lightning he generated, stimulating the thunderclouds to morph into a massive spherical black cloud resembling ball lightning, filled with astonishing air currents and electrical energy. Ultimately, the black thundercloud would descend from the heavens, unleashing a powerful surge of lightning that would obliterate all targets within its radius, turning an entire cloud island into dust. The Reiku crafted with Ainalu's full might could annihilate an entire nation. D. Transformed into the thunder god, the fearsome visage of Ainalu unleashed his most potent strike toward Victor. Yet Victor remained unmoving. The thunder god's palm came crashing down, only to be met by Victor's defense. Boom! The entire island seemed to tremble as the resulting shockwave sent trees tumbling backward. Only behind Victor was there a serene calm, with not a ripple disturbing the sea surface, as if an invisible wall stood before him. At that moment, Ainalu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Victor. How is this possible? Just as Ainalu was struck with astonishment, a smile danced upon Victor's lips. In an instant, a shockwave erupted from Victor's palm. Boom! The shockwave struck Ainalu. This was no ordinary punch. It was an application of Busashoku Haki. Ainalu was propelled away by Victor's force. Boom! Ainalu's body crashed into the mountainside like a cannonball. Blood spewed from Ainalu's mouth. As the dust settled, he was left drenched in blood. In his lifetime, he had never been so thoroughly defeated. Senior is truly formidable. Light observed as he gazed at Victor. Victor turned his attention to the priests. Omu, Geda, and the others trembled in fear. In their eyes, the god they revered was rendered utterly powerless before Victor. At that moment, Victor advanced step by step toward Ainalu. Ainalu clutched his golden staff, poised to strike at Waikichuo. Suddenly, Waikichuo transformed. Before him loomed a colossal titan, rendering his earlier form of Listen minuscule in comparison. Could this Jinghath individual truly be a deity? Olmu, Gaidatsu, and others stood in stunned silence. At that moment, Waikichuo radiated a golden light, and the runes upon his body shimmered in gold, resembling a divine being. With a resounding crash, the island of Sinjurdak trembled as if shaken by an earthquake, fissures ripping through the ground, accompanied by countless smaller cracks akin to a spider's web. Ailu lay sprawled on the ground, while Waikichuo maintained his titan form, gazing down at the sun, who promptly prostrated themselves. Subsequently, Waikichuo cast a glance at Gonfor, causing him to shudder and nearly topple from his mount. Waikichuo chuckled softly before reverting to his human form. Just then, a group approached the island. The original inhabitants of Jayadal, the Sandiaran. Their ancestors had once resided on the island of Jayaranching. For centuries prior, a portion of their land had been swept into the sky by a violent current, thereafter exiled by the gods of the Kundak. They were dubbed guerrillas, embroiled in a relentless conflict with the Ongdaoran of Kanshridog for 400 years. These individuals typically dwelled in Aninshan. Leading the charge was the formidable warrior Waa, a descendant of the great Tanshur Ka. The tribe regarded Weipa with a mix of terror and reverence. He bore a burning cannon upon his back, wielding a Peji Beidong weapon. Behind him marched the warriors of Sandia, including the loyal followers Tanglang Kama Chili and Bulahamu. They had been vigilantly observing the Sun Drugudo, and upon witnessing the emergence of a grand vessel from Chen, they hastened to investigate. However, upon their arrival, they were met with the shocking sight of the once mighty deity vanquished, the Shingen, Ansiming kneeling in surrender. What had transpired? The bewildered Gupa and his companions struggled to comprehend the situation. Waikichuo glanced at them, then addressed the I have a task for you. Laitura listened intently. Waikichuo continued, recruit them into our ranks. The Sandiaran are natural warriors, especially Wada, who is tough and resilient. With a few years of training, they shall become fearless combatants on the battlefield. Understood, Laitura nodded, approaching Waipa. As he neared, Waipa and his comrades grew wary. Do not be alarmed. Laitura called from the ship. Are you from Qingha? Is that so? Waipa queried. Indeed, we are from Qingha, and mean you no harm, Laitura replied. The warriors exchanged glances. And Laitura pressed, what brings you here? Realizing that Laitura bore no ill intent, Waipa explained, this is our homeland, taken from us 400 years ago. Noticing the confusion on Laita's face, Laitura recounted the events of that fateful time. Although the tales had been passed down through generations, he, like all Singaran, had never abandoned the hope of reclaiming their homeland. I see, Laitura responded. As you can witness, the malevolent angelic race has been defeated by our esteemed General Waikichuo, allowing your kin to return to their rightful home. Waipa and his companions could hardly believe their ears. The magnitude of this revelation was overwhelming. Observing their jubilant embrace, Laitura smiled gently. From their earlier conversation, it was evident that the Sandaran were straightforward and sincere. Such individuals tend to reciprocate kindness and harbor grievances. Since the Navy had aided them in reclaiming their homeland, it was only natural that they would wish to join the Navy in gratitude. Although this may seem to exploit their character, Laitura viewed their enlistment as a positive development. The noble Navy, under the leadership of the great Waikichuo, had triumphed over the wicked gods and liberated Yadao, restoring the Siaran to their ancestral land. A most splendid outcome. Laitura intended to document this endeavor meticulously. Outside the chieftain's tent, Aipa and his companions were already donning new uniforms. The Navy had reclaimed their land, and they were eager to join its ranks. The Singaran held a strong sense of loyalty, and with good reason, for the Navy was indeed formidable. After settling Waipa and his companions, Laitura returned to report to Waikichuo. Together, they ventured to Sha, an ancient city that had perished 8 centuries prior. Within Shangola, The clock tower and other structures were forged of gold. The legends proved true. The Golden City indeed existed. Lai Tu stood awestruck by the sight, as did the accompanying navy, who had never envisioned such a bounty of gold. Waikichuo, however, appeared indifferent to the gold, directing his gaze toward the historical monument. The Singyaran had long safeguarded the stone tablet inscribed with the history of the ancient weapon Huang. Upon it, Waikichuo discovered the name Loje. A slight smile graced his lips as he raised his hand, his fingers enveloped in the aura of ArmamentHaki. In the year 1514 of the Unli, Waikichuo visited this place. After inscribing his name upon the monument, he snapped his fingers. Lai Tu awakened from his reverie and approached Waikichuo, inquiring, "Senior, how shall we handle this gold?" Waikichuo replied, "First, transport a portion to replenish the retirement fund. We shall return for the remainder later." Understood, Lai Tu nodded. Realizing Waikichuo's intent to utilize the gold for the fund, he grasped the implication. This treasure was not to be surrendered. Naturally, Lai Tu had no desire to relinquish it either. Why hand over wealth to the world government when it could enhance the Navy's welfare? Bound in sea stone handcuffs and shackles, with iron chains binding him and his eyes covered, Wu found himself immobilized within the ship's cabin, utterly drained of strength. "Is anyone there? Who is outside? I need to use the restroom," Anilu shouted, but the dark cabin offered no response. Time elapsed, and he eventually sensed the chains loosening, yet the handcuffs and shackles remained. He realized they had sapped his vitality. At that moment, he was dragged away, roughly washed, and then taken off the ship. In the villa on Shangbo Di Chinda, as the blindfold was removed from Wu's eyes, he adjusted to the light and recognized the person seated before him, the one who had triumphed over him. Waikichuo then spoke. "Do you understand why I chose not to kill you?" Anilu gazed at Waikichuo, shaking his head. "I do not know." Waikichuo remarked, "I have heard from your subordinates that you annihilated your own homeland, Baika." Anilu chose not to respond. In this world, there exists neither love without cause nor hatred without reason. Of course, I harbor no interest in your past, just as you surely do not wish to discuss it with me. Nevertheless, I am a person who prefers to look toward the future and engage in conversations of value. Waikichuo calmly stated, "What would you like to discuss?" Anilu inquired. At that moment, he was merely Waikichuo's defeated subordinate, with his life and death entirely in Waikichuo's hands. This brought to mind his parents, who had violated the laws of Baika and were sentenced to the punishment of Yun Fuliu. Since childhood, Anilu had been ensconced in the shadow of death, feeling as though his life could be snatched away at any moment. Consequently, he was particularly sensitive to the opinions of others, fearing that they might conspire against him in secret. Upon acquiring the powers of the Thunder Fruit, Anilu not only sought vengeance against Baika, obliterating it, but also eavesdropped on the entirety of the Divine Kingdom after seizing it. Now, Waikichuo held dominion over Wu's life, robbing him of his strength, inducing a state of inner turmoil. You wish to return to the infinite land and confront the deities of the infinite land. However, your power is too feeble. To ascend to godhood, one must possess formidable strength. What do you think? Waikichuo queried Anilu. Without hesitation, Anilu nodded. In the past, he indeed believed himself to be omnipotent, a true deity. However, after encountering Waikichuo, his confidence was shattered. The formidable assurance that the Thunder Fruit had instilled in him crumbled in an instant. Waikichuo stated, "I can grant you power, enabling you to become as strong as I am." "What are the conditions?" Anilu asked. Waikichuo replied, "You must work alongside me for 10 years. Work for you." Anilu furrowed his brows. Waikichuo continued, 10 years in exchange for your eternal dominion over the infinite land. It is a fair trade, do you not think?" After a moment's contemplation, Anilu responded, "Very well, 10 years. Waikichuo smiled and said, "Starting tomorrow, you shall receive true power." In the year 1515 of the Sea Circle calendar, the town of Malinfanjuo welcomed a new batch of students. Smog, carrying a bag, made his way towards the military academy. "New students report here." At that moment, Smog noticed the sign for new student registration. A young man held the sign while a table and 2 chairs stood nearby, borrowed from local vendors. with a picture of roasted meat affixed to the table. Smog approached the registration point. He glanced at the new student registration form, the application for the Blue Ocean Society, the regulations of the Blue Ocean Society, and the admonitions from Senior Waikichuo. You're also a new student, I presume? A girl spoke to Smog. He turned to look at her. The girl had long hair parted in the center, a pale pink hue. Hello, I am Tina, a new student just like you. She introduced herself with a smile. Oh, hello, Smog replied awkwardly. Do you wish to join the Blue Ocean Society? Tina inquired. Smog scratched his head. I'm not very familiar with the Blue Ocean Society. Is that so? As she spoke, Tina had already picked up the paper and pen from the table. I have long desired to join, but my grandfather would not allow me to enter the military academy too early. Tina mumbled, signing her name on the new student registration and Blue Ocean Society membership application forms. You should join too. The Blue Ocean Society is a magnificent organization, especially to follow the great General Waikichuo. When she mentioned Waikichuo, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Her admiration for Waikichuo was sincere. The growth of the Blue Ocean Society could be described as monopolistic. If one seeks justice to eradicate pirates, then joining the Blue Ocean Society is imperative. If one desires wealth and promotion, joining the Blue Ocean Society is even more essential. If it is due to admiration for Waikichuo, there is no reason to hesitate. Fill out the application form immediately. In any case, the rapid development of the Blue Ocean Society is astonishing, and it is beyond intervention or obstruction. Confused, Smog also filled out the form, applying to join the Blue Ocean Society. Just a few days after joining, Smog gained a certain understanding of the Blue Ocean Society. The Blue Ocean Society hosted numerous activities. For instance, each member bore the responsibility and obligation to raise funds, the majority of which were allocated to support retired Navy personnel and the families of the injured and fallen. Furthermore, as long as one joined the Blue Ocean Society, regardless of social skills, as long as they performed excellently and possessed commensurate strength, they would naturally be promoted. Smog particularly appreciated this aspect. He was not very adept at socializing and often found himself in conflicts with others. In the original storyline, although Smog possessed formidable strength, he was a maverick who seldom obeyed his superior's orders, making his path to promotion fraught with obstacles. Had it not been for Akiji's assistance, he would never have attained the rank of Rear Admiral. However, Smog held disdain for those classmates who sought promotion and wealth. Their conversations revolve around which branch offered lucrative opportunities, which positions were profitable. Such Navy personnel were utterly dismal. It was hard to believe that he was among them. As for the great General Waikichuo, the leader of the Blue Ocean Society, he was a true man of loyalty and righteousness. Smog had read many of Waikichuo's works and heard numerous stories about him, including the tale of Waikichuo rescuing Zifa, bravely confronting CP0, and defying the celestial dragons and the world government to protect his teacher. This story indeed stirred his blood. Smog had also witnessed the arrogance of the celestial dragons. If it were him, would he truly possess the courage to act thus? It was said that Waikichuo occasionally visited the military academy and sometimes invited students to his villa. Smog was truly curious about what kind of person he was. In the year 1515 of the Sea Circle calendar, in the city of Chishui, Bingshan merged the 7 shipbuilding companies of Chishui into the Karela Company. However, the major shareholder of Karela Company was neither Bingshan nor Tongmu and Falanki, but a woman whom Bingshan had never encountered. This woman had invested a considerable sum in Karela Company several years prior, facilitating their rapid development. Naturally, Bingshan and others would not forget their benefactor, General Waikichuo. These were the recent orders from the Navy. In the Karela Company office, Kana handed a document to Bingshan. We will produce 30 large warships in one go, including 20 combat ships and 10 supply vessels. Please extend my gratitude to General Waikichuo. Bingshan expressed heartfelt gratitude. Acquiring the 7 ship companies had cost a great deal, and thanks to Waikichuo's substantial order, it was akin to a timely assistance. Indeed, Kana nodded before turning to leave. The Navy advanced under Waikichuo's arrangement, the Navy frequently provided orders to Bingshan and others, ensuring that their shipyards remained perpetually busy. After bidding farewell to Kungana, Bingshan exhaled a sigh of relief. Then donned his attire and turned towards the not-so-distant figure of Falanki, who was engaged in welding. Another order has arrived. Set aside your current tasks and prioritize the Navy's work. Understood, the shipwrights replied in unison. In the distance, Luabin put down her telescope and glanced at the newspaper. The headlines prominently featured news about the red-haired pirates. Over the past 2 years, the red-haired pirates had been remarkably active, subtly emerging as a potential power in the New World. However, Lord Waikichuo had taken no action against them. Would they become an obstacle for Lord Waikichuo in the future? Luabin pondered. At that moment, the transponder snail on Luabin's person began to emit its characteristic sound. She retrieved the transponder snail. "It's me." The snail mimicked Keluokidor's voice. Keluokidor stated, "My men have recently located a mother and child. Perhaps an esteemed individual will be interested." "I understand," Luabin concluded the call. Subsequently, without looking back, she said, "Phylakizi, let us return." In the Shangbodi Islands, Luabin and Phylakizi entered Lord Waikichuo's villa one after the other. In the villa's courtyard, Sabo and Ainalu were fiercely engaged in combat, neither side yielding an inch. Ainalu's training aptitude was indeed exceptional. Within just a year, he had fully mastered the 6 powers and haki, and was now able to spar evenly with Sabo. This only served to further motivate Sabo, prompting him to devote more time to his training. Luabin merely cast a few glances before entering Waikichuo's study. Inside the study, Waikichuo was reviewing reports from various regions. Since the beginning of this year, Waikichuo had been visiting the headquarters less frequently. Reports now came in duplicate. One copy was sent to him, while another was delivered to Zhanggui's office. Naturally, minor matters were delegated to Leite and others. As for significant issues, there had been no major developments from last year to the present. Luabin approached Waikichuo. At that moment, only the two of them occupied the study. Luabin informed Waikichuo, "Keluokidor's subordinates have discovered Miss Bajin and Weibuer. After hiding for so long, they have finally emerged." Waikichuo chuckled. Luabin inquired, "Shall we capture them? What do you think?" Waikichuo countered. Luabin shook her head and replied, "Currently, there is no significance in capturing them." "You are becoming increasingly astute," Waikichuo remarked, pulling Luabin into his embrace. She offered no resistance. Waikichuo continued, "This is the correct mindset. One must engage in endeavors of meaning." To Waikichuo, Miss Bajin and Weibuer still hold some value. Eliminating them would provide little benefit beyond satisfying Zifa and his students' grievances. Luabin, embodying Waikichuo's perspective, believed there was no necessity to act against them. "Rest assured, whatever Lord Waikichuo intends to accomplish, I shall see it through," Luabin declared earnestly. Waikichuo lifted his hand and gently grasped Luabin's chin. When Shadela entered the study with tea, Luabin had already dressed. Although the study had been refreshed with perfume, Shadela still detected a faint scent of intimacy lingering in the air. Nevertheless, she said nothing, as if nothing had transpired, merely wiping the table and inadvertently erasing the water stains along its edge. There were many women around Waikichuo, and even more aspired to remain by his side. Jealousy was a mark of immaturity. Shadela resolved to present herself in a better light this evening. In the year 1516 of the Sea Circle calendar, Shanka S. assembled a grand fleet and subsequently clashed with the Whitebeard pirates, the Bigman pirates, and the Beast pirates. With the acknowledgement of major powers, Shanka ascended to the ranks of the 4 emperors. From Shanka's re-entry into the Grand Line to his rise to the position of a 4 emperor, the speed of his ascent and the strength he exhibited were truly astonishing. Undoubtedly, this was the most significant news of the time. Besides this, only news regarding the Revolutionary Army could spark public discourse. Overall, the world remained quite stable. Ever since Zhangui ceased to intervene in naval appointments and adopted recommendations from Waikichuo, Akainu, and others, the internal dynamics of the Navy had become harmonious, and the seas more orderly. Although some viewed this as a reluctant compromise on Zhanggui's part, if compromise achieves its purpose, then let it be. Zhanggua was not a reckless youth, intent on clashing with Waikichuo to the bitter end. As long as he could smoothly maintain the position of admiral, that was sufficient. Regarding the future, it was a matter of taking one step at a time. Ultimately, the world was still governed by the world government. In the year 1517 of the Sea Circle calendar, AC bid farewell to Lufei and chose to set sail. Fortune smiled upon AC as he obtained the Mera Mera no Mi and established the Black Peach Pirates. Before long, AC emerged as a supernova, capturing the attention of the world government. When Zhangguo saw AC's bounty, he contemplated the possibility of recruiting him. The rationale for recruiting AC was singular. He was young and possessed the Logia-type Mera Mera no Mi. From the onset of his career, AC exhibited remarkable destructive power and immense potential. Should AC continue to grow unchecked, he could become a future threat. The New World already boasted 4 emperors, and no one wished for new monsters to arise. Much like Zhangguo, the world government recognized the potential within AC. Thus, under the world government's directive, Zhangguo prepared to send someone to negotiate with AC, hoping to recruit him as a warlord of the sea. However, AC's rapid rise to fame had exceeded Zhangguo's expectations. In the year 1518 of the Sea Circle calendar, AC not only gained notoriety, but also declined the invitation to become a warlord of the sea. Subsequently, Lucci emerged and approached Victor. Lord Victor, as per your instructions. AC engaged in a 5-day, 5-night stalemate with Jinbi, followed by a challenge to Whitebeard, which he ultimately lost, leading to his appointment as the 2nd Division commander. At this juncture, the Navy began to suspect AC's identity. Zhangguo heightened his vigilance. At Marineford, the Navy headquarters, as Waikichuo entered the fortress, naval leaders and officers paused to salute and greet him. Waikichuo reciprocated each greeting. Over the past few years, Waikichuo's visits to the Navy headquarters had become increasingly infrequent. Within the Navy, a collective understanding had emerged. There were 2 Navy headquarters, one in Marineford and another in the Shangbodi Islands. A visit to Marineford was merely for work purposes. It was in the Shangbodi Islands where promotions and job arrangements were determined. Waikichuo arrived at the Admiral's office. There's a pirate named AC who has risen rapidly within just 2 years and has now joined the Whitebeard Pirates. As soon as Waikichuo sat down, Zhangguo got straight to the point. So, Waikichuo took out a cigarette and, while smoking, inquired, "Does a 2-year rookie merit a demon-slaying order?" Zhangguo did not take offense at Waikichuo's jest, but replied earnestly, "Do you not think you resemble someone?" "Who?" Waikichuo asked. Zhangguo produced a photograph and handed it to Waikichuo. It was a picture of AC's mother. "Who is she?" Waikichuo feigned ignorance. Zhangguo responded, "Bourgade des Rouges," a name I have never heard. Waikichuo dismissively cast aside the photograph. Zhangguo, anticipating his reaction, added, "It is Roger's woman." "Roger's woman?" Victor furrowed his brow, realizing that the young man bore Roger's blood within him. A world conference was convened at the Holy Land Merigios, where Victor, as a Marine admiral, only the offspring of that man, could grow into such a formidable presence in less than 2 years, Zhangguo remarked coldly. Victor replied, "To launch an assault on Whitebeard now requires some preparation." Zhangguo shook his head. "We cannot attack Whitebeard." "Commander, do you think I would be outmatched by Whitebeard?" Victor feigned displeasure. "Victor, I know you are strong. Your current strength even surpasses that of Carp," Zhangguo said earnestly. "However, Whitebeard possesses the power to annihilate the world, and we cannot risk the entirety of a navy." He sighed. "At this point, we are not adequately prepared." Victor, being a traveler from another realm, understood what Zhangguo's preparations entailed. The artificial weapons from the scientific brigade had yet to fully replace the Navy. Should the elite forces of the Navy be vanquished in the New World, chaos would ensue globally. Zhangguo's concerns were valid. One must recall that in the original narrative, after the Marineford War, the Navy suffered significant losses among its elite and was compelled to conscript from the world. Although they succeeded in eliminating Whitebeard, it inadvertently allowed Blackbeard to rise to power, a scenario Zhangguo wished to avoid. Did Zhangguo desire to eradicate the 4 emperors? If possible, he certainly would. Yet, it had to be within acceptable parameters. If the costs were too great, he would refrain from action. "So what do you wish for me to do?" Victor inquired. Zhangguo replied, "I know you have been amassing strength, continuously expanding the G1 and G5 brigades in preparation for the New World. However, now is not the time. Zhangguo continued seriously. You will have your opportunity to showcase your abilities. Before that, I hope you can find a way to eradicate the seedlings of evil. Victor regarded Zhangguo and extinguished his cigarette. I will find a way to handle this. He then rose to leave. The intelligence networks of the Navy and the world government were fully operational, meticulously monitoring the Whitebeard pirates. From Ace's assaults on Whitebeard, repeatedly thwarted, to Ace being adopted as Whitebeard's son and appointed as the 2nd Division commander, both the world government and the Navy held first-hand intelligence. Yet, they remain inactive. Observing Ace's exploits upon the sea, under the banner of Whitebeard, Ace gallivanted across the ocean, his bounty soaring to 500 million berries. While the Navy and the world government refrained from taking action against him, Victor understood Zhangguo's strategy. To ensure one's downfall, one must first drive them to madness. Ace, having gained renown at a young age, was backed by Whitebeard. With inherent strength and the indulgence of his elder, such a child was bound to encounter trouble. Zhangguo, a tactical genius, exhibited patience and the ability to wait for an opportune moment to ensnare both Ace and Whitebeard. This opportunity did not elude Zhangguo for long. In the year 1519 of the Sea Circle calendar, Whitebeard's 4th Division commander, Sachi, obtained the Yami no Mi. Consequently, Sachi was slain by Teach, who acquired the fruit and defected. It is well known that the Whitebeard pirates forbade internal strife. Teach's murder of Sachi could not go unanswered. Zhangguo keenly sensed the opportunity. As anticipated, 2nd Division Commander Ace departed from the Moby Dick, pursuing the traitor alone. Still, Zhangguo refrained from taking action, aware that the timing was not yet ripe. At Victor's villa on the Sabeti archipelago, preparations were underway to host a distinguished guest. From early morning, the maids busied themselves, ensuring that the day's ingredients were not only exquisite but also delectable. At 6 in the evening, a Kainu entered the villa. Earlier that day, Victor had contacted a Kainu, inviting him for dinner. Under Stella's guidance, a Kainu arrived at Victor's study. After Sindoli served tea, she exited the room. Did you summon me for something specific? A Kainu inquired as he settled into his seat. Victor began. Have you heard of Firefist, Ace? A Kainu nodded, recalling the supernova who had debuted 2 years prior and was even invited by the world government, only to decline. Indeed, Victor said, tossing a cigar to a Kainu before lighting his own cigarette. Did you specifically bring me here just for him? A Kainu asked, frowning, regarding Ace as a mere minor character. While he was labeled a supernova, new supernovas emerged each year, such as Cavendish this year, receiving excessive praise in the newspapers. Each supernova seemed destined to become the pirate king upon their debut. Yet within a year, they would be forgotten, as they needed to navigate the new world, a realm teeming with monsters and the territory of the strong, where the weak were inevitably eliminated. In truth, he possesses another identity. Victor stated flatly, another identity? Akainu asked curiously, what identity? Victor replied, if his true identity were to be revealed, the entire world would be astounded. Akainu's curiosity was piqued as Victor inscribed a name on the table with tea. Upon seeing the name, Akainu's gaze sharpened. How did you come to know this? He asked earnestly. Victor answered, Zhangguo informed me. It should be accurate. Does he intend to orchestrate something? Akainu's wariness heightened upon hearing Zhangguo's name. His impression of Zhangguo was far from favorable. In Akainu's eyes, Zhangguo was a hypocrite, a treacherous individual devoid of compassion. Moreover, Ace was the son of Roger. The gravity of this information being shared with Victor suggested ulterior motives, likely aimed at ensnaring Victor in a trap. Victor, upon hearing this, chuckled softly. I am uncertain of Zhangguo's intentions, but we must not let this opportunity slip away. Akainu nodded. What do you propose? Victor replied, capture Ace, publicly execute him, and then use Ace as bait to draw out Whitebeard. Akainu's eyes sparkled at Victor's words. Indeed, you are Victor, a man deserving of my respect. I support you, Akainu promptly declared. Victor added seriously, however, the sacrifices this time will be substantial. Akainu clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, understood. We are the Navy. Although we are prepared to sacrifice for justice, many parents will lose their children, many wives will lose their husbands, and many children will lose their fathers, Victor said, inhaling deeply. I understand, Akainu replied, closing his eyes. Yet, for the sake of justice, for a pristine sea, and for a future where all can live in happiness and peace. Victor spoke with unwavering determination, declaring that no matter how arduous the task, he would see it through. Victor, I shall always stand by you, Akainu earnestly proclaimed. For the sake of the azure, pristine sea, Victor declared, extending his fist. Akainu mirrored the gesture, affirming, for the azure, pristine sea. In the past, Victor had resolved to astonish the world, a notion that would surely send shockwaves through Sengoku. Victor never engaged in ventures devoid of merit. Eliminating Whitebeard presented an opportunity, a chance to strengthen the Navy. By vanquishing Whitebeard, he could simultaneously unseat Sengoku, a crucial element of Victor's grand design. However, meticulous planning was essential. As for capturing Ace, that task would be remarkably effortless for Victor. Naturally, all operations must transpire in secrecy to prevent Sengoku from intervening. Unbeknownst to Ace, he was already ensnared in Victor's machinations. Currently, Ace was singularly focused on apprehending Teach, intent on returning him to the Whitebeard pirates, where he would demand that Teach pay for Sachi's life before the entire crew. This was his sole act of loyalty, both as a brother and a friend, to honor Sachi. Nevertheless, Teach's speed of escape was formidable. Despite Ace's pursuit from the New World, he could not catch up with him. Meanwhile, Teach had proclaimed himself Blackbeard and was making his way back to the Paradise, still alone. He had yet to encounter his initial crew members, Sniper Van Auger, Navigator Raphael, Helmsman Jesus Burgess, and Ship's Dr. Q, thus remaining relatively inconspicuous. Consequently, he had not yet been targeted by the Navy. In the original narrative, Blackbeard, after severing ties with the Whitebeard pirates, formed his own crew and embarked on an ambitious scheme. The first step of his plan was to become one of the Shichibukai, intending to capture the renowned captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Monkey D. Luffy, as a gift to the world government, thereby securing his position among the Shichibukai. However, due to failing to recognize Luffy in Magu Town and instead exposing himself during the plunder in the Drum Kingdom, he inadvertently captured Ace. All of this transpired in the year 1520, a year later, when Luffy had already set sail. At this moment, Teach was feasting on the spoils of his theft. He planned to traverse the four seas, both to evade Whitebeard and to seek out companions. Once off the Grand Line, it would be exceedingly difficult for Whitebeard to locate him. Little did Teach know, a group was already in pursuit of him. At the docks, two bounty hunters were scanning the area. They were the Loca brothers, employees of Baroque Works. Today, they had received a fax from their boss instructing them to track down a man named Marshall Teach. No photograph accompanied the message. Only a crude sketch of a man with a rugged appearance, thick body hair, a stout physique, and several missing teeth. As they scrutinized the sketch, their gaze ultimately settled on Blackbeard. Blackbeard, noticing that someone was observing him, feigned a glance behind him, while his peripheral vision caught sight of the two bounty hunters. The bounty hunters immediately pretended to be surveying their surroundings, a rather clumsy ruse, indeed. Nonetheless, Blackbeard did not exhibit any signs of suspicion. With many people present, it was not opportune for him to act. He needed to await a more secluded setting to eliminate those two. Soon, a passenger ship docked and Blackbeard boarded it. Just like any ordinary traveler, with a backpack slung over his shoulder. You go inform the company. I'll follow him, the elder Loca brother instructed. The younger brother was tasked with reporting back. Be cautious, the younger Loca warned. Understood, the elder brother nodded, trailing behind Blackbeard as they both boarded the ship. The elder Loca brother followed Blackbeard until he entered the cabin, but just as he stepped inside, Blackbeard had vanished from sight. As he began to search for Blackbeard, a large hand reached out from behind him. A resounding crack echoed as the elder brother's neck was snapped. After reporting the news, the younger brother also boarded the passenger ship. Suddenly, he felt smoke rising from his chest. He retrieved a necklace from around his neck, its silver pendant intricately designed and housing his brother's life card within. Something has happened to my brother, the younger Loca exclaimed, racing toward the ship. Like his brother, he rushed into the cabin. Crack! On Marius Island, a bounty hunter had identified his target. However, the target's vigilance was formidable. He had dispatched 2 bounty hunters and was now untraceable. A telephone snail imitated Crocodile's voice. After listening, Robin thanked him and then exited the balcony, entering Victor's chamber. Victor was engrossed in a magazine on the bed. Robin lay beside him, inquiring, "Should we deploy more people for the search?" "Change the personnel," Victor replied, nodding. "Additionally, find someone named Lafitte." He was a security officer in the West Blue, notorious for his excessive use of force. He was subsequently expelled. In Victor's estimation, Blackbeard was likely to adopt a more discreet and low-key approach. Thus, he sought to locate Lafitte. Perhaps their encounter was fated. Conversely, should they fail to meet, it would not be of great consequence, as Lafitte was a talent worth recruiting. "Understood," Robin noted. "Now, let us rest," Victor said, gently stroking Robin's sleek black hair. Robin nestled into Victor's embrace, falling into a serene slumber. In truth, Victor was not the only one seeking Blackbeard. Figures from the underworld, as well as agents from the world government, were also on the hunt. Certainly, all of this was orchestrated by Victor. He had instructed Spandam to search for individuals, and Spandam was fully committed to the task. Similarly, Doflamingo and Tesalo mobilized their respective resources to assist Victor in his search. Consequently, Blackbeard's life had become quite uncomfortable. Did Whitebeard truly intend to leave no stone unturned? Within a month, regardless of where Blackbeard hid, it seemed that someone was always on his trail. Blackbeard suspected that Whitebeard had dispatched individuals to find him. In his view, Whitebeard was serious about the matter, although this was somewhat anticipated. Whitebeard indeed possessed the capability to exert such influence, and various factions were willing to lend him favors. However, continuing in this manner was unsustainable. He could not remain in hiding indefinitely. Blackbeard's objective was to find suitable companions and establish the Blackbeard Pirates. Yet, due to being relentlessly pursued, he remained a solitary figure. 3 months elapsed. Those dispatched to locate Blackbeard could not be said to have returned empty-handed. They had indeed spotted Blackbeard on several occasions, only to have him evade capture each time. Blackbeard's keen observation haki allowed him to sense the eyes upon him, thus facilitating his escape time and again. However, while Blackbeard himself remained elusive, his crucial crewmates had been successfully located. Lafitte, the violent security officer of Shihai. Although Lafitte possesses only average combat capabilities, his talents are not solely defined by personal strength. In the original narrative, Lafitte made a mysterious appearance at the government-convened meeting of the 7 warlords, where he sought to request the incorporation of Captain Blackbeard into the ranks of the warlords. During the Marineford War, it was also due to his hypnotic influence over the Navy that the path was cleared for the Straw Hat crew and the Blackbeard Pirates. One could assert that without Lafitte, Blackbeard's ambitions to seize the position of warlord and the prisoners within him held down would have been nearly impossible, unless he could find a substitute. At this moment, Lafitte trailed behind Robin, being escorted into Victor's study. Robin approached Victor from behind, and Lafitte immediately recognized him. Their eyes met, and in that instant, it felt as though Victor could see through his very being. A shiver ran down Lafitte's spine, a wave of fear engulfing him, akin to a mouse gazing at a fierce tiger, acutely aware it could be crushed at any moment. "General Victor, I am not being pursued, am I?" Lafitte inquired cautiously. Though he had been exiled, he had not descended to the level of thievery to survive. Just a month prior, while boarding a cargo ship, he had been struck from behind and lost consciousness. Upon awakening, he found himself in the presence of Robin, who had brought him before Victor. Victor commanded, "Remove his sea-stone handcuffs." Felix complied, releasing Lafitte. Shaking his hands, Lafitte asked, "Why have you summoned me here, Lord Victor?" Victor replied, "I wish to introduce you to a certain task." "What sort of task?" Lafitte inquired with curiosity. Victor continued, "Robin is in need of an assistant, and I hope you can aid her in her duties." "Huh?" Lafitte looked at Robin in surprise. Victor asked, "Is that acceptable?" Lafitte nodded, affirming that it was indeed acceptable. "Very well, you may leave now," Victor concluded, and Robin led Lafitte and Felix out of the study. Once outside, Lafitte was filled with questions, pondering what value he possessed that warranted Victor as favor. Although Robin was merely a woman, Lafitte understood that her proximity to Victor indicated her significant standing. Ace lay on the deck, snoring, with a large plate of unfinished seafood rice before him. He had come in search of Blackbeard, yet he always found himself a step behind, with Blackbeard consistently ahead of him. Despite possessing fragments of Blackbeard's life card, Ace had yet to catch up. Hey. Suddenly, a sailor's eyes widened. The Marines were approaching, and they felt a surge of tension. Though the cargo ship was legitimate, the man on deck was Fist Ace, who had been witnessed battling a group of pirates with a single punch, engulfing their ship in flames. If a conflict arose between Ace and the Marines, the consequences could be dire for them. As the sailors nervously awaited, a warship passed by without incident, and they collectively sighed in relief. Lord Victor, we have tracked the target's location, Spandam reported with a smirk, ingratiating himself to Victor. Oh, Victor replied, a hint of a smile gracing his face. They were not detected? Spandam assured him, rest assured, Lord Victor, our informants are highly reliable. The world government spies include not only agents but also ordinary individuals who have been purchased. Although Blackbeard is vigilant, he cannot guard against everyone, and given his appearance, it is natural for passers-by to take notice. Victor grunted in acknowledgement and requested the location to be sent. Yes, Spandam quickly transmitted the information to Victor. Stepping out of the villa, Victor glanced at Queen Ah and the others who were training before leaping into the wind. Blackbeard retrieved a small box from within his clothing, containing 2 fragments of life cards, one belonging to Whitebeard and the other to Ace. The fragment of Whitebeard's life card remained stationary, while Ace's card steadily approached his direction. Indeed, Ace would not relent. However, even if Ace caught up, Blackbeard held no fear. He was confident in his abilities, believing he could overcome Ace even without the powers of the Yami no Mi. Yet, Blackbeard had his own plans, and until he was ready, he had no intention of confronting Ace. As for Ace's pursuit, Blackbeard dismissed it entirely, for he required no sleep, making it impossible for Ace to catch him. Just as Blackbeard was about to sit down for a meal, he sensed danger. Someone had found him. The sensation of being locked onto by Unbeatable was peculiar, an instinctive warning of impending peril. Blackbeard immediately stood, causing the cherry pie he had purchased to tumble to the ground. Your vigilance is commendable. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky. The man's handsome visage, coupled with his cloak of justice, was unmistakable. Victor, what was he doing here? Blackbeard's expression darkened as he speculated on Victor's intentions. At that moment, Blackbeard was palpably tense. Victor was the formidable figure who had defeated the likes of the Golden Lion and the Red Count, hailed as the strongest admiral of the Navy. You must be wondering why I have come to see you? You are not yet being pursued. In the eyes of the Marines, you are merely a minor character. Is that so? Victor responded with an impassive demeanor. Upon having his thoughts laid bare by Victor's gaze, Blackbeard suddenly laughed, adopting a foolishly innocent countenance. Admiral, I am not breaking any laws at present. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than Victor vanished from sight. Before Blackbeard, only fleeting shadows remained. In an instant, the air was compressed by a powerful fist. Blackbeard raised his hands in defense. Boom! He was sent hurtling backward, his body tumbling across the ground in disarray. It was too swift. The punch was overwhelmingly forceful. Blackbeard felt as though his insides were on the brink of shattering. But it was not merely Victor's speed and strength that astounded him. His Haki had inexplicably failed him. What was happening? Why could he not perceive Victor's attack? Just as Blackbeard attempted to rise, Victor was upon him once more, raising his foot to deliver another strike. After Blackbeard's cheek was struck, his body spun through the air like a top. The resounding crash echoed as he collided with the forest, shattering over 100 trees before finally coming to a halt. As Victor closed in, he lifted his foot once more, preparing to stomp down fiercely, when Blackbeard unexpectedly raised his hand. His palm blocked Victor's foot, which was aimed at his face. Isn't this excessive? Blackbeard's lips bled as his eyes glinted with murderous intent, his face contorted with rage, becoming increasingly ferocious. He no longer wished to discern Victor's intentions. He could sense that Victor genuinely sought to end his life. Given this reality, there was no need to conceal his strength. Against an opponent of Victor's caliber, survival required unleashing his full power. Victor remained expressionless, but his gaze erupted with a terrifying killing intent. In a fleeting moment, a crimson light flashed in Victor's eyes. With a thunderous crash, his foot landed forcefully on Blackbeard's face. The sound of cracking echoed as Blackbeard's nasal bridge and brow shattered, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. Victor pressed down harder with his shoe, as if extinguishing a cigarette. Simultaneously, wisps of black smoke emanated from beneath Victor's foot, and soon the entire forest was enveloped in darkness. Blackbeard sank into the shadows, while Victor felt himself being drawn downward. Blackbeard activated the power of the Yami Yami no Mi, the dark hole. It unleashed darkness over a vast area, drawing in anything or anyone it touched, compressing and shattering them with infinite force, akin to a miniature black hole. In the original narrative, Blackbeard demonstrated this ability to ace, instantly transforming a town into nothingness. An intriguing ability indeed. Victor sensed his body descending, but was not overly concerned. With a fierce glare, he transformed into a 50-meter-tall titan, his entire form cloaked in a dark, menacing aura. Titan Nova! Victor summoned all his strength for a cataclysmic strike. With his foot firmly planted on Blackbeard's face, he had pinpointed his location, allowing him to attack Blackbeard directly. Boom! Victor's colossal fist struck Blackbeard's body. Yet was he still alive? Such tenacity. Victor could feel Blackbeard's heart still beating. That last blow had not claimed his life. This was tied to the Yami Yami no Mi's ability to absorb damage. Of course, the primary reason was Blackbeard's remarkable durability. Victor refrained from further assaulting him, granting Blackbeard the opportunity to rise from ground. Given that Blackbeard could not elementalize, Victor felt no fear of him escaping. Ha ha ha! Blackbeard emitted a chilling laugh, seemingly transformed. His eyes brimmed with ferocity and cruelty. Victor observed Blackbeard's reaction, finding it entirely unsurprising. Blackbeard was more than just an actor. He had lurked within the Whitebeard pirates for many years. Maintaining a facade of foolishness was not difficult. The challenge lay in sustaining it. One must remember that while circumstances may change, one's nature is hard to alter. At any moment, Blackbeard could reveal a flaw. The only method to resolve this was through genuine emotion. Blackbeard had indeed possessed a period of kindness and a lack of ambition. It was only upon encountering the Yami Yami no Mi that his inner greed was awakened. Victor believed that Blackbeard's character was influenced by different souls. The benevolent soul had allowed him to deceive Whitebeard and all the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Only in battle did the sinister soul take control, alerting Shanks to the anomaly. Meanwhile, the truly malevolent soul had been patiently awaiting its opportunity. Did you see that? Blackbeard proclaimed, shrouded in black smoke, reveling in his apparent invincibility. Regardless of the damage inflicted upon him, he could absorb it all with the Yami Yami no Mi's power. Though pain persisted, at least he would not perish. Victor, in his Titan form, acknowledged with a grunt, followed by a resounding crash as he delivered another punch. Blackbeard raised his hand, a black vortex forming in his palm. Victor's fist collided with the vortex, yet the force was entirely absorbed. Before Blackbeard could bask in his triumph, Victor unleashed another punch. The impact on the ground generated a shockwave, creating a massive crater spanning hundreds of meters. Blackbeard was propelled into the air by the force of the shockwave. Before he could regain his balance, bam! Another powerful blow struck him in the abdomen. Blackbeard coughed, a torrent of blood erupting from his mouth. The sound of his body embedding into the mountainside reverberated. Cough, cough! Blackbeard sputtered, his gaze fixed on the advancing Titan. This bastard was far too powerful. Gritting his teeth, he braced himself against the rocky wall, struggling to extricate himself from the mountainside. At that moment, Blackbeard's arrogance and pride dissipated, replaced by sheer terror. Victor was formidable, beyond Blackbeard's expectations. Although the Yami Yami no Mi allowed him to absorb all injuries, Victor showed no signs of fatigue. Damn it! Blackbeard most wished to avoid combat with a master of martial arts and hockey. As he noticed the black smoke rising from his body once more, Victor remarked expressionlessly, "It's been a while since I've had such a thrilling fight." Under Blackbeard's watchful gaze, Victor reverted to his human form. No, it would be inaccurate to call it merely human. Victor's appearance had undergone a transformation. His torso was bare, adorned with golden runes, resembling a deity. Awakening. Blackbeard stared dumbfounded at Victor. The awakening of the Zoan-type Hito no Mi Titan form was not as rare as that of the Zoan-type Hito no Mi Nika form. However, those capable of awakening it were still exceedingly few. It seems you know quite a lot. Victor stated calmly. Why target me? Blackbeard questioned through gritted teeth, perplexed as to why Victor would focus on such a minor figure. Though Blackbeard was confident that given time to acquire more formidable abilities, he could defeat Victor. I can see the future. In the future, you, Victor replied expressionlessly, will cause me some trouble. What? Blackbeard was momentarily taken aback, yet he did not doubt Victor's words. So that was it. With a grim smile, Blackbeard clenched his hands, the black smoke intensifying around him. Soon, the entire sky above the island was shrouded in darkness, as even the light was devoured by the shadows. Since that is the case, I cannot allow you to take my life. There are still numerous tasks awaiting my attention. The infamous Blackbeard laughed heartily, prepared to fight for his life. He was well aware of Victor's formidable strength. However, he too possessed his own advantages. The power of the Yami no Mi was not particularly offensive, yet could seal the abilities of its users. As long as he could restrain Victor, he pondered his strategy against him. At that moment, Victor's hands each grasped a cerulean blade, which soon became enveloped in haki. Do you know the characteristics of a Zoan fruit's awakening? Victor inquired just before he stepped forward. In a flash, Victor vanished from Blackbeard's sight, moving even faster than before. All Blackbeard could discern were mere flashes of light. Yet, the most terrifying aspect was that his Kenbunchika haki had failed him, rendering him unable to perceive or lock onto Victor's presence. Victor flicked his arms, his dual blades devoid of any blood. Blackbeard felt no pain. But that was merely a fleeting moment. With a scream, blood erupted from Blackbeard's chest as the speed of Victor's strike cleaved through skin, muscle, blood vessels, nerves, and cells. The essence of the Zoan fruit embodies the will of an animal, which, when infused into inanimate objects, bestows them with life. Akin to how Charlotte Linlin created homies, Vegapunk discovered this self-will of the Zoan fruits and devised a method to implant it into lifeless matter, thus developing the technique of allowing objects to consume devil fruits. Inanimate objects lack a soul. Thus, when the will of a Zoan fruit enters them, it becomes the sole sovereign. However, the situation is different for humans. Upon consuming a Zoan fruit, two wills coexist within the user, the will of the animal and the will of the user themselves. These two wills must coexist harmoniously. Without one, the other cannot thrive. For a user to harness the fruit's power, they must gain the animal's recognition, a process known as awakening. This is not merely a matter of physical enhancement or increased strength. It is a genuine transformation into possessing divine strength. A smug smile crept across Victor's face. Was Blackbeard strong? At present, he certainly could not be deemed weak. He appeared comical and arrogant, easily defeated by Whitebeard in the original narrative and even rolled about helplessly under Ace's flames. Yet Blackbeard consistently rose to his feet. Unlike Luffy, he lacked the protagonist's aura and thus could not perform countless sit-ups. Although the Yami no Mi's abilities are extraordinary, they require a robust physical foundation. Without it, there would be no opportunity to utilize the ability to absorb damage. In contrast, Blackbeard seemed woefully inadequate before Victor. Although his physique was formidable, his offensive power was severely lacking. Without the destructive enhancement of the Gura no Mi, he was merely a punching bag in Victor's presence. Especially during the Titan awakening, Victor's speed, strength, and regenerative abilities transcended mere enhancement. Ace had been pursuing Blackbeard when he suddenly noticed Blackbeard had come to a halt, his life card weakening. Despite the oddity of the situation, Ace quickly reached Blackbeard's location. There, he found Blackbeard sprawled on the ground, motionless, his face covered in blood and his body riddled with wounds. In addition to his knife injuries, blood seeped incessantly from his skin, suggesting severe internal damage. What had transpired? Gazing at the barely breathing Blackbeard, who seemed on the verge of death, Ace's anger dissipated. Suddenly, he heard the flick of a lighter. Following the sound, he spotted a man behind a tree. Clad in a white cloak of the Navy, it was a Marine. Had Blackbeard been defeated by that Marine? Ace clenched his fists. Though he intended to bring Blackbeard back for justice, he would never tolerate Navy interference with Whitebeard's crew. Did you do this to him? Ace coldly inquired, directing his gaze toward the tree. Victor stepped out from behind it, a cigarette dangling from his lips, and met Ace's eyes. "It is you," Ace exclaimed in astonishment. "What are you doing here?" Since joining the Whitebeard pirates, Ace had grown increasingly arrogant. During his unrestrained days at sea, he had forgotten what fear felt like. However, he was not without fear. Whitebeard and the others had repeatedly cautioned him against provoking the Navy, particularly Admiral Victor. "I am a Marine," Victor stated matter-of-factly. "And you are a pirate. What do you think I'm doing here?" Ace's expression turned grave as he replied, "Father and the others say you are very strong." However, meticulous planning, Victor acknowledged this with a nod, and was essential. "They instructed me to keep my distance if I ever encountered you." Ace tightened his fists, feeling astonished rather than fearful at Victor's sudden appearance. Truly, he was a man who bore the blood of the Pirate King. "I intend to defeat you." Victor took a drag from his cigarette. "Do you have anything else to say?" Ace scoffed, sensing Victor's condescension. Though he had heard tales of Victor's strength, he remained unconvinced. With that, Ace transformed his arm into a colossal flame, extending it into a fiery punch aimed squarely at Victor. Fast, expansive, and impactful. This was Ace's signature move, capable of sinking 5 ships with a single blow. The massive fiery fist hurtled towards Victor. However, he merely raised his hand, palm facing forward. The punch struck an invisible barrier, scattering flames in all directions. Ace furrowed his brow, realizing his attack had failed. Firefly, Fire Dama. Ace conjured numerous glowing orbs resembling fireflies, which floated around Victor before converging upon him, culminating in a massive explosion. Typically, this move could inflict substantial damage upon an opponent. When the smoke cleared, Victor remained untouched, his body shielded by haki as if clad in dark armor. Had Ace's assault failed to breach even the enemy's defenses? His brow knitted in concern. Should he press on? Victor's expression remained impassive as he asked, "Do you wish to continue?" Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor. Ace summoned several colossal spirals of fire and unleashed the Great Flame Ring, gathering the flames into a sun-like fireball to hurl at Victor. This attack possessed the power to obliterate an entire city. Yet, Victor vanished in an instant. A resounding impact echoed as Victor's heavy punch struck Ace's abdomen. Ace's pupils constricted, and his body curled up like a cooked shrimp. Such flashy attacks. "Do you take me for one of those mere lackeys?" Victor mocked. It was merely a single punch, yet Ace felt as though his very insides were shattering. Victor was overwhelmingly powerful. This sensation mirrored the first time he encountered Baihuzi, where the latter's strike felt akin to an adult striking an infant. Ace's seemingly grandiose attacks were rendered utterly futile before Baihuzi. He had believed he had grown significantly stronger. Yet Victor effortlessly instilled a profound sense of self-doubt within Ace. "Do you wish to continue?" Victor inquired of Ace. Before Ace could respond, Victor unleashed another devastating blow. The impact of his armed haki surged forth. Ace gritted his teeth to evade, but in the fleeting moment he attempted to dodge, Victor reappeared before him with astonishing speed. Bam! Victor raised his hand and struck Ace across the face. Ace was sent flying, his body colliding with over 100 trees before he finally came to a halt. Struggling to rise, Ace shook his head and gazed skyward. Boom! A colossal titan plummeted from the sky. Ace clenched his teeth and desperately dodged. The ground trembled as Victor's fist smashed into it, sending shockwaves throughout the island. A formidable force coursed through the earth like a raging torrent, wreaking havoc upon the entire island. Mere seconds later, bang! Bang! Numerous fiery geysers erupted from the ground. An underground volcano. Victor's armed haki penetrated the depths of the island, awakening the dormant volcano. Now, Ace regarded Victor with the eyes of one beholding a monster. Terrifying, incomprehensible. He was utterly oblivious to the vastness of the chasm between them. It felt as though any casual blow from Victor could spell his demise. This was Ace's assessment of Victor's prowess. You seem frightened, Victor calmly remarked to Ace. I cannot win. Ace's mind incessantly reminded him. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. A suffocating sense of despair enveloped him. No wonder Tiki was gravely injured. Just as Ace contemplated his options, the runes upon Victor's body ignited in a fiery crimson, flames enveloping him. The Flame Titan form had emerged. Titans wield control over the elements, and not merely that. Their skin, resilient and impervious to blades and bullets, especially after awakening into a true Titan deity, boasted terrifying elemental resistance. This meant that Ace's flames could scarcely even graze Victor. As expected, Ace beheld Victor's form engulfed in flames, yet he remained entirely unscathed. Despair washed over him at last. Victor's fist crashed into Ace's face, toppling him to the ground. This time, Ace did not rise again. His spirit had been utterly shattered. The chasm of power was vast, an insurmountable abyss. Morgans observed Robin beside him, eagerly anticipating the surprises she would unveil this time. She handed him a note containing startling news. Upon reading its contents, Morgan's eyes widened in disbelief. This was utterly chaotic. Shock was etched across his face. I look forward to tomorrow's newspaper, Robin remarked before turning to leave, leaving a stunned Morgans in her wake. This was madness, sheer madness. Morgans murmured to himself. Given his insights into the Whitebeard pirates, it was certain that Baihuzi would not remain passive. Baihuzi, the strongest man in the world. If he intervened, how chaotic would the world become? The following morning, at Victor's villa on the Shambadi archipelago, Sengoku, guided by Stella, stormed into Victor's study. Victor was engaged in discussions regarding pensions and welfare increases with Light. Victor, Sengoku bellowed, slamming a newspaper onto Victor's desk. What are you attempting to accomplish? Sengoku questioned him. The headline glaring with news of Fire Fist, Ace's capture, and impending public execution. This matter had not been communicated to Sengoku at all. It was as if Victor had acted without any prior notice. Had he not seen the newspaper, Sengoku would have remained oblivious to Victor's recent activities. Are you angered by the public execution of Ace? Victor inquired, his demeanor remarkably calm. Sengoku gritted his teeth and demanded, Answer me, what exactly are you planning? To expedite the summit war, Victor contemplated internally, yet replied, to eliminate Baihuzi. Starting with Baihuzi, we will cleanse the new world of all pirates. Have you lost your mind? Sengoku inhaled deeply. Are you prepared? That is Baihuzi. What else? Do you truly expect me to grant you ample time to prepare? I have no intention of making this comfortable for you. Victor reveled in his own cleverness, knowing Sengoku's reaction was precisely what he anticipated. Commander, Baihuzi is aging. Victor remarked dismissively. Do we truly need to exercise excessive caution against an elderly and ailing Baihuzi? Witnessing Victor's nonchalance, Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief. Do you comprehend how many lives will be lost? Sengoku's anger stemmed from his own lack of preparedness. He had already entrusted the scientific unit to Kizaru in a bid to align with him. However, Kizaru had recently reported that the completion of the artificial weapons was inadequate for immediate deployment in combat. Without these creations, relying solely on the flesh and blood of the Navy against Baihuzi would result in catastrophic losses. Sengoku vividly envisioned a tsunami crashing upon the headquarters. Commander, Victor interjected, I hold an opposing view. I believe now is the opportune moment to eliminate Baihuzi. Shaking his head resolutely, he declared, I have assembled an elite force of 100. 000. Should Baihuzi dare to show himself, let them come and never return. This revelation sent a shiver down Sengoku's spine. Victor had secretly amassed a formidable naval force of 100,000 without his knowledge. The most terrifying aspect was that Sengoku remained entirely unaware. As a man aspiring to dominate the seas, Sengoku felt as though his very essence had been drained away. Commander, this war will still be under your command. I shall not overshadow you, Victor said with a smile, patting Sengoku's shoulder. In the year 1519 of the Sea Circle era, in the East Blues Windmill Village, as Victor's prestige continued to soar, Karp found himself returning home with increasing frequency. He harbored no ambitions for power. Being a free-spirited vice admiral was sufficient. As for leading factions, commanding the navy, or reigning over the seas, such notions had never crossed his mind. However, today, a newspaper abruptly shattered Karp's leisurely existence. The navy was set to publicly execute Ace. Karp was rendered speechless. Before Karp could fully comprehend the gravity of the situation, Luffy burst in from the yard. Brandishing a newspaper, his face awash with panic. "Grandpa, Ace is in trouble." Karp clenched his fists, inhaled sharply, and sternly admonished. "I have long warned you all against becoming pirates." Although Kapu is currently flustered, he can only maintain this demeanor. After a while, Dayton burst into Kapu's home. "Kapu!" Dayton exclaimed anxiously. She had never felt so terrified even when captured by Kapu. "Ace, hurry and save Ace. The Navy is planning an execution. Once the newspapers announce it, it signifies certain death." Despite Dayton often claiming to despise Ace and Luffy, she truly regards Ace as her own son. Kapu remained silent. "Are you not a hero, Kapu? Surely you possess the ability to rescue Ace." Upon observing Kapu's expression, Dayton's heart sank. On the Moby Dick in the New World, all members of the Whitebeard pirates were eerily quiet. After reading the newspaper, Whitebeard's face darkened ominously. Both Ace and Blackbeard had been captured. Whitebeard was indifferent to the execution of Blackbeard, but why was Ace implicated as well? "Father, go and retrieve Ace. Father, bring Ace back." The crew on the Moby Dick voiced their concerns. Hearing this, Whitebeard sternly commanded silence. Instantly, the Whitebeard pirates fell silent. Whitebeard issued no orders. The Moby Dick remained still. Meanwhile, Sengoku dispatched personnel to closely monitor the Whitebeard pirates, particularly the Moby Dick. The Navy had also sent out G1, G5, and G14 divisions, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Concurrently, on a deserted island in the New World, the red-haired pirates were resting after a feast the previous night, with most still in slumber. At this moment, Shanks perused the newspaper, his brow furrowing at its contents. "Trouble is brewing," Shanks declared as he rose, determined to stop Whitebeard. If Whitebeard were to leave the New World now, chaos would ensue. This was certainly not the time for Whitebeard to relinquish his dominion. "Brothers," Shanks roused Beckman and the others, while Lucky Roo was still bleary-eyed. "We have matters to attend to." At the same time, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, and others were also stirring with anticipation. In Mary Geos, Sengoku approached Kong, resembling a disgruntled spouse as he lamented. "That scoundrel Victor never heeded my advice. I warned him not to provoke Fire Fist Ace just yet. Whitebeard will undoubtedly retaliate, and we're being forced into conflict with the Whitebeard pirates. Our preparation time is limited. Even if we mobilize all our forces now, it would be too late. Victor has no idea how formidable Whitebeard truly is." Sengoku rambled on, seemingly devoid of reason. Kong allowed Sengoku to vent his frustrations, listening patiently. Having once been the fleet admiral, Kong understood the difficulty of managing rebellious individuals, such as Kapu, truly the most obstinate of them all. Convincing Kapu to obey orders? An impossibility, considering his immense strength and high esteem. Yet, Sengoku's plight was even worse. As Victor was a top-tier troublemaker, more vexing than Kapu, and possessed greater strength and prestige. How could Sengoku manage someone younger, stronger, and more esteemed than himself? After a while, Sengoku finally paused, feeling somewhat relieved after holding in his frustrations for so long. Kong regarded Sengoku and remarked, "Since Victor has made his intentions public, we must prepare for Whitebeard's arrival." "If only Kazan were here," Sengoku lamented, shaking his head. The abilities of Akiji could counteract tsunamis. If the ocean were frozen, such calamities would not pose a significant threat to the Navy headquarters. Otherwise, Sengoku could not fathom how to cope with a tsunami. Just as he remained clueless about countering the Golden Lion's island bombardments, there was simply no defense. Thus, Sengoku sought to avoid provoking these monsters as much as possible. Kong retrieved a cigar, noting that the Moby Dick had remained silent and had not contacted anyone. The Yonko were consistently under the world government surveillance. However, the Whitebeard pirates had yet to make any moves or contact anyone, which was highly unusual. Suddenly, the The phone bug on the table began to ring. Upon hearing its call, Kong picked up the receiver. The red-haired pirates were approaching Whitebeard's territory. Upon receiving this latest intelligence, both Kong and Sengoku exchanged worried glances. What were the red-haired pirates planning? Why would they suddenly approach Whitebeard at this time? Should we stop them? Sengoku inquired. Kong shook his head. Our forces in the New World are too sparse. The Navy has only 4 divisions here, G1, G5, and G14, along with the scientific division. Although Victor has been continuously expanding G1 and G5, our total strength remains insufficient. Moreover, if we are up against a Yonko crew, these 4 divisions combined are inadequate. The Red Force, flagship of the red-haired pirates, appeared. When the Red Force arrived, Whitebeard received the news. Tensions among the Yonko were commonplace, with conflicts often breaking out among their subordinate crews, but there was an unspoken agreement to avoid direct confrontation. However, the red-haired pirates entering Whitebeard's territory was decidedly unusual. Father, should we eliminate them? Some voices began to rise in agitation. The Whitebeard pirates were preoccupied with Ace's situation and had no desire to engage with Shanks. To many in the Whitebeard pirates, Shanks was not worthy of standing on equal ground with Whitebeard, considering that when Whitebeard and Roger were at their peak, Shanks was still an infant. Let them through. Whitebeard chuckled. Having watched Shanks grow from a child, he was curious about Shanks's intentions as he had now risen to the rank of Yonko. Without any obstruction from the Whitebeard pirates or their subordinate crews, Shanks smoothly approached the Moby Dick. The Red Force and the Moby Dick docked side by side. At this moment, Shanks, carrying a large barrel of sake, boarded the Moby Dick. Someone named Lafitte. The pirates of the Whitebeard crew, each brandishing their weapons, glared menacingly at Shanks. Meanwhile, the members of the red-haired pirates showed no fear. First Mate Beckman, Sniper Jesus Burgess, Chef Lucky Roo, Ship Dr. Kareha, Navigator Bink, Musician Ben Beckman, Warrior Daifuku, and Combatant Raime were all present, seemingly undeterred by the numerical disadvantage, ready for a fight if necessary. The red-haired pirates, much like the Straw Hat pirates, appeared few in number, yet they were a formidable fleet. With a mere command from Shanks, he could summon thousands of pirates at any moment. This is the Sea Emperor, possessing not only the strength of a monster, but also the authority of an emperor. With a mere command, he can summon tens of thousands of warriors. The atmosphere is tense as both sides prepare for confrontation. At this moment, a smile graces the lips of Zyankasi. The Conqueror's haki erupts forth. On board the Moby Dick, some pirates faint from the overwhelming pressure. Not only that, but the railings and walls of the ship begin to crack. Marco and the others observe this scene in awe. It is common knowledge that the Conqueror's haki can incapacitate the indecisive and the weak, but to shatter the ship's railings and walls is no trifling matter. Witnessing this, Whitebeard snorts with disdain. He understands that Zyankasi intends to establish his dominance, to demonstrate his formidable strength to the Whitebeard pirates. As expected, the members of the Whitebeard pirates can no longer afford to underestimate Zyankasi. Approaching Whitebeard, Zyankasi sets his drink aside. At Whitebeard's behest, Marco promptly brings forth a cup. What happened to your hand? Whitebeard inquires, noticing Zyankasi's missing left hand. I wager it in the East Sea, Zyankasi replies. It is quite curious that a man like you would risk a hand, Whitebeard remarks before downing his drink. Zyankasi states that he once shared the same dream as the captain. Upon hearing Zyankasi mention Roger and realizing that Luffy shares the same dream, Whitebeard is taken aback. His curiosity piqued about the nature of Luffy. Whitebeard asks, did you come here merely to convey this? Zyankasi responds, I wish to dissuade you from rescuing anyone. Retorts Whitebeard. What right do you, a mere child, have to dictate my actions? Zyankasi continues, if you persist in your obstinacy, I will resort to my own methods. As he speaks, he takes a sip of his drink. With a sudden cold snort, Whitebeard grasps his naginata and strikes at Zyankasi. In response to Whitebeard's unexpected attack, Zyankasi draws his sword. Clang! Whitebeard's cutting blow meets the griffin in Zyankasi's grasp. As they strike at one another, their eyes blaze with intensity, their conqueror's haki surging forth. The sheer force of their haki and ArmamentHaki pushes the surrounding waters aside, transforming the once tranquil sea into a tempestuous storm. Look at the sky. Someone shouts unexpectedly. Members of the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates glance upward. The previously clear sky is now engulfed in dark clouds, and the heavens themselves seem to split apart. Oomph. With a shared understanding, Whitebeard and Zyankasi sheath their weapons. Fighting aboard the Moby Dick is beneath someone as frugal as Whitebeard. He has no intention of squandering resources. Zyankasi is here to mediate, not to engage in battle, and after demonstrating his strength to negotiate, he wishes to prevent further escalation of conflict. What brings you here? Whitebeard inquires. Zyankasi replies, I implore you not to go to Marineford. If that is all, you may as well leave, Whitebeard says, showing no inclination to consider the matter. Zyankasi urges, stay as far away from the Navy as possible. Do not provoke a conflict. Mr. Roger always warned us about this, and I trust you have come to understand it as well. They have taken my people, Whitebeard growls. Not every issue must be resolved through warfare, Zyankasi counters. Though he knows his words may be in vain. Given Zyankasi's capabilities, he could seek an audience with the Gorosei and perhaps find alternative solutions. However, Whitebeard, unaware of Zyankasi's methods, scoffs. Are you suggesting I beg the Navy for mercy? Give me some time, and I will rectify this situation, Zyankasi answers earnestly. With a hearty laugh, Whitebeard replies, if Roger were still alive, I would have him teach you how to survive on the sea. The implication is clear. He does not trust the words of this young man. Go back, Whitebeard dismisses, unwilling to waste any more time on the conversation. I understand. Zyankasi acknowledges as he rises to depart from the Moby Dick. Upon returning to his ship, Zyankasi turns to Beckman and the others, saying, it seems we have much to attend to. Unable to persuade Whitebeard, Zyankasi must resolve the issue in his own manner. First, he needs to speak with Kaido and others. Knowing Kaido and Charlotte Linlin will likely seize the opportunity, Zyankasi recalls that in the original timeline, Kaido ambushed Whitebeard while Linlin encroached upon his territory. The confrontation between Whitebeard and Zyankasi is under the watchful gaze of the Navy and the world government. When Sengoku learns of this, his emotions become complex. If Whitebeard and Zyankasi were to clash, the situation might resolve itself, at least temporarily keeping the Whitebeard pirates at bay, allowing Sengoku to prepare the battlefield. However, the peaceful resolution between Whitebeard and Zyankasi indicates that the strength of the Whitebeard pirates remains intact. Ultimately, unable to eliminate the enemy, he must enhance his own power. Thus, Sengoku arrives at Egghead Island, the base of Dr. Vegapunk's laboratory. The entrance is guarded by a military contingent. Kizaru accompanies Sengoku personally. Behind them, Stussy and other elite guards remain vigilant. Dr. Vegapunk, Sengoku calls toward the entrance. Through the surveillance den mushy at the entrance, he can communicate directly with Vegapunk. Admiral Sengoku, what brings you here? The individual responding is not Vegapunk himself, but his number 01 clone, representing integrity. Shaka, I require your assistance. Can your weapons be deployed to the battlefield? Sengoku inquires. The world government has not only met Vegapunk's financial demands, but has also imposed numerous conditions. For instance, without Vegapunk's permission, neither the Navy nor the world government personnel are allowed to enter Egghead Island. The island houses all of Vegapunk's experimental data, and the world government fears that outsiders may disrupt his work. Shaka responds, the prototypes of the Pacifista have been completed, but mass production has yet to commence. Sengoku asks, how many Pacifista do you have available? Shaka replies, 10 units. I want them all. I need them, Sengoku states. Please hold on, Shaka responds. Vegapunk finds it easy to accommodate Sengoku's request, viewing him as a relatively agreeable individual. Furthermore, he is only asking for the less formidable Pacifista, not the more powerful Seraphim. Vegapunk has no reason to refuse. The news of Sengoku's visit to Egghead Island reaches Victor, who has placed numerous spies around Sengoku. The Pacifista have not yet been mass-produced. It appears that mass production can commence at any moment. As for the Chition Sure, it seems it has yet to take on a definitive form. Waiki, aware of Vegapunk's relentless pursuit of perfection, understands that if the pacifist prototype lacks completeness, he will undoubtedly refrain from initiating mass production. At that moment, a knock resonated from outside the door. It was Sabo. He entered and approached Whiteheat. "I require you to undertake a task," Whiteheat stated. Sabo gazed at Whiteheat, unable to conceal his excitement. Throughout his life, he had been immersed in training and had never embarked on a mission. Observing Robin, Lucci, Hancock, and others achieving accolades, Sabo felt a pressing urgency. He too wished to demonstrate his worth before Whiteheat. Finally, the opportunity had arrived. "I need you to venture into Punk Hazard and retrieve a synthetic devil fruit," Whiteheat instructed Sabo. A synthetic devil fruit? Sabo was hearing this term for the first time. Can a devil fruit truly be artificially created? In truth, after Vegapunk joined the world government, he became the head of the research facility at Punk Hazard. Vegapunk had extracted Kaido's bloodline factor to create the first synthetic devil fruit. The world government demanded the fruit be surrendered, but Vegapunk deemed it a failed product because its color did not match that of Kaido's Uo no Mi, mythical Zoan, Azure Dragon form, and thus he refused to hand it over, keeping it securely in Punk Hazard. It later proved that this synthetic devil fruit possessed abilities akin to those of the Azure Dragon form, with only a difference in color. Even a weakling like Momonosuke could use it to incinerate Admiral Greenbull. Following Whiteheat's directives, Sabo successfully located the abandoned synthetic devil fruit in Punk Hazard. Subsequently, he returned to Sabati Archipelago with it and presented it to Whiteheat. Whiteheat then led Sabo to a desolate island. "Consume it," Whiteheat commanded, indicating the pink synthetic devil fruit. "Oh," Sabo replied without hesitation. Whatever Whiteheat instructed him to do, he would comply. As Sabo devoured the synthetic devil fruit, Whiteheat awaited his transformation. "Transform and show me," Whiteheat urged Sabo. Understood. In Whiteheat's presence, Sabo morphed into a massive pink dragon. Aside from the color, this pink dragon bore an uncanny resemblance to Kaido's transformed dragon form. Sabo, on the ground, excitedly observed his draconic claws. At this moment, Whiteheat addressed Sabo. "You have seen the illustrated guide of the Uo no Mi, mythical Zoan, Azure Dragon form, have you not?" Sabo nodded earnestly. The user of the Uo no Mi, mythical Zoan, Azure Dragon form can transform into a dragon, wielding powers over flames, lightning, wind, and more. Sabo recalled that the guide depicted the ability to assume the form of a mythical dragon, unleashing various large-scale attacks that could alter the very fabric of the heavens and earth. In dragon form, the breath emitted could morph into scorching flames, capable of incinerating structures, or transform into razor-sharp winds capable of slicing through flesh. A beastly roar could manifest as thunderous claps, and by rotating one's body, powerful gusts could be summoned, creating numerous tornadoes that wreak havoc. Furthermore, by grasping the flame clouds generated in the air, one could traverse the skies. Utilizing these flame clouds could elevate surrounding objects into the air. In a hybrid form, one could embody the agility and swiftness of a human while retaining the diverse offensive capabilities of a dragon. With the Dragon Claw Fist, "I hope you can unleash its full potential," Whiteheat conveyed to Sabo. "Indeed," Sabo answered earnestly, determined not to disappoint Whiteheat's expectations. Today marked yet another quiet day for the Whitebeard pirates. The Moby Dick remained motionless, as it had the previous day. The naval personnel tasked with monitoring mused on this, having already prepared their reports, merely altering the date from the previous day's document. Suddenly, the Moby Dick stirred. A resounding explosion echoed as an unidentified object struck a naval vessel, leaving a substantial hole in its hull. Zidande Mushi rang incessantly. Sengoku immediately seized the receiver. "Admiral," a panicked voice mimicked that of a naval rear admiral. "The fleet monitoring the Whitebeard pirates has gone silent." "Understood," Sengoku replied gravely, ending the call. He then convened a military meeting via broadcast. In the war room, Whiteheat, Kivu, Akainu, Garpu, Momonosuke, Chabwa, Fire Fist, and others were all present. For this public execution, the Navy headquarters had mobilized all resources, including elite forces from various branches and the 7 warlords, as well as artificial weapons from the scientific division. Sengoku was all in. Just moments ago, he had received distressing news. The Whitebeard pirates had taken action, decimating the monitoring fleet and vanishing without a trace. From this moment forward, We must prepare for a potential ambush, Sengoku cautioned. Waiki produced cigarettes, distributing them to Akainu, Momonosuke, Chabwa, Fire Fist, and others. As they smoked, Sengoku gritted his teeth and continued. This time, we must be especially vigilant against tsunamis and be ready for an immediate evacuation from Marineford, particularly before the battle commences. We must evacuate non-combatants from Marineford. Understood, Waikiki shouted. Understood, Akainu and the others echoed. Chabwa, feeling awkward, glanced around and could only murmur understood. Garp looked at Waikiki Akainu, and then at Sengoku. Sengoku clenched his fists, veins protruding on his forehead, suppressing his simmering anger. The war had yet to begin. One of the 7 warlords, Jinbei, had been arrested for the simple reason that he refused to stand against Whitebeard. Whitebeard had protected Fishman Island, rendering him a benefactor in Jinbei's eyes. Jinbei found himself imprisoned in level 6 of Impelled Down, enduring brutal punishment. Luffy had yet to set sail, and even if he did, infiltrating Impelled Down and rescuing Jinbei and the others would prove impossible. Nonetheless, Jinbei did not feel lonely, for he was not alone. Ace was there with him. In the cell, not only was Ace present, but also Blackbeard, who was barely clinging to life, his limbs shackled with sea stone cuffs and shackles, rendering him unable to escape the torment of level 6 hell. At that moment, guards approached, opening the cell door and escorting Jinbei out. "Where are you taking me?" Jinbei inquired, puzzled. The guards did not respond, simply leading him away to the interrogation room, where the surveillance Den Mushi had been removed. After Jinbei seated himself, a while later, Victor entered the room. Upon seeing Victor, Jinbei could hardly believe his eyes. How could Victor be here? And why would he wish to meet him alone? Was it to incite him to attack Whitebeard? Surely it must be. Jinbei thought to himself, having already resolved to sacrifice himself rather than strike against Whitebeard. Truly, he was a man of honor, hailing from Fishman Street. Victor regarded Jinbei with admiration. "I will not attack Whitebeard. You may kill me if you wish," Jinbei declared resolutely. "After Whitebeard's demise, who shall claim Fishman Island? Who will stand as its protector? Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, or Shanks?" Victor inquired calmly. Jinbei furrowed his brow. "I do not mean to sow anxiety, but you must comprehend the nature of the new world. All pirates converge upon Sabeti Archipelago and then swarm into the new world, with Fishman Island being an inevitable passage for them. Without Whitebeard, who can Fishman Island depend upon? Charlotte Linlin is heartless. Kaido's domain lies too far from Fishman Island. And Shanks is even more distant. Even if he is loyal, his reach is limited," Victor pondered aloud. Jinbei gritted his teeth and replied, "I have stated that even if I must die, I will not attack Whitebeard." Victor produced a cigarette and, while smoking, said, "Who said I want you to attack Whitebeard?" Jinbei was perplexed. Isn't it the Navy that demands the warlords to intervene? After all, Jinbei had been imprisoned and impelled down precisely to avoid participating in this conflict. Victor proposed, "Let us make a deal. If you work for me for 5 years, I shall guarantee the safety of Fishman Island. After 5 years, I will provide you with a piece of land, allowing you to live like ordinary humans. You will not only bask in sunlight and breathe fresh air, but will also possess human rights." Before Jinbei could reject, Victor added, "If you refuse, then there will be no need for Fishman Island to exist." Victor believed that the most reliable relationship between individuals is one of value exchange. He trusted that Jinbei would earnestly contemplate the future. Jinbei, a man ensnared by loyalty and affection, could not bear the thought of Fishman Island suffering. Thus, whoever could save Fishman Island, Jinbei was willing to follow. Whitebeard protected Fishman Island, so Jinbei aligned himself with Whitebeard. After Whitebeard's passing, Charlotte Linlin took control of Fishman Island, and the Sun Pirates became an affiliate of the Big Mom Pirates. Luffy aided Fishman Island, and Jinbei subsequently boarded Luffy's ship. In essence, as long as Victor held sway over Fishman Island, he held sway over Jinbei. Jinbei was returned to his cell. Ace observed him, puzzled as to why Jinbei had not been tortured. It was known that Jinbei endured daily beatings. Seeing Ace's bewilderment, Jinbei hesitated and refrained from disclosing Victor's terms. Jinbei's silence prompted no questions from Ace. Blackbeard looked at the two silent figures and then lowered his head quietly. His injuries were far more severe than they had imagined. To survive was already a stroke of luck. Nevertheless, Blackbeard understood that Victor had intentionally spared his life. Had Victor wished to kill him, he would surely not have survived. Victor's strength was overwhelming. Relying solely on the powers of the Yami no Mi would never allow him to compete with Victor. If only he had time to gather more formidable power, perhaps victory could be within reach. However, the pressing question remained: how could he escape from this place? Blackbeard felt a profound sense of despair. Just as Ace had suspected, upon Whitebeard's decision to rescue Ace, Kaido resolved to ambush him. Kaido and Whitebeard had once been comrades. Yet their relationship was fraught with tension. Kaido acknowledged Whitebeard's might but rejected his methods. Having the ability to claim the title of Pirate King, he chose instead to guard the throne. Not only would he not sit upon it himself, but he would not allow others to do so either. Thus, Kaido decided to eliminate Whitebeard and lead the era himself. To confront Whitebeard, Kaido mobilized his entire force, including King, Queen, Jack, and others, bringing all their ships and men. In this battle, Kaido sought only victory. As for Wano, he would leave it in the hands of Korizumi Orochi. However, just as Kaido and his crew departed Wano, pursuing Whitebeard with murderous intent, a ship loomed ahead, blocking their path. It was the Red Force. Red-haired, Kaido scowled. Before King and Queen could voice their opinions, Jack shouted, "Brother, let me take some men and go kill that red-haired scoundrel." Kaido ignored Jack and transformed directly into a colossal azure dragon, riding upon flame clouds. He soared above the Red Force. "Shanks, do you wish to engage me in battle?" Kaido challenged Shanks. Shanks replied, "Kaido, I am merely preventing you from committing an act of folly." Upon hearing this, not only Kaido, but the entire Beast Pirates exploded with indignation at such an affront to their captain. "Grant me a favor and depart," Shanks coldly admonished. Kaido offered no response, but instead demonstrated his answer through action. Flames coiled within Kaido's dragon maw. Burrow breath. A torrent of fire surged toward the Red Force. Yet, Shanks unsheathed his blade. Griffin. Boom! The burrow breath collided with Griffin, erupting in an explosion. However, the flames did not harm the Red Force in the slightest. Shanks' Busashoka Haki formed an impenetrable wall, safeguarding the ship. "How is this possible?" Jack exclaimed, astonished. King remained unfazed, and Queen showed no surprise either. The man opposing them was red-haired Shanks, a figure not to be underestimated. Shanks continued, "If you truly seek a fight, I shall oblige." Kaido regarded Shanks, who emanated a fierce aura, his eyes aflame with murderous intent. The atmosphere around them grew tense, dulling the once bright sky and stirring the tranquil sea into tumultuous waves. Kaido's instincts warned him. Shanks was formidable, a sensation he only felt when confronting Roger. "Then let us engage in battle," Kaido declared boldly. He would not back down. To ascend to the throne, both Whitebeard and Shanks were obstacles he must overcome. Days turned into weeks, and the day of execution finally arrived. The location was once again Marineford Square. As this was a public execution, live broadcasting was mandatory. In the square of Sabiti Archipelago, hundreds of thousands awaited the execution. Given Whitebeard's protective nature, a clash between him and the Navy was inevitable. The streets buzzed with anticipation, as everyone anticipated a monumental confrontation between the Navy and the pirates. On the screen, the warlords made their appearances. From left to right stood Dracula Mihawk, Don Quixote Doflamingo, Boa Hancock, Gecko Moria, Crocodile, and Bartholomew Kuma. The imposing presence and atmosphere they exuded were truly fearsome. Additionally, giants from the Navy headquarters, including vice admirals and rear admirals, formed a line. Above the execution platform, 3 chairs were set. Victor sat on the execution platform, flanked by Admiral Huang Yuan and Akainu. Around the platform, rear admirals and vice admirals of the Navy headquarters gathered. 100,000 elite sailors formed 10 orderly blocks, each standing at attention. Behind the sailors, a substantial stockpile of wooden boards and foam had been prepared, while the fortress had also been reinforced in anticipation of tsunami. Sengoku stood at the center of the platform, the focal point of the event. Victor smoked a cigarette. his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed into the distance. Akainu also held a cigar, while Huang Yuan discreetly scanned the surroundings. At that moment, the fortress behind the execution platform opened, revealing Ace, shackled with hockey-infused handcuffs, being escorted step by two sailors to the platform. Though Ace resisted kneeling, he had no choice under the sailors' firm pressure. As he bowed his head, his appearance momentarily brought a sense of nostalgia to Rayleigh, who felt as if he were seeing Roger. Shaki, observing Rayleigh, inquired, "What's the matter?" Rayleigh shook his head, then expressed his hope that Whitebeard would not arrive. Just like Shanks, both understood the prophecy concerning the Sea Kings. They had arrived too early, for the true king had yet to be born. If Whitebeard could not withstand the tide of the times and allowed it to run rampant, what would become of the future? Regardless of today's outcome, the battle between the Navy and Whitebeard would undoubtedly shape the course of history, potentially with vast repercussions. Suddenly, the Moby Dick emerged from the depths of the sea, having been coated in a protective layer before surfacing. The Whitebeard pirates assembled a formidable force upon the ocean. Their ships, though varying in size and adorned with colorful flags, exuded en Unbeatable. Upon the Moby Dick, the division commanders stood before Whitebeard. 1st Division Commander Marco the Phoenix, 3rd Division Commander Diamond Jozu, 5th Division Commander Bista, 6th Division Commander Blamenco, 7th Division Commander Riccio, 8th Division Commander Amor, the Shark Fishman, and 9th Division Commander Branham. Additionally, the captains of allied pirate crews, including the infamous Squardo, the DeCarlo brothers, Knight of the Sea Lumba, Bloca, Nyes, Kurskin, and the towering giant Oz, among others, were eager to join the fray. They were renowned pirates within the New World, true powerhouses. With 14 division commanders and 42 pirate captains, their combined bounty had reached an astonishing figure. The Beast Pirates could hardly compare to the might of Whitebeard's crew. Nonetheless, the primary strength of the Whitebeard pirates lay with Whitebeard himself. He gazed intently at the distant platform, clearly observing Victor, Akainu, and the vast naval forces arrayed before him. The sheer density of the Navy was indeed intimidating. Kuahaha! Whitebeard chuckled coldly. He was unafraid, although the deployment of the strongest Navy officer, Carp, gave him cause for concern, as Carp had previously forced Roger into dire straits. Could they secure an easy victory against such a formidable opponent? Not to mention the notorious Admiral Victor, a cunning, ruthless, and powerful individual. Whitebeard surveyed his sons on the deck, fully aware of their anxieties. With a reassuring laugh, he declared, "Kuahaha! There is nothing to fear. They cannot stop me." His unwavering confidence in his own strength was evident, and his words served as a significant morale booster. "Kuahaha! Sengoku, it has been a while." Whitebeard greeted Sengoku warmly, his voice booming clearly across the distance, despite being a kilometer apart. Sengoku retorted, "Whitebeard, return to your place." Whitebeard chuckled once more, raising his naginata high and striking it heavily upon the bow of his ship. "I must thank you for taking care of my sons." Before Sengoku could respond, Whitebeard suddenly extended his right arm and delivered a powerful punch, causing the air to crackle as if shattering glass. The space itself seemed to rupture. At that moment, Whitebeard let out a deep, guttural roar, and his right hand transformed into a claw, reaching forward. The sea before him surged like a massive block of wood, lifted by an invisible force, rolling up like a carpet. Such a colossal wave threatened to submerge the entire island. The power was truly astounding. The sailors on the shore felt their pupils constrict. Just then, a figure suddenly burst forth. Akiji. His presence was unexpected. Sengoku and the others looked at Akiji in astonishment. Victor, however, was not surprised. Akiji was a man of principle, unwilling to let innocent sailors perish in the impending tsunami. In the original storyline, when Zephyr sought to annihilate the New World and eliminate all pirates, Akiji intervened. Facing the impending tsunami, he unleashed a chilling aura. Ice Age. In an instant, the tsunami triggered by Whitebeard froze in its tracks. The sea surface became encased in ice, extending the battlefield right up to the Moby Dick, halting the water less than a meter from its bow. This was intentional. Victor observed Akiji, understanding his motives. First, by freezing Whitebeard's fleet. Akiji ensured that Whitebeard could not retreat, thus forcing him into a fierce battle with the Navy. If the pirates refused to withdraw, the Navy would fight with all their might until every pirate was eradicated. Secondly, Akiji was signaling to Whitebeard that he had the power to freeze his ship, but he did not intend to flaunt his strength. Rather, he was offering Whitebeard an opportunity to retreat. Akiji sought to avert this conflict and prevent further loss of life. Kuhaha! Whitebeard leaped onto the ice with a laugh, followed closely by Marco and the others. The crowd was dense, a sea of pirates. As Whitebeard walked, he remarked, "I remember you. You were the kid who used to follow Carp." He greeted Akiji. Sengoku, witnessing this exchange, darkened his expression and commanded, "Victor, take action." "Understood," Victor replied. Vanishing, Whitebeard looked skyward, a silhouette cutting through the clouds. "Umph." Whitebeard snorted coldly. With a powerful swing of his naginata, he demonstrated the ability to cleave the island in two if he so desired. As he struck towards the heavens, the clouds parted as if sliced in half. After narrowly evading the attack in midair, Victor landed on the ground, jesting, "Whitebeard, you almost sliced me in half with your knife." "Humph." Whitebeard squinted slightly, his eyes glinting with a chilling ferocity that betrayed an unmistakable intent to kill. Driven by rage, Whitebeard had come here today, and he would not rest until he took someone back. "I despise you," he exclaimed, swinging his fist toward Victor. The very atmosphere trembled with the force of his fury. Victor extended his hand, palm facing forward. "Do you think I would admire you?" he retorted coldly, only to be met with an explosive sound. Subsequently, the air was filled with fragments of ice, rendering the scene almost unrecognizable to the naked eye. "I am truly formidable." At that moment, Victor's voice echoed in Whitebeard's ear. Under the watchful eyes of the Navy and pirates, a blade of azure wind descended upon Whitebeard's scythe. Windblade. The ice surface crackled with intricate fissures. "Et banding in being." Victor's strike was powerful. With a smile, he declared, "The entire world anticipates my flawless victory." "Is that so?" Whitebeard scoffed, his foot sinking into the ice to a depth of 1 meter. Sensing danger, Victor rose onto his toes and executed a backflip. At that instant, Whitebeard leapt up, swinging his scythe toward Victor, intent on cleaving him in twain. The old man possessed considerable strength. Reacting swiftly, Victor utilized his core power midair. As he hovered, he directed a foot toward Whitebeard's descending blade. Victor's toes seemed to tread upon the very air itself. "It's hockey." Victor furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that Whitebeard would exert himself fully without holding back. The ground trembled with a resounding crash as Whitebeard unleashed his full might, forcing Victor aside. He could not afford to engage in a direct confrontation. With so many eyes upon him, he needed to retain some hidden cards. What just transpired? Light and Connor, among others, were astounded by the unbelievable spectacle. At that moment, Carp explained, that was an attack infused with Conqueror-S hockey. Conqueror-S hockey? Like Connor. And the others felt as though they had been granted a glimpse into a new realm. Those who wielded Conqueror-S hockey could manipulate it with the same precision as ArmamentHaki, allowing intricate control over it, such as weapon entanglement, Carp elucidated. Like manipulating ArmamentHaki? This was the first time Light, Connor, and the others had heard such a concept. "Go for it, old man. Take him down." The crew of the Whitebeard pirates began to cheer, as if victory were within their grasp. However, Whitebeard did not exude a sense of triumph. Instead, he scowled, his left fist enveloped in a milky light as he prepared to unleash a devastating blow to Victor's face. Unfazed by the impending onslaught, Victor capitalized on his speed, accelerating over a short distance to charge at Whitebeard. Boom! The force of the punch shattered the air, creating a deafening sonic boom. "It's empty." Whitebeard's right fist swung wide, while Victor's right foot lashed out. Whitebeard's left hand swung the scythe defensively. Thunderous sounds reverberated as Victor's right kick struck the scythe's handle with the force of steel. Whitebeard felt the tremendous power transmitted through the handle. Releasing his grip, he launched another left punch toward Victor. The collision of his fist, imbued with ArmamentHaki and enveloped in milky light, reverberated. The impact caused a widespread shockwave, as the force of the punches wreaked havoc akin to a solar storm, mercilessly obliterating everything in their vicinity. Each strike was more ferocious than the last, accompanied by the sound of wind being torn apart. Titan kick. Victor lifted his foot and struck Whitebeard fiercely. Whitebeard was slower than Victor. He seemed unable to raise his arm in time to defend himself. Although Whitebeard's arm was wrapped in ArmamentHaki, Victor's was exceedingly formidable. Whitebeard's left arm went numb. This was not a wound that could sway the tide of battle. But how many could truly injure Whitebeard in this era? After landing a kick on Whitebeard, Victor observed as Whitebeard clutched his arm, his expression contorted with pain. Carp, Sengoku, and the others displayed expressions of astonishment. This was not the Whitebeard they had known. Were the rumors true? Was Whitebeard's body deteriorating? In truth, Whitebeard had indeed aged. The toll of past injuries had accumulated, and with the passing years, he was no longer the indomitable figure he once was. Victor was determined not to miss any opportunity to pursue Whitebeard. It was not only the Navy that needed to partake in this battle. Victor, too, would give his all. After all, he needed the Gorosei and the world government to recognize his justice and loyalty. It was imperative to demonstrate to the entire world just how terrifying the strongest admiral could be. The end of Whitebeard's era. Boom! Seizing the moment, Victor delivered another spinning back kick. Whitebeard's body, like a small mountain, crashed onto the ice, creating a resounding impact. Swiftly recovering, Whitebeard let out a muffled grunt, swinging his scythe in retaliation. Victor, moving with lightning speed, delivered a powerful kick to Whitebeard's scythe. The resulting collision created a significant crater in the ice. In that moment, both the Navy and the pirates watched in rapt attention. Their hearts raced as Victor and Whitebeard clashed. It was exhilarating. Suddenly, Whitebeard erupted into hearty laughter. He had not expected to encounter such a formidable opponent at his age. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze transformed. If his earlier demeanor had been filled with rage, fixated solely on vengeance, now it was clear and rational. Yet this look was familiar to Carp and Sengoku. Both furrowed their brows, for Whitebeard had begun to take this seriously. It was only in the presence of foes like Carp and Roger that he exhibited such intensity. Kid, Whitebeard said earnestly, your strength and speed are truly remarkable. In this dull era, it is a pleasure to have an adversary like you. Victor replied with an impassive expression. If you say that, then you truly underestimate the Navy. I had thought that aside from Carp, there were no real men in the Navy. With his rationality restored, Whitebeard's words became more pointed. What did he mean by saying there were no real men apart from Carp? Was he indirectly criticizing Sengoku? Nevertheless, Victor found himself wanting to commend Whitebeard. Well said. Suddenly, Victor glanced at Whitebeard, who was gripping his scythe with both hands, leaping into the air with fervor. The blade was as swift as the wind. Slash, slash. Each time he cut, he carved a deep trench into the ice below. Wei Kurotoa skillfully evaded the onslaught, a sense of perplexity brewing within him. While he was acutely aware of the formidable power wielded by Baihuzi, it was perplexing that despite his ailing health, he still exhibited such vigor. During a time when physical capabilities were waning, and while enduring continuous intravenous therapy, how could he still display such audacity and resilience? This stark contrast was simply unacceptable to Victor. Although the descent was fraught with noise, retreat was not an option. As Victor mulled over these thoughts, Baihuzi unleashed a powerful slash, cleaving the air and generating a violent tremor. The shockwave was potent enough to topple anything in its path. Wuzhuang. Recognizing the futility of evasion, Victor raised his arms in defense. With a resounding crack, the ice within a 500-meter radius shattered, sending tons of ice crystals soaring into the air. The spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking, yet there was no time for admiration. Following this, Baihuzi advanced with a significant step, delivering his signature punch. A milky light enveloped his fist, embodying a strike capable of annihilating worlds. In response, Victor transformed into a titan. Under the gaze of the multitude, the titan roared, meeting Baihuzi's punch head-on. The collision of their fists reverberated through the atmosphere, unleashing a terrifying force that rattled the very fabric of space. Even from a distance, The sheer force of their exchange felt akin to sandpaper against the skin, with some spectators even being swept away by the gale. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The two warriors continued to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks, each movement sending shockwaves through the air with thunderous sounds. At first glance, their strengths seemed evenly matched. However, Victor's remarkable regenerative abilities meant he sustained no disadvantage, while Huzi, already frail from age, found his body further compromised by Victor's haki, rendering him increasingly vulnerable, a precarious state indeed. Victor's arms suddenly swelled, and he launched a fierce assault towards Huzi. The latter, realizing the futility of a direct confrontation, chose to evade and counterattack instead. The combat grew chaotic, with neither side gaining a definitive upper hand. However, Huzi's condition deteriorated with each clash, further straining his weakened body. For a normal individual, such exertion would have led to a swift demise. After an intense 15 minutes, beads of sweat adorned Huzi's brow. Suddenly, both fighters vanished from sight, re-engaging in a fierce exchange. Victor directed a punch towards Huzi's abdomen, but the elders swiftly bent to evade, only to have Victor strike his chest instead. Huzi coughed violently, blood spilling from his lips, indicating substantial internal damage. "You're no match for me," Victor declared. "Oof. Do not grow too complacent. I have yet to unleash my full power," Huzi retorted through gritted teeth. Is he truly holding back? Victor pondered, while Huzi masked any hint of uncertainty. Victor, embodying the Zoan type, possessed formidable recuperative abilities, whereas Huzi, as a paramecia, faced immense physical strain. Huzi realized that if the stalemate continued, he would inevitably succumb to Victor. He was unwilling to concede defeat. Having survived for so many years, it was not fear of death that plagued him, but concern for Ace and the children should he fall. A steely resolve flickered in his eyes. Time could not be squandered. With a thunderous shout, he invoked Dijon. Utilizing the tremor fruit, he struck the air with force, causing the atmosphere to fracture and unleashing tremors capable of shaking the very earth, rapidly demolishing structures and splitting the surrounding terrain. This reckless assault targeted Victor and the Marine stronghold behind him. Should Victor choose to endure this, it would undoubtedly inflict grave damage upon him. Yet Victor leapt into the air, opting not to block. Huzi's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld this unexpected maneuver. Simultaneously, Akainu and Kizuru leapt to the forefront of the Marine ranks, extending their hands to release their haki, forming a protective shield. Despite their efforts, the earthquake erupted, causing the ground of Marine headquarters to fracture and upheave, creating jagged crevices that sent soldiers tumbling, some plummeting into unfathomable depths. While Huzi's attack failed to harm Victor, it wreaked havoc upon the Marines, resulting in significant losses. Victor did not glance back. He was aware of the consequences and remained indifferent. Sacrifices were inevitable, otherwise the spectacle would lack excitement. At that moment, the Titan's right hand was raised high, its runes shimmering gold. As the golden runes glimmered, a golden spear materialized in his palm. Victor hurled the spear with tremendous force, striking Huzi, who, caught off guard, was pierced through the shoulder and sent sprawling before being impaled upon the ice. Witnessing this, Marco and the others were thrown into disarray. Josu and Vista were taken aback by Huzi's injury in single combat. Although alarmed, Marco quickly deduced the truth. Huzi had not simply faltered in evasion. His body was failing him. In his prime, Huzi could have dodged the attack and effortlessly deflected the spear. Without hesitation, Marco transformed into the Phoenix and surged toward Victor. As he neared, he shifted into his hybrid form. Phoenix Strike. Marco unleashed a powerful shockwave aimed at Victor. In the original narrative, Marco had once utilized this technique to send the big MOM pirate ship cascading down a waterfall and to interrupt Queen's laser attack, forcing the latter to spit blood. Was this a diversionary tactic? In response to Marco's assault, Victor merely flicked his wrist. The resulting explosion sent a wave of azure flames flying. Marco crashed to the ground, painfully rising to his feet, flames still igniting around him as he began to heal his injuries. A single strike from Waikichuo inflicted considerable damage. Is this the true strength of the most formidable general? Waikicho let out a cold snort, addressing the lesser foes. Come at me. Just as Mark was about to make a move, a series of piercing sounds echoed from a distance. Whoosh! A barrage of pink arrows flew towards Mark. It was Hancock. She would not allow Mark to ambush Waikichuo. I shall protect Lord Waikichuo, Hancock declared earnestly. Well done. Waikichuo responded with a thumbs up. Hancock blushed at the praise from Lord Waikichuo. Observing this, Dufilangming assumed that Hancock was currying favor with Waikichuo. In that case, he could not afford to lag behind. A smirk crept across Dufilangming's face as he aimed to eliminate Whitebeard. He laughed sinisterly, launching a line that ensnared a distant ice peak, propelling himself toward Whitebeard with remarkable speed. Before Dufilangming could close the distance, Xiaozi intercepted him. Dare to obstruct my path? Then you shall perish. 5 colored threads. Dufilangming conjured nearly transparent threads from each of his 5 fingers, adopting a claw-like stance to ensnare Xiaozi. Under normal circumstances, these razor-like threads could slice through an opponent's body with ease. However, this time, Dufilangming was met with disappointment, for Xiaozi's physique was anything but ordinary. Clang! Half of Xiaozi's body transformed into diamond. Dufilangming's assault was completely thwarted. You are not worthy to approach our king, Xiaozi said coldly. Dufilangming furrowed his brow. Veins bulging on his forehead, he felt belittled. He loathed the sensation of being underestimated. Do not think your diamond can make you arrogant. I shall tear you apart. With a menacing expression, Dufilangming leapt backward. Super Grape Whip. He extended his palm backward, akin to Lu Fei's prelude when utilizing the powers of the Gomu, Nomi simultaneously. Dozens of nearly transparent threads erupted from his palm, intertwining to form a thick, hair-like column. He then stretched this column backward and propelled it forward toward Xiaozi. Typically, this strike could cleave an opponent in 2 or even bisect a tall building in an instant, boasting an extensive range. The drawback was that once executed, it was challenging to retract. Nevertheless, to ensure a fatal blow, Dufilangming even enveloped the threads with Busashoka Haki. Concurrently, as Dufilangming made his move, Hancock sprang into action, prompting Sheikh Lakita and Mahuk to join the fray. Sheikh Lakita's target was Whitebeard, as was Mihuk's. Whitebeard, your head shall be mine. Desert Sword. Sheikh Lakita transformed his arm into a blade of sand, magnifying its size. Despite being formed from sand, the blade possessed the sharpness to cleave through the ground and even slice through the desert. It's you, Whitebeard muttered dismissively upon seeing Sheikh Lakita. Do not underestimate me. Sheikh Lakita was clearly incensed by Whitebeard's expression, which resembled that of a parent seeing a long-lost child. Had it not been on the battlefield, he might have added, You've grown so much. As Sheikh Lakita launched his attack, Mihuk also struck at Whitebeard with a slash. A wave of energy surged toward Whitebeard from 1,000 meters away. However, Baisida leaped forward, interposing himself before Whitebeard, brandishing his twin blades to block Mihuk's strike. Flowery sword Baisida, Mahuk stated impassively, Your opponent is me. Father, let's join the fight. We must rescue AC. The other captains of the divisions clamored for battle, while the captains of the allied pirate crews were eager to engage. Observing the scene, Whitebeard glanced at his crew and nodded. Kill the Marines. Brothers, charge. The thousands of pirates from the Whitebeard pirates surged toward the execution platform, seeking death. At that moment, Akaino leapt into action. Meteor Volcano. He unleashed a barrage of massive, lava-infused punches, launching them into the sky. Like a meteor shower, the magma fists rained down, melting glaciers and turning the ground into a sea of molten lava. The charging pirates suffered devastating losses. Meanwhile, Sengoku turned to Kizaru, who nodded before transforming into a beam of light, vanishing from sight. Kizaru sped toward Whitebeard, materializing before him. Without hesitation, Whitebeard swung his sword, Song Yun Chia, delivering a fierce slash. Kizaru's form was cleaved in 2, yet before the eyes of the onlookers, he reverted to his original state. He had clearly been struck by a sword imbued with Busashoku Haki. Mark furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend the situation. Clang! The Tenku Yoken struck fiercely against Song Yunxia. Kizaru wielded a light sword, matching Whitebeard blow for blow. Observing this, Akainu charged into the fray like a tiger among sheep, effortlessly sending the pirates blocking his path flying. He then stealthily approached Whitebeard. At a certain distance, Akainu launched his surprise attack. Hellhound. He rapidly extended his lava arm toward Whitebeard's face. This move was not only incredibly swift, but also possessed extraordinary power. In the original storyline, Akainu had used this attack to inflict severe damage to Whitebeard's face. As the strike approached, Mark stepped forward once more. Undying Thistle. He conjured a circular shield of blue flames for defense. In the original narrative, Mark had successfully used this technique to withstand Jin's Flame Emperor and Kaido's Heat Breath, proving its reliability. True to form, although Akainu's Hellhound was remarkably destructive, it was ultimately blocked by Mark. Get in my way, Akainu bellowed, launching an attack at Mark. Canine Maw of the Crimson Lotus. Akainu transformed his arm into lava, shaping it into a dog-s head, extending the molten limb toward Mark. The lava-formed dog head lunged viciously at Mark, seemingly intent on crushing him whole. Mark, recognizing the gravity of the situation, raised the Undying Thistle once more. He was acutely aware of his abilities and limitations. Though his offensive power might struggle to inflict harm on the likes of Akainu, he could absorb damage on behalf of Whitebeard. Moreover, Mark was confident that his blue flames could heal his wounds. Regardless of the severity of the injuries, he believed he could recover. In contrast, Whitebeard was not so fortunate. The lava-formed dog head clamped down on Mark's shield. Marco was enduring a tremendous struggle. Despite Marco's formidable defenses, the General's spear and the Vice Admiral's shield were far from being equivalent. With a resounding crash, Akainu unleashed another devastating punch. This time, he released a torrent of flames. Ignoring Marco's defense, Akainu directed a molten fist toward Whitebeard. The massive fist, composed of lava, erupted like a volcano, its force potent enough to obliterate colossal icebergs many times larger than even the giants. The fist hurtled toward Whitebeard. Out of the corner of his eye, Whitebeard noticed it and, in an instant, swung his blade to disperse the molten attack. At that moment, Victor manifested a spear of lightning in his hand. Whitebeard's pupils dilated in shock as he beheld the thick spear of lightning coalescing in Victor's right hand, aimed directly at Marco. In response, Whitebeard enveloped himself in a pearlescent aura, determined to shatter the lightning spear. The power of the Gura Nomi indeed allowed him to do so. With a thunderous boom, the shockwave fractured the very fabric of space. Just as the lightning spear was obliterated, Whitebeard breathed a sigh of relief. Had he not intervened, Marco would surely have been pierced through the heart. Even Marco could not heal from such a grievous wound with his Mera Nomi. However, Whitebeard's overwhelming paternal instinct compelled him to disregard Victor, who had just thrown the spear, and he lunged toward him. In the instant Whitebeard shattered the lightning spear, Victor closed the distance, delivering a heavy punch to Whitebeard's chest. Though Whitebeard had coated himself in Busashoka Haki, the speed and weight of the blow were overwhelming. An invisible force erupted, causing a portion of Whitebeard's chest to cave in, nearly penetrating him entirely. With a resounding crash, Whitebeard was sent flying hundreds of meters away, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground before he finally came to a halt. He coughed up blood, a bitter taste filling his throat. "Long live Lord Victor! Long live Lord Victor! Long live Lord Victor!" shouted Light, Connor, and others, their arms raised in fervor, while thousands of Marines cheered behind them. They felt victory was within their grasp. Defeating Whitebeard would bring an end to this battle. Justice would prevail. Victor's name resonated above Marineford. The likes of Gold Lion and Red Count had fallen before him, and now Whitebeard was in a similarly dire position. Victor's name was destined to be etched in legend. With a booming laugh, Whitebeard rose once more. Upon seeing Whitebeard's determination, Victor understood that he was far from finished. Whitebeard would not fall before rescuing Ace. Suddenly, Whitebeard spread his arms wide and roared with fury. He unleashed a powerful strike toward Victor. The shockwave shattered the air. The entire island trembled, reminiscent of an apocalyptic event. This time, Victor did not evade. He raised his arms to shield himself. The cheering ceased. Whitebeard's unrestrained wrath surged forth. It was not merely due to Victor's attack that he was injured, but rather from the desperate need to protect his family from further loss. Uh, uh. With another furious roar, Whitebeard slammed his fist into the ground. The shockwave rippled outward, impacting Kizaru, Akainu, and other Navy personnel. Kizaru instantaneously transformed into light, evading the assault, while Akainu grimaced, bracing himself. Sengoku widened his eyes in disbelief, murmuring, "Has Whitebeard lost his mind?" Garp clenched his fists, solemnly remarking, "He no longer wishes to live." A person's emotional state typically oscillates between normalcy, sorrow, and anger. Among these, the explosive power of fury is unparalleled. Indeed, in extreme rage, one may descend into madness. Whitebeard had gone berserk, unleashing his energy and wreaking havoc. He embodied the very essence of destructive power. The sound of crumbling stone and debris echoed as the Navy headquarters sustained even greater damage. "We must withdraw the entire force as swiftly as possible," Tsuru urged to Sengoku. Her brow furrowed. She understood that confronting the rampaging Whitebeard head-on would be utterly unwise. Sengoku remained silent. In this critical moment, the world awaited the outcome. Return life to the 8 gates. Victor's voice carried an undeniable gravity. A low, thunderous growl resonated as Titan's form ignited with crimson energy. Whitebeard directed another punch toward Victor. The fist shattered the atmosphere, fracturing space itself. Victor remained rooted in place as Whitebeard continued to unleash a barrage of punches in his direction. The power of the Gura no Mi ravaged the entire island in a frenzy of rage, visibly dismantling it at an alarming rate. Simultaneously, the Navy's casualties surged. Akiji stood atop an iceberg he had created, observing the devastation unfold. Witnessing the Navy perishing beneath the tremors, he felt an instinctual urge to plunge into the fray, to unleash his freezing air and encase Whitebeard in ice. However, he ultimately shook his head, opting for reason. As smoke enveloped the scene, Victor remained obscured from view. A subtle smile curled at the corners of his mouth. This was precisely the chaos he desired. Furthermore, the casualties among Whitebeard's crew continued to mount, further inflaming Whitebeard's wrath. While fury could unleash tremendous destructive power, it simultaneously exacerbated his injuries. The clash between admirals and emperors often came at a severe cost. Yet, Victor was confident in his ability to eliminate Whitebeard unscathed. The greater the destruction of the headquarters and the higher the Navy's casualties, the more valuable this victory would become. For after this fierce battle, the Navy would temporarily lose absolute control over the seas. Thus, the Revolutionary Army and pirates would find greater opportunities for growth. The faster they developed, the closer Victor would come to seizing the throne. Time passed inexorably, but Whitebeard showed no signs of relenting. Though battered and bruised, he felt it was insufficient and continued to invoke a tsunami. Ace watched the scene unfold, his heart aching at the sight of Whitebeard's wounds, which flowed incessantly with blood. "Dad!" Marco, severely injured yet resilient, urged, "Calm down." He sought to remind Whitebeard to regain his composure. After all, should a massive tsunami truly arise, it would swallow the entire Whitebeard pirates. The tremor powers of Whitebeard's Gura no Mi did not discriminate between friend and foe. Whitebeard was undoubtedly aware of this. However, he believed that without such drastic measures, their chances of victory would diminish. At that moment, Victor's laughter echoed through the air. "Ha ha, Victor!" Marco's eyes widened in disbelief. Was Victor still standing after enduring so many of Whitebeard's relentless attacks? In his fury, Whitebeard's strikes were fearsome indeed. Victor declared, "Whitebeard, your opponent is me." As the dust settled, Baihuzi immediately turned his gaze towards with.This. At that moment, a thunderous explosion resonated through the air. Subsequently, the ice surrounding with.This seemed to evaporate. When the smoke dispersed, the crowd beheld with.This. At this juncture, with.This had unlocked the final door to death, the last gate before the abyss. Upon its opening, he could harness the power of the day tiger, a blue vapor. generated from the evaporation of sweat, began to emanate from his body. With just a single punch, he could inflict severe damage upon his adversaries. Should one lack the awakening of the animal type, even a slight touch post-activation would result in excruciating pain. Upon seeing Wake-It-Tuwa, Baihuzi charged forth. With his sword in hand, the visual impact of his sprint was terrifying. Doflamingo observed from a distance. Although he was merely a bystander, the level of destruction evoked a visceral sense of involvement. Meanwhile, Doflamingo also realized how distant he was from the pinnacle of strength. Tyrant Kuma and Moonlight Moria stood silently nearby, each with their own intentions. Kuma had his plans, while Moria awaited opportunities to scavenge. Wake-It-Tuwa shook his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds as he moved his limbs, bones popping audibly. As Baihuzi swung his fist, intending to knock Wake-It-Tuwa to the ground. Wake-It-Tuwa vanished from sight. In an instant, he reappeared before Baihuzi, lifting his right foot and delivering a lightning-fast kick to Baihuzi's cheek. The impact caused Baihuzi to lose his balance, stepping back and creating a large crater in the ground. Wake-It-Tuwa leaped upward, exclaiming, "Titanis Hon." This heavy punch was aimed directly at Baihuzi. If it landed, it would surely break several of Baihuzi's bones. However, at the moment Wake-It-Tuwa struck, Baihuzi retaliated with a powerful punch of his own, opting to forsake defense for offense. The shockwave shattered the atmosphere, striking Wake-It-Tuwa, causing blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. Baihuzi too was struck by Wake-It-Tuwa's blow, and they exchanged punches. Wake-It-Tuwa wiped away the blood from his mouth. "Baihuzi, your vitality is quite invigorating." His taunting voice filled the air. Baihuzi offered no response, instead using his kin Bunchiko Haki to lock onto Wake-It-Tuwa's position, unleashing another punch. Kungzen. The atmosphere erupted with a thunderous roar as the air shattered, and the ground trembled. Wake-It-Tuwa raised his hand and murmured armament. He braced his body, enveloping himself in ArmamentHaki to withstand the impending strike. At this moment, Baihuzi was greatly fatigued. Although the powers of the Gura no Mi possessed devastating potential, each use burdened his body immensely. Despite still wielding peak strength, his physical form was faltering. His reckless expenditure of power drew him ever closer to death. What sustained Baihuzi now was sheer will, an unwavering determination to not relent until his objectives were met. Before Baihuzi could launch another attack, Wake-It-Tuwa propelled himself forward like a rocket. Boom! He struck Baihuzi squarely on the chin, sending him crashing to the ground. Wake-It-Tuwa adeptly defended against attacks, seeking intervals for counterattacks. Recognizing openings, he retaliated decisively. As an expert in martial arts with extensive combat experience, he unleashed Titan Starburst. Boom! As Baihuzi rose again, Wake-It-Tuwa's heavy punch descended like a meteor, pummeling Baihuzi with a series of brutal blows. Blood and debris flew through the air. Baihuzi gritted his teeth, forcing himself not to retreat. Kongjun, ignoring Wake-It-Tuwa's onslaught, he charged forward with a powerful punch, opting to trade injuries. A desperate clash ensued. Bang! This punch landed on Wake-It-Tuwa's chest. Wake-It-Tuwa staggered back 100 steps, finally coughing blood for the first time. Baihuzi, too, struggled to remain upright. Their conflict had devolved into a battle of attrition, a deadly game of life and death. It was truly chilling, more formidable than I had anticipated. Wake-It-Tuwa steadied himself, casting a cold glance at Baihuzi. Despite his relentless recovery, engaging Baihuzi in such a manner exceeded Wake-It-Tuwa's expectations. Though aged, Baihuzi could still endure such punishment. At that moment, hundreds of colossal magma fists rained down from the sky, targeting Baihuzi. Faced with the onslaught of molten fists cascading from the sea, Baihuzi raised his arm and swung his fist upward. Kungzen. The shockwave shattered the magma midair, transforming it into a fiery rain that fell to the ground. Akainu's attack caught Baihuzi off guard. Baihuzi's body succumbed to the strain, blood gushing forth uncontrollably, pooling around him. Were it not for his Naginata providing support, he might have collapsed. Old man! Old man! Old man! The members of the Whitebeard pirates were thrown into a panic. The great whirlpool spider brandished his long knife, rushing toward Akainu. Observing this, Akainu raised his hand and unleashed a deadly strike. Though the great whirlpool spider evaded a fatal blow, he lost his ear in the process. To Akainu, eliminating by first and then dealing with the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates was a priority. Akainu was patient, waiting for the opportune moment. Having just witnessed Wakatoa and by engaged in a fierce battle, both sides had fought fiercely. Thus, at this critical juncture, a surprise attack on by would surely inflict significant damage. Of course, this was merely Akainu's personal perspective. His intervention inevitably sparked panic. One admiral was already troublesome, and now another had arrived. Marco sought to entangle Akainu, but his strength proved insufficient. Crane approached Sengoku and remarked, "Isn't it about time?" Although Wakatoa had instigated the war, prompting Sengoku to hastily prepare, Sengoku had nevertheless devised a strategy for encirclement. The initial tactic formulated by Sengoku was to ensure that Baihuzi and his crew could not leave alive. Wait a moment, Sengoku shook his head. Baihuzi still possessed sufficient strength to influence the outcome of the war. Therefore, Sengoku needed the bait to be swallowed deeply. For the strategy to be executed thoroughly, the elite forces of the Navy had to cooperate, engaging Baihuzi to ensure both sides became entangled. At that moment, Baihuzi's chest heaved violently, blood and sweat streaming down his arms, legs, and back, pooling around him. Akainu could not afford to grant Baihuzi a moment's respite. Stepping lightly, Akainu swiftly approached Baihuzi, intent on closing the distance. Wakatoa pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit one. If Akainu wished to strike Baihuzi, he would let him continue. Wakatoa would not obstruct him. As for whether Baihuzi would survive the encounter, if it were that easy to slay Baihuzi, Karp and Sengoku would have already succeeded in their efforts. Wakatoa silently smoked, observing Akainu's performance. Akainu's hand rested upon his cloak, and he yanked it forcefully. The cloak was tossed into the air. Chi Inu clenched his fists, his expression dark and brooding, muttering, "Whitebeard, today marks your end." With that, Chi Inu suddenly accelerated, charging toward Whitebeard. His arm transformed into searing magma, unleashing a torrent of flames aimed directly at Whitebeard. The molten rock coalesced into a colossal lava fist, wreaking havoc with unbearable heat and billowing smoke as it struck Whitebeard head-on. Whitebeard waved at Chi Inu's lava fist, parting his lips in a grin. "You little candlelighter think you can kill me? You are not worthy." This time, Whitebeard did not employ the power of the Gura no Mi, but merely wrapped his fist in Busashoka Haki. Sengoku, witnessing this scene, displayed an expression of excitement. Whitebeard's condition was deteriorating. He could no longer wield the powers of the Gura no Mi at will, given Chi Inu's strength. As long as he maintained his assault, Whitebeard was doomed. With Whitebeard's demise, the Whitebeard pirates would scatter like frightened birds. What followed would be a relentless pursuit. Events seemed to unfold as Sengoku had anticipated. Chi Inu held the upper hand, relentlessly attacking Whitebeard. The latter could only evade and block, searching for openings to counterattack rather than engage Chi Inu directly. Hellhound. Chi Inu was unfazed by anything else. His sole desire was to eliminate Whitebeard. His intentions were straightforward. Once Whitebeard was dealt with, only 3 emperors would remain. At that point, he could eliminate them one by one. In a world devoid of the 4 emperors, what would the remaining pirates amount to? Whether it was a sense of justice or Victor's dreams, everything could be realized. Chi Inu was genuinely serious, thus pouring all his energy into his assault on Whitebeard. In contrast, Whitebeard appeared increasingly beleaguered. Hellhound. Another strike from the Hellhound, as the molten claws struck Whitebeard's shoulder. Instantly, a plume of blood mist erupted from the wound. Whitebeard swung his Naginata, merely grazing Chi Inu's cheek and leaving a small cut. If Victor could risk his life, so could Chi Inu. Old man. Ace knelt in the arena, despairingly observing the battle below. Whitebeard had already sustained grave injuries in his attempt to save him. If this continued, Whitebeard would perish here today. Yet Ace could do nothing. "Ace, I will save you." At that moment, little Oars appeared. Just as in the original storyline, during the Marineford War, he disregarded Whitebeard's orders to rush to Marineford. Due to little Oar's massive size, he would be targeted as a living target, which is why Whitebeard had forbidden him to come. Nevertheless, in his resolve to save Ace, little Ors charged toward the execution platform alone. His towering form immediately drew the attention of many, including Moonlight Moria. Moria had initially shown little interest in the day's events. However, now his interest was piqued. I must obtain his corpse. Moria's eyes widened. Little Ors, standing at 38 meters tall, swung his great sword, trampling through the chaos. Accompanying him was a throng of pirates, and with little Ors clearing the path, their advance quickened. You shall not pass. Do not think that being tall grants you free rein. At that moment, several marine majors stood in little Ors' way, including giant majors. Yet, little Ors was not weak. He sent those obstructing him flying with a single blow. However, just as little Ors attempted to press forward, Shadow's spear, Moria transformed Shadows into a spear that struck Ors. Although Moria had become a mere shadow of his former self, his attack power remained formidable. Little Ors howled in pain upon being hit. Hearing Ors cry, Whitebeard immediately commanded, "You all go protect Ors." The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates swiftly gathered around Ors. Ors resembled a tank, while the pirates behind him acted as infantry. Rather than following Ors, they were shielded by him from bullets and cannon fire. Ors! Ace cried out desperately, calling the name of his comrade. Ace! Although severely wounded, Ors heard Ace's call and continued to press forward. But then, a thunderous crash echoed. Victor suddenly appeared before Ors and his comrades. Ors, looking at Victor, raised his sword and swung it fiercely at him. However, Victor merely lifted his hand, his Busashiko haki-wrapped palm effortlessly catching the blade and blocking Ors' attack. Not only that, but Victor's left hand began to exert force. Busashoka haki surged into the blade. Before the eyes of the crowd, Victor snorted disdainfully. Then, with a crisp crack, Ors' great sword shattered. Ors stared at the hilt in his hand. The blade now reduced to fragments, then turned to Victor in shock. At that moment, several pirates leaped into action, brandishing their swords toward Victor. Victor stood his ground, simply raising his hand. Boom! The release of Busashoku haki sent the airborne pirates crashing to the ground. Those who fell were either dead or grievously injured. In the face of such elite strength, these pirates appeared as mere ants. Ors roared, swinging his fist toward Victor. Ors, run! Ace, aware of Victor's might, shouted urgently to Ors. Yet, Ors did not hear him. Titan's horn. In response to Ors' incoming fist, Victor retaliated with a punch. Boom! This blow not only shattered Ors' arm, but also penetrated his body, creating a gaping hole in his chest. Thud! Ors collapsed to the ground, his eyes void of life, blood gushing from his mouth and chest. The Grim Reaper had arrived at Ors' side. Ors! Ace shouted from below, but this time, Ors would not rise again. Moria looked sorrowfully at Ors, who lay on the ground, having anticipated acquiring a fresh and intact corpse of the demon. At that moment, Victor cast a glance at Moria, causing him to take a step back in fright. Eliminate all the pirates, Victor commanded loudly. Meanwhile, Whitebeard gazed at Ors, who lay on the ground, breathing shallowly. He understood that Ors could not be saved. On the battlefield, his children continued to fall. Whitebeard roared to the heavens. Chi Inu, witnessing this, transformed his arm into lava, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Whitebeard's head. However, the murderous intent in Whitebeard's eyes was palpable. The instant he glared, Chi Inu's body seemed to freeze for a split second. At that moment, Whitebeard moved, launching a surprise attack toward Chi Inu with astonishing speed, seizing his face. Chi Inu was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected Whitebeard's speed to have increased. Extreme sorrow, extreme rage. It is well known that when a person's emotions reach an extreme, they often commit astonishing acts. At this moment, Baihuzi appeared to have experienced a resurgence of vigor. His right hand was enveloped in a milky radiance. With a thunderous crash, the shockwave surged into Chi Quan's head, forcing him into the depths of the earth. Regardless of Chi Quan's circumstances as he fell, Baihuzi spun the Naginata in his hand. Those who are unafraid of death, follow me. In this instant, Baihuzi resolved himself. If he were to die, so be it. Before his demise, he would create chaos alongside his children. He could not allow the blood of his children to flow in vain. Not only would he rescue AIC, but he would also ensure the Navy paid a heavy price. Sengoku, witnessing Baihuzi's sudden explosion of power, felt a jolt of alarm. A foreboding sensation enveloped him. At this moment in Marin Fander, aside from a handful of Navy admirals and Carp, obstructing Baihuzi was tantamount to courting death. Baihuzi was not at the end of his rope. Rather, he possessed a resolute will to die. Even in death, he would exact a painful toll from the Navy. With a furious roar, Baihuzi unleashed his abilities once more. The shockwave sent nearly 1,000 Navy soldiers flying before him. Upon landing, they were left severely injured. Stop him. They could not allow him to gain momentum. Observing the pirates rallying around Baihuzi, several commanders grew anxious. Instantly, a group of lieutenant colonels, brigadiers, and rear admirals brandished their blades and charged at Baihuzi. After Baihuzi had dispatched one wave, another followed without pause. The clang of metal echoed as his naginata was overwhelmed by the onslaught of blades. Hundreds of Navy officers exerted pressure on the weapon, attempting to subdue Baihuzi. Meanwhile, others slashed at him with their swords, leaving multiple wounds upon his body. Yet, Baihuzi remained expressionless. He first stepped back with his right foot, then adopted a bow stance, channeling immense power through his arms. The Navy felt an overwhelming force akin to an avalanche, rendering them unable to resist. Get lost. Baihuzi swung his naginata, cleaving through the elite warriors standing before him. Since Baihuzi's eruption of power until now, the casualties among the Navy had reached into the thousands, a mere rough estimate. Those who had fallen into the ravines now lay in uncertainty regarding their fates. Follow me, old man. Witnessing Baihuzi's ferocity, the morale of the Whitebeard pirates and their affiliated crews surged. They had just been cowed by the might of the Navy admirals, but were now regaining their confidence. At that moment, Weka stepped in front of Baihuzi once more. Baihuzi spoke little, his eyes glowing with intensity as he swung his blade toward Weka. Weka conjured a blue wind blade in his hand. The clashing of their weapons resonated. Although Baihuzi was formidable, he could not demonstrate overwhelming dominance against Weka. Kizaru observed from a height, contemplating departure. The counterattack of the Whitebeard pirates was merely a temporary reprieve. The outcome was already determined. However, at that moment, a voice resonated from afar. We haven't arrived too late, have we? Everyone turned to locate the source. It's Hong Fa. How did Hong Fa arrive here? As Weka and Baihuzi remained locked in combat, the appearance of the red-haired pirates immediately drew everyone's attention. Sengoku's expression tightened. He could not comprehend why Hong Fa's crew would be present here. Hadn't they just clashed with Kaido? How had they arrived so swiftly? Sengoku was at a loss. Meanwhile, Shanks, accompanied by the red-haired pirates, traversed the battlefield, steadily advancing toward the execution platform. Weka caught a glimpse of Shanks from the corner of his eye. Shanks also regarded Weka. Though I have no intention of interfering in your conflict, I hope you will grant me a favor, Shanks stated, directing his gaze toward Weka before turning to Sengoku. Beckman and others fixed their sights on the surrounding navy, particularly Kizu. Upon seeing Beckman aiming a gun at him, immediately raised his hands in a comical gesture of surrender. Why should I grant you a favor? Shanks did not respond directly, but continued. My intention is merely to end this war. However, he paused, if you wish to continue fighting, I am more than willing to be your opponent. Rakalu, Yasabu, and others wore expressions of triumph. At this moment, Sengoku's countenance darkened. Shanks and his crew were not easily dealt with. Despite their seemingly small numbers, what if Shanks had gathered the entirety of the red-haired fleet? If the red-haired fleet and the Whitebeard pirates were to join forces, the Navy would no longer possess numerical superiority. As Sengoku pondered this, a figure leaped into the fray. It was Chi Quan. Having just recovered from being struck on the head by Baihuzi, Chi Quan had adjusted himself in the earth before returning. Upon his return, he spotted Shanks and, without a moment's thought, launched a powerful punch at him. Chi Quan cared not for any alliance between Baihuzi and Shanks. If Shanks dared to appear, he would dare to kill. Chi Quan hurled a heavy fist toward Shanks, who swiftly drew his sword, blocking the searing, smoke-emitting magma punch. The collision reverberated, causing the ground to tremble. Subsequently, Chi Quan transformed into a blur, rapidly advancing on Shanks, his fists raining down relentlessly upon him. Shanks evaded with remarkable speed, the two darting back and forth, accelerating and attacking, each seeking an opening in the other's defense. The force of each encounter between Chi Quan and Shanks generated powerful shockwaves that flattened the surrounding flora. Their speed was so extraordinary that it was impossible to ascertain the number of exchanges they had made. The more Chi Quan fought, the more agitated he became. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a formidable adversary. Shanks, with his keen reflexes, consistently responded promptly and accurately anticipated Chi Quan's next moves. Thus, he held the upper hand in this confrontation. At that moment, Chi Quan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Shanks' assault bore down upon him once more. Suddenly, Chi Quan's Kinbunchika haki faltered. He could no longer perceive Shanks' movements. What was happening? Chi Quan had never faced Shanks before and was unaware of the terrifying capabilities of the Kinbunchiku. In a panic, he relied on instinct to evade. But his reaction was a fraction too slow, resulting in a gash across his shoulder for Shanks' blade. Seizing the opportunity, Shanks delivered a kick to Chi Quan's abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air, crashing violently against the fortress wall. Shanks pursued closely, brandishing his sword to strike at Chi Quan. Just then, Chi Quan raised his arm, blocking Shanks' blade. With eyes ablaze, Chi Quan let out a thunderous roar, his legs erupting with explosive force akin to a volcanic eruption. Harnessing the power of the magma fruit, one enhances their own explosive force and strength. Shanks naturally retreated. However, just as Akainu believed he had forced Shanks back, a fierce glint ignited in Shanks' eyes. The Conqueror's haki enveloped his blade. With a single strike of the Conqueror's haki-infused slash, Akainu, in a hurried response, could only block with his arms. After the blow, Akainu was once again sent crashing into the wall, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. How could Akainu be so gravely injured? At that moment, the admirals of the Marine headquarters were astounded by Shanks' power. It must be noted that the Marine admirals are the strongest forces of the headquarters. Akainu and Whitebeard had also performed admirably in battle. Yet, against Shanks, Akainu found himself at a disadvantage from the very start, feeling utterly suppressed. What could possibly explain this? How could Sakazuki be inferior to the red-haired pirate? Gyuzu, Dogman, and others were bewildered. In their eyes, those capable of defeating Akainu were few and far between. Even attempting to defeat him would come at a heavy price. Yet, Shanks appeared to be handling it with ease. This, however, was not merely an overestimation of Akainu and an underestimation of Shanks. They simply did not comprehend the terrifying nature of Kinbunchika haki. Maintaining one's composure in battles among top-tier warriors is paramount. It is only in a calm state that one can effectively utilize Kinbunchika haki. Should one lose this ability, they become exceedingly passive. Shanks could anticipate Akainu's attacks, while Akainu was unable to predict Shanks' movements. Thus, Akainu was constantly on the back foot. How could he not be suppressed? Moreover, Kinbunchika haki is merely a derivative application of Conqueror's haki. Akainu lacks the qualifications of a king and cannot counter magic with magic. Shall we continue to fight? Shanks coldly inquired of Akainu. Akainu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression twisted with an unprecedented sense of humiliation. He recognized the failure of his Kinbunchika haki, though he did not fully understand the reason. Nonetheless, he would not show weakness in front of Pirate. Thus, Akainu's upper body transformed into magma, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He then hurled a punch at Shanks. Shanks, expressionless, effortlessly dodged, simultaneously leaving another gash on Akainu's body with his blade. Akainu roared. At this moment, he had completely succumbed to a state of rage. Lunging once more at Shanks, Shanks narrowed his gaze, his right foot suddenly thrusting out to strike Akainu's waist. Akainu was sent flying, his body transforming into magma. Shanks did not even glance back at Akainu, continuing his pursuit. At this moment, Akainu regained his composure, his eyes reddened and bloodshot, resembling a feral beast. He lunged at Shanks again, his strength immense and speed unparalleled, each of his moves aimed at Shanks' vital points. Yet, Shanks remained indifferent, coldly stating, "Your actions will only result in your own injury." And what of it? Akainu's roar grew increasingly fierce, his form swelling to colossal proportions, resembling a small mountain. Shanks furrowed his brow. It appeared that Akainu had reached a state of utter madness. He flickered in and out of sight, evading Akainu's relentless assault. Suddenly, Shanks' clothing ignited. The surrounding Marines and pirates felt a shift in temperature. Akainu now resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. Since single target attacks could be evaded, he resorted to area damage. Though this would injure many, if it meant killing Shanks, it would all be worth it. In the face of Akainu's frenzy, Shanks remained calm, seemingly confident in his ability to end the conflict. Thus, Shanks redirected his focus towards the pirates, prompting the Marines and pirates to react and distance themselves. Akainu, disregarding this, continued his assault on Shanks. In that moment, a smile graced Shanks' face as he stepped forward, vanishing from Akainu's view. Suddenly, Akainu felt a flash before him as he was struck by Shanks' blade. He was sent flying and crashed to the ground. Before Akainu could rise, a beam of light descended. Boom! Kizaru's laser beam shot toward Shanks. In response to Kizaru's ambush, Shanks naturally pivoted, effortlessly deflecting the laser beam with his sword. Boom! The laser beam exploded, engulfing the area in smoke and dust. "What a monster!" Kizaru remarked with feigned nonchalance. "Humph," Shanks replied coldly, flipping his wrist to draw his long sword, thrusting it towards Kizaru's chest. Unfazed, Kizaru extended his arm to block. Clang! Their arms clashed, an invisible force colliding with Kizaru, forcing him to step back 2 paces. Shanks continued his relentless assault. The two exchanged blows with fervor, their weapons clashing and sparks flying. Yet Kizaru suddenly displayed a cunning grin, swiftly leaping back hundreds of meters. Observing this, Shanks rapidly swung his sword, launching a fierce attack at the air. The sword wave pursued Kizaru. Kizaru parried with his own blade. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metallic clashes erupted, with Shanks finding no openings and Kizaru refraining from counterattacking. Haha, Kizaru laughed, witnessing Shanks' offensive thwarted by his own skill. He dashed towards Shanks like lightning, relying solely on his speed advantage to maximize his capabilities. Clang! Their blades collided once more. The ensuing exchanges sparked continuously. While the battle appeared evenly matched, it was curious that Shanks' attacks were consistently deflected with ease by Kizaru, who also evaded them, leaving observers perplexed. Akainu frowned as he watched the unfolding spectacle. Sakazuki suddenly called Victor, drawing Akainu's attention. He turned to see Victor maintaining a gun guard stance, locked in a fierce battle with Whitebeard. Victor exchanged a knowing glance with Akainu. Akainu understood instantly. He launched an attack towards Whitebeard's back. How could Whitebeard defend against such an assault? Just then, Marco dashed in to intercept the blow, being sent flying by Akainu's strike. Whitebeard's focus faltered momentarily. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Victor kicked Whitebeard's inner knee, causing his body to tilt to the right, further exposing his vulnerabilities. Shanks, noticing this, slashed at Victor with his sword. The sword energy sliced through the air, aimed at Victor. Victor wielded his light spear to block in front of him. Boom! The sword energy, imbued with immense power, shattered the ground around them. Akainu's eyes widened as he looked towards Kizaru, eager to understand his actions. The result: the conflict between Huang Yuan and Beekman has erupted. Yet, the tide has not turned in their favor. Switch! Victor called out to Chi Inu, then gestured towards Shanks. In Victor's eyes, Whitebeard was already a corpse. His continued activity was solely sustained by sheer willpower. Presently, the only significant threat on the battlefield was Shanks. To vanquish Shanks, one must demonstrate true prowess. The sole method to counter the observation haki was to employ it oneself. However, Victor was reluctant to expose his capabilities. Thus, he resorted to utilizing his awakened abilities. Displaying the might to eliminate Whitebeard and repel Shanks on this battlefield had already surpassed expectations. Shanks regarded Victor, who maintained his Titan form. With a powerful step, Victor caused the ground to fissure like an intricate spider's web. He surged towards Shanks like a cannonball. Unfazed, Shanks met him head-on. The clash of light spear and sword resonated with a thunderous impact. Under the immense stature of Victor, Shanks appeared diminutive. It is worth noting that even Orr seemed small in comparison to a Titan. A grunt escaped Shanks as he sensed the force Victor exerted, while Victor remained unwavering. Regardless of Shanks' efforts to amplify his strength, Victor matched him evenly. This opponent was akin to Huang Yuan in their initial confrontation. Shanks discerned that Victor was concealing his true strength. Yet, Shanks was confident in his ability to triumph, for he wielded the observation haki. A momentary lapse by a top-tier fighter could unveil a fatal flaw. The observation haki could create opportunities. Thus, Shanks exerted his legs, withdrawing his right hand, and leaped backward. The ground trembled as Victor's spear struck down, creating a gaping hole. Shanks executed an elegant somersault, landing deftly and with a forceful stomp, propelled himself almost parallel to the ground. The transition from retreat to rapid advance was astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, his movements flowed with grace, devoid of any superfluous actions. Such was the finesse of a top-tier warrior, akin to a dancer upon the battlefield. As Shanks advanced, Victor felt the interference of the observation haki. He understood that Shanks sought to draw out his full capabilities, so he would accommodate him. This would also serve to demonstrate Victor's true prowess to the Gorosei and Emu. Victor hastily swung his light spear. Shanks aimed a blade at Victor's hand, compelling him to relinquish the spear. Without allowing Victor a moment to reconstitute it, he aimed a strike at Victor's neck. Victor instinctively leaned back, the blade barely grazing his neck, seemingly leaving no mark. Yet, moments later, blood began to flow. The speed was so rapid that Victor's body had yet to register the injury. But that was not the end. Shanks was undeterred by Victor's concealed strength. If a battle was to be fought, it would be fought earnestly. This was a lesson imparted by Roger. To protect one's friends, one must possess formidable strength that instills fear. It was well known that Roger was not to be trifled with, and none dared to bully Roger's companions. For retribution would surely follow. Shanks had long emulated Roger, striving to complete the tasks left unfinished by him. Oof. With a disdainful grunt, Victor, after being struck by Shanks' foot on his arm and retreating 100 meters, finally decided to get serious. It appeared a more earnest approach was required. Victor's aura shifted. Shanks knew that Victor was prepared to unleash his full strength. Thus, Victor completed his awakening before Shanks. At that moment, Victor's form reverted to human shape, glowing with a divine golden light, distinct from the Buddha form of Sengoku. The radiance emanating from Victor was holier, akin to a deity. Lord Victor? My goodness, what form is that? Is Lord Victor a god? The Navy personnel gaped in astonishment at this spectacle. Through the current live broadcast, the entire world witnessed Victor's awakened visage. Furthermore, Victor floated above the ground, detached from the earth below. Shanks gazed upward at Victor. Victor's gaze fell upon Shanks. Come again. No sooner had he spoken than Shanks swung his blade towards Victor. Victor did not flinch or evade. Instead, he raised his hand, causing the ground to suddenly rise, with rocks transforming into spikes aimed at Shanks. With a resounding impact, Shanks shattered the spikes beneath his feet and leaped upward. Victor struck with an open palm. As the blade collided with Victor's hand, an immense roar resonated. Simultaneously, the ground beneath them further crumbled, creating a pit several hundred meters deep. Victor's eyes brimmed with confidence. He possessed ample faith in his current strength. Accompanied by a dazzling golden light, Shanks was propelled away. Oof. Shanks emitted another cold grunt, his body tumbling through the air before landing and immediately launching another attack. Shanks' speed intensified, each strike quicker than the last. Yet Victor navigated effortlessly, seemingly under no pressure. Did mere mortals presume to slay gods? Victor thought with a sense of pride. However, Shanks was perplexed. Despite having employed observation haki against Victor, his speed remained unchallenged. Could it be that the observation haki had no effect on him? Moreover, Shanks realized Victor was deliberately stalling for time. Yet he was at a loss for how to counter it. Before the outcome of their duel was determined, Whitebeard was doomed. As Shanks pondered, Victor spoke. Upon hearing his words, Shanks furrowed his brow. It appeared Whitebeard was indeed fated to perish here today. If it were anyone else, Shanks might rely on his formidable strength to prevail. But now he faced Victor. This formidable admiral in naval history possessed unparalleled combat talent. In this scenario, Shanks found himself utterly incapable of overcoming him. He could only hope that the old geezers would swiftly conclude the war. Victor smiled slightly, declaring, "Whitebeard is doomed today. No one can save him. That's my word." Shanks fell silent. This statement was despairing for the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Yet Victor added earnestly, "And you may still take Whitebeard's corpse back." "And what else?" Shanks inquired, frowning. "You will find out soon enough," Victor teased. The elimination of Whitebeard was merely one of today's objectives. Shanks sensed that Victor was not jesting. Was Whitebeard's demise merely the beginning? Would there be even graver events unfolding today? Just as Shanks' expression darkened, the battle between Whitebeard and Chi Inu took an unexpected turn. Suddenly, Whitebeard spat blood. Just a moment ago, he had repelled Chi Inu with a powerful punch. However, in the next instant, Baihuzi's form swayed, and he could scarcely maintain his footing. The brief resurgence was merely ephemeral. The true end was the exhaustion of his strength. With labored breaths, Baihuzi gripped his naginata tightly, using all his might to support his frail body. It was evident to all that he lacked the strength to stand firm. Yet, this was hardly surprising. The fleeting revival had inflicted tremendous casualties and devastation upon the Navy. It was indeed remarkable for Baihuzi to endure in such a frail and ailing state. Chikunu gazed at Baihuzi, refraining from further attacking him this time, merely observing him coldly. It was not out of compassion. Rather, it stemmed from the fear of being bitten by the snake that had already struck, for should Baihuzi launch another surprise assault, Chi Inu would find himself in a most embarrassing predicament. Suddenly, the focus of the screen shifted to Ace. The crowd glanced at the time. Only half an hour remained until the execution. Light stepped onto the execution platform. As Sengoku watched, puzzled, Light seized the microphone and declared the true identity of Fire Fist Ace. In that fleeting moment, Baihuzi ceased his panting, Karp's expression froze, and Sengoku's face darkened. In the year 1497 of the Sea Circle calendar, the Roger pirates were secretly disbanded, and Roger himself arrived at the island of Batarura, marrying Port-Gas de Rouge. In 1498, Roger surrendered to the world government and was arrested, subsequently facing execution in Logtown in the East Blue. Port-Gas de Rouge, in a desperate attempt to conceal her child's lineage as the son of the pirate king from the world government, employed various means to significantly delay Ace's birth. In her fervent desire to protect her son, she bore him for 20 months. As a result, she succumbed to exhaustion immediately after giving birth to Ace. Before the eyes of the world, Light proclaimed Ace's identity. Port-Gas de Rouge, the son of the pirate king Roger? Could it be that Port-Gas de Rouge and Port-Gas de Ace are intertwined? Ace is indeed the son of the pirate king Roger. Upon the revelation of Ace's lineage, chaos erupted across the world, including the Sabaody archipelago. Shanks widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at Ace on the execution platform. "Ace is the son of Mr. Roger," he murmured. Far away on the Sabaody archipelago, Rayleigh wore a blank expression. The scattered members of the Roger pirates around the world were equally stunned. Their bonds with Roger imbued them with a unique sentiment towards his bloodline. Previously, they had merely observed with curiosity. Now, they could no longer remain passive. For Roger's deep affection for them was undeniable. Shanks' hand trembled around his sword. "I am not the son of the pirate king Roger. My father is Baihuzi." Ace lowered his head, gritting his teeth in denial of his heritage. Sengoku, with a grim expression, turned his gaze toward Victor. At this critical juncture, revealing Ace's identity while Ace still lived and Shanks remained present, was Victor trying to force Shanks into a life-or-death struggle. Baihuzi's unwavering resolve to rescue Ace stemmed from his desire for Ace to become the next pirate king. Light continued to unveil more revelations. What? In that moment, the Whitebeard pirates, battling fiercely against the Navy, felt their morale wane. If it were for family, they would willingly shed their last drop of blood for Baihuzi. However, to aid Ace in becoming the Pirate King. Moreover, Ace was Roger's son. Many within the Whitebeard pirates, including the likes of the great Maelstrom Spider, had lost their footing in the sea after being defeated by Roger and thus sought refuge with Byhuzi. Their hatred for Roger was deeply rooted and irreconcilable, with some having lost comrades at his hands. In this, Moria could empathize with them. Shanks inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze on Victor. This was Victor's cunning ploy to undermine the morale of the Whitebeard pirates. Victor looked at Shanks and said, "I know Roger has done you great favors. How do you intend to repay that debt?" Implicitly, he was suggesting Shanks should remain. The great Maelstrom Spider and others looked to Byhuzi, seemingly seeking an explanation. Byhuzi finally turned his gaze toward Ace, realizing he was merely a short distance away. However, that distance felt insurmountable, obstructed by formidable adversaries. Defeat was imminent. Kurarara. Byhuzi let out a mournful laugh, staring at the execution platform, ultimately tilting his head to the overcast sky. Beneath Byhuzi, blood flowed abundantly, his wounds gushing like springs. All members of the Whitebeard pirates listened intently. After a moment, Byhuzi suddenly opened his eyes and shouted. Marco and the others looked at him. "As your captain, I command you to retreat from the battlefield." Byhuzi continued to shout. "Old man, Ace had yet to be rescued. Old man, what will happen to Ace?" At that moment, Marco, Jozu, and Vista began to inquire urgently. "Leave the rest to me," Byhuzi said without turning back. Byhuzi had come to a resolute understanding. He realized that, even at the cost of many lives, Ace could not be saved. Old man, let us charge again with you. We fear no death. Old man, allow us to fight alongside you until the end." Marco and the others were not foolish. They understood the implication of Byhuzi's words. To prevent their needless sacrifice, Byhuzi had resolved to sacrifice himself. Byhuzi continued, "You are all my sons. You cannot sacrifice yourselves for Ace alone." Upon hearing Byhuzi's words, the great Maelstrom Spider and others were taken aback. "Marco, if you do not leave this place, then you're not my sons." Byhuzi glared at Marco, admonishing him. "Go." Marco looked at Byhuzi, gritting his teeth. Having followed Byhuzi for so many years, he understood his character. Byhuzi could not bear to see the Whitebeard pirates fall unnecessarily. Thus, Marco took the lead, preparing to retreat. "Do not think of leaving." Chi Inu, seeing this, prepared to unleash a meteor shower. A barrage of magma fists shot into the sky. However, as Chi Inu made his move, the magma in the air was frozen one by one. Although the frozen magma struck the Moby Dick, it did not sink it directly. "You fiend!" Chi Inu glared fiercely at Akiji. Akiji ignored Chi Inu, opting to find a way to resolve the conflict as peacefully as possible. If the pirates had no escape, they would fight to the death, resulting in even greater losses for the Navy. With so many casualties among the Navy, who would uphold the order of the sea? Sengoku observed all of this without issuing any orders to apprehend Akiji. The complete annihilation of the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates was not something he had contemplated, for the difficulty of such an endeavor was exceedingly high. At that moment, a Navy officer swiftly approached Zhonghua from behind and whispered something in his ear. Zhonghua's pupils contracted. He gazed expressionlessly at the square and then declared, "Due to unforeseen circumstances, the execution will take place earlier and will be carried out immediately." As soon as these words were uttered, the battlefield erupted once more. An expedited execution of the death penalty? Akainu furrowed his brow, looking at Zhonghua with confusion. But Zhonghua ignored his gaze. An early execution meant the loss of hostages. Consequently, the Whitebeard pirates would act freely and without restraint. Moreover, Shanks would also be unable to remain. Victor observed Zhonghua, seemingly seeking an explanation. Yet, Zhonghua similarly disregarded him. In truth, Victor understood Zhonghua's motives. Zhonghua aimed to end the war. More precisely, it was the Gorosei who wished to conclude the conflict. If Ace were still alive, Shanks would undoubtedly remain to rescue him. Shanks and Roger, along with Whitebeard, shared a common vision. They all aspired to be noble men of honor. This was the burden of Shanks' character. Did the world government truly wish to eliminate Shanks? Evidently, it did not. Indeed, as expected, this also substantiated a significant truth. Shank's identity was extraordinary, certainly not as simple as that of Yonko. Perhaps he was a celestial dragon, and one held in high regard by Emu. If it were Doflamingo, then death would be acceptable. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, two executioners wielding sharp blades stood behind Ace. "Father!" At that moment, Ace shouted towards Whitebeard. His face was drenched with tears. He felt no fear nor dread of death. Gratitude was all that adorned his visage. With tears and snot smeared across his face, he proclaimed loudly, "Meeting you and being your son is the greatest fortune and happiness of my life." Upon hearing Ace's heartfelt confession, Whitebeard inhaled deeply, tears streaming down his cheeks. In that instant, emotions were complex. As a father, receiving his son's acknowledgement was an immense honor. With this thought, Whitebeard shouted, "All members of the Whitebeard Pirates, retreat to the New World immediately." After saying this, Whitebeard took a deep breath and firmly gripped his naginata once more. Then, with an unknown source of strength, Whitebeard advanced toward the execution platform. Brew brew, brew brew. At this moment, Victor's transponder snail rang in his arms. Victor answered the transponder snail's microphone. "End this war as soon as possible. This is our command. It is from the Gorosei. The Gorosei ordered Zhang Guo to conclude the conflict. To ensure absolute certainty, they also commanded Victor. Should Victor dare to defy the order, the consequences would be beyond his capacity to bear." The call ended. Victor held the transponder snail, remaining silent for a long time. Victor believed that should he dare to disobey, there would be no 12 golden medals to protect him. Whitebeard continued to move forward. Fire! Bang, bang, bang! The Navy formation opened fire. Thousands of bullets formed a deadly barrage aimed at Whitebeard. His body was struck by the bullets without using haki for defense. Carp, observing Whitebeard enduring the bullets with his flesh, realized that Whitebeard was utterly exhausted. Consequently, Carp stepped out from the crowd and sat beside Ace. "It's Carp. Carp has emerged." There was no longer hope for Whitebeard, the hero of the Navy, the strongest Marine. Carp sitting next to Ace signified that Whitebeard could not rescue Ace. Carp sighed and said to Ace, "Why didn't you heed my advice and become a Marine?" Ace did not respond. "If you were also a Marine, I would have reason to protect you." Carp clenched his fists in frustration, watching Whitebeard approach step by step, even contemplating allowing Whitebeard to save Ace. However, this was merely a thought. Victor, Akainu, Zhang Guo, and others were watching from the side. Even if he allowed it, what difference would it make? They still could not take Ace away. Carp's emergence was intended to grant Whitebeard one last semblance of dignity. It was due to the intervention of the hero of the Navy, Carp, that Whitebeard could not rescue Ace. Zhang Guo observed Carp beside him, aware of their relationship, and cautioned, "Carp, do not act recklessly." "Zhang Guo, I do not require your guidance in my actions," Carp coldly retorted. Zhang Guo ceased to speak further. Meanwhile, thousands of Navy troops launched an assault, rushing towards Whitebeard. Blades pierced Whitebeard's body. Yet, Whitebeard continued to march forward. Nothing could halt him. What was Whitebeard attempting to do? "Father, do not come any closer," Ace cried out in anguish. Whitebeard did not respond, seemingly not hearing. Zhang Guo, unable to watch any longer, commanded, "Execution." The executioners raised their sharp blades and then ruthlessly stabbed at Ace's sides. The blade bypassed the ribs and penetrated the liver. Blood stained the execution platform. "Father!" Ace gazed at Whitebeard, his vision blurring, and finally collapsed forward, just like condemning his father to death. Whitebeard halted his steps, his body marred and battered. "Kurara, let me accompany you, old man." Whitebeard's right hand enveloped in a pearly glow. "This is bad." Zhang Guo felt a pang of anxiety. "Bastard!" Akainu reacted and immediately launched a magma fist at Whitebeard's head. However, he was still a moment too late. Although Akainu obliterated Whitebeard's head, Whitebeard delivered a final, devastating blow. Instantly, the entire Marineford trembled with a horrific earthquake. The Marineford Navy headquarters fortress cracked open. Amidst the quake, thousands of Navy personnel fell into the fissures. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Guo understood that it was all over. "Shut down the broadcast," Zhang Guo shouted to everyone. The broadcast was terminated, and the world could no longer witness the events transpiring in Marineford. The war had concluded. Let them depart. Zhang Guo issued a command that left all Navy personnel in disbelief. They were to simply let them leave? Commander? Mr. Zhang Guo? Within the Navy headquarters. Both the Dove faction and Hawk faction were bewildered. So many Navy personnel had perished. Leave this place. Shanks observed everything, clenched his fists, and turned to depart. Victor did not intervene. Shanks also believed Victor would not obstruct him. Just moments ago, Shanks had overheard the conversation between the Gorosei and Victor. Those old men were not particularly concerned about the outcome of this war. After all, once Whitebeard was killed, the Whitebeard pirates would merely be a disjointed group, and there would be no need for the Navy to intervene. They would be eliminated by other pirates. Victor? As he watched Xiang Kusi and the others depart, Chi Quan cast a puzzled glance towards Wei Kuta. Zhang Guo spoke up, declaring, "The war has concluded. This is my command." Chi Quan was left bewildered, a sense of unwillingness swelling within him. Wei Kutuo retrieved a cigarette and lit one. Zhang Guo would bear the brunt of the blame for this war, while Wei Kutuo was poised to usher in his own era. The abrupt cessation of hostilities caught the Navy and Ma Lin Fan duo off guard. Nevertheless, if Zhang Guo stated it was over, then it was indeed over. Wei Kutuo was equally compliant, refraining from contradicting Zhang Guo. Under Wei Kutuo's orders, the Navy parted ways, yielding a path for the Whitebeard pirates to carry away the body of Bai Huzi. As for AIC's remains, the Whitebeard pirates would recover them in due course. At Wei Kutuo's villa on Xiangbo Di Island, Chi Quan sat beside Wei Kutuo, who offered him a cigarette. Why let them go? Chi Quan sit internally. He bore no ill will towards Wei Kutuo. He simply sought clarity. Unlike his character in the original narrative, the current Chi Quan was more straightforward, focused on fulfilling his duties rather than appeasing the world government. This was largely due to Wei Kutuo handling the more troublesome affairs. As Wei Kutuo inhaled his smoke, he remarked, "The 5 elders wish to release them. I too seek answers. Is there an agreement between Hong Fa and the 5 elders?" Chi Quan furrowed his brow, questioning further. The collaboration between the world government and the formidable entities of the New World was no secret, particularly regarding the Sea Stone, which originated from Hijigua and was now under Kaido's control. Without Kaido's consent, the Sea Stone could not be exported in large quantities. Who knows? Veikiskivi koto smiled faintly. Chi Quan took a drag from his cigarette, stating earnestly, "It seems my suspicions were not unfounded. Veikiskivi koto ritlead. What the higher-ups intend is beyond our purview. Eliminating Bai Huzi is already a commendable achievement." Implicitly, he suggested they should be content with this outcome. Indeed, Chi Quan noted that, with Wei Kutuo's words, he felt it inappropriate to voice further grievances. "Now, you must prepare." Wei Kutuo extinguished his cigarette and continued, "Once Zhang Guo departs, we will have much to attend to." Chi Quan understood that Zhang Guo would bear the consequences of ending the war, having mismanaged the situation which allowed the Hong Fa pirates and the remnants of the Whitebeard crew to escape Ma Lin Fan duo. Meanwhile, in Mariehua, at the Panga City Commander's office, Zhang Guo met with Kong to submit his resignation. Without glancing at the document, Kong stated, "This matter is not your fault." Zhang Guo, with a bitter smile, replied, "I must take responsibility." Wei Kutuo had apprehended AIC without Zhang Guo's consent and publicly announced the execution, igniting the war. As a result, Zhang Guo hadn't even employed the pacifists. The conflict ended abruptly under the influence of the 5 elders, entirely beyond Zhang Guo's control. If anyone felt aggrieved, it was undoubtedly Zhang Guo. Kong understood Zhang Guo's predicament and suggested, "Admiral Ed is about to retire. You should take over." The Naval Inspection Department shares similar duties with the Gendarmerie, both operating in support roles rather than frontline combat. Kong reminded him, while being relegated to a secondary position may not seem ideal, it allows for greater freedom from headquarters. Zhang Guo nodded, comprehending Kong's implication. Since his appointment as admiral, he had been overshadowed by Wei Kutuo, who had undertaken many actions without Zhang Guo's knowledge, leaving him in a passive position. "Take a few days to relax." Kong advised Zhang Guo. "Understood," Zhang Guo replied, rising to leave. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Kong nodded, watching Zhang Guo depart. The Navy had suffered 37,851 casualties a staggering figure, the majority due to the earthquake. Of course, Chi Quan had also inadvertently harmed some individuals. However, this did not tarnish his overall dedication during the war. Henceforth, each year on this day would serve as a memorial day to honor the fallen. Additionally, it would be more impactful to provide substantial financial assistance to the bereaved families. The compensation for the deceased should be distributed promptly, with available rear admirals and vice admirals personally delivering it. Once I complete my recent duties, I shall pay them a visit. At Wei Kutuo's villa on Xiangbo Di Island, he was assigning tasks to Lai Te when the telephone snail on his desk began to ring. Lai Te, Kong Na, Luo De and I, and Fei Li Ku all turned towards the desk. Wei Kutuo leisurely picked up the receiver. It is I. The telephone snail imitated Kong's expression and voice. Upon recognizing Kong's voice, Lai Te, Kong Na, and the others exchanged glances, smiles breaking out across their faces as they awaited Kong's announcement. Commander, is there something amiss? Wei Kutuo inquired with a stoic demeanor. Zhang Guo has resigned. Kong informed Wei Kutuo. I see. That is unfortunate, Wei Kutuo replied. Kong continued, I have accepted Zhang Guo's resignation. The position of Fleet Admiral is temporarily yours, with formal appointments to be arranged by the military. I understand, Wei Kutuo affirmed. Kong added, the Navy now faces numerous difficulties and challenges. Your efforts are appreciated. Rest assured, Commander, I shall not betray the trust of the military. Wei Kutuo concluded the call. Yes, this is splendid. Their senior has finally become Fleet Admiral. Kong Na, Lai Te, and Fei Li Ku were all aflame with excitement, even more so than Wei Kutuo. They had long desired for Wei Kutuo to ascend to this rank. As the saying goes, when one person attains success, those around him prosper as well. With Wei Kutuo as Fleet Admiral, they were bound to benefit. Moreover, Wei Kutuo was known for his protective nature. Henceforth, the will of the Blue Sea Society would dominate the Navy. What could be more joyous than being in control of one's own fate? Observing their jubilance, Wei Kutuo solemnly reminded them, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I must urge you to complete your current tasks before celebrating. Understood, Gong Na, Leute, and the others responded in unison. Now, off you go to your duties. With a wave of his hand, Wei Kutuo dismissed them from the study, their spirits invigorated. After their departure, Wei Kutuo picked up the receiver to contact Chi Quan, who was presently organizing troops at the G1 branch. Gui Zhu and Dao Goman had also come to assist. With Baihu Zi's demise, the situation in the New World had descended into chaos. The Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates were now at war with the Whitebeard pirates, vying for control of their territory. The Hong Fa pirates were also making frequent movements. As the telephone snail rang once more, Chi Quan answered, the creature mimicking Wei Kutuo's expression and voice. Zhang Guo has resigned. Now we can determine the future of the Navy. Upon hearing the words of Wei Kutuo, both Gizizu and Daijingmen clenched their fists, excitement evident on their faces. At that moment, Wei Kutuo continued, I shall relocate our headquarters to the G1 branch and commence operations against the New World. You are now tasked with taking command of the Science Corps. Where lies the future of the Navy? There is no need for contemplation. Wei Kutuo already possesses the answer. It is the Science Corps. The Science Corps is likewise the future of the world government. Therefore, mastering the Science Corps is imperative. The reason for dispatching Akainu to assume control of the Science Corps is that, apart from him, Wei Kutuo currently has no suitable candidates. It would be unwise to send individuals like Late, Kungana, Luadini, or Phylakexi, for they could not possibly contain Kizaru. Despite Kizaru's apparent disinterest in the Fleet Admiral, he harbors a keen interest in the Science Corps, even personally collaborating with Vegapunk, allowing Vegapunk to extract his blood for experimentation. Hence, Wei Kutuo had no choice but to send Akainu. Akainu, however, did not ponder deeply. Upon Wei Kutuo's orders to take command of the Science Corps, he complied without hesitation. In the year 1519 of the Sea Circle calendar, in August, Akainu withdrew 3 warships from the G1 branch, a total of 3,000 Navy personnel, and set course for Future Island. Future Island is an island governed by the world government, where Vegapunk resides. To ensure Vegapunk's safety, the Navy Science Corps has stationed a substantial number of troops there. Without Vegapunk's permission, not even the Navy let alone the world government, could set foot on Future Island. However, Kizaru is an exception. He is one of the few capable of conversing with Vegapunk. At this moment, the navy guarding Future Island consisted of Xantaman and Citrolibai. Xantaman had long found the daily guard duties tedious and yearned to venture outside. Nevertheless, the elder had instructed Xantaman to remain, ensuring Vegapunk's safety. Occasionally, Xantaman wished to voice his frustration, questioning the need for his protection given the multitude of pacifists present. Furthermore, various robots were not mere decorations. Should any reckless individuals dare approach, they would undoubtedly enter standing and leave lying down. A naval vessel approached, prompting a sailor to report. "Who is it?" Xantaman inquired, puzzled. Since Kizaru had taken over the Science Corps, any naval vessel wishing to enter would necessarily provide prior notice. Citrolibai, peering through his telescope, discerned the hull number of the ship. It was from the G1 branch. What business does G1 have here? Just as they pondered this, the warship drew near Future Island and docked at the harbor. "It is I, under the orders of the new Fleet Admiral, here to take command of the Science Corps," Akainu announced from the ship's bow, ensuring he was visible to the island surveillance system. Upon hearing Akainu's declaration, Xantaman and Citrolibai were taken aback. What was the meaning of this? Why was Akainu here to take command of the Science Corps? Xantaman immediately retrieved the Den Mushi to contact Kizaru. Meanwhile, Kizaru was on duty at the Holy Land of Mary Geos. He had neither gained merit nor committed errors during the Marineford War. His performance could be deemed acceptable, if not outstanding. Thus, even if accountability were to be pursued, it would not fall upon him. Moreover, should calamity ensue, Sengoku would bear the brunt. The Den Mushi rang incessantly. Kizaru rummaged through his belongings until he located the black Den Mushi. "Elder, it is I," Xantaman spoke urgently. "Oh, what is it?" Kizaru inquired casually. "Akainu is here to take command of the Science Corps." Xantaman's words caused Kizaru's previously relaxed expression to shift dramatically. Kizaru's demeanor grew serious. "You entertain them for now. I will ascertain the situation." With that, Kizaru ended the call. Subsequently, in a surprising turn of events, he swiftly found the Den Mushi in his drawer and contacted Sengoku. "Mr. Sengoku, I have just received word that Akainu is to take command of the Science Corps." "What has transpired?" Kizaru inquired. Sengoku replied, "I have resigned. This is an order from Waikichuo." "Waikichuo?" Kizaru fell silent for a few seconds, realization dawning upon him. "I understand. I will proceed with the handover immediately." After ending the call, Kizaru pinched the bridge of his nose, contemplating the matter for a moment. A minute later, he picked up the Den Mushi and contacted Xantaman. At that moment, Akainu had already landed on Future Island. He was not someone who could be easily turned away with mere words. Akainu possessed Waikichuo's orders. He was now the commander of the Science Corps. What rationale existed for keeping a commander waiting outside? Xantaman and Citrolibai dared not obstruct him. They attempted to delay, but their feeble tricks proved futile. Finally, when Xantaman's Den Mushi rang, Kizaru instructed them to proceed with the handover. Reluctantly, Xantaman began the transition. Akainu's knowledge of the Science Corps was limited. He was aware only that some incidents had occurred in Punk Hazard, resulting in detrimental consequences, such as Akiji's departure from the Navy. However, the origins, processes, and outcomes of those events were of no concern to Akainu. In his perspective, those were but remnants of the past. His gaze was firmly fixed on the future. Simultaneously, Vegapunk was conversing with Kizaru. "Sakazuki is Waikichuo's man. They seek to maintain world order through force. The future will be no different. Waikichuo has set his sights on the artificial weapons on the island and will demand their deployment in battle. Given Waikichuo's disposition, he will not respect your opinions as we do, so exercise caution and do not provoke him." The Den Mushi emulated Kizaru's expressions and tones, warning Vegapunk to tread carefully. Of course, Kizaru was not maligning Waikichuo. Was Waikichuo truly capable of such? "I understand. I will remain vigilant," Vegapunk replied, concluding the call. "What shall I do?" Vegapunk lamented, feeling overwhelmed. To be precise, he had heard rumors of Waikichuo, and he was no ordinary individual. Now that Waikichuo had ascended to the position of Fleet Admiral and Akainu had taken command of the Science Corps, it was inevitable that demand for military action would ensue. Just as Vegapunk was troubled, Waikichuo had already made his demands. At that moment, Gizizu and Daijingmen were cooperating to facilitate the handover of the Science Corps. Akainu, holding a Den Mushi, was communicating with his first clone, Shurjia. I trust Fleet Admiral Waikichuo. I now request an audience with Dr. Vegapunk. Upon hearing Waikichuo's request, Shurjia responded, Fleet Admiral Waikichuo, due to the confidential research on the island, entry is currently prohibited. I'm not here to negotiate with you. I hope you can understand. Waikichuo replied, his expression devoid of emotion. We possess the authorization of the world government. Without our consent, no one may enter Future Island. Shurjia retorted. He had invoked the authority of the world government. Could Waikichuo truly force his way in? Akainu's countenance darkened. Shurjia's response was already irksome to him. Was it not absurd for a high-ranking admiral to be barred from entry? Waikuratoa commanded Sakasuki summon Vegapunk to my presence. Although the world government had bestowed numerous privileges upon Vegapunk, and both Sengoku and Kizuru had shown him considerable respect, Victor had no intention of indulging him. Compliance would be rewarded with kindness, while disobedience would be met with force. After all, Vegapunk was hardly a man of integrity, easily swayed by the allure of wealth from the world government to serve their interests, all the while harboring unrealistic hopes regarding the Navy. In Victor's eyes, Vegapunk was not a significant figure, merely a moderately intelligent inventor. Under Victor's orders, Akainu disregarded Shaka's warnings and shattered the surrounding walls to enter Future Island. At that moment, Atlas, representing Fury, had already mobilized to intercept Akainu. However, before she could even make a move, she was captured and forcefully embedded into the wall. Vegapunk, feeling immense anxiety, was terrified due to his research. His respect for knowledge compelled him to risk his life to replicate ancient technologies after encountering the books from O'Hara. Thus, he feared for his own safety, reminiscent of his dear friend, Dr. Clover. Anyone daring to touch ancient history was but a breath away from death. As Vegapunk fretted in despair, Shaka and the evil Lilith, among other manifestations, were swiftly subdued by the Navy. Shaka refrained from resisting with pacifism, as the system indicated no possibility of victory. Upon learning this, Vegapunk contacted Drago via a Den Mushi to inform him of the situation. Yet, despite their long-standing friendship, Drago was unable to assist him due to the distance separating them. Soon, Akainu approached Vegapunk, asking, "Are you Dr. Vegapunk?" He stared blankly at the elderly figure before him. "Yes, it is I," Vegapunk replied. "The Admiral wishes to see you. Please accompany me." "Allow me to report to the world government first," Vegapunk requested. "Very well, but make haste," Akainu consented. At Holy Land Mariehua, within Panga City, the 5 elders were in conversation with Vegapunk. "Do we not agree to refrain from interfering in my research?" Vegapunk lamented, feeling like a scholar confronting a soldier, unable to articulate his grievances. What transpired? The 5 elders appeared equally bewildered. Although the world government had longed to access Future Island to assess the research progress, they had indeed promised Vegapunk that they would not enter without his consent. Vegapunk reported, "The Navy has intruded upon Future Island." "Did Victor send them?" The 5 elders inquired. "Indeed, he has recently assumed the role of Admiral and dispatched Admiral Akainu to take charge of the scientific division," Vegapunk informed them. After listening to his account, the 5 elders exchanged knowing smiles. In truth, they had long regretted their promise to Vegapunk and were eager to ascertain the status of his research. Despite spending substantial funds yearly, the military-grade weaponry produced was scant. This had fostered considerable discontent among the 5 elders toward Vegapunk. Now, with Victor seeking confrontation, it presented an opportunity. "Understood. Please cooperate with them for now, and we will address Victor separately," concluded the 5 elders, terminating the call. "It's over," Vegapunk thought, his heart sinking. He realized that the 5 elders had no intention of managing Victor and were perhaps even indulging him, possibly at the behest of the elders themselves. Thus, Vegapunk instructed Shaka and the others to guard the laboratory while he departed Future Island with Akainu. Goeji and Dogman remained behind to complete the transfer. At Victor's villa in Sabaody Archipelago, Vegapunk arrived before Victor, escorted by Kainu. "Doctor, good day," Victor greeted with a smile. "Please have a seat." He gestured toward a nearby sofa. Vegapunk complied, taking a seat. Stella served tea and pastries, the latter being a flawlessly round cake. While the tea was presented in a transparent vessel, impeccably pure without any residue. As a perfectionist, Vegapunk regarded even the slightest deviation in his research as a failure. In his personal life, he exhibited similar compulsions. Victor remarked, "The scientific division has expended considerable funds over the years, including military expenses from the Navy. This was promised by the world government," Vegapunk replied, burdened by financial concerns regarding his research. Many of his discoveries have been stifled by a lack of funding, and his primary motivation for aligning with the world government was the promise of ample resources. "I understand this was prearranged, and the world government has adhered to it. I do not dispute that," Victor stated, lighting a cigarette for himself. "However, it seems that the scientific division has provided rather few weapons to the Navy in recent years." Vegapunk possessed a fundamental sense of scientific ethics, opposing dangerous research such as biological weaponry, and had consistently delayed the mass production of artificial weapons. "I must clarify this matter with you," he began, seeking justification through science. No, you need not explain," Victor interjected. "I do not grasp those complexities. I only know that you have spent an immense sum, a significant portion of which should have gone toward constructing warships, fortifications, expanding the military, and enhancing the wages and welfare of Navy personnel. Yet now, it is allocated to your research, and every investment demands a return. Would you not agree?" Victor inquired with a smile. Vegapunk was rendered speechless. "Your homeland is Barcamono, is it not?" A frigid nation, Victor suddenly shifted the topic to Vegapunk's origins. "I have heard that you designed a ground heating system there." Vegapunk, born on the island of Barcamono, felt a deep empathy for the suffering populace enduring harsh winters. He devised a ground heating system, but it was interrupted due to technological and financial constraints, leaving him in tears for his inability to provide a better life for the people. That should have been a paradise. However, I have recently heard of revolutionary forces appearing there, with intelligence suggesting collusion between the locals and the revolutionaries. "Ah," Victor observed Vegapunk with keen interest. "I mean no harm. I merely thought it necessary to inform you, so you might prepare yourself mentally." Upon hearing Victor's words, Vegapunk's body trembled. Although he invested most of his energy into scientific research, his manifestations diligently monitored global news. With the rise of revolutionary forces, nations worldwide now regarded them with palpable fear. Thus, the greater the fear, the more severe the oppression of the Revolutionary Army becomes. Anyone associated with the Revolutionary Army, be it family members or affiliates, is subject to arrest. The consequences range from imprisonment to execution. Witnessing the fear in Vegapunk, Victor felt a sense of quiet satisfaction within. Fear? Indeed, it is justified. Victor addressed Vegapunk, reassuring him not to be overly anxious as investigations were still ongoing. "By the way," Victor continued, shifting the topic away from provoking Vegapunk, "how many units of the pacifist technology can be produced in a month?" Vegapunk responded, "If materials are sufficient, we can guarantee 50 units. Victor smiled and inquired, 50 units? That amounts to 600 units in a year, which is quite impressive. If only we could increase that number. What do you think, Doctor?" Vegapunk affirmed, "Of course. We will enhance our production." Victor nodded, expressing gratitude on behalf of himself and the entire Navy, announcing a donation of 5 billion berry to Vegapunk's hometown for the betterment of the people's livelihood, ensuring prosperity and peace. "Thank you," Vegapunk replied, slightly taken aback by Victor's unexpected generosity. Furthermore, Victor continued, "To ensure the safety of your hometown amidst the rampant activities of pirates and the Revolutionary Army, I will station a troop there." This declaration sent Vegapunk's heart racing. Victor was no benevolent figure. This was not merely a matter of carrots and sticks, but a firm grip on Vegapunk. Should Vegapunk dare to disobey, the destruction of Balcamoya could be imminent. "Well then, let us prepare for dinner," Victor instructed Stella. Before turning to Akainu, "Let us enjoy a drink together with the doctor." "Indeed," Akainu replied, a smile gracing his face. Victor's skill in effortlessly managing Vegapunk was impressive. This arrangement suited Akainu well. He could focus on his own responsibilities while Victor handled the more troublesome matters. After escorting Vegapunk back to Future Island, the five elders summoned Victor. This marked the first official meeting between Victor and the five elders since his promotion to Fleet Admiral. Arriving at Mariewa via the elevator, he found Kizaru idly trimming his nails, as usual, shirking his duties. Bonnie appeared to be languishing in idleness, spending each day attending to the celestial dragons and visiting nobles from various nations. When will this end? Victor greeted, catching Kizaru's attention. Fleet Admiral, what brings you here? Kizaru inquired, rising to greet him. Summoned by the five elders, Victor replied with a smile, engaging in polite small talk before expressing, I feel assured with you guarding the Holy Land. I enjoy my work here, Kizaru responded. That's good to hear. We will rely on you more in the future, ensuring we have no lingering worries, Victor remarked, implying that Kizaru should remain steadfast in his post. Bonnie, overhearing, widened his eyes and tugged at Kizaru's sleeve, exclaiming, Old man, how long are we to stay here? He preferred guarding the entrance to Future Island over lingering in such a stifling place, especially under the watchful eyes of the celestial dragons. Kizaru ignored him, puffing on his cigarette, muttering, I presume they are here to discuss the candidates for Admiral. Upon arriving at Panga City, Victor entered the Chamber of Power where the five elders awaited. Victor, congratulations on becoming the youngest fleet admiral in naval history. One of the elders remarked. It is an honor to receive the trust of the world government, Victor replied. I hear you have brought Vegapunk out. An elder polishing his sword suddenly inquired. Indeed, Victor confirmed. The scientific division consumes a substantial portion of our military budget annually. Yet their performance during the Marineford War was disappointing. I wish to discuss this with their leader. A discussion is indeed warranted, the five elders agreed. Having long desired to reprimand Vegapunk, but lacking the opportunity, Victor adeptly created that opportunity. What did you discuss with Dr. Vegapunk? Inquired the elder with a goat beard. Victor responded, I requested an increase in weapon production, as well as the development of new weaponry within a short time frame. The green-haired elder asked, who do you intend to target with these weapons? Victor replied, the enemies of the world government, the enemies of justice. For instance, the goat-bearded elder pressed, the Revolutionary Army. Victor answered. The bespectacled elder inquired, why not the pirates? Wasn't your dream to eradicate all pirates? Victor explained currently, the threat posed by pirates to the world government pales in comparison to that of the Revolutionary Army, particularly Monkey D. Dragon, who is even more dangerous than the four emperors. The goat-bearded elder nodded in approval. It is commendable that you can distinguish priorities. We support you. The elders then proceeded to discuss the matter of world conscription and the selection of admirals. Victor's expression revealed surprise at the mention of world conscription. The five elders observed Victor's reaction with satisfaction. Despite the Navy's training academies producing many talents over the years, the losses sustained during the Marineford War necessitated a significant replenishment of forces. Do you understand? One of the elders asked, looking intently at Victor. And what about the admiral candidates? Victor inquired. To encourage strong individuals from the populace, the world government will select suitable candidates from the pool of recruits, the elders explained. I understand, Victor nodded, adding, I will convene a meeting to clarify this matter. I hope the Navy can comprehend that this is a unique period. The five elders regarded Victor with seriousness, their expressions indicating that this decision was final and unchangeable. However, they hoped Victor would play a crucial role, particularly in calming public sentiment, which he would likely manage better than Sengoku. Victor assured them, I will communicate this to them. If there is nothing else, I request permission to return and convene a meeting. Very well, the five elders consented. Victor departed the Chamber of Power, making his way out of Panga City. Victor turned to right without glancing back and instructed, notify all brigadier generals and above at headquarters to convene at my villa, regardless of whether they have tasks at hand. Were there any issues? Wright inquired cautiously, sensing the urgency behind the summons. A significant matter, Victor replied gravely. A significant matter? Wright furrowed his brow, pondering what could possibly warrant such concern from a senior. especially considering Victor's composed demeanor during the previous conflicts. Could it be related to teacher Zifa? Shaking his head, Wright dismissed the thought. He had recently visited Zifa and found him to be in good spirits. Wait a moment, Victor suddenly halted. Is there something else? Wright asked. Noticing Kizaru in the distance reading a newspaper, Victor decided against notifying him. Indeed, Wright nodded in acknowledgement. At the villa on the Shambadi Islands, Victor urgently convened all the summoned officers, who made their way there regardless of their current assignments. On the day of the meeting, all were present except Sengoku, his subordinates. Kizaru and his team. Victor commenced the gathering in the villa's living room. The atmosphere was informal, resembling a gathering rather than a formal assembly, as Stella and others mingled among the attendees, arranging for the maids to serve refreshments. I have gathered you all due to the pressing nature of this situation, Victor stated, puffing on a cigarette while surveying the faces around him. The living room fell into a hushed silence, with only the sound of burning cigars and cigarettes punctuating the stillness. The world government is initiating a global draft, Victor declared. Akainu and the others nodded lightly, but their expressions showed no surprise. The headquarters had sustained substantial casualties, necessitating reinforcements. Otherwise, the naval forces would be severely weakened. Crucially, Victor continued, directing his gaze towards Momonosuke, Chibuta, and then to Kinnaman, Dogman, Fire Mountain, and Weasel, the candidates, including admirals, will also be prioritized from this global draft. As this revelation settled in, the room grew even quieter, with the sound of each person's breath and heartbeat becoming distinctly audible. Akainu's brows furrowed deeply. The most affected would naturally be Momonosuke and Chibuta, who were next in line for promotion after Victor's ascent to admiral, leaving a vacancy that should have been filled by them. Yet, now it appeared that the position would be filled by an external candidate. How could the generals, including Momonosuke and Chibuta, accept this? The Navy had a well-established promotion system, allowing sailors to ascend based on their abilities or connections, from seaman to admiral, and even a marshal. Everything seemed possible within this framework. However, the world government was now poised to dismantle the existing naval structure. Would it be fair for a rookie to ascend to the rank of admiral? This was indeed unjust. Was it possible that they were inferior to a newcomer? Unsurprisingly, discontent began to brew among the officers. Although they were not vice admirals or potential admirals, they held the ranks of brigadier and major generals. According to the previous promotion system, they had a reasonable probability of advancing to higher ranks. Yet now, the rules of the game had shifted without warning. Seeing the dissatisfaction etched on the faces of the younger officers, Victor internally reveled in their unrest, maintaining a stoic facade. Silence, Victor commanded. This is not the gravest of matters. At this, Akainu and the others listened intently. Consider why the world government seeks to alter our naval promotion system, a tradition that has endured for 800 years. Victor posed the question, prompting Akainu and the others to reflect. Indeed, why the change? After the recent battles had claimed so many lives, did such alterations not evoke a sense of betrayal? Has the world government lost trust in us? Kinnaman's cold remark hung heavily in the air. The room fell into a profound silence. Such words, if spoken in public, would be a grave transgression, likely leading to a summons to the military police. Even in private, it was politically incorrect. Dogman took a deep puff from his cigar, scoffing. What else could it mean? Why else recruit from outside? Fire Mountain, typically jovial, wore a stern expression, acknowledging the reality that the world government's actions were indeed indicative of a lack of faith in them. Always the peacemaker, Fire Mountain's stance signaled that others felt emboldened to voice their concerns. Senior, I believe it's not just admirals. The world government seems intent on overhauling the ranks of vice admirals, major generals, and brigadier generals as well, Connor remarked. His words both an exclamation of frustration and a reflection of collective sentiment. At that moment, Akainu turned to Victor. Now that you are an admiral, what is your stance? Kinnaman, Dogman, Rodney, Fire Mountain, Weasel, and others all directed their gazes towards Victor. Chibuta and Momonosuke also sought guidance from Victor. Victor took a moment, contemplating before he spoke. We have fought for justice, shed blood for justice, and endured injury for justice. The world government cannot treat us this way. Indeed, Chibuda, Momonosuk, and others nodded in agreement. Victor was right. They cannot be treated unjustly. However, with the world government's resolute stance, what recourse did they have? Victor scanned the room, observing Akainu's clenched fists, a manifestation of his frustration and indignation. Each person's emotions were laid bare upon their faces. Victor, witnessing this display, felt his smile nearly falter. This was the seed of discontent he aimed to sow within the Navy. In a previous life, those who orchestrated coups often capitalized on the dissatisfaction of their subordinates with their leaders. Let us remember one thing: Victor addressed everyone. Our purpose in joining the Navy was to pursue justice, not for the world government to elevate us for personal gain. The merits we have earned, the blood we have shed, and the wounds we have endured were all for the sake of justice, not for any individual or faction. His words prompted Akainu and the others to nod in fervent agreement. Victor spoke truthfully. However, Victor shifted his tone as an admiral. I will not allow any of you to suffer unfair treatment. Upon hearing Victor's declaration, Chibuda, Momonosuk, and others nodded vigorously, their trust in Victor unwavering. Throughout their time together, he had never let them down. News of the global draft swiftly spread across the world. In a casino in Alabastus Canola Harbor, whispers circulated among the gamblers. Have you heard? The global draft has begun. Anyone with strength can ascend to high office. This draft truly sounds enticing. They say one could even become an admiral. What are you dreaming of? Even if one could become an admiral, it wouldn't be your turn. I suspect it's all predetermined, likely set aside for the offspring of certain officials. Regardless of insider knowledge, it had no bearing on them. Enough of this. Let's place our bets. Upon hearing the gamblers' chatter, a man withdrew all the money he had on him and placed a substantial wager. At this moment, the casino staff cast a fleeting glance at the man. He possessed short black hair and a circle of stubble gracing his lips. With his eyes closed, a scar shaped like an X traversed the left side of his forehead, extending toward his eyes. The man had a tall and imposing stature, adorned in a light purple kimono, cinched at the waist with a dark purple belt. A violet scarf wrapped around his neck, white hand guards on his hands, bandages encircling his arms, and wooden clogs on his feet. The initial impression he conveyed was far from amiable. At that moment, the dealer unveiled the gambling cup. 1, 2, 3, small. How could it be small? I've lost everything. Today has been in vain. As the gamblers lamented, Fujitora suddenly grasped the dealer's hand. What are you doing? The dealer felt as though his right hand was about to be crushed. The casino's security swiftly approached, aware of whose establishment it was, and shocked at the audacity of the disturbance. Gritting his teeth, the dealer spoke in a threatening tone. You're cheating. Upon finishing his words, the man crushed the dealer's wrist and, to the astonishment of all present, revealed the loaded dice. The owner of this casino is a formidable figure you cannot afford to provoke. At that moment, a man approached, the manager of the casino. Boom! The moment the man finished speaking, he was struck down. Moments later, patrons lay scattered across the floor. The man emerged from the casino, wielding a staff sword, which served not only for combat, but also as a tool for navigation. The archipelago of Xiangbedi, Taizolo Entertainment City. Taizolo's current influence far surpasses the imagination of ordinary individuals. With powerful backers, he operates within both the legal and illicit realms. Nowadays, how many factions in the underworld would dare to disregard his authority? At present, Taizolo's casinos and entertainment venues, along with ventures in gambling and illicit substances, have expanded globally, truly achieving greatness and unparalleled success. Yet behind this brilliance lies immense pressure. While he excels at generating wealth, the demands of Victor concerning monetary contributions have begun to wear on Taizolo. Each year, Victor's quota requires him to remit even greater sums. Boss. At this juncture, Floroki approached Taizolo. Floroki is one of Taizolo's trusted aides, tasked with managing external affairs. Is something amiss? Taizolo inquired. Floroki responded, We were attacked at the Canola Flower Casino. Taizolo puffed on a cigar and remarked, Interesting. It is rare for someone to dare assault his establishment. Who does not know that Taizolo is backed by powerful allies? How did the sand alligator respond? Taizolo questioned. When trouble arises in Alabasta, one naturally seeks an explanation from Crocodile. They dispatched personnel to handle the situation, but none have returned, Floroki replied. Even more intriguing, Taizolo sneered. Then instructed, send the Golden Hound squad to investigate. Understood, Floroki replied respectfully. The Golden Hound squad is a violent organization under Taizolo, willing to engage in any action for money. Ishiao sat by the dock. Just yesterday, he had departed from Canola Flower Port, with his destination set for the City of Water. His ticket was already secured. Throughout the night, Ishiao encountered multiple assaults from bounty hunters, gangsters, and pirates alike, all villainous individuals relying on violence to extract wealth. Thus, Fujitora showed no mercy and eliminated them all. In the past, Fujitora had slain numerous evildoers, all of whom shared a common trait. In their final moments, they would weep and confess their sins. However, this time, the villains were notably confident, believing that the man behind them would avenge them, and they were certain that should he intervene, Fujitora would meet a dire fate. They boasted, warning Fujitora that offending Gilder Taizolo would lead to his demise. This was the first time Fujitora had heard the name Taizolo, yet their reaction indicated their firm belief that he would seek vengeance for them. At that moment, Fujitora's Kinbunchika Haki detected impending danger. The enemies were closing in. He regarded them as foes due to the murderous intent he sensed emanating from them. Fujitora remained unfazed, finding amusement in passing the time while waiting for his ship. Meanwhile, at Happy Street, Stussy had just dealt with a troublesome patron. This customer, who sought to enjoy without paying, had been dealt with efficiently and sold to a client with specific needs. At that moment, a songstress approached Stussy, informing her, "Boss, that esteemed gentleman has arrived again." The mention of this gentleman sparked Stussy's interest, as she had recently received a task from the Gorosei to assist in its completion. The world government had lost faith in the Navy and sought to recruit skilled individuals from the populace to dilute their power. Conveniently, Stussy had an ideal candidate in mind. "Sir, have a bite. Please indulge." The man was surrounded by a group of geishas, who offered him delicacies and fine wine, hoping to win his favor. The man's name was Aramaki. He detested complications and had refrained from eating for 3 years, finding it too troublesome. Although he was more inclined to indulge women, even being fed by a beauty would only result in a few bites. Aramaki complied and took a few mouthfuls. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open. Stussy entered with a smile, walking towards Aramaki. Upon seeing Stussy, Aramaki perked up. She was the queen of Happy Street and known for her lavish generosity. Despite Aramaki's seemingly carefree lifestyle, where women would even spend money on him, he found work distasteful, especially working for others. Given his wealth, he often squandered it, leading to a precarious existence. Stussy addressed Aramaki, stating, "Aramaki, I have good news to share." Aramaki inquired, "What good news?" Stussy replied, "The world conscription has commenced. With your prowess, you are certain to attain the rank of admiral." Upon hearing Stussy's words, Aramaki's eyes lit up. He adhered to the principle of absolute justice, admiring figures like Victor and Akainu for their unwavering spirit and exhibiting no mercy towards pirates. Nonetheless, Aramaki was a maverick. In the original narrative, he would often act independently, disregarding Akainu's orders. However, Aramaki possessed a strong sense of personal conviction. He staunchly supported the world government and the celestial dragons, believing that individuals from nations not affiliated with the world government were undeserving of human rights. In Aramaki's view, humanity had survived at the expense of inferior species, and non-member nations were equated with inferiority, allowing the dominant nations to thrive without concern. To him, discrimination was synonymous with security. Stussy recognized Aramaki's admirable qualities, which led her to fervently recommend him. She believed that with Aramaki's capabilities and commendable character, he would surely be selected by the Gorosei. The Navy has witnessed the defection of a high-ranking general, creating an urgent need for a competent and loyal individual to fill the void in naval strength. Lord Huangmu is poised to ascend to the rank of general. As Lord Huangmu flourishes, he must not forget his humble beginnings. Lord Huangmu, The geishas surrounding him chirped melodiously, causing him to feel elated. Stussy added, "Lord Huangmu, the ship is ready for your departure at any moment." "Ha ha!" Huangmu laughed heartily, embracing the geishas as he proudly proclaimed, "Once I become a general, I shall take excellent care of all of you." Unlike the original narrative, there is currently only one vacancy for a general in the Navy. Stussy and CP0 are inclined towards Huangmu and have recommended him to the Five Elders. Hence, the selection for the general is essentially predetermined. However, the powerful individuals across the world remain unaware of the underlying circumstances. To them, the world government's call for recruits signifies an earnest search for talent, particularly top-tier strength. Consequently, a multitude of formidable figures continues to flock to enlist. Despite the pervasive corruption within the world government, the allure of high-ranking positions and power still captivates many. Yi Xiao, leaning on his cane, joined the queue for registration. Observers noted his blindness and regarded him with disdain, questioning how strong a blind man could possibly be. Yi Xiao's expression remained impassive, seemingly oblivious to the condescending gazes around him. Simultaneously, he sensed the presence of hostile intent approaching. Yet, this was the Navy's recruiting station. It was unlikely they would cause a disturbance. Name? Yi Xiao. Hometown? Following a brief registration, Yi Xiao received his identification number. Shortly, he was to participate in the physical strength test. Only those who succeeded in this test would qualify for the general assessment. Without a filtering process, potentially hundreds of thousands would vie for the position of general. The physical test was straightforward, utilizing a machine developed by Vegapunk. A simple punch against the machine would reveal one's physical strength value. At this moment, a man with a scarred face approached the machine. The initial reading was 0. "Begin," commanded a naval colonel. The scarred man struck the machine with his fist, causing it to shake violently. His strength value registered at 1891. Agents of the world government observed closely. A value of 1891 was impressive. In the original storyline, Rob Lucci had a strength value of 4,000, sufficient to hold the rank of Rear Admiral. Other notable values included Kaku at 2,200 and Gabra at 2,180. Thus, a value of 1891 was adequate to qualify as a Commodore. Next, another man, bandaged on the head, approached the machine. With a powerful kick, he struck the machine, yielding a strength value of 2,698. Next, a value of 311 was recorded. Next, a value of 2,521 followed. Those achieving a strength value of 2,000 garnered special attention. Finally, it was Yi Xiao's turn at the machine. Observers speculated he would not exceed 1,000, perhaps even struggling to reach 500. They believed his potential capped at 300. Yi Xiao raised his hand, placing it on the machine. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted, as if an earthquake had struck the testing area. The machine exploded. Impossible. The machine, crafted from iron, designed for peacekeepers, had been destroyed. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, Yi Xiao turned to the naval colonel, who promptly checked his name and reported it to superiors. Yi Xiao exited the testing area, only to be followed by the same hostile individuals. In a narrow alley, Yi Xiao found himself cornered. "You truly are relentless," he remarked, eyes closed. A man with a cigar approached him, stating, "You have disturbed our boss's territory, and now you must pay the price." It was Tezelo. Yi Xiao shook his head, realizing he had to confront Tezelo. Eliminate him. The assailants were members of the Golden Dog Group, notorious for their loyalty to money, each a wanted criminal under the world government. Protected by Tezelo, they felt no fear of capture. They brandished knives and guns, despite being in a residential area. "I advise against violence here," Yi Xiao warned, concerned for the innocent civilians who might be harmed. Yet, the Golden Dog members were indifferent to such considerations. "Your backers must be truly vile," Yi Xiao remarked just before they opened fire. As bullets sprayed, Fujitora raised his hand, shielding himself. The bullets seemed to strike an invisible barrier. "A master," noted the leader of the Golden Dog Group, Jimura, as he drew his blade. "Death slash." He swung at Fujitora, yet his blade halted just beside Yi Xiao's neck. Unable to advance further. "Oomph." A chilling sound of bone cracking reverberated through the alley. On the island of Sabaody, within Tezelo's casino, he He listened intently to a report from Furoki. The Golden Dog Group has been eliminated? Tezelo inquired, his face darkening. Indeed, Furoki confirmed, their bodies were crushed, their bones shattered. Tezelo narrowed his eyes. It seems we have encountered a formidable opponent. Boss, that individual just registered for the world government's recruitment. Should we investigate him? Furoki suggested cautiously. Tezelo scoffed, it's merely a recruitment. No need to concern ourselves. But what if he is selected? Furoki warned. What of it? I do not regard Xiao as a threat. Tezelo retorted, confident in his connection to Victor. As the current admiral of the Navy, even the generals must heed Victor's authority. Thus, Tezelo had no reason to fear Xiao. Indeed, Furoki understood Tezelo's powerful background, but had not anticipated such assertiveness. Yet, to prevent future complications, Tezelo now harbored intentions of eliminating Xiao. Having risen to a position of great influence, he was becoming somewhat arrogant as the sovereign of the underworld. Anyone who offends him will not be spared. Indeed, I shall make the arrangements, Floki remarked. Within the villa of Waikichuo in Xiangbidi Chuandao, Le approached Waikichuo, saying, Senior, a formidable individual appeared yesterday at the conscription point in Shuadu, shattering the daily machine with a single blow. What is his name? Waikichuo inquired casually. Le responded, Xiao. Ah, it is he, Waikichuo said, seemingly unfazed. Should we make contact with him? Le asked. Waikichuo replied, no need. Le hesitated, and Waikichuo understood his unvoiced concern, which was merely to ensure that Xiao could sense goodwill. However, Waikichuo had no intention of doing so, as there was only one position available for the general. He believed the choice would inevitably fall to Lunyu over Tenghu, unless the world government were to provide 2 slots. In that case, Tenghu would certainly be eliminated. Once Tenghu was out of the running, it would be the opportune moment to approach him. Yet, it was not a matter of recruitment. Tenghu would find it difficult to align with Waikichuo's sense of justice. It was Waikichuo's philosophy to refrain from expending excessive energy on those he could not control. As Le departed, Reuben entered. She addressed Waikichuo, saying, Taijua has gathered thousands to confront a man named Xiao. One of Reuben's tasks was to keep an eye on Taijua. No minor movements of Taijua could escape her scrutiny. Waikichuo drew Reuben onto his lap, puffing on a cigar while playfully patting her hand, finding the situation increasingly intriguing. Reuben inquired, should we intervene? She believed Taijue's recent behavior had become increasingly audacious. Waikichuo shook his head, saying, if a dog misbehaves, correcting it will only yield temporary compliance. It must learn a lesson to understand what is unacceptable. I understand, Reuben nodded. Waikichuo added, this is also a perfect opportunity to train them. Reuben listened attentively. Waikichuo instructed her, take Gaina, Sabo, and Loa out. Understood, Reuben replied, nodding. By the way, Waikichuo suddenly recalled something. Reuben looked at him curiously. Waikichuo asked, any news on the mythical beast fruit? Reuben responded, still searching. Waikichuo nodded. Xiao returned to the inn. The Navy's next round of tests was 3 days away, during which all applicants who passed must patiently await further instructions. Sir, the innkeeper approached Xiao, his heart racing and visibly flustered. They instructed me to tell you that if you do not go to the northern beach tonight, my daughter will not return. The innkeeper's daughter, a charming 7-year-old, had been polite to Xiao. Upon hearing this, Xiao nodded, apologizing for involving them. Thus, he left the inn and proceeded to the northern beach. As night fell, Xiao arrived at the beach, which was teeming with people. Thousands gathered. He understood they had come for him. These individuals must be Taijue's subordinates. Where's the child? Xiao inquired expressionlessly. Floki glanced at Xiao and commanded, eliminate him. Kill him. The men charged wildly towards Xiao. Observing this, Xiao unsheathed his blade. In an instant, the glint of his sword flashed, blood splattered, and screams echoed as he slaughtered the assailants while advancing forward. Step by step, the ground became littered with corpses. Yet his face bore no expression, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Finally, Xiao approached Floki, who now appeared fearful. Suddenly, Xiao halted, sensing movement beneath the ground. Do you truly believe I would employ these rabble to confront you? Floki sneered. Xiao turned to survey his surroundings, noticing something writhing below. Gripping his blade tightly, he prepared to slay the creature. "Can you feel it?" Floki asked triumphantly. Xiao remained silent. "Let me tell you, it is far more terrifying than you imagine. It is called the death worm, one of the most vicious creatures in the world." Floki continued. "It will emerge from the ground to attack you, and if you come into contact with its slime, your body will corrode. If it bites you," Xiao snorted coldly, ignoring Floki as he continued to advance. "It seems you do not believe me. In that case, I shall demonstrate," Floki shouted. Suddenly, a massive worm erupted from the earth, its gaping maw lunging towards Xiao. The worm, over 100 meters long, bore sharp teeth and roared at Xiao. Xiao retracted his blade and swiftly thrust it into the worm's head. Ignoring the head of the death worm, he turned to Floki and asked, "Where is the child?" Upon hearing Xiao's words, Floki was left dumbfounded. He could not fathom that Xiao could obliterate a death worm in a single strike. Such power was truly terrifying. Moreover, it was even more alarming that the worm's venom had not touched Xiao. Clap, clap, clap. Very interesting, came the sound of applause from behind Xiao. It was Taizhua, who had come personally to deal with Xiao. Xiao did not turn around, but instead utilized his Kinbunchikahaki to lock on a Taizhua. No wonder he could dispose of so many of my subordinates. Taizhua produced a cigar, and Floki promptly lit it for him. "However, you have made matters increasingly dire," Taizhua remarked with a mocking tone, gazing at Xiao. "Here is the deal. I will offer you a chance. If you are willing to work for me, you can repay your debts through labor." As soon as Taizhua's words fell, he felt a chill in his chest, followed by his shirt being sliced open. Taizhua snorted. His Kinbunchikahaki was also trained on Xiao. "It seems you have rejected my proposal." Taizhua scoffed, then began to remove his suit. As Waikichuo's representative in the underground world, Taizhua had been enhancing his abilities over the years. Having followed Waikichuo for so long, Taizhua understood one fundamental truth. To survive in this world, one must grow stronger. Only strength holds value for survival. Otherwise, one is akin to grass, trampled underfoot. "I do not waste words with villains," Xiao coldly replied. "Then you shall not even have the chance to leave a last word." Just as Taizhua finished speaking, a massive boulder hurtled towards him. Taizhua raised his hand, shattering the rock with a punch. As the gravel scattered before him, Xiao took a swift step forward, closing the distance to Taizhua Luo in an instant. So fast, the subordinates of Taizhua Luo were taken aback. Raising his wrist, Taizhua Luo revealed a knife, a habit formed during his time in the underworld, where blades were often concealed within sleeves. Gripping the knife, he enveloped it with the power of armed color. A crisp clash echoed. Subsequently, Taizhua Luo slid back several paces. At that moment, the blade in Xiao's hand shimmered with a violet glow. Sensing danger, Taizhua Luo quickly dodged. Gravity slash. Xiao swung his blade, and the air seemed to split with a resounding crack. A fierce wind arose, swirling clouds of yellow sand, blinding everyone present. It felt as if they were inside a cave, with the howling wind rushing into the opening. The overwhelming pressure rendered all breathless. The gravity slash sent Taizhua Luo's henchmen flying in a single strike. For Loki, cold sweat poured down his back, and he felt like a fragile boat adrift in a turbulent sea, uncertain of where he would be tossed next. As the dust settled, a vast pit appeared on the beach. Beads of cold sweat dripped from Taizhua Luo's forehead. This sensation was most unsettling. The adversary before him was far stronger than he had anticipated. Suddenly, stones beneath Xiao's feet were propelled into the air. As he leaped onto them and charged at Taizhua Luo, Xiao's speed was astonishing, leaving no time for Taizhua Luo to react. With a thunderous crash, he unleashed a gravity-infused strike. Though Taizhua Luo narrowly avoided it, the area he had just occupied was utterly devastated. "I cannot win." The outcome flashed through Taizhua Luo's mind. Even having mastered the awakened abilities of the Jin fruit, he did not believe he could prevail. The earlier arrogance crumbled in the face of this brief encounter, leading him to realize his own inadequacy. Just as Taizhua Luo contemplated his escape, a figure suddenly charged toward Xiao. It appeared to be a woman, adorned with a goat mask. Clang! Clang! The woman launched a flurry of attacks at Xiao. Had Yi Xiao not reacted swiftly, her blade would have already severed his throat. The woman was remarkably quick. Each strike targeted Yi Xiao's vital points. This was the first time Yi Xiao had encountered such a formidable female swordsman. The woman was Gui Na. After observing the battle, Robin deduced that Taizhou Luo was intimidated and unwilling to continue fighting. Thus she promptly instructed Gu Ina to intervene. Had Gu Ina arrived even slightly later, Taizhou Luo would undoubtedly have met his demise. Despite Taizhou Luo's strength, the disparity in power against a top-tier warrior like Yi Xiao was far too great. "Madam, why do you ambush me?" Yi Xiao inquired of Gu Ina, perplexed. His tone remained cordial, even towards an adversary, as he perceived no malice in her. Gu Ina offered no reply, her hands firmly gripping a black blade. This blade had been gifted to her by Victor. The so-called black blade refers to a sword infused with a swordsman's arm color. Once the wielder's strength reaches a certain level, the blade turns black, hence the term. For instance, Frost Moon Long Ma's sword, Qiu Shui, is a black blade permanently transformed. It appeared that this confrontation was inevitable. From their previous clash, Yi Xiao had senset Guinas Progis. She was indeed fast, yet lacked sufficient strength. This was understandable, given that she was a woman, and women typically possess less inherent physical strength than men. However, what concerned Yi Xiao was the blade wielded by Gui Na. It was noteworthy that Yi Xiao had long honed his staff sword with armed color, yet it paled in comparison to Gu Ina's weapon. This indicated that the individual who had tempered this black blade surpassed Yi Xiao in the mastery of armed color. At that moment, Taizhou Luo vanished, as if he had dissipated into thin air. In the spot where he had just stood, a stone appeared. Taizhou Luo gazed incredulously at the masked figure before him. What is this ability? Yet, it was not fair to blame Taizhou Luo for his ignorance, as the powers of the surgery fruit were deliberately concealed. Just as Taizhou Luo pondered this mystery, Robin materialized beside him. "Lord Victor is aware that trouble is brewing, hence he has sent me to assist you. Robin informet Deutsoloi." Just as he began to express his gratitude, Robin continued, "Lord Victor hopes you will comprehend the importance of focusing on your strengths and refrain from foolishness." Deutsolo nodded, resolving not to flaunt his strength again after this incident. "Return now. This matter does not require your involvement," Robin instructed. "Very well." Taizhou Luo promptly launched a signal flare. Upon seeing the flare ascend, his subordinates hastily evacuated the beach. No sooner had Taizhou Luo departed than Sabo impatiently inquired, "When will I get to make my move?" Robin glanced at the ongoing battle between Gu Ina and Yi Xiao. Gu Ina's swordsmanship could only be described as lightning fast. However, Yi Xiao remained composed, providing no openings for her to exploit. "Ro," Robin called. Ro appeared behind her. "Go and lend assistance," Robin directed. "Yes." Just as Ro was about to engage, Robin cautioned, "Your opponent is formidable. This is a rare opportunity. I will refrain from utilizing the powers of the surgery fruit." Ro understood Robin's implication. Relying too heavily on the powers of the surgery fruit would not benefit him. "And what about me?" Sabo asked eagerly. Robin smiled, saying, "Lord Victor wishes for you to ensure everything proceeds smoothly." "Do you comprehend?" "Really?" Sabo exclaimed with excitement, realizing he was the ace in the hole, a secret weapon. "Certainly, Lord Victor holds high expectations for you," Robin affirmed. "Then I shall wait here for a while," Sabo replied, settling back to await his moment. Robin observed Sabo, having learned much during her time alongside Victor, including the art of soothing and how to leverage people's sentiments. Sabo was a dutiful child. A simple affirmation was sufficient for him. Meanwhile, Ro had also positioned himself behind Yi Xiao. Ayajutsu, flying cascade. Ro suddenly drew his blade. His sword was merely a fine blade. The instant the blade was unsheathed, Yi Xiao turned swiftly, parrying Ro's attack with his staff sword. However, Gu Ina sheathed her sword, choosing not to continue her assault on Yi Xiao. As a swordsman, she disdained overwhelming her opponent with numbers. Yet Ro did not mind. For him, this was an excellent opportunity. He sought to gauge his strength and ascertain how far he was from the ranks of top-tier warriors. Unfortunately, Ro's talent in swordsmanship did not match Gu Ina's. After several exchanges, Yi Xiao seized upon Ro's opening. Gravity bind. Yi Xiao wielded his blade, pressing it against Luo's sword. Luo gripped his weapon tightly, his feet crushing the ground beneath him, feeling as though a mountain bore down upon him. Surrender, Yi Xiao declared, aware that they were allies. Yet sensing no malevolent aura from Luo. Luo was not a villain and had never taken a life, a fact that Yi Xiao could perceive. Sabo at that moment. Robin called to Sabo, indicating he could make his move. Understood, Sabo responded, clenching his fist before charging at Yi Xiao. A primal energy emanated behind Yi Xiao. Dodge! Sabo shouted, leaping high and delivering a powerful blow towards Yi Xiao's back. Yi Xiao released his grip and faced Sabo. The impact of the punch resonated upon his staff sword. Yi Xiao frowned, feeling the terrifying strength of Sabo. However, he sensed no wickedness in Sabo either. Suddenly, Luo vanished, replaced by a wooden stake. No wonder you were able to overpower him. You are quite formidable. Sabo acknowledged Yi Xiao's prowess. Your strength is equally impressive. Yi Xiao replied. Of course, for I am. Sabo boasted, his right hand transforming into a dragon's claw, adorned with pink scales, entwined in a coating of haki. Dragon strike. With a resounding crash, he unleashed his claw. It struck like a dragon against the sea, its force formidable enough to cause catastrophic consequences if it struck the heart. As Yi Xiao furrowed his brow and raised his blade to block, Sabo seized the opportunity, launching a compressed air blast aimed at Yi Xiao's eye. Yi Xiao swiftly turned his head to evade. The onslaught continued, and Sabo pressed the attack. With each clash, Yi Xiao grew increasingly alarmed. Sabo's power exceeded his expectations. But what was more daunting was Sabo's battle experience and technique. He constantly shifted his tactics, targeting vital points and weaknesses. From a distance, Robin observed the duel, noting that Sabo currently held the advantage. Do you think Sabo can win? Robin inquired of Guena. Impossible, Guena replied. Why is that? Robin pressed. Guena explained. Once the blind man adapts to Sabo's martial arts, Sabo will lose. Understood, Robin nodded and stated, let us prepare to retreat. Luo and Guena acknowledged her. Their mission today was to assist Taizolo and assess their own abilities. As for eliminating Yi Xiao, Victor had not issued a kill order. Returning to Victor, Robin reported the day's events truthfully. Victor smiled upon hearing her account, remarking, it seems they lack something essential. What is it? Robin pondered. Victor asked her what qualities she believed a strong individual should possess. After a moment's reflection, Robin answered, resilience, courage, ruthlessness. Victor raised his hand and playfully patted Robin's backside, saying, incorrect. Then what should it be? Robin asked earnestly. Victor elaborated, a heart willing to kill and the awareness of being killed. Robin was momentarily taken aback. Victor instructed her, find them some tasks that require killing. Yes, Robin nodded. Finding such work was not difficult. Meanwhile, on the island of Sabaody, the temporary conscription center for the world government was bustling. The powerful individuals selected from around the globe were gradually arriving. Among the crowd, Yi Xiao stood out, being the only blind person. The distinct presence of Huang Mu, with his tattoos and the scent of women's perfume, suggested he had just emerged from a throng of women. Perhaps there exists a certain resonance among the strong. Huang Mu noticed Yi Xiao, and Yi Xiao, in turn, sensed Huang Mu. The final round of assessments was about to commence. Please, the chief examiner, take your seat, announced a member of the staff. The likes of Victor, Akainu, Sengoku, Garp, Zifa, and Suru appeared. It's Victor, Akainu, Sengoku, Garp. The aspiring admirals, seeing Victor and his companions, were filled with fervor, especially Huang Mu, who, upon spotting Victor and Akainu, displayed an ecstatic expression, shouting, Lord Victor, I am your fan. In truth, Victor was Huang Mu's idol, admired for his unwavering commitment to sanctioning pirates without hesitation against the Revolutionary Army. Huang Mu also held great respect for Akainu, particularly for his performance during the Marineford War, where he faced Whitebeard and Shanks without retreating, embodying the essence of true masculinity. At that moment, the staff member addressed Victor, please announce the final assessment. Victor rose, microphone in hand. The assessment is straightforward. Defeat everyone to become the ultimate victor. The venue for the competition would be a nearby deserted island. As Victor revealed the details, the aspiring warriors rubbed their hands in anticipation. This is far simpler than I expected. Indeed, all the layered tests were cumbersome. Let us begin. I can hardly wait. The participants for the final test were eager to commence. Let us get started, Victor instructed. Yes, the staff member called out. The ship is ready. Please proceed to the dock to board. The size of the deserted island, the final selection site, was modest. As the aspiring admirals disembarked from the vessels, the rules became starkly clear. To become an admiral, one must defeat all others and emerge as the last victor. If you do not wish to die here, it would be wise to forfeit now, declared a man in combat attire. His name was Sang La, badge number 089, a master of boxing. Kid, you'd best keep your distance. Otherwise, I'll take you down first. A man named Leisha, a Qigong master from the West Sea, coldly remarked from behind Sang La. I've heard that those who boast the loudest tend to perish first, chuckled a man wielding a massive sword. The strength of those present on the deserted island was formidable, each boasting a combat power exceeding 5,000, a caliber surpassing even that of many vice admirals. Can you all quiet down? Complained a man wrapped in bandages, resembling a mummy. Competing for admiral against you fools is utterly tedious. A one-eyed swordsman shook his head. The tension in the air thickened. The formidable warriors hailing from all corners of the globe each selected their targets to vanquish. Let the battle commence, announced Waikato, initiating the contest. With a swift motion, Sangla launched a powerful punch towards Leisha as soon as the signal was given. The speed of his fist was astonishing, and the force was akin to a tidal wave. Leisha, ever prepared, took a deep breath and widened his eyes. Boom! Leisha retaliated with a punch that met Sangla's head-on. Sangla's attack was pure physical strength, while Leisha wielded a rare energy akin to that found in the depths of the ocean. The very stones beneath their feet shattered, scattering into gravel that stung the faces of those nearby. Meanwhile, the one-eyed swordsman, West, drew his blade. The instant he unsheathed his sword, the temperature around him plummeted, enveloping those present in an air reminiscent of hell itself. West's sword was forged from cold iron, a testament to the countless lives he had extinguished in his past as an executioner for a decade, exuding an aura of death. How intriguing, remarked Platt, the man wielding a massive sword that ignited in flames. These two individuals were notably distinctive among the recruits this time. Waikato had perused their profiles, deeming them capable of attaining at most the rank of a vice admiral, their prowess surpassing that of Stolo Belly and the likes of Ghost Spider, Dogman, and Fire Mountain, all within the same tier. In the hierarchy of vice admirals, there existed a gradation of strength, and regarding the position of admiral, West and Platt were still far from reaching that zenith. Do not squander your time, West declared. Just then, Aramuku decided to make his move. Nature's wrath. With both hands, he summoned a plethora of plants. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the previously barren island transformed into a thriving forest, a manifestation of the nature's Mori Mori no Mi. Satisfied, Jean Guo remarked that to ascend to the rank of admiral, one must possess the capability to dominate the battlefield. Aramuku's initial display had already garnered him significant favor. He morphed into a towering tree-like figure, manipulating the vegetation into fist-shaped forms, delivering powerful blows to those around him. Boom! Boom! Once transformed, Aramuku indiscriminately assaulted everyone in his vicinity. Anyone who stood in his way was either ensnared by his colossal vines or hurled into the air, crashing down like stones, leaving them dazed. Alternatively, they were bound by the tendrils, which drained their lifeblood, rendering them withered corpses discarded upon the ground. Those warriors comparable to Stolo Belly were swiftly subdued, showcasing the oppressive force an admiral must wield. Quite impressive, a kind of nodding in approval. At that moment, the vines lashed out towards Fujitora, ensnaring his feet. It seemed Fujitora was to meet the same fate as the others, to be drained by the vines. However, with an expressionless demeanor, Fujitora simply unsheathed his sword and with two swift slashes severed the vines. Yet, despite the severance, the surrounding vines continued to sprout endlessly. Platt West and the others found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle. The nature of the battle shifted from a chaotic brawl to a performance orchestrated by Aramuku. Lord Waikato, did you witness my display? Aramuku pondered, eager to demonstrate his strength worthy of standing beside Waikato. The towering tree figure reached a height of 50 meters, with the potential to grow even taller. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to Waikato's Titan, not only in stature, but also in the manner of attack. What an amusing imitation, Waikato chuckled. Zifa interjected, suggesting it was time to conclude the spectacle, as he perceived no further purpose in prolonging the encounter. Aramuku had utterly overwhelmed all opponents. Just then, Fujitora's sword emitted a violet glow, and a wave of light surged skyward. Those observing, including Zhang Guo, were taken aback. What a madman. It seems the outcome remains uncertain, Carp remarked with a smile. Waikato sensed something monumental was about to descend. Fujitora harnessed gravitational waves to summon meteorites from the cosmos. Before long, the onlookers beheld the celestial bodies plummeting towards them. As the meteorites breached the atmosphere, they ignited due to friction. An island-sized meteor hurtled directly towards the barren isle. Was this an attempt to eradicate everyone in one fell swoop? Heavens! West momentarily abandoned his efforts against the surrounding vines, contemplating defensive measures. Should the meteor strike, the consequences would be dire. Are you insane? There's no escaping this, lamented the other warriors, with the exception of Fujitora and Aramuku, who remained unperturbed. Akainu observed Aramuku with intrigue, pleased with their performances. Should they channel this power against pirates, it would significantly bolster the Navy's strength, far surpassing that of Peach Rabbit and T-Pig. At that moment, the meteor collided with the island. Fujitora raised his sword overhead, unleashing a wave of light towards the sky. Boom! While Fujitora mitigated the impact of the meteor's descent, the destruction wrought by its fall shattered the island into fragments. Simultaneously, the intense heat incinerated all the vines, including Aramuku's tree form, leaving no one unscathed. Is it over? Light murmured, gazing at the ashes strewn about. Just then, from the scorched forest, a new sprout emerged. Such an intriguing ability. Through the display, Zhang Guo and the others bore witness to the plant's transformation into a humanoid form. Subsequently, Aramuku materialized before the crowd. Do you wish to continue fighting? He inquired calmly with a smile. With the exception of Aramuku, all others present shook their heads in defeat. The moment Aramuku, a warrior of his caliber, made his move, they understood the disparity in strength. I concede. West was the first to yield. I too withdraw. You all may contend amongst yourselves. Sangla and the others echoed similar sentiments. One must learn to recognize reality, especially the gaps in strength that courage alone cannot bridge. Observing Sangla and the others concede, Aramuku turned to Fujitora. Will you withdraw? That question should be posed to you. Fujitora replied, drawing his sword from his waist. The Mori Mori no Mi was formidable, yet against Fujitora's gravity fruit, Aramuku found himself at a disadvantage. Thus, he resolved to settle the matter with swordsmanship. Very well, I respect your decision, Fujitora responded, sheathing his sword and adopting an offensive stance. Meanwhile, the five elders observed attentively. It was now their turn to determine the victor. If these two could not be separated, a catastrophic outcome was not the result they desired. If their strengths are comparable, then it is better to choose Huangmu. According to CP0's observations, Huangmu exhibits greater loyalty to the world government and the celestial dragons. The five elders are deliberating. Their discussion arises from their acknowledgement of Xiao's capabilities. Had Xiao been too weak, they would not have even bothered to converse. In the confrontation between Xiao and Huangmu, their strengths are evenly matched, a fact they are aware of, for strong individuals resonate with one another. At that moment, both wielders are enveloped in the aura of Haki. In the next instant, Huangmu swings his blade, initiating the first attack, and Xiao counters with his staff sword. Engaging in their initial clash, the blades flash and the air crackles with energy as Huangmu and Xiao swiftly maneuver, continuously altering their positions. Each time they reappear, they vanish once more. All of this transpires in the blink of an eye. Even if one can see it, catching up is a formidable challenge. Unless one employs Kinbunchika Haki to pinpoint their locations, It is nearly impossible to track them. Huang Mu's swordsmanship is peculiar, devoid of any embellishment. It is simply fast, precise, and lethal, with each strike aimed directly at Yixiao's vital points. Yet Yixiao is equally swift. His swordsmanship matches Huang Mu's pace. Each of his strikes deflecting Huang Mu's blade while leveraging his own abilities to repel him, preventing Huang Mu from closing the distance. The two exchange blows as vines erupt from the ground, rapidly growing and transforming into long spears aimed at Yixiao. In that very moment, Yixiao swings his staff sword, shattering all the spears into fragments. Gravity slash, fierce tiger, without any build-up, Yixiao cleaves through everything obstructing him. The terrifying pressure of his sword, annihilating all in its path, envelopes Huang Mu, causing him to shudder in alarm and evade hastily. Just then, Yixiao suddenly lunges forward, closing the distance to Huang Mu. Yixiao's speed far exceeds that of Huang Mu, so when Huang Mu attempts to sidestep, Yixiao's blade has already struck his shoulder. Huang Mu lets out a pained cry, propelled backward, blood splattering onto the ground. At this moment, Yixiao notices that the plants below are rapidly coalescing into a massive spear, thrusting toward him. In a dire situation, Yixiao deflects the spear with his staff sword, yet he still feels a sharp pain as his body plummets to the ground. You strike my shoulder, I pierce your abdomen. A tit-for-tat exchange of injuries. This method of combat is the most brutal yet effective. Indeed, if this continues, even if one prevails, the victor is likely to be left crippled. At this juncture, Sengoku's expression turns grave. The Navy is here to recruit a general, but they do not wish for their trusted general to be incapacitated before even taking office. However, there is only one position available. Whom shall they choose? Victor calmly states that both possess formidable strength, making it no easy task to select the most suitable candidate under equitable circumstances. Akainu remains silent, uninterested in such matters. Unlike the original storyline, Akainu is solely focused on his own agenda, leaving the world recruitment to the world government and Victor. As Victor converses with Sengoku, a den mushi in his arms rings. Victor realizes it is the 5 elders wishing to announce the results. This was predetermined. Although Yixiao's unexpected prowess has caused the 5 elders some hesitation, loyalty will always take precedence. Yixiao's origins are uncertain. It is more fitting for the loyal Huang Mu to assume the role of general. Just as Yixiao prepares to strike again, Victor's voice echoes across the island. It is over. There is no need for further combat. Upon hearing Victor's words, both Yixiao and Huang Mu cease their actions. Huang Mu queries in confusion. But we have yet to determine a victor? Yixiao nods. Admiral, do you mean we are both qualified? Victor replies, the final results will be announced shortly. Upon hearing this, both Yixiao and Huang Mu are left bewildered. However, as the fleet admiral has spoken, they have no choice but to accept. Thus Yixiao, Huang Mu, and the others who were eliminated board a warship, returning to the Shangbuodi Islands. At the naval base in Shangbuodi, Yixiao and Huang Mu await the final results. Huang Mu. At this moment, Le arrives before Huang Mu and speaks. Huang Mu looks at Le. Follow me. After saying this, Le strides toward the entrance of the world government. What about me? Yixiao inquires. Without looking back, Le responds, you have been eliminated. You may return. Upon hearing that he has been eliminated, Yixiao grips the handle of his staff sword tightly. He has always detested unfairness. Why was he eliminated? Their battle had clearly not determined a victor. Why was Huang Mu deemed the ultimate winner? This is unjust. Huang Mu is equally curious, indeed. Why was I the one who won? Le halts and gazes at Huang Mu, replying, the world government believes you are more suited for the position of general. Is that true? Huang Mu asks incredulously. While he possesses confidence in himself, he does not believe he could consistently best an opponent of Yixiao's caliber. Indeed, Lin nods, then glances at his watch. Mr. Huang Mu, please hurry. The admiral is waiting for you. Very well, let us proceed quickly. Upon hearing he would meet Victor, Huang Mu expresses excitement. Meanwhile, Yixiao's grip on his sword tightens, veins bulging, a fire of rage igniting within him. Following Le, Huang Mu enters Panga City. The grandeur and magnificence of Panga City leave Huang Mu, a country bumpkin, in awe. traversing the lengthy corridors, passing through the military headquarters. He observes generals and officers clad in Navy and Army uniforms. The Army officers, particularly, are adorned in their standardized green attire, standing tall and behaving with an air of nobility. The Army officers glance at Huang Mu, who is bare-chested with a sword at his waist and scars on his abdomen. Oof. The Army officers express their disdain. The Army differs from the Navy. Its ranks are composed of members from the world government's allied nations, predominantly aristocrats. Their troops are often the servants of these nobles, akin to private armies. They are the most loyal, safeguarding the interests of the world government. As for justice, the Army is not sentimental. In their eyes, whoever the sword of the world government points at becomes their enemy. Therefore, the Army inherently looks down upon the Navy, considering them to be a collection of lowly beings. Leia remains impassive, having long since grown accustomed to it. However, this does not mean he is not angered. He merely suppresses it within. To him, the Army is a bunch of inept individuals, only knowing how to oppress civilians and commit atrocities. If only Lord Victor could become the commander-in-chief, he would surely deal with these miscreants. Le harbors such thoughts, placing his hopes in Victor, believing that he can achieve it. Finally, Le halts at the door of the commander-in-chief's office. Lai Te opened the door, and Huang Mu followed him inside. Huang Mu encountered Wei Kutuo and Chi Quan. While he completely disregarded Kong, Zhangguo, Zhe Fa, and Kapu, in his eyes, there was only his idol. Wei Kutuo looked at Huang Mu and said, "Come, take a seat." "Yes." Huang Mu immediately saluted Wei Kutuo, a gesture learned from the Navy. Perhaps it was his first time, making him somewhat awkward. Or perhaps he was overly excited to see his idol. In any case, the salute was slightly distorted. Wei Kutuo chuckled. "There's no need to be so formal. There are no outsiders here." "Yes." Huang Mu moved to sit beside Chi Quan and straighten his posture. "From this day forth, you will be the new admiral of the Navy." Kong looked at Huang Mu with a serious expression. Only then did Huang Mu turn to Kong, who continued, "Since you are a rookie, you need to familiarize yourself with the Navy. As for the specifics, Wei Kutuo will make arrangements." "Yes," Huang Mu replied. Kong added, "The promotion ceremony will be held in a month. Although time is tight, I hope you can grow rapidly into a competent Navy officer within this month." "Yes," Huang Mu mechanically responded. "All right, that's all that needs to be said, so relax a bit." Wei Kutuo produced a cigarette and offered one to Huang Mu. Huang Mu extended his hands and carefully accepted the cigarette. This was a cigarette from his idol. Chi Quan handed over a lighter. Was this a dream? Huang Mu was enveloped in an unprecedented sense of happiness. Observing Huang Mu's demeanor, Zhangguo couldn't help but frown. Had this rookie truly been won over by Wei Kutuo so easily? "Come over for dinner at my place tonight," Wei Kutuo invited Huang Mu. "Yes." Huang Mu stood up excitedly. Kong, Karp, Zhangguo, and he all found it somewhat unbelievable. Was it really necessary to be this enthusiastic? Only Zhe Fa wore a smile. "By the way, your codename is Green Bull," Wei Kutuo said with a grin. At that moment, the villa was already prepared with desserts and drinks. Additionally, Wei Kutuo had summoned a top entertainer from the entertainment district to accompany them. For Huang Mu, this was nothing short of paradise. Wei Kutuo tossed a cigarette to Huang Mu, who caught it with both hands. At this moment, the top entertainer Mia lit Huang Mu's cigarette. "Thank you, Marshal," Huang Mu smiled. "Don't be so stiff, just relax. It's after work now." Wei Kutuo chuckled. Makino approached Wei Kutuo, and after exchanging a few words, she departed. After a while, a feast was served. For the first toast, "I hope you uphold your sense of justice." Wei Kutuo raised his glass. Huang Mu lifted his glass as well. Although he was rather lazy and had not eaten for 3 years in the original plot, he raised his glass immediately for Wei Kutuo's toast. For the second toast, "I hope you can integrate into our ranks and become one of us," Wei Kutuo continued. "Marshal, from this day forth, I am your subordinate." Huang Mu readily expressed his loyalty. His reason for joining the Navy was simple: to ally himself with Wei Kutuo. Wei Kutuo stated for the third toast, "I hope you will obey orders. Should you disobey, it would trouble me." "Whatever the marshal instructs, I shall comply," Huang Mu replied. At that moment, Wei Ketuo glanced at Chi Quan, who lifted his glass and looked at Huang Mu. I have only one thing to say. Please, go ahead, Huang Mu answered earnestly. Chi Quan said seriously, do not betray justice, and do not cause trouble for Wei Ketuo. Yes, Huang Mu stood tall. Sit down, Wei Ketuo chuckled, all right. Now feel free. Huang Mu sat down, and many high-ranking officers attended the banquet, while the waitresses busily served dishes. Wei Ketuo had Huang Mu sit to his left and leaned over, saying, you are a newcomer now. I will assign Connor to assist you and arrange some personnel to help you establish the framework for your direct troops. The night market of Shanwudi Island was bustling with activity, attracting new visitors every day. Street vendors sold various delicacies and local specialties. Ishao entered a dining establishment, ordering some grilled meat and a bowl of ramen. The newly appointed admiral, codenamed Green Bull, seemed quite impressive. It was said that he single-handedly defeated all his opponents. Indeed, he is a monster. The patrons in the establishment began to chat. They were unaware of where they had heard such news. Nonetheless, the word had spread throughout Shanwudi Island. Ishao furrowed his brow, gripping his chopsticks a bit too tightly, causing them to splinter. Lies. It was clearly a draw. Ishao was not one to seek victory over others. He simply held principles. Right was right, and wrong was wrong. He adhered to this principle resolutely. If he were in the wrong, he would kneel to apologize. This was Yi Zhao's character. He could distinguish between right and wrong and keep grievances clear. At that moment, a man sat down before Ishao. Come with me outside. I wish to speak with you. Who are you? Ishao inquired between bites of his ramen. You will find out soon, the man replied before standing up and leaving. Ishao did not rush to follow, but calmly finished his ramen. He was not worried about losing track of the man, as his Haki had already locked onto him. The man led him to an abandoned dock. There were others at the dock, not just the man. Where are the others? A man donned in a white mask, white suit, and white hat inquired. They should arrive shortly. He has been keeping tabs on me, the man answered. Their attire made their identities unmistakable. CP0. Although the world government ultimately chose Green Bull, Ishao also possessed the strength of a monster. It would be a waste not to utilize him. Therefore, CP0 sought to recruit Ishao. In CP0's eyes, their privileges surpassed even that of an admiral. After a while, Ishao indeed arrived, unaware of their attire. He did not recognize them as CP0. Thus, Ishao asked, who are you? The agents did not conceal their identities. Ishao remarked, I have heard of you. You are the private army of the world nobles. Since you know our identity, this will be simpler, the CP0 agent smiled. We would like to invite you to join CP0. Invite me? Ishao frowned. Indeed, this is your fortunate opportunity, the CP0 agent declared proudly. You should know, such chances are rare. Once you join CP0, even admirals will treat you with utmost respect. Upon joining CP0, you will gain special operational authority, allowing you to eliminate individuals deemed threats to the world government and the world nobles based on your judgment. Upon joining CP0, one gains the authority to mobilize army troops and naval fleets at will, and any insubordination to your commands can be dealt with at your discretion. Membership in CP0 also entails a limitless fund for operational expenses. At this juncture, the CP0 representatives extend an enticing offer. Their promised privileges are irresistible to ordinary individuals. Ishao, after a moment of contemplation, inquired, what responsibilities must I fulfill? The CP0 agent replied, obey commands, serve the will of the world nobles. Ishao questioned, am I required to comply with any task assigned by the world nobles? It is imperative, came the response from the CP0 agent. What if I defy an order? Ishao pidesit. The CP0 agents were momentarily taken aback, having never encountered such an audacious inquiry during their long tenure in CP0. It is expected that one would yield to the world nobles. The CP0 agent stated, should you disobey, there will be consequences. Ishao retorted, am I to understand that I would become an enforcer for the world nobles, aiding their misdeeds? This statement incensed the CP0 agents, for Ishao was showing a lack of respect. However, powerful individuals often possess strong personalities, particularly someone like Ishao, who had yet to be subdued. The CP0 agent then remarked, Understand that with your strength, you have the opportunity to become a shield for the world nobles, an unparalleled honor. Ishao replied, I am afraid I am not interested in such an honor. With that, he turned to leave, and the CP0 agents refrained from stopping him, aware that confronting Ishao would only result in humiliation for themselves. Nevertheless, they had other means to deal with him. Your Excellency has been with me for quite some time. It is time to reveal yourself. Ishao departed from the Shambodi archipelago, landing on Gaia Island. In the jungles of Gaia Island, Ishao suddenly halted, surprised that someone could sense his presence. A man clad in a white suit appeared behind him. Ishao responded, It is because my eyes are blind to your form, thus my perception is heightened. Is that so? The man was also a member of CP0, though not one of the three Ishao encountered the previous day. Ishao was no novice. His life experiences had taught him that refusing CP0 could lead to troublesome consequences. Thus, he had left the Shambodi archipelago under cover of night. However, he did not anticipate being pursued. Do you know my intentions? The man inquired. Ishao answered, Are you here to eliminate me? Indeed, the man affirmed. You have spurned the world noble's favor. When you return, could you convey a message for me? Ishao calmly replied, What message? I have no desire to oppose the world nobles, nor do I wish for them to trouble me. Immediately after speaking, Ishao drew his sword, its gleam flashing past the man's eyes. A ringing sound echoed as a slender sword appeared in the man's hand, enveloped in the aura of ArmamentHaki. Suddenly, a gun appeared in the man's left hand. With a bang, he pulled the trigger, sending a bullet hurtling towards Ishao's brow at breakneck speed. Ishao swiftly sidestepped, transitioning between offense and defense in an instant. A flurry of rapid sword strikes ensued, with Ishao deftly evading the onslaught. Yet, he soon found himself on the defensive again as the western sword thrust once more. The blade unleashed a burst of sword energy, creating an explosion in the forest. Ishao leapt into the air, his body enveloped in ArmamentHaki, forming a shield before him. An explosion of smoke filled the air, and as the dust settled, Ishao raised his hand to touch a wound on his neck, where a trace of blood had formed. Your swordsmanship is truly exquisite, Ishao said earnestly. The man chuckled. You are quite formidable yourself. Had another arrived today, I might have perished here, Ishao noted, a purple aura beginning to emanate from him. The ground around them began to levitate under the influence of gravity manipulation. The man observed the phenomenon and remarked, The gravity fruit is indeed fascinating. However, it holds little effect on me. A master of both swordsmanship and marksmanship, he was confident in his ability to defeat Ishao in a one-on-one encounter. Is that so? Ishao responded, controlling the floating objects and drawing them together. At that moment, the man squeezed the trigger, sending a bullet towards Ishao's brow. Just as the bullet was about to strike, Ishao's head tilted to the left. Yet, at that instant, a bullet struck his chest, narrowly missing his heart. Your reactions are impressive, the man complimented. Ishao furrowed his brow, realizing he had been set up. There was more than one person attempting to kill him. Beyond the man before him, another assailant lay in wait. The previous bullet had been silenced and concealed. Had it not been for Yi Zhao's keen observation and heightened perception, he would have been caught unawares. In a 2-on-1 scenario, you stand no chance, the man continued. Yi Zhao remained silent, searching for the sniper's position. You must be looking for the sniper, the man taunted with a smile. Yi Zhao's expression darkened. His range exceeds your imagination, the man added, implying that Yi Zhao would be unable to locate the sniper. Suddenly, a chill ran down the man's spine, his muscles tensed in response. At that moment, Yi Zhao sensed it as well. It was Conqueror's Haki. Who could possibly wield such power? The man felt a tremor of fear and decided to retreat. He felt akin to a rabbit ensnared by a T-Rex. The aura of Conqueror's Haki indicated that his opponent was not only stronger than him, but significantly so. As he watched the man retreating with a graceful gait, Yi Zhao breathed a sigh of relief, gazing into the distance. He had managed to repel a CP0 agent from several sea miles away. Thank you, Your Excellency, Yi Zhao murmured before clutching his chest and making his way toward the small town on the island. He needed to attend to his injuries. Meanwhile, several sea miles away, a submersible descended into the ocean. Inside the submersible were only two individuals. Robin, who was piloting, and Victor. Robin inquired of Victor how they should proceed with the situation regarding Yi Xiao. She understood that Yi Xiao was a person of deep loyalty, yet also one who could discern right from wrong and clearly distinguish between grievances and gratitude. Tung, who exhibits a gentle and benevolent demeanor towards the common folk. Such an individual finds it challenging to embrace Victor's ideology and remain in his vicinity. It suffices to keep him around. There is no need for deliberate engagement at this moment, Victor remarked. In his eyes, Tung, whose refusal of the world aristocracy's invitation has already embroiled him in trouble. In the future, Tung, who will inevitably become an adversary of the world government. An enemy's enemy can become a friend. Even if friendship is unattainable, he can still be of use. Furthermore, Victor possesses another card. When the time is ripe, perhaps he can entice Tung, who in a different manner. Understood. Robin nodded in agreement. In the East Sea, at Funch Village, since Ace's execution, Luffy has not uttered a word. He spends his days perched at the cliff's edge. From dawn till dusk, the villagers are deeply concerned for him. In light of Luffy's situation, Garp has increased his visits to the East Sea. Following the conclusion of the world conscription, Garp returned to his hometown. Since Ace's incident, Garp has realized his negligence in educating his descendants. To prevent Luffy from repeating the same mistakes, he resolved to dedicate himself to nurturing Luffy, aspiring to mold him into an exemplary marine. Upon the naval vessel's arrival, Garp instructed his officer and the crew to proceed to the nearby naval base. Funch Village is but a small settlement, lacking sufficient resources to accommodate such a large military presence, which would inevitably cause considerable inconvenience. Luffy, Garp approached the cliff's edge, prompted by the village chief. Luffy appeared dazed, gazing into the distance. Ace had set sail from this very spot, and Garp had once watched him disappear beyond the horizon. Garp sat beside Luffy, gently ruffling his hair. The two remained there until dusk. "Come, let me take you for some roasted meat," Garp suggested. Luffy rose abruptly, not waiting for Garp. Garp realized Luffy was still upset. Luffy and Dayton, among others, harbored resentment towards Garp, believing he failed to protect Ace. Despite being a celebrated hero of the Marines and a respected vice admiral, they felt that had Garp intervened, Ace would have been saved. Upon returning to the village, Garp found that the village chief had prepared a roast of sea beast meat, which Garp had caught upon his return and entrusted to the villagers for preparation. "Luffy, I have made arrangements with Zifa to enroll you in the military academy tomorrow." "I refuse," Luffy responded decisively. Garp continued, "If you won't go, then stay by my side." "I refuse," Luffy reiterated. Garp frowned. Luffy declared, "I want to set sail. I want to become a pirate." "What did you say?" Garp's anger surged. "I made a promise with Ace," Luffy asserted earnestly. Garp spoke sternly. "If you choose the path of piracy, I will arrest you immediately." "Then arrest me," Luffy replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Garp looked at Luffy, raising his hand as if to strike him, just as he had in Luffy's childhood. Yet this time, he refrained. Sighing, Garp lamented, "If only Ace had listened to me and become a Marine, I could have protected him." Luffy gazed at Garp and replied, "Ace did not need your protection." "Luffy, I know you blame your grandfather," Garp said, shaking his head. "But even a vice admiral like me could do nothing to prevent his execution." "No, I'm serious. Ace did not need your protection, nor do I," Luffy replied earnestly. Luffy's words were not born of anger. In the days immediately following Ace's death, he, like Dayton, had resented Garp. However, over time, as he gazed out at the boundless sea, recalling Ace's departure, he recognized that Ace had never expressed regret. Even at the moment of his execution, Ace's countenance bore no remorse. He was a true man of the sea. Luffy aspired to emulate Ace, marching forward without regret. This was the life they had chosen. Even in death, they must confront it with composure. Garp looked at Luffy, placing his hand upon Luffy's head. In that moment, he saw the visage of his son. Long ago, when Dragon had expressed his desire to change the world in his own way, Garp had also scolded him. Garp had hoped that Dragon would become a Marine. The resemblance in demeanor between father and son was striking. They remained indifferent to what the future held. Perhaps this was fate. Garp chuckled self-deprecatingly. He, a hero of the Marines, had a son who was a commander of the Revolutionary Army, and a grandson who aspired to be a pirate. In his old age, he felt powerless to intervene. Let the next generation find their own path, he thought. In the year 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar, the Marines' focus revolved around three pivotal events: the Marineford War, the World Conscription, and the relocation of the headquarters. However, with the headquarters now situated at the G1 base, the Marines' operations resumed their regular rhythm. As a new recruit, Greenbull was assigned to Mariewa. Kizaru returned to the headquarters for duty, while Akainu was tasked with mobility, managing unexpected incidents. Concurrently, the direct commanders of the G branches were replaced by Victor and Akainu's personnel. Such changes were to be expected. The old guard of Sengoku was expelled from the Marines' power corps. Now, Victor had completely taken control of the Marines. A knock echoed at the door. "Come in," Victor called casually. Sabo and Enel entered the room. Reporting, they stated as they approached Victor, both clad in military uniforms. Utilizing the loophole of world conscription, Victor successfully arranged for Sabo, Enel, and others to join the Marines, swiftly elevating them to the rank of Rear Admiral. They serve as advisors within Victor's direct command. However, these were merely temporary arrangements, ostensibly to familiarize them with their roles, while in reality, it was a means to facilitate their visibility within the headquarters and foster connections with other admirals for future promotions. Otherwise, discontent would arise among the members of the Blue Sea Association. Victor addressed Sabo and Enel. "I have a task for you." Sabo stood straight, resembling a professional soldier. Enel cast a furtive glance at Sabo. Victor turned to Sabo and said, "The G6 branch is short-handed. You shall provide support there." "Understood," Sabo replied. Victor then directed his attention to Enel, stating, "The G9 branch requires assistance. You will go there." "Understood," Enel responded. "Very well, you may leave." Victor waved his hand. Sabo and Enel exited the marshal's office, and no sooner had they departed than Guena entered. Utilizing the rules of global conscription, Victor appointed Guena as a lieutenant general, similarly assigning her as a staff officer in the direct troops. The role of a staff officer is often perceived as the least envied position, as it carries little prestige. Victor informed Guena that Tao Tu had just sent a fax, indicating a shortage of personnel by her side, and urged Guena to provide her assistance. With a resolute yes, Guena promptly departed. Through the mechanism of global conscription, figures such as Ainalu and Sabo were integrated into the Navy headquarters, initially placed as staff officers in the direct troops, with plans to assign them to missions in a few months. This process is referred to as gold plating. Given the capabilities of Guena, Ainalu, and Sabo, they would easily achieve military exploits. Consequently, they could later be allocated to significant positions based on their accomplishments. As Sabo, Guena, and Ainalu departed from the dock aboard military vessels, the most disheartened individual was none other than Smoker. Compared to Guena, Sabo, and Ainalu, Smoker's military career had been fraught with difficulties. After graduating from military academy several years prior, Smoker withdrew from the Blue Sea Society due to his personality, resulting in a lackluster standing within the Navy. In the original narrative, Smoker had offended senior officials at headquarters, leading to his demotion to Roadtown in the East Sea. However, Roadtown had transformed into a lucrative location, with its base commander occupying a prime position. Thus, Smoker's situation worsened, as he was deprived even of the chance to be assigned there. Currently, Smoker's role was that of a vessel maintenance officer in the logistics department of headquarters, primarily responsible for the daily cleaning, maintenance, and repairs of ships. Each day, he could only watch helplessly as vessels set sail for missions or return for upkeep. A ship had just returned to port, and a Marine shouted, "Vessel number 11522, Captain Major Binzi." "I am Binzi, requesting repairs upon return." "Understood. Please proceed to Dock 14. "Maintenance crew, prepare," came the response. Within the naval port, the maintenance crew was bustling with activity. Observing the soldiers at work, Smoker took out a cigar and inhaled deeply. He could no longer endure such a life. His pride prevented him from seeking help. Had he been willing to humble himself, apologize, and admit his mistakes, he could have avoided spending his days in the dock, surrounded by cleaning agents and lubricants. As Binzi disembarked from the ship and spotted Smoker, he did not greet him. It was not that Binzi held Smoker in low regard, Rather, he had previously attempted to engage with Smoker when he first arrived 6 months ago, only to be met with indifference. Although both were students of Zephyr, Benzie had no intention of being rebuffed a second time. The ship bore numerous bullet holes, indicating it had recently engaged in fierce combat. The maintenance crew discussed among themselves the evident signs of battle. Smoker approached the ship and noted 3 bullet impacts on the port side, and upon inspecting the starboard side, he observed clear signs of collision. This was indicative of an ambush followed by intense fighting, where enemies on the left had drawn attention while those on the right swiftly attacked. Smoker also assessed the number of casualties and the body bags being carried away. This ship, carrying a complement of 1,000 men, had suffered no fewer than 300 casualties. Could this have been a confrontation with one of the 4 emperors? Smoker pondered, contemplating a visit to the front lines. Under Victor's orders, headquarters was establishing 3 new fortresses in the New World, strategically positioned against the Bigmum pirates, the Beast pirates, and the Red-haired pirates. To prevent disturbances at these new fortresses, the Navy opted for a proactive approach, resulting in intensified combat at the front. Recently, Akainu had taken command of the front line. As the Navy amassed significant forces in the New World, it inadvertently led to a proliferation of pirates across the seas. In the East Sea, at Windmill Village, villagers were preparing supplies for Luffy, including provisions for his journey and medications for ailments. Despite the village chief's opposition to Luffy's maritime ambitions and having reported him to Garp, Luffy remained determined to set sail. Unable to dissuade him, the villagers could only assist in gathering supplies. Once his small boat was laden, Luffy rowed out to sea. Though often reckless, Luffy had a plan for his adventure, seeking companions such as a chef, musician, doctor, sniper, navigator, and helmsman, akin to Shanks. Luffy's adventure progressed smoothly, and after swiftly dispatching a Sea King, his small boat encountered a storm on the 3rd day at sea, depleting half of his supplies. His adventure mode transformed into a survival mode on the ocean. Since Victor took command as Fleet Admiral, the Navy had faced relentless turbulence. At Cake Island, inside the Cake Castle, Perospero was lamenting the Navy's recent aggressive maneuvers targeting their territories. Since Whitebeard's demise, the regions under Bigmum's control had significantly expanded, encompassing 34 islands centered around Cake Island and various races under her dominion, including Fishman Island. However, the Navy's frequent assaults had left the Bigmum pirates weary. They were also constructing new fortifications, not only relocating their headquarters to the New World, but also augmenting their military strength. The Navy must be suffering casualties as well, Smuggy remarked. They seem unconcerned, and that is troubling. Perospero massaged his temples, clearly vexed. Brother, the recent tribute of desserts. Smuggy expressed his worries. Given Charlotte Lean's insatiable appetite for sweets, many of her territories were renowned for their confectionery delights, necessitating regular tributes to Bigmum. Failure to deliver on such agreements could result in dire consequences for those lands. Of course, the Navy's disruptions were somewhat justifiable under the circumstances. Yet, would Charlotte Linlin be so forgiving? If she seeks a confrontation, we shall oblige. However, these incessant attacks are quite bothersome. The affiliated pirate crews were wavering, with an increasing number of pirates aligning themselves with the red-haired or beast pirates. At this juncture, the offspring of Charlotte Linlin began to voice their concerns. The New World had originally been dominated by the 4 emperors, with Whitebeard reigning supreme. Following his death, his territories were divided, and now a tripartite balance of power had emerged among red-haired, Bigmum, and beast pirates. Each faction was vying for dominance. Yet none possessed the capability to unilaterally seize control of the New World. Thus, they endeavored to minimize conflicts amongst themselves. However, the Navy's interference specifically targeted the Bigmum pirates, resulting in a significant portion of newly arrived pirates choosing to ally with either the red-haired or beast pirates, leading to a shift in power dynamics. If this continues, the growing powers of the Hongfa Heisechuan and the Baisho Heisechuan will inevitably lead to the collapse of the current tripartite balance. Whether considering distant worries or immediate concerns, we must devise a solution promptly. At this moment, Charlotte Lingling, clad in her nightwear, entered the Grand Hall. What are you all arguing about? She casually inquired. Mother, we're discussing matters regarding the Navy, Perispero replied. The Navy? Are they causing us trouble again? Charlotte Lingling reclined, and immediately a long mantua was sent over with desserts. Today's treat was creamy ice cream, which she devoured eagerly. Indeed, Mother, Perispero continued, the tribute ships from various nations have been intercepted as soon as they approach, resulting in multiple conflicts with the Navy. Where's Akainu? Charlotte Lingling asked coldly. Perispero responded, according to our surveillance, the Navy is currently gathering at Mashansi port, with nearly 20 ships and around 20,000 naval personnel. At this moment, Long Mantu interjected. Lingling, the Navy is simultaneously constructing 3 fortresses. Once they are completed, our pressure will increase significantly. Mother, Long Mantu is correct. If we remain passive, once the Navy finishes building the fortresses, they will become even more arrogant, Perispero added hastily. Since the Navy retreated from the New World, their bases in the New World have become scarce. Aside from G1, G5, and G14, there are only a few undisclosed experimental bases, such as Punk Hazard and Bullet Island, as well as secret bases for storing bomb rocks known only to admirals and above. After reflecting on this, Charlotte Lingling said to Long Mantu, let us get in touch with Kaido. Since they had amicably divided Punk Hazard, both parties had benefited. Charlotte Lingling acquired data and related specimens necessary for the human gigantification experiments, while Kaido obtained data and specimens for artificial devil fruits. In short, cooperation leads to mutual benefit. The Din Din Mushi quickly connected with Kaido. Kaido, Charlotte Lingling greeted warmly. Have you been faring well lately? Huh? Kaido responded gruffly, being harassed by the Navy all day. How could you expect me to be well? Mama. Charlotte Lingling chuckled. Since we can no longer tolerate the Navy, let us drive them out. What do you intend to do? Kaido asked with a serious tone. To drive out the Navy? That would mean declaring war on them. While Kaido was indeed arrogant, his ambitions were not vast. He merely wished to destroy the world. However, as of now, he did not possess the capability to do so. His only option was to defend Wano, as its terrain was easily defensible yet difficult to attack. Thus, he was reluctant to accept Charlotte Lingling's proposal. Of course, we should join forces. Charlotte Lingling, being astute, discerned Kaido's mindset and remarked, do you believe the Navy will grant you sufficient time to grow strong enough? Kaido fell silent. Within the Onigashima Palace, Jinbe, Queen, Jack, and others listened intently. Kaido, just like in the past, if we unite, there is nothing to fear. Let us not forget that if it weren't for me. Charlotte Lingling began to mention the UU fruit incident. Back at God Valley, they had been surrounded by the Navy. If it weren't for that mythical beast, Kaido would have certainly perished. All right, I understand, Kaido replied, unwilling to dwell on the past, acknowledging the significant debt he owed. Mama. Charlotte Lingling laughed heartily. That's the spirit. If we join forces, what is Akainu to us? Even if Victor himself were to come, we need not fear. Meanwhile, at Mashansi port, Akainu had already learned of the conversation between Charlotte Lingling and Kaido. They had not concealed their communications at all. Their dialogue seemed intentionally meant for Akainu's ears. At this moment, Onizuka and Dogman wore grave expressions. If Kaido and Charlotte Lingling join forces, then we. Onizuka said, worry etched across his face. They were too close to the enemy and too far for Victor. Even if Victor were to send a fleet for reinforcements, it would take time. They could not afford a setback. Akainu shook his head, unwilling to abandon the fortress here. After contemplating, he instructed Dogman, send a telegram to all ships, urging them to rally towards us, and also inform the headquarters to request support. At the Navy headquarters, understood, I will report immediately. The W-12 route has encountered an unknown pirate attack, noted. The E-9 route has a pirate fleet of 50 ships near Kotor Fortress. The Wolf Barty has appeared on the H-126 route. I will report this. Major, please maintain communication. The phone was incessantly ringing on the desks of Navy officers and generals, and every naval officer was busy, with the Navy reallocating elite troops to the New World. A vacuum had emerged in the Four Seas and the first half of the Grand Line. Recently, pirate attacks had surged, and the headquarters bounty notices were updated daily. However, the new recruits had just emerged from boot camp, lacking combat experience and thus providing limited assistance to the Navy. Victor had anticipated this outcome, as chaos in the world made it easier to exploit the situation. After all, Victor had already established a persona in the eyes of the five elders and the world. Victor's goal was to eliminate the monsters of the New World first, while he regarded the small fries of the Four Seas and the Grand Line with disdain. Senior. At that moment, Light hurried to Victor's side, saying, "Charlotte Lingling and Kaido have joined forces." Victor nodded, confident that Sakazuki could withstand the pressure. Light asked, "Who should we send for support?" "Let Green Bull lead a fleet to provide assistance. Chape will serve as Green Bull's deputy. Rod, Weasel, Firemount, and Ymir. And Demake will also head to support. And let Felix lead a team of pacifists in a battle." Victor swiftly organized a reinforcement fleet. One admiral in reserve, 5 vice admiral from the headquarters, along with 10 warships and 10,000 elite naval personnel. This was no small force. Sending Green Bull? Light was taken aback, thinking Victor would dispatch Kizuru, given the urgency of the situation. "Reinforcements are as urgent as fire. Go relay the orders," Victor commanded. "Yes." Light turned to convey Victor's orders. Learning that he was to support Akainu and engage in war against the monsters of the New World, Green Bull was exhilarated. It was in his nature. Aside from Victor and Akainu, he regarded the other naval leaders with little respect. As for Kizaru, Green Bull held even less regard for him. The naval fleet took less than 3 days to gather and depart, remarkably swift. However, the pirates were swifter still. At this moment, the sea was teeming with pirate ships. The flag of the Big Mom pirate crew was easily recognizable, adorned with a top hat and collar trimmed with fur, alongside a skull beckoning with lipstick. As far as the eye can see, a vast multitude is on the move. Charlotte Lingling has indeed mobilized her entire force. This time, she has brought along the 4 commanders, along with a multitude of offspring, and even summoned the affiliated pirate crews. Some of the pirate crews require additional time, but Charlotte Lingling does not wait for them, allowing them to make their way to the battlefield independently. Similar to the Big Mom pirates, the Beast pirates have also gathered on Onigashima before making their advance toward Akainu. Along the way, numerous allied pirate crews join their ranks. By the time Charlotte Lingling and Kaido converge, their fleets have amassed to over 80 vessels, with Charlotte Lingling commanding 50 and Kaido 30. Upon their union, they make no adjustments and immediately sail toward the harbor where Akainu is stationed. The Den Den Mushi is incessantly ringing. "This is Oni Spider." Understood, he responds. "What did you say?" "Charlotte Lingling and Kaido have already joined forces?" "Understood. Is there any way to obstruct them?" "Find a way to buy us some time." Just as Oni Spider hangs up the Den Den Mushi, Dogman, holding one Den Den Mushi in each hand, informs him they have departed from their territory and will arrive by tomorrow night at the latest. "What? You cannot manage it either?" "If you cannot return by noon tomorrow, military law will be enforced." Dogman angrily slams the Den Den Mushi down. Even before the battle has commenced, the Navy has received a plethora of dire news regarding the enemy's numbers and their advancing speed. If Akainu and Victor's plans hold true, the 20,000 Navy personnel stationed within the harbor will face pirates outnumbering them several times over, with the possibility of being surrounded. The situation is exceedingly urgent. At that moment, the Den Den Mushi on Akainu's desk chirps. He picks up the receiver, and the Den Den Mushi mimics Victor's voice and demeanor. "I have dispatched the warlords to aid you." Akainu replies seriously, "As long as they do not hinder us." Victor insists we must hold our ground, as this pertains to the Navy's honor. Akainu solemnly responds, "I understand. I believe you can accomplish this." Victor concludes the call. Akainu turns to Oni Spider and Dogman, asking, "Did you hear that?" "Yes." Oni Spider and Dogman nod vigorously. Within the harbor, the Navy soldiers have spent the entire night reinforcing the docks. Simultaneously, all nearby civilian vessels have been commandeered to accommodate the injured soldiers. As noon approaches, military ships begin to arrive at the harbor. With each ship that returns, the morale of the sailors lifts incrementally. However, around 3 in the afternoon, when the Navy spots a multitude of pirate ships densely clustered on the sea, everyone's hearts sink. Akainu stands atop the tower, peering into the distance with a telescope. "Mama, mama, mama." Charlotte Lingling observes the direction of Akainu. Her haki allows her to see far beyond. Kaido sits on the deck, grasping a gourd of liquor. Charlotte Lingling, Kaido, the three calamities, and the four commanders have brought such a formidable force. At this moment, the breaths of the Navy personnel within the harbor quicken. Suddenly, the surface of the sea beneath Charlotte Lingling and her companions begins to bulge. All the pirate ships are lifted by the waves. Charlotte Lingling has temporarily created a Hozumi with her own soul. Now the waves obey her command, elevating the allied pirate fleet as they surge toward the harbor. The momentum resembles a tsunami approaching them. Upon witnessing this scene, Akainu snorts coldly, without any greetings or hesitation. Meteor volcano. In an instant, Akainu's upper body transforms into magma, and his fist launches skyward like molten rock. The magma fist pierces through the dark clouds, hurtling toward the four Emperors' Alliance. Upon seeing this, Kaido instantly transforms into a dragon. Soaring into the sky, Charlotte Lingling mounts Zeus, wielding her colossal sword Napoleon. Although Akainu's attack lacks precision, the massive magma fists, akin to mountains, still strike numerous pirate ships. The vessels are engulfed in flames, and the pirates aboard plunge into the waters. Such a dense assault, truly a band of fools, Oni Spider coldly remarks. Initially, he had feared being encircled, but he did not anticipate the foolishness of Charlotte Lingling and Kaido's coalition. Nonetheless, witnessing Charlotte Lingling in the air, resembling a demonic deity, alongside the colossal dragon riding the flames, Dogman and the others dare not relax. Simultaneously, within the harbor, Kaido's scorching breath continuously bombards the fortifications and towers. These structures are hastily constructed and lack sturdiness. Boom! With each fireball that descends, a group of Navy personnel is sent flying. Doctor, where is the doctor? Medical team, quickly carry them away. A lieutenant shouts loudly. However, just as his words leave his mouth, lightning descends from the sky. Boom! The lieutenant is struck by the lightning and turns to ash. Charlotte Lingling and Kaido unleash their fury, manipulating thunder and flames, or employing wind blades and scorching breaths. Their onslaught is relentless, exchanging casualties until the Navy can no longer endure. In such a dire situation, the Navy struggles to maintain awareness of their surroundings. At that moment, a military ship approaches the harbor. Under normal circumstances, verification of identity would be mandatory. However, with the chaos unfolding in the naval port, who would pay attention to such protocols? The warship simply sails into the harbor and comes to a halt within the ship's hold. I did not expect it to be this easy. My brother is truly a genius. The strategy has succeeded. At that moment, Cracker and his companions disembark from the military vessel. Cracker is not clad in biscuit armor, but rather dons a Navy uniform. Prior to the Allied forces launching their attack, Perospero had advised Charlotte Lingling to have some individuals disguise themselves as Navy personnel and infiltrate the naval port. Now the plan has succeeded, and they have blended in seamlessly. However, Cracker and his companions do not commence a riot. Instead, they carry boxes into the base. The boxes contain a mirror. Through the mirror, Charlotte Pudding can transport a large number of troops. Sure enough, as the mirror is set up, Katakuri is the first to emerge. Following him are Smoker and others. Brothers, let us create a ruckus, Katakuri states coldly. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberates. Akainu turns around to see the weapons depot of the base erupting into the sky, engulfed in flames. What is happening? Oni Spider and the others are left astonished. Pirates! The pirates have charged in. At that moment, a Navy soldier rushes over. What did you say? Oni Spider is taken aback. Akainu is equally bewildered. Aren't the pirates on the other side? How did they suddenly break in? It is at this moment that Akainu and the others realize the terrifying truth. The base is teeming with pirates. Katakuri wields a trident, and wherever he passes, no one can withstand his advance. The Navy personnel fall in rows. Kalijia donned his biscuit armor once more, relentlessly clapping his hands to summon forth an army of cookies. At the feet of O1 and Da Fule a multitude of Navy soldiers. Mama. From a distance, Shatlaw, Talene Lean observe the scene, laughing heartily. Akainu could never have anticipated that she would use a legion of Huazimi soldiers to deceive the Navy. The true strength of Xiao to Lin had already infiltrated the Navy base. Now, united from within and without, they aimed to catch the Navy off guard. Kaido gazed at the burning Navy base in the distance, perplexed, and inquired, Lin, is this your doing? Mama. Victory is assured. Xiao to Lin proclaimed with pride. Initially, Akainu had intended to rely on the hastily constructed fortifications for a defensive counterattack. However, he now found himself in a passive position. The Navy, Duke de Dawn and his companions grew emboldened, while the Navy within the base descended into chaos. Guizhi turned to Akainu, asking, what should we do now? Akainu clenched his fists, watching Xiao to Lin and Kaido approach. The base echoed with cries of despair. The wails reached Akainu's ears, compelling him to make a difficult decision. You all retreat first. I will hold them off, Akainu commanded. Guizhi and the others were taken aback. Execute the order, Akainu declared with solemn determination. Although he wished to hold out until reinforcements arrived, this was no time for stubbornness. The base was in disarray. If they did not retreat soon, casualties would escalate. Soon, nearly 30,000 elite troops would be lost under his command. In the face of such loss, nothing mattered. As long as lives remained, the base could be rebuilt. Understood. Guizhi and the others, with no other choice, complied with the order. Just then, a scorching blast shot toward Akainu. He swung his fist to disperse the heat. Kaido circled above, gathering an even more terrifying wave of heat in his mouth. Xiao to Lin manipulated the fireball Prometheus with her left hand, hurling a searing flame at Akainu. Observing this, Akainu's upper body transformed into magma. Boom! The collision between Prometheus and Akainu's fist unleashed a tremendous explosion, sending Navy soldiers flying in all directions. Mama! Xiao to Lin leaped down from Zeus, wielding her colossal sword to strike fiercely at Akainu. Akainu leaped to evade her slash, yet the blow still leveled the entire Navy base's tower. As Akainu dodged, Kaido unleashed another wave of heat. Bang! The heat engulfed Akainu entirely. Nevertheless, he retaliated with a powerful strike. Great fire! A colossal fist of magma erupted from the ground, crashing into Kaido's cheek and knocking his head askew. At the same time, Xiao to Lin swung her sword towards Akainu's chest, causing a spray of blood to erupt from him. Yet, Akainu brushed it off, delivering a fierce strike to Xiao to Lin's face. Facing two adversaries simultaneously was no easy feat, even in defense. Instead of prolonging the inevitable, he chose to fight desperately, testing whether Xiao to Lin and Kaido would dare exchange blows. In a battle among monsters, such exchanges could yield unpredictable consequences. Xiao to Lin tilted her head, evading the attack, knowing better than to trade blows with Akainu, as long as she and Kaido worked in tandem. Defeating Akainu was merely a matter of time. As expected, Kaido transformed into his hybrid form mid-air, seizing the opportunity to strike Akainu from behind. Upon being struck, Akainu staggered forward, his footing faltering. Xiao to Lin seized the moment to launch another attack. The Emperor's sword, engulfed in flames, descended upon Akainu. Akainu, observing, snorted dismissively and raised his hand to block the blow. Thunderclap. However, as Akainu barely managed to deflect Xiao to Lin's attack, Kaido's strike followed. With astonishing speed, Kaido swung his electrified iron rod towards Akainu. This move possessed immense power. In the original narrative, Kaido had knocked Luffy, in his Gear 4th form, to the ground with a single blow. Moreover, the speed of this attack was such that even Luffy, equipped with the foresight of Haki, could not evade entirely. After taking a hit, Akainu was sent sliding backward several hundred steps, halting just as Xiao to Lin's assault arrived. Mama's rush. Xiao to Lin coated her sword with lightning, leaping into the air and performing a somersault before striking down toward Akainu. Akainu, halting, gritted his teeth and swung his fist at Xiao to Lin. Boom! The electrified sword struck Akainu's fist. As he defended, Kaido unleashed another thunderclap. Yet this time was different. Kaido's thunderclap was imbued with Conqueror's Haki, allowing him to attack from a distance. Boom! Akainu was propelled backward. This was not the first time Akainu faced a siege. Previously, his opponents had been beneath notice. However, this time was different. His adversaries were formidable. Merely confronting one of them was an arduous task, let alone facing both simultaneously. Akainu gritted his teeth as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Shallow Talin and Kaido prepared their stances. Radiant Cannon. This technique was a combination of lightning, fire, and swordplay. The Sun Huazimi clamped onto the sword's hilt, while the sword's tip passed through Zeus, forming an energy ring. Shallow Talin swung her massive sword, and the energy ring unleashed a beam of high-density laser. Diamond Arrow. Simultaneously, Kaido swung his iron rod, unleashing a cylindrical wave of energy to attack Akainu from a distance. This technique was named after the four great kings, showcasing immense power. Akainu had no choice but to envelop himself entirely in ArmamentHaki to withstand the blow. Boom! Gritting his teeth, Akainu was once again forced back. As the dust settled, a figure leaped forth, falling from the heavens. This technique was also named after the four great kings. Kaido soared into the air, spinning his iron rod, enveloped in Conqueror's Haki, and sent Akainu flying, generating shockwaves that shattered the base's walls. Mama! Move aside, Kaido! Radiant Blade. Shallow Talin swung her sword, entwined with flames and lightning, delivering a terrifying slash. Akainu could not evade in time, taking a solid hit to his chest. Blood gushed from Akainu's mouth. He was gravely injured. Kaido and Shallow Talin exhibited remarkable synergy. Their combined techniques were not easily unleashed. Mama! Shallow Talin laughed triumphantly. Akainu, you truly are in a dire predicament. Gritting his teeth, Akainu rose once more, gazing at Shallow Talin and Kaido. This time, not only had his upper body transformed into magma, but his lower body mirrored the same transformation. At first glance, Akainu appeared to be melting away. He unleashed magma, transforming the entire base into his domain. Today, your demise is inevitable. Jin Xian, Long Xingyun. Kaido charged toward Akainu. Mea Maome. Kaido enveloped his iron staff with Conqueror's Haki, swiftly swinging it to attack Akainu. Aware of Kaido's onslaught, Akainu recognized that even if he managed to block it, he would be vulnerable to an ambush from Charlotte Linlin. Volcanic eruption. Akainu did not defend. His upper body erupted like a volcano, surging towards Kaido. Boom! Kaido's iron staff struck Akainu's shoulder simultaneously, with Akainu's fist landing on Kaido's abdomen. Observing this, Charlotte Linlin leaped to deliver a finishing blow to Akainu. However, as Akainu landed, he rolled on the spot, his right hand thrusting forward. The magma claws shot towards Charlotte Linlin's head. She narrowly evaded. Although Charlotte Linlin boasted skin impervious to blades and bullets, she would not exchange injuries with Akainu when she held the advantage. Submit to your fate. Jiang Sanshi Inai Luo. Kaido leaped into the air, spinning his iron staff and enveloping it with Conqueror's Haki, attacking downward to hammer Akainu into the ground, creating shockwaves that fractured the base's floor. Is this all you can muster? You dare call yourself an emperor? Akainu retaliated with a left claw aimed at Kaido's face. Caught off guard, Kaido took a hit to his left cheek, smoke rising from the wound. It was merely a scratch, an insignificant injury. However, had he not evaded in time, it would have struck his eye. Would you rather take a blow to find an opening to strike me? Kaido's expression grew serious. He had never encountered an opponent like Akainu before. To take on two adversaries while contemplating their demise? Such madness was beyond Kaido's capabilities. At that moment, Akainu's body reformed. Despite sustaining severe injuries that had damaged his internal organs, he refused to succumb easily. Continue, even combined, you two are no match for Whitebeard. A disdainful expression crossed Akainu's face. He was holding on while employing psychological tactics. If he could secure a one-on-one opportunity, he could buy time, even if just a little. How cunning, Charlotte Linlin observed coldly. Do you think I'm unaware of your time-wasting ploy? Kaido, she laughed heartily, Hurry up and finish him off. Kaido gazed at Akainu and shook his head. I want to face him alone. What were you thinking? Charlotte Linlin looked at Kaido in disbelief. Don't fall for it. He is trying to provoke you, she cautioned. Kaido chuckled. Of course, I know he has tried to provoke me. Then you, Charlotte Linlin began. But Kaido interrupted. Rest assured, the Navy is still far away. Kaido had his own sources of information, not solely relying on Don Quixote da Flamingo. Moreover, those individuals harbored grievances against the Navy, eager for their swift downfall. Before the Navy arrives, I have ample time to toy with him, Kaido asserted confidently. Upon hearing Kaido's words, Charlotte Linlin squinted, then laughed heartily. Very well, do as you please. Let us see how long you can continue this bravado. Kaido swung his spiked club, preparing to deliver another blow to Akainu's head. Akainu, observing Kaido, breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally bought some time. Now, the question was whether Ryakujiu could hasten his arrival. Meanwhile, on the deck of a naval ship, several CP-0 agents surveyed the scene through telescopes. They had long harbored dissatisfaction with the Navy. Now, utilizing pirates to eliminate Akainu was the perfect opportunity. How can they engage in a duel? That fool Kaido is simply brainless. As long as he and the old hag team up, Akainu is surely doomed. A CP-0 agent mocked as they watched the battle in the harbor. However, despite their mockery, they did not worry. They had been monitoring the Navy's movements. Ryakujiu and his fleet were en route. Once Ryakujiu arrived, he would only be there to collect Akainu's remains. However, Charlotte Linlin was indeed cunning to infiltrate the Navy base. Had they launched a direct assault, Akainu might have held out longer. As the CP-0 agents observed, the battle between Akainu and Kaido reached its climax. Kaido's offensive grew increasingly ferocious. In his hybrid form, Kaido's speed and strength surged. Under Kaido's relentless assault, Akainu did not choose to defend and stall for time. Instead, he actively exchanged blows with Kaido. Reimei Inuzuki Kurinai. The Magma Hound clamped down on the incoming Iron Staff. Akainu and Kaido engaged in a fierce struggle. Kaido exerted force with both arms, attempting to overpower Akainu. Akainu suddenly retreated his back foot and pivoted on his left foot, evading Kaido's swing. Although Kaido possessed extensive battle experience and numerous techniques, Akainu's combat skills were equally diverse. The Navy's military academy emphasized physical combat, especially under Zifa's tutelage. After dodging Kaido's attack, Akainu unleashed a left punch. The magma-infused fist struck Kaido's south cheek at close range, leaving a charred mark. Nonetheless, Kaido gritted his teeth and swung his iron staff, landing a fierce blow to Akainu's side. Boom! Akainu was sent flying. At that moment, Perospero approached Charlotte Linlin from behind. Mama, the Navy is in retreat. Should we pursue them? Charlotte Linlin glanced at Akainu, then at the fleeing fleet, and with a triumphant smile, she replied, You may pursue. Understood, Perospero responded, leading his group to chase after the Navy. Now was the perfect opportunity to strike a downed opponent. Gasping for breath, Akainu's sweat mingled with blood. A glance at Kaido revealed he was in relatively good condition, with no visible injuries. Though you are formidable, today you shall surely fall to me, Kaido declared to Akainu. Having recently allied with Charlotte Linlin, they had inflicted numerous severe wounds on Akainu. His condition was dire. With every clash or surge of power, his injuries bled profusely. However, blood loss was just a surface wound. The more grave concern was the internal damage. Akainu's internal organs were compromised, especially his lungs, making even breathing a struggle. Stop wasting time. It's time to finish him, Charlotte Linlin expressed her growing impatience. She had squandered enough time. It was time to conclude this battle. Just then, a light spear shot through the air towards Charlotte Linlin. Initially intending to strike Akainu down, she was forced to deflect the light spear with her blade. The spear was cleaved away. At this moment, both Charlotte Linlin and Kaido furrowed their brows. Akainu was also perplexed. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed as Victor descended from the sky. Are you all right? Victor inquired of Akainu. Akainu shook his head, questioning how Victor ended up here, as he had not indicated any intention to provide support. Concerned yet resolute, Victor replied that he had arrived some time ago, but had chosen to observe from a distance. He had intervened at the most opportune moment. With Akainu gravely injured, engaging in battle would render him a liability rather than an asset. At that point, Akainu would not demand Victor pursue Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. A living emperor is far more valuable than a deceased Whitebeard. I apologize for my negligence, Akainu confessed, taking full responsibility for the situation, believing that the loss of so many Marines rested solely on his shoulders. He felt he had hindered Victor's plans. It matters not. As long as we are alive, our justice shall prevail, Victor assured Akainu. Indeed, Akainu nodded in agreement. At that moment, Charlotte Linlin let out a boisterous laugh and taunted. Victor, do you dare come here alone, seeking your own demise? Victor, maintaining a stoic expression, beckoned her forward. Leave Kaido to me, she declared as she charged at Victor. Mama Sudden Strike. Lightning crackled around her sword as she lunged towards Victor with lightning speed. Victor, in turn, summoned a blade of azure wind. The clash resounded with a loud clang as Charlotte attempted to overpower Victor with sheer strength. Yet, she quickly realized she had underestimated his capabilities. Victor was far stronger than she had anticipated. Blade of the Flame Mother. After her initial assault faltered, Charlotte retreated a step, blinking as she brandished her Napoleon, now engulfed in flames, towards Victor. Victor's wind blade was imbued with haki. Clang! Another fierce collision echoed. This time, Napoleon cried out in agony. Linlin, it hurts. The intensity of Victor's haki was formidable. However, Charlotte did not choose to evade. Instead, she opted to entwine her sword with haki, ready for a direct confrontation. Linlin, I will sever it, Napoleon lamented. Charlotte furrowed her brow. Meanwhile, Victor caught a glimpse of Akainu, who was ensnared in a fierce battle. Akainu's wounds were too severe, leaving him at a disadvantage. In a decisive moment, Victor delivered a powerful kick to Charlotte's abdomen, sending her flying. He then conjured a spear of light, which he hurled to intercept Kaido's attack, aimed at Akainu. Charlotte crashed through a row of buildings, embedding herself within the island's wall. You bastard! Radiant sword. Charlotte gathered energy around her blade, unleashing a slashing attack that amplified its destructive force through elemental enhancement, even from a kilometer away. Mountain Splitter. Victor retaliated with a slice of his own. Instantly, the earth cracked open, spewing forth flames. Victor deftly manipulated both fire and earth elements. Charlotte leaped backward, landing atop Zeus, who soared into the sky, narrowly avoiding the assault. However, Victor's onslaught was relentless. He swung his wind blade, cleaving through the air as if to rend the very sky asunder. Charlotte's soul fruit was powerful, enabling her to control both fire and lightning through her creations. Yet, her mastery paled in comparison to Victor's prowess, akin to a novice attempting to wield a great blade before the legendary Guan Yu. The azure wind blade struck, and Charlotte felt an overwhelming force propel her backward. With a resounding crash, her body shattered several mountain peaks. Victor did not pursue Charlotte. Instead, he propelled himself into the sky like a cannonball, descending upon Kaido, who was currently overpowering Akainu. Suddenly, Kaido's pupils dilated as he raised his iron club. Raging Foot. Divine Crescent Moon Charge. Victor unleashed a golden slash from midair, striking Kaido's iron club. The force of the slash shattered the ground beneath Kaido. His expression turned grave. Victor was indeed formidable. With just that one blow, Kaido recognized Victor as a potential equal, perhaps even superior. Kaido let out a disdainful snort. Radiant Cannon. At that moment, Charlotte unleashed a high-density laser beam towards the sky, striking Victor. He landed on the ground when suddenly a figure charged at him. Roaring Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido wrapped his Conqueror's haki around his iron club and, gripping it with both hands, struck Victor with astonishing speed. Victor raised his hand, enveloping his left arm in haki. The ground beneath him erupted as Kaido's blow unleashed tremendous force. The Victor. Just then, Charlotte struck from the side with her sword. Before she could reach Victor, Akainu intercepted her. Seizing the opportunity, Victor executed a side kick towards Kaido. The kick sent Kaido staggering back, sliding across the ground. He rubbed his side where Victor had struck, feeling the internal damage from Victor's haki. That annoying sensation, Kaido glared at Victor coldly. Victor remained impassive. Then, Victor vanished from sight. When he reappeared less than 2 meters from Kaido, he shouted, "Behind you!" Kaido swiftly turned, swinging his iron club. Victor ducked to evade the blow while delivering a kick to Kaido's calf. Haki surged into Kaido's leg, causing him to feel excruciating pain. Kaido grimaced, gritting his teeth as he swung his iron club at Victor once more. Victor leaped backward, narrowly avoiding the strike. Kaido, undeterred, pursued him with even greater speed and force. This time, however, Victor not only evaded, but also planted his foot firmly on Kaido's iron club. Kaido felt as though a mountain had been placed upon it. As he exerted himself to escape, Victor pressed down hard on the club and leaped into the air. In an instant, Kaido, overexerting himself, tilted backward. At that moment, Victor executed a backflip, striking Kaido squarely under the chin with the tip of his right foot. Kaido's body fell backward, and several of his teeth were knocked out. Moreover, the assault was far from over. Victor's palm struck again, pressing against Kaido's chest. Stellar impact. Boom! Victor unleashed his entire body of haki, thrusting Kaido deep into the ground. Simultaneously, the haki wreaked further destruction, causing the entire island to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. Unlike Akainu, Victor's attacks were designed to inflict damage from within Kaido's body. This time, Kaido spat out a cloud of blood. It was not just Kaido who was injured. The very foundation of the island cracked, teetering on the brink of collapse. The entire harbor was in disarray, with fragments plunging into the sea, sinking to the ocean floor. Kaido? Charlotte Linlin observed as Kaido was knocked back, bloodied by Victor's strike. The impending devastation of the island shocked her. Subsequently, she ceased her attention on Akainu, brandishing her blade toward Victor. Meanwhile, Akainu's injuries had worsened. A sword wave sliced toward him from behind. Victor turned, evading the strike with an elegance that was nothing short of poetic. As he pivoted, a golden spear materialized in his left hand. With a fluid motion, Victor hurled the spear toward Charlotte Linlin, who narrowly dodged the attack. At that moment, she exchanged a glance with Kaido, who responded with a slight nod, an unspoken understanding between them. Overlord C. This was the combined technique of Charlotte Linlin and Kaido. The two stood side by side, simultaneously swinging their weapons, unleashing a colossal and rapid shockwave. For most, evading such an onslaught was simply impossible. Its power was sufficient to obliterate everything within a several-kilometer radius. In the original narrative, Zoro had attempted to block this attack for even a moment, resulting in grievous injuries. This strike aimed to vanquish both Victor and Akainu simultaneously. "Stand behind me," Victor instructed, positioning himself in front of Akainu. Akainu furrowed his brow, puzzled by Victor's command. Just moments ago, Victor had glanced at Akainu, and 2 new wounds had appeared on him. Though Akainu was formidable, his overly aggressive fighting style often led him to recklessly engage, even when gravely injured. Given his current state, he was ill-suited to withstand the Overlord Sea. Boom! The shockwave obliterated buildings, mountains, and vessels within several kilometers. "Let us call it day," Victor stated, wiping a smear of blood from the corner of his mouth. Charlotte Linlin looked equally bewildered. "Ask that fellow," Victor gestured toward Kaido. At that moment, Kaido maintained a stoic expression. "How are you faring?" Charlotte Linlin inquired of Kaido. "There's now one more person I dislike in this world," Kaido replied. His list of aversions was not extensive. It included figures such as Roger, Shanks, Whitebeard, and Kazuki Oden. Now, Victor had joined that list. However, to harbor disdain for someone also indicated a recognition of their strength. "Let us retreat," Charlotte Linlin suggested. "Until next we meet," Kaido coldly remarked to Victor. "It shall not end like this." As Kaido transformed into a dragon, Charlotte Linlin mounted Zeus's back. Akainu could no longer suppress himself. He spat blood once more. His injuries were severe. Victor addressed Akainu. "You require medical attention." "I am sorry. If I could just hold on a bit longer," Akainu gritted his teeth, a hint of reluctance in his voice. He knew that if he and Victor had joined forces, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin would surely not stand a chance. Regrettably, he felt he had burdened Victor. At Mariehua, in Panga City, the five elders had reached a conclusion. Kaido had been gravely injured by Victor. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido had retreated, while Akainu bore severe wounds inflicted by them. The Navy had suffered heavy losses. Following these events, Victor would need to lay low for a while. The monsters of a new world were not easily dealt with. Wasn't it preferable this way? A moment of calm would serve him well. If the world were at peace, what purpose would the world government serve? The five elders chatted casually, showing little concern for this defeat. Though they acknowledged the Navy as the face of the world government, such sentiments were merely for the Navy's benefit. In reality, the Navy held little significance in the eyes of the five elders, who controlled a national treasure capable of erasing anyone or anything at will. They could utilize this situation to punish the Navy. Yes, let them learn caution. I believe that is a sound approach. Let us proceed with that plan. The five elders swiftly decided after a brief discussion. Meanwhile, on Candy Island, Perospero was meeting with a mysterious guest. A woman clad in a black suit and a mask lit a cigarette. Perospero regarded her with a grin, saying, "We owe our success in defeating the Navy to your strategy." The woman replied, "As long as you cooperate, you will reap considerable benefits." Perospero, curious, asked, "There is one thing I wish to clarify." It seemed the woman could read his thoughts, responding, "There is no need to know my identity. Simply heed my words, and you will smoothly inherit the Bigmum pirates." The fact that the Bigmum pirates managed to infiltrate the harbor was not Perospero's strategy. While he possessed clarity of mind and exceptional tactical skill, serving as a strategist within the crew, he did not have the audacity to execute such a risky tactic against the Navy. After all, if discovered, it would spell doom for everyone aboard. "Ha!" Perospero chuckled lightly. He had always believed that, based on seniority, he was the rightful heir to the crew, convinced that only the Bigmum pirates would emerge victorious, and that only Bigmum could become the Pirate King. Yet, among his siblings, he ranked merely third in popularity. Therefore, in order to inherit the Bigmum pirates, he needed to accrue more accomplishments. This time, Perospero had performed admirably, earning the admiration of his brothers and sisters. Even the four sweet commanders were impressed by his tactics. "Well, I must take my leave," the woman announced, boarding a ship as it sailed away. Perospero dispatched someone to track the vessel, driven by curiosity regarding the woman's identity. However, as she entered the cabin, a door opened within the cabin's wall. The woman stepped inside, and the door closed behind her, vanishing from sight. News of the Navy's defeat in the New World soon spread across the globe. For the Navy, this defeat was a humiliation, signifying a catastrophic loss. As the commander of this operation, Akainu bore full responsibility. Victor also ordered Akainu to take a temporary leave for reflection. During the period of introspection, Akainu will undergo treatment while simultaneously re-evaluating the monstrous entities of the New World. These creatures are not easily dealt with, particularly Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, whose relationship is one of both rivalry and alliance. To address them effectively, it is prudent to confront them together. Furthermore, the world government has taken action. The Navy has suspended the construction of the new fortress and must reallocate some of its forces back to the first half of the Grand Line. Troops drawn from the four seas are also required to return. In summary, following this defeat, the Gorosei has declared that the Navy is not permitted to conduct punitive expeditions into the New World. Having just experienced a setback, the Navy is in agreement from top to bottom, with no dissenting voices. As the chief inspector of the inspection department, Sengoku has initiated an investigation into the reasons behind this defeat. All commanders and officers, including Akainu, have been summoned for questioning. Although Sengoku has stepped back from frontline duties, he continues to assert his presence. At Navy headquarters in the Marshal's office, Victor is engaged in a conversation with Robin via a transponder snail. On his desk lies a bounty poster featuring Luffy's smiling face. Luffy has recently defeated the dragon and been reported by Colonel Mouse, leading to a bounty of 30 million berries. Beneath Luffy's bounty, the poster of the clown buggy is prominently displayed, albeit with a meager reward. Victor states, "I have a task for you." Robin remains silent. Victor continues, assists Straw Hat Luffy in defeating Sir Crocodile. Upon hearing this, Robin's expression visibly falters. After a moment, she responds, "Understood." This task is not an easy one for Robin. Can Straw Hat Luffy truly defeat Sir Crocodile? Such a notion seems overly ambitious. Although she is perplexed by Victor's reasoning, she contemplates how she might assist. Moreover, with Luffy still in the East Blue, how can she lure him to Alabasta? Robin has numerous issues to resolve. By the way, Victor reminds her, inform him that if he seizes control of Alabasta, he will obtain what he desires. Understood, Robin replies. Seizing Alabasta would grant access to ancient weaponry? It appears the ancient weapons truly reside in Alabasta, Robin muses, while she remains close to Victor, secretly seeking vengeance. She is equally curious about ancient history, of which the ancient weapons are a vital part. Luffy's journey has been remarkably smooth. They have vanquished the dragon and injured Colonel Mouse. Subsequently, Luffy's crew has rapidly expanded, evolving from solitary commander to now including Navigator Nami, Swordsman Zoro, Cook Sanji, and Sniper Usopp. If all goes according to plan, they are poised to reach Logtown and embark upon the Grand Line. However, upon arriving at Logtown, they find themselves under scrutiny. Luffy, do you feel like someone is watching us? Usopp's instincts are sharp. Where? Who's watching us? Nami scans the surroundings. Usopp also looks around but detects nothing unusual. Zoro and Sanji join in the search, ultimately concluding that Usopp is simply being overly sensitive. Yet, as Luffy and his companions pass by, a woman in an alley holds a transponder snail, recognizing the Straw Hat crew. Since their arrival in Logtown, Usopp has felt their presence lurking, but he lacks concrete evidence. This paranoia persists until they reach Twin Cape, where they encounter Kurokas. During their conversation, Luffy mentions Ace. Kurokas, having read about Ace in the papers, expresses his hope that Luffy will fulfill his dream as the ship's doctor of Pirate King Roger. At that moment, Luffy's crew is ambushed by Vivi, orchestrated by Robin herself. Vivi is the princess of Alabasta. Though she believes her disguise is effective, she appears naive in front of Robin. Robin has studied the personalities of Luffy's crew. If they become friends with Vivi, they will undoubtedly assist her. However, can this seemingly weak crew truly confront Sir Crocodile? Robin perceives that Victor has set her a challenging task. As expected, Vivi quickly befriends Luffy's crew, and Luffy agrees to help her defeat Sir Crocodile. At the port of Oilseed Flour, a vital harbor in Alabasta, throngs of merchants and tourists pass through daily. Previously, there may have been pirate disturbances, but now, under Sir Crocodile's protection, no pirate dares to cause trouble here. Upon their arrival, Luffy and his companions are captivated by the port's vibrancy, particularly Sanji, who is enamored by the presence of beautiful women in the large entertainment venues. Is this paradise? Sanji's eyes turn into hearts. Vivi frowns, saying, since Crocodile brought them here, countless people have lost everything. She adds, he has turned these people into slaves. Nami, though a friend of Vivi, cannot fully endorse her statement. At that moment, Vivi spots someone. It's Robin. Follow her, she urges. She is an important figure beside Sir Crocodile. Though Vivi is unaware of Robin's true identity, she has serendipitously discovered that Robin can freely enter and exit Sir Crocodile's office. To defeat Crocodile and liberate Alabasta, they must start from those closest to him. However, Vivi does not realize that Robin is intentionally allowing herself to be followed. Vivi and her companions track Robin into an alley. How long will you continue to follow me? Robin halts her steps. Upon hearing her question, Vivi and the others reveal themselves. What is your purpose in following me? Robin inquires. Vivi responds earnestly. Crocodile intends to seize this country, and I must stop him. Oh, do you believe you can succeed? Robin questions. We can definitely do it, Vivi asserts with confidence. Robin smiles and replies, then you should handle them first. I will take my leave. With that, Robin departs the alley. Just as she leaves, a group of shadows appears outside the alley, revealing themselves to be bounty hunters under Sir Crocodile's command. Nami and Vivi are taken aback, realizing they have been under Crocodile's surveillance all along. Facing the bounty hunters, Luffy understands that they have no choice but to fight. Although these bounty hunters are not particularly skilled, their overwhelming numbers pose a significant challenge. Furthermore, their coordination is remarkably cohesive. Luffy and his crew find themselves surrounded. Eliminate them, commands one of the bounty hunters, and instantly, hundreds of them charge toward Luffy and his companions. Mr. One and his companions have been observing the situation. Their mission is to ensure the safety of Ukewa gang. Meanwhile, Luobin has assigned Sha Ayu the task of capturing Luffy, preferably alive. Under their watchful gaze, Luffy and his crew have defeated hundreds of bounty hunters. Just as they were about to catch their breath, Mr. One and his group appeared. These individuals are indeed formidable adversaries. Luobin approached Sha Ayu, questioning why he took an interest in a mere brat with a bounty of 30 million. He is not an ordinary child, Luobin replied. Curious. Clockter inquired further about his background. If you are curious, you may investigate yourself, was Luobin's evasive response. Clockter shook his head, stating, What I care about is your commitment to obtaining the ancient weapon. Over the years, due to Victor's promise, Clockter has undertaken numerous tasks for him, having invested a considerable amount of time, money, and effort. Therefore, he will not abandon his pursuit now. Luobin assured him, as long as you follow his instructions, you will obtain everything. Upon hearing this, Clockter remarked, he must be having a rough time lately, having just taken command of the Navy and already suffering such significant losses. Luobin, with an expressionless demeanor, replied, That is not your concern. Very well, Clockter said, puffing on his cigar as he gazed at the screen before him. To his astonishment, Mr. One and his companions have been defeated by Luffy and his crew, a truly pathetic display. Luffy and his friends, panting heavily, had finally overcome Mr. One and his group. Now, if they could defeat Clockter, they would help Vivi reclaim her kingdom. As they entered the casino at Ukewa Gang, they encountered Luobin once more. She clapped her hands and said, Congratulations on reaching this place. It's you. Luffy and his companions regarded Luobin as their enemy. Unfazed, Luobin continued, Regardless, you have won. Now, you may follow me. What? Luffy and his companions were taken aback. Aren't you here to defeat Clockter? I will lead you to him. Luobin's words left Luffy and his companions speechless. She guided them to the casino's office, where they found Sha Ayu seated at the desk. Clockter remarked, You are quite brave to come here. We will defeat you, Luffy declared coldly. Ha! You are indeed arrogant. Sha Ayu stood up and looked at them, stating, You are not the first to come here, yet your fate will be no different. I will leave one alive for you. Clockter approached Luobin and spoke to her. She turned to Luffy and his companions, who remained silent. At that moment, Clockter made his move. His body transformed into sand, vanishing from sight, and he struck Luffy with a powerful punch. Luffy raised his right hand to block, successfully intercepting Clockter's attack. Clockter narrowed his eyes, commenting, Impressive, considering he is someone of interest to him, yet still too weak. Luffy's fists rubbed together. Goma Goma no Bazooka, he shouted, unleashing a powerful punch. The impact struck the sand, causing it to explode, yet Sha Ayu had already disappeared. Luffy was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend how he had vanished in the blink of an eye. Just then, Sha Ayu reappeared, delivering a punch to Luffy's chest. Luffy coughed up blood and fell to the ground. Ha ha ha! Sha Ayu laughed heartily, saying, Do you think you can defeat me with such feeble strength? Why can't I hit him? This was Luffy's first encounter with a Logia-type Devil Fruit user, and he was still unaware of how to strike Clockter. Luobin observed, unperturbed. Clockter was a renowned powerhouse of the seas. For a novice like Luffy to think he could defeat Clockter was a mere fantasy. However, Lord Victor took a keen interest in Luffy. Perhaps he possessed untapped potential. Luffy rose again, wiping the blood from his face, which stained his fists. Goma Goma no. He swung his fists at Clockter. Clockter had no intention of evading. He believed Luffy's attacks were incapable of hitting him. Yet, with a resounding thud, Luffy's fist connected with Clockter's cheek. Did I hit? Luffy stared in disbelief at his right fist, stained with blood. Clockter's expression darkened, angered by this audacity. This brat was the first to injure him. Clockter's right hand transformed into a sandblade. Desert Sword. Clockter unleashed a storm of attacks upon Luffy. Luffy's defenses crumbled against the relentless onslaught, as Clockter's speed was overwhelming. Luffy was struck repeatedly, the wounds on his body multiplying. It was a one-sided massacre. Luobin shook her head. Such a result is truly tragic. Hence, power is essential. Without strength, nothing can be accomplished. Under Victor's influence, Luobin had changed significantly. Her focus had shifted from historical research to seeking ways to enhance her own power. Only the strong were deemed worthy to stand beside Lord Victor. Luffy, on the brink of collapse, found himself suddenly spared as Clockter ceased his assault. Towering over Luffy, Clockter remarked, "Were it not for his intervention, you would be dead." Clockter refrained from further attacks. Luffy, rising from the ground, lifted his head to meet Clockter's gaze. "It's not over yet." "Oh." Clockter regarded Luffy with intrigue. Luffy's eyes grew resolute, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath. Clockter did not attack, but awaited Luffy's next move. "Gomu gomu no." Luffy's voice echoed as he charged towards Clockter. "Sandstorm." Clockter scoffed. "Do you think such a meager attack can defeat me? That is utter folly." Clockter extended his hand, and Luffy was swept up in the sandstorm, crashing violently against the wall. Despite his lack of strength, Luffy's stubbornness shone through. This tenacious spirit had not been seen in many years. "Very well, continue. I wish to see how many more attacks you can endure." With a crash, Luffy was slammed against the wall a second time. This time, he spat blood, his head buzzing and chest aching. The battle was not yet over. It continued unabated. Crocodile let out a cold snort. Luffy, once more, rose to his feet and charged at Crocodile, only to be sent crashing against the wall once again. At that moment, Luffy felt as though his body was on the verge of disintegration, overwhelmed by excruciating pain. Yet, he refused to concede. This battle was one he would never surrender. He would persist, time and again, until he was knocked unconscious, until Crocodile grew weary of him. Finally, he could no longer endure. "Damn it," Crocodile cursed. "Are you still not willing to give up?" "No." Luffy's voice rang with unwavering conviction. A wild light flickered in his eyes. He had to win. He must prevail. Crocodile waved his hand impatiently. "In that case, I shall make you understand that there is no possibility of victory between us." As he spoke, Crocodile spread his arms wide, and a sandstorm surged from all directions. Luffy found himself ensnared within the tempest. Crocodile chuckled mockingly. "Now do you comprehend? The chasm between us cannot be bridged by mere courage and conviction." Even then, Luffy struggled, yearning to rise once more. "Luffy!" Vivi cried out in anguish. "Do not get up again." Tears streamed down Vivi's face, igniting a fire within Luffy's clenched fists. "You despicable crocodile! You have made Vivi weep," he gritted his teeth. "I will defeat you. Do you truly believe that your meager strength can overcome me? Then let us see." With a thunderous roar, the sandstorm engulfed Luffy entirely. His body was pinned to the ground, trembling incessantly, yet he could not rise. He was suffocated under the weight. "Do not struggle. There is no escaping this fate." Crocodile's voice was icy, as if emanating from the depths of hell. His impatience grew. Luffy was indeed tenacious, but the disparity in strength was insurmountable. With a thud, Luffy fell once more. "Now, who shall it be next?" Crocodile's gaze shifted to Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Nami, and Vivi. Zoro stepped forward, slashing his palm with his blade, blood staining the edge. "Pirate Hunter Zoro, I have taken quite a liking to you." Crocodile had observed Zoro and recognized his formidable strength. Zoro wasted no words, immediately lunging at Crocodile with his sword. Crocodile raised his hand to block, and the two forces clashed. "What a pity," Crocodile sighed regretfully. "I have yet to exert my full power. Come again, little brat." A bloodthirsty smile appeared on Crocodile's face. "I will show you the gulf that separates us." Once more, Crocodile struck. Zoro was sent flying again. The swordsmanship that Zoro held dear was rendered ineffective before Crocodile. "Had you accepted my invitation to become my subordinate, you would be much stronger now." Crocodile shook his head. Zoro was hurled to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Crocodile's strength was terrifying, akin to a mountain, pressing down on Zoro, nearly robbing him of breath. His body swayed slightly. It felt as if his insides were damaged, a searing pain radiating from within. Yet, Zoro's gaze remained resolute. "You young ones have quite the spirit," Crocodile remarked sincerely. Luffy and Zoro both possessed unwavering willpower. Once Crocodile had shared that same tenacity, but it had been extinguished following his challenge against Whitebeard. The seas are not devoid of strength, yet only a select few can ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Currently, Crocodile's actions mirrored those of Whitebeard, thoroughly shattering the confidence of Luffy and his companions. Although Zoro, Sanji, and the others fought valiantly, they ultimately succumbed. Luffy and his allies were imprisoned. Due to Luffy's status as a devil fruit user, the cell was constructed from sea stone. At that moment, Robin approached the prison where Luffy and the others were held. "It's you," Vivi and the others said, immediately on guard. They had gleaned from the conversation between Crocodile and Robin that someone behind Robin had set their sights on Luffy. Robin produced a lady's cigarette. Taking a puff, as she said, "Fear not, your lives are not in imminent danger." Usopp sighed in relief upon hearing this. "As long as we can survive. What do you intend to do with Luffy?" Nami asked warily. "You likely do not understand his lineage," Robin began. Nami and the others were taken aback. They had indeed never heard Luffy speak of his family background. Robin continued leisurely. "His grandfather is the Navy hero Garp, and his father is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon." Upon hearing this, Nami and the others fell silent, gazing at Luffy on the ground, rendered speechless. Such a prestigious lineage. Robin observed their reactions before stating, "In a few days, the king of this country will be replaced." She tossed the key into the cell. Then, turning away amidst Nami and the others' puzzled expressions, Robin departed. "Why don't you give him the key?" Staring at the key on the ground, Nami, Vivi, and the others fell into deep contemplation. They escaped from the cell. At that moment, Crocodile was no longer at the canola flower port. He had proceeded to the capital of Alabasta, preparing to seize control of the nation. Robin arrived beside Victor. "I can no longer intervene in the subsequent events," she declared, having done her utmost. "You performed admirably," Victor replied with a smile. Robin hesitated, and Victor inquired playfully, "Are you curious about what value he possesses that warrants my attention?" "Yes," Robin nodded. Although Luffy's background was indeed impressive, it was not significant enough to draw Victor's particular interest, or so Robin believed. Victor chuckled and said, "In time, you shall understand." Victor intended to utilize Luffy. Despite Victor's formidable strength, he preferred to have Luffy take the lead against him. Once both him and Luffy were gravely wounded, Victor would swoop in to claim victory. Thus, he had no qualms about nurturing Luffy. Unbelievable! Luffy had truly defeated Crocodile. On the very day Crocodile intended to seize Alabasta, Luffy unleashed his potential, triumphing over Crocodile through a desperate battle. Robin began to believe in Victor's foresight. Simultaneously, Robin also came to accept the notion of bloodlines. No wonder the world government would go to such lengths to eradicate Roger's bloodline. Had Ace lived and grown, he would have posed a tremendous threat to the world government. After being defeated, Crocodile was apprehended by the Navy. In the confines of the warship's cell, he encountered Robin. Crocodile realized he had been outmaneuvered. He was not a man of integrity. Crocodile coldly remarked that for years he had been working for Victor, only to be betrayed in the end. Robin stated, "If you truly found it in Alabasta, what awaits you is the Demon Slayer order." Crocodile scoffed, "That is not a reason to mock me." Robin continued, "In 10 minutes, this warship will run aground and sink." Crocodile was taken aback. Was he going to let him go? "He awaits your ascension as the new Yonko." After Robin spoke, she turned to leave. "He wants me to become the new Yonko?" Crocodile chuckled coldly. Although he could not fathom Victor's intentions, returning to the New World was indeed a favorable prospect. The position of Warlord of the Sea was of little consequence. Luffy had defeated Crocodile, and his bounty had consequently risen. However, Luffy had also come into the sights of the Gorosei. The Gum Gum fruit was a formidable presence, one that even I feared. Yet, this devil fruit had yet to awaken. After a brief respite, Luffy and his crew resumed their adventures. Upon arriving at Water 7, they encountered Robin once more. Rather than a chance meeting, it was clear that Robin had been waiting for them. She greeted, "Long time no see. You again." Nami glared at Robin, still harboring hostility. "What do you want?" Robin replied, to deliver something to him. As the others looked on in confusion, Robin produced a Den Den Mushi, one capable of recording video. The Den Den Mushi then played a segment showcasing the Navy's 6 styles. Nami and Usopp were bewildered. Once the footage concluded, Robin turned to leave. "What is she up to?" Nami inquired. At that moment, Luffy slapped his forehead. It turns out there was such a possibility. Luffy not only learned the shave technique, but also discovered a new avenue for skill development. After parting ways with Luffy and the others, Robin set out to commence her new duties. As Victor's shadow, she needed to manage numerous affairs in secrecy. Meanwhile, Smoker could no longer contain himself. He sought assistance from his mentor, Zifa, wishing to change his assignment. Performing maintenance in the dock was a waste of his potential. Zifa admired Smoker, recognizing him as a promising student. It was indeed unreasonable for him to spend his days repairing warships. Thus, Zifa contacted Victor. In the marshal's office, Smoker straightened his appearance before entering. "Marshal," he stood at attention, displaying impeccable military posture. "Please take a seat." Victor gestured for Smoker to sit on the sofa. After a moment's hesitation, Smoker complied. "Now that we are alone, you are my junior, and I am your senior," Victor said, offering Smoker a cigarette. Smoker was taken aback, expecting Victor to treat him coldly. Victor continued, "It is natural for the youthful to be impetuous. If one is not, they cannot be considered young. However, you must prioritize unity. After all, the Navy is a collective and requires discipline. If everyone acted as you do, chaos would ensue." Victor spoke like a mentor imparting wisdom to Smoker, who listened attentively. In the past, he would have interjected his thoughts, but since being relegated to the dock for repairs, he had learned to be more prudent. "I have a task perfectly suited for you," Victor stated, producing a wanted poster. It was Luffy's bounty. "Go apprehend him," Victor commanded. "Understood." Smoker accepted the assignment. Like a rabid dog, he pursued Luffy and his crew, providing Luffy with a worthy sparring partner. However, this was far from sufficient. Victor sought another individual, the man who was Luffy's first mentor. At the bar of Shaki's, Robin entered and took a seat at the counter. Shaki quickly discerned that Robin was no ordinary person. "Miss, what would you like to drink?" Shaki inquired with a smile. Robin replied, "Rum." As Shaki poured the drink, she noticed Robin placing Luffy's bounty notice on the table. "He is Ace's brother," Robin stated, producing 1,000 berries for payment before leaving. Shaki gazed at Luffy's photograph, particularly the straw hat, lost in thought. She was well aware that Luffy had recently defeated a warlord of the sea. What surprised her was that he was also Ace's brother. If Rayleigh were to learn of this, he would surely be delighted. When Luffy and his crew arrived at Water 7, Victor was preparing trial. Because of his interference, Luffy had bypassed Eni's lobby and the Demon Slayer order. Consequently, Luffy and his crew would arrive at Sabeti Archipelago ahead of schedule. This was unacceptable. The separation at Sabeti Archipelago was a crucial phase in the growth of the Straw Hat Pirates. To ensure Luffy's development and successful awakening, Victor needed to arrange for all necessary events. Thus, he sought out St. Charlos. Recently, St. Charlos had taken to writing poetry, albeit of mediocre quality, primarily concerning romantic themes. However, being a celestial dragon, he received abundant flattery regardless of the quality of his work. Even a poem resembling excrement would garner endless praise. In Mariewa, Victor arrived at St. Charlos Estate, where he found the saint surrounded by over 100 beautiful women as he penned his verses. "Victor, come over and read my poetry." St. Charlos beckoned. Victor approached, glanced at the poem, and refrained from immediate flattery, instead scrutinizing it closely and silently reciting it multiple times. Seeing Victor's expression, the saint's face lit up with anticipation. "So how does it read?" St. Charlos eagerly inquired, seeking validation for his new passion. "Your Highness, this poem is imbued with spirit, rendering it impossible to resist, as warm as the gentle spring breeze. What may seem like simple phrases in your arrangement pulsate with boundless vitality. Within this rich tapestry of verse, even the essence of eternal life dances." Victor responded sincerely. "Really? Is it truly that good?" St. Charlos beamed with delight. Although he understood Victor was flattering him, who does not enjoy hearing sweet words? The emphasis lay in Victor's compliments being more eloquent than anyone else's. "Indeed, it is true," Victor affirmed. "Ha ha ha." St. Charlos laughed heartily and then invited Victor to sit down for tea. "Wei Kurtoa, it has been quite a while since you last sought me out. Have you encountered some sort of trouble this time?" Angiolati Shung, who had grown quite familiar with Ikurtoa, inquired directly. Wei Kurtoa replied, "I have heard that His Highness has an affinity for poetry, and recently there have been reports of a population auction featuring some exceptionally talented merfolk skilled in song and dance. Perhaps His Highness would take a liking to them. Is that truly so? Angelotti Shung expressed his own fondness for mermaids. To be precise, mermaids are considered exquisite pets in Marigios. Wei Kuotoa asserted, indeed, His Highness may personally select and discern their authenticity. Wei Kuotoa, Angelotti Shung suddenly adopted a more serious demeanor. Wei Kuotoa looked at him in confusion. Speak freely. You must have encountered some troublesome matters, he urged. Your Highness, Wei Kuotoa sighed with a wry smile. Nothing escapes your notice. Speak quickly, Angelotti Shung insisted. Wei Kuotoa cast a glance at CP0 in the distance. Angelotti Shung understood immediately and coldly remarked, Is it that group of individuals who are troubling you again? Wei Kuotoa responded, Your Highness is perceptive. I understand. I will issue a warning to them. Angelotti Shung nodded and then clapped Wei Kuotoa on the shoulder, saying, You are my benefactor. I will not allow anyone to trouble you. Thank you, Your Highness. Wei Kuotoa expressed his gratitude. The CP0 agents nearby sneered at the scene. They found Wei Kuotoa more detestable than any previous admirals, as he had connections with the celestial dragons. In the year 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar, under Wei Kuotoa's guidance, Luffy and his companions arrived smoothly at Sabaody Archipelago. Compared to Sabaody, the splendor of Water 7 was utterly insignificant. Entertainment venues were ubiquitous, with indulgence and merriment everywhere. Goods from all over the seas were in abundance, and travelers and merchants from distant lands congregated, engaging in discussions about global affairs. As soon as Luffy's ship docked, Shaki's subordinates spotted it. Due to Luffy's extraordinary status, Shaki's crew had been waiting at sea. When Luffy and the others appeared, Shaki's subordinates approached them and escorted Luffy to Shaki's bar. Since they arrived somewhat earlier, and with Kuotoa's prior arrangements, Rayleigh did not end up selling himself. When Luffy and his companions entered Shaki's bar, Rayleigh was already there waiting for them. Upon seeing the straw hat atop Luffy's head, Rayleigh was momentarily taken aback. The straw hat Luffy wore was the same one once owned by Roger, which Roger later passed on to Shanks. Shanks had once told Rayleigh that he placed his future in the East Blue. Could this be fate? Had Shanks encountered Roger's child? At that moment, both Rayleigh and Shaki regarded Luffy as the younger brother of Ace. I almost forgot to introduce myself. Rayleigh said to Luffy and the others, I am Rayleigh. Rayleigh? Luffy and the others were momentarily stunned. Zoro was the first to react. Although Zoro was directionally challenged as a swordsman, he could effortlessly recite the names of powerful swordsmen of the sea. You are the Dark King, Rayleigh. Zoro's immediate reaction was to recognize that Rayleigh was no ordinary person. I can't believe that after all these years, someone still remembers my nickname. Rayleigh chuckled lightly, responding with nonchalance. You are truly Rayleigh. Zoro's eyes sparkled with excitement. If they were not in a bar, he would have already wanted to spar with Rayleigh. At that moment, Luffy curiously asked, Did you summon us for something? Rayleigh smiled slightly and said, Since you are aware of my identity, you must know that I am a friend of your father. Ah, Nami and the others were taken aback. Rayleigh is friends with the leader of the Revolutionary Army? Does Mr. Rayleigh also know Luffy's father? Nami inquired. Rayleigh, sitting in his chair with an aluminum flask in hand, reminisced. Meeting him and embarking on adventures together is one of the most beautiful memories of my life. Upon hearing Rayleigh's words, Nami and Sanji found it perplexing. The timeline didn't seem to match. Could it be that after retiring, Rayleigh had been working alongside the Revolutionary Army? What kind of person is he then? Nami asked again, now curious about Luffy's family background. Rayleigh fell into contemplation and after a while, replied slowly. He is someone who becomes exceedingly impatient and capricious when provoked. Yet his actions are as innocent and straightforward as a child. He holds his companions in high regard, earning our deep trust. He would never allow enemies to harm his companions, never fleeing even in the face of formidable foes. Moreover, he would never permit anyone to speak ill of his friends. And in the past, he once obliterated an entire army for that reason. At first, Nami and the others thought there were similarities in the personalities of father and son. However, as they listened more, it began to feel off. After all, the Revolutionary Army is a force for justice. They would not annihilate an entire army simply because of disparaging remarks about a companion. Would they? Annihilating an entire army? Would the Revolutionary Army truly engage in such actions? Nami instinctively remarked. The Revolutionary Army? Shaki asked in confusion. What are you speaking of? Nami turned to Shaki and said, Luffy's father is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Isn't he? Both Rayleigh and Shaki were taken aback. After some explanations, they finally understood. Luffy and Ace are sworn brothers. However, Ace believed that Luffy would become the Pirate King, and Shanks also placed his hopes on Luffy. Given this connection, Rayleigh's attitude toward Luffy was notably favorable. Subsequently, Luffy inquired about Roger. Like Shanks, Luffy also refused Rayleigh's offer to reveal the location of the final island. In Giolotti, Shang stepped onto the bustling street. The atmosphere today was particularly lively, especially within the population auction, where several exquisite mermaids awaited bidding. However, Ingiolotti Shang was not the only one who had received this information. St. Roseward, St. Charlos, and the family from Shalulia Palace had also arrived. In addition to their family, 2 more celestial dragon families joined the fray, all eager to acquire mermaids. Mermaids are inherently exquisite pets, and the celestial dragons would never find too many of them. Keeping them in their aquariums and feeding them daily would be an immense source of amusement. If they could keep hundreds of mermaids, it would surely be a spectacle. Although mermaids are costly, the celestial dragons are not lacking in wealth. When the celestial dragons venture out, they are flanked by CP0 security personnel and army soldiers lining the streets. Anyone who dares to show disrespect to the celestial dragons would face the wrath of the army. Furthermore, should the celestial dragons require assistance, the Navy is always ready to respond. Every time St. Charlos goes out, he seeks a woman of his liking and abducts her to the Holy Land, particularly favoring married women. St. Charlos certainly has a unique taste. Luffy and the others needed to coat their ship at Sabeti Archipelago. During the wait, Nami and the others went to procure medicine, food, and supplies. Zoro, Luffy, and the others also strolled about, eager to explore Sabeti Archipelago thoroughly. They were determined to make the most of their visit. Luffy and Zoro have indeed caused quite a commotion. At the Marine headquarters, within the Marshal's office, Victor has already received notification. Straw Hat Luffy and Pirate Hunter Zoro have wreaked havoc on Sabeti Archipelago, attacking the Celestial Dragons. He ordered the station troops on the island to mobilize, and additionally, dispatched Kizaru to apprehend them. Victor calmly assigned tasks, fully aware that Kizaru might not exert himself. Yet he seized this opportunity to converse with Dracul Mihawk, especially since it pertains to Bartholomew Kuma. As anticipated, upon hearing of Luffy's disturbances on Sabeti Archipelago, Kizaru rushed to provide support. However, Kizaru's focus was solely on Luffy. The consequences of tardiness were unimaginable. At this moment, chaos reigned on Sabeti Archipelago. The island was already home to pirates who wished to remain uninvolved. However, with the Marines now pursuing them, conflict became inevitable. For Kizaru, a slight delay could spell disaster for Luffy. Indeed, the Marines and army forces present on the island were of mediocre strength. However, the real threat came from CP0 and the dispatch pacifistas. Luffy, Zoro, and their companions found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle. These kids have stirred up quite the trouble, muttered Rayleigh. Nonetheless, he was the Dark King Rayleigh. Such scenes were familiar to him. He aimed to see if he could manage the situation. Those wretched Straw Hats have dragged us into this. The Marines have gone mad. A Marine Admiral would soon arrive. Everyone run. The pirates scattered in all directions. Faced with no escape, they chose to fight the Marines to the death. The battle between the Marines and pirates surged from the streets into alleys, from alleys into shops and homes. Both sides clashed violently, gunfire echoing throughout. The intensity of this conflict rivaled that of a true war. Explosions reverberated continuously. Flames soared high into the sky, and smoke enveloped the entire city as terrified citizens screamed, seeking refuge. Gunfire rang out deafeningly in the streets, bullets whizzing through the air, careening towards every corner. "Help! Please stop!" Gunshot sounds filled the air as individuals fell to the ground, cries of anguish rising amidst the chaos. Another bullet pierced a man's heart, causing him to collapse, blood gushing forth, staining the ground around him. His complexion turned pale, eyes shut tight. lips quivering slightly. "Help! Help!" A woman crouched in a corner, clutching her head and weeping in terror. A bullet sliced through the air, heading straight for her face. The woman's face paled in fear as she shut her eyes and screamed. The bullet grazed her scalp, followed by a sharp pain and a rush of warmth spilling forth. Her lifeless body crumpled to the ground, unmoving. At that moment, a pacifist stepped over the woman's corpse, unwavering, with a singular focus on its targets. Although the scene lacked the gathering of supernovas uniting against the Marines, the current disarray made it challenging to locate individuals amidst the turmoil. Kizaru, the Admiral Kizaru. His arrival was alarmingly swift. He would not let us escape. The pirates soon encountered Kizaru. As the pirates charged, he furrowed his brow and swiftly dispatched each approaching pirate with a kick, sending them flying through the air. Those sent airborne soared hundreds, even thousands of meters away. In Kizaru's presence, all pirates were rendered powerless. Before long, Kizaru located Luffy and the others, who were being pursued by CP0 and the pacifistas. Observing the situation, Kizaru refrained from revealing himself immediately, instead launching a laser beam towards Luffy. Boom! The laser detonated near Luffy's feet, the explosion forcing back a CP0 agent who had just approached Luffy to attack him. Kizaru feigned innocence, looking at the CP0 agent as if to convey that it was unintentional. Of course, the CP0 agent did not expect the Marine Admiral to assist the pirates. However, he recognized the potential for an assassination attempt against him as well. The growing tensions between the Marines and CP0 had long ceased to be a secret. The CP0 agent scoffed, deciding to refrain from further action. He would allow the Marine Admiral to deal with the pirates while he returned to safeguard the Celestial Dragons. Seeing the CP0 agent depart, Kizaru smiled slightly. He then directed a laser beam towards Zoro, striking his shoulder and burning through his clothing. However, the beam continued onward, hitting a pacifista's ankle, causing it to lose balance and tumble to the ground. Kizaru expressed disbelief, marveling at the agility of the youth, who managed to evade the attack effortlessly. Zoro stood bewildered, questioning Kizaru's intentions. He assumed an attacking stance, ready to confront Kizaru. Kizaru observed Zoro, but remained stationary, not initiating an attack. The two maintained a standoff, ultimately leading Zoro to strike first. Zoro charged at Kizaru, his sword swinging forth. Yet, no matter how he attacked, Kizaru effortlessly evaded him. Two-sword style, bull needle. Zoro lunged forward like a bull, unleashing a flurry of thrusts. He could execute more than 8 strikes in an instant, a technique meant for swift kills. However, Kizaru dodged with ease. At that moment, a squad of Marines approached. Kizaru abruptly lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick, propelling Zoro into a nearby building, which collapsed under the impact. The Marines witnessed this spectacle, saluted Kizaru, and swiftly departed. From the rubble, Zoro staggered to his feet, coughing violently. He had nearly lost his breath. Kizaru's strength was formidable. Truly a monster. He could still stand after such an encounter. As Kizaru spoke, he raised his hand, pointing a finger at Zoro, his fingertips glimmering with a radiant golden light. The laser beam did not immediately fire, but rather charged. Just as Kizaru unleashed the beam, a figure rushed past. Boom! The laser caused a tremendous explosion. It did not harm Zoro, for Rayleigh had arrived just in time. Dark King Rayleigh. To find such a prominent figure here is indeed troublesome. Huang Yuan jestingly mocked Rayleigh. Rayleigh gazed at Huang Yuan, unsheathing the sword at his waist, and addressed Zoro. Children, you must retreat from here. Moments ago, Rayleigh had effortlessly dispatched a pacifist. Now, it was imperative for Zoro and the others to flee before the Navy encircled them to ensure their safety. While Rayleigh would hold off Huang Yuan, Rayleigh turned to Huang Yuan, stating, I cannot allow you to hinder the progression of this era. What a truly fearsome threat. No sooner had he spoken than Huang Yuan launched an attack on Rayleigh. Huang Yuan's hands coalesced into the Amatsukumi's sword, and with a swift motion, he struck at Rayleigh. Despite Huang Yuan's rapidity, Rayleigh's Kenbunchika Haki had anticipated his every move. He too swung his sword in response, meeting the Amatsukumi sword with his own. The velocity of both combatants was astonishing, leaving afterimages in the air. Thus, their swords clashed in midair. A thunderous explosion echoed in the distance, deafening. What had transpired? Both Rayleigh and Huang Yuan pondered simultaneously. Light approached Victor, reporting the latest developments. Senior, Huang Yuan has encountered the Dark King Rayleigh, and a fierce battle has ensued. Bartholomew Kuma has sent several members of Straw Hat Pirates flying. As of now, Kuma's intentions remain unclear. Light concluded his report. Understood, Victor replied. Our priority is to ensure the safety of the celestial dragons. Yes, Light affirmed. Furthermore, regardless of Bartholomew Kuma's objectives, Victor coldly asserted, without the Navy's orders, he must be subdued immediately. Following the significant incident, Kuma had an agreement with Dr. Vegapunk. When he was entirely unconscious, the program was set to protect the Thousand Sunny at all costs until any member of the Straw Hat crew returned. Thus, Kuma began his vigil at Dock 44. 2 years later, Vartan Maru again mentioned on Sabeti Archipelago that even after being completely transformed and losing his consciousness, Kuma continued to exhibit many peculiar behaviors. Upon reaching the Thousand Sunny at GR-17, Frankie discovered the severely damaged Kuma aboard the ship. Learning that he had sustained significant injuries while protecting the Thousand Sunny from intruders over the past 2 years. After handing the ship over to the Straw Hat crew, Kuma departed quietly. However, upon leaving the Thousand Sunny, he descended into the status of the invincible slave Kuma, rented by the Celestial Dragons, enduring inhumane abuse. The Revolutionary Army paid a hefty price to rescue Kuma. Now, Victor intended to utilize Kuma for a transaction with the Revolutionary Army. As long as the Revolutionary Army and Luffy developed according to plan, this transaction could yield tremendous benefits. Understood, Light nodded. He turned to leave. Wait, Victor called out to Light. Light turned back to face Victor. I shall undertake this personally. Victor exited the office and leaped into the air, sprouting a pair of azure wings. He soared from a Navy headquarters, needing to traverse the Red Line and cover a great distance to reach the Sabeti Archipelago. However, the wind was also swift. Upon arriving at Sabeti Archipelago, Victor did not rush to land. Instead, he surveyed the battlefield from above. Angela T. Saint and other celestial dragons had returned to Mariehua under the protection of CP-0, including the celestial dragon's escort. The army and the navy were now engaged in capturing the pirates. Ha ha ha, I shall not flee, boasted a pirate, brandishing his saber, with his bare torso adorned with tattoos. He appeared rather fierce. His name was Gulamo, a pirate hailing from the North Sea. The North Sea was known for its fierce populace and abundance of strong individuals. Since setting sail, Gulamo had a bounty of 92 million berries, merely a hair's breadth away from breaking the 100 million mark, achieving the status of a supernova. Additionally, Gulamo was a Paramecia-type devil fruit user. His ability allowed him to transform his mouth into a horn, amplifying his voice. When Gulamo roared, his voice became a cacophony capable of inducing hearing loss, tinnitus, and in severe cases, complete auditory impairment. Furthermore, even those distant from the source could suffer from anxiety, irritability, restlessness, and even palpitations, shortness of breath, fatigue, and headaches due to the noise. Prolonged exposure could even elevate blood pressure. Gulamo's mouth transformed once more into a horn as he prepared to unleash his noise. Suddenly, a spear of light shot forth. The spear struck Gulamo in the mouth and exited through the back of his head. He collapsed to the ground. It's the Marshal. The Marshal has arrived. Navy soldiers cheered. At that moment, Victor descended to the ground. Capture all the pirates, Victor commanded. Yes, the Navy responded in unison. Victor then proceeded towards Bartholomew Kuma. Following Victor's order to apprehend Kuma, the Navy began their assault. Major Tammy and Major Capello flanked Kuma from either side. At this moment, Kuma had lost all human memories, functioning solely according to his pre-programmed directives. The first directive was to protect the Straw Hat crew. The second was to attack those who threatened the Straw Hat crew. The third was to attack those who threatened himself. Tammy and Capello, having been classmates and bunkmates during their student days, later found themselves assigned to the same unit for practical training, forming a decade-long bond that fostered seamless cooperation. With a shared glance, Tammy initiated the first strike against Bartholomew Kuma. Kuma raised his hand, his fleshly palm slamming down towards Tammy. As Tammy dodged, Capello struck from behind. Kuma's palm missed its target, while Capello's blade found its mark, slicing through Kuma's back. To his astonishment, he discovered Kuma's body was mechanical. As Capello stood in stunned silence, Kuma retaliated with a powerful blow. Boom! Tammy and Capello were sent flying by the shockwave. They tumbled to the ground, rolling several times to dissipate the force. Fire! An officer commanded nearby. Hundreds of Navy soldiers fired upon Bartholomew Kuma. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets struck Kuma, producing a clattering sound. Everyone fall back. Victor's voice echoed in the ears of the Navy. The nearby soldiers turned to Victor. Marshal. The presence of the Marshal brought a wave of relief to the Navy engaged in the assault. Facing Bartholomew Kuma, they understood that their strength alone would incur tremendous losses. Kuma regarded Victor as he approached step by step. Without hesitation, Kuma launched an attack, charging at Victor. His fleshly palm came crashing down, aimed directly at Victor's crown. Not even steel could withstand such a force. Victor raised his hand, expressionless. Boom! Waikato thwarted the assault of Bartholomew Kuma. Before Kuma could unleash a second strike, Victor completed his transformation. The entire island trembled as if an earthquake had erupted. Buildings shook violently, their walls sprouting numerous fissures. Bartholomew Kuma's head was shattered. Yet, the onslaught was far from over. Bang! Bang! A series of rapid, forceful blows followed, rendering Kuma utterly immobile. Even if Vegapunk wished to intervene, it would require considerable effort. Victor reverted to his human form, retrieved a cigarette, and calmly commanded, "Take him away," although the supernovas had not gathered in full force. The beating of a celestial dragon had stirred the attention of a Marine admiral, marking the day's events as significant. The aftermath of this incident saw the capture of 947 pirates, unfortunate souls who found themselves imprisoned for crimes they did not commit. Meanwhile, the instigators, the Straw Hat crew, had mysteriously vanished. Another matter of concern arose. Bartholomew Kuma had been apprehended by the Marines. The fate of Kuma drew considerable interest. Luffy was still dispatched to Amazon Lily, and each member of the Straw Hat Pirates was sent to a location conducive to their training. However, unlike the original storyline, Amazon Lily was now different. Hancock's heart was set on Victor. As for Luffy, if Hancock were to discover that Luffy was on her territory, she would undoubtedly apprehend him at once and deliver him to Marine headquarters. Yet, before Luffy could cause any trouble on Amazon Lily, Hancock received a notification from Robin. The Den Mushi imitated Robin's voice and expression, stating, "The Straw Hat Kid is on Amazon Lily." "How is that possible?" Hancock questioned, incredulous. Wasn't he supposed to be on Sabaody Archipelago? The distance between Sabaody and Amazon Lily was considerable, and moreover, Amazon Lily lay within the calm belt. How could Luffy have made it there? Robin, too, found it hard to believe. However, with Victor's certainty, Robin had no choice but to accept it. She advised, "In a couple of days, someone will come looking for him. Until then, keep him confined and prevent him from wandering." Hancock nodded in acknowledgement. Once the call concluded, she summoned Sandersonia and Marigold, instructing them to lead a search for Luffy. Concurrently, Robin re-entered Shaki's bar, where only Shaki was present. Rayleigh had gone into hiding. "Tell Rayleigh that Luffy is on Amazon Lily," Robin said before turning to leave. "Wait," Shaki called after her. Robin turned back, inquiring, "Is there something else?" Shaki asked, "Why are you helping them?" Robin did not respond, but continued on her way. Despite a few minor interludes, matters progressed smoothly. The Straw Hat crew embarked on their advanced training. Given 2 years, they would undergo a remarkable transformation. However, the world government temporarily shifted its focus away from the Straw Hats, as numerous pressing issues awaited their attention, including the 7 warlords. The ranks of the 7 warlords were currently insufficient. Jinbei remained and impelled down, while Crocodile had fled to the New World. Gecko Moria had been defeated by the Straw Hats and stripped of his warlord title. Bartholomew Kuma, likewise, lost his status as a warlord. Now, only Mihawk, Hancock, and Doflamingo remained among the 7 warlords. Thus, replenishing the 7 warlords became an urgent necessity. The world government promptly dispatched numerous agents to seek suitable candidates. A month later, a new list of 7 warlords appeared before Victor. One name stood out prominently: Edward Weevil. As Victor gazed at the list, a smile crept upon his lips. Just as he thought to rest, an unexpected opportunity presented itself. The selection of the 7 warlords was not determined by the Marine admirals. To become a warlord, one must earn the world government's endorsement, which sought power and influence. In the original narrative, Buggy's rise to warlord status stemmed solely from his influence during the Marineford War. He garnered support from various pirates and was connected to Shanks and Roger. Therefore, Buggy's influence was sufficient for him to assume the role of a warlord. Although Weevil's renown was modest and his influence average, he possessed strength. Following Whitebeard's demise, Miss Backen and Weevil, much like in the original story, began targeting Whitebeard's sons in an attempt to seize his legacy. The subordinate crews of the Whitebeard pirates suffered severe losses, leaving Marco struggling to hold the fort with the division commanders. Thus, it was only natural for the world government to take an interest in Weevil. As for the history between Weevil and Zephyr, the world government hardly regarded it as significant. Was it not merely a few students who had perished? Zephyr's wife and son had also fallen to pirates, yet he still refrained from exterminating them. Should we inform the teacher? Light inquired of Victor. Not for now, Victor replied, shaking his head. But the teacher will find out eventually, Light remarked. The longer we can delay it, the better, Victor stated coldly. Light asked, is there no way to alter the world government's decision? Victor replied, I will speak with the Gorosei at Mary Geos, amidst the power dynamics of Pang City. Victor approached the Gorosei. Upon their sight of him, they knew without question the purpose of his visit. Return, Zephyr will understand, the elder with the goat-like beard said expressionlessly. Victor regarded the Gorosei and calmly expressed, while Zephyr may understand, I do not. Ha! The golden-haired elder chuckled softly, shaking the newspaper in his hand as he sipped his tea. I believe you to be the one who best comprehends the workings of the world government. Victor replied, I grasp the world government's rationale. They require the 7 warlords as military strength to maintain order in the seas. However, I cannot fathom why they would seek Weevil. Victor inquired earnestly. The golden-haired elder answered, as a pirate, he is sufficiently powerful. Is that reason not enough? If that is the answer, I shall relay it to the teacher, Victor said before turning to leave. Victor, the voice of the Gorosei called out from behind him. In matters such as these, you should learn from Sengoku. Upon hearing the Gorosei's suggestion, Victor turned, saluted, and then strode away. The new list of 7 warlords was published in the newspapers. Zephyr gazed at the photographs and names on the list, his body beginning to tremble. Rage, his fury manifested in quivers. The very enemy who had slain his students had been recruited by the world government. Weevil was now a warlord, absolved of all past transgressions, and the Marines could no longer pursue him. Zephyr had not anticipated that the world government would extend an invitation to Weevil to join the ranks of the 7 warlords. He was suddenly engulfed by darkness and fainted from rage. Fortunately, the surrounding students noticed and promptly escorted Zifa to the infirmary. Outside the infirmary, the students gathered in a cluster. What happened to Teacher Zifa? I have no idea. He was just reading the newspaper. Could it be an asthma attack? It cannot possibly be an asthma attack. Stop speculating. The doctor has come out. At that moment, the students ceased their discussions and gathered around the military doctor, Dr. Donpu. He replied, he is stable for now, but before anything else, let General Zifa have a good rest. Understood. Upon hearing Dr. Donpu's words, the students nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in the Navy headquarters, in the marshal's office, Ian and Binzi hurried to confront Victor about his decision to recruit Weibel as one of the Shichibukai. Had Victor forgotten? It was Weibel who had severed Teacher Zifa's arm and taken the lives of numerous students. After a swift knock on the door, they were greeted with a call from Victor. Come in. Ian and Binzi entered, and Victor immediately recognized their intent for confrontation. He gestured for them to take a seat. I know you wish to see clarification, and I am aware of your concerns. I can assure you that prior to the public announcement, I had already consulted the Gorosei and conveyed your sentiments to them. However, in the eyes of the Gorosei and the world government. The dissatisfaction of a mere Marine admiral holds little weight. Victor spoke with an impassive expression, observing Ian and Binzi's stunned reactions. Victor took out a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and said, "Go and check on teacher Zifa. Spend some time with him and offer him comfort." Ian and Binzi fell silent before turning to leave. Watching their retreating figures, Light clenched his fists in frustration. It was truly disheartening and infuriating. "You should leave as well. Let me have some solitude," Victor instructed Light. "Understood," Light nodded. As soon as Light exited the office and the door closed, a loud crash resonated through the room, the sound of a table being smashed. Surely, the senior was immensely angered. Yet, as the marshal, he felt utterly powerless. Damn it! Light vented his frustration by kicking the wall in the corridor. Not only Light, but the entire Navy headquarters was filled with indignation from top to bottom. Until one day, Zifa, along with Ian, Binzi, and a group of defected Marines, established the Inyo Navy. The emblem of the Inyo Navy depicted an inverted naval insignia alongside a skull pierced by a sword. Currently, Zifa's Inyo Navy boasted over 3,000 sailors, all recruited by Ian, Binzi, and others. Zifa did not need to draft soldiers intentionally, as many Marines, discontent with the world government, would join voluntarily. For Victor, Zifa's defection was something he had anticipated. Therefore, instead of dispatching troops to suppress Zifa, Victor would covertly provide support, though it could not be overtly acknowledged. However, this posed no challenge for Victor, who had previously discreetly aided the Revolutionary Army. He was well aware of how to navigate this situation. Sengoku entered the marshal's office, where Victor had just replaced his desk with a new one, the scent of fresh paint lingering in the air. Sengoku inquired, "What are your plans regarding Zifa?" Victor replied, "Inspector Sengoku. Does the Marine Marshal have an obligation to answer your questions?" Undeterred by the rebuff, Sengoku continued, "I have heard about Zifa's situation, and I can understand his feelings. So, do you also wish to defect? Do you desire to betray the world government?" Victor retorted. Sengoku furrowed his brow at Victor's words. Indeed, Victor had a way of delivering sharp remarks. However, it was evident from this exchange that Victor was in a vexed state. Sengoku stated, "I hope you maintain your composure. Let Zifa's matter rest for now. I trust the world government will not compel you to apprehend him in the near term. If there are no further matters, I kindly ask you to excuse me, as I have many issues to address." Victor, disinterested in continuing the conversation, dismissed Sengoku from the office, who had no choice but to leave. At sea, 3 warships swiftly sailed, each displaying the flag of the Inyo Navy. Ahead lay the Sora Islands, rumored to harbor a significant stockpile of supplies. The man speaking was Shiozwa, one of Zifa's few radical and robust subordinates. In the original narrative, Shiozwa served as the captain of the Inyo Navy's guerrilla unit, consistently accompanying Zifa and assisting in the establishment of the Inyo Navy, earning Zifa's deep respect, even willing to sacrifice his life for him. He had faced Luffy in 2 direct confrontations and was ultimately captured during a 3rd encounter, ending up in a high-security prison. Shiozwa's intelligence came from his friend Tula, who served as a strategist at headquarters. Tula had learned of the Navy secretly transporting a vast quantity of supplies, stockpiling them for combat against the pirates of the New World. Indeed, Zifa nodded. Ian and Binzi commenced their respective missions. Sure enough, they discovered the location of the warehouse. Although the warehouse was camouflaged and guarded by soldiers, they were swiftly dealt with. Upon breaking open the warehouse doors, they found an array of new rifles, combat knives, artillery shells, bullets, canned goods, and medical supplies. Such an abundance of resources would sustain them for a considerable time. After savoring this success, the Inyo Navy rapidly expanded, leveraging informants within the headquarters to effortlessly locate the Navy's supply depots. They acquired not only weapons, but also secured the allegiance of pacifists. In less than a few months, the Inyo Navy grew from over 3,000 personnel to more than 20,000. However, the Gorosei did not instruct Victor to apprehend Zifa, as their bond was apparent. In the past, Victor had defied military orders for Zifa. Forcing Victor now could lead to unpredictable actions on his part. Fortunately, as the Inyo Navy was targeting pirates, they were temporarily left to their own devices. On Foy Island, it was now the territory of Sir Crocodile. Upon returning to the New World, Crocodile had been actively expanding his influence. Being an expert in this realm, along with his resources, he had established a pirate crew numbering in the thousands. Crocodile's ambition was to become one of the new Yonko. However, mere ambition was insufficient. He required substantial territory and considerable power. At this moment, Crocodile, puffing on a cigar, observed Robin seated across from him. Shakaro Kuduru inquired with a smile. "What does he want me to do now?" Robin, sensing the gravity of the situation, replied, "Avoid the Inyo Navy." "Is that all?" Shakaro Kuduru asked incredulously. Robin added, "He does not wish for any harm to come to the Inyo Navy. He is quite sentimental." Shakaro Kuduru found Victor's nature to be contradictory. Based on his understanding of Victor, he certainly was not a good person. However, Victor treated Zepha with exceptional kindness, almost to the point of being unreal. Akiji, while riding his bicycle past an island, decided to stop. Since the conclusion of the war on the summit, Akiji had resumed his journey. His endeavors were straightforward: to enact his own sense of justice and live life on his own terms. He would draw his sword to assist those in need, leading a life that was both liberating and joyous. The innocent smiles of those he aided were his greatest reward. At this moment, Akiji entered a restaurant in a small town on the island. He glanced at the menu and ordered fish soup, the finest. As the waiter prepared his dish, Akiji overheard travelers discussing the recent demise of the Hoda pirate crew by the Inyo Navy. "Is that true? Then I can visit Manster Island for a hot spring," one traveler remarked. "The Inyo Navy is truly impressive. Good days are ahead." In less than half a year, how many pirate crews had the Inyo Navy eliminated? 1, 2, 3, 4, 16, the travelers counted. Akiji smiled upon hearing their conversation. "Zepha-sensei is remarkable," he thought to himself. At that moment, a man scoffed. The Hoda pirate crew was merely an affiliate of the Big Mom pirate crew. Their annihilation will not go unpunished by Big Mom. Would the Inyo Navy fear the Big Mom pirate crew? Another added, "I heard the Inyo Navy is led by a former admiral. I won't argue with you, just watch. The Inyo Navy is no match for Big Mom." Upon hearing their remarks, Akiji quietly gathered his belongings and vanished from the restaurant. He needed to find Zepha before the Big Mom pirates did. Zepha, now older, was certainly no match for Big Mom. Thus, Charlotte Linlin had dismissed Zepha entirely. If Zepha dared to provoke them, she would send her eldest son, Perispero, to handle the situation. Perispero led a fleet towards the Inyo Navy's base, bringing over 10,000 men, including one of the suite commanders, Cracker. Perispero held little regard for Zepha, believing the Inyo Navy had few capable fighters. With the likes of Ein and Binzi, their abilities were rather mediocre. Cracker alone could handle them. As expected, the Big Mom pirates effectively surrounded the Inyo base. The Inyo Navy retreated to their base, opting for a defensive strategy. However, this was not due to fear. Rather, Zepha had strategically prepared for this encounter. Utilizing the fortifications, he could inflict significant damage on the enemy while minimizing his own casualties. Moreover, he could launch a surprise attack from behind while drawing the enemy's attention. Zepha, experienced from numerous encounters with pirates, understood that defeating them required not only strength but also cunning. "They seem unwilling to engage," remarked Charlotte Mondor to Perispero. "Then we shall attack," Perispero sneered. Subsequently, he unleashed the powers of his devil fruit. As a user of the candy fruit, he conjured a vast amount of syrup, which hardened to form a bridge leading directly to the Inyo Navy's base. The Big Mom pirates could traverse this candy bridge straight to the Inyo Navy's stronghold. "Attack! Charge!" The pirates brandished their weapons, rushing towards the island. "Zepha-sensei, allow me to confront them," Shuzai said to Zepha. With Shuzai volunteering, Zepha consented. Shuzai exited the command room, leading 1,000 elite sailors to engage in battle with the pirates. Meanwhile, Binzi's submarine unit stealthily mobilized and Ein prepared in the dock. "Cracker!" Perispero observed the Navy's tenacious resistance, frowning. "Indeed," Cracker acknowledged, then clapped his hands. With each clap, Cookie soldiers were summoned. In no time, their numbers swelled into the hundreds. Under Cracker's command, the Cookie soldiers replaced ordinary pirates, charging to the front lines. Shizai immediately felt the mounting pressure. Binzi, Zepha commanded in the command room. Yes, Binzi replied, leading the submarine unit to surface, drawing the enemy's fire. Thus, the Bigman pirates remained oblivious to the underwater situation. As the submersible emerged, the sailors launched rocket-propelled grenades at the pirate ships. Boom! Boom! After the ships were struck, Perospero and the others realized they had been deceived. Nevertheless, Perospero was unperturbed. These despicable scoundrels, he scoffed, utilizing his devil fruit abilities to repair the ships and ensnare the submersible. Ein, Zepha commanded, immediately dispatching Ein for support. I nodded, and the warship swiftly departed from the dock. Finally, they dared to show themselves. Perospero grinned maliciously. If he could sink all of the Inyo Navy's ships, the Inyo Navy would be finished. However, just as Perospero reveled in his triumph, the sea suddenly froze. What? Perospero and his crew were taken aback. The sole wielder of such power was none other than Akiji. He had arrived just in time. Had he delayed even slightly, I would have faced dire consequences. Retreat. Perospero harbored no intention of continuing the fight. Although the ships were encased in ice, he had means of escape capable of conjuring candy ships. Sensei, Akiji approached Zepha. Zepha did not issue a command to pursue. Kazan, what brings you here? Zepha inquired curiously. Akiji replied, I heard you were in trouble, so I came. Upon hearing Akiji's response, Zepha smiled with satisfaction. Senior Kazan has also come to join us, I remarked. At this statement, silence fell. All eyes turned to Akiji, including Zepha's. The newly established Inyo Navy required formidable strength. Though Zepha had once been an admiral, he was indeed aging. The Inyo Navy needed a younger and more powerful leader. Akiji regarded Zepha and the others, then nodded, deciding to remain by Zepha's side for the time being, contributing to the cause of justice. With the addition of Qingji to the Inyo Navy, its strength has significantly increased. This is no longer a trivial matter. The world government's attitude towards the Inyo Navy has evolved from indifference to serious concern. The Gorosei are unwilling to allow the Inyo Navy to grow, as it threatens the justice upheld by the world government. Consequently, they have issued orders to Victor demanding that he suppress the Inyo Navy. At the Navy headquarters, in the operations room, Victor convened a military meeting. Present were not only Kazuru, but also Green Bull and Akainu. Others in attendance included Peach Rabbit, T-Pig, Fire Mountain, Ghost Spider, Flying Squirrel, and Dogman. The Gorosei have commanded us to eliminate the Inyo Navy, Victor stated calmly while smoking. Are we to target Teacher Zepha? Why not the pirates? Does the Inyo Navy pose a greater threat to the world government than the four emperors? The generals present expressed their confusion and discontent, each voicing their concerns. Victor glanced at Akainu. At that moment, Green Bull was the first to speak up, stating, Marshal, allow me to take on this task. I will fulfill the world government's orders. Green Bull quickly recognized that Akainu and the others were Zepha's students, and it would be inappropriate for them to act against their teacher. Thus, he volunteered, knowing he had no personal ties with Zepha and would not hold back if it came to confrontation. Akainu remarked, if this must be executed, then I'm willing to go. He believed Victor found himself in a dilemma. In his eyes, Victor was a person of deep loyalty and honor, incapable of harming Zepha. Therefore, Akainu was prepared to play the villain on Victor's behalf. Aramaki, Victor then addressed Green Bull. Green Bull stood up, expecting Victor to assign him to the task. Marshal, I will complete the mission, he began, but Victor interjected, I will never turn my weapon against my own teacher. Huh? Green Bull was taken aback. Akainu furrowed his brow. Victor continued, if the world government is dissatisfied, then they may remove me from my position. Furthermore, if any of you dare to aim your weapons at my teacher, do not blame me for being ungracious. Meeting adjourned. With that, Victor rose and exited the conference room. Peach Rabbit, T-Pig, and the others were left stunned. Silence enveloped the room, a stillness akin to freezing. They were all taken aback by Victor's reaction. It is well known that Victor has always unconditionally obeyed the orders of the world government. However, despite their shock, they could comprehend his motives. for Zifo was different. Victor is a man of profound loyalty. It is not the first time he has confronted the world government on behalf of his teacher. Truly, Victor is commendable. Indeed, he is deserving of admiration, remarked Fire Mountain, Flying Squirrel, and Gumiere. If the world government were to dismiss me, then I would resign as well, T-Pig declared. Me too, Peach Rabbit added. I have no desire for this job, Flying Squirrel chimed in. To my Chi coldly stated, I will not continue either. Victor had already garnered the support of both the Dove and Hawk factions. Now, by standing up for Zifo once more, he secured even more substantial backing. His stance prompted a swift and unified response from the Navy. Victor's attitude and the Navy's reaction quickly reached the ears of the Gorosei, who found it astonishing. They had not anticipated such a strong reaction from Victor. To them, it seemed that while Victor was reluctant to execute the orders, he would devise an alternative approach rather than confront them directly. Now, the world government found itself in a precarious position. Victor had issued a bold statement. If they were dissatisfied, they could dismiss him. In truth, the world government could manage without one admiral. If necessary, they could reinstate Sengoku to the position. However, if Victor were dismissed, he would take a considerable number of supporters with him, potentially leaving the Navy headquarters in disarray. This was the source of the Gorosei's concern. The world government could not afford to lose face. They decided to temporarily suspend Victor from his duties, assigning the role of admiral to a Kainu in the interim. What if a Kainu also refused to cooperate? They would suspend his position as well. The Navy must not supersede the authority of the world government. After a brief discussion, the Gorosei resolved to punish Victor first, intending to address subsequent developments later. Compromise? They could not entertain such an idea. Imu also disapproved of any concessions from the Gorosei. Should the Navy prove obstinate, they would simply eliminate it and recruit anew. Victor's suspension was anticipated. In fact, it was a deliberate act on his part. He understood that the world government would not be swayed by the opinions of a naval admiral. However, Victor had reached a pivotal stage. He no longer cared for the title of admiral. Even without that position, he could still rally support. Following Victor's suspension, Rodney and others promptly resigned. Beatrapit, Deapik, and the others followed suit. The Navy headquarters found itself deserted once more, with no one reporting for duty. At Victor's villa study in the Sabadi archipelago, a Kainu stated, I have prepared my resignation letter. What resignation letter? Victor inquired expressionlessly. If I execute the world government's orders, it would lead to conflict with you, a Kainu replied. Shaking his head, he owed Victor too much to raise a fist against him. To strike against Zifo would be to defy orders. Marshal, I too have prepared my resignation letter, Green Bull added. Although he supported the world government and the celestial dragons, he could not turn against his idol. You all. Victor shook his head, do as you wish. Even without being part of the Navy, we can still uphold justice. Victor, you wouldn't mean? Akainu sensed something deeper in Victor's words. Green Bull, ever straightforward, asked, do you mean the Marshal wishes to join the Neo Navy? Akainu awaited Victor's response. Victor shook his head, stating he had no such plans for now. However, if our teacher can pursue justice in his own way, why can't we? Victor proclaimed. That's so cool. Green Bull exclaimed with admiration. No matter what decision you make, I will support you, Akainu replied to Victor. After Victor's suspension, both Akainu and Green Bull were also suspended. Now, only Kazuru remained among the admirals at Navy headquarters. Tsuru and a few elders struggled to maintain the operations of the headquarters. Reluctantly, the Gorosei appointed Sengoku to return to the headquarters to oversee matters. However, most positions within the headquarters were left vacant. Even a wise strategist like Sengoku found himself at a loss in such a situation. Meanwhile, on the island of White Earth, in Baldigo, within the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, recent reports have flooded in regarding discord within the Navy. Vikechuo, Chichuan, and Lunio have all been suspended. Among the vice admirals, only Hei remains, along with a few senior members. Do not forget, there are also Zhangwa and Kapu. Vice Admiral Kapu is currently engaged with military academy affairs and has distanced himself from the main operations. Zhangwa is now but a solitary figure, posing no threat. The cadre of the Revolutionary Army is in a fervent state. Generals Moli, Lindabij, and Cullis eagerly await orders for battle, all yearning to declare war on the world government, viewing this as an unparalleled opportunity. At this moment, Dorag sits in silence, puffing on his pipe. Commander, is it not the right time? Akadra inquiras off Dorak. He shakes his head and states, do you not find it peculiar? The cadre looks puzzled. Peculiar? In what way? Dorag's expression remains stoic. The world government's demeanor is too unperturbed, he remarks. Indeed, it does seem unusual. The Revolutionary Army members speculate on the world government's apparent indifference towards the Navy. Dorag then asserts, we must ascertain its existence before proceeding with any action. The he refers to is the national treasure of the celestial dragons, possessing the power to obliterate all. Simultaneously, Viketuo opts not to remain at home, instead seeking out Angiolati Sheng. Since his suspension, his visits to Angiolati Sheng have become more frequent. Viketuo is adept at flattery, and Angiolati Sheng responds with delight. Viketuo, he sets down his pen and suggests, perhaps you should abandon your role as admiral and consider joining CP0. With your capabilities, you could undoubtedly become its leader. The leader of CP0 serves as a shield for the celestial dragons, a position equivalent to that of an admiral. Viketuo replies, Your Highness, should I become a member of CP0, I would have far less time to accompany you. Angiolati Sheng nods. While the duties of CP0 involve protecting the celestial dragons, such shield-level tasks are not meant for safeguarding Angiolati Sheng. Then do stay here with me for a while, he requests. Viketuo smiles faintly. His purpose in visiting Angiolati Sheng is to investigate the distribution of military strength in Malikio. The defensive forces of Malikio are primarily divided into three components: the Navy, the Army, and the private troops of the Celestial Dragons, which include the Guard and CP0. At this moment, Angiolati Sheng and Viketuo converse and drink in the courtyard. Viketuo, do not make your relationship with CP02 antagonistic. Their numbers are great, and you cannot contend with them, Angiolati Sheng advises, his cheeks flush from drink. Yet his caution is well-intentioned. Viketuo feigns disdain, saying, Your Highness, fear not. Even a multitude of wild dogs would not dare to act brazenly before a lion. Aware that Viketuo does not take CP0 agents seriously, Angiolati Sheng continues to caution him. Viketuo, there are indeed strong individuals within CP0. Their strength may not surpass yours, but they are formidable. Viketuo dismisses this notion. Seeing Viketuo remains unconcerned, Angiolati Sheng states, Do you recall when I mentioned the shields within CP0? Viketuo nods, acknowledging that the topic has been broached, yet admits, I have never encountered them. Angiolati Sheng explains, those individuals typically reside in the deepest parts of Panga City. The deepest parts? Viketuo furrows his brow, realizing they indeed guard around Imu. Angiolati Sheng elaborates, that is an area we are forbidden to approach. Imu is the king of the world and also the sovereign of the celestial dragons. Thus, his domain has become a forbidden ground for the world's nobility. Without Imu's consent, no one may draw near. As for how many shields surround Imu, Angiolati Sheng is unaware. These individuals have never made an appearance. It appears that to uncover the circumstances within Panga City, the Revolutionary Army's assistance is necessary. Caxi and Aoyimo have been sidelined since Viketuo's arrival. He instructs them to remain at home to guard the premises. Caxi and Aoyimo harbor no resentment. After all, remaining a judicial island merely entails guarding the entrance. They can enjoy the comforts of the villa, indulging in ample food and drink, living a carefree existence. This continues until Reuben seeks them out. Come with me. She instructs Caxi and Aoyimo. They do not question where they are going or what they are to do. Having spent years alongside Viketuo, they have grown docile. Reuben and the duo board a boat, which transports them to Zaiweiweiwen. Within Zaiweiweiwen, the battle between Chingue Dongli and Chiguei Buluoji persists. Seeing their long-lost leader, Caxi and Aoyimo are overwhelmed with excitement. Reuben observes from a distance, awaiting the four giants' heartfelt reunion before discussing the matters of the giant kingdom, Urbafu. I have heard from Lord Viketuo that Urbafu conceals clues pertinent to the truth of history. Although Reuben has long harbored thoughts of vengeance, curiosity has also taken root within her, compounded by Vikechuo's suggestion to visit the giant kingdom. Thus, she decides to take a look. After a brief exchange, Dongli and Buluoji learned that Vikechuo is the benefactor of Caxi and Aoyimo. Thank you for aiding them, Dongli earnestly expresses to Reuben. She responds, no need for gratitude. I seek only your assistance. What assistance do you require? Buluoji inquires, crouching down. Reuben replies, I need you to accompany me back to Urbafu. Our duel has yet to be resolved. Dongli asserts, the outcome of our battle remains undecided. Buluoji nods in agreement. Reuben adds, perhaps before a victor is declared. Urbafu may have already perished. What do you mean? Both Buluoji and Dongli await her explanation. The gravity of the situation bears down upon them. As it pertains to the giant kingdom, Reuben responds with quiet confidence. Upon hearing her mention the giant kingdom, Dongli and Buluoji exchange glances before nodding in agreement. Although they are unclear about the matters concerning the giant kingdom, they are aware that Urbafu is indeed intertwined with it. Months later, Reuben returns to Vikechuo's side, having followed his orders to visit the giant kingdom. Thanks to her connection with Dongli and Buluoji, her journey was smooth and no one hindered her in the giant kingdom. Lord Vikechuo, I discovered the historical text in Urbafu and have translated its contents, Reuben informs him. What is it about? Vikechuo inquires. Reuben replies, it pertains to the divine tree. The divine tree? Vikechuo squints in curiosity. Indeed, Reuben confirms there once existed a colossal tree connecting to the heavens, towering to the skies, through which the giants could ascend to the realm of the gods. Is that so? Vikechuo's interest is piqued. In his previous life's memories, there indeed existed analyses of the giant race and the divine tree. It was unexpected to discover that the divine tree truly exists. However, to unveil more truths, additional historical texts are required for deciphering. At this moment, Vikechuo addressed Lubin, stating, I need you to undertake an important task. Lubin gazed at Vikechuo, who continued, contact the Revolutionary Army. Understood, Lubin nodded in acknowledgement. In the year 1522 of the Haiyuan calendar, after 2 years of arduous training, Lu Fei successfully mastered the cultivation and application of haki. Now, Lu Fei could effortlessly contend with pacifists. Rayleigh was quite pleased with his disciple, knowing that Lu Fei was about to embark on a new journey. Under Rayleigh's escort, Lu Fei set sail once more, officially entering the New World. Their first stop in the New World was at Fishman Island Sea Forest, where they once again encountered Lubin. The sea forest was a place seldom trodden by humans, evidently indicating that Lubin had been tracking them. Is it you again? Lu Fei and his companions frowned. Lubin produced a permanent pointer and tossed it to Name. What is this? Name inquired, her expression one of confusion as she caught the pointer. Lubin replied, if you wish to locate the final island, you must find 4 pieces of the Red Road sign historical texts. Why tell us this? Name remained cautious, distrustful of Lubin. Lubin responded, because I'm interested in something on the island. What is it? Name pressed. It must be money, Usup interjected. I don't think she's Name, Chopper murmured quietly. Name struck Chopper with force. It's fine to tell you, Lubin continued. I want to learn about the history of the Void Century, 800 years ago. Is that all? Name said in disbelief. Lubin stated, my hometown is in Ahara. Upon hearing Lubin's response, Name and the others accepted her words, as the Ohara incident was notoriously known. In truth, Lubin had exchanged her past wounds for Name and the others' trust. She needed to lead them to Lefudru. This was also what Lord Vikechuo had tasked her with. Lu Fei and his companions believed Lubin's words and began their search for the road sign historical texts, initially needing to travel to Dili Siliosa to find a samurai who would guide them to Zo Island. With Vikechuo's assistance, Lu Fei and his companions easily located the samurai, who were naturally part of Momonosuk's group. Not only were Lu Fei and his crew searching for Momonosuk, but Kaido and his associates were also on the hunt. As Doflamingo worked for Vikechuo, he dared not provoke Kaido, leading to a clash between Doflamingo and Lu Fei. Lu Fei successfully defeated Doflamingo, further enhancing his strength. Subsequently, they found a piece of the road sign historical text on Zo Island. In the days that followed, Lu Fei and his crew caused a commotion on Cake Island, where they obtained the second piece of the road sign historical text from Charlotte Linlin. Simultaneously, under Katakuri's tutelage, Luffy learned the advanced application of Kin Bunchika Haki. They then arrived in Wano, where they encountered Kaido. Under Kaido's instruction, Luffy mastered the technique of haki coiling and learned flowing cherry blossoms from Leopard 5. Furthermore, Luffy awakened Gear 5th and successfully defeated Kaido. Their next destination was Elbaf, where, according to Lubin, the fourth piece of the road sign historical text lay. In the holy land of Mary Geos, upon learning of Luffy's awakening of Gear 5th, the 5 elders were taken aback, as it was a form that him feared. The 5 elders approached him, kneeling before the empty throne, awaiting Im's command, and produced a map and marked a specific area, which was subsequently eradicated as if it had never existed. Since Waikichuo defied orders, he had been suspended at home. However, the inevitable was approaching. As Luffy drew closer to the final destination, Im could no longer remain idle. Roger and his crew had reached the final place, posing no threat to him, except for Luffy. Consequently, the 5 elders summoned Waikichuo and reinstated his position. Waikichuo, I need you to lead the fleet to encircle the Straw Hat crew immediately. The 5 elders commanded. Yes, Waikichuo accepted the order expressionlessly. Upon returning, Waikichuo promptly assembled the fleet, seemingly heading for Elbaf. Yet, this was merely a facade. On the sea, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji were fast asleep while Nami diligently drafted sea charts, fulfilling her role and pursuing her dream. At that moment, the door swung open. Nami glanced over and saw Lubin. She continued with her tasks. Lubin approached Nami, who was unguarded and had completely placed her trust in Lubin. In fact, not only Nami, but all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates had come to trust Lubin, believing she was aiding them for the sake of historical truth. However, Lubin pulled out a cloth from her pocket, covering Nami's mouth and nose. Nami attempted to resist, but her limbs were ensnared by the powers of the Hanasaka fruit, and she soon lost consciousness. Lubin left a fragment of a life card and a letter on Nami's desk, the letter addressed to Luffy. It stated that to save Nami, he must come to Mary Geos. Just then, a giant eagle descended, and Lubin, carrying Nami, leaped onto its back. Waikichuo commanded Akainu and Ryukyu to lead their elite fleets ahead to Elbaf, accompanied by Sengoku, Tsuru, and others, while Waikichuo would bring the main forces for support. This time, Waikichuo mobilized 100,000 Navy troops, intending to execute a catastrophic cleansing of Elbaf. After the departure of these 100,000 elite Navy personnel from headquarters, the Revolutionary Army received the news. At this moment, including Commander Dorag, all the formidable members of the Revolutionary Army were prepared to infiltrate Mary Geos. For the Revolutionary Army, this was the optimal opportunity as the Navy had emptied its ranks. In Mary Geos, when Luffy and his companions appeared, Kizaru was taken aback. How did Luffy end up here? It was Admiral Kizaru. At that moment, Usopp's expression turned grave. Luffy, you go save Nami. I'll handle him, Zoro stated, eyeing Kizaru. Kizaru was bewildered. After Luffy spoke, he dashed forward, clutching Nami's life card fragment. Following the fragment, he could locate Nami. What on earth was happening? Kizaru was still trying to comprehend the situation when Zoro unsheathed his sword and charged at Kizaru. With no other option, Kizaru had to engage in battle with Zoro. At this moment, Zoro wielded Enma and aimed a strike at Kizaru. Luffy swiftly dispatched the obstructing Navy soldiers and surged towards Panga City. The fragments of the life card guided him, indicating that Nami was within the city. It's Luffy, someone noted. What could be his purpose for coming here? At that moment, the Revolutionary Army encountered Luffy. Ignore him. Our objective is to deal with the Celestial Dragons, Dracul said coldly. With the appearance of the Revolutionary Army, the Straw Hat crew wreaked havoc in the Holy Land, Mariehua, which descended into chaos. Meanwhile, deep within Panga City, amidst the flowers, Im sat upon the throne of Void. Kneeling before this throne were 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman, all of whom were Im's guardians, the strongest among CP0. Their mission was to protect Im, and if the 5 elders were eliminated, they would strike at any moment. At this juncture, Luffy and the Revolutionary Army had entered Panga City. It was unexpected that they would reach this place. The five elders had not anticipated the Straw Hat crew and the Revolutionary Army would launch a surprise attack here. Return Nami to me. Luffy entered his awakened state. Although the five elders were formidable, they were no match for Luffy in his fifth gear. They were destined to be beaten, just like Kaido. This is truly remarkable. Victor leaned against a thick wall, smoking a cigarette while sensing the battle between Luffy and his allies. They were drawing ever closer to the area among the flowers. At that moment, a door opened in the wall beside Victor. Lucci, Sabo, Kuina, Enel, and Law emerged from within. Let us move, Victor commanded. Understood. With Victor's order, the elite squad, which had long been lurking at the entrance of the world government, surged toward Mariewa. The army colluded with the Revolutionary Army. CP0 was a facade for the Revolutionary Army. The Navy attacked upon seeing the army. Along the way, CP0 and the guard were no exception. Within the area among the flowers, Im revealed a smile. It turned out that he had orchestrated all of this. Im had indeed underestimated Victor, failing to perceive his ambition. However, it mattered little. He intended to eliminate these individuals in one fell swoop. Luffy charged into the realm of power, breathless as he gazed at him. Long time no see, Joy Boy. At that moment, Im greeted Luffy. Upon hearing Im's words, Luffy smiled. A fierce battle raged from dawn until dusk, and then from dusk until dawn once more. Luffy exhausted all his strength. Dracula was unable to move half of his body. Kizaru was gravely injured. 2/3 of the Holy Land, Mariewa, lay in ruins. Im was powerful, transcending the bounds of humanity. To be precise, Im was a deity. Im looked at Luffy and said, "Can you achieve what Joy Boy could not accomplish 800 years ago?" Luffy gritted his teeth, his hair turning white. "What he could not accomplish, perhaps I can." At that moment, Victor stepped forward, gazing at him with an expressionless face. Behind Victor stood Zephyr, who had consumed the bat fruit in his phantom beast vampire form. The frost-faced Akiji and Akainu, whose body had transformed into magma, all intent on winning through sheer numbers. "I'm sorry, but today I shall slay a god," Victor declared. Brief introduction. Whether pirates or navy, they wear different garments and belong to opposing factions. This world is inherently one of the survival of the fittest, where no one is nobler than another. As one treads the path to the throne, steadfastly continue onward. Being misunderstood is of little consequence. After all, emperors are ever solitary.